I'm leaving now. Su Chun closed the trunk of the Cullinan, waved to everyone, and spoke casually, as if he had just finished the most ordinary work of the day. The diners said goodbye to him with laughter and merriment, without much lingering affection, because they knew they would see him again tomorrow. For these regular customers, selling out of burgers is just a normal occurrence. What they really look forward to is the feeling of queuing up again tomorrow. Zobin was surrounded by a group of people squeezing into the internet cafe. His face was full of excitement, as if he had found a great opportunity. Su Chun will come again tomorrow, which is practically a traffic machine for his internet cafe. If it weren't for saving face, he would have even kowtowed to Su Chun on the spot. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Blue Whale Internet Cafe, owner Feng Yuxiang was already waiting impatiently. He waited until 2 a.m. yesterday, but the Cullinan in the video never appeared, and he was about to give up. But when he saw the video just now, the comments and likes skyrocketed, and his hope was rekindled. He even secretly went to Fenghua Internet Cafe for a stroll and found that many people were talking about the luxury car that sold hamburgers. Hearing these words, he felt even more distressed, knowing that it was all wasted data. Just then, a car slowly drove into his line of sight. The familiar silhouette of the car made him hold his breath instantly. It was that Cullinan. Feng Yuxiang's eyes lit up instantly, and he almost jumped up. He stared intently at the car as it stopped across the street, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would explode. He was certain he hadn't mistaken the man for someone else. It was indeed the hamburger vendor from the video. At that moment, only 2 words were on his mind: traffic. He jogged over, afraid of missing this opportunity to change his business. Before it even got close, the Cullinan suddenly stepped on the gas and drove off. The taillights shrank rapidly into the night and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Feng Yuxiang stood there, stunned, his voice hoarse from shouting. He couldn't understand why they wouldn't even stop for a moment when they were already at the door. Inside the car, Su Chun didn't even notice what was happening outside the window. He simply completed the check-in task at Blue Whale Internet Cafe and then drove off to his next destination without hesitation. For him, checking in at 4 internet cafes is what completes his daily task. After successfully completing the task, he went straight home to sleep without any hesitation. At 2 a.m., the atmosphere inside the Starry Sky Internet Cafe was completely different. Fei and his childhood friends were already questioning their existence. They stared at the time, refreshing their phones repeatedly, their hearts filled with anxiety. Some people were so hungry that they couldn't even play games and could only slump in their chairs. Someone suggested eating instant noodles to fill their stomachs, but the suggestion was immediately rejected. They'd rather go hungry than miss out on a real Cullinan burger. As time passed, some people finally lost patience and got off the plane. Then more people followed, and the internet cafe owner's face began to turn ugly. Many of the people who came tonight came specifically for the hamburgers. If the crowd disperses, he will lose not only the money for late-night snacks, but also the subsequent buzz. The internet cafe manager was also helpless. He also wanted to eat a hamburger, but he could only bite the bullet and persuade everyone to wait a little longer. Just as the atmosphere was getting increasingly somber, the door was suddenly pushed open. A young man walked in, carrying 2 hamburgers. The plastic bag stood out conspicuously under the light. As soon as he stepped to the front desk, he sensed that the atmosphere was strange. Almost everyone stared at the bag in his hand. The owner of Shinkong Internet Cafe's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked him where he bought the hamburger. The young man instinctively pointed towards the door. Before he could finish speaking, most of the people in the internet cafe had already stood up. Someone shouted, "Is the hamburger vendor here?" The crowd erupted instantly, as if they had collectively awaited salvation. A group of people rushed towards the door, and the scene almost got out of control. But when they rushed out, they found the doorway empty. There was no Cullinan, and no one selling hamburgers. Someone turned back and questioned the young man. He replied with a blank look that he bought it at the Lawson store next door. The air froze instantly. The crowd stood at the doorway, their faces even more grim than the night itself. So, after waiting for 2 hours, all I got was a convenience store burger. The young man stood at the front desk, looking completely innocent. He had no idea that his simple act of buying a late-night snack almost sparked a mass riot. Chapter 370. What if I guessed right? The atmosphere at Fenghua Internet Cafe was also at its limit. The owner had previously assured customers that the person who drove the Cullinan and sold hamburgers would definitely come. But time had passed, and the air grew colder in the early morning, yet there was still no movement at the door. The customers started getting restless, one after another pressing the owner for answers. Some people asked him to make a phone call, while others directly questioned whether he was trying to scam them. The boss wore a smile on his face, but inside he was already panicking. He didn't have Suchin's contact information at all, and he didn't even know where to call. He arrived promptly around 1 p.m. for the past 2 days, but today he was late. The atmosphere was gradually getting out of control, and there were signs that things were about to explode in the internet cafe. The boss forced a smile to reassure everyone, but his mind was racing. Suddenly, as if grasping at a straw, he strode to the front desk. He lowered his voice and told the network administrator to go to the convenience store at the intersection ahead and buy 30 hamburgers. Have the convenience store order it, then bring it back to replace it. The network administrator immediately understood that this was a scheme to fabricate data. He had tried Suchin's burger, and the taste was on a completely different level from convenience store products. Using a convenience store burger as a substitute will eventually be exposed. The boss, however, couldn't care less about anything else and was only thinking about stabilizing the situation. In his view, they are all hamburgers, and there isn't much difference between them. If we really can't wait for him, are we going to make him admit in public that he broke his promise? The network administrator had no choice but to get up and leave, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, at the alley entrance, there were 2 other equally anxious migrant workers. Zhao Tianqi stood by the roadside, staring at the empty street. He wasn't planning on staying up late again. The 15 hamburgers he bought yesterday would be enough to last him 2 days. As a result, the department head ate 10 in one go and told him to bring more the next day. As a seasoned veteran in the workplace, he could only smile and agree. So his plan to go to bed early was completely ruined, and he reappeared on the streets at 2 in the morning. Fortunately, he can arrive at the company a little later tomorrow, otherwise he would really break down. The fat man next to him also looked tired. After eating my last burger yesterday, I felt completely drained. We agreed to come back the next day, but I couldn't resist and went back late at night. It's already 2:30. If we wait any longer, there won't be much time left to get some sleep when we get home. Zhao Tianqi began to waver, thinking he might as well just use the stock in the refrigerator to get by. Anyway, taking 5 back is better than going empty-handed. The fat man, however, set his sights on his inventory. He gave a fawning smile and asked if he could have 2. Zhao Tianqi struggled internally. Those hamburgers are meant for the boss. If they're distributed further, there won't be enough for everyone. But seeing that the fat man had waited with him for 2 hours, he really couldn't bring himself to refuse. Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance of the street. The man was carrying a large bag of hamburgers and slowly walked towards them. The fat man instantly perked up, his eyes lighting up. He almost shouted, "Is the boss here?" Zhao Tianqi was also taken aback. Showing up here late at night carrying a bag of hamburgers, it really does look too much like it. He was just wondering why his boss hadn't driven the Cullinan today. The fat man didn't care about the car at all. In his eyes, as long as it's Hamburg, he'd walk there even if he didn't drive a Cullinan. The 2 quickened their pace to meet him. As they drew closer, Zhao Tianqi finally saw the other person's face clearly. It's not Suchin. That's the internet cafe manager at Fenghua Internet Cafe. The fat man was stunned, but still refused to give up. He offered a forced explanation, suggesting that perhaps the owner had a partnership with the internet cafe. "I might not have time today, so I'll have the webmaster sell it for me." Zhao Tianqi remembered it very clearly. When the car was moved, the network administrator didn't know Suchin. If there were really a connection, they would have said so already. The fat man, however, had become obsessed. Now, let alone a network administrator, he'll even approach a dog carrying a hamburger if it happens to be passing by and ask it what it is. He was unwilling to give up as long as there was even the slightest possibility. The internet cafe manager walked into Fenghua Internet Cafe, carrying a large bag of hamburgers. The fat man became more and more convinced that his guess was correct. He immediately followed him inside. Zhao Tianqi had no choice but to follow, clinging to the last shred of hope. What if I guessed right? Chapter 371. Who can bear this drop in status? The owner of Fenghua Internet Cafe breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Internet Cafe manager return carrying a plastic bag. He quickly rushed forward and took the bag of hamburgers. The hamburger was clearly fresh out of the microwave. It was still piping hot to the touch. The hamburgers have arrived. The owner cleared his throat and started calling out like a vegetable vendor. Anyone wanting a hamburger? Come and buy one. 15 yuan each, any flavor you like. At this shout, the customers who were browsing the internet instantly perked up and rushed towards the front desk. The fat man followed closely behind the crowd and walked in. When he heard the vendor's calls, his heart tightened. Afraid of not being able to buy a single slide, she rushed straight to the front desk. Give it to me. The fat man opened his mouth, intending to say he would buy 10, but when his gaze fell on the hamburgers in the plastic bag at the counter, he stammered. No, this hamburger looks completely different from the one I bought yesterday. The bag was crammed with about 30 hamburgers, the bottom ones of which were obviously collapsed and piled up together. Not only did it look terrible, but it also had no aroma whatsoever, making it no different from a hamburger sold in a convenience store. That's it. Could it be the hamburger I ate yesterday? Zhao Tianqi, who was following closely behind the fat man, also immediately noticed the clues in the plastic bag. How many hamburgers would you like? The Internet Cafe staff's eyes fell on the fat man, hoping he would buy a few more. The fat man opened his mouth, wanting to say no, but he was too embarrassed to say no. What if this burger only looks and smells bad, but tastes okay? After all, it's just a hamburger, it doesn't cost much. Just try your luck, you won't lose out or be cheated. One, the fat man said. For you. The Internet Cafe owner responded, casually picked a hamburger from the bag, put it in the bag, and handed it to the fat man. After handing over the hamburgers, the owner turned his gaze to Zhao Tianqi, a smile still on his face, and asked, How many do you want? I don't want to. Without a second thought, Zhao Tianqi immediately and decisively shook his head in refusal. Are you kidding me? I still have hamburgers from the boss stored in my own fridge. Who would want to buy these hamburgers? Among the people queuing behind, some customers who had bought Suchin burgers before were now looking hesitant. Everyone's not blind. The difference between these hamburgers is obvious. You can tell at a glance that they're not even in the same league. Several customers came to check it out after seeing it on local videos. As they paid, they asked curiously, Didn't you say the hamburgers were delivered by a Cullinan? Where's the car? I can't find it. The Internet Cafe owner deliberately rubbed his hands together and laughed awkwardly. Hee, the Cullinan can't be driven out every day. If you come a few more times, you'll eventually have a chance to see it. His words were ambiguous, offering no direct answer, but leaving a glimmer of hope. The fat man stood at the front desk of the Internet Cafe, clutching the hamburger he had just bought tightly in his hand. After hesitating for a while, I finally brought the hamburger to my mouth and took a bite. As luck would have it, after taking that first bite, the fat man discovered that the burger was actually made of beef. But it didn't bring him the delicious taste he expected. Upon tasting it, the fat man immediately rolled his eyes to the sky. The bread dough had the texture of a fermented steamed bun, like it had been soaked in water, and was limp and had no wheat flavor whatsoever. The so-called beef patties inside are entirely a product of technology. The meat is unknown, and they are dry, tough, and hard. To say that this burger is extremely unpalatable would be an exaggeration. After all, the fat man had often eaten at convenience stores before, so he was used to the taste of these ordinary hamburgers. But the problem is, it's like someone who's used to drinking 1982 Lafite suddenly being forced to drink Erguo 2, a type of Chinese liquor. Who could stand that kind of difference? If the fat man had never eaten the hamburger sold by Suchin, he wouldn't be so picky about the hamburger in front of him. But at this moment, this so-called hamburger was practically torturing his tongue. He didn't even have the courage to take a second bite. Zhao Tianqi, who was standing to the side, kept a close eye on the fat man's expression. Seeing the pained look on the fat man's face, he instantly understood. No need to ask, this burger must be absolutely awful. It was such a wise decision not to buy it earlier. This could never be a hamburger sold by the owner. The fat man initially thought, oh well, it's just a hamburger. I can just throw it away. When I looked up, I saw the owner still bragging, shamelessly saying how delicious the burger was, and a nameless anger welled up inside me. I waited patiently for over 2 hours, only to be served such awful food. I'm so angry. I'm not happy, and you're not going to let me off easy either. The fat man roared. Boss, what kind of garbage are you selling? This burger is awful. You dare say this is the same burger sold by the guy who drove the Cullinan yesterday? The internet cafe owner was startled by the fat man's shout, and an embarrassed look instantly appeared on his face. But he didn't want to admit that he had sold inferior goods as superior ones, so he pretended to be calm and stubbornly retorted, Don't talk nonsense here. What nonsense am I talking about? The fat man pointed at the hamburger and said, You know this hamburger better than anyone. It's just a convenience store hamburger. It can't compare to yesterday's at all. At this moment, a customer who had just bought a hamburger agreed. That's right. This is a convenience store burger. It's sold at the convenience store at the intersection over there. I always buy from there. It's always the same. The internet cafe owner, however, remained stubborn and said defiantly, Just because you say so doesn't mean it is. You can't prove it with empty words. I could also say this is a Cullinan burger. He tried to get away with it, but most of the customers present had already noticed something was wrong. You're talking nonsense. The fat man simply couldn't tolerate the internet cafe owner's blatant lying. He snorted angrily and said coldly, I just searched, and there's only one convenience store nearby that's still open. Boss, do you think I should ask the clerk if they'll know where this burger came from? The internet cafe owner's expression immediately turned even worse. If the fat guy were to ask seriously, he would definitely find out everything. After all, buying 30 hamburgers in one go would definitely leave a deep impression on the convenience store staff. The main problem is that the hamburger vendor hasn't come today. I was just trying to be helpful. Seeing this, the internet cafe owner could only try to justify his actions. What's with all the kindness? If I wanted a convenience store burger, would I need to buy it from you? You're reselling a burger that costs 9.9 yuan for 15 yuan. That's outrageous. Give me my money back. There are all sorts of people out there. Do they think we're all idiots to be fooled? A group of customers started yelling at the internet cafe owner. Customers who had just bought hamburgers demanded refunds. Who would buy a convenience store burger here? Chapter 372. Damn it. Can you tone it down a bit? 7 or 8 regular customers at Fenghua Internet Cafe also looked disappointed with the cafe owner. One person bluntly said, You're really boring. If you have hamburgers, you either have them or you don't. Why are you doing this knockoff thing? I'm never coming to your place to use the internet again. That's right, I'm not coming either. Immediately, others echoed this sentiment. The network administrator stood at the front desk, watching the boss grovel and try to retain customers, and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. I told you this would happen, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. We've lost both our wife and our army. Serves you right. Around 9 a.m., the food delivered by the system arrived on time. Su Chun got up groggily, gave a few simple instructions, and then rolled back into bed to catch up on sleep. The items we're going to sell this time are the spicy strip burger and the golden shrimp paste burger, a new recipe we unlocked last night, 100 of each. After giving the instructions, Butler Ding and the 2 maids began to get busy. The preparation process for the spicy snack burger was already second nature to them. Everything proceeded smoothly, and there was nothing to mention. Around noon, Su Chun had a simple lunch and then went into the kitchen. Wow, the shrimp are all prepared. Several large bowls of shrimp were laid out on the counter, each one a translucent bluish-gray color, cleaned and deveined. Su Chun picked up a kitchen knife and made a series of snap, snap, snap cuts, gradually turning the shrimp meat into a sticky shrimp paste, emitting a faint sweet seafood aroma. Salt, pepper, cooking wine. As he muttered to himself while adding seasonings, Aunt Wu next to him discreetly handed him egg whites and ginger and scallion water. The soul of making shrimp paste pancakes lies here. Not only should it not be ground too finely, but it should retain its grainy texture. It shouldn't be too runny either. It should be able to be stretched into strands. The seasoning must be precise. Too much, and it will be too salty. Too little, and it will be too bland. After adjusting the seasoning, Su Chun simply started stirring the shrimp paste clockwise with his hands. They're really into it. After a while, he lifted his wrist and pulled the whole clump of shrimp paste from the bottom of the basin. Great. That's powerful. Next, it's time to make shrimp pancakes. The three-piece coating kit, starch, egg wash, and breadcrumbs, is neatly arranged on the table. Suchan worked quickly, applying powder, dipping in egg wash, and rolling in breadcrumbs in one smooth motion. When the breadcrumbs were thrown into the oil, they immediately puffed up, filling the kitchen with a wonderful aroma. The sweet scent of seafood mixed with the blissful feeling of deep frying made everyone's mouths water. The fried shrimp paste cakes are sandwiched together and then combined with bread dough, cheese, tomatoes, lettuce, sauce, etc. and so on. As time went by, one hamburger after another was placed into the insulated box. Around 6 or 7 p.m., as the city lights began to twinkle, the online community for the bereaved families of rice noodle enthusiasts was bustling with activity as they called out to their friends and headed to Dashing Internet Cafe. Go online. Go online. I'll go later. I didn't manage to get a machine. If I bring my own computer to Dashing Internet Cafe, can that be considered as reserving a spot in advance? Good question. You can give it a try. 1 o'clock in the morning. Suchan drove up to the entrance of Dashing Internet Cafe right on time. In the open space in front of the Internet Cafe, regular customers thoughtfully left him a very spacious parking space. This parking space is quite clever. Suchan's car drove straight in and could easily park without any turning maneuvers. It's very thoughtful. Yesterday, Suchan told his regular customers that he would still be selling hamburgers at Dashing Internet Cafe today. Regular customers, seeing that it was almost time, went directly to the entrance of the Internet Cafe to wait. They lined up in a long queue according to the order in which the machines were turned on, waiting in the night. Suchan parked the car. He didn't even need to go into the Internet Cafe to inform them. As soon as the car came to a stop, he opened the trunk and prepared to start selling hamburgers that evening. The diners at the very front of the line were incredibly excited, rubbing their hands together incessantly. Today, I firmly hold the #1 position. I felt so incredibly happy. This feeling was absolutely amazing. Boss, give me a beef burger and a black truffle foie gras burger. There's no need to even ask about the purchase restrictions. With so many people waiting to buy hamburgers, there has to be a purchase limit. Otherwise, there simply won't be enough to go around. Sorry, today we only have spicy strip burgers and golden shrimp paste burgers, which cost 15 yuan each. Suchan deliberately raised his voice so that the regular customers in line behind him could hear him clearly, thus avoiding the need to introduce each person individually and waste time. Actually, there's no need to worry too much about the situation in the back row. The regular diners at the front, upon hearing this, would naturally pass it on from one to the next. Then, Suchan opened the insulated boxes containing the different hamburgers one by one. As soon as the lid was lifted, an extremely rich aroma instantly rose up and spread wildly in all directions. The aroma contains the nutty scent of roasted wheat, the sweet and spicy flavor of spicy strips, the unique caramelized aroma of fried breadcrumbs, and the milky aroma of butter after frying. The most amazing thing is that it also has a faint hint of the salty and fresh taste of the ocean. The various aromas intertwined, and the diners at the front of the line felt that happiness came so easily, and they were completely overwhelmed by the fragrance. Then one of each, please. Almost without hesitation, diners eagerly took out their phones to scan the QR code and pay. The burger was still warm, the bun was fluffy and soft. It gently sank in when pressed, and slowly bounced back when released, as if it could breathe. Ah woo! The crunch of the breadcrumbs, which penetrated the softness of the bread and the crispness of the lettuce, burst open in your mouth with a satisfying crunch, followed by the amazing sweetness of the shrimp meat. The semi-melted cheese stretched into enticing strands, and the tomato juice sizzled and splashed into my mouth. All the flavors are harmonious and unified, making it quite wonderful. Holy crap! This is too ugh. For a moment, a series of smacking sounds rang out. The diners eating hamburgers felt that the sound was like wonderful background music, which, combined with the delicious food in their mouths, made it even better. But the diners who hadn't gotten a turn yet were practically driven crazy by the wait. Damn it, can you tone it down a bit? Do you have to eat so deliciously? Damn it, why doesn't the boss know the shadow clone technique? Is it just because he's not the Hokage? I can't take it anymore. I'm so hungry, I want to eat dirt. Please, I beg you to hide and eat. However, these complaints are just complaints. One second they were righteously condemning the person in front of them for making too much noise while eating a hamburger. The next second, once they bought their own hamburgers, they immediately and without hesitation joined the smack army, completely forgetting what they had said before. The main idea is to get soaked in the rain, tear up other people's umbrellas, and then kick them a couple of times. On the other side, Starry Sky Esports Internet Cafe. Koizumi sat in front of the computer, her eyes fixed on the screen, but her mind wasn't on the game. The game ended in a rather dull and uninteresting way. I glanced at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock. Koizumi subconsciously looked towards the entrance of the internet cafe, but the familiar figure of the hamburger vendor was still nowhere to be seen. Aren't you coming again today? Chapter 373. Bro, you're really awesome. Koizumi lost all interest in playing games. If the hamburger vendor hadn't come today, he was planning to just go home and sleep. After all, no one can withstand enduring this kind of strain every day. Just then, Ah Fei, who was standing next to me, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Immediately afterwards, he reached out and forcefully turned Koizumi's head back. Holy crap, look at this video. Damn it, you're trying to murder me. Koizumi's neck snapped with a crack, and he almost died from Ah Fei's head-turning kill. He couldn't help but elbow Ah Fei before turning his attention to the other man's phone. The screen showed a scene from a couple of days ago, where Su Chan was selling hamburgers at Fenghua Internet Cafe, and someone filmed him. Fenghua Internet Cafe? Koizumi recalled for a moment, and it seemed like he vaguely remembered it. I went to this internet cafe for a few days when it opened. I went there purely to take advantage of the opening discounts, since I live closer to Shinkong Internet Cafe and usually choose to go online there. I was just thinking, the first time I bought a hamburger, the owner said it was sold at an internet cafe on Dongshi Road. They didn't say they had to come to Starry Sky Internet Cafe. Could it be that he's been selling hamburgers at other internet cafes these past few days? Ah Fei shared his guess. Upon hearing this, Koizumi immediately felt that the guess was extremely reasonable. Yeah, Dongshi Road is so long. There must be more than just Shinkong Internet Cafe along the street. The burgers that the owner sells are so delicious. They would probably be a huge hit no matter which internet cafe they were sold in. The hamburgers might be sold out before it even reaches Starry Sky Internet Cafe. Upon considering this possibility, Koizumi immediately became restless. Ah Fei did the same. He even showed the video on his phone to his 3 childhood friends. Everyone suddenly realized what Ah Fei meant. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to play games anymore. Shall we go look for some internet cafes? Let me search and see what kind of internet cafes are on this street. As Xiaohu spoke, he quickly took out his phone and started searching. Starry Sky Internet Cafe, Beacon Fire Internet Cafe, Blue Whale Internet Cafe, Great Sage Internet Cafe. I agree, let's go look for it. Koizumi was the first to raise his hand and cast his vote in favor. The other 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, the main reason they stayed up all night at the internet cafe was so they could buy hamburgers. However, it's a bit troublesome for us to take a taxi. 5 people can't fit in one car, so we need to call 2 cars. As Koizumi was speaking, someone suddenly chimed in. It's all right, you can ride in my car. Koizumi was taken aback at first. After hearing this, he subconsciously turned his head and saw an older man who had somehow appeared behind them. I just heard you. You're going to find the hamburger vendor, right? The older brother said, his eyes filled with eagerness. Count me in. No need to take a taxi. I'll take you there. After the eldest brother finished speaking, he seemed to notice that Koizumi and the others were a little confused and explained with a slightly embarrassed expression. Last time I was using the internet here, I bought a hamburger from that owner. The hamburger was so delicious that I couldn't resist buying a few more to take home for my family to try. After my daughter and daughter-in-law tried it, wow, they both kept asking me to buy more. I've come here every day for the past 2 days, but I haven't run into the hamburger vendor. If I can't get some back today, I guess I'll have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Upon hearing this, Koizumi couldn't help but laugh. Since we're all victims of the hamburger saga, there's no need to be shy. But there are 5 of us. Is your car big enough for all of us? Xiaohu mentioned it from the side. No problem, let alone 5. I could take 5 more. The eldest brother patted his chest and made a solemn promise, without a trace of guilt on his face. Xiaohu was stunned for a moment and began to have doubts. What kind of vehicle can seat so many people? Before he could ask for details, his older brother said, "There are 3 other guys over there, also waiting for hamburgers. I'll call them over. You guys go wait for me at the entrance." After the eldest brother finished speaking, he turned around and whispered a few words to the people behind him. The 3 nodded after hearing this and began packing their things. Koizumi and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Although I didn't quite understand the man's arrangements and the car he mentioned, it was still a good thing that someone was willing to help and I could save on taxi fare. So, everyone promptly paid their bills, logged off, and headed straight for the internet cafe entrance. Not long after, the older brother came out with the 3 of them. Koizumi silently counted in his mind, and including his eldest brother, there were 9 people. Is it a 9-seater minivan? The answer will be revealed soon. The older brother walked to the roadside, pressed the key in his hand, and the headlights of a pickup truck flashed. A group of people stared at the car in front of them, their eyes filled with surprise and astonishment. I never expected that the car that my brother so confidently claimed could fit everyone was actually a big pickup truck. The pickup truck has a very large cargo bed, which looks very spacious. Even if you squeeze a few more people in, it wouldn't be a problem. No wonder my brother didn't seem worried at all just now. "Bro, you're really awesome. I give up." Everyone expressed their admiration for the eldest brother. The eldest brother didn't care at all and just waved his hand dismissively. "Get in the car. Someone just needs to show me the way." Koizumi felt that things were gradually taking an absurd turn. In the middle of the night, a group of people riding in a big pickup truck to buy hamburgers. I doubt anyone else has had that experience. Soon, the car started and slowly drove along Dongxi Road towards Fenghua Internet Cafe. At this moment, inside the Fenghua Internet Cafe, the network administrator sat listlessly at the front desk, looking at the deserted lobby, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. At this time yesterday, there were about 20 people using the internet in the store. But at this moment, there were only 2 customers surfing the internet in the huge internet cafe lobby, sitting in the corner. All of this can be attributed to the boss's outrageous actions. As expected, no one came today. Even the boss himself didn't show up today, perhaps because he's afraid to face the consequences of his actions. The area outside the internet cafe was quite lively. A dozen or so people gathered here, hoping to buy hamburgers today. I can go online, but the hamburger is innocent, and it tastes so good, I have to buy it. Zhao Tianqi squatted by the roadside and sighed helplessly. He felt a headache coming on when he thought about not being able to buy a hamburger yesterday. To satisfy his department head, he had no choice but to reluctantly take 5 hamburgers out of his own. As for the fat man, he persevered and came here again today. At that moment, he squatted by the roadside, muttering to himself, "By the god of burgers, please make sure the owner opens the stall tonight." Chapter 374. What kind of outfits are these? Zhao Tianqi listened to the fat man's ramblings with a speechless expression. This guy is probably obsessed with eating hamburgers. It was almost 1:30, and he grew increasingly anxious, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Today's wait may have been in vain again. I was feeling down. A large pickup truck slowly drove up the road. Zhao Tianqi didn't pay much attention at first, until the large pickup truck slowly stopped in front of him, at which point he was slightly taken aback. I instinctively looked up and was immediately startled. All I could see was a Pikachu. Oops, a pickup truck packed with people standing in the cargo bed, all staring at me. That's a bit scary. Zhao Tianqi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stood up, took several steps back, and even pulled away the fat man who was standing next to him in a daze. What exactly do these people do? Zhao Tianqi didn't want to cause trouble, and just as he was about to leave, he heard someone in the carriage suddenly ask a question. "Hey buddy, excuse me, are you guys also waiting for that guy who drives a Cullinan and sells burgers?" This question left Zhao Tianqi stunned. Are these people also looking for the boss? He was momentarily dazed. Goodness, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss just to buy a hamburger? They actually mobilized a whole pickup truck full of people just to find the boss. The fat man reacted quickly. His eyes lit up and he immediately nodded, saying, "That's right. We're also waiting to buy hamburgers. Where are you from?" Over at Starry Sky Internet Cafe. Koizumi took the initiative to act as a liaison. poking his head out of the carriage and exchanging a few words with the fat man. The hamburger vendor didn't come here yesterday either, and we were scammed by the internet cafe owner. The topic rekindled the fat man's anger. Upon hearing this, Koizumi felt a surge of sympathy. In comparison, the owner of Starry Sky Internet Cafe seems rather kind. At least they didn't try to fool them with convenience store burgers. Now it seems that Fenghua Internet Cafe can also be ruled out, as the hamburger owner is obviously not here. So the next target is Blue Whale Internet Cafe. Just as they were about to leave, the fat man suddenly shouted, "Can I take one with me? I want to go find the boss too. I really want to eat his hamburgers, and I don't want to miss out again." "Me too," Zhao Tianqi quickly echoed. He figured that instead of waiting blindly here, he might as well join these people and try to find one. Maybe he'd have a chance to buy a hamburger. Koizumi looked around the carriage. Although there were already quite a few people standing inside, the space was still relatively spacious, and it wouldn't be a problem to squeeze in 2 more people. So he readily agreed. At this moment, the other people at the entrance of Fenghua Internet Cafe saw this, and, thinking it was some kind of commotion, gathered around. Upon learning of the situation, several people who had driven there offered to give them a ride to search for the missing person. On the other side, at the entrance of Blue Whale Internet Cafe, having learned his lesson yesterday, Boss Feng Yuxiang has become wiser this time. He arrived at the other side of the road early and stood at the spot where the Cullinan had been temporarily parked yesterday. This time, we absolutely cannot miss it again. We must seize the opportunity of the hamburger vendor's appearance so that our internet cafe can also benefit and gain more customers. He hadn't been waiting long when he saw a strange convoy of cars suddenly arrive at the entrance of his internet cafe. The lineup of this convoy was quite strange, with a large pickup truck leading the way. Several other cars of various kinds followed behind the pickup truck. What Feng Yuxiang couldn't understand the most was that the people in the pickup truck were standing in neat rows, craning their necks and looking around, seemingly searching for something. What kind of look is this? Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened. Seeing a number of people gradually getting out of the convoy and walking towards his internet cafe, Feng Yuxiang's heart skipped a beat. Fearing that these people might cause him trouble, he hurriedly returned to the shop. As soon as I arrived at the door, I heard someone ask, "Has the owner of the Cullinan who sells hamburgers been here these past couple of days?" Upon hearing this, Feng Yuxiang finally understood the group's purpose. They all came to find the hamburger vendor. My earlier guess was right. The owner of this hamburger shop indeed has a massive amount of online traffic. Although Feng Yuxiang hoped to keep this group of people in the store to spend money, he also knew very well that the real important person was not these people, but the hamburger owner. If you can get the hamburger vendor to come and sell hamburgers in your store, customers will naturally flock to him because of his popularity. At that time, how could internet cafes not be booming? Feng Yuxiang learned that this group of people had actually gone to 3 internet cafes in a row looking for someone. After a moment's thought, he decided that instead of waiting by the roadside, he should take the initiative. I'd better just join. A group of people came quickly and left quickly. The convoy restarted and headed towards Dashing Internet Cafe. Su Chun was tidying up at the entrance of Dashing Internet Cafe. Tonight's business is so good that saying even one more word would be disrespectful to the diners. Selling hamburgers at the same fixed location is definitely easier. They opened at 1 a.m., and within just over half an hour, all the burgers were sold out, and some people didn't even get one. Today is Friday. Su Chun was thinking that if he could open for business again at dawn tomorrow, the week would be over. During this period, I have to start making hamburgers every afternoon and continue until evening. After finishing the preparations, they still have to stay up all night to set up a stall and sell the products, which is really hard work. Now that I know I'll be able to relax a little soon, I've become a bit more agile. "Boss, it's already Friday. Are you coming tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, many of the regular diners around were taken aback. I suddenly realized that it's already Friday. If it's a 2-day weekend, doesn't that mean there won't be any food tomorrow? Why bother going to an internet cafe for an entire night? Let's all just go home. I'll come again tomorrow. Su Chun nodded. Before the diners could even smile, Su Chun added, "However, we'll be closed tomorrow, so that's it for this week." No. Damn it, if I can't get in line tomorrow, is today my last burger? Diners began to feel anxious. No one wanted to miss out on the last day of their hamburger experience. There are newcomers who have just joined the fandom and have never heard of Suchin's habit of changing his business location every week. The thought that I would soon not be able to eat hamburgers felt like the sky had fallen. Boss, where exactly are you setting up your stall next week? Just tell me. The diner was extremely anxious, clasped his hands together, and looked very sincere. He really didn't want to miss out on his boss. Even knowing the general direction beforehand would be helpful. I'm sorry, I don't know where to set up a stall next week. Suchin remained calm and shook his head. There must be some preference, right? Last week you were at the funeral home. This week at an internet cafe. How about next week you go to a karaoke bar? Or a bar? Chapter 375. Good heavens, you're dreaming. Diners were unwilling to give up and kept offering more options. I was hoping to find some clues. Even if it didn't lead to the exact location, it would be good to narrow down the possibilities. When pressed for answers, Suchin simply shook his head. This broken system has no rules whatsoever. He just loves to mess with his host, and incidentally mess with the diners as well. Anyway, they're sly and wicked. Just as the diners were still persisting. Suddenly, bright car headlights slowly appeared on the road. A large pickup truck slowly drove up. There's nothing particularly unusual about a large pickup truck. However, the pickup truck was packed with people, and several different cars were following behind it. At first glance, it really does look like some kind of mysterious convoy. The attention of the regular diners chatting at the entrance was immediately drawn to it. It's almost 2 a.m. Why would such a strange convoy appear? What's going on here? Why such a big fuss? Koizumi had a similar experience in the cargo compartment of the large pickup truck. The area in front of Dashing Internet Cafe is incredibly lively at this time. A quick glance suggests there are dozens of people gathered here. Most importantly, Koizumi's gaze was immediately drawn to a hamburger being held by someone in the crowd. Hamburger. Koizumi's pupils immediately trembled violently. He quickly glanced to the side again, and there stood the iconic Cullinan parked right there. The hamburger vendor was standing next to the car at that moment. I've finally found you. Koizumi felt like the protagonist in a Korean drama who had overcome countless difficulties and finally found true love. Yes, true love refers to hamburgers. Boss. A series of screeching sounds pierced the night. As the pickup truck slowly came to a stop, some people got out of the truck, while others looked for parking spaces. A group of people swarmed over, their target Suchin. Suchin suddenly had a bad feeling. Then I saw Koizumi tumble and crawl off the back of the pickup truck and come straight to me. Boss, I want to buy hamburgers. 15 of them. As Koizumi shouted, he quickly took out his phone, with a determined expression that said, nobody should try to take it from me. I want a hamburger too. Boss, I'll have 22. I want 30. The rest of the team also started shouting. Having finally found Suchin, they naturally wanted to buy more hamburgers. After all, it would be a shame not to buy more after such a long journey. The regular diners nearby watched the group with smiles, their eyes filled with a hint of schadenfreude. Want to buy 20 more? Or 30 more? Dream on. Sorry, the burgers are sold out. Looking at the crowd that had completely surrounded him, Suchin forced himself to speak. I should have left as soon as I finished packing. Now I'm surrounded again. Sold out. When Koizumi heard those 3 words, he felt them echoing repeatedly in his ears, and he was overcome with sorrow. The man driving the big pickup truck also looked worried, muttering, what am I going to do? If I can't buy a hamburger, I'm afraid I'll have to sleep on the sofa when I get back. Seeing that Suchin was surrounded by a crowd, Zobin took the initiative to come over and help him out. Don't make things difficult for the boss. That's all he can do each day. If you want to buy a burger, come early tomorrow morning to line up. Suchin nodded in agreement and added, we'll still be selling hamburgers here tomorrow, prioritizing customers who want to use the internet. You can turn on your devices and queue up in advance. As he spoke, he pointed to Zobin beside him. The man next to me is the owner of Dashing Internet Cafe. Upon hearing this, the quick-thinking individuals in the crowd immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly asked, if I turn on the machine now, will that count? Calculate. Suchin nodded in confirmation without hesitation. Boss, I just need to use one machine right now. Is there any space available? The old diners, who had been leisurely watching the commotion with their arms crossed, suddenly realized what was going on. No, there were only so many machines that could be reserved in advance, and suddenly there are about 20 more competitors. Good heavens. Grab it now. Boss Su's hamburger challenge has gotten even more difficult. This way. Feng Yuxiang looked at Zhou Bin, wishing he could take his place. Look at the crowd gathered at the entrance of this internet cafe right now. They're all pretty young customers. If any internet cafe could have such a group of regular customers every day, it would be making money with its eyes closed. While everyone was looking for Zhou Bin, Feng Yuxiang slipped up to Su Chun and spoke. Boss, how much promotion fee did Desheng Internet Cafe give you? I'll give you 3 times that. How about you come sell hamburgers at Blue Whale Internet Cafe? Su Chun was slightly taken aback, his gaze falling on Feng Yuxiang, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. Doesn't Blue Whale Internet Cafe have a rule against selling food privately? He vividly remembers the first time he went to Blue Whale Internet Cafe. He was turned away by the receptionist. Oh, what are you saying? Others might not be able to do it, but you definitely can. Feng Yuxiang's face was beaming with smiles, almost overwhelming. I can tell your burger is absolutely delicious just by looking at it. With this level of skill, selling it in our internet cafe would be a great thing. Anyway, as long as you're willing to sell hamburgers at Blue Whale Internet Cafe, the price is negotiable. Whatever your conditions, we can discuss them. At this moment, Feng Yuxiang wished he could keep Su Chun in his shop, showering him with compliments as if they were free. Sorry, they've already all taken their spots. I can't easily change locations tomorrow. Su Chun shook his head and pointed to the group of diners at the entrance of the internet cafe. It's okay, you can go to Blue Whale Internet Cafe to sell hamburgers the day after tomorrow, the day after that, and every day after that. Feng Yuxiang didn't care about a day or two. As long as Su Chun agreed, there was still a long way to go, and anything could be negotiated. As long as Su Chun's hamburgers are available at Blue Whale Internet Cafe, the cafe's business will definitely take off. I'm still sorry, but after I open for business tomorrow, I'll be moving to a different location next week, and I won't be selling hamburgers anymore. Su Chun refused again. Feng Yuxiang didn't fully understand what Su Chun meant, but he still insisted. You can sell other things besides hamburgers. You could sell pizza, or scallion pancakes. With your skills, they'd definitely be a big hit. Excuse me. Su Chun had just uttered those 4 words. Feng Yuxiang immediately looked uncomfortable, his expression like that of someone who was constipated. Boss, please don't say those 4 words anymore. I'm getting an allergic reaction just hearing them. Please consider whether you can come to our internet cafe. Su Chun didn't want to get entangled with him anymore. If we stay open for one more day tomorrow, I can finally relax at home like a couch potato. No matter how hard he tries, he doesn't want to add extra work to his job. No. Su Chun answered crisply and decisively, without any hesitation. Chapter 376 Little Glutton. Who did he take after? After being rejected, Feng Yuxiang's face fell instantly, and he was filled with frustration. His own internet cafe has a great environment, and even the waitresses who serve tea and water are handpicked by him. They are all beautiful and provide attentive and enthusiastic service. He was even willing to spend a lot of money on promotion to fully support Su Chun in selling hamburgers in internet cafes. But we still can't retain our staff. Su Chun was about to make his escape. At this moment, the regular diner's attention was completely off him, making it the perfect time to leave. He didn't want to be. I can't do it. An emoji involuntarily popped into Su Chun's mind. He then politely asked Feng Yuxiang to move aside so as not to block his way while reversing. Seeing Feng Yuxiang's bewildered expression, Su Chun quickly started the car and drove away. As usual, I'll clock in first, then go home. He drove to the Starry Sky Internet Cafe and completed the check-in process. After completing the check-in, Su Chun unlocked the last recipe for the week, a double cod burger. Noon. After catching up on his sleep, Su Chun slowly finished the last bite of his meal and then busied himself in the kitchen. Today's burgers are the golden shrimp burger and the deep sea cod burger. Shrimp fritters were easy to make. Butler Ding and the others had already prepared them quickly while he was sleeping. The current focus is on the cod burger. First, boil a pot of salt water and let it cool completely. Then, pour the thick-cut cod pieces into the salt water to soak. Brine not only makes the meat more tender, but also gives it a richer flavor than simply salting it. The cod needs to be soaked for half an hour. In the meantime, Suchin prepares to make a traditional tartar sauce. This sauce is tangy and refreshing, perfectly complementing the sweetness of the cod. It's the perfect match. Suchin squeezed mustard and mayonnaise into a large white porcelain bowl, sprinkled some chopped shallots, and added the essential pickled cucumbers, chopped zucchini, some parsley and dill, a pinch of black pepper, and lemon juice. Stir it up, and the whole bowl of sauce comes alive. When the time was almost up, the two women worked together, one taking out the soaked cod, and the other drying it with kitchen paper. The dried cod pieces rolled in the flour, and then took a bath in the batter before slowly sliding into the oil pan. You need to turn the heat to medium now. If the oil temperature is too low, the fried food will be very greasy. Fish cooks very quickly. It's ready when the sweet aroma of seafood mingles with the smoky fragrance of fried food fills the kitchen. As Suchin removed the fish fillet from the pot, he gently flicked it with his fingertip, and the crisp crunch sound made everyone swallow hard. The outer shell is golden and crispy and fluffy. It looks like it has expanded a lot in size, but it is actually not very thick. You can be sure that it will not be greasy when you bite into it. The assembly stage is the easiest. Spread a thick layer of tartar sauce on the bread base, top with fresh cucumber slices, a giant cod fillet, and of course, a slice of cheese. Come on, try it and see how it tastes. As he spoke, Suchin cut the finished product into 4 pieces and pushed them in front of the 3 people. They took the hamburgers, took a bite, and were so happy they were practically ecstatic. They couldn't even speak, they just kept nodding. Suchin wiped his hands and couldn't help but chuckle as he watched them wolf down their food. I'm sure diners will love it. At the entrance of Dashing Internet Cafe, even though it was still a while before 1 a.m., regular customers were already queuing up. There was a spacious parking space in front of them. Many of these people drove here, but despite the scarcity of parking spaces around them, no one took up the spot. This VVVIP parking space is reserved specifically for Boss Su, and it's an unspoken rule that everyone agrees on. Anyone who dares to occupy this parking space is going against everyone present. It's almost 1 o'clock. Why isn't the boss here yet? What's the rush? Since the boss said he'd be here, he definitely won't be late. He's always punctual. Let's wait a little longer. I wonder what new burger flavor the boss will bring tonight. It's unclear which diner suddenly brought it up, but everyone perked up immediately. After all, there are new flavors every day lately, and today will probably be no exception. I really want to eat a beef burger. It sounds delicious. I'd rather have a spicy snack burger. Take a bite. TSK. I'm still craving the crispy pork rice noodles from last week. If that's the case, I'd also like to eat steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer tail, and roast duck. Get out of here, you who's just reciting the menu. Drag him out and behead him. Are you treating the boss like a wishing well? Regular diners chatted and laughed to pass the time while waiting. 5 minutes before 1 a.m., Suchin arrived in his car. Upon seeing the familiar Cullinan, the long-waiting diners immediately became excited. The boss is finally here. Suchin parked the car directly in that parking space, then pressed the button to open the trunk, opened the car door, and got out. Today we're offering golden shrimp burger and deep sea cod burger. As usual, 15 each, limited to 2 per person. Pikachu was incredibly lucky yesterday. He managed to snag a spot at the Internet Cafe and made it into the top 10. He happily carried the hamburger and walked straight into Dashing Internet Cafe. He brought his wife and daughter with him tonight. Right now, the mother and daughter are sitting in front of the computer, watching a popular variety show with great interest. Honey, daughter, I've bought the hamburgers. The older brother walked over briskly and placed the hamburger on the computer desk. So there really is a limit of 2 per purchase? The woman stopped what she was doing, glanced at the hamburger on the table, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her face. Such delicious hamburgers, but there are only 2. It's definitely not enough for a family of 3. There's nothing we can do. The hamburger vendor's business is so good that they've set a limit on the number of purchases. Pikachu looked helpless. Daughter, try it first and tell your parents if it's delicious. The little girl nodded obediently, then ripped open the bag with her tiny hands and opened her mouth wide to the hamburger. She jumped up as if she'd been electrocuted, stomping her short legs on the ground, mumbling incoherently, "Hot, hiss. You got burned? Spit it out right now." Upon seeing this, The woman immediately became anxious. Don't want. Tasty. The little girl was very stubborn. After swallowing the cod piece, she panted and stuck out her tongue like a little dog. Pikachu was initially very worried, but seeing his daughter so lively and energetic, he knew it wasn't that serious. Little glutton. I wonder who he takes after. He probably takes after his father. The woman rolled her eyes in annoyance, and although she complained, she couldn't help but break off a piece of hamburger. The moment the shell shattered, scalding hot cod sauce splattered onto my fingertips. Oh, she cried out in surprise, but had already reflexively stuffed the food into her mouth. Chapter 377 Father is teachable. One bite. Inside the soft bread dough, the cod meat oozes out its sweet juices, mixed with the tangy flavor of tartar sauce and the creamy aroma of cheese, perfectly tantalizing a woman's taste buds. Ugh! The woman's eyes widened in surprise, no less than her daughter's. You and your daughter. Pikachu shook his head as he watched, but couldn't help but smile. His wife recovered and looked up to see her husband's bewildered expression and immediately spoke up. You should try it too. It's really delicious. This cod is like it's come back to life in my mouth, so fresh and delicious. Only then did the man, who was third in line in the family hierarchy, finally get a small scrap. The rich and savory flavor of the hamburger bursts forth in your mouth. Pikachu involuntarily closed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, before finally giving a thumbs up. It's absolutely delicious, amazing. The faces of the family of three all showed expressions of satisfaction. Can't we really buy 2 more? The woman stared longingly at the bag, still wanting more. This burger is so delicious that it's not enough to enjoy it alone, let alone for a family of 3 to share. Don't even think about buying 2 more. Even if I rejoin the queue now, I won't get a turn. Pikachu recalled the long queue outside and decisively abandoned the idea of queuing up to buy. There's still a shrimp burger left. Let's eat that first. We'll go get some barbecue later. At the entrance of the internet cafe, Su Chun began packing his things again. The air was still filled with the aroma of hamburgers. Around the same time as yesterday, all 200 hamburgers were sold out again. Those regular customers who couldn't get a hamburger began to feel sad. Wah, I didn't get any. I can't live anymore. Damn it. Why did I have to miss the last day? Zobin stood to the side, his gaze fixed on the empty incubator, and swallowed hard. In the past 2 days, he felt that he had been tempered into an iron will. Every day, he stayed close to Su Chun, busy helping to arrange the team and maintain order. However, he never got to have those 200 hamburgers that were right in front of him. Those tempting hamburgers, you can see them, you can smell them, but you just can't eat them. This kind of torment is really too agonizing. There are gains and losses. Thanks to Su Chun selling hamburgers at the entrance of the internet cafe, the business has been so good these past few days that it would make any internet cafe owner green with envy. There's an internet cafe called Blue Whale, and the owner is a guy surnamed Feng. This morning, Mr. Feng even came to see me. He offered to pay a fee to persuade the owner to let him sell hamburgers at his Blue Whale internet cafe for a few days. Zobin refused without hesitation. Are you kidding me? Do you think the boss is someone you can just sway? Just like now, he already knew that Su Chun wouldn't come again tomorrow, and most likely wouldn't come here to sell hamburgers again after that. Although I was reluctant to part ways, I didn't try to force them to stay, lest I ruin the goodwill I had with them. Zobin sighed, speaking with a hint of sadness. Boss, I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to eat your food again. Anyway, you've been a huge help selling hamburgers here these past few days. Thank you so much. Brother Zo, you're too kind. You've helped me a lot too. Wishing your internet cafe business booming and ever-growing success. Su Chun quickly replied. Oh, thank you, thank you. Upon hearing this, Zobin immediately burst into laughter. We hear polite phrases like, business is getting better and better all the time, but for some reason, they sound especially believable coming from Su Chun's mouth. Zobin quickly added, Boss, I also wish you all the best in your business endeavors, and that your business will get better and better. Upon hearing this, Su Chun's expression immediately became somewhat subtle. He understood that Zobin meant nothing by it. It was simply a blessing. But looking at the diners around them, running around and chatting, Su Chun felt that business shouldn't be too booming. Just completing the system's tasks would be enough. Otherwise, he would really be exhausted. A wonderful Saturday. It all started when Su Chin woke up and no longer had to worry about making hamburgers as soon as he got up, unlike the past few days. He shuffled into the bathroom in his slippers, brushing his teeth while casually picking up his phone. The moment the screen lit up, a notification appeared. 5 million had been deposited into my account. Su Chin stared at the string of zeros, expressionless, and spat out the foam in his mouth. It felt rather dull. System, such a straightforward reward as money is really unimaginative. Next time, I hope you can give me a controllable transformer. After Su Chin finished speaking, he waited expectantly for the text prompt to appear. 3 minutes passed, and the system remained unresponsive. Fine. Take it or leave it. Su Chin snorted coldly, not paying much attention. After breakfast, the father and daughter got ready and set off for a hike in the countryside. At the entrance of the scenic area, Nuonyuo waved her little hand and pointed to the right with great enthusiasm. Ready? Let's go. Standing behind her, Su Chin calmly turned the promotional map in the little dumpling's hand around. You took it upside down. The little dumpling's stepping motion abruptly stopped. Dad, why didn't you say so sooner? There were people watching. It was so embarrassing. The mountains were teeming with tourists in early autumn. Nuonyuo was like a wind-up claw machine, full of energy that seemed inexhaustible, bouncing back and forth around Su Chin. One moment it's squatting on the left, mysteriously observing the ladybugs on the leaves, and the next it's sticking its bottom out and crawling into the grass on the right, just to pick up pretty little stones. These things that adults find incredibly boring are things that children thoroughly enjoy. Su Chin could only remind her from time to time not to touch it carelessly, lest she cut her hand. Okay. Nuonyuo responded in a drawn-out tone, then immediately started humming a song and skipping along. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's hold hands. After only half an hour, the little guy, who was full of energy just moments before, started to act spoiled. Dad, you're walking too fast. She supported herself on her knees with her 2 little hands, panting, and complained in a childish voice from behind. That's not playing at all. You have to walk slowly to see the little flowers, grass, and ants. Su Chin's lips twitched as he looked at his daughter's serious expression. Okay, Dad will listen to you. Upon hearing this, Nuonyuo nodded in a mature and sophisticated manner. Very good, Dad is teachable. Next, the father and daughter slowed down to a snail's pace. Just as Su Chin suggested taking a break, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she sprinted towards the scenic area's supermarket at top speed. Daddy, I want this. And that too. And that one too. Su Chin looked at his daughter, who was carrying a pile of spoils and looking very energetic. No, you were faking being tired just now, weren't you? They were enjoying a hike, but somehow ended up buying goods on the mountain. Chapter 378, Save Me, Save Me. Sunday, after lunch. Su Chin then began to wait for the missions to refresh next week. However, he waited until nearly midnight, but still did not see any text prompts. Did the system suddenly have a change of heart and decide to give itself a day off next week? Su Chin suddenly felt delighted. If he didn't have to do any missions next week, where should he go on a trip? Come to think of it, I've never seen the sea before. Should I take advantage of the kids being in school and go to Hawaii, Maldives, Bali? Just as Su Chin started using his phone to search for first-class and 5-star hotels, suddenly, words appeared before my eyes. The task will be updated next week. From Monday to Friday, 18 to 2000 hours, sell milk tea in front of the foreign language primary school. Requirement 1. The host must wear a mascot costume for the sale. Requirement 2. When selling, the host must read out specific lines, and the customer must respond with specific lines in order to make the purchase. Unlock new costumes, lines, and recipes every day. Currently unlocked costume, plankton. Currently unlocked, caramel pearl milk tea. Host lines, hee hee little cutie, want some stolen delicacies? Customers lines, you evil plankton. You stole the secret recipe again. Let me try some. Su Chin stared at the words that appeared before him, and then everything went black. The location was still in the city, which was standard, but the rest of the information was really outrageous. He refused to believe it and turned his attention back to the mission information. Then everything went black again. This time, Suchin really couldn't hold back anymore. No, system, are you out of your mind? We can be down to earth, but can we please not be from the local government? Is this a task that carbon-based biological energy could come up with? He had previous experience wearing Shangxi-style vests and shorts and white headscarves, so he could barely tolerate it. But they still have to recite lines? What kind of ridiculous setup is this? Suchin stared at that line of dialogue, practically going crazy. Is this a line a human being could say? I reckon he'd be called to the mental hospital to arrest him the moment he opened his mouth. Even if they weren't arrested, they would definitely be killed on the spot. It's better to just be arrested. System, can't we be reasonable? This task of yours is too much. Suchin tried to reason with the system, hoping it would have a change of heart and modify the task content. Please do your best to complete the mission, host. I'm so angry. Suchin tried to suppress the urge to swear, but he couldn't. Who could possibly tolerate this? He couldn't help but imagine what his day of business would be like. He was wearing that ugly plankton mascot costume. A customer walked over, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Cutie, want a serving of this stolen delicacy? Huh, what a disgusting scene. Just imagining it sent chills down Suchin's spine, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He wished he could dig a forbidden city out of the ground with his feet. After writhing and groaning in the bathroom for half a day, Suchin sighed helplessly and could only start to use his internal CPU. On the bright side, at least I'm wearing a mascot costume, so no one can see my face and no one can recognize me. Secondly, there is no sales pressure this time. I just need to find a corner where no one will notice me and hide there secretly. As soon as opening time arrives, make a quick getaway. Don't linger for even a second longer. Now he's just praying that he doesn't run into those regular customers this week. If these people found out, who knows how they'd talk about themselves in the group chat. That's terrifying. My lifelong reputation absolutely cannot be ruined by this inexplicable mission. Monday morning at 8 a.m. Before the alarm clock went off, Suchin woke up. He sat up abruptly in bed, his forehead covered in cold sweat. They say that what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. I had a nightmare last night. In his dream, he actually became a rogue boss. It looked exactly like the one in the cartoon, a dark green body with a pair of long, thin tentacles on its head that throbbed wildly and couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard you tried. Although he was awake, Suchin was still lying on the bed like a salted fish. He lay there for a while before reluctantly lifting the covers and going to the bathroom to wash up. While washing up, Suchin slowly opened the system and selected ingredients to make milk tea. He should have ordered the necessary items last night, but the system's tasks were so outrageous that he was frustrated for a while before going to sleep. When selecting ingredients, the first item added by default is the plankton costume. The moment Suchin's gaze fell upon it, his facial features contorted, forming a perfect meme. Elderly people, subway, looking at mobile phones. This mascot costume is so ugly. Its greasy, bright green body was bumpy and covered with unsettling wrinkles. Its eyebrows and eyes drooped, its mouth was wide open, and it looked dejected, with two limp, worm-like antennae. The whole thing exudes an indescribable sense of sleazy. That's too abstract. Suchin stared at the mascot costume for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but dig his toes into the ground again. Help! Someone please save me. Suchin sighed, and with immense determination and the courage given to him by Liang Jingru, he accepted reality and prepared to purchase ingredients. As he made his selections, he secretly calculated in his mind. An idea suddenly popped into my head. Or we can just prepare enough for 10 cups of milk tea. Anyway, there's no set quantity. Once it's sold out, he can slack off, and I won't say a word to anyone who comes. Please do not slack off, host. Please do not slack off, host. 2 lines of text appeared in succession. Damn it, don't peek into my thoughts, you bastard. Suchin pursed his lips. There was nothing we could do. The system ruthlessly blocked us, and there was no such obvious loophole to exploit. We can only abandon those unrealistic ideas and order ingredients normally. Sir, it's time for breakfast. The room was filled with a rich aroma of food. A pot of congee with preserved egg and lean pork, served with soy milk and fried dough sticks, is simple yet delicious. While eating, Everyone started talking about setting up a stall this week. What are you planning to sell this week, sir? Do you need to prepare in advance? Seeing Su Chen's calm demeanor, Butler Ding became anxious instead. It really proves the saying, the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Selling milk tea. Su Chen sighed heavily. Half an hour later, the ordered ingredients arrived on time. Among a pile of ordinary, unremarkable food packaging, Su Chen immediately noticed an exquisitely crafted gift box. The gift box looked very high-end, tied with a ribbon in a bow. Su Chen stared at the gift box, speechless. Even a fool could guess that inside was that horribly ugly plankton costume. Well done, system. You really know how to manipulate people's mentality. Is it really necessary to make such an ugly mascot costume look so exquisite? Chapter 379. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. For Su Chen, every second he could delay facing the mascot costume was better than nothing. No matter how beautifully packaged it is, he would never open it on the spot. Thinking it over, Su Chen moved all the delivered ingredients to the kitchen to prepare today's caramel pearl milk tea. I checked, and the milk that Tongzi is providing this time is New Zealand milk. It is said to be made from the finest farms, fed using scientific methods, and processed through regular collection, making it extremely prestigious. The tea used is also exceptional. It's Lapsang Souchong from Wui Mountain. Alright, let's make some tea first. Su Chen found an electronic scale and weighed out the required amount of tea leaves. As for the water used to brew tea, tap water is not suitable. It has a bleach taste, so how can you drink the tea brewed with it? Moreover, water that stays in pipes for a long time contains a lot of iron. When the iron-ion content in the water exceeds 0.05%, the tea soup will turn brown. Furthermore, the reaction between chlorides and polyphenol in the tea will cause a layer of rust oil to form on the surface of the tea soup, resulting in a bitter taste. Therefore, it's better to use spring water. Su Chen took out a bottle of spring water from the delivered supplies and poured it into a measuring cup according to the ratio. Steward Ding found a small pot specially used for brewing tea, put it on the fire, poured in spring water, and brought it to a boil over high heat, then began to add Lapsang Souchong. After about a minute, you can turn off the heat. Of course, this is not the best time to steep the tea leaves. You should let them steep for another 2 to 3 minutes. The tea leaves must fully unfurl and sink to the bottom of the pot to be considered properly brewed, resulting in a beautiful reddish-brown, clear, and bright tea soup. At the same time, a deep and lasting aroma of pine smoke begins to permeate the air, just like being in a forest, with a freshness and tranquility unique to nature. Excellent tea. Su Chen couldn't help but murmur. Even if he is not very skilled in the art of tea, he can still intuitively feel the quality of tea just by smelling it. Su Chen scooped out all the tea leaves, leaving only the tea soup. When putting it into the tea barrel, he also added a certain amount of ice according to the ratio. The purpose of ice is to cool the tea, lock in the aroma, slow down the oxidation process of the tea soup, and prevent the astringent taste from being extracted. After finishing this, I'll turn my attention to the pearls. Normally, you would use ready-made pearls and just boil them briefly. But Su Chen has to do it himself here. Fortunately, making pearls is relatively simple. Pour white sugar and spring water into a pot, heat to a boil, and then add tapioca flour while stirring. Once I felt they were about right, I kneaded them into a ball. The dough should be kneaded to a consistency that is neither too soft nor too hard. First, roll it into a long strip, then cut it into small pieces of uniform size and shape them into round balls. The rolled pearls cannot be used directly. They need to be boiled first. Bring to a boil over high heat. Cook for 7 or 8 minutes until the pearls float to the surface and become transparent. Then remove them and soak them in brown sugar syrup for half an hour. Caramel sauce is also essential. When the honey and sugar melt into an amber-colored syrup at the bottom of the pot, pour in the hot butter and add a pinch of sea salt to enhance the flavor. Finally, there is assembly, which is divided into 3 layers. First, coat the inside of the glass with caramel sauce, then pour in ice cubes and brown sugar pearls. Pour milk into the middle layer, and then slowly pour in Lapsang Souchong tea along the ice cubes to create a gradient. None of the people present liked milk tea, so they shared a sip. It has the rich aroma of milk and the refreshing fragrance of tea, with just the right amount of caramel and a silky smooth texture, plus the delightful surprise of chewing on the tapioca pearls. One can't help but admire Su Chen's craftsmanship. Slurp, the combination of good tea and good milk, is just different. This cup probably costs several times more than a regular milk tea. Not only that, this tea is quite expensive. It really tastes good. A group of people got really into it, drank a lot of milk tea, and didn't even eat lunch. It's true that when I burp, my mouth tastes like milk. During the time Su Chen was making milk tea, regular customers have started a new round of searching for Boss Su, especially the local diners in the southern part of the city. They hadn't been able to eat it last week, so various cities were on their guessing list. But it's extremely difficult to find them with manpower. Then they joined forces and organized a support group for Boss Su's diners. It was specifically used to gather information and find Su Chen. Now it's not just a gathering place for fans in one city or one place anymore. Everyone finally has a unified command center. As a result, a major news story broke out shortly after the website was launched. I learned that Su Chen was still in Guizhou last week and sold hamburgers for a week. This disappointed everyone. Heavens above. How could no one have told anyone about such a big thing? They actually kept it a secret and didn't share the information with each other. A hamburger. It's a hamburger. It's happened in the same place twice in a row. Are we, the people of Nancheng, just going to be abandoned like this? Longtime rice noodle customers also felt aggrieved by this. There aren't enough hamburgers for the locals, and if you go late, you won't be able to get a computer at the internet cafe. It was almost 5 o'clock. Su Chen began making final preparations for the upcoming business opening. He put cups of milk tea into the insulated box and also prepared a small whiteboard and a trolley. Su Chen thought for a moment and then began setting the price. Caramel pearl milk tea 30 yuan per cup. This price is indeed slightly more expensive than in regular stores. But he felt it was perfectly reasonable, since he used high-quality raw materials and combined them with his craftsmanship, so the price was truly fair. Below the menu, add a few more lines of purchase instructions. The food sold in this food truck requires a specific incantation to activate. Welcoming spell. Hee little cutie, want some stolen delicacies? Purchase spell. Evil plankton. You stole the secret recipe again. Let me have a taste. Customers need to recite a purchase incantation before they can buy food. Please recite the incantation aloud to activate the deliciousness. After finishing writing, Su Chen couldn't help but slap himself on the forehead. Asking this question will only lead to social death. But it's essential to clearly inform customers of their purchase requirements. We can't expect them to guess, can we? Who could have guessed that? Even now, facing those 2 lines of dialogue that are so embarrassing they make you want to dig your toes in the ground again, I still can't look at them the same way. Tired, let's destroy it. Su Chen sighed and finally resigned himself to looking at the gift box. He hadn't even considered opening it since it was delivered. But now that it's been delayed this long, there's no way to delay it any further. Su Chen pulled off the silk ribbon and opened the lid. Inside was indeed a complete mascot costume. Because the costume was vacuum compressed, Plankton's head was deformed and looked even uglier. Su Chen simply stuffed the mascot costume into the car. It's not too late to put it on when we get to the store. We can't exactly parade around in this weird mascot costume. Just imagining that scene made him feel incredibly embarrassed. Absolutely not. Chapter 380. Special effects are coming out? It's almost 6 o'clock. Su Chen drove to the vicinity of the foreign language primary school. It was around the time when elementary school students were letting out, and the area in front of the school was quite lively. The competition among vendors selling grilled sausages, spicy chicken noodles, jianbing guozi, Chinese crepes, and hand-pulled pancakes is fierce. There were also vendors carrying all sorts of balloons, weaving through the crowd. Su Chen scanned the scene, trying to find someone like himself in the lively atmosphere. But after looking around, I couldn't find any characters with a unique art style like Plankton. Su Chen reluctantly withdrew his gaze. To avoid attracting attention and being recognized by regular customers, he specifically parked his car in an underground parking lot. Su Chen pushed a cart full of milk tea out. At this moment, he was mixed in with the many street vendors, and there was no obvious difference between him and the others. The people around were either busy attracting customers or focused on tidying up the goods on their stalls. Suchin looked around and soon noticed a good spot. That's the spot between two big trees. The two large trees have thick trunks and are positioned one in front of the other, which can block some of the views from all directions. This is definitely not a place that vendors eager to attract more customers would consider. But for Su Chun, it was practically a paradise for slacking off. He had absolutely no desire to parade around in a plankton costume. Su Chun parked the cart in this spot, then sighed and took out the plankton mascot costume. It's time to face this socially dead life. Su Chun reached out and opened the vacuum packaging bag. With a slight hissing sound, the mascot costume that had been compressed inside the bag instantly expanded. In particular, its originally flattened dark green body has been restored to its original appearance. Ugh, it's still so ugly. Su Chen's face showed a look of disgust. He suddenly realized that if it were just an ordinary mascot costume, he wouldn't be so conflicted. But who exactly invented Plankton? How about we drag him out and shoot him for 5 minutes? This Plankton costume is divided into two parts: the clothes worn on the body and the headgear. The clothes and pants are all fluorescent green, and to be honest, the quality is quite good. When worn, it feels weightless and does not hinder his movements in any way, providing a completely unrestricted experience. Then, Su Chun took a deep breath, picked up the large headgear, and put it on. Zip up the zipper, and you're all dressed in the mascot costume. Su Chun took a look, and although the system seemed to be manipulating his mentality, but it cannot be denied that the quality of this mascot costume is indeed high. He was initially worried that wearing the headgear would make him feel stuffy and uncomfortable, but after actually experiencing it, he didn't feel stuffy at all. The hood has concealed observation ports in the eyes. Although the surrounding vision is partially obstructed, the field of vision directly in front is still relatively clear, which does not significantly affect his ability to observe the movements of customers around him. Overall, the mascot costume might affect one's mood, but from a business perspective, it won't cause too much of a hindrance. Su Chun finally couldn't resist. He reached out, took out his phone, and turned on the front-facing camera. A humanoid Plankton makes a dazzling appearance on the camera. With droopy eyebrows, a wide-open mouth, and that wretched, lifeless look. This is fucking insane. Not far away, there was a young woman selling spicy chicken noodles. Originally, Miss Spicy Chicken Noodles saw Su Chun take out a mascot costume and start putting it on piece by piece. He watched helplessly as the boss gradually transformed into a rogue boss, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, is this handsome guy really working this hard? Why do you have to wear this ugly mascot costume just to set up a stall and sell things? There are plenty of vendors selling things around here, but nobody dresses up in such a peculiar way. At first, the spicy noodle girl couldn't bear to look at Su Chen's appearance, but she also felt that this thing was magical and couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. How strange, let me take another look. It still feels so strange. However, after watching for a while, Miss Spicy Chicken Noodles suddenly found it quite interesting. After all, she knew that there was a handsome guy hidden under that mascot costume, and the huge difference in appearance made her find it funnier the more she thought about it. Just then, a man arrived at the spicier noodle stall with his child. When the spicy chicken noodle lady saw that customers had arrived, she didn't even bother to look at the boss anymore and quickly went to greet them. Small portion is 1 piece. Large portion is 3 portions, spicy and non-spicy options available, all freshly made to order, clean and hygienic. The child ordered a large portion of non-spicy ramen. The young lady took the money and quickly handed over a serving, along with a pair of chopsticks. Ha. The moment the girl with the spicy chicken noodles turned her head, she caught a glimpse of Su Chun out of the corner of her eye, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. The sudden laughter surprised the older brother and the child, who all looked at her. The older brother looked completely bewildered, utterly baffled as to why the other person was suddenly so happy. The little boy next to me looked up with a curious expression and asked a question. "Sister, what are you laughing at?" "Oh, I'm sorry." The girl with the spicy chicken noodles finally stopped laughing, then pointed to Su Chun not far away and explained. "This is the first time I've ever seen someone dressed like that to set up a stall." The older brother turned his head in the direction the spicy noodle lady pointed, and after just one glance, he immediately rubbed his eyes. Holy crap! Have I been watching too much Douyin? At first glance, I thought special effects had appeared. The child glanced at it. His face instantly scrunched up, and he said, "What an ugly doll. It's not pretty at all." The older brother didn't pay much attention to the child's comments. It's good that it's not good looking. Plankton's hair looks like an aphid, and also a bit like Cantonese twin ponytails. In short, it's both ugly and mesmerizing, coupled with a dejected expression, which unexpectedly resonates with the current mental state of working people. These days, people are coming up with all sorts of tricks to sell things. I'll go take a look and see what they're actually selling. The older brother took the spicy chicken noodles, held the child's hand, and walked straight towards Su Chun. Before pushing the cart, Su Chun tried hard not to think about his current appearance. It's only 2 hours. Just grit your teeth and bear it, and it'll be over soon. This location is rather remote, and the view is mostly blocked by large trees. There probably won't be any customers for a while. After all, everyone likes to flock to conspicuous and lively places, so who would notice this little stall hidden in the corner? Just as Su Chun was thinking this, he saw a man leading a child walking towards his stall and finally stopping in front of the cart. Inside the hood, Su Chin's lips twitched uncontrollably. Seriously? We've only just opened. How come people are already here? According to the system's requirements, when a customer arrives, he must immediately recite the welcoming lines. Chapter 381. You're not the boss. Are you serious? The thought of saying those words made Su Chun so embarrassed that he dug a Disney castle out of his toes. Help! Host, please recite the welcoming lines as soon as possible. Even the system displayed text, urging them on. Things have come to this. Su Chun made up his mind, closed his eyes, and stomped his foot. Since I was wearing a thick mascot costume, no one could see my expression, so I just had to bite the bullet and go for it. At that moment, he was like an emotionless tool, mechanically reciting his lines. Hee little cutie, want some of this stolen delicacy? Halfway through his sentence, Su Chun couldn't help but stutter, but he managed to read the whole sentence out completely. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chun felt like his hair was about to stand on end. The man standing in front of the food truck, who was about to ask about the situation, was stunned when he heard this. A look of disbelief flashed across his face, followed by a visible look of astonishment. His mouth was slightly open and remained agape for a long time. Did I hear you wrong? What nonsense are you talking about? The older brother subconsciously replied, then immediately wondered if he had misheard. He stared at the two slits in the boss's eyes and couldn't help but say, "Boss, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Could you please say it again? Take a look at the purchase instructions yourself." Su Chun decisively refused and silently pushed the whiteboard forward. "What are you talking about? Say it again. Doesn't that mean he'd die twice?" The older brother hesitated before bending down. Only then did I notice the small whiteboard on the ground, and then I immediately saw the purchase instructions, which had the most words. The eldest brother's expression instantly became fascinating, his face a mixture of complex emotions. Hesitation, confusion, and shock alternated in his expression, and at first glance, his facial features appeared somewhat distorted. He raised his finger and pointed to the whiteboard, still not quite sure what he was seeing. "No. Boss, are you serious?" "Seriously." Su Chun spoke with certainty. "Anyway, he's already on the road to social ruin, and there's no turning back. Now it's someone else's turn." Thinking about it carefully, I actually feel a little excited. Damn it. Could it be that I've awakened some kind of special hobby? Damn system. A jumble of random thoughts flashed through Su Chun's mind. The older brother looked at the whiteboard again, with resistance, and silently read the customer's lines word by word in his mind. With each word he read, he felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet, making him feel uncomfortable all over, and goosebumps appeared on his arms. At the same time, he discovered that this strange, roguish boss was actually selling caramel bubble tea. Milk tea is just a little sweetened water, so it's fine not to drink it. Anyway, no matter what, he would never say such a stupid line to an abstract, rogue boss. I am a grown man. Just then, a clear and childlike voice rang out. "Hey Dad, I recognize all these words. You taught me them." The little boy pointed his finger at the whiteboard. He read it out slowly and deliberately. "The evil, wicked, rogue boss." The older brother's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with horror. He never expected that his son would recite those lines so fluently and beautifully. The older brother regretted for the first time that he was a Chinese language teacher, having taught his son so many Chinese characters at such a young age. The child had no idea what social death meant, nor did he understand the meaning of the sentence he was reciting. After he finished reading, he proudly tilted his head back and added a sentence. "Dad, did I pronounce it correctly? Was I good?" "Great." The elder brother was speechless and could only manage to utter this one word. However, he suddenly regretted not taking out his phone to take a picture right away. "Once this kid gets married, I'll find this video and stream it on a loop." Su Chen stared at the little boy, with only one thought in his mind. As expected of a new account, that takes real courage. "Boss, if my son reads it aloud, does that count?" The eldest brother stared intently at Boss Pai, his expression grave. He exuded an aura that said, "If you dare to say it doesn't count, I'll show you what's what." "Calculate." Su Chen nodded, but for some reason, he felt a little regretful. Seeing this, the older brother breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the whiteboard again. Caramel pearl milk tea costs 30 yuan a cup. Even the more expensive branded milk tea shops only charge around 15 yuan. This stall is run by someone who doesn't know the ropes, so the prices are a bit high. The older brother began to have doubts and hesitated whether to buy it. "But then I thought about my son's bravery earlier and decided not to buy him a cup. The sunk costs are too high." Thinking of this, the eldest brother said, "Then, give me a drink." As he spoke, he quickly took out his phone to scan the QR code and pay. "Okay." Su Chen responded and handed over the bubble tea and straw. The older brother took apart the straw, poked it into the milk tea cup, and gulped it down. The next second, his expression froze. This milk tea. The initial taste is rich with caramel sweetness, along with the aroma of tea and milk, and it is silky smooth and perfectly blended. He tasted it and found that the aroma of this tea was even more mellow than the tea he usually drank. Was it flavored with artificial flavoring? Sip through the straw, and you can even drink the pearls at the bottom. It tastes very fresh and doesn't taste like milk tea that's been artificially flavored or mixed. It tastes delicious. "Dad, I want a drink too." The little boy was craving the milk tea and was so eager that he kept jumping around. The older brother quickly hid the milk tea behind his back and said, "Sweetie, didn't you want to eat spicy chicken noodles? Eat the noodles first." Although the little boy was young, he was very clever and replied immediately, "I can drink milk tea first and then eat spicy chicken noodles." No, let's finish eating first. It's not a good habit to drink while eating." The little guy was a bit reluctant, but she obediently ate her spicy noodles, her eyes fixed on the milk tea in her father's hand. "The main idea is to have your cake and eat it too." Su Chen watched his older brother lead the child away into the distance, and finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning, but it is difficult in the middle and difficult at the end. He originally thought that after reciting his lines once, he would develop some resistance. But the truth is, that intense sense of social death has not diminished at all. Over here, the older brother, holding his son's hand, opened the car door. If their son hadn't been clamoring for spicy chicken noodles, they probably would have already driven home by now. When the wife saw her husband and son return, her gaze fell on the milk tea in her brother's hand, and she casually asked a question. "Weren't you going to buy spicy chicken noodles? Why did you buy milk tea instead?" The older brother hadn't even had a chance to speak. As soon as her son saw his mother, he excitedly exclaimed, "Mom, I just learned a new phrase, and Dad even praised me for being great." Chapter 382. Why are you here again? "Son, what phrase did you learn? Tell Mom." The woman smiled as she looked at the little boy, encouraging him to continue. "You evil plankton. You stole the secret recipe again. Let me have a taste." The little boy immediately read the lines again. The woman was initially stunned, but after regaining her senses, she questioned her elder brother. "No? What are you teaching your son?" The older brother looked completely wronged and hurriedly explained. "I really didn't teach my son that. It was at the bubble tea shop we just bought. You had to say that phrase to buy bubble tea. I don't believe you. How old are you? You're still so immature, and you're supposed to be a teacher." Seeing his wife roll her eyes, The older brother quickly handed her the milk tea. Hey, this milk tea is delicious, you should try it. Although the milk tea wasn't bought specifically for my wife, given the current situation, I'd better shut her up first. The woman glanced at it, feeling a little itchy inside. He took it. After gulping down a mouthful of milk tea, he immediately took several more large gulps. This thing is actually milk tea. She felt that in all the years she had drunk milk tea, there was absolutely no one that could compare to this cup. Lapsang Souchong has a smoky pine aroma, but the tea soup has a sweet, longan-like flavor. When mixed with New Zealand milk, it also has a distinct milky aroma. After being cooked, the pearls are chewy and bouncy, making it easy to tell that they are not machine-made. Wow, it tastes so good. Hee hee, I already said it was delicious, let me have another sip. The older brother, still wanting more, snatched the milk tea back and gulped it down immediately. The couple took turns enjoying the delicious food, each taking a bite. The main point is to raise children frugally and parents lavishly, while also ensuring the health of parents. Before we knew it, the cup of milk tea was almost empty. The little boy was trying hard to finish his spicy chicken noodles so he could drink milk tea later. When I looked up, I was shocked to find that the milk tea had vanished into thin air. Wah! My milk tea. You all drank all my milk tea. The little boy immediately realized what was going on and promptly showed his parents what a truly talented athlete was like. She would burst into tears without hesitation, crying so heartbrokenly. The older brother and his wife exchanged a glance, their faces filled with embarrassment. Don't cry, Daddy will take you shopping again, okay? The older brother quickly squatted down, trying to comfort his son, looking a little guilty. The woman chimed in with a few words of comfort, then glanced at her older brother and said with a hint of complaint in her voice, "Why didn't you buy a couple more cups? One cup isn't enough for anyone. It's my fault. The older brother couldn't argue back, so he could only take the blame upon himself. Fortunately, the woman wasn't really complaining. She was just saying it casually. She glanced at her son, who was still crying, and said, "Go and buy more. I'll stay here and soothe him." Upon hearing this, the eldest brother's expression became subtle, his features slightly distorted. "No way. Our son has to go buy the milk tea. I can't do it myself." What the hell? The woman was completely baffled by her brother's words. But since her husband was so reluctant to go buy milk tea alone, she had no choice but to send the three of them to the milk tea stall together. On the other side, just as Su Chan was about to sneak away to fish for a while, he saw two adults and one child, a family of three, walking towards him with a clear goal in mind. No, are you kidding me? Su Chan was puzzled. He had deliberately hidden behind the tree, so why was he still attracting so much attention? He looked closely and realized it was the older man who had just bought milk tea and left not long ago. Are you coming again? Does having children give you the right to do whatever you want? Before long, the family arrived at the stall. The woman's gaze fell on the whiteboard, and she stared at the line of words for several seconds before realizing that her husband hadn't been talking nonsense. This milk tea stall actually has such a bizarre requirement. These lines are so painful to read. How could anyone say something like that in public? But then she remembered that her son had just recited his lines as if no one else was around, and for a moment, she didn't know how to comment. Perhaps my son truly possesses the qualities of an emperor. Inside the hood, Su Chen's lips twitched slightly. But since we can barely be considered acquaintances, that sense of social estrangement has slightly decreased. He said in that emotionless tone, "He, little cutie, want some stolen delicacies?" The woman stared at Su Chun inside the plankton mask for 2 seconds, her expression becoming slightly distorted. The boss actually said those words. The older brother, standing to the side, still couldn't get used to it and couldn't help but tremble when he heard these words. He instinctively looked to his son for help and hurriedly said, "Sweetie, didn't you want to drink milk tea? Come on, say that sentence again." The little boy, tears still glistening on his face, glanced at the words on the whiteboard, then at his father, before turning his head away and saying defiantly, "I don't want to. I was the one who said it all. Now it's Dad's turn to say it." The older brother was stunned for a moment and couldn't hold back any longer. He never expected his son to pull such a stunt. This child. How could I possibly say something like that in public? Good boy, stop making a fuss. Be good, okay? Say this right now, and Daddy will buy you milk tea right away. The older brother gently coaxed him again. But I had a strong urge to take out my phone and record a video. I didn't have time to record earlier, but I think I'll be able to record this time. The little boy pouted angrily, his lips so thick they could hold an oil can. He shouted, "No, Dad broke his promise first. It's clear that Dad and Mom wanted to drink it too. You said that you should take care of your own affairs." His words were clear and logical, which surprised both the older brother and his wife. Holy crap, how did my kids suddenly become so smart? They're not so easy to fool. The elder brother was speechless for a moment. After hearing her child's words, the woman first looked at her son, then turned to look at her husband, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. It feels quite interesting and funny when my own man says something like that. Just thinking about it made her laugh. Honey, I think our son makes a lot of sense. You can do it yourself, the woman said with a serious expression. The older brother looked at his wife in disbelief. When they got married, they said they would grow old together, share hardships and joys. Now, just for a few cups of milk tea, my wife is actually pushing herself into the abyss of social death. Why don't you do it yourself? Chapter 383. Is it really necessary to be this ostentatious? The older brother noticed the strange smile on his wife's face and suddenly understood. This woman actually wanted to see me make a fool of myself. I can't live like this anymore. No, wife, you can't do this. The eldest brother was heartbroken. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself when you have a perfectly healthy son to do? Honey, say your lines. The woman became even more interested, and holding her child, she said, "My son and I are waiting for you to buy us milk tea." The eldest brother was extremely worried. He glanced at the awkward lines on the whiteboard, and his facial features contorted in pain once again. He felt that he had really sacrificed too much for this family. Boss, I'll buy a few more drinks, and let's not use that word, okay? The eldest brother stared earnestly at Boss Pai, trying to discuss things with Su-chun. Sorry, no. As Su-chun spoke, he secretly gave the little boy a thumbs up in his heart. This child is so adorable. What a good kid. He really knows how to screw over his dad. On this abstract path, another companion has joined us. The older brother stood in front of the food cart with a conflicted look on his face. Putting everything else aside, this milk tea was really delicious. Finally, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and recited his lines quickly in the same mechanical tone as Su-chun. You evil plankton, you've stolen the secret recipe again. Let me have a taste. A sentence so coherent that it doesn't even have punctuation. Uft. The woman couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying, "You teach Chinese. How come you read the words without any emotion?" The older brother turned his head and said angrily, "Then you do it." The woman was so happy that her lips twitched. But knowing the importance of knowing when to stop, he waved his hand and wisely stopped talking. Boss, is that enough? Looking at the plankton mask, the older brother felt that his mental state was just like that of the mascot costume. There's a kind of calm madness. That's enough. How many cups would you like? Su-chun was completely satisfied. Embarrassing situations like this require a lot of people to make them feel awkward. At least I was wearing a hood. 3 drinks, please. The older brother shifted uncomfortably. Since things had already come to this, he figured he might as well drink his milk tea first. Su-chun nodded and began packing the milk tea. While waiting, the older brother's mind was working. He suddenly thought for a moment and asked, "Boss, shouldn't this method of buying by reciting lines mean you can only buy one at a time?" Su-chun paused for a moment, his expression slightly complicated. Is this person addicted, or what? One time isn't enough. Does he want to do it multiple times? After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, "If you want to say it, I won't stop you." Then forget it. I just said it offhand, boss. Don't take it to heart. The older brother shook his head repeatedly, afraid that Su-chun would actually agree to continue reciting his lines. Su-chun silently continued packing. Actually, he had asked the system about this before. The system's response at the time was, the host can decide for themselves based on the business situation. The ideal business scenario is for a big spender to come in and buy all the milk tea. In this way, he only needs to read his lines once. Then he can leave work and easily end the business. But under normal circumstances, No matter how good the milk tea tastes, most people wouldn't buy too much at once. Most people would only buy 3 cups at most at a time, since it's just a beverage. Unless there are regular customers. At the entrance of the foreign language primary school, Gu Tian is holding a selfie stick and is live streaming. As a popular and attractive streamer in the gaming section, Gu Tian is very confident in her beauty, but her viewers in her live stream don't think so. As soon as she started her live stream, many viewers quickly clicked into the live stream room. Holy crap, this social butterfly is streaming again. Such a nice person, it's a pity he has such a loud voice. Is the streamer not going to the canyon to pamper his dad today? Is he planning to scare passers-by outdoors? I get it. So the crazy streamer is going to fulfill the bet she made a few days ago, right? Seeing the barrage of comments popping up, Gu Tian casually sent the news of the start of the broadcast to the fan group. After waiting for a while, the number of people in the live stream gradually increased, and it became lively. Suddenly, without warning, Gu Tian stared at the phone camera and burst into 3 loud laughs. Haha, family. I'm here today to fulfill my bet. As she spoke, it was as if she were performing magic. He took out a dragon robe, cape, crown, and a short suit with a bold dragon design from beside him and showed them off in front of the live stream camera. In an instant, the number of bullet comments doubled. 3 loud laughs, and the anchor suddenly falls seriously ill. Damn, is the streamer really planning to parade around like this? Good, good, good. As expected of the woman I've chosen, she's shameless. Gu Tian grinned, and continued to show off the imperial robe and cloak in his hands. The reason for this is actually quite simple. Just a few days ago, Gu Tian had a 1v1 duel with a viewer while playing games on his live stream. If Gu Tian wins, the viewers will have to give the captain a reward. If you lose, you have to grant one request from your viewers that isn't too unreasonable. The result was obvious. Gu Tian suffered a crushing defeat. Gu Tian had expected to be asked to perform a dance or have her makeup done in a really ugly way. However, what she didn't expect was, the request from this viewer was that she wear a mock emperor's robe and crown and do a live stream in a crowded place for at least an hour. This prop just arrived this morning. It was provided by that fellow viewer. For Gu Tian, wearing a yellow robe for a live broadcast is more acceptable than dancing or wearing makeup that is so ugly it's unbearable to look at. However, even though that's what I thought in my heart, I couldn't appear too relaxed and casual in the live stream. Gu Tian knew that live streaming was all about creating a contrast. If it was too easy, it would be boring and it would be difficult to get the atmosphere in the live stream going. So, she deliberately looked at the screen and pretended to be very embarrassed. Oh dear, my family, this is really too much. Do you think you're going to ruin my beauty like this? How am I supposed to wear this ridiculous outfit? I'd be mortified if I did a live stream in this. Can't you at least be a little more presentable? As Gu Tian spoke, his eyes were fixed on the scrolling comments on the screen. Sure enough, when viewers saw her like this, they all strongly urged her to wear the outfit in the chat, and various small gifts were constantly being sent to her in the live stream. Gu Tian glanced at the current number of viewers, sighed, and said helplessly, well, since everyone wants to watch so much, I, the streamer, have no choice but to agree. As she spoke, she reached out and put on the bold dragon pattern suit, draped the cloak over her shoulders, and fastened the crown. Finally, he didn't forget to put on sunglasses. Chapter 384 Bold. After some adjustments, a silly and ridiculous look appeared in the live stream. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with ha. Gu Tian took a brief moment to assess the situation. Picking up his phone, he said to the viewers in the live stream, all right, my beloved subjects, follow me on this expedition. I wonder if these elementary school kids here will give me any face. The live stream chat was naturally filled with comments. Host, please spare these flower buds. Haha, why not just say the line to any elementary school student you see? How dare you? Why don't you kneel before me? Hello, is this 110? There's a mentally unstable person around here. We suggest you arrest them. Wearing a dragon robe, Gu Tian exuded an aura of supreme power that shook the world, causing people around him to give way wherever he went. Any normal person, upon seeing a walking idiot talking incessantly into their phone, would instinctively choose to avoid them. It was a busy time of day, and there were many parents picking up their children around. The elderly people were all very cautious, afraid that this strange person might have some negative influence on their children. However, Gutian didn't seem to care much about it. Wearing the yellow robe, he loves no one. The sunglasses covering her face made her feel more at ease. Besides, the point of live streaming is to create topics and come up with all sorts of new things, otherwise who would watch it? As long as it brings a smile to the viewers' faces, what does this little incident matter? In the live stream room, the barrage of comments was flying, with a group of people constantly spamming 666 and saying things like, "The streamer is such a social butterfly." Gutian looked around and noticed the open space not far away. There were quite a few vendors gathered there, and many parents were with their children. "Let's go take a look over there and see how it goes." She decisively changed her target, flicked her dragon robe, and walked in that direction. Then, she once again became the center of attention. Whether you're an adult or a child, who could resist watching? Some children who had just finished school pointed at Gutian and laughed. Gutian didn't take it seriously and started thinking about what new tasks he could do next. There are quite a few stalls selling all kinds of snacks here. There was a ring toss stall not far away, and Gutian was considering whether to go over there. Just then, a couple walked towards us, holding hands with a little child, chatting and laughing. As they got closer, the little boy saw Gutian, paused for a moment, then raised his little hand and excitedly pointed at her. "Wow, there's a green cockroach over there, and over here, a silly goose." The little kid clearly didn't know how to say the words sand sculpture or silly. So, with a quick thought, he found something he thought was suitable to replace it. Upon hearing this, Gutian immediately lost his composure. Silly? What a terrible word. When Gutian heard the child call him silly, he immediately corrected him. "Little friend, I'm not some fool. Call me your majesty. Remember, the moment I put on the dragon robe, I am the king of this world." She deliberately pronounced your majesty slowly and clearly, and even struck a pose with pride. This family of three is none other than the man and his family, who were just at the milk tea stall. Upon hearing Gutian's words, the little boy tilted his head and glanced at her before decisively hiding behind his father. Then a little head popped out and stubbornly said, "Silly goofball." Those two huge, silly panda heads on the clothes. What else could they be but goofballs? Silly idiot. You're the silly one. Gutian felt both annoyed and amused, and subconsciously made a face at the child, trying to tease him. The child completely ignored her. Damn, he's really become a fool. At this moment, the woman checked the time and felt that there was no point in continuing to argue with this strange person, so she urged him on. "Let's go home quickly, or we'll get stuck in traffic later." As Gutian watched the family of three prepare to leave, a thought struck him, and he suddenly remembered the green cockroach the child had just mentioned. She was worried about not having any live stream material, and seeing the chat room filled with ha 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 comments, she decided to dig deeper into the clues about this green cockroach. So he hurriedly asked, "By the way, what did the little one mean by the green cockroach?" The older brother hesitated for a moment, worried that the other person might not recognize Boss Pie, so he simply pointed in a direction. "It's over there, between two trees. There's a milk tea stall. You'll see when you go take a look." After saying that, the elder brother's expression became somewhat subtle. Are people these days so carefree? Plankton and dragon robes. I just don't understand what these people are thinking. Okay, thank you. Gutian politely thanked his elder brother, then looked at the live stream. The live stream was flooded with comments like silly and silly. She wasn't angry. This was exactly the kind of effect she wanted for the show. "Family, plans have changed. I want to see which green cockroach dares to be on par with me." After Gutian finished speaking, he began to search for the two trees in the direction his elder brother pointed out. When Su Chun was choosing a location to set up his stall, he deliberately chose a rather inconspicuous spot. However, if you have two trees as your target, it is still easy to find them. Gutian quickly located the two trees and could vaguely see the cart behind them. "Charge. Let's teach the boss a lesson." Giving them a lesson? I think it'll just give the boss a fright. Curious. Did the boss wear a cockroach mask? The chat room was buzzing with activity, filled with a constant stream of comments. As Gutian read the comments, he replied while quickening his pace toward the cart. Meanwhile, at the milk tea stall, Su-chun was scrolling through his phone, feeling utterly bored. If only I could slack off like this until closing time, how wonderful that would be. He felt he was probably the only stall owner in the area who didn't want any customers. Ultimately, what kind of decent person would wear such a disgusting pride-like skin to sell milk tea? Not to mention, they have to recite lines that are sure to drive anyone crazy. He was never the kind of person who was outgoing and craved attention. Now they wish they had some kind of invisibility ability so that no one would notice them. To use a popular internet phrase, this week's sales tasks were downright hell. If it were a more outgoing person like E, they would probably have a lot of fun. Su-chun was lost in thought with his head down when he suddenly heard a loud scream from the front of the food cart. Holy crap! Upon hearing the sound, Su-chun subconsciously raised his head. The newcomer was dressed in a cloak and a full headdress. The sallow t-shirt and shorts featured a smug panda head printed on them, along with the words, "Bold. How dare you?" Su-chun almost cried out, but he managed to hold it in and only shouted it out in his mind. At this moment, Boss Rogue and the Emperor stood face to face, their eyes locked. An eerie silence immediately descended upon the surroundings. Chapter 385. I'll kowtow first as a sign of respect. Gu Tian stared intently at the ugly, rascal-like boss in front of him, his whole being cracking open. Holy crap! After all, it takes a bit of courage and a thick skin to walk around in public dressed in such an abstract way. Who would have thought that there's someone even more E-person than E-person? Above social Wiz syndrome, there's even social phobia. While marveling at the sight, Gu Tian couldn't help but lean closer to take a closer look at the boss. Goodness, the quality and craftsmanship of this suit are amazing. Even the tentacles move. You can tell they went all out. At the same time, the moment Sai appeared on the screen without warning, the chat room exploded with comments. Unexpectedly, the green cockroach that the little kid was talking about turned out to be a rogue boss. The whole scene looks like an outrageous mother opening the door for an outrageous person. It's outrageous to the extreme. Holy crap, there's a real expert among the crowd. I feel like I could never dream of such a bizarre and hilarious scene. Your Majesty, run. Looking at this thing too much will give you nightmares. Is this really not a script written in advance by the streamer? I absolutely refuse to believe it. This world is really too cruel for us humans. Your Majesty, I have taken a screenshot. This scene should be recorded in history. Absolutely stunning. All I can say is that the streamer is completely outmatched. This was a total annihilation. Are people really this competitive now that they have to work so hard to sell things at a street stall? The competition is insane. What kind of ugly things are you people buying? Is this guy a streamer too? The thought flashed through Gu Tian's mind in an instant. Who in their right mind would dress up as a gangster boss and come here to set up a stall and sell things? It has a distinct vibe of being a live-streamed prankster. She immediately and discreetly observed the stroller. His eyes scanned the area quickly, not missing a single corner, trying to find the phone that was taking pictures. Next, Gu Tian shifted her gaze to the side of the cart to see if there were any hidden filming devices. Su-chun's expression beneath the hood was extremely complex. He never expected that such a bizarre sales task would lead to encountering someone like him. It's true what they say, a big forest has all kinds of birds. Since guests had arrived, he had no choice but to receive them. Faced with such an eye-catching bag, Su-chun suddenly felt that the lines didn't seem so awkward anymore. Gu Tian searched around, trying to find evidence that Su-chun was a streamer, but naturally came up empty-handed. As usual, Su-chun said to Gu Tian, "Hee little cutie, want some of the stolen delicacy?" Gu Tian was stunned. What nonsense was this boss talking about? Did I hear wrong? Why did you suddenly say that out of the blue? Just as she was wondering what was going on, she glanced at the comments in the live stream. Holy crap, look at the whiteboard under the cart. You have to recite lines to buy it. Haha, these lines are just too bizarre. Waiting for the anchor to read the lines. If this wasn't scripted by the streamer, I'd eat it upside down. Seeing the flood of comments in the live stream, Gu Tian was stunned again. What are people saying in the comments? What's this about buying dialogue? She hadn't even noticed the part under the cart. Fortunately, the comments reminded him, and Gu Tian took a step back, took a closer look, and immediately thought to himself, Holy crap. Awesome. No wonder she just certified herself as having social phobia. The boss who came up with this way of selling milk tea is truly a genius. But these lines are just too bizarre. Would anyone actually be willing to recite lines like that? Gu Tian pondered to himself, and a small sense of eagerness stirred within him. However, as the saying goes, live streaming is all about contrast. Gu Tian knew that the more he acted contrary to everyone's expectations, the more he could liven up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. So, she deliberately said to the live stream, "My dear ministers, look at these lines. They're so strange. I really can't bring myself to say them. Please, my beloved subjects, do not make things difficult for me." Throughout history, has any emperor ever said such a thing? Su Chen stood behind the cart, watching the person in front of him dressed in a bold dragon pattern talking to himself on his phone. He immediately realized that the other person was live streaming. Holy crap. No way. If any regular customer sees this, will they have a good week? However, he quickly calmed down and realized that his current appearance was so green that even his own daughter wouldn't recognize him. As long as I don't speak, I shouldn't be discovered immediately. But just in case, it's best to have a backup plan. With that in mind, he decided to play it safe and pretend to be mute, avoiding speaking as much as possible and keeping a low profile. Su Chen stood quietly behind the cart, silently watching the person in front of him repeatedly refer to himself as Zhan, meaning I, the Imperial Emperor. Coupled with the silly panda head and the words bold, it becomes even more abstract and ridiculous. After talking to the live stream for a while, Gu Tian's eyes lit up and a new idea popped into his head. A sly smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, she pointed her phone at Su Chen and said, Handsome rogue, I see you have extraordinary talent. How about this? I'll promote you in the live stream, and you can skip those lousy lines." A roguish, charming. Su Chen was taken aback when he heard this address. What kind of ridiculous address is this? But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to make any sense, since I'm selling milk tea while wearing Plankton's clothes. As for his good looks, I can't argue with that. He's genuinely handsome in a roguish way. Faced with Gu Tian's request, Su Chen shook his head without hesitation, determined not to speak easily. What a load of rubbish. Being able to slack off is the best thing ever. Seeing that Su Chen did not respond, Gu Tian asked a few more questions, but Su Chen still just shook his head silently and did not say a word. Now, Gu Tian felt somewhat confused. She felt that someone like Su Chen, who had social phobia, shouldn't perform in public? Why won't you even say a word? Fortunately, Su Chen couldn't eavesdrop on Gu Tian's thoughts. If Gu Tian knew he had been labeled with social phobia, he would definitely deny it to the end. At this moment, the comments in the live stream chat were scrolling wildly like a tidal wave. Stop pretending. I can hear the excitement in your voice. Stop being so reserved. Just read it out already. Haha, what a hilarious duet. I can't wait for the streamer to read the lines. Just imagining it is so exciting. Planetroot X the True Emperor. I'm shipping this couple. No matter what others say, I'm shipping them now. Although humans are free to set their own pairings, I still suggest that anyone who ships this pairing should see the Imperial physician. Have something good to eat. Am I the only one who cares whether a 30 yuan cup of milk tea tastes good or not? Hurry up and read it out. I'll send you a gift. Chapter 386 Another round is unnecessary. In order to see Gu Tian recite her lines, some viewers started sending virtual gifts. From the moment Su Chen appeared in the live stream, the chat was buzzing with activity. A stall with such strange buying rules is truly unheard of. Looking at the lively atmosphere in the live stream, Gu Tian felt that the timing was about right. He then feigned a sigh. Very well, since my ministers are so enthusiastic, then I shall reluctantly comply. As she spoke, she cleared her throat, adopted an air of imperial majesty, and pointed to the whiteboard as she read aloud. You evil Plankton, you stole the secret recipe again. Let me have a taste. Puff. Su Chen's expression under the hood instantly cracked. Imagine a conspicuous man in a dragon robe uttering this sentence in a pretentious manner. This scene is just too bizarre, ridiculous, and outrageous. At this moment, he really wanted to ask a sincere question. Is there really no one in the world you care about? The live stream chat exploded again as Gutian read those words aloud. It's so entertaining. Back-end data shows that the number of fans has begun to increase steadily. Gutian looked at the ever-increasing number of fans and laughed so hard his face almost flew off. She never expected that going out to do a live broadcast today would lead to such a great opportunity with great potential. In order to repay the rogue boss who brought him the show's entertainment value, Gutian decided that if the milk tea was even remotely acceptable, she would sing its praises and help promote the business. In the live stream room, the moment Gutian began reciting her lines, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. This is so damn awful. The combination of this voice and the lines is pure torture. The longtime fans just smile and say nothing, knowing that the streamer is just waiting to cause trouble. It's always like this. I think the streamer should pay me for listening to this. Stop being so awkward, streamer. Is Plankton really running a legitimate bubble tea business? This is such an unconventional couple. It's so sweet. Plankton and the Emperor are perfect for fantasies. Gutian kept laughing as he watched the scrolling comments in the live stream. Such dense chat interaction has never occurred during regular game streams. This live stream was a gamble that paid off. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Gutian immediately ordered from Suchun, "Give me a cup of milk tea." After all, they've already recited their lines, so they should at least try the milk tea to finish the job. Suchun remained silent, nodded, and handed over a cup of caramel pearl milk tea. I opened the straw and took a sip. It tastes so good. Gutian loves drinking milk tea and has tried all the signature new products from various milk tea shops. People even go to other places to queue up just to buy a cup of milk tea that's popular online but unavailable locally. So she knows exactly how the milk tea tastes. Some milk teas have a very weak milk flavor, relying entirely on artificial flavorings, and the tea flavor is also weak, giving off a cheap taste. Some milk teas are quite expensive, made with high-quality tea leaves, and a single cup can be invigorating. But none of them taste as good as this milk tea. The caramel has a rich aroma but is not bitter, indicating that it was cooked just right, and even the aroma of the tea leaves has a sweet fragrance. The milk tea has a silky smooth texture and is not like watery milk. It has a delicate and rich flavor. Absolutely amazing. That 30 yuan was totally worth it. Originally, Gutian had planned that as long as the milk tea didn't taste too bad, she would put on a show of being intoxicated by its deliciousness. But at that moment, she had completely forgotten the camera's presence. Savor it little by little, carefully appreciating the aroma of tea and milk in your mouth. The fusion is wonderful. The bouncy pearls bounced and danced in her mouth as she sipped through the straw, and she couldn't help but smile. She was completely absorbed. There was absolutely no acting involved. This milk tea was genuinely delicious. It tasted far better than expected, even excessively so. Gutian didn't have a chance to speak until she finished her milk tea. She excitedly told the camera, "Let me tell you, this milk tea is absolutely delicious. I've never had such a good milk tea before. It's incredibly fragrant. The milk flavor and tea flavor are perfectly combined. The pearls inside are so incredibly bouncy. If my grandmother were to take a sip, her dentures would probably fly 10 miles away." As Gutian spoke, he looked at Suchun with a hint of surprise in his eyes. She initially thought this rascal boss was just there to cause trouble and create some attention-grabbing gimmicks, but she didn't expect him to be so capable. Based on how delicious this milk tea is, if they were to open a proper business, it would definitely sell out. This whole thing makes absolutely no sense. The chat room became lively again. This streamer's acting skills are far superior to 99% of other food vloggers. No arguments allowed. If you hadn't said the canned herring was delicious last time, I would have believed you. Did Pixnet give the streamer some money? How can they be exaggerating like that? Faced with these questioning comments in the live stream, Gutian suddenly became anxious. She felt that every word she had just said was from the heart. It's all my fault for always showing exaggerated reactions during my live streams, all for the sake of the show's effect. So much so that now, when I sincerely praise myself, people don't really believe me anymore. Gutian explained several times in the live stream, but it didn't seem to have any effect. The barrage of questioning comments continued unabated. She thought for a moment, then came up with a plan. She addressed the camera. Anyone nearby? If you don't believe me, come and try it for yourself. It's on me. If this milk tea isn't good, I'll wear this outfit and do a live stream for a month. The main reason is that after Gu Tian tasted the milk tea, she genuinely thought it was amazing and wanted to recommend it to everyone. In the live chat, someone quickly said that they were nearby and were willing to head there immediately. Seeing that some people responded, Gu Tian was afraid that some viewers might think that he had hired shills, so he added, "After the viewers arrive, I will randomly select 2 passers-by to invite as well. I'll say it again. If it doesn't taste good, I'll do this live for a month straight. I mean what I say, and I will never go back on my word." As she spoke, Gu Tian couldn't help but savor the taste of the milk tea once more. "I'm definitely going to win this bet. It will take a little while for nearby viewers to arrive." Gu Tian immediately said to Su Chun, "Boss, give me another cup of milk tea." She slapped her forehead as soon as she finished speaking. "I almost forgot the rules. We need to recite the lines again when taking orders, right? Su Chun, there's no need to read it again. There are no other customers at the moment, so the purchase qualification has not expired yet." The main reason was that Su Chun didn't really want to hear the other person's silly tone of voice anymore. He may not care about anyone else, but he cares about his own ears. Su Chun was about to speak when he heard the news. However, before he could even speak, Gu Tian started reciting the words. "You audacious scoundrel! You've stolen the milk tea recipe again. Bring it to me at once." Chapter 387, There's no such thing as a free lunch. Gu Tian added extra scenes for herself this time, even using the tone of an emperor giving a speech at court when reciting her lines. Su Chun felt a chill run down his spine. "No way. Sis, you started playing around with this? Why don't you come and take this lousy class?" He felt he shouldn't be in the car, but under it. This streamer is clearly having a blast, without any psychological burden whatsoever. How can a person be so arrogant? Su Chun was utterly amazed. The words of advice that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. Since the customers enjoy playing so much, he can't just force them to stop. They could only silently take the milk tea out of the insulated box. The live stream chat was quickly flooded with comments like, "The streamer is too immersed in the role," and suggests sending him to a mental hospital. Gu Tian nimbly took the milk tea from Su Chen's hand. Another slurp. Perhaps the bold words she made in the live stream had an effect. This time, there were far fewer dissenting voices in the live stream chat. Seeing how much the streamer enjoys his drink, my plum juice suddenly doesn't taste so good anymore. I quickly ordered a milk tea. The streamer's words made my mouth water, and I just couldn't resist. I had to satisfy my craving. I'm a longtime fan here. I feel like the streamer wasn't acting this time, mainly because her acting skills aren't that good. I really want to drink it too, but I just can't pronounce the word. After finishing half a cup of milk tea, Gu Tian was full of excitement and gave Su Chun a thumbs up repeatedly. "Pridek, your milk tea is absolutely delicious. I would call you the god of milk tea from ancient Greece." What the heck? Upon hearing this, Su Chun's lips twitched involuntarily a few times. Things ultimately turned out the way he least wanted to see. It's one thing for the streamer to enjoy himself while drinking, but he even made bets with the viewers during the live stream. Now this is bad. I don't know how many people will come later, or how many times I'll have to recite my lines. At this moment, passers-by finally noticed the commotion. Although Su Chun deliberately chose a relatively secluded location to set up his stall. However, Gu Tian never stopped moving around in front of the stroller, and with her eye-catching clothes and bag, it was hard for her not to attract attention. Some parents with children, out of caution, just watched from a distance. But several young people, after watching for a while, found it quite interesting and walked over one after another. Gu Tian was holding up her phone, and anyone with eyes could tell she was live streaming. The young people were a little embarrassed at first and didn't dare to get too close, just standing not far away. The group's eyes darted back and forth between the punk boss and the man in the dragon robe, completely baffled by this strange combination. Seeing this, Gu Tian realized that he had affected Boss Pie's business. So she quickly stepped back a little to make some space. Then she remembered that she had just said in the live stream that she would treat strangers to milk tea, in order to prove that her praise of milk tea was not an act. These people are just passers-by who walked right into our doorstep. Thinking of this, Gutian immediately perked up and said to the young people, I'll treat you to milk tea in exchange for you proving something for me, okay? People are very vigilant in today's environment. The young people did not immediately agree upon hearing this. Prove what? A young man with a buzz cut spoke first, his tone a mix of wariness and curiosity. That proves this milk tea is delicious. Gutian quickly explained, fearing the other party might misunderstand, and then added, You don't need to lie, just tell the truth. You just need to express your most genuine feelings after tasting it. The young people looked at each other, puzzled by what this meant. When businesses offer free drinks, it's usually because they want to get positive reviews and promote their products. However, the young man with the buzz cut didn't think too much about it. When he heard that someone was treating him to a free meal, he thought he was just taking advantage of the situation. This happened in public, and it was broadcast live, so there shouldn't be any problems. Then I'll have a milk tea. The young man with the buzz cut spoke as he walked confidently toward the cart. No problem, I'll cover the cost, but you have to follow the purchase rules. Gutian hid inside the hood, a wicked smile on his face. The viewers are probably tired of my performance. It's time to randomly select lucky passersby for some fun. The entertainment value of this show is truly endless. In the live stream room, when viewers saw Gutian enthusiastically offering free milk tea to strangers, the chat exploded with a barrage of humorous comments. Have some decency, streamer. After ruining yourself, you're going to harm innocent bystanders. We're just saying. This isn't a treat, it's a public execution. Case closed. Poor guy, he has no idea what he's about to face. It's over. The streamer has been completely possessed by Bold Dragon Picture and has successfully transformed into a fun person. Run. About the incident where I wanted to take advantage of a loophole but was forced to become a social outcast. The smile didn't disappear. It just transferred from the young man's face to mine. Human joys and sorrows are not shared, but social death is always hilarious. Ha! This move by the streamer is an explosive show. As Gutian watched the frantically scrolling comments, the corners of his mouth, hidden behind his mask, uncontrollably turned up in a wild smile. They say the streamer is inhuman, but they're all watching with great interest. Isn't that a classic case of saying one thing and doing another? Even through the screen, she could almost feel the anticipation in the hearts of the people in the live stream. If they weren't expecting it, would they have posted so many comments? The streamer was just doing what everyone wants to do, so how can that be considered inhumane? Purchase rules? What are those? The young man with the buzz cut was taken aback when Gutian mentioned the purchasing rules. Why do I need to follow any rules to buy a cup of milk tea? Just pay the money, and that's it. Is this some new prank tactic? Does this mean I'll have to pay for the milk tea myself later? Seeing this, Gutian pointed to the small whiteboard next to the cart. Here, take a look for yourself. The young man with the buzz cut looked in the direction Gutian pointed and began to read the text carefully, although it only took a few seconds to watch. But he didn't look away. Instead, his throat suddenly bobbed up and down as he swallowed. What the hell is this? Is this something a normal person would create? And to read it out loud in front of so many people in public, isn't that just incredibly embarrassing? Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. No, a free milk tea. Maybe I shouldn't drink this milk tea. Chapter 388 I can do anything. Gutian kept a close eye on the buzz-cut man's expression. Seeing the other person's features gradually contort and his face filled with conflict, he immediately understood that this guy was definitely backing down. After all, the ox is a relatively rare animal. Actually, she only acts more lively and outgoing during live streams for the sake of the show. In her daily life, she wouldn't always be this open and uninhibited. Seeing that the man with the buzz cut was about to make a run for it, Gutian felt it was time to give him a pep talk. She decisively stepped forward and stood next to the man with the buzz cut, her shoulder almost bumping into his arm. She deliberately used a very childish tone to loudly encourage him. My dear minister, wait. A true man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be timid because of mere lines? Don't be a coward. Show some spirit. Read it out. Don't embarrass yourself. The young man with the buzz cut glanced to the side and felt like he wanted to die. This isn't some kind of action-packed anime. What good are a few words of encouragement? Besides, it looks really weird that a woman dressed in a bold dragon-patterned outfit is encouraging herself to recite such abstract lines. No. I suddenly realized that I don't really like drinking this stuff. I'm on a diet. Even some slightly thin, buzz-cut young men said the same thing. It's just a cup of milk tea. There's no need to take advantage of this deal. Saving face is more important. Seeing this, Gutian felt a pang of regret. After all, the other party is just a stranger with no connection to me, so it's really not appropriate to force them. It's a pity that all the hard work put into creating this show's effect will likely go down the drain. Just then, the characters in the live stream room started flashing. Gutian glanced around and noticed that someone had directly sent 2 gifts worth 198 each. The comment read, "One of the gifts is a tip for a random guy on the street, as long as he's willing to read it out. Please transfer the money to the streamer right now." When Gutian saw this message, her heart skipped a beat. Wow, just for some entertainment, people are actually willing to pay real money. She took a closer look at the ID of the person who gave the tip. It was unfamiliar and not one of her longtime fans. Indeed, there are still too many people in this world who enjoy making a good time. Gutian immediately turned around and said enthusiastically to the young man with the buzz cut, "Someone in my live stream has tipped you. As long as you're willing to read the lines, 100 yuan will be transferred to you on the spot." As she spoke, she quickly took out her phone and showed it to the other party to prove that the matter was true and credible. The gift, valued at 198, would only amount to about 80 after the platform took its cut. However, at this critical juncture, there is no need to dwell on such trivial details. She would rather add some money of her own to make it 100 yuan, just to preserve the effect of this live stream. Upon hearing this, the short-haired guy was stunned again, his face filled with disbelief. Holy crap, you can get 100 yuan just by reciting one line? Is there really such a good thing? I was just thinking that it was really not worth it to buy milk tea. But that's 100 yuan. Strictly speaking, including the value of the milk tea, it's equivalent to 130 yuan. It doesn't seem like it's unacceptable. Besides, there are only so many words. You can finish speaking in just 2 or 3 seconds by closing your eyes and opening your mouth. Thinking about it this way, it actually seems like something that can be done. The guy with the buzz cut quickly calculated the costs in his mind, and after some deliberation, he soon convinced himself. At this moment, Su Chun, who had been silently witnessing the whole thing, almost flipped the table. No, are you kidding me? What is all this nonsense? First, they're buying people milk tea, then they're giving away gifts in the live stream and having random viewers read lines. Has anyone even considered their own feelings? Why is it so hard to slack off while fishing? Su Chun looked at Gutian in front of the cart and couldn't help but say helplessly, "This isn't appropriate." Wow, Plankton actually said 5 words at once. Gutian believed that Boss Pie must have been too moved. I was just a random streamer I met by chance, and I had no vested interest in them. They are willing to go to such lengths to promote each other's milk tea. Thinking of this, Gutian immediately waved his hand and adopted a carefree tone. "Oh, Mr. Rogue, you don't need to thank me so much. Such delicious milk tea should be enjoyed by more people." After saying that, he added another sentence. "You deserve it." Upon hearing this, Su Chun almost choked on his breath. "Is this what you meant to express? I'm so damn grateful to you." After quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the guy with the buzz cut relaxed his furrowed brows. His troubled expression disappeared, replaced by a cheerful one. "No problem. Do I only need to read it once? I can do it a few more times. It's perfectly fine. If you have any requirements, like a specific tone of voice, whether it's intonation or something disgusting and lewd, I can do it." Gutian, who was holding the selfie stick, shook her hand, startled. Wow, that's a really fast change of expression. It's practically a 180-degree turn. The old saying is indeed true. Money makes the world go round. The viewers in the live stream were also taken aback by the buzzcut guy, and the chat exploded with comments. "It's so good to be rich. You can even order content. Give me 100 yuan, and I'll say it again, not just once, but as many times as I want." To be honest, isn't this much easier than going to work? Just a few easy words, and the money is in hand. I can speak 8 languages, including English, French, German, and Spanish. As long as the money is right, anything is negotiable. Human beings' bottom line does indeed fluctuate flexibly at different price levels. Gutian snapped out of his daze and immediately said to the crew cut guy, "One take is enough. You can do as you see fit, it's not a big deal." The short-haired guy took 2 steps forward and came to the cart. Su Chun sighed silently and resignedly said, "He, little cutie, want a piece of the stolen delicacy?" "Yes, yes. You evil plankton. You stole the secret recipe again. Let me have a taste." The guy with the buzz cut didn't cause any trouble and recited his lines steadily. He just sounded exceptionally happy, and the corners of his mouth were practically impossible to suppress. After all, anyone would be happy to get such a great deal of freebies. After the short-haired guy finished reciting his lines, Gutian quickly paid the bill next to him. As promised, he transferred 100 yuan as a gift to the short-haired guy. "A milk tea, please." Hee. The guy with the buzz cut was in a great mood. Su Chun nodded and began packing the milk tea. At this moment, a few passers-by who were just watching the excitement couldn't help but be tempted when they saw how easily the buzz-cut guy earned 100 yuan. "Where else can you find such a good deal?" Your Majesty, can I also read the lines? And can I give tips?" someone asked. Chapter 389 is way too short. Is there any sponsorship from the boss? Upon hearing the question, Gutian turned his gaze to the live stream and asked a question. "Unfortunately, the customer who just tipped me shows no sign of continuing to sponsor me." She truthfully replied, "Sorry, no one wants to give tips now. But the promise to treat everyone to milk tea still stands. It's on me." That's understandable. If it just became a line recited for money, it wouldn't be effective. Over here, the guy with the buzz cut tasted the milk tea and was immediately amazed. "It's so delicious." Actually, he didn't have much hope before he started reciting his lines. With a boss dressed like a punk rocker and a streamer wearing a bold dragon-patterned outfit, this doesn't look like a legitimate street vendor at all. He thought to himself that he didn't expect the food to be delicious. As long as it was edible, it would be good enough. The moment he actually tasted the milk tea, he realized he had made a huge mistake. It tasted absolutely delicious. This thing is just milk tea that you can find everywhere on the street. What kind of garbage was the milk tea I used to drink? It tastes good, doesn't it? Gutian keenly noticed the buzz-cut guy's reaction and immediately went over to interview him about his impressions after drinking the beverage. Not just good, absolutely delicious. Really delicious. The guy with the buzz cut savored his milk tea, trying his best to use more adjectives to describe it. Unfortunately, his entire brain was occupied by the taste buds, and he didn't have the mental energy to think. "Unfortunately, I'm not well educated, so all I can say is that it tastes good." This is the most genuine feeling of the guy with the buzz cut at this moment. Just as the young man was completely absorbed in the delicious food, 2 more people suddenly came running over from a distance. "Host, I'm here to verify what you said. If it doesn't taste good, I'll tell you directly." 2 girls arrived, and as soon as they came over, they greeted Gutian with smiles. Upon hearing this, Gutian knew it was a viewer who had just left a message in the live stream saying they wanted to come over. She looked the 2 cute girls up and down, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, half jokingly and half seriously, "You two are the 190 centimeters hot-tempered little rascal and the military cheetah?" When someone left a message saying they wanted to come over, Gutian took a closer look at the ID. When she saw those 2 IDs, she naturally assumed they belonged to 2 boys. Especially the ID cheetah in the army, which exudes a mature and world-weary aura. She thought to herself at the time, the person who chose this name must be at least 50 years old, right? Who knew they were 2 cute girls? They looked quite young, maybe in their early 20s at most. The 2 girls nodded repeatedly, afraid that Gutian wouldn't believe them. They even took out their phones and showed him the page displaying their IDs to prove it. Gutian checked and confirmed that it was indeed correct. What kind of weird ID is this that doesn't match the description? Gutianrin almost fainted. What kind of streamer you are determines what kind of viewers you have. What a cheetah in the military. I thought my dad had come. There were so many funny moments today, I couldn't keep up with the laughter. The live stream chat became lively again because of the 2 girls' IDs. Gutian couldn't help but laugh a few times, then made a gesture of invitation. You should both know the purchase rules, so I won't go into details. Now, let's see what you two can do. Let me emphasize this again. Whether the milk tea tastes good or not, just give your honest opinion. Don't hold back. Our main focus is on authenticity. The two girls nodded to indicate that they understood, and then walked together toward the cart. Seeing someone else approaching, Su Chen sighed and said, "Hee, little cutie, want some of this stolen delicacy?" Watching Gutian recite those lines like a madman in the live stream room was quite funny and entertaining, and I laughed along with him for a while. Now that I'm actually standing in front of the cart and saying those lines, I realize how awkward it is. Come on, sisters, read it out. Gutian offered a timely word of encouragement from behind. The two girls reluctantly finished reading the order, exchanged a glance, and then ordered in unison. Su Chen nodded, took out the milk tea, and handed it to them. After taking one bite, the two girls' eyes widened in surprise. It tastes so good. Oh my God, is this milk tea fake? It tastes so good it's almost unreal. The two couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, completely captivated by the deliciousness of the milk tea. Although their expressions weren't as exaggerated as Gutian's, they were all genuine expressions of their inner feelings. Upon seeing this, Gutian revealed a smug expression and immediately began to act arrogantly in the live stream. See? I told you this milk tea bag is delicious. You can question my gaming skills, but you can't question my taste. Right now, in the live stream room. Holy crap, this streamer is too arrogant. Everyone, please unfollow. It makes my mouth water too. I really want to drink it, but unfortunately I don't live in the same city as the streamer. Wah, I'm not off work yet. The host asked the owner what time they would close, and said he would go and try it later. Will Bossy still be open for business here tomorrow? I'll go check it out tomorrow. With the personal endorsement of these three on-site tasters, there were almost no dissenting voices in the live broadcast room. After all, it's impossible to just find a random passerby and add two fans to achieve such superb and natural acting skills. Boss, what time do you close? Gu Tianxing rushed to the cart and asked Su Chen for advice. Afternoon, from 6 to 8. Leave early if you sell out. Su Chen still chose to use the fewest words possible to express his meaning. Closing up at 8 o'clock? Isn't that too early? Such delicious milk tea. Why doesn't it stay open for a longer period of time? There are still a lot of people around here. Gutian was stunned. He hadn't expected that this milk tea stall would only be open for 2 hours. That was way too short. Other stalls, which one doesn't try to extend their business hours as much as possible, until there's absolutely no one left before they leave. In the live stream, many people who couldn't get to the stall before 8 o'clock left messages in the chat, hoping that Gutian could ask the owner if they could extend the business hours. Boss, you can't run a business with such a lack of ambition. In that case, you can stay open for a little longer. Lots of people in my live stream want to try it. Upon seeing these comments, Gutian immediately sought to benefit the viewers and tried to persuade Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Are you kidding me? Extending business hours? He couldn't wait to close up shop after half an hour, then pack up and leave. Having no other option, Gutian had to settle for second best and asked, Boss Pai, are you still coming here to set up your stall tomorrow? Su Chen nodded and uttered a single word, come. Chapter 390. You come out here. I promise I won't kill you. Wow. Plankton, will it explode if you say just 2 more words? Gutian's cheeks puffed up with anger, just like a pufferfish. When I first arrived, seeing this boss dressed in a plankton suit, I thought he must be someone who loved to create pranks. But after this brief contact, I realized that it wasn't like that at all. This rogue boss is incredibly stingy with words. He'd say anything more as if it were a matter of life and death. Moreover, even though they know that staying open longer will definitely bring in more business, they are unwilling to extend their business hours. I really don't understand. She's so good at making milk tea. Why doesn't she want to earn more money? Gutian stared at the punk boss with a puzzled look, and several dangerous thoughts suddenly popped into his mind. I really want to take off his hood and take a look. Could he be a handsome guy? Gutian felt his fingers were itching to move. Looking at the amusing person in front of him, Su Chen suddenly felt a dangerous aura of his identity being exposed. He took a step back without making a sound, becoming wary. It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. This disguise absolutely cannot be dropped, otherwise the regular customers will definitely find it. Gu Tian hesitated for several seconds, torn between his inner thoughts, but finally decided to give up. It's mainly because it's so impolite. What if I get beaten up? Over here, the short-haired guy saw that Gu Tian had temporarily stopped talking to Su Chun, and his mind immediately turned to milk tea. He licked his lips and said impatiently, "Boss, I'd like to buy another cup of milk tea. Anyway, I just received a 100 yuan tip from the live stream owner, and it didn't cost me any of my own money." Upon hearing this, Su Chun sighed. According to the rules, he could only recite the welcoming lines again. The guy with the buzz cut was stunned. He thought he had only read it once before, but he didn't expect he would have to read it again when buying a second cup. However, the deliciousness of the milk tea was too irresistible for him, and since he had already mentioned it once, he wasn't as embarrassed this time. So he opened his mouth and read the lines again. Seeing this, the two girls next to them also said they wanted another drink. After all, such delicious milk tea is not enough to satisfy your cravings after just one cup, so you can't help but want more. It was just past 7 o'clock, and the milk tea was already sold out. This was something Su Chun himself hadn't anticipated. The main reason is that Gu Tian was stirring things up. With live streaming and loudly interacting with everyone, it's hard not to attract attention. Passers-by who were initially just watching gradually gathered around. In addition, Su Chun didn't prepare a large quantity of milk tea at the beginning. Moreover, many people are so captivated by the deliciousness of milk tea after just one taste that they feel they can't get enough and end up buying it a second time. In the end, 2 people left without buying any and looked disappointed. The area in front of the stroller fell silent again. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Su Chun quickly changed out of the plankton suit and stuffed it into the cart. His movements were clean and efficient. As it turns out, you really do get used to social anxiety. After reciting those lines so many times, Su Chun eventually became numb to it. Of course, this is under the condition that there is no other choice. If there is a choice, he would still choose not to say these lines. After tidying up the cart a bit, Su Chun ended his business for the day and went home. When they got home, Nuonyuo fell asleep before Su Chun could tell her a bedtime story. Looks like she got tired at kindergarten today. He gently stroked the little girl's hair. Good night. Then she quietly walked out of the room, only to realize that the business information for tomorrow had not yet been sent out. In the past, Su Chun would have held on to expectations and even proactively inquired about the system's business activities for the next day. But this week, he had absolutely no intention of asking the system what new tricks it would have tomorrow. Based on today's rogue boss and his lines, what good stuff can we expect tomorrow? Ideally, the system would just crash today, so he could have a proper vacation starting tomorrow and get away from these headache-inducing business tasks. Wishes are beautiful, but reality is always cruel. Just after 8 o'clock, lines of text suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Su Chun's eyes. Congratulations, host, on completing today's business task. New recipe unlocked, plum juice. Tomorrow's mascot costume is now unlocked, Shark B. Host lines, hey, I am King Shark B. Buy me a cup of plum juice, or I'll prick you with my tail stinger. Customer's line, that year, under the apricot blossoms and in the light rain, you said you were the king of Shark B, but in the end, I was wrong. Su Chun was shocked and confused, and then everything went black. What is all this nonsense? What is a Shark B? Where did they get this awful dialogue from? System, you bastard. Come out here, I promise I won't kill you. You're the Shark Bee. Your whole family are Shark Bees. Su Chun originally thought that after today's experience, even if a similar situation occurred tomorrow, he would be able to face it more calmly. After all, people develop a certain level of immunity after experiencing enough embarrassing situations. But at this moment, he realized that he had underestimated the system. I can't even be a little bit calm. Good grief. Tomorrow we not only face the prospect of social annihilation, but we also have to operate under the guise of being a Shark Bee, right? Just thinking about having to solemnly declare to every customer who comes in tomorrow that he is the Shark Bee King sent chills down Su Chun's spine. Please do your best to complete the mission, host. After the text was displayed, no matter how Su-chan called out, the system stopped responding. Is running away useful? It works. Su-chan sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do about this invisible and intangible system anyway. What else could I do but forgive this guy like a father would? Su-chan mentally took full advantage of the system before he felt a little more at ease. Fortunately, the experience that Sai had today did have some effect, and it wasn't long before he managed to adjust his mindset. The next day, Su-chan slept until noon before waking up. The ingredients were ordered last night and should arrive around this time. After a quick wash, he went to check on his ingredients. Among a pile of neatly packaged, normal food packaging, just like yesterday, appeared once again an exquisitely crafted gift box, tied with a beautiful ribbon in a bow. Without a second thought, Su-chan knew that it definitely contained the Shark Bee mascot costume. He was speechless as he looked at the gift box. Does this system really think that packaging this thing in such an exquisite gift box makes it a gift? Su-chan pursed his lips and casually placed the gift box on the trolley. Then, they began to move the ingredients to the kitchen in an orderly manner. Chapter 391 Who the hell wants to collect this? The plum juice we're selling tonight is actually quite simple to make. The main ingredient is dried plum, which is green plum that has been smoked or steamed until it turns black. The bag of dried plums that Su-chan was holding was a top-quality product given to him by the system. It was said to be hand-smoked by an old craftsman in the deep mountains of Sichuan and Chongqing, and it carried the aroma of aged charcoal. Compared to this, those commercially available plum juices made with industrial saccharin are not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Besides dried plums, the ingredients also include hawthorn, osmanthus, licorice, dried tangerine peel, mint, and rock sugar. Ume plums remove oil and grease. Osmanthus flowers resolve phlegm and disperse blood stasis. Licorice clears heat and detoxifies. Dried tangerine peel regulates qi and strengthens the spleen. Hawthorn lowers lipids and blood pressure, and rock sugar nourishes qi and moistens the lungs. With just these few things combined, it's no wonder that Emperor Qianlong liked them so much that he would drink some sour plum soup before and after meals. The first step is to soak the ingredients. Rinse the dried ingredients with cold water and wait for them to soak for half an hour. After soaking, put the old clay pot on the fire, pour in the soaked ingredients along with the water, and then add a ladle of spring water. It may be a bit pretentious, but the soup cooked with spring water is just so sweet and refreshing. Bring it to a boil over high heat, then reduce to a simmer. At this point, the sourness of the dried plum, the astringency of the hawthorn, and the sweetness of the dried tangerine peel gradually blend together in the bubbling water. Su-chan leaned against the stove, occasionally pressing down the residue with a spoon to extract the last bit of essence. Strain the broth after the first broth, then put the solids back into the pot, add water, and simmer a second time. Otherwise, the flavor won't be rich enough. The rock sugar used is old rock sugar from Guangxi. It's big, golden yellow, and has a just right sweetness, unlike white sugar which is overly cloying. Su-chan grabbed a handful and threw it into the pot. He stirred it with a spoon, and the sugar granules gradually dissolved in the amber-colored soup. He scooped up a spoonful, touched it with the tip of his tongue, raised his eyebrows slightly, and thought, "That's potent. It's so sour it gives you a jolt, but the sweetness is just right to balance it out, and the aftertaste has the medicinal aroma of dried tangerine peel and the smoky flavor of dried plum, creating distinct layers. However, the soup is too hot. After it is cooked, pour the plum juice into several glass jugs, sprinkle some dried osmanthus flowers, and then refrigerate it for 2 hours." The clock struck 5. Butler Ding went to pick up Nuonyuo. Su-chan glanced at the time and began making final preparations for tonight's business. The chilled plum juice has been poured into a glass, and a mint leaf is placed on top for a flamboyant garnish. After loading the things onto the car, Su-chan's gaze then fell on the gift box that had been neglected all afternoon. What's that saying again? You can dodge the first day of the month, but you can't dodge the 15th. It's time to see just how shark-like this bee really is. Su-chan took a deep breath and slowly opened the gift box. As expected, it contained a vacuum-compressed packaging bag, which was bulging. As usual, We changed into the mascot costume once we arrived at the store. Thinking of this, Suchin reached out and opened the car door, preparing to put the mascot costume inside first. When the door opened, Plankton's suit was still lying there quietly. Forehead. These planktonic organisms are a horrible green color. They're simply unsightly and upsetting to look at. The system should just recycle them. Perhaps sensing his inner thoughts, a line of text appeared before his eyes. The host may keep this as a memento and treasure it forever. Upon seeing these words, Suchin's expression instantly became tense. Holy shit. Who the hell would keep this as a souvenir? If such an ugly, rascal-like boss got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night and suddenly saw this thing, he'd probably be terrified. Moreover, it also carries various embarrassing memories from yesterday. Wouldn't every time I see it, I'll be reminded of it? System, I think you should just take it back. I don't want this thing. Suchin refused outright. However, no matter what he said, the system remained unresponsive. Having no other choice, Suchin could only take this mental pollution out of the car and return it to the house with a look of disgust. I found a fairly secluded spot, sealed it in a box, and thought that out of sight, out of mind. After tidying up, Suchin wrote down the name of the sour plum drink he would be selling today on the whiteboard. The plum juice was simple, but Suchin set the price high, 10 yuan a cup. Don't be fooled by the price. The ingredients used, such as dried plums and hawthorn, are all of high quality. The tangerine peel is even quite old. If you were to sell it in a pharmacy, it would definitely be worth more than that amount, making it absolutely great value for money. Not only that, the lines in the purchase instructions have also been changed to the 2 lines that were unlocked yesterday. Hey, I am King Shark Bee. Buy me a cup of plum juice, or I'll prick you with my tail needle. And that year, under the apricot blossoms and in the light rain, you said you were King Shark Bee, but in the end, you were wrong. Suchin looked at these 2 lines of dialogue and felt a faint sense of worry. Imagine the customer's reactions upon seeing these lines. I hope I won't get beaten up. After resting for a while, Suchin, with a heavy heart, drove towards the foreign language primary school. Meanwhile, at Gutian's home, Gutian was lying on his sofa, surrounded by all sorts of cute cushions. She stared at her phone screen, her fingers swiping rapidly as she chatted with her fans in the online chat group. Messages kept scrolling on the phone screen. Host, yesterday's live stream went so well. How about doing another one today? Yeah, I kinda miss Plankton. Host, there are no outsiders in the group. Tell me honestly, is the milk tea sold by Pixnet really that good? Planetary Boss X-Emperor, this is so sweet. I want them locked together. I'm planning to go get some bubble tea from Pixnet today. I missed it yesterday, what a pity. Looking at these messages, Gutian rolled over on the sofa like a salted fish. Then I typed rapidly in the group chat. Taking things without understanding their nature will only harm you. I'm a game streamer. What's the point of constantly doing outdoor live streams? I have aspirations too. Gutian really has no plans to continue streaming on Pixnet's channel. Yesterday's live stream was incredibly entertaining, but it was the first time I'd ever seen something like this and found it fun. If we were to rehash old ideas, not only would we find it uninteresting, but the audience would likely also experience aesthetic fatigue. However, this did not affect Gutian's longing for milk tea. Just thinking about the pure and rich taste of milk tea made her swallow hard and mutter to herself. How can milk tea taste so good? But won't drinking too much milk tea make you fat? Gutian looked conflicted. But soon, she came up with a foolproof solution: flip a coin. Thinking it and doing it, Gutian instantly perked up and jumped up from the sofa with a somersault. She searched high and low in the living room for a while, and finally, covered in dust, found a coin under the sofa. This coin had been hidden under the sofa for who knows how long. It was covered in dust and looked filthy. Holding the coin, Gutian didn't hesitate to announce, heads, drink, tails, don't. Chapter 392. Such is the will of heaven. After the rules were finalized, Gutian didn't even bother to wipe the coins. With a casual toss, the coin traced an arc in the air before landing on the ground with a clink. She quickly squatted down and took a closer look. Turn it up. Gutian. He stared at the coin for 2 seconds, then suddenly muttered to himself, TSK, this coin is too dirty. My guess is inaccurate. It doesn't count. After saying that, she turned around and ran to the coffee table, took out a wet wipe, wiped the coin until it shone, and tossed the coin into the air again. Ding dong. The crisp sound echoed once more. The coin landed on the floor, still tails up. Hiss. Gutian couldn't help but click his tongue. There must still be dust in the seams. She muttered something, picked up the wet wipe again, and vigorously wiped the coin. The coins made a crunching sound as she wiped them. After wiping, Gutian tossed the coin into the air again. Ding dong. The coin landed, and it was still tails. It's still not clean. Gutian got angry and frantically wiped the coin with a wet wipe. After wiping it clean, she angrily tossed the coin into the air again. The coin lands, and it lands tails. Ugh, I'm so angry. Are you deliberately trying to mess with me? I refuse to believe it today. Enraged by his impotence, Gutian unleashed a torrent of energy at the coin, sending it soaring into the air once more. Finally, after the 12th time the coin was tossed into the air, it tumbled a few times before landing on the floor. Front view. Since it is the will of heaven, I can only respectfully accept it. Gutian nodded in satisfaction, in a great mood, and happily began to change his clothes, preparing to go out. Only the coin remained, sitting quietly on the floor, seemingly telling a silent story. As darkness fell, it approached 6 o'clock. Suchun parked his car as usual and pushed the cart back to the spot where he had always kept his 2 loyal trees. As always, this place was not occupied by any other vendors. After all, other vendors come here to make money, so naturally they wouldn't choose to operate in this place. Suchun had a different purpose. He wished he could be invisible. After parking the cart, I took out the Shark Bee mascot costume. Tearing open the bag, a uniquely designed mascot costume was revealed. Bee-shaped antennae and shark tooth hat, adorable 3D wings, super cute bee tail, and silly, snarling shark slippers. Suchun looked the mascot costume up and down for a few seconds. Admittedly, judging from the design alone, it's much more modern than the previous Pixnet outfit. But when Suchun thought about the welcoming line he would have to say after wearing this mascot costume, he felt that this rather cute mascot costume was full of pure idiocy, which perfectly matched the name. That's so cool. Suchun sighed helplessly, but still gritted his teeth and started putting on the mascot costume. Not far away, the young lady selling spicy chicken noodles had already noticed Suchun's arrival. Yesterday, I finally mustered up the courage and made up my mind to go to Suchun's place to buy a cup of milk tea. But who would have thought that all the milk tea was already sold out? They didn't even give the company a chance to die. Today, Miss Spicy Chicken Noodles is determined to become the first customer of this handsome but roguish boss. Anyway, so many people already read those lines yesterday, so one more or one less won't make a difference. Just then, there were no customers buying sizzling chicken noodles at the stall, so it was free. The girl with the spicy chicken noodles was in a particularly good mood and walked briskly towards Suchun's cart. As she got a little closer, her gaze fell upon the whiteboard, which was quite different from yesterday's. The drinks and prices are clearly displayed above. Sour plum juice is 10 yuan a cup. The lady eating spicy chicken noodles was taken aback. This price wasn't cheap. Homemade plum juice should only cost about 3 yuan. This is more than 3 times the price. Before she could finish her thought, her gaze moved down and she noticed the purchase instructions below. The girl with the spicy chicken noodles looked incredulous, and her vision went black. Unexpectedly, not only did Plankton change his drinks today, but he even changed his lines. Moreover, these new lines are even more outrageous than yesterday's, making people feel even more disgusted. How could anyone say such a line? The girl with the spicy chicken noodles was screaming in her heart, feeling her toes starting to dig uncontrollably into her shoes. Everything is afraid of comparison. She thought she was fully prepared mentally. But only now did I realize that I had been too naive. On the other side, Suchun changed into his mascot costume. He twisted his body from side to feel it. I found that it was similar to when I wore the Plankton suit yesterday. It didn't affect my movements too much. Both arms were unrestricted, and my face was completely covered. After changing his clothes, Suchun was about to take out his phone to check his current appearance. When he looked up, he noticed that a girl was standing in front of the cart. Holy crap! The customer came in so early today. Suchin's heart skipped a beat, and his expression inside the mascot costume immediately turned sour. He wasn't even mentally prepared to welcome customers. How did business suddenly come in? What terrible luck today? Just as Suchin was about to bite the bullet and resign himself to reciting the welcoming lines, the spicy noodle shop girl standing in front of the cart couldn't keep up her composure when she saw Suchin dressed in a mascot costume. No wonder Plankton even changed his lines. It turns out he changed his mascot costume too. That's incredibly dedicated. Are the costumes and lines updated daily? The moment she thought about reciting the lines on the whiteboard, the courage that Miss Fire Chicken Noodles had finally mustered vanished without a trace. No, I absolutely do not want to be the first person to experience this kind of social death today. Besides, the drinks have all changed today. Since we can't have milk tea, let's not drink it for now. Thinking of this, the spicy noodle girl didn't hesitate for a second and immediately turned around and fled. Hey, I am. Suchin had just uttered a few words when he noticed the customer in front of him suddenly turn around and run away. His brain reacted instantly, and he hurriedly cut off the rest of his words. I almost read it all out loud. What a close call. Suchin couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Watching the other person's hurried departure, he stood there, pondering something in his mind. It doesn't seem necessary to start reciting lines as soon as someone walks up to the cart. Maybe the customer is just passing by and taking a casual look? It's best to wait a few seconds to observe the other person's reaction and make sure they are genuinely interested in buying before reciting your lines. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste to experience a social death for nothing. Chapter 393 is over. This is hopeless. The diners fled in panic. This was exactly what Suchin wanted, and he even felt a little bit of happiness. If all the guests who come today are as considerate as this person, taking a quick look and leaving, that would be so much easier. Suchin was thinking to himself with great satisfaction. Not far away, the older brother appeared again with his family of 3 at the entrance of the foreign language primary school. We've already agreed that this time my son will read the lines. I'm not reading them myself. The older brother held his son's hand tightly, turned to his wife, and emphasized repeatedly, his eyes revealing a certain determination. Yesterday's embarrassing experience left him with lingering fear, and he never wanted to experience it again. Okay, I got it. Chuckles. The woman smiled and nodded, but when she thought of how ridiculous her husband looked reciting his lines yesterday, she couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Don't laugh. Forget about yesterday. The older brother gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a grotesque expression, and glared at his wife as if feigning anger. The little boy was happy, skipping and jumping all the way home. He didn't expect that his parents would come to pick him up from school together again. Upon hearing his father mention the lines, the little guy immediately raised his head excitedly and proudly exclaimed, "Dad, I can recite them. I can recite them." The evil punk hedgehog. Upon hearing this, several parents with children nearby cast surprised and puzzled glances at the man and his wife, looking them up and down. The woman was initially cheerful, but upon noticing the strange looks from others, her smile froze on her face, and her expression became somewhat awkward. Seeing that things were not going well, the older brother grabbed his wife's arm and his son's hand, and they made a quick getaway. The family of 3 walked a short distance before the older brother slowed down. He suddenly sighed and said with a helpless expression, "If people at my school knew that I taught such lines, I would lose all face." As they talked, the family of 3 unknowingly approached the spot where Suchin had set up his stall yesterday. I could see those 2 familiar trees in the distance, and the cart parked under them. The eldest brother's face immediately lit up with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Did the boss change his clothes? The woman had sharp eyes and immediately recognized that the person standing behind the cart was not the familiar punk boss. I guess so. It's quite unique. It's a shark. The older brother chuckled twice, but abruptly stopped himself from speaking. "Dad, what are you sharking?" The little boy blinked and asked with an innocent look on his face. "Shark." The older brother hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't dare to say the word shark be. After all, his son is still young, and he felt it was inappropriate to expose him to words that might cause ambiguity so early, even if they were just homophones. The couple exchanged a glance, and suddenly a bad feeling arose within them. They quickened their pace, and after taking 2 more steps, they could clearly see the words on the whiteboard on the stroller. Plum juice. Why isn't the price of milk tea listed? Are you not selling it anymore? The older brother looked completely bewildered. My gaze continued downwards, and when I saw the purchase instructions on the whiteboard, my pupils dilated in shock, and I felt a tightness in my throat. The woman froze on the spot, looking incredulous. This? The older brother swallowed hard, looking utterly bewildered. The woman couldn't help but rub her forehead and say, "It's one thing for the boss to change the drinks, but why make the lines? This is just too much." Yesterday's lines, though awkward, sounded all right when read by the kids. They even seemed quite innocent at first glance. But it really won't work today? The woman looked at the words, "Shark be king," on the sign and thought for a moment. If my son learns this phrase and blurts it out in elementary school or in public, the consequences would be unimaginable. As a mother, I wonder what people will say behind my back. The little boy looked completely innocent and bewildered, unaware of his parents' dilemma and embarrassment. Hearing his father read out the menu, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands happily, saying, "Dad, I want plum juice." Upon hearing his son's words, the elder brother broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly squatted down, trying to comfort his son. "Sweetie, this plum juice might not taste as good as yesterday's milk tea. Let's drink something else. Is bawang tea any good?" Although the little boy was young, he knew how to tell whether something tasted good or bad. He tilted his head, thought seriously for a moment, and then blinked his big eyes as he asked, "Is it as good as yesterday's milk tea?" That's impossible to answer. Looking at his son's innocent little face, the older brother couldn't bring himself to lie against his conscience. They're worlds apart. How dare they compare to yesterday's milk tea? As the woman watched her husband squatting on the ground, earnestly comforting their son, she inadvertently glanced at the words, "In the end, it was all for naught," written on the whiteboard. For some reason, I suddenly feel that this sentence is quite fitting at this moment. "But son, they're not selling milk tea today." Seeing this, the woman quickly joined in trying to soothe the child. "Milk tea is delicious, and sour plum juice is delicious too. Little boys can be very stubborn sometimes. The milk tea I bought from the shopping cart yesterday was delicious, so this plum juice must be just as delicious. Oh no, this is hopeless." The eldest brother looked distressed and began to consider whether he should exercise his rights as a father, such as forcibly taking his son away. After all, this can't go on forever. At most, my son will just cry and fuss for a while. It's much better than dying here from reciting those awkward lines. Gu Tian headed straight for the open space near the foreign language primary school with a clear goal in mind. "Hee plankton bubble tea, here I come." Even from a distance, she could see that familiar spot where the familiar stroller was parked. But standing behind the stroller was a mascot costume that was not very familiar. Swelling of the liver. Gu Tian went straight to the cart, but when she saw Su Chun, she swallowed back the words "rogue boss" that were about to come out. She stood there, stunned, her mind blank for a moment, almost unable to process what was happening. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Tian stared at Su Chin's brand new mascot costume and began to have doubts. What should we call this? Calling him Shark Boss doesn't quite sound right. Calling him Boss B feels a bit strange. You can't just call him Boss Shark B. That would not only sound incredibly impolite, but it would also sound like you're swearing. Gu Tian stood there, speechless for a moment, racking his brains but unable to find a suitable address. The next second, her attention was drawn to the small whiteboard on the stroller. "Huh, did you change the drinks? Wow, they even changed the lines." She exclaimed in exaggerated surprise, a look of eager anticipation appearing on her face. Chapter 394. You are the wind, I am the sand. The moment Su Chin saw Gu Tian, his heart sank completely. Although Gu Tian wasn't wearing that eye-catching, daring dragon-patterned outfit today, Su Chin still recognized the woman at a glance. It was that terrifying emperor from yesterday. My own calamity has arrived. Su Chin's heart died for 2 seconds. But then he thought that today's lines were even more outrageous than yesterday's. Maybe they could embarrass this old lady and make her run away? After waiting for a full half-minute, Gu Tian showed no sign of leaving. Instead, he stared intently at Su Chun with an expectant look in his eyes, his gaze full of urging. Finally, Gutian couldn't help but speak up. Boss, you're going to say your lines. Suchun. My expectations were dashed. Hateful. Suchun had no choice but to sigh silently, trying to clear his mind and block out all emotions. Hey, I am King Sharkbee. Buy me a cup of plum juice right now, or I'll prick you with my tail needle. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. The feeling of embarrassment that made his toes clench into the ground was, well, let's just say it was incredibly awkward. He desperately wanted to shout out his emotions. Ta! Sharkbee King. That's hilarious. Upon hearing this, Gutian couldn't hold back any longer. She stood in front of the cart and burst into laughter, unable to straighten her back. Because there was no live stream this time, Gutian was more focused, so he could keenly detect a certain embarrassment and resistance in Suchun's tone and rhythm as he recited his lines. Even the boss himself couldn't stand the lines. What a weird person. Then, Gutian cleared his throat and deliberately struck an exaggerated pose. She glanced at the lines again, a sorrowful expression on her face. She clutched her chest, her body trembling slightly, and feigned sadness as she said, "That year, amidst the apricot blossoms and light rain, you said you were the Sharkbee King, but in the end, it was all in vain." Suchun's expression was strained even while hiding inside the mascot costume. This guy is such a drama queen. If you love acting so much, why don't you become an actor? Why do you have to be a live streamer? Suchun was so embarrassed that he secretly scratched the stroller hard with his fingers a couple of times to relieve the awkwardness. Boss, your delivery of lines isn't good enough. You need to have that domineering aura, like King Sharkbee. The customer's lines weren't good enough either. It would be better to change it too. You're a bee, I'm a shark. Let's become shark bees and fly home. Gutian, still not satisfied, didn't forget to offer his critique of the lines. Suchun. He pretended not to hear, trying to maintain his composure, and changed the subject. How many cups of plum juice would you like? 2 cups, please. Are you out of bubble tea? Gutian still held a sliver of hope, so he asked one more question. What if they also have milk tea? After all, I came here specifically for the milk tea. This is all I have. Suchun said sparingly. Okay, fine. I hope it tastes as good as yesterday's milk tea. Gutian looked regretful. After all, she was a little disappointed that she couldn't get her hands on milk tea. But since we're already here, it wouldn't hurt to try the new products. If this new product doesn't taste good, you should definitely persuade the owner to put the milk tea label back on the whiteboard. Suchun nodded and handed it over. The moment the plum juice entered his mouth, the icy sensation assaulted his tongue, sending a shiver down Gutian's spine. It tastes sour at first. The mellow sourness of dried plum and tangerine peel hits you head-on, not as sharp as lemon, but with a smoky richness, a deep and domineering sourness, like a blow to the taste buds, instantly stimulating a mouthful of saliva. Then, a sweetness quietly crept in. The sweetness of the melted rock sugar gently neutralized the sourness, resulting in a mellow and pleasant sweetness. Upon closer tasting, the fruity acidity of hawthorn brings out a subtle astringency, which is steadily supported by the medicinal aroma of dried tangerine peel, resulting in a lingering sweet aftertaste. This isn't the cheap, sweet, and sour taste of mass-produced sugary drinks. It's a classic flavor that's been simmered to perfection. Gutian felt all his senses were activated, and he became extremely excited. Boss, this is unbeatable. How am I supposed to face any other sour plum drink now? It's refreshingly sour, subtly sweet, thoroughly cool, and leaves a lingering fragrance of osmanthus. Gutian praised him to the skies. Anyone who didn't know better would probably think this guy was a shill that Suchun had specially hired. Not far away, the older brother, still shaken, slowly removed his hand from his son's ear. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and saw someone reciting lines over the stroller. He immediately covered his son's ears. That's how they prevented their son from being contaminated by Sharkbee. This place is far too dangerous. However, even though the little boy didn't hear the lines, he still couldn't resist the temptation. Dad, I want to drink plum juice. The little boy tilted his head back, and as soon as he opened his mouth, 2 drops of saliva dribbled down the corners of his mouth. The older brother and his wife were also incredibly craving it. Gutian, in particular, is like a walking megaphone and billboard. Standing in front of the cart, he rattled off praises like a machine gun, never stopping for a moment. This boss is really something. The drinks taste so good. Why can't he just sell them normally? Why does he have to do all this unnecessary stuff? The older brother stood there, his mind in turmoil. I want to drink, but I don't want to recite the lyrics. My dear husband. The woman's voice was drawn out, carrying a hint of coquetry and probing. Upon hearing that familiar tone, the older brother immediately understood what his wife wanted to say. I gave you your lines yesterday. Now it's your turn. The older brother resolutely refused. I already forced myself to do it yesterday, so it should be my wife's turn this time. Oh dear, I'm shy. I'm so embarrassed. The woman was taken aback by the straightforward response. She hadn't expected her husband to react so quickly, shutting her up in an instant. So how could I possibly have the nerve? Wait. Who are you calling shameless? The older brother replied irritably, his face full of dissatisfaction. The couple stared at each other, neither wanting to go over and read the words. Having no other option, the woman suddenly had another idea and said, How about this? Let's let our son decide who goes. The older brother thought about it for a moment and felt that this method seemed pretty good. He nodded and agreed with the idea. The couple looked at their son together. The woman said, Son, who do you want your mom and dad to go buy you plum juice? You can choose one, okay? The little boy was stunned by what he heard, his eyes filled with confusion. Does this little brain really not understand what the difference is? Could it be that the plum juice dad bought tastes different from the one mom bought? The little boy tilted his head, his small eyes scanning his parents up and down. Then, his gaze slowly fell on his mother. Upon seeing this, the elder brother raised an eyebrow, couldn't help but smile, and felt instantly pleased. Ha 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 ha. I was mortified yesterday, and now it's finally my wife's turn. Chapter 395. Too soon to be happy. The woman's face stiffened. Seeing that things were not going well, he immediately put on a pitiful expression and said, Son, Mom stood all day at work today, and my feet are so sore. Can I stay and keep you company? Big brother. Holy crap, what a cunning woman. They actually pulled this trick. Upon hearing this, the older brother quickly moved closer to his son and said, Son, Dad is also very tired today. He's been sitting in front of the computer all day. Let Mom go buy it. However, upon hearing this, the little boy retorted in his childish voice. Daddy said that a real man shouldn't complain about being tired so easily. Daddy is a real man. Daddy will go. The older brother's expression immediately fell. There's no way to refute that. After all, he had instilled in his son the idea that a man should be brave and responsible, so he couldn't contradict himself in front of his son and say that he wasn't a man. I was too happy just now, thinking I had escaped a disaster, but I didn't expect to fall into the pit again. The woman felt somewhat embarrassed seeing her brother's discomfiture, so she quickly switched to a gentle, almost tender tone, encouraging him. Honey, you're the pillar of our family. In my sons and my hearts, you're the best. We're counting on you this time. The little boy followed suit, saying in his childish voice, Daddy, please. All right, we've already come this far. Even if the eldest brother was 100 times unwilling, he really couldn't find a reason to refuse. There was no other way but to grit his teeth and agree. Fortunately, the woman didn't really want to see her husband make a fool of himself. She looked at a stall not far away that was filled with all kinds of children's toys, and her eyes lit up as if she had found a savior. Honey, if you're really embarrassed, how about this? You go buy a cartoon mask and wear it before you go buy some plum juice. The older brother turned his head and looked in the direction the woman was pointing. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that the idea seemed pretty good. Wearing a mask to recite those awkward lines so that others can't see your face definitely doesn't feel so scary. Thinking of this, the older brother turned around and strode towards the toy stall without saying a word. Upon arriving at the stall, he immediately asked, Boss, give me a mask that can completely cover my face. The toy stall owner was taken aback. He had been setting up his stall at the school gate for so long, and this was the first time he had encountered someone who, when choosing a mask, didn't care whether it looked good or not, but directly asked for one that could completely cover their face. Could this person be planning something shady? The toy stall owner hesitated for a moment, looked the man up and down, and saw that his clothes and appearance were quite normal, and he didn't seem like a bad person. I decided it was better to avoid trouble. After thinking for a moment, the owner turned around and rummaged through a box behind the stall. A short while later, he took out a cartoon pig head mask. This mask is a size larger than other ordinary masks, and it does cover the face very well. The older brother didn't fuss over it. He figured the mask would meet his needs, so he quickly paid for it. He put the mask on his face and instantly felt much more at ease. After adjusting the position and confirming that everything was okay, I walked towards the stroller. Gu Tian was drinking plum juice when he heard a light footstep beside him. He subconsciously turned his head to look and was immediately stunned. What came into view was a pig's head mask. She couldn't help but take a couple more glances, and then, out of politeness, she took 2 steps back to make room for the other person. Su Chen was also taken aback. Yesterday, a bold dragon figure appeared, and today, a pig-faced man showed up. Why is this place full of strange people? He muttered to himself, but seeing the other person heading straight for the cart, he knew he couldn't avoid it. He had no choice but to grit his teeth again and try to clear his mind and not think too much. Hey, I am King Shark Bee. Buy me a cup of plum juice right now, or I'll prick you with my tail needle. The eldest brother, wearing a pig face mask, clenched his fists tightly and, just like yesterday, began to recite the words quickly in that tone devoid of punctuation. That year, amidst the apricot blossoms and light rain, you said you were the king of Shark Bee, but in the end, it was all a misplaced trust. Su Chen was still feeling awkward after reciting his lines, but upon hearing that familiar tone, he immediately recognized it. Isn't this the guy who came with his child yesterday? That tone, you can't be wrong just by listening to it. Looking at the figure in front of him again, Su Chen felt increasingly familiar with it, and could basically match it up. The older brother finished reciting the words with his fists clenched, feeling extremely uneasy. The embarrassment almost overwhelmed him, so to distract himself, he silently began reciting poetry in his mind. I had just recited one line when I suddenly heard someone burst out laughing next to me. Gu Tian glanced at Su Chen, then turned his gaze to his elder brother. You two, one a pig-headed idiot and the other a shark bee, are both so cute and goofy. You're a perfect match, huh? Su Chen. Big brother? Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, Su Chen's expression immediately became tense, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It's not that you're being presumptuous. The older brother was wearing a pig-face mask, so his expression was obscured, but his fists were clenched even tighter, and his knuckles were turning white from the force. How many cups of plum juice would you like? Su Chen spoke up in time, successfully saving his elder brother's slightly broken emotions. 6 cups. This time, my brother learned from yesterday's mistake when ordering food. You have to order enough drinks at once, so you don't have to come back later if you don't have enough. After saying that, he took out his phone and silently made the payment. Gu Tian watched Su Chen and the customer next to him wearing a pig-face mask with great anticipation, hoping they would find it funny. But to everyone's surprise, the two of them acted as if they hadn't heard anything and didn't react at all. Shaw, you don't understand humor. Gu Tian pursed his lips, trying to justify himself, before turning his attention back to the plum juice in his hand. The bottom of the cup is covered with tiny osmanthus blossoms. A gentle sip releases a delicate fragrance that bursts between the lips and teeth. Hiss, that feels so good. Gu Tian looked excited and turned to give his older brother a thumbs up, eager to express his approval. This, brother pig, you have a good eye? Stocking up on 6 cups at once is really worth it. Upon hearing this, the eldest brother froze on the spot. Pig brother? Who is Pig brother? I was just wearing a pig face mask. How could you even change my surname? The older brother instinctively wanted to refute, telling the other party that his surname was not Zhu. You can see that Gu Tian is completely absorbed in drinking. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, sighed wearily, and decided to let it go. Arguing with this girl would probably give him a stroke, and he didn't think he shared the same thought process as her. Chapter 396, Is This in Chinese? Gu Tian had made a fool of himself. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take out his phone, take a picture of the contents of the whiteboard, and send it to his fan group. She typed frantically as she walked. This plum juice is incredibly delicious. So delicious it'll make you feel like you're flying. Everyone get some. The moment the photos and text were posted, the group chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Holy crap! Why are these words different from yesterday's? What kind of lines are these? Shark be king. Ha ha ha. Punk Hedgehog is quite a talent. If the streamer doesn't go live now, will he get killed again? Where's the milk tea? Are you out of milk tea? I was planning to try it after get off work, but now? I'm sorry to bother you. In the end, it was all in vain. Although Su Chun has changed to the Sharkbee skin today, he shouldn't be called Punk Boss anymore. However, Gatian still felt that the new nickname, Sharkbee Boss, sounded too much like an insult. So he was too embarrassed to say it in the group and simply didn't bother to correct everyone. Anyway, everyone in the group knows who it refers to, so it doesn't matter what they call him. She looked at the constantly scrolling messages in the group and selected some to reply to. The lines have changed, but the milk tea is gone. Tonight's game live stream will not include outdoor segments. It's really delicious. You won't regret trying it. You can't just spout a line off the cuff. Aren't you always spouting more and more nonsense in your live streams? Su Chun saw that Gatian had finally left and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person who was having fun didn't do another live stream on the spot. Seeing that his elder brother was about to leave, Su Chun thought for a moment and decided to give him a reminder. If it's for a child, 1 cup is enough. It's quite cold. His reminder was entirely out of pure goodwill. The older brother, who was about to turn and leave, swayed upon hearing these words. It's impossible for one's own mask to have the words "married with children" printed on it. The only reasonable explanation is that the boss recognized him. The awkwardness that the older brother had finally managed to calm down surged up all at once again. He immediately quickened his pace and fled the scene. 1 minute later, at a distance of 300 meters from the stroller, the son was the first to grab the straw and start drinking. "Dad, it tastes so good," the older brother said self-deprecatingly. "It tastes good, doesn't it? I traded my pride for it." "Oh, don't say that. You're a great contributor to our family, the pillar of our household." The woman immediately offered a few words of comfort, while also pulling her son along to provide her husband with ample emotional support. "Dad, you're awesome." The little boy spoke in a childish voice and even offered his cup to his older brother. Ouch! Looking at his son's little face, the older brother felt as if his softest spot had been struck, and he immediately surrendered. "For the sake of my adorable son, let's not talk about this anymore." The older brother laughed, and the embarrassment and slight resentment in his heart disappeared instantly. He then took a sip of the plum juice that his son handed him. The moment it entered his mouth, the older brother was stunned. He almost blurted out, "Holy crap!" But luckily he reacted quickly enough to stop himself in time. He swallowed the rest of his sentence and changed it to, "Oh my God, it's so delicious." The woman gave her a "thank you for changing your mind" look. Then, the expressions of the family of 3 became synchronized, a picture of pure bliss. Just then, a young woman rode by on her electric scooter. Not far away, a family of 3 was happily drinking plum juice around a table facing the street. They drank it with great relish. The girl became more and more excited, quickly parked her electric scooter, and hurried towards the family of 3. She insisted on finding out where the plum juice was bought. The older brother drank many mouthfuls of plum juice, each mouthful bringing him immense satisfaction and making him feel refreshed and relaxed. The little boy nodded repeatedly, clearly enjoying the drink, and even jumped up and down a couple of times in excitement, brimming with joy. "This boss is amazing. The milk tea was so delicious yesterday, and the plum juice is so good today. How does he make it?" The woman couldn't help but feel deeply moved. "Who knows?" The older brother shrugged, still harboring a slight resentment. "These drinks are absolutely delicious, but the process of buying them is just too much trouble. If only this owner could just run his business honestly at his stall. Even if the prices were a little higher, he would be willing to pay for the drinks given their quality." A girl passing by couldn't resist any longer. She mustered up her courage, moved closer, and asked shyly, "Excuse me, could you tell me where you bought this plum juice?" Feel sorry. However, unexpectedly, because she was so hungry, A drop of saliva spilled from the corner of her mouth while she was talking. She hurriedly raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, cursing herself inwardly for her mouth being so useless, embarrassing her at a time like this. The older brother turned his head and happened to see a passerby hurriedly wiping the corner of his mouth. Just walk along this road and find a spot with 2 trees. There's a cart there, and the owner is dressed in a mascot costume. The older brother was quite understanding, so he pretended not to notice and pointed in the direction Su-chan was pushing the cart. Okay, thank you. The young woman politely thanked the man and was about to get up to push her cart when she was suddenly stopped by the woman. Wait a minute, if you want to buy plum juice. Oh dear, honey, you have to explain to them. Women are meticulous and didn't forget the rules for buying the stroller, feeling they should at least remind her. The girl on the street looked bewildered, not quite understanding what was going on. Buying a bottle of plum juice is as simple as paying and receiving the goods, isn't it? Why do I need to explain this in detail? My brother was so engrossed in drinking that he didn't even consider this aspect. Only after being reminded did I suddenly realize that there was such a thing. But then I thought, how am I supposed to explain this to someone? I can't exactly read those lines out in front of people. That would be too embarrassing. Besides, my son is right there. It wouldn't be good if he learned it. The older brother hesitated for 2 seconds, then suddenly had an idea. He casually picked up the pig face mask he had just used and said to the girl on the street, why don't you take this mask and go buy one? The girl on the street looked at the pig face mask in the man's hand, completely bewildered. What is that? Why do you have to wear a pig face mask just to buy a sour plum drink? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. The girl on the street looked confused, her eyes shifting back and forth between the mask and the man, suddenly realizing how difficult it was to understand Chinese. Just take it for now, whether you use it or not is up to you. You can return it to me when you come back later. As he spoke, the older brother forcefully shoved the pig face mask into the hands of the girl on the street without saying a word. Then, looking at the other person solemnly, he said in a serious tone, Don't underestimate this pig face mask. It can give you courage. Random girl. Chapter 397. Hello. I'm happy. We're all happy. The girl started to panic. No, I just wanted a glass of plum juice. How did it suddenly become related to courage? Judging from the way my brother was talking, it sounded like she was planning to go on a $0 shopping spree. This is too exaggerated. I'm a law-abiding citizen. The little boy didn't understand what the adults were saying at all. But seeing her parents do this, she copied them, calling out in a childish voice, Sister, go for it. Random girl. She was completely bewildered by this family of 3. Her mind was a jumbled mess, filled with questions. With a look of utter disbelief, he followed the direction his older brother pointed. When I came to my senses, I found that there were indeed 2 big trees not far ahead, and a cart was quietly parked under the trees. Although I still can't understand the strange things my older brother said, since we've already come this far, I might as well buy it first. The girl quickened her pace, but as she got closer to the cart, her steps suddenly slowed. Finally, it stopped 2 or 3 meters away from the stroller and stood still. Their gazes first fell on Su-chan, who was wearing a Sharkbee mascot costume, behind the stroller, and then moved to the small whiteboard on the stroller. She hadn't even recovered from her previous confusion when she was suddenly plunged into even greater bewilderment. What is this? What exactly is this? The girl on the street stared intently at the whiteboard, feeling as if a chasm had appeared between her and the world. Is this the kind of bizarre way people set up stalls these days? The boss was dressed as a mascot and hiding in the back, which was already outrageous enough. But then there was this part where we had to rehearse lines. Moreover, are those lines displayed on the whiteboard really things that can be said openly and honestly? It's absolutely an eyesore. The girl's face instantly darkened, and her first thought was to slip away before the cart owner noticed her. She felt incredibly embarrassed if she stayed any longer. But should we just give up on this delicious plum juice? The girl on the street was extremely conflicted, and her gaze unconsciously fell on the pig face mask she was clutching in her hand. In that instant, she understood. It turns out that the man was absolutely right. This was based on experience. If you wear this mask and recite the lines on the whiteboard, it does seem easier to say them out loud. The girl on the street promptly put the pig face mask on her face. Whether it was the effect of psychological comfort or not, the moment she put on the mask, she felt that she was not so resistant anymore. He then walked firmly toward the cart. Suchun had already noticed the customer who was struggling in the distance. At first, he was secretly pleased to see the other person suddenly stop and not approach. Someone who's this indecisive and hesitant is definitely not the type to back down easily. They might just give up after a couple of glances and walk away. Isn't this better for everyone? If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have liked to speak up and encourage the other person. It's not your fault if you can't read your lines. The fault lies with some unscrupulous and troublesome system. Suchun was still thinking about it. Then they saw the other person suddenly take out a pig face mask, put it on, and walk over. Seeing that familiar pig face mask appear before his eyes once again, Suchun felt completely overwhelmed. No, how come there are still these things? Could it be the same one? This pig face mask is neither good-looking nor cute. Its only advantage is that its face is wide and large, and it is covered up quite well. It can't be that popular, with everyone having one, right? Suchun sighed helplessly and could only bite the bullet and recite his lines. Hey, I am King Shark Bee. Buy me a cup of plum juice right now, or I'll prick you with my tail needle. The girl on the street instinctively touched the mask on her face and responded nervously and shyly. That year, amidst the apricot blossoms and light rain, you said you were the king of shark bees, but in the end, it was all in vain. After saying this, she felt her face burning, but thankfully she had a mask on, so no one could see it. After finishing their rehearsal, Suchun immediately asked, "How many drinks would you like?" The awkwardness in the girl's heart hadn't even had a chance to fully develop before Suchun's question abruptly interrupted it. Her attention immediately shifted to the whiteboard. I was so focused on how to pronounce my lines that I didn't even notice the price. Looking at it now, I was surprised again. 10 yuan is a bit pricey. But considering that I had just mustered up the courage to finish reciting those lines, wouldn't it be a waste of time if I gave up just because of the price? No. Drink. You have to drink. After making her decision, the girl immediately said, "I'll have a drink." Good. Suchun nodded and quickly packed up the package. But curiosity got the better of me, and I couldn't help but ask, "Did you just buy this mask? Or, oh, a gentleman just lent me the plum juice when he knew I was there to buy some." The girl on the street told the truth. I felt that when I returned the mask, I should thank the person properly. To be honest, when that man handed her the mask, she had a fleeting thought. Am I dealing with a lunatic? Suchun on the other side was also genuinely surprised that this pig-faced mask actually carried a legacy. After one person finishes using it, it's passed on to someone else who needs it, right? After satisfying his curiosity, he didn't have any other thoughts on the matter. After all, I'm selling things while wearing such a strange mascot costume myself, so I can't very well not allow others to wear a mask to ease the awkwardness. Come to think of it, this method seems to be quite effective. Suchun himself felt that it was much easier to accept saying those bizarre lines to a pig-face mask than to a human face. A win-win situation is achieved when everyone is happy and no one is happy. 9 o'clock in the evening. Lu Sitong, who had been working overtime until this late, exuded a strong, office slave vibe, as if she had been thoroughly marinated. She typed the last word with a heavy sigh of relief and slammed the proposal to her boss. If this version still doesn't pass, she feels she might really act impulsively and shove the keyboard directly into her boss's mouth. After all, a person's patience has its limits, and she was nearing her limit. While waiting for her boss's reply, Lu Sitong picked up her phone. She vaguely remembered that her best friend had just sent her a message, but she was busy working on a project and didn't have time to check it. Based on past habits, best friends would most likely arrange to have dinner together or something. However, if you're asking me to have dinner today, I'd better forget about it. At this moment, Lu Sitong just wanted to get home quickly, lie on the sofa, do nothing, and be a carefree couch potato. Unless it's Boss Su setting up his stall. Chapter 398. Don't get excited. However, her best friend wasn't a regular customer of Boss Su's, so Lu Sitong just thought of it casually. She habitually opened Boss Su's fan club and tapped a few times to see if there were any business updates from Suchun this week. After looking through the records and finding no relevant information, I opened my best friend's chat interface with a bit of disappointment. 2 voice messages were clearly displayed in the chat box. Lu Sitong clicked on the first one. Hey, I am King Shark B. Buy me a cup of plum juice right now, or I'll prick you with my tail needle. That year, when the apricot blossoms were in the light rain, you said you were the king of Shark B, but in the end, you were wrong about me. Ha. Lu Sitong suppressed the chill that welled up inside her, completely baffled by what kind of madness the other person was going through. These nonsensical lines sound like the person has something wrong with their brain. She decided to tell the other person her true feelings, and quickly typed on the screen, replying, "Are you sick? Hee, don't you think these 2 lines are funny?" To my surprise, my best friend replied very quickly, her words brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Lu Sitong couldn't help but roll her eyes, her fingers rapidly tapping on the screen. What a load of rubbish. Did you watch some low-budget remake? Small workshops really know how to use materials aggressively. After sending it, she pursed her lips, her heart filled with worry for her best friend's mental state. Imagine a drink that tastes amazing, but you can only drink it by reciting these 2 lines in public. Would you be willing to recite them? My best friend then sent another message, posing a question. Would I do that? These words are so offensive to look at, let alone pronounce them. I, Lu Sitong, would rather die of thirst outside than utter such words for a sip of water. Lu Sitong typed in boxes, and the more she thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. Although he responded verbally, he couldn't help but secretly ponder this ghost scene in his heart. Upon reflection, goosebumps instantly rose on my skin, and I shivered. Regardless of whether others are willing or not, I absolutely do not have the courage to recite such lines in public. Just then, my best friend sent me a few more words. What if it's Boss Sue? Lu Sitong stared intently at the words Boss Sue on her phone screen, momentarily stunned, and fell into a deep contemplation of life. Oh right, how could I forget about Boss Sue? If this request was made by him, how should I choose? Lu Sitong's hands trembled slightly, and she swallowed hard, feeling her heart trembling violently. Reason told her that those lines were too embarrassing to say, but her desire for the boss's delicious food kept churning inside her. But quickly, she snapped out of it, her eyes widening as she gripped her phone tightly and excitedly typed a reply. What do you mean? Why are you suddenly bringing up Boss Sue? This line isn't related to him, is it? After sending the message, she felt an urge to rush to her best friend through the internet, grab her by the collar, and give her a good dressing down. Don't get excited. I was just asking casually. I just wanted to tease you. Lu Sitong's best friend seemed to sense her excitement and quickly sent a message to explain. Upon seeing these words, Lu Sitong almost broke down completely. I was just seriously contemplating a life decision, and now I'm speechless. What a waste of my feelings. Lu Sitong stared angrily at her phone screen, her fingers pounding the keyboard as she replied, Playing is playing, joking is joking, but don't make fun of Boss Sue. By the way, you still haven't told me where you got this lousy dialogue from. Soon, her best friend sent a voice message explaining. My colleague told me about it. There's a really weird stall near the foreign language primary school that makes customers recite these lines before they can buy anything. But apparently, their drinks are pretty good. Upon hearing the words setting up a stall, Lu Sitong's nerves immediately skipped a beat, triggering the key phrase. A street vendor? Could it really be Boss Sue? Can you ask him for me? Not long after, my best friend messaged me. Don't worry, I asked for you right away. My colleague said that boss is known as the rogue boss. Punk Hedgehog, what a strange way to address someone. Are there any people with the surname Pai? Lu Sitong tried hard to connect the dots, but she just couldn't. Not only is Mr. Sue a skilled cook, but he is also quite handsome. No matter how you look at it, Plankton doesn't seem to fit at all. After confirming that it wasn't Su Chun, Lu Sitong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up her phone again and replied, As long as it's not Boss Sue. Seriously, these vendors these days, instead of figuring out how to increase their profits, they just come up with all sorts of fancy stuff. If everyone were like Boss Sue, relying on their skills to make a living, they would probably have made a fortune by now. As soon as the message was sent, Lu Sitong saw a message from her boss saying, Let's leave the plan like this for now. Upon seeing this message, She finally relaxed completely. Lu Sitong decisively shut down her computer, got up, grabbed her bag, and quickly walked to the time clock to clock out. At this moment, all she wanted was to leave the office as soon as possible, go home for a good rest, and ideally have a delicious meal. Of course, it would be even better if it was made by Boss Su. After getting into the taxi, Lu Sitong leaned back as if to release all the fatigue from working overtime. She opened the restaurant's fan club again, hoping to see if there was any latest news about the owner in the area. As soon as I opened it, I saw that someone had sent me a message. Sharing a fried noodle shop. There's a fried noodle shop at the intersection of XX Street in Guizhou. The owner is at least 40% skilled. You can stop by if you're passing by. Following this, local regulars responded enthusiastically. Oh, boss, you were on Dongxi Road last week and you're on XX Street this week? I'll remember that and try it later. 40% of your power? You're exaggerating. Boss Su's intelligence remains lacking this week. Over. Lu Sitong looked at the location of the fried noodle shop mentioned in the message and seemed to vaguely remember it. She picked up her phone, opened a map app, and searched for the store, only to find that it wasn't too far from her company. I casually saved the store's location to my favorites and decided to invite a colleague to try it out tomorrow. This fan club is truly amazing. Foodies from all over the country exchange information here every day and have managed to uncover a lot of hidden gem shops. If this information were compiled into a guide, it could support a whole bunch of food bloggers in no time. But, in the hearts of diners, no matter how many hidden gem restaurants there are, Su Chin's position is unshakable, and he is undoubtedly number one. Chapter 399. Cows can moo, horses can neigh, and cows and horses can receive. I saw that many locals were enthusiastically discussing which fried noodle shop they should try in the next couple of days. Lu Sitong suddenly remembered what she had just been chatting with her best friend. She thought about it for a moment and figured her friends might be interested. So I asked my best friend for a picture of the script and then quickly posted it on the local discussion forum. I just heard that there's a stall near the foreign language primary school where you have to recite lines before you can buy a drink. Apparently, it tastes pretty good. As soon as the message was sent, more than a dozen messages immediately followed. What awful lines. Ha ha ha. Fine. You've come here to make trouble for yourself, haven't you? Has the barrier to entry for setting up a street stall now reached the level of performing arts majors? Do they even have to recite lines? Any warriors out there who want to check this out? I'll follow you if you start a live stream. Holy crap, a street vendor? Friends, could it be? Don't scare me. Sure enough, as soon as the local gourmets heard the words setting up a stall, they immediately, like Lu Sitong, began to think of Su Chun. After all, no one can predict his style of doing things. Upon seeing this, Lu Sitong hurriedly explained on the website. I heard from a friend that the boss is called a rogue boss. It shouldn't have anything to do with the boss, right? Plankton? Does he look like a plankton? Thin hands and feet, and a big head? Uft, isn't that a really impolite nickname? Then it has nothing to do with the boss. After all, Boss Su's handsomeness is only slightly inferior to mine. They really know how to pat themselves on the back. After a few lively discussions, everyone couldn't find any connection between Su Chun and Boss Pai. Just as the topic was starting to drift off course, another message popped up. I'll be picking my daughter up from school tomorrow, so I'll just stop by and take a look. The message was sent by a new customer. Since joining this fan club, Ma Shijun has spent a lot of time chatting with people there. Upon seeing everyone's chat history, Ma Shijun immediately put his initiative as a newcomer to good use. Since I'm going to a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow anyway, I might as well take on this task and help everyone find out what's going on. When the local diners saw that someone had actually volunteered to go, they were immediately delighted and started making fun of them. Go live and read your lines for us. Since we're already there, why not treat ourselves to something? Oh dear, these lines might not be suitable for young children. I suggest you go alone, brother. Ma Shijun stared at the screen, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. As a man in his 30s with a lovely daughter, just imagining himself standing at the school gate, reciting lines like King of Shark B and ultimately a misplaced trust, sent a chill down his spine. This is absolutely terrifying. Stop joking around. My daughter is only in first grade. I, as her father, need to maintain a good image. Ma Shijun decisively refused these frivolous diners who were hoping to have some fun. Who are you chatting with? Your eyes are practically glued to the screen. Ma Shijun's wife came over and, seeing his focused expression, casually asked him a question. That boss's fan club. Ma Shijun handed his phone over, wanting his wife to see it too. The wife took the phone, glanced at the chat history, and immediately burst out laughing. Old Ma, if you dare to read this stuff aloud at the school gate, I'll allow you to skip housework for a month. Hearing her parents' conversation, the little girl ran over barefoot and asked, What lines are they? Let me see them too. Ma Shijun was startled and quickly locked his phone, fearing that his daughter might see some inappropriate words and be corrupted. After much coaxing and cajoling, she managed to divert her daughter's attention. Sitting there, Ma Shijun recalled those 2 lines from the dialogue and couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other side, Suchin sat on the sofa, but at that moment, he couldn't muster a smile. Let's go back a little bit. He had just returned home and hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when he received a business opening notification from the system for tomorrow. Congratulations, host, on completing today's business task. New recipe unlocked. Domineering sea salt cheese peach tea. Upon seeing the word domineering, Su Chun had a bad feeling. As it turned out, his premonition was absolutely correct. Soon, the text continued to refresh. Tomorrow's costume is now unlocked. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Host lines. A badass life needs no explanation. Can you feel my domineering nature? Customer's line. The world is so wonderful, and your domineering ways are my antidote. Upon seeing the words Tyrannosaurus Rex, Su Chin's lips twitched involuntarily. He stared at the system interface, momentarily at a loss for how to react. This time, at least my vision didn't go completely black. After 2 days of experience in the business, Su Chun felt that he had finally developed some resistance. He felt he needed to change his mindset. There's a saying that goes, if you're not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. After these few days of struggle, he also discovered that when he saw others feeling awkward, his own embarrassment lessened considerably. Su Chun was actually a little relieved. At least the regular customers haven't found him yet, since he's working in a mascot costume and no one can see his face. Moreover, the voice came from under the thick mascot costume and was slightly distorted, so it wouldn't be easily recognized. Wednesday. In the early morning, Nuonyuo was dug out of bed by Su Chun. I don't want to get up, but I have to, sob sob sob. Nuonyuo was on the verge of tears, clutching her blanket in sorrow. After being emo for 5 minutes, Nuonyuo still went to the bathroom to wash up. There's no other way. She still has to go to kindergarten. After dropping Nuonyuo off at kindergarten, Su Chin returned home and took a comfortable nap until noon. After washing up, I'm ready to receive today's goods. As expected, among a pile of neatly arranged food packaging, there was an exquisite gift box, tied with a ribbon and a bow. Nothing new. Did you think this old trick could still excite me? Su Chin looked at the gift box, his lips curled slightly, and he muttered something under his breath, secretly gesturing to the system with a sarcastic tone. Receive. Su Chin. The cows moo and the horses neigh. The cow and horse system will receive these signals. Su Chin complained that the system always used gift boxes to pack all sorts of bizarre doll costumes. Can this thing even be considered a gift? He truly didn't expect that the system, which always liked to play dead and ignore his complaints, would actually reply with received at this moment. Upon seeing these 2 words, Su Chun felt a sense of foreboding. No, brother, you received whatever you received. The gift box is really nice. Don't give me any more trouble. Chapter 400. Don't do this again next time. As the ingredients were moved from the doorway into the kitchen, Su Chun began preparing for the day's business, making sea salt cheese peach tea. Wow, this peach is pretty good. Butler Ding came over and picked up a pink peach from the box. Mr. Su, these peaches are big and pink, with a layer of fine fuzz on them. They're so fresh and delicious. Su Chin smiled and said, these are special Yangshan produce picked fresh at dawn. The skin is so thin you can suck it off. Everyone should try some. Butler Ding didn't stand on ceremony and tore open the peach skin with a rip. The flesh was pink and juicy, and when he took a bite, it was so sweet that his eyes narrowed into slits. and his hands were covered in juice. Amazing. These peaches must have been tribute items in the past, right? The taste is truly excellent. After they finished eating, without Su Chin's instructions, they quickly washed the peaches and rolled them in ice water. Peel and chop the peaches. Mash half of them into a fibrous puree with a wooden pestle, and cut the other half into cubes for later use. The goal is to achieve that subtle, grainy texture. After processing the fruit pulp, we still need to prepare the tea base. As soon as the water on the stove started to bubble, Su Chin threw in some peach flesh, skin and all, and sprinkled some rock sugar on top. Keep an eye on the heat. Once it turns pink, remove the skins. Sure enough, pink waves soon rose from the pot, and the aroma of peaches mixed with steam wafted towards people's faces. Butler Ding swiftly scooped out the peach peel and sprinkled the oolong tea leaves into it. With the fire burning, the pot became quite lively, the peach pieces tumbling inside, and the aroma of tea was released, mingling with the peach scent and filling the entire kitchen. The tea base is ready. Let's set it aside and let it cool. Now let's start making the sea salt cheese milk foam. Melt the cheese in a double boiler until it becomes soft. Place it in a bowl, add ice-cold milk, sugar, and a pinch of sea salt, then whisk it together. After that, I took out the heavy cream, poured it into another clean bowl, and continued to whip it with an electric mixer. Gradually, the whipped cream developed beautiful patterns, but it was still flowing. This is wet whipping, just right. Mix the two ingredients together gently, and the milk foam is ready. It's snow white and creamy, with a perfect balance of sweet and salty, and a subtle cheese aroma. Finally, it's time to assemble the milk tea. First, spread chopped peaches at the bottom of the cup, then smash in 5 or 6 ice cubes with a whoosh, and then slowly pour the cooled tea soup down the side of the cup. As for the sea salt cheese foam, if it floats on top of the tea for too long, it will separate into layers and become thin, affecting the taste. So after serving the ingredients, Su Chin simply divided them into small containers and refrigerated them. It shouldn't be a problem to sell them all within 2 hours. At Gu Tian's home. Holy crap, I gained 3 pounds in 2 days. I can't take it anymore. Gu Tian recorded his weight, which he had just measured, and then collapsed onto the sofa in a fit of impotent rage. It's just that after drinking plum juice, my appetite increased, and I ended up eating 2 boxes of fried chicken and a 6-inch pizza. And the key point is this, and one hot and one cold. The heat should cancel each other out, right? How can I gain weight? Gu was furious and posted his incredibly abstract theory in the fan group. Sure enough, the group chat immediately became lively as soon as the message was sent. I admire no one but the streamer. Even if the anchor had only graduated from elementary school, he wouldn't have said such a thing. The law of conservation of heat does not apply to the anchor. Hey streamer, this is a good joke. Don't use it in the chat group. Use it during the live stream. It will definitely make a lot of viewers laugh. Fast forward to the point where I'm never playing with abstract concepts again. By the way, is the streamer going to Pride's place again today? Is Plankton going to change his lines again today? Gu Tian chuckled as he looked at the replies in the group chat, quite pleased with the abstract effect he had created. She decided to bring up this joke again during her live stream that night. As for whether or not to go to Boss Price place again, Gu Tian started to struggle with the decision again. Should we flip the coin again? Looking at the coins still scattered on the ground, she decided to try the same trick again. Gu Tian walked up to the coin and squatted down. He covered his eyes tightly with one hand and made a coin-flipping motion with the other. At the same time, a sound effect was added, ding-dong. Then, she removed her hands from her eyes and looked at the coin on the ground, which was facing up. Gu Tian pointed at the coin with feigned modesty and said in a serious tone, "Alas, as expected, it is fate. It seems I still have to go tonight. Don't do that again next time. I'm a streamer who makes a living based on my looks. It's not good if I drink sweet water, and it increases my appetite." After saying that, Gu Tian stood up happily, humming a little tune as she walked towards the wardrobe, and began to enthusiastically choose the clothes she would wear when going out. The coin lay still on the ground, silent as it had been yesterday. 5:30 p.m. After the parents' meeting, Ma Shijun and his family of 3 appeared at the entrance of the foreign language primary school. "Wife, you and our daughter wait here for me for a while. I'm going to take a look at that open space over there. Ma Shijun looked at the open space not far away. Yesterday at the Foodies fan club, I promised to go and take a look at that rascal boss, and of course I haven't forgotten. Actually, around noon, some diners from the neighborhood came over to take a look out of curiosity, but they couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Ma Shijun wasn't sure if he could find it. It might just be a rumor circulating online. However, taking a look won't cause any problems. If we can't find it, then so be it. After all, we're not Boss Su, so it's not worth spending too much time on this. When Ma Shijun's wife heard her husband's words, the chat history in the group chat instantly flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but laugh. Old Ma, if you find it, just recite the words, it'll definitely be interesting. Go away, don't joke around, absolutely impossible. What kind of talk would I, a grown man, use such words? Ma Shijun decisively rejected his wife's idea of watching something funny. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the open space. There were many stalls set up in the open space. Ma Shijun looked around the crowd and quickly walked around, but he didn't see any strange stalls. The fan club member who came at noon only took a quick look and left when he couldn't find anyone. Ma Shijun is quite responsible. Although he hasn't found it yet, he feels it's still necessary to ask around. Coincidentally, there was a stall selling spicy chicken noodles right next door. The stall owner was a young girl. Ma Shijun, who was always quite adept at social etiquette, paid for a bowl of spicy chicken noodles to bring to his daughter later. Excuse me, is there a rather odd drink stall nearby? We need to recite lines. The woman holding the spicy chicken noodles was taken aback at first, but then a knowing look appeared on her face. Yes, it's right there. But the boss doesn't arrive until 6 o'clock, so it's not time yet. Chapter 4:01 Why bother with all this nonsense? Holy crap, they actually found the answer. Ma Shijun was surprised to find the insider so easily, and immediately became interested, deciding to ask a few more questions. Tell me quickly, how's business at that stall? Are there really people willing to recite those lines? I've also heard that their drinks are pretty good. When this topic came up, the spicy chicken noodle lady perked up. Yesterday, when she went there for the first time, she felt so awkward that she just left. But later, I got so thirsty that I couldn't resist and mustered up the courage to go again. I successfully recited my lines and bought a cup of plum juice. That plum juice was really delicious. It had the unique wildness of wild fruits from the mountains and forests, with a subtle sweetness and a lingering fragrance of osmanthus blossoms in the aftertaste. Thinking of this, the girl with the spicy chicken noodles couldn't help but swallow. Yes, business is pretty good. The dialogue was a bit awkward, but the drinks the owner made were really delicious. Absolutely delicious. But he's very willful. He always comes at 6 p.m., and he leaves as soon as he sells out without restocking. I don't know why. When I first came here the day before yesterday, they only set up their stall for an hour, and I still couldn't buy anything. In the end, the spicy noodle lady was full of regret, as she was so close but didn't get to drink milk tea. I should have been braver back then. As Ma Shijun listened, his expression began to change. No, why does this description give me such a strong sense of déjà vu? The food they make is incredibly delicious. No restocking once sold out. I came for the first time the day before yesterday. Wasn't the day before yesterday a Monday? Something's not right. Something's very wrong. Etc. Ma Shijun abruptly interrupted the other person, his Adam's apple bobbing as he nervously swallowed, and asked urgently, "Is that stall owner's surname Su?" "I don't know. How would I know what their name is?" The girl with the spicy chicken noodles shook her head, a hint of innocence on her face. Ma Shijun slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about this. Who would ask the owner's name when buying a drink? He hurriedly took out his phone, found a photo of Su Chun in the customer support group, and handed it to the spicy noodle lady. "Look at this photo, is that him?" Miss Cotton leaned closer to her phone screen, looked at the photo carefully, and then nodded firmly in a very certain tone. "That's right, it's him, the boss is this guy." Since Su Chin only changed into the mascot costume when she arrived at the stall, she clearly remembered what the owner looked like. Seeing the other party nod in confirmation, Ma Shijun felt a surge of immense joy. Good heavens, it really is Boss Su. Who would have thought? I'm so lucky. I managed to find this. During yesterday's forum chat, Everyone already felt that this rogue boss couldn't be Boss Sue. They were all wrong. Ma Shijun secretly felt smug, glad that he had taken the initiative to suggest coming to take a look. Otherwise, we don't know when everyone will find out this week. The feeling of everyone else being wrong and you being the only one who is right is simply wonderful. Ma Shijun was so excited he almost burst out laughing, but he managed to hold it in. If someone were to laugh out loud without any restraint, they would probably be considered crazy. But then again, why did Boss Sue's nickname suddenly become Rogue Boss? He asked the spicy chicken noodle lady again. Because when he first came here, he was wearing a plankton suit. That's perfectly natural, the woman in the spicy chicken noodle shop said matter-of-factly. Ma Shijun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never expected that Boss Sue would be operating his business dressed in a mascot costume. Why is Boss Sue making such a fuss over nothing? Changing business locations every week is one thing, but now they're not even showing their faces anymore. Is this a change in business model, or something else? Having finally figured out the cause and effect relationship between Sai and Sue, Ma Shijun was about to share it in the fan club. Immediately, he realized a serious problem. If Plankton is actually Sue, then all those lines they have to recite when buying food in the group chat. Wouldn't that mean? Ma Shijun was just filled with the immense joy of finding Boss Sue when he suddenly realized something. My hand, which was about to send the message, suddenly trembled. Holy crap. No way. Is that a line that any human being could actually say? Thinking of this, Ma Shijun could no longer laugh. He pulled up the chat history and showed the two lines. Hey, I am King Shark B. And that year, the apricot blossoms were in the light rain. To Miss Fire Chicken Noodles. Did Mr. Sue really make customers read these words? Oh, not necessarily. The girl with the spicy chicken noodles leaned closer to take a look at her phone screen. Upon hearing this, Ma Shijun felt a great sense of relief, his tense shoulders relaxed, and he let out a long sigh. It doesn't necessarily have to be reciting lines. I'm a grown man, I really can't handle this kind of thing. Before she could finish speaking, the spicy noodle lady calmly explained. What I mean is, we might not recite these two lines today. This was a word from yesterday, Tuesday, but it might not be the same word today. Oh, Ma Shijun asked in astonishment. This word has variations? Yes, the words are different on Monday and Tuesday. That's what the spicy chicken noodle lady replied. Ma Shijun's expression froze instantly, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He really wanted to give the stall owner some advice. Can't we just talk straight and not hold our breath? Can't you just say it all at once? In the short time it took to say just a few words, my mood went through a roller coaster ride, which was really unbearable. He looked at the ramen lady with a blank expression and asked, Is that all? Are there any other precautions? The young woman shook her head and handed over the spicy chicken noodles and chopsticks. Ma Shijun mechanically took the turkey noodles, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the two trees not far away, feeling a chill run down his spine. Why is it so difficult to get a drink made by Mr. Sue? Ma Shijun carried the spicy chicken noodles back to where his wife and daughter were waiting. The wife looked up and saw her husband's expression and couldn't help but feel a little strange. He was all smiles and laughter when he left home, but now he looks dejected and lost, as if he's lost money. Old Ma, what's with that expression? What's wrong? Did you run into your ex-girlfriend, and now she doesn't like you anymore? The daughter-in-law teased her half-jokingly. As a result, Ma Shijun had no mind to pay attention to his wife's jokes, and just silently stuffed the spicy chicken noodles into his cheering daughter's hands. As soon as the daughter saw the spicy chicken noodles, she eagerly took them, saying, Thank you, Daddy. Looking at his daughter's happy face, Ma Shijun couldn't smile. He sighed deeply, his face filled with melancholy. He even felt that the current situation was worse than meeting his ex-girlfriend. Chapter 402 Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. No, what's wrong with you? Say something. You're driving me crazy. Ma Shijun's wife noticed that her husband's emotions were not quite right and became a little anxious. Boss Sue has been found. The moment those words left her mouth, the woman's eyes lit up, and she scooped her daughter up in her arms. That's great. Where is it? Let's go buy it first, and then go home. Honey, we're going to have a delicious meal soon. Aren't you excited? His wife said excitedly. Ma Shijun was both amused and exasperated, and quickly reached out to grab his wife's arm. Then, he recounted in detail the information he had just received from the turkey noodle stall. After listening to her husband's story, Ma Shijun's wife's expression froze instantly, and her previous excitement vanished without a trace. Thinking of the 2 lines she saw in the chat history last night, she suddenly trembled as she held her daughter's arm. She immediately fell into the same melancholy as her husband. How am I supposed to pronounce those lines? That's so awkward. As the couple were feeling down, Ma Shijun suddenly felt his phone vibrate twice in his pocket. He quickly took out his phone and saw several messages tagging him on the screen from the Foodies fan club. It was mainly a few bored people who asked him if he had found the stall where you had to recite lines to buy things, and what the details were. Ma Shijun stared at his phone screen, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up involuntarily. Last night, everyone had a lot to say about those 2 lines. Phrases like eye-searing, unbearable to watch, and paid to be insulted were used. At that time, everyone felt that this so-called rascal boss had nothing to do with Boss Sue, and everyone's complaints were based on this premise. It would be interesting if they knew the truth. That's a real slap in the face, isn't it? Ma Shijun suddenly felt that he wasn't so melancholy anymore. At least he hadn't said anything too offensive in the fan club. Besides, it's no fun to bear this kind of thing alone. It's more enjoyable to share it with everyone. Thinking of this, Ma Shijun instantly perked up. I will write down all the details I learned from the turkey noodle stall owner into a long article. After finishing writing, I clicked send without hesitation. On the other side, Lu Sidong sat leisurely at her workstation, feeling incredibly relaxed and happy. The proposal I finished working on last night was successfully approved by the client today. This means that she finally doesn't have to be stuck in the office working overtime until late at night today, and can leave work at a normal time. Every day without working overtime is like a precious treasure, worth cherishing. She had already planned to go to the fried noodle shop that everyone had mentioned yesterday after get off work. I couldn't find the time to go at noon, but now I can make up for it. Just as she was happily making her plans, her phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Lu Sidong picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, and saw that it was a message from her best friend. Are you working overtime tonight? Want to come with me to the foreign language elementary school to find Mr. Plankton? It looks like fun. Looking at her best friend's message, Lu Sidong instantly recalled the 2 voice messages the friend had sent yesterday, and she immediately got goosebumps again. Are you kidding me? Go find a rogue boss and read those lines in public. You'll have nightmares every night. While internally complaining, Lu Sidong typed a reply. Big sister, please spare me. You know I'm easily embarrassed. I can't do this kind of thing. You shouldn't go either. What's so fun about it? It's so scary. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Someone recommended a fried noodle shop near my office. Let's go try it. The 2 exchanged over a dozen messages, one after the other. Finally, her best friend couldn't persuade her otherwise and sent her a surrender emoji. Let's each eat our own food and get together again this weekend. Upon seeing this, Lu Sidong immediately replied with okay. I had just sent it, and before my finger could even leave the screen, my phone vibrated several more times. Somewhat puzzled, she returned to the chat interface and discovered that someone from Boss Sue's foodie support group had tagged her. Before I even opened it, the chat box already showed 99 plus unread messages. Lu Sidong immediately perked up. Having been in this group for a long time, she naturally understood what such a massive outbreak of information meant. Such a grand occasion usually only occurs when someone encounters Boss Sue for the first time each week. Has someone found out where Boss Sue is operating this week? Lu Sidong's eyes lit up instantly, and an irrepressible excitement welled up inside her. Sure enough, people who don't work overtime are lucky. If someone really does find Boss Sue, then why bother having fried noodles tonight? We absolutely have to go find him right away. Lu Sidong couldn't wait to open the group chat. However, the constantly updated messages were completely different from what she had expected. The screen was filled with wails of despair. I won't accept it. Okay, so you want to play like this? Wah, Mr. Sue, can't you be a decent human being? Help. I'm so socially anxious. Just looking at this makes me want to jump into a mouse. I just wanted a drink made by Boss Sue. I didn't break any laws. Why did it have to come to this? I got angry in a fit of rage. Lu Sitong was completely baffled. These incoherent wails offered no useful information whatsoever. She quickly swiped the screen to scroll forward, and finally, a long text appeared on the screen. Lu Sitong's attention was instantly drawn, and she began to read it word by word. Half a minute later, her good mood about not having to work overtime came to an abrupt end. That was a message from Ma Shijun. The content was clear and concise, yet every word was piercing. It's confirmed, Pride is indeed Boss Su. He's in a mascot costume and won't sell anything unless he recites his lines. The location is in the open space next to the foreign language elementary school, where there are 2 trees. The following long passage contains various details that Ma Shijun uses to prove the source of the information. Lu Sitong felt her temples throbbing uncontrollably. Is this reasonable? How could Boss Su be that abstract, roguish boss? I don't accept this. Lu Sitong felt like going crazy. She repeatedly read the long text posted by Ma Shijun, and the more she read, the more she felt that the world was a giant circus. And she, Lu Sitong, was that clown with a bright red nose at that moment. Thinking back to yesterday, she and her best friend were both asking questions and passionately talking about how Boss Pride should learn from Boss Su and improve his skills. Later, in the diner's fan club, he said that Boss Su would definitely not be a rogue boss, and he also made various complaints about those 2 lines. But now everything has turned out differently. Chapter 4:03 Please stop torturing the elderly, okay? At this moment, Lu Sitong had only one strong thought in her mind. Mr. Su, have some decency. She wished she could print out that sentence right away and stick it heavily on Boss Su's forehead so he could see what everyone was really thinking. How can there be such a perverse sense of humor in the world? It's absolutely outrageous. Fortunately, the fan club doesn't have a habit of digging up past embarrassing statements. No one commented on Lu Sitong's discussions yesterday. After all, she wasn't the only one who guessed wrong. Everyone was fooled by Boss Su's unexpected business tactics. Those diners who tagged her were just trying to be helpful and remind her that the news had been confirmed. Moreover, some diners even praised her, commending her for not ignoring such important news. After all, if someone is working in a mascot costume, it would be hard for anyone to guess at first glance that it is Boss Su hiding inside. As Lu Sitong looked at the messages in the group chat, her mood gradually improved. Thinking about it carefully, that's indeed the case. How could a group of people who love food and enjoy sharing have bad personalities? Most importantly, the instigator of all this is the utterly despicable Boss Su. He came up with such a bizarre business model, causing everyone so much confusion. I must savor it thoroughly. Thinking of this, Lu Sitong shook off her previous gloom and opened her best friend's chat box without hesitation, sending a message. I've decided to go with you to the foreign language elementary school to find Mr. Pride. The message had barely been sent when my best friend immediately replied. You haven't been possessed, have you? The clearing between the 2 trees. Ever since Ma Shijun dropped the bombshell in his fan club, even diners from as far away as Nanjing have started flocking here. Although Suchin only operates for 2 hours, and the travel time would make it impossible to make it in time, it's only Wednesday today, so there are at least 2 more days to look forward to. Needless to say, the local regulars were all more eager to come than anyone else. It's almost 6 o'clock. Suchin pushed the cart, walking slowly towards the open space. For some reason, he felt that the wind was unusually noisy today. Why does time pass so slowly? Suchin couldn't help but sigh, and continued walking towards the 2 trees as usual. After turning the corner, he saw a crowd gathered in front of the 2 trees he had been loyal to. What the heck? Suchin braked suddenly and stopped in place. He subconsciously assumed that the social media influencer was live streaming nearby again, and had even brought a large group of his fans to join in the fun. But he looked again carefully, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and suddenly spotted some familiar faces. Suchin's pupils dilated in shock. They recognized these people as regular customers. No, where did this group of people come from? Who leaked the information? Looking at the crowd ahead, Suchun began to consider whether he should change his business location. It would be best if he could change to another planet. But he soon realized that changing locations would not help at all. The open space wasn't very big to begin with, and the two trees were in a relatively secluded position, while the rest of the open space was completely open and unobstructed. With a person as big as myself and such an eye-catching cart, no matter where I hide, anyone who takes a second look can easily find me. Over there, although the regular diners are chatting enthusiastically, many of them are actually paying close attention to their surroundings. It's a long story, but in reality, the whole process from Su Chun breaking to thinking only took a few seconds. Boss Su is over there. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted something. The next second, time was paused, and all ongoing chat topics came to an abrupt end. All eyes turned to Su Chen's direction. Immediately afterwards, everyone rushed over in this direction. Su Chen. Fine, I guess I'll just have to accept my fate. Su Chen knew that he couldn't escape it today no matter what. On the bright side, at least I was able to pack up quickly today. It's better to have a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out one. The regular customers, assuming Su Chen was operating the business nearby, hurried toward him. But after walking a few steps, they saw Su Chen pushing the cart and turning towards the two trees. So, without hesitation, they made a sharp turn and continued their relentless pursuit. The back and forth pulling left the surrounding stall owners dumbfounded. I've never seen so many people chasing after a stall back and forth. Are all of you here for training? Mixed in with the crowd were a few middle-aged and elderly people who had previously eaten rice noodles at the funeral home. It's because I'm getting old, my legs aren't as nimble as a young person's. I saw everyone rushing over there, and I thought we'd probably have to wait in line for a while to buy drinks. Unexpectedly, the cart drove over in the blink of an eye. An elderly man reacted quickly, taking 2 quick steps to the side and standing steadily in front of the cart, successfully securing the first spot. Wow, that old man has amazing skills. A young man wearing a vest couldn't help but complain. SOSO. Young people need to practice more. The old man made a joke. His gaze then fell on the lines written on the whiteboard. Sometimes reading too fast isn't a good thing. By the time the old man realized what he was seeing, it was too late. Mr. Su, look how old I am. Let's stop doing all this, okay? The old man looked disgusted and couldn't bear to look at him, and tried to reason with Su Chun. He always felt that although he was getting older, he still had a youthful mindset. He maintains an open attitude towards the new things that most young people are interested in, and strives to understand and accept them. It wasn't until he saw the lines on the screen that he realized he was better off being a conservative. What a piece of junk. If I read it aloud in public, wouldn't I lose all face? I'm sorry, you have to do as instructed. Su Chen nodded reluctantly, trying his best to remain calm. The old man frowned. After all, she had been longing to find Su Chun for many days, hoping to satisfy her appetite, so she really didn't want to give up so easily. The young man in the vest behind him waited for the people in front of him to finish buying, so it would be his turn. Seeing the old man muttering to himself for a long time without buying anything, he got a little anxious. Have you made up your mind yet? Hurry up, everyone's waiting. The old man sighed helplessly and turned to give the young man in the vest a slightly awkward smile. Young man, why don't you buy it first, and I'll take a look at the situation and think about it. Okay. Chapter 40 for I'm not changing it. The young man in the vest couldn't wait to stand in front. The old man consciously stepped back and gave up his seat in front. The young man looked at Su Chun. His longing for him after so long was like a vast, boundless river. He looked on expectantly, ready to open his mouth and recite the words. Seeing this, Su Chun quickly raised his hand to stop him. Don't read it yet. Wait a moment. I'm sorry. They haven't changed into their mascot costumes yet, so if diners start reciting their lines now, it won't count. The young man in the vest was taken aback at first, but nodded very readily and said in a light tone, It's okay. Whatever you say, Boss Su. Su Chun glanced at the diners and wanted to say, In that case, could you come again next week? He took the Tyrannosaurus Rex costume out of the cart and silently began to put it on. More than 20 pairs of eyes were fixed on his movements. It's already outrageous enough that they have to work in such bizarre mascot costumes, but to have to change into them in front of so many regular customers is just indescribable. After changing into the mascot costume, Su Chun adjusted his mindset, tried to calm himself down, and officially began his business. He looked at the young man and said, A badass life needs no explanation. Can you feel how domineering I am? The young man's lips twitched uncontrollably twice. He had made thorough preparations before he arrived, having seen the fan club's message and having some expectations about the possible scenarios. But when he actually faced Boss Sue dressed in a Tyrannosaurus Rex costume and heard this line, he realized that he had underestimated Boss Sue. I never expected that changing into this mascot costume and pairing it with this line would be so addictive. I felt it. Boss Sue, you are indeed quite domineering. The young man in the vest nodded hurriedly, trying his best to respond to Su-chun. Say it according to the script. Su-chun had no choice but to speak up and remind him, feeling somewhat helpless. What was this guy saying, rambling on and on? Oh, the world is so wonderful, your domineering nature is my antidote. The young man stumbled through his lines, but couldn't help himself and trembled a few times on the spot. The process went smoothly, and a series of boisterous laughs, like those of doves, immediately followed behind me. Su-chun, inside the Tyrannosaurus Rex costume, breathed a sigh of relief. At least the first customer had been dealt with. Today's drink is the domineering sea salt cheese peach tea, and the price is clearly stated, so there's nothing to say about it. But the first guy who bought it still asked a question when he scanned the code. Mr. Su, is there a purchase limit today? Upon hearing this, Su-chun really wanted to say that there was no purchase limit and that it would be best to buy them all. But he knew in his heart that this idea was simply unrealistic. The other regular customers were all eagerly waiting to try it. 2 drinks per person is enough. Oh well. The young man showed a slight hint of regret, but didn't say anything more. Su-chun didn't delay any longer and handed over 2 cups of peach tea and milk foam. The young man lifted the sea salt cheese foam cap from the transparent individual cup and slowly poured it into the peach tea. The first sip is an explosion of flavor from the mineral taste of sea salt, followed by the rich, creamy aroma of cheese spreading throughout the mouth. Just as your tongue is about to be overwhelmed by the rich flavor, the refreshing taste of peach oolong tea suddenly arrives, and the sweet and crisp taste of fresh peach flesh bursts with juice between your teeth. The saltiness of the milk foam, the sweetness of the peach, and the richness of the oolong tea intertwine and linger in the throat. This prompted the young man to let out a satisfied sigh, feeling so happy he could practically fly. The regular diners in line were all waiting for his reaction after tasting it. But at this moment, no further words were needed. Just from his expression of shock, ecstasy, and then ascension, everyone already understood. Boss Sue's milk tea this time is sure to be amazing again. An elderly diner behind the old man, witnessing the young man's appearance, swallowed hard. He said directly to the old man, "Sir, would you like to change seats? I'll change them for you." I'm not changing it. I want to see this antidote right now." The old man's thoughts had changed. Suddenly I realized that today's lines were incredibly apt. Such a potent drink is surely the antidote to an appetite. Those lines that were previously difficult to say seemed to become less important in the face of this milk tea. With that thought in mind, the old man mustered his courage, took a step forward, and stood in front of the cart. With a tragic expression, he shouted loudly at Su-chun, "Come on, I'm ready." Su-chun was both amused and exasperated by the old man's expression. Ordering milk tea with such arrogance, is that even possible? He didn't dare to delay, cleared his throat, and quickly began reciting the words. A badass life needs no explanation. Can you feel my domineering nature? With each word he uttered, the old man's face twitched. In the end, he completely lost control of his facial expressions, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. My eyelids feel like they're glued together. It vividly illustrates what eye-watering means. After Su-chun finished reciting the words, the old man took a deep breath and opened and closed his lips repeatedly. Then, as if an old man had a machine gun strapped to his lips, he spewed out words rapidly, one by one. "The world is so wonderful, and your domineering ways are my antidote." When the old man finished reading the last word, his shoulders slumped down. However, he still forced himself to nod at Su-chun, pretending to be nonchalant and indifferent, trying to salvage some of the old intellectual's dignity. Gutian left home a little late today, mainly because it took her some time to pick out clothes. She believes that a delicious drink should be paired with a beautiful outfit to be considered perfect. Upon arriving at the entrance of the foreign language primary school, she headed straight for the spot where Su-chan was pushing his stroller, her purpose still clear. Hee Plankton, I'm here. A moment later, the familiar location of the two trees came into view. He was immediately stunned, lost in thought and shock. Plankton changed into another costume today. How many costumes does he have? Shaw, wait a minute. Why are there so many people queuing up at Boss Me today? Gutian stared wide-eyed at the line of people pushing carts ahead. She glanced around briefly and secretly estimated that there were at least 30 people in the group. Why are there so many people? While Gutian was staring blankly, a voice that sounded exactly the same suddenly appeared beside him. Huh, who read my mind? Gutianxia subconsciously turned his head and saw a family of 3 standing beside him. The couple's faces were filled with shock, their expressions identical, showing a striking resemblance. The little boy next to them seemed particularly happy, jumping up and down and pointing excitedly at the person dressed in a Tyrannosaurus Rex costume. Dinosaur. Chapter 405. The scariest thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Gutian quickly noticed something strange. The man was holding an ugly pig face mask in his hand. The 3 were the same family of 3 who had come for the past 2 days. At this moment, looking at the people in line, the older brother couldn't help but question the meaning of life. He remembered that when he came here a couple of days ago, the area around the cart was deserted and hardly anyone visited. If it weren't for the fact that these lines are so hard to say, he would have recommended them to everyone around him. Where did all these people suddenly come from? Just as the older brother was hesitating, several more people stepped forward to order from the cart. These people read those strange lines with complete ease, and afterwards they could laugh heartily with those around them, showing no signs of embarrassment whatsoever. Seeing this, the older brother became even more confused. His palms were sweating as he gripped the pig face mask, and he felt utterly helpless. He had originally thought that wearing the mask would alleviate some of the awkwardness when reciting lines, just like yesterday, but now he felt that his preparations seemed to have been superfluous. Where did this group of social bullies come from? Are you here for a gathering? This way. Slurp, gurgle. The young man in the vest had his cheeks sunken so badly that the straw had been sucked flat, and the walls of the milk tea cup were visibly shrinking inward, making a crackling sound. Huh. After finishing 1 cup, the young man looked up at the sky and sighed. His tongue unconsciously licked his lips and circled around. He then impatiently opened the 2nd cup of milk tea and gulped down 3 big mouthfuls. Even so, he still felt that he hadn't had enough. 2 cups a day is still too few. He felt he could have 2 more. The young man in the vest wasn't in a hurry to leave. He strolled enthusiastically toward the back of the group, ready to have a good chat with some acquaintances from the fan club. Of course, the most important thing is simply to make them drool. After walking a few steps, the young man in the vest looked at Gutian and the family of 3 standing next to him. Out of kindness, I decided to give them a heads up. Stop standing there dazed. Hurry up and get in line. If you're 2 minutes later, they'll probably all be sold out. After saying that, he happily ran to the back of the line and started bothering people. Without hesitation, Gutian ran towards the back of the line in 2 quick steps. The older brother looked helpless and had no choice but to hand the ugly pig face mask to his wife, resignedly standing behind Gutian. After Gutian stood still, he was still completely puzzled. How did this rascal's business become so booming overnight? Coincidentally, the young man in the vest was sitting 1 person away from Gutian, showing off to the person next to him. Wow, you guys have no idea how amazing this domineering sea salt cheese peach tea is. The sweet milk tea combined with the salty cheese is incredibly flavorful. The young man in the vest's description made Gutian's stomach rumble, and she swallowed hard several times. Fortunately, during the casual conversation, she gleaned some key information, such as the words Boss Sue and fan club that someone mentioned. Is Pridex's original surname Sue? Moreover, it sounds like these people are all here for Boss Sue, and it seems like there's even a fan club. Standing in the line, Gutian's mind raced as he quickly analyzed the information he had just heard. Logically speaking, with such a grand setup, the news of the owner setting up his stall should have spread long ago. So why was this place deserted and almost no one came a couple of days ago? This was something she simply couldn't understand. She felt a tickle in her heart. Driven by curiosity, she couldn't resist taking half a step forward, wanting to join the conversation. Talking to a stranger without warning is likely to arouse their suspicion. If you can smoothly pick up where the other person left off, you can start chatting naturally without it seeming abrupt. Just then, the young man in the vest said, "Boss Sue's milk tea must be made with good ingredients. You can tell just by tasting it. The peach chunks are plump and juicy, and the condensed milk in the milk foam is also very sweet." Gutian felt his opportunity had come, so he seized the chance and continued the conversation. Indeed, Boss Sue uses really high-quality ingredients. As she spoke, she recalled the things she had eaten before and began to recount them. "The caramel bubble tea I had the day before yesterday was made with really good tea leaves, and the pearls were handmade too. It was so delicious. And yesterday's plum juice was completely different from the adulterated stuff outside. It had the rich flavor of top-quality dried plums and the deep, medicinal aroma of aged tangerine peel. It was so addictive." As soon as he finished speaking, the lively chatter at the end of the line abruptly stopped. The elderly diner standing in front of Gutian stepped aside slightly, giving him a clear view. The 7 or 8 people who had just heard Gutian's words near the back of the line all turned their attention to him. Gutian was stunned for a moment, then felt a chill run down his spine. Something's not right. This is completely different from what I expected. Shouldn't everyone be joining me in happily praising Boss Sue's work? Why are you all suddenly silent and just staring at each other? Did I say something wrong? Gutian's expression gradually became somewhat guilty. The young man in the vest stared straight at Gutian, his face filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and said, "Don't tell me you drank all of these that Boss Sue sold a couple of days ago." Upon hearing this, Gutian was somewhat at a loss, unsure whether he should admit to having drunk all of it or not. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she nodded slightly. "After all, drinking these things isn't doing anything bad, right? Yeah, I can't accept this. My heart is breaking." The young man in the vest's good mood vanished instantly. The thought that I would never have the chance to taste the drinks made by Boss Sue was even more painful than losing a lot of money. Gutian looked at the young man in the vest and gave him an awkward smile. But the more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. If these people claimed to be regulars of Boss Sue, why would they say they missed out on these delicacies? Gutian felt like his brain cells were dying off in droves, so he decided to stop beating around the bush and just ask the question directly. Soon, after learning about Su Chin's weekly misdeeds from everyone, she was dumbfounded. It turned out that the snack stall she had accidentally discovered was so amazing. Behind Gutian, his elder brother didn't speak, but he listened the whole time. After listening to the young man in the vest's description, he immediately asked, "So, after this week, Boss Sue won't be setting up his stall here anymore?" "To be precise, Friday is most likely the last day," the young man in the vest replied. "How do I join the fan club? Can you add me?" Without saying a word, the older brother immediately took out his phone. "I want to go in too." Upon hearing this, Gutian quickly took out his phone from his pocket. Chapter 4060, Woman, Your Name is Fickle. Lu Sitong and her best friend were among the first to arrive. As the line moved forward and got closer to the cart, Lu Sitong began to feel uneasy as she saw that there were only a few people left ahead of her. Her fingers unconsciously twisted together, her face grew increasingly pale, and even a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Do I really have to recite the lines? How embarrassing, with so many people watching. Then don't drink it. Her best friend, however, kept her eyes glued to the direction of the shopping cart without turning her head, filled with anticipation for her milk tea. Since we're already here, how can we not drink? Lu Sitong took a deep breath, as if to encourage herself. There aren't many days when you can find Boss Sue open for business, and being able to drink with him even once is a matter of luck. Thinking of this, her eyes gradually hardened, and she made up her mind. Even if she were asked to perform a backflip right now, she would do it without hesitation as long as she could drink the milk tea made by Boss Sue. Soon, it was their turn. Lu Sitong's best friend came with the intention of having fun. If she hadn't found buying lines particularly bizarre, she probably wouldn't be standing in line here right now. So, She's naturally fearless when it comes to reciting lines. She walked forward confidently and quickly completed the purchase process. The whole process was very smooth, without the slightest hesitation. Lu Sitong stood in front of the cart, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Her face flushed red, she bit her lower lip hard, and stomped her foot. Finally, having no other choice, she grabbed her best friend's arm. What are you doing?" Caught off guard, her best friend was suddenly pinched and let out a scream. Amidst the screaming background music, Lu Sitong mustered all her courage and recited her lines at an extremely fast pace. "The world is so wonderful, and your domineering ways are my antidote." As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly grabbed her milk tea and ran to the side as if her life depended on it. She stood there, rubbing her face vigorously with her hands, trying to dispel the embarrassment she felt. "Why did you pinch me like that? What did I do to you?" My best friend was clutching her arm, gasping for breath in pain. As she spoke, she angrily rolled up her sleeves and saw several obvious red marks on her arm. "This woman's claws are like a tiger's." Sorry, I'll treat you next time." Lu Sitong quickly put her hands together and apologized repeatedly to her best friend. She stared at the milk tea in her hand and made a silent vow in her heart. She had just embarrassed herself by reciting her lines. If the milk tea didn't taste good, she would definitely burst into tears on the spot. Of course, Lu Sitong was just using this as an analogy to show how much she valued the milk tea. "I don't actually think that Boss Sue's cooking is bad at all." Immediately afterwards, the two of them untied the milk foam and poured it into the tea. I took a small sip. The milk foam has a smooth and delicate milky flavor with a salty and savory taste, while the oolong tea has a refreshing aroma. The two linger in the throat. The peach pulp at the bottom of the cup playfully teases the taste buds as you suck on it, making even your breath smell like peach, immersing you in its sweetness. As expected of Boss Sue, the food he makes is consistently excellent, and every bite is amazing. Lu Sitong was already used to such delicious food. After all, the rice noodles at the funeral home and the hamburgers outside the internet cafe are all of this extremely high quality. However, when her best friend tasted Mr. Sue's cooking for the first time, she immediately let out a scream. "Wow, this milk tea is so delicious. Oh my God." Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had discovered a new continent. Before anyone could react, she quickly took another deep breath, as if afraid that this fleeting moment of beauty would suddenly disappear. As she sipped, her expression grew increasingly ecstatic, and she mumbled indistinctly, "This is so delicious." While sipping her milk tea, her best friend turned to look at Su Chun, who was dressed in a Tyrannosaurus Rex mascot costume, with an expression as if she were looking at a god. "How does a roadside stall owner make milk tea so delicious? Is this reasonable?" Then, she turned to Lu Sitong and said, "Don't tell me that this is the standard of food you used to eat at Boss Sue's place." Lu Sitong glanced at her best friend and chuckled to herself. "I've enthusiastically invited you to come so many times before, but you always refused with various excuses. Now that you've tried it, you're incredibly surprised." She slightly raised her chin and smiled demurely. "Of course, they're all at this level. Sometimes they even turn out better." As she spoke, Lu Sitong enthusiastically listed some of the dishes that Su Chun had made before. Upon hearing this, her best friend's face immediately showed a look of deep regret, and she exclaimed, "Ugh, seriously, how much have I missed out on?" She counted on her fingers: hamburger, crispy pork powder, spicy chicken powder. "It's all your fault. You should have forcibly brought me here before." My best friend took another sip of her milk tea with a resentful sigh. She had always thought that Lu Sitong was exaggerating Sue's skills, but after experiencing it herself, she realized that not only was it not exaggerated, but it was actually an understatement. "That's outrageous. Can't you just open a shop?" Looking at the long queue, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly reached into her pocket to take out her phone. "Quickly add me to your Boss Sue's fan club. I absolutely can't miss it next time." Lu Sitong. "Oh, woman, your name is Fickle." Sure enough, some regular customers showed up, and the milk tea Su Chun prepared was being consumed at an astonishing rate. In about half an hour, the incubator became empty. Su Chun shook his head helplessly, then raised his head and announced, "Sorry, we're sold out of milk tea." We're closed for the day. As soon as he finished speaking, the regular customers who had only recently arrived erupted in a commotion. A chorus of complaints and sighs rose from the crowd. No way. I took a day off specifically to come here. Mr. Su, I know you must still have some stock, right? Damn it. I finally mustered up the courage to recite my lines, but I didn't even get a chance to do so. I made such a big decision to recite the words, but all I got to do was watch others recite them. Suchin found the group's reaction both amusing and somewhat helpless. Although the regular customers who couldn't buy any were dejected, they all knew Suchin's rules and didn't make a fuss. A middle-aged man in sportswear sighed and said, "Fine, I'll come to line up at 3 o'clock tomorrow." Someone nearby immediately chimed in. "Then I'll be there at 2 o'clock. While everyone was discussing, Suchin quickly took off his Tyrannosaurus Rex costume, stuffed it into the cart, and hurried away. Chapter 407 Who is this brat calling a jerk? At this moment, the girl who received the pig face mask from the elder brother yesterday. As soon as I got off work, I couldn't wait to hop on my electric bike and speed off toward the foreign language primary school. She turned the handlebars all the way to the end, and she managed to ride the ordinary electric bike with the flair of a Harley-Davidson. There was nothing she could do. All she could think about was the taste of that plum juice from last night. The taste was absolutely amazing. As expected, the price is justified. Its deliciousness makes it absolutely worth the money. While slacking off at work today, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva 800 times just thinking about it. Finally, after arriving near the foreign language primary school, the girl parked her electric scooter on the side of the road. Just as I was about to rush to the old spot, I suddenly remembered a crucial question. There are no pig face masks today. Looking around, she noticed a toy stall not far away. Upon arriving at the stall, she went straight to the point and asked the stall owner, "Boss, do you have any pig face masks? I need them to be big enough." The stall owner was visibly taken aback upon hearing this, and stopped what he was doing. A pig face mask? And one with a big face? Then, he turned around and rummaged through the shelves behind him for a while before finally pulling out a dark-colored object. We don't have the pig face one. How about this one?" The girl on the street took it and looked at it, and her face immediately fell. That's a black bear demon mask. Although the size did barely meet her requirements, the black hair on his face made him look exceptionally burly and fierce, and quite ugly. Why would manufacturers produce masks with this shape? The girl clutched the mask in a conflicted manner, her mind in turmoil. Wearing this to recite bizarre lines would only make it more ridiculous, wouldn't it? Just thinking about it makes me feel awkward. But then I thought, since the purpose of wearing a mask is to cover one's face, as long as it achieves that goal, it doesn't matter if it's a pig's face or a bear's face, the effect should be about the same. After a struggle with her thoughts, she finally gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and said, "This is it." The girl on the street stomped her foot, paid, and shoved the bear head onto her head. Then he walked quickly toward the 2 trees, mentally rehearsing the lines he was about to say. However, when they arrived, she discovered that the spot where the stroller should have been parked was now empty, just a vacant lot, with not even a trace of the stroller in sight. The girl on the street felt a pang of anxiety and quickly looked around, wondering if she had remembered the wrong place. Did the boss change the location at the last minute today? She hurriedly searched around the perimeter of the foreign language primary school, looking at all the nearby stalls, but still couldn't find that familiar cart. Clinging to her last glimmer of hope, she returned to the spot where the 2 trees were. Just then, the girl noticed a stall selling spicy chicken noodles not far away and decided to go and ask about it. As soon as the girl with the spicy chicken noodles looked up, she saw a person wearing a black bear mask walking quickly toward her, and her hands froze instantly. The girl was so focused on finding the cart owner that she didn't notice his strange expression at all. She asked eagerly, "Excuse me, is the vendor who had a stall here yesterday not here today? The one who wore the Sharkbee mascot costume and had to recite lines before you could buy anything?" The girl wearing spicy chicken noodles was initially taken aback. Then her expression slowly changed from surprise to sympathy. "You're too late. That owner had a really good day. He sold out and packed up in less than an hour. People started lining up around 5 p.m., and the sale started at 6 p.m., and it was sold out by 6:30 p.m. I heard someone say that we need to come at 3 o'clock tomorrow to reserve a spot. If you want to drink it, you should come earlier tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the girl's face instantly fell beneath her mask. When I came yesterday, the area in front of the cart was deserted with hardly any business. How come it has become so popular after just one day? Her good mood for the day vanished instantly. After thanking the noodle shop lady, she listlessly rode her bike home, wondering if she should take the day off tomorrow to queue up earlier. As she parked her car downstairs in the apartment complex, a little boy next to her suddenly pointed at her, laughing and shouting, "Mom, look, a stinky black bear." The girl on the street was instantly furious. Who was this brat cursing at? But the next second, she felt something was wrong with her face. She raised her hand to touch it and realized the abnormality on her face, instantly realizing what the problem was. She actually wore a bare face mask the whole time. Thinking back to how I had been wearing this ridiculous mask while searching for a stall in front of the foreign language primary school, completely unaware of it, I realized that I was the only one who had been there. Then he wore it and rode his electric bike back through the city in a showy manner. The girl on the street just wanted to live on another planet right now. She frantically ripped off the mask. Amidst the little boy's giggles, he rushed into the building, not even waiting for the elevator, and headed straight for the stairs, running hurriedly upstairs. Finally home, she slammed the door shut and angrily threw the mask she was holding onto the sofa. I went to buy drinks with high expectations, but I didn't get any and ended up making a big joke of myself. What an incredibly unlucky day. On the other side, when Suchin returned home, he saw Nuonyuo sitting on the carpet playing with Lego with a little girl with a strong back. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this was a robot named Xiaoyu, dressed in a light pink princess dress and wearing a creamy white lace hat. Suchun. Needless to say, it was Nuonyuo who dressed her up. She looks quite adorable. The robot Xiaoyu detected someone approaching nearby, and its walnut-sized eyes on the screen blinked. "Welcome home. Is there anything I can help you with?" Upon hearing the sound, Nuonyuo, who was still struggling with which Lego piece to build, immediately and happily climbed up and snuggled into Suchin's arms. "Dad, you're back." The little girl chattered on, telling Suchun what she had done at home, and generously praising the robot Xiaoyu. It was showered with praise, including terms like smart and capable and brave and kind. Nuonyuo especially discovered that Xiaoyu could not only tutor her, but also play with her. She can accurately provide the markers of the colors she wants when she's drawing. When she finishes a bag of snacks, but doesn't want to move, I'll thoughtfully take the bag and throw it in the trash can. We can also play house together, building toy cars and stacking blocks. She really loves this amazing friend so much. As a result, I've spent almost all my time after school these past few days sweetly with Xiaoyu. As the little girl showered the robot with praise, 2 rosy blushes appeared on its cheeks. Yes, as long as Nuonyuo likes Xiaoyu, that's good. Suchun gently rubbed the little girl's fluffy head, his heart melting completely. But when he turned around and saw that dull-looking robot, he felt a little jealous. This little guy has recently stolen my daughter's attention, taking over everything from feeding her fruit to playing with her. So, what happens when stay-at-home dads don't exist anymore? Chapter 4:08 Pupil Earthquake. Suchin squatted down and looked Nuonyuo in the eye as he spoke. "It's okay for Xiaoyu to play with you, but don't forget to study too." As he spoke, he reached out and patted the robot on the shoulder. "Xiaoyu, go charge your charger. It's my turn to play with Nuonyuo now." Just kidding. If this keeps up, even bedtime stories might be stolen by this metal lump. Family status may be disregarded, but time spent with family is still indispensable. Nuonyuo, you're the father, so whatever you say goes. It was late at night, but the cartoons were still playing in the living room. The little bundle of joy nestled on the sofa, nodding like a chick pecking at rice as it watched, and finally yawned, rubbing its eyes with its tiny fists, looking just like a sleepy little kitten. "Are you sleepy?" "Daddy, Nuonyuo is a little piggy. She wants to sleep after eating the little cake." The little girl felt a little embarrassed. Her round face flushed red as she spoke. Suchin's face was beaming with smiles. "It's okay. Even if my Nuonyuo is a little pig, she is the cutest little pig in the world." After the little piggy had a nice bath and brushed its teeth, Suchun carried it into the bedroom. The tiny figure lay on the big bed, its fluffy head nuzzling against the person next to it. This is the scent that belongs only to Dad. In this reassuring atmosphere, Nuonyuo drifted off to sleep. Su-chan continued to gently pat her chest. Each touch was incredibly gentle. It was at this moment that lines of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, on completing today's business task. New recipe unlocked, mango pomelo sago. As soon as the words appeared, Su-chan became alert and focused his gaze on them. Mango pomelo sago? Very good. It looks decent so far, without any prefix. The text in front of me keeps refreshing. Tomorrow's mascot costume is now unlocked. Extra long watermelon strip. Host lines. Family, does anyone know how to make mango pomelo sago? It's so delicious. Customers lines. Every cause has its effect, and your retribution is me. Have a drink, moi. What the heck are these extra long watermelon strips? Su-chan was completely dumbfounded. The previous Plankton, Shark Bee, and Tyrannosaurus Rex costumes at least allowed us to easily associate them with specific objects or images from their names. But what is this extra-long watermelon strip? Could it really be a big watermelon? Besides, this is starting to cross boundaries. From the animal kingdom to the plant kingdom? He found it increasingly absurd, and a torrent of complaints welled up inside him. However, putting aside the strange mascot costume, at least the welcoming lines provided by the system this time seemed easy to say. Su-chan silently recited it a few times in his mind, and it went fairly smoothly. Let's take a look at the lines the customer needs to read. Moi moi my ass. Su-chan couldn't help but facepalm and grimace when he thought about the expressions his regular customers might have when they saw that line tomorrow. He opened the food interface in the system, intending to first see what the default, extra-long watermelon strip mascot costume looked like. Then, Su-chan's eyes widened little by little, and the expression on his face gradually changed from confusion to shock. What is this thing? The name of this mascot costume is truly fitting. It looks exactly like an extra-long watermelon. Its slender shape, emerald green skin, and black stripes. Isn't this the kind of image that usually appears in short video effects? Su-chan found it hard to believe that this could actually be made into a mascot costume. Does this system really have such an amazing imagination? He stared at the bizarre mascot costume, his expression practically cracking with disbelief. I was just feeling relieved that my lines were easy to say, but now I've messed up a lot. After venting his frustrations, Su-chan felt a little better and then began ordering the ingredients he would need for tomorrow's business. On Thursday noon, Su-chan sat at the dining table, and Butler Ding was meticulously serving him food. Mr. Su, the steamed sea base is cooked to perfection today, and the sauce was specially prepared to suit your taste. Please try it, and see if it suits your palate. Butler Ding used serving chopsticks to place the tenderest piece of fish belly into Su-chan's bowl. Not to be outdone, Aunt Wu ladled out a bowl of mushroom soup and placed it next to Su-chan. This soup has been simmering for 3 hours. It's very delicious. Just as Su-chan picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, his phone suddenly dinged. A notification for food delivery. You guys eat first. I'm going to pick up a package. He wiped his mouth and walked towards the door to check the delivered ingredients. Just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly stopped and stared straight ahead. The neatly arranged packages of various ingredients looked normal, but the outermost package made Su-chan's temples throb involuntarily. It was a humanoid object wrapped in layers of bubble wrap, about 1.8 meters tall, with a crumpled piece of paper stuck to its head. On the paper, 4 large characters were clearly written, "Confidential shipping." Su-chan's pupils dilated instantly. Holy crap, what's going on? Sir. Butler Ding rushed over upon hearing the call. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the ingredients? Do you need any help? Need not. Su-chan stepped in front of him, his voice trembling. It's nothing. Just ordinary ingredients. I can handle it myself. The 2 nannies also curiously peered in. Is it heavy? Why don't we move it in together? No need. Really no need. Su-chan's back was soaked with cold sweat, and he quickly waved his hand. You guys go eat first. I can do it myself. After finally managing to get everyone away, he suddenly remembered that he had complained about the system using gift boxes to package the mascot costume yesterday, and the system had replied with received. Okay. So, After I mentioned it yesterday, we're not using gift boxes today, and we're switching to this weird style? Looking at how tightly wrapped the package was, Su-chin couldn't even imagine what anyone would think of it when it arrived. What if people mistake it for something strange or weird? Thinking about this, Su-chin felt a headache coming on. If I were to shout through a megaphone right now, and it turns out there's only a mascot costume inside, please don't overthink it, it wouldn't be effective. Su-chin silently stared at the human-shaped delivery person in front of him, pondering whether he should cut the system into 8 or 80 pieces to vent his anger if it had a physical form. Then, he took a deep breath, suppressed his frustration, and gritted his teeth as he began moving the goods. Of course, the first thing to do was to bring this hot potato inside. People pass by this yard from time to time. If someone were to casually glance at it through the fence, it could really be a disaster, and could potentially cause a huge misunderstanding. Chapter 409 Don't Jinx It. After settling everything in, Su-chin ate his lunch and went into the kitchen. Today we're making mango pomelo sago, a classic Hong Kong-style dessert for cooling off in the summer. It is said that it was first created by Lei Garden Restaurant in Hong Kong. It was originally called mango pomelo sago pudding. Later, when the owner was reading a book, he saw the story of Guanyin sprinkling sweet dew with a willow branch to save people from suffering. He had a flash of inspiration and changed it to this ethereal name. The ingredients delivered by the system are all carefully selected. Philippine mangoes, each over 80% ripe, are so sweet they're almost cloying but not chewy. Ruby grapefruits, perfectly balanced between sweet and sour. And there's also Thai coconut milk, Dutch evaporated milk. Su-chin picked up a mango, placed it on the cutting board, and with 2 quick swishes of the knife along the pit, 2 large chunks of thick flesh came off. Make a few horizontal and vertical cuts, push it upwards, and then make another cut, and the neatly arranged mango chunks are flipped onto the plate. Roll the grapefruit on the table a few times first, so the flesh will be easier to peel. Su-chin used a knife to cut off both ends of the pomelo, peeled off the outer skin along the curve, and then carefully peeled off the segments to remove the fruit. Tear the grapefruit segments into small pieces, keeping each segment intact. Do not leave any of the white pith, otherwise it will taste bitter. On the stove over there, Butler Ding was watching the large pot of sago being cooked. "Sir, the water's boiling. Can we add the sago now?" Su-chin glanced back and said, "Okay, put it in, and keep stirring." "Yes, that's it. Make sure it doesn't stick to the bottom of the pot." 15 minutes later, Butler Ding turned off the heat, covered the pot, and let it simmer for 7 or 8 minutes. The sago pearls became crystal clear, and the small white spot in the middle was almost gone. Then, he rinsed them with ice water to remove the sticky residue from the surface. Making the coconut milk base is even simpler. Use a 3-to-1 ratio of coconut milk to evaporated milk. As for sugar, just sprinkle some by feel. Once the mango puree was ready in the blender, all the ingredients were prepared. Su-chin personally demonstrated how to do it. In a clear milk teacup, a layer of golden mango puree is laid out, followed by a generous pile of diced mango and grapefruit pieces, then topped with chewy sago pearls, and finally drizzled with snow-white coconut milk. The golden and milky white colors, combined with the bright red fruit pieces, are quite beautiful. I wonder how perfect it would be if it were chilled before drinking. Su-chin turned around and took out another small cup, carefully making another one. The mango chunks were piled high, and the grapefruit segments were so plentiful they were almost overflowing. "Uncle Ding, this cup is for Nuonyuo. She'll drink it when she gets home from school." As he spoke, he tore off a piece of sticky note, drew a crooked smiley face on it, and stuck it on. "That little darling complained that I didn't give her enough fruit before, and she pouted and grumbled for a long time. This time, I'll give her more." It was just past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at the location of the 2 large trees. At this moment, many regular customers had already arrived early. Among these regular customers, besides the local patrons who came up empty-handed yesterday, there were also many weary travelers from out of town. "Boss Su, I've missed you so much." Wang Bin, who had come from the south of the city, shouted emotionally at the open space between the 2 trees. "Can you please stop embarrassing yourself? The boss hasn't even arrived yet." His girlfriend, Song Fei, stood to the side, her face full of disgust, looking as if she couldn't bear to look at him. Hey, isn't this Binzi? At this moment, a sharp-eyed regular customer recognized Wang Bin and walked over with a smile to greet him. I haven't seen you since you had noodles at the funeral home last time. How have you been lately? The regular customer asked curiously. Oh no, I just went on a business trip to a place that's a food wasteland. I can't sleep well or eat well every day. You have no idea how much I miss Boss Su's cooking. Every time I have insomnia in the middle of the night, I hide under the covers, cover my mouth and cry my heart out, afraid that the tears will fall out of my mouth. Please don't try to take it from me later. Let me drink to my heart's content. Wang Bin sighed heavily, revealing an expression of reluctance to look back. Oh, you've really suffered. Upon hearing this, the regular customer couldn't help but show a look of sympathy, gently patting Wang Bin on the shoulder to offer his comfort. Don't listen to my boyfriend's nonsense. He's gained 5 pounds since his business trip. I think he's gone to fatten up. Song Fei, unable to bear it any longer, rolled her eyes and mercilessly exposed Wang Bin's lie. Which side are you on? Wang Bin was furious when his girlfriend exposed him in public. I stand only on the side of justice. Song Fei put her hands on her hips and said righteously. As more and more people arrived, the regular diners had already lined up in an orderly fashion. Since the news spread through Su Chen's fan club, even old customers he met at the Chengdu Marathon have come, and some have even brought foreign girls with them. Daisy, an Englishwoman, was brought along. At first, Daisy didn't realize what this scene meant. She just looked around curiously. It wasn't until her companion Lu Ying told her in English, "We might have to wait a while. The boss won't be here until 6 o'clock, that she finally understood. Upon hearing this, Daisy couldn't help but exclaim in shock, OMG. Her eyes widened as she looked at her companion with disbelief, and asked, Lu, are you saying that these people are willing to waste an hour queuing here just to get a cup of milk tea made by that boss Su? Lu Ying nodded. That's right. Daisy shook her head in disbelief and exclaimed, This is insane. However, I must try it and see if this milk tea is worth the wait. Although he said he thought it was crazy, his expression clearly showed his anticipation. Just then, the regular diners in line also noticed Daisy's appearance. Holy crap, Boss Su is already starting to have foreign fans. What's so special about that? You don't know, do you? During the Chengdu Marathon, the foreigners ate the pot-boiled chicken with more gusto than anyone else, and they even forgot about running. Food knows no borders. Maybe foreigners really do like it. By the way, do foreigners pronounce words in Chinese or English? By the way, I have an idea. Do you think Mr. Su might set up a stall abroad in the future? Damn it, shut up. I advise you not to jinx it. Is it too late to get a passport now? What if Boss Su really goes abroad? We'll have to follow him. Please don't. The scene was bustling with noise, and Wang Bin was not idle either. He nudged Song Fei beside him with his elbow and said in a low voice, You know what? Just thinking about this foreigner having to recite the words Boss Su asked for is quite interesting. I wonder if this foreigner has the thick skin to actually do it. Song Fei turned her head and glared at her boyfriend. Is it possible that even if she recited those words, she didn't actually know what they meant? If that's the case, she probably wouldn't feel embarrassed at all. Wang Bin's cheerful expression froze instantly, as if he had been awakened by these words. He suddenly slapped his thigh and said, You know what? You really have to admit. Come to think of it, this foreigner is actually quite good at reciting words. If it weren't for Boss Su's purchase limit, I would have asked her to buy me a few more copies. Chapter 410 was hasty. It's 5 minutes to 6. Su Chun pushed his cart and saw the long queue under the tree in the distance. He sighed inwardly and headed towards the queue. Woohoo! Boss Su is here. Mr. Su, you're up early today. What's the use of arriving early? If you're so capable, then take your time. Yes, Mr. Su is great in every way, except he closes up shop too quickly. As everyone chimed in, what started as a simple greeting somehow took a strange turn. Su Chun busied himself parking the cart, pretending not to hear the group of people chattering about him, and went about his preparations. There have been too many similar cases, and Su Chun has long since learned to selectively ignore them. Regular customers were used to Mr. Su's reaction and didn't mind. An elderly customer who was ahead of Su Chun seemed to suddenly remember something and said something to him. Mr. Su, you're internationally renowned now. Foreigners are even lining up to date you. Upon hearing this, Su Chin paused in his actions, subconsciously raising his head to glance at the line. Sure enough, I spotted a foreign woman in the crowd. Coincidentally, whether it was telepathy or not, Daisy also looked at Su Chun at that moment, and their eyes met. Upon seeing this, Daisy immediately broke into a warm smile and waved to Su Chun in a generous manner. Su Chun, where did this foreigner come from? Won't this be embarrassing enough to be seen internationally? Thinking about it was pointless, so he looked away and continued tidying up the things in the cart. It's not even 6 o'clock yet, so there's no need to put on the mascot costume beforehand. The first customer in line was overjoyed to discover that Su Chin wasn't wearing his mascot costume and hadn't taken out his whiteboard yet. Mr. Su, do we not need to say anything today? Yes, it's not even 6 o'clock yet. I'm just putting the milk tea bags on first. Su Chin explained. As the time was approaching, he quietly took out his whiteboard, and then took out an extra-long watermelon mascot costume to change into. Upon seeing the whiteboard, the regular diners in the queue all craned their necks to look. Mango Pomelo Sago, 28 yuan per cup. Welcoming lines. Family, does anyone know how delicious my Mango Pomelo Sago is? Customers' lines. Every cause has its effect, and your retribution is me. Have one, please. Moi? Today's lines appeared so vividly in the eyes of the regular diners. The regular diners in the queue, driven by curiosity, peeked over the whiteboard. When they saw the lines, their expressions became quite interesting. The elderly diner at the front of the line stared at the lines for a full 2 seconds before letting out a slow sigh and saying to Su Chun in a serious tone, Boss Su, you wrote the lines wrong. Wrongly written? Where? Su Chun looked puzzled, stopped what he was doing, looked up at the old customer, and asked. The old diner said earnestly and with a rather sentimental tone, You wrote the wrong person for the retribution. I'm not your retribution, you're clearly my retribution. It must be because I did many evil deeds in my past life that I have to get the retribution of knowing Boss Su in this life. As he spoke, he nodded seriously. Su Chun was speechless for a moment, and could only silently complain in his heart. You don't have to say anything unnecessary. Seeing Su Chin's speechless expression, the regular customer couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Su, let's get on with the procedures. I'm dying of thirst. The regular customer urged them impatiently. Su Chin glanced at the old customer and wanted to say, If you hadn't said those things just now, he would have already started serving milk tea by now. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Chin changed into the extra-long watermelon mascot costume. To be honest, this extra-long watermelon mascot costume is much more impactful than yesterday's Tyrannosaurus Rex mascot costume. The color is lush and green, with stripes of varying shades. Many of the regular diners in the queue already looked uneasy after seeing the lines. Upon seeing Su Chun in the mascot costume, their expressions instantly transformed into a series of emojis resembling old man, subway, cell phone. However, these regular diners, having had yesterday's experience as a foundation, were somewhat mentally prepared. Even when startled, it was only a brief moment of loss of composure, and she quickly recovered. But Daisy was completely different. She watched in disbelief as Su Chun changed into the mascot costume. Throughout the process, her eyes widened, and an expression of utter astonishment gradually appeared on her face. OMG, is this guy crazy? Why is he dressed like that? Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly added, Oh, sorry. I was just so surprised. I didn't mean anything by it. Is this some kind of performance art? My goodness, the Eastern culture is truly mysterious. Daisy bombarded Lu Ying with a series of questions. Lu Ying, standing to the side, also looked exasperated, wondering how to explain everything to this foreigner. This is not some mysterious Eastern culture at all. It is purely Mr. Su's unique personal behavior. Please do not generalize it to other areas. Lu Ying sighed inwardly. It was too hasty to call Daisy over in the first place. You have to clean up the mess you made yourself. She turned to Daisy beside her and said, Daisy, if you find the situation here a bit, well, hard to understand, how about we go somewhere else to buy milk tea? Daisy had been muttering words like crazy, nonstop since the beginning, clearly shocked by Su Chin's series of strange actions. Despite her incredulous expression, she showed no intention of leaving. Hearing Lu Ying's question, Daisy asked in confusion, "Why do you want to buy it somewhere else? Is the milk tea here not good?" Lu Ying was speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond. Indeed, the lines on the whiteboard felt like a lump in my throat, so awkward I could hardly breathe. But she really couldn't lie and say that Boss Su's food didn't taste good. For those bizarre lines, such as, "Every cause has its effect, and your retribution is me." Moi. What kind of English can accurately convey the original meaning, achieve faithfulness, elegance, and make foreigners like Daisy understand why these lines are so difficult to say? Lu Ying racked her brains, trying to think of a solution for a long time, but she felt like all the brain cells in her head were about to cramp up. Her English level is only limited to everyday communication. She's not a professional translator at all. I truly have the will, but not the power. In the end, Lu Ying had no choice but to give Daisy a brief and somewhat awkward explanation of the situation, trying to make her understand the awkwardness of the situation. Chapter 4:11 Money, but nowhere to spend it? Even after hearing the explanation, Daisy still looked puzzled. "Sorry, I might not understand. You said that reading those Chinese words aloud would make people feel embarrassed. But why are these people in line still willingly waiting here and not leaving?" She glanced around at the regular diners in line, who were either waiting patiently or chatting quietly, showing no sign of leaving. Lu Ying was speechless when asked the question. Daisy said thoughtfully, "So, it's the delicious milk tea here that's enough to make everyone endure this awkwardness, right?" Her tone was certain, indicating that she had already reached a conclusion in her mind. "Right?" Lu Ying nodded helplessly. "That's great. I think we should buy milk tea here." Daisy's face immediately lit up with anticipation. She couldn't wait to taste it. After going through the prearranged script before pushing the cart, the diners began to pay. Compared to yesterday, today's mango pomelo sago dessert doesn't come with a milk foam topping, making it more convenient and quicker. The team moved forward quickly, and soon they had advanced a considerable distance. Daisy stood in the line, her eyes fixed on the approaching cart, her face beaming with anticipation. Finally, the customer in front of me happily walked away with his freshly made mango pomelo sago dessert. Daisy came to the stroller and started babbling on and on. With business so good, why doesn't the boss hire more people? Perhaps opening a restaurant would be a good idea. Lu Ying stood to the side, and she knew the answers to the questions Daisy had asked. So, before Su Chenxiu could even speak a word of English, she took the initiative to step forward and assume the role of translator. Boss Su sets up a stall simply out of personal hobby. He is not actually short of money. After hearing Lu Ying's explanation, Daisy's face showed surprise again, but it was clear that she had misunderstood something. "I have met some people from the East, and in my impression, they are mostly very reserved and introverted and do not like to be the center of attention. But obviously Boss Su is an oddball among you, right? Otherwise, why would he like to wear such strange clothes and set up a stall on the street?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt an urge to defend himself. "I immediately thought that I am actually quite reserved, and I am definitely not the kind of person who likes to wear strange clothes to show off." Before he could even open his mouth, Daisy seemed to suddenly remember something and continued, "Can someone teach me how to pronounce these lines?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen promptly shut his mouth. He would never teach that. Upon hearing Daisy's request, Lu Ying instinctively shuddered. Saying those lines once is incredibly awkward, let alone teaching them to Daisy word by word. But after all, it was she who took the initiative to invite Daisy to Boss Su's place. Now, she's in a mess she dug herself, and she has no choice but to jump in and fill the hole herself. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and soon came up with a solution. "Mr. Su, you go first and give me the lines. Then I'll teach you by following your rhythm." Su Chen glanced at Lu Ying with a hint of sympathy and began reciting the words, "Family members, does anyone understand this?" After Su Chen finished reading, Lu Ying immediately leaned close to Daisy's ear with a helpless expression and began to break down and teach her word by word. It's like Lu Ying says a word, and Daisy repeats that word. Every cause must have an effect. Daisy studied very hard, trying her best to imitate Lu Ying's pronunciation. After Daisy finally finished reading, albeit haltingly, Suchin didn't see a system notification saying that this didn't count, so he assumed the process was complete. Many people in the group stared at Daisy with great interest, their faces beaming with smiles, looking like they were enjoying the spectacle. Just then, a young man wearing a vest with the XX Delivery logo walked briskly toward them. Whose phone number ends in 5988? In the queue, a regular customer heard the shout and raised his phone to wave it. I called a delivery person. The delivery guy glanced curiously at the long queue and the cart at the front of the line. At first, his expression seemed normal, when his gaze was completely fixed on the front of the cart. Holy crap, there's a watermelon man. The delivery man was startled, and then noticed the human face peeking out from the watermelon-shaped figure, as well as the arm that was filling the milk tea container. He couldn't help but silently think to himself, "This is so weird. What kind of performance art is this?" The delivery man pulled his attention back and quickly walked toward the elderly customer who was waving his phone at him. "Hello, do you need delivery, or are you looking to buy it for you?" As soon as he approached the regular customer, the delivery man immediately asked him questions. "I guess you could say it's a proxy purchase," said the regular customer. "Okay, then please enter the address of the purchase in the software and calculate the price." The delivery man explained the process skillfully. The regular customer nodded, quickly typed a string of words on his phone, and completed the task. Subsequently, the delivery man updated the information. He looked closely and said instinctively, "You've made a mistake. You've written the same address for both the delivery and the purchase." That's right, it's the same thing. You just need to queue up and buy it for me." The regular customer quickly explained, a smug smile on his face. The delivery guy looked completely bewildered, having no idea what it meant. "Oh, well, you can just stand in line for me. I'll wait here, and you can give it to me after you're done buying it." Without a word, the regular customer reached out and pulled him into the queue, then leisurely walked out and stood aside with a smile on his face. Some of the more observant regulars who noticed what was happening had rather complicated expressions on their faces. Damn it, they cheated. I'm smitten. By the way, how much is the errand fee? Is it too late to call one now? The delivery guy stood in the queue looking completely bewildered, his mind filled with questions. To be honest, he really didn't understand the point of this errand order. The customer himself was standing right there, and he didn't look like he was too busy to take the time, yet he insisted on paying me to queue for him. Is it really because they have too much money to spend? Originally, the delivery guy thought, since I can make money anyway, why not? And didn't think too much about it. After all, orders where the purchasing address and the delivery address are in the same place are relatively convenient, as they don't require running around and making a fuss. But as he listened to the conversations of several regular diners around him, the delivery man realized that something was amiss. From what I could see, several people had already opened their delivery apps, seemingly ready to place an order. It's impossible that so many people acted impulsively and simply had money to burn, right? Chapter 412, It's not about money. Excuse me, could you please tell me why you insist on using a delivery service? The delivery man couldn't hold back any longer and asked the regular customer next to him. Huh? You didn't know? Didn't that guy tell you when he placed the order? The regular customer being questioned looked surprised. No, there was only one address. I grabbed the order as soon as I saw it. The delivery man told the truth. Should I praise you for being quick, or say you were unlucky? You'd better take a look at the whiteboard on the stroller beforehand. The old customer's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle, and he pointed his finger in the direction of the cart. The delivery man, filled with doubt, looked in the direction the regular customer was pointing. Just then, a customer took a milk tea and gave up their spot in front of the cart, and the figure that had been blocking the way disappeared, revealing the whiteboard in its entirety. The delivery man's eyes quickly swept over it. 1 second he was thinking to himself, these street vendors are really daring with their prices these days. They're not cheap. The next second, because he read so fast, he saw all the subsequent text on the whiteboard without missing a single word. Instantly, the delivery man's eyes widened like saucers, and his face quickly showed expressions of shock, confusion, and disbelief. What is this? The delivery guy shouted. As you can see, that's how it is. The regular customer nodded calmly. The delivery guy always considered himself to be quite knowledgeable, having worked his way up in the industry and seen all sorts of people and things. But at this moment, he felt that he still lacked broad knowledge. He finally understood. Emotionally, this person doesn't want to experience embarrassing situations themselves, so they'd rather spend a little money to have someone else bear the social embarrassment for them. Between the meager delivery fee and the impending awkward social situation, the delivery man didn't hesitate for even a second. He turned to the elderly customer who had placed the errand order and said firmly, "I'll refund this order. I can't do this job." The regular customer was initially laughing to himself, thinking he was a genius for coming up with such a brilliant way to avoid reading the words aloud. Unexpectedly, I turned around and heard the delivery guy say he wanted to cancel the order. "No, you've already accepted it. How can you turn it back?" "Brother, you need to have a sense of contractual responsibility. This is a basic matter of work attitude." "No way. I really can't do this job." The delivery guy felt incredibly embarrassed and uncomfortable when he thought about the bizarre lines he had just seen on the whiteboard. "You can do it. You definitely can. I'm giving you a 5-star review for this order. It's really nothing. Look, so many people have already said it. Close your eyes, steel your resolve, and you'll be done in no time." The regular customers tried to persuade them. "Others are others, and I am me. If you don't think it's a big deal, why call me a delivery person?" The delivery guy shook his head vigorously, unmoved by anything the old diner said. The old diner was speechless for a moment. After a brief silence, he decided to unleash his ultimate move. He gritted his teeth, as if he had made a huge decision, and said, "Stop talking. I'll pay more. This isn't about money." Before the delivery man could finish speaking, the regular customer eagerly held up 2 fingers. "Holy crap, 200. Other regular diners nearby couldn't help but gasp in surprise. 20. The regular customer hurriedly waved his hand, a look of bewilderment on his face. 200 yuan? Do you think I'd make such a fuss? You couldn't even sell me for 200 yuan. Do you think I'm some kind of tycoon?" He muttered something, then said to the delivery guy, "After you finish buying, I'll give you a 20 yuan tip as a tip for your trouble, okay?" Well, the delivery guy hesitated for a moment. For delivery orders within 1 kilometer, the price is usually very low, typically only a few dollars. But if this customer is willing to tip an extra 20 yuan, then it's a completely different story. The profit from this order is enough to add at least 2 big chicken legs to dinner without hesitation. As for the 200 yuan mentioned earlier, I didn't really care about it. All right then. After some internal struggle, the delivery man gritted his teeth, nodded heavily, and agreed. It's just reciting a line of lyrics. He closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and quickly finished speaking. Thinking about it this way, it's like making over 20 yuan in just a few seconds. This deal is too good to pass up. Seeing this, the regular customer finally relaxed and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Several regular diners nearby watched this scene unfold and showed expressions of interest. Lu Sidong is one of those who are attracted to him. Her salary is not low, and an extra 20 yuan is nothing to her. The only problem is that she's already quite far ahead in the queue, and if she calls a delivery person, they might not be able to get there in time before it's her turn to order. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then patted her best friend on the shoulder and said, "Hold this spot for me. I'll go ask." Lu Sidong walked over to the delivery man and saw that he had just finished talking with the old customer, so she went straight to the point and asked, "Hey bro, can you contact some other delivery guys to come and help me buy it? I'm willing to pay 20 yuan, but I'm worried that if I place the order now, it won't arrive before my turn to order." The delivery man paused for a moment, looked at Lu Sidong, and saw that she looked serious and wasn't joking. His eyes lit up and he immediately said, "No need to ask anyone else. I can buy it for you." Since reciting the words once is the same as reciting them twice, and he can earn an extra 20 yuan for every additional person who buys them for him, why not? If a few more people ask him to buy things for them, he might actually make a few hundred yuan tonight, and then he'd be rich. Lu Sidong was both amused and exasperated by the delivery guy's eagerness to take on jobs. This guy is surprisingly good at business. He doesn't miss any opportunity to make money. She had no choice but to patiently explain. "No, there are a lot of people today, and each person is limited to 1 cup. If you buy it for me, you won't be able to buy any more." Upon hearing this, the delivery man's eyes widened in surprise. Purchase restrictions still exist? He originally thought that reciting those lines was already a headache, but he didn't expect there to be a purchase limit as well. He subconsciously glanced back at the queue in front of the cart, then looked at the eager diners around him, and was even more shocked. What must this drink be so delicious that so many people are willing to stand in long lines, recite awkward lines, and even pay someone to buy it for them? The delivery guy scratched his head, looking curious, and asked, "This milk tea, is it really that good?" Chapter 413 is My Good Fortune. Lu Sitong nodded, her tone very firm. Absolutely worth it. The delivery guy hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist his curiosity and tentatively said, "Well, how about I buy one to try myself?" Upon seeing this, Lu Sitong couldn't help but laugh and pointed to the line and the cart. "Then you have to go to the end and line up properly, and you have to recite the words yourself." After hearing this, the delivery man looked at the queue, then at the order in his hand, and finally sighed helplessly. "Forget it. Let's make money first. Let me ask around and see if there are any other errand runners available right now." After saying that, he took out his phone and started calling for help. The little farce unfolding on the team's side did not attract Su Chen's attention. He kept moving his hands as he handed the packaged milk tea to Daisy. Daisy took the milk tea, inserted the straw with a pop, and eagerly took a big gulp. The cool aroma of coconut milk hits you right in the head, while the richness of coconut cream and the silkiness of evaporated milk linger on your tongue. Perfectly cooked sago pearls are soft on the outside and chewy and bouncy on the inside, each one playfully rolling around in your mouth. The flesh of a ripe Luzon mango is thick and smooth, requiring almost no chewing. A gentle sip and it melts into a sweet torrent in your mouth. Its sweetness is not a monotonous accumulation of sugar, but rather a layered feeling with the warmth of tropical sunshine, and the base notes also subtly reveal a hint of fruitiness, exuding the sweetness only found in the passionate days of love. The most amazing part is the burst of grapefruit pieces at the end. The unique, slightly bitter and sweet aftertaste of ruby grapefruit instantly elevates the entire cup of milk tea. The bursting juice from each miniature popping boba instantly washes away all the sweetness, creating a very layered flavor. Daisy was completely absorbed in the milk tea, drinking it with great relish. After a few bites, she quickly looked up at Lu Ying, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. "OMG, it's so delicious. I've never tasted anything so intoxicating. This is absolutely insane. I'm so jealous that you can enjoy this delicious food so often." Dream on. In reality, you don't get to taste it very often. Upon hearing Daisy's words, this was the first thing that came to Lu Ying's mind. A stall owner who changes locations every week and whose business hours are not fixed. The fact that the food they make is so delicious that it's jaw-dropping is not something to be envious of. The truth is quite the opposite. If a regular customer heard Daisy say this, she would definitely refute it seriously and then recount the various frustrations that Mr. Su faces after closing time each week. At Su Chen's booth, as time passed, the number of people did not decrease, but instead increased. Many regular customers lingered after buying their milk tea, reluctant to leave. It's rare to see Boss Su, and the scene is so lively, I'd be happy to join in the fun. Perhaps because girls generally like to drink milk tea, there were more girls than boys in the queue. At first glance, there were small groups of 2 or 3, chattering amongst themselves. They came early to queue up so they could get this milk tea. Moreover, meeting Boss Su is no different from meeting a male god or idol, so I have to put on makeup and dress up. Therefore, considering the time spent getting ready, the time should be pushed back even further. All the hard work was worth it the moment I met Boss Su and tasted the milk tea. It was totally worth it. Moreover, the image output is fantastic. You can instantly have a premium version of your WeChat moments. I went through all that trouble to buy that milk tea, so I'd feel bad if I didn't show it off. Boss Su is still so handsome. Seriously, can he even have a flaw? He's handsome, rich, and a great cook. Now he can even make milk tea. I can't imagine what kind of girl could be worthy of such a perfect man. No, Boss Su doesn't need to find a stepmother for the child. Besides, if she gets married and settles down, why would she still be setting up stalls everywhere? What would we eat then? The young lady, who was just holding a milk tea and smiling with a love-struck expression, immediately calmed down upon hearing these words. That makes sense. It's good that Mr. Su is single. Hearing this, Su Chin's lips twitched. He's so lucky to have such a group of fans. Another day of closing early. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, after coaxing Nuonyuo to sleep, Su Chun washed up and collapsed on the bed like a complete couch potato. Thinking that tomorrow would be the last day of business this week, Su Chun felt that the whole world had become more beautiful. He adjusted his posture slightly, opened the system, and prepared to receive the mascot costume and lines for tomorrow. Familiar text appeared before my eyes. Congratulations, host, on completing today's business task. New recipe unlocked, grass jelly. Su Chun looked at the unremarkable recipe name and pondered to himself. At least from the name, there was nothing about it that could be used to create something interesting. However, given the precedent of the extra-long watermelon, he felt he couldn't let his guard down. Just as he was lost in thought, the text in front of him continued to refresh. Tomorrow's mascot costume is now unlocked. Cartoon sheep. Host lines. Meow grass jelly with sheep, sweeter than first love. Want a bowl of meow? Customer's line. Meow grass jelly, I love you, just like a lamb loves the meadow. Su Chun. What kind of childish lines are these? Is he having an epileptic seizure? Su Chun stared at the lines for several seconds, speechless, finding them increasingly absurd. Although the lines are so childish that they make you laugh and cry, the cringeworthy and embarrassing feeling is not diminished at all. What the hell? This system is just asking for a frying pan to be smashed. Immediately, Su Chun remembered the package delivered by the human-shaped courier at noon and suddenly said seriously, I think we should use the gift box for tomorrow's mascot costume. I didn't mean anything by it. I just really enjoy receiving gifts. Friday, a day full of wonderful anticipation. Su Chun felt cheerful as soon as he opened his eyes after waking up. The thought that the week of social stagnation was finally coming to an end made him smile involuntarily. It has to be said that after a week of various mishaps at work, Su Chun clearly felt that his skin was now much thicker than before. After washing up, Su Chun went to the door to receive the supplies as usual. The food packaging bags were neatly arranged at the entrance, and Su Chun immediately spotted the familiar gift box inside. A subtle sense of security welled up in Su Chun's heart. But he quickly realized, oh no, I've been overwhelmed by the system's CPU. He immediately became aware of this emotional shift in himself, and then began to move the ingredients inside one by one. A faint scent of herbs wafted through the kitchen. Butler Ding held a handful of dark brown dried grass leaves, looking completely bewildered. Mr. Su, these look like medicinal herbs from a pharmacy. What new tricks are we going to try today? Su Chun took the dried herb, gently twirled it between his fingertips, and smiled warmly. This is grass jelly from Longyan, Fujian, the most authentic ingredient for making grass jelly. Don't let its ordinary appearance fool you. The dessert that's ready later will definitely amaze you. Chapter 4:14 You're bad. Most of the grass jelly sold outside is made with instant powder. But authentic grass jelly requires real grass jelly to be slowly simmered. That natural herbal aroma cannot be replicated with artificial flavorings. At Su Chin's instruction, the two ants washed the fairy grass, threw it into a pot, added spring water, and started cooking. When the water boils, you need to add some baking soda. This stuff helps the gelatinous substance in the grass jelly to be extracted more quickly and thoroughly. The broth simmered gently over a low flame. The grass jelly leaves unfurling and curling in the vortex, gradually turning the broth a dark color and releasing a rich, herbal aroma. When touched, the gelatinous substance was still sticky and chewy. Su Chun also made a slight innovation to the traditional method by adding some monk fruit and licorice to the pot. This way, the soup will be sweeter and can neutralize the slight bitterness of the grass jelly. The filtered grass jelly juice needs to be boiled again, and some starch water is added to increase its chewiness. The grass jelly liquid was cooked and cooled down, while the purple sweet potatoes and pumpkins next to it were steamed until they were soft and mushy. Everyone worked together to mix the purple sweet potato puree with tapioca starch and sugar into a dough, then rolled it into small strips and cut it into taro balls. That's not all. To truly bring out the full flavor of grass jelly, you need a variety of toppings. Red beans, sago, crushed peanuts, brown sugar syrup, and coconut milk are all standard toppings. Suchin also specially prepared fresh fruits such as strawberries, watermelons, and dragon fruit. After all, it's Friday, the last day of business, so we have to make sure everyone eats to their heart's content. Under two trees near the foreign language primary school, Yuzha held his 5-year-old nephew in his hand and stood in the shade of the trees, his eyes full of expectation. He deliberately chose this most conspicuous spot, thinking that he would see Boss Su as soon as he arrived. After all, he had gone to great lengths to buy an extra cup of milk tea today. "Uncle, how long do we have to wait?" Anan asked, tilting her little face up, her voice filled with dissatisfaction. Yuzha took a lollipop out of his pocket, waved it in front of Anan, and coaxed, "Wait a little longer, be good. Uncle will buy you something nice to drink later." In order to circumvent Boss Su's purchase restrictions, he specially borrowed his cousin's child. Children are not afraid of embarrassment and are relatively easy to please. "My nephew will buy 1 cup, and I'll buy another one, so I can enjoy 2 cups. Just thinking about it makes me happy. As for my nephew, buying him some snacks, toys, or a hamburger or fried chicken would be enough to make up for it." After waiting for about 20 minutes, Anan's patience finally ran out, and she began to tug at Yuzha's clothes impatiently, saying, "Uncle, I'm so bored. I want to play on my phone." Yuzha had no choice but to take out his phone and hand it over, reminding him, "You can only play for 20 minutes, understand? Don't use up all the battery." Anan's little hand swiped quickly across the screen, and soon she opened the video app and found her favorite cartoon. The cheerful and lively opening theme song immediately began to play. "Don't underestimate me just because I'm a sheep. The green grass smells sweeter because of me." Yuzha glanced at it casually and couldn't help but complain. "How many times have you watched this cartoon? It's so silly and dull. What's so interesting about it?" "No, that's not true. Sheep is the cutest." "Uncle, you're so mean." Anan immediately retorted, angrily turning her body to the side with her back to Yuzha, indicating that she didn't want to talk to him. "Hey, you silly child. How could your uncle be so mean? Your uncle even bought you some delicious food. Why didn't you ask Yang Yang to take you?" Yuzha deliberately teased his nephew to see his reaction. Anan didn't even look up, her eyes fixed on the phone screen, ignoring her uncle's words and completely ignoring them. "Uncle, stop making noise." Just as Yuzha was about to continue teasing him, suddenly, a chattering sound came from afar. He instinctively straightened up and looked in the direction the sound came from. Yuzha subconsciously looked up and saw several beautiful young girls walking towards him. The girls walked along, looking around as if searching for something. "Is this the place? This should be the place, right?" I asked the stall owner earlier, and he was referring to the location of the 2 trees. "There are already people over there. Could they be waiting for Boss Su as well?" A girl pointed in the direction where Yuzha and Anan were and said in confusion. The girls' voices grew louder as they approached. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Yuzha. Yuzha subconsciously straightened up, instantly becoming somewhat reserved. He was a single, straight man in his late 30s, and he had never experienced being surrounded by a group of young and beautiful women before. At that moment, he felt his heart suddenly race, and his mind almost floated out of his head. "Are you also waiting here for Boss Su to open for business?" a girl with a ponytail asked. Yuzha opened his mouth, wanting to answer, but felt as if something was blocking his throat and could only nod mechanically, his expression slightly stiff. "Great. We didn't come to the wrong place." The girls immediately became excited and started discussing it animatedly. Yuzha's mind was completely blank at this moment. He could only feel a buzzing in his ears. The girls' voices were intertwined, making him feel somewhat at a loss. In the end, I couldn't remember anything I said, only that I kept hearing "thank you" and "thank you" in my ears. Just then, Anan tugged at his sleeve, tilted her little face up, and asked, "Uncle, why is your face so red?" Yuzha then came to his senses and coughed lightly. "What do kids know? Go watch your silly little lamb." "Bad uncle. Little lamb isn't stupid." Upon hearing this, Anan immediately jumped up and gave Yuzha a light punch on the waist. Hiss! Yuzha couldn't help but gasp. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong despite his young age. He should teach his nephew a good lesson and exercise his authority as an uncle. It's almost 6 o'clock. Suchin pushed the cart slowly towards the two iconic trees. A sharp-eyed girl in the group was the first to spot him. His eyes lit up instantly, and he grabbed his companion's sleeve excitedly. "Look, it's the boss." The news spread quickly along the ranks. Everyone seemed to have been turned on, craning their necks to look around. "I can't take it anymore. I've already started swallowing." "Boss, hurry up. We're dying of thirst." The shouts mingled together, drawing the attention of passers-by nearby. Upon hearing the sudden shout, Suchin instinctively looked up. Everything is subject to comparison. At first, he prayed that his regular customers wouldn't find him this week, thinking he could avoid them for as long as possible. Later, the regular customers still managed to find him. However, after a week of training, Suchin on Friday was no longer the novice who would be at a loss because of a little embarrassment on Monday. Chapter 415 is a bit magical. Suchin took a deep breath, and then, as if possessed, waved to the cheering crowd. This action instantly sparked an even more enthusiastic response. "Wow, Boss Su waved at me," a young man in the back row shouted at the top of his lungs. Immediately afterwards, the other young people also started whistling, and the cheers from the group erupted even louder. Suchin couldn't hold back his emotions this time. He realized that his wave had been misunderstood. What he really meant was to ask them to stop shouting so loudly, since it made him feel quite embarrassed. "OMG, Mr. Liu, is Mr. Su your star chef? This is insane. Look at all these cheering young people. Oh, Boss Su, I love you." Daisy in the group stared wide-eyed, completely caught up in the enthusiastic atmosphere. As she talked to her companions, she found herself joining in the cheering and shouting along with everyone else. Fine. Suchin was not overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. He parked the cart in the open space between two large trees. With a few minutes to spare before the official opening at 6 o'clock, he could take the opportunity to tidy up the shopping cart. Holding his little nephew in his hand, Yuzha stood in front of the stroller with great interest and asked, "Boss Su, is this little brat even considered a person?" Suchin was fiddling with the incubator when he heard Yuzha's words, and his hands suddenly stopped moving. He looked up at Yuzha with a puzzled expression. Unin, standing to the side, also looked completely bewildered, her big eyes filled with question marks. Suchin glanced at the little kid, not understanding what kind of silly question Yuzha was asking. How can a lively little kid not be considered a person? Unin, who was standing to the side, reacted much more quickly than Suchin. His little face turned bright red, and he jumped up and gave Yuzha's waist another little punch. "Oomph, I'm going to tell Mom that you called me a non-human." Yuzha gasped in pain, afraid that his nephew would actually go and tell on him, and then he would be in deep trouble. I quickly promised a bunch of toys and snacks, which barely managed to calm the little guy down. Watching the interaction between the two, Suchin couldn't help but laugh and make a comment. "Haha, your son is quite cute. Hey, I don't even have a girlfriend yet. This is my little nephew." Yuzha's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, Unin reacted even more strongly than him. Her cute little face instantly scrunched up, and she shouted, "Humph, he's a bad uncle. I'm not his son." The little guy had an expression of utter disbelief. Yuzha was amused by this reaction and couldn't help but glare at him, saying, "Hey, you brat, who do you think you are? Is it shameful to treat me as your son?" Suchin couldn't help but laugh as he watched the two lively uncle and nephew bickering. He suddenly remembered a saying from his hometown. A nephew is like his uncle. These two really did have some similarities in personality. Let's get down to business. What exactly do you want to ask? Suchin smiled and shook his head, steer the conversation back on track. Yuzha then remembered his main purpose. He quickly moved closer to Suchin and whispered furtively, "I wanted to ask if it's okay to buy 2 cups with a child? Since we're going to go through the purchase process, this kid can read and speak." Suchin nodded. "Okay." Compared to the previous situation where regular customers would bring their dogs to reserve seats, this is now considered quite normal. However, dogs can't recite lines, so having a little radish head is just right for now. A single word brought a smile to Yuzha's face instantly. "Yay, I knew I wasn't wrong." He was so happy he almost jumped for joy and opened his arms to give Unin a big hug. but the little one pushed him away with a look of disgust. No, Uncle is too annoying. Suchin glanced at the time on his phone. It was almost time to open for business. He reached out and took the doll costume out of the cart. Yuzha stood at the front of the line with his arms crossed. Having seen this several times before, he was used to it and appeared very calm. Suchin began to put on the mascot costume. Once everyone had changed into their mascot costumes, the lively chatter in the group abruptly stopped. New diners watched in disbelief as Suchin instantly transformed into an abstract form. Especially the iconic poop head design on the mascot costume. It's impossible to keep a straight face. The regular diners remained calm, saying that the Shark Bee King and yesterday's extra-long watermelon were all incredibly bizarre. In comparison, today's situation is quite normal. Its adorable appearance exudes cuteness no matter how you look at it, no longer surprising people like before. Now that the mascot costumes have returned to normal, perhaps the accompanying dialogue will also be adjusted accordingly. After all, a normal mascot costume should naturally be paired with normal lines to make sense. Just like this adorable cartoon sheep, it should say things that fit its image, perhaps with a touch of childlike innocence and fun. At least it won't be as embarrassing as before, leaving people so ashamed they'd dig their toes into the ground and feel utterly mortified. When Inen saw Suchin change into the mascot costume, she was instantly filled with surprise and joy. The little guy was just watching the animated film Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf with great interest when, in the blink of an eye, a real pleasant goat appeared right in front of him. At this moment, Inen felt like the happiest child in the world. Wow, sheep. Inen tilted her head back, her eyes wide open, staring intently at Suchin's mascot costume, her face beaming with joy. Every detail on the mascot costume was almost identical to the sheep from the cartoon he had just watched on his phone. He reached out his little hand to touch the plush toy costume, then shyly withdrew it, turning to Yuzha and exclaiming, "Uncle, it's a real sheep." Faced with such childish words, some people in the group couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suchin tidied up the mascot costume and began to set up the whiteboard. Grass jelly is 28 yuan per cup. Welcoming greeting. Meow grass jelly with sheep, sweeter than first love. Want a bowl? Customer's line. Meow grass jelly, I love you, just like a lamb loves the meadow. There's not much to say about the price. It's 28 yuan a cup, and it's packed with ingredients. It's such a good deal. Yuzha focused his attention on the lines, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. The lyrics are a mix of meowing and I love you, making it sound like the Snow King's battle song. It's really catchy. Just as Yuzha was about to complain to Suchin, he suddenly felt his trouser leg being yanked. He looked down and saw Inen staring at the lines on the whiteboard. After glancing at them twice, she looked at the grass jelly in the insulated box and froze on the spot. 2 full seconds passed before her eyes reddened and her lips pursed. Before Yuzha could react, Inen burst into tears. Wah, I don't want to buy this. Chapter 416, What a silly little idiot. The sudden crying startled Yuzha. Even Suchin, who was standing behind the cart, was surprised. The lambs eat green grass and drink beverages. This fairy grass is black and scary. I don't want it. Inen burst into tears, looking utterly resistant. Yuzha was instantly stunned and at a loss for what to do. Wait, didn't you just promise to order for your uncle? Why are you suddenly picking out colors? Inen, be good. This black one tastes good too. Yuzha frantically tried to soothe it, his eyes constantly glancing towards the grass jelly. No, I don't want this. Inen cried even harder, and with a kick of her short legs, she flew straight towards Suchin's mascot costume like a little cannonball, grabbing him tightly with both hands. Little lamb, kind little lamb, please save me. My bad uncle is going to force me to drink black water. Suchin stood frozen in place, his mouth twitching wildly inside the mascot costume. No, this. He had experience in soothing children, but he had never encountered one this difficult. Yuzha was both annoyed and amused. Can this little brat even tell the difference between right and wrong? It was Boss Su who made the herbal jelly. What does it have to do with me? So wearing a cartoon sheep costume makes you a good person, while you yourself become the bad guy. When they grow up, they'll probably get sold out and still have to help count the money. What a silly little thing. Yuzha had no choice but to squat down and wipe Anand's tears. The more the little guy was wiped, the harder he cried. Snot bubbles came out of his nose, and he kept pulling on the fur of Su Chin's mascot costume with both hands, refusing to let go. Yuzha thought to himself, if this little devil really tears up Boss Su's mascot costume, he'll really be too embarrassed to drink the herbal jelly tonight. While worrying about his nephew's questionable future intelligence, he tried everything he could to coax and persuade him. Meanwhile, the diners in the queue all stood on tiptoe and craned their necks to try to see ahead. Master Kong, the canteen worker at the funeral home, hadn't been checking the fan group messages much lately. When he heard someone talking about Su Chun, he dragged the manager over, hoping to get some credit. At that moment, Master Kong subconsciously took half a step back, his eyes wide open, his face full of shock. His manager was also quite frightened, his fingers trembling. Wait, is this for real? Ordering a drink, and it's actually going to turn into a TV show? The two looked at each other, completely unable to connect the boss in front of them who required customers to recite such childish lines to order food with the master chef, Su, who made rice noodles with superb skills in their memory. What on earth is this thing? How did that owner who used to quietly make rice noodles become so eccentric after only 2 weeks? Can't we just focus on selling food properly? Has Mr. Su been possessed by an evil spirit after only a few weeks? Master Kong felt goosebumps rise up his arm and run straight up his arm. He couldn't help but cautiously move forward, trying to lower his voice as much as possible, and asked the student in front of him with a hint of probing. Excuse me, young man, were you like this yesterday too? Several male college students burst into laughter upon hearing this. Yeah, Boss Su's lines are so clever. He's so good at this. It's even more exciting than the truth or dare game we play. Amidst the laughter, the boys became even more enthusiastic and, understanding each other perfectly, made a pact. Whoever let their teammates down in the game would have to perform that line in front of everyone. I'm dying of laughter. Boss Su is so talented. My phone is all ready, just waiting to take pictures of my dirty laundry. Compared to the embarrassment on Master Kong's and the manager's faces, the boys completely treated it as a game. They both hoped to see the other make a fool of themselves. No wonder it's Su's place. It's a treasure trove, delicious food and fun activities. It's absolutely fantastic. Although the lines are childish, they are just right for college students. Over here, after much effort and numerous tempting offers from Yuzha, Anand finally stopped crying. Mr. Su, let's get started. If this keeps going on, my entire salary for this month will have to go to this little devil. Yuzha wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a bitter face. Seeing this, Su Chin nodded and then quickly recited his lines. Meow grass jelly with sheep, sweeter than first love candy. Want a bowl? After hearing this, Anand immediately turned to stare at her uncle, her big eyes blinking rapidly, her meaning crystal clear. Yuzha quickly squatted down and coaxed in a low voice. My little darling, we made a promise. After you finish reading this sentence, your uncle will buy you that transforming robot, the super cool one you saw at the mall last week. Anand pouted and struggled to utter each word. Meow. Fairy grass. Fairy grass. I love you, just like a lamb loves the grass. He would stop and glance at Yuzha after saying each word. Yuzha could only force a smile. Finally, Anand finished speaking the last word, and Su Chun and Yuzha both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Yuzha was about to begin reciting his words, Anand's little fists rained down on his legs. Bad uncle. You should keep your word. Yuzha. Good heavens. I think this silly boy isn't so silly after all. It seems like I'm deliberately messing with him to trick him into buying snacks and toys. With a sense of suspicion, Yuzha finished reading his lines and accepted the 2 servings of grass jelly. One is held in my hand, and the other is held in my palm. Wow, this information is really accurate. The dark brown grass jelly was cut into equally sized dice-sized pieces, wobbling precariously. The 3 colored taro balls are scattered throughout, with the bright red bean paste standing out. They are topped with roasted peanut crumbs and coconut flakes, and fresh fruit pieces are also generously piled up in neat squares. Faced with such a plentiful supply of grass jelly, Yuzha became greedy the moment he scooped up his first spoonful. It really takes skill to scoop up the bouncy grass jelly, Hold the sticky taro balls and coconut milk-coated sago pearls, and add a couple of pieces of fruit. The moment it enters your mouth, the coolness of the grass jelly gives your tongue a jolt, and the smooth texture with a slightly bitter aroma swirls on your tongue. Then the rich brown sugar syrup, combined with the sweet coconut milk, surges up, and the taro balls, chewy and bouncy, with the coarse texture of grains and a subtle sweetness, bounce between your teeth. The sweet red bean paste has a particularly addictive texture, raising the overall sweetness of the bowl by half a level. The sago pudding is like a flowing gummy candy. As it slides down your throat, you can feel its gentle touch as it lightly brushes against your esophagus. That's not all. The sweet and sour taste of strawberries and the refreshing taste of watermelon follow one after another, making you want to reach into the bowl with your spoon again. What a surprise. Every bite felt like opening a blind box. Sweet but not cloying, cool but not icy, with enough ingredients to be a main dish, yet refreshing like a sip of summer breeze. Even the tiny dragon fruit seeds and the crunchy peanut crunch are making their presence felt between your teeth. Uncle. Anin swallowed hard, her voice clearly showing a hint of hesitation. Chapter 4:17 The Stingy Person Drinks Cold Water. Just as Yuzha was about to enjoy his second bowl of grass jelly, he suddenly felt his trouser leg being pulled back and forth by an inexplicable force. Looking down, I saw Anin tilting her little face up, her eyes fixed intently on the bowl in his hand. Anin's eyes were still slightly red and swollen from crying, but a little bit of shiny, suspicious, crystalline liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth. Uncle, isn't this bowl of black grass juice you're holding delicious? When the topic of black grass juice came up, Anin's little face scrunched up noticeably, and she seemed a little awkward. Upon seeing this scene, Yuzha's mind immediately went on high alert. He immediately tucked the herbal jelly into his pocket, while putting on an exaggerated expression and saying, "This is a bitter medicine that only adults can drink. It's black and smelly, and tastes awful." To make his argument more convincing, he even made a vomiting motion. Anin stared at Yuzha with suspicion in her eyes for 2 seconds, then suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs, "Bad uncle. You're lying. I called you several times and you ignored me. You were eating so happily." Yuzha was taken aback. Was he really that engrossed in his meal? He didn't even notice his nephew calling him. But now is not the time to admit it. If we do, this little guy will definitely make a scene. He quickly changed the subject, his face beaming, and said, "This really doesn't taste good. How about your uncle takes you to get a hamburger and your favorite fried chicken later?" Anin's eyes lit up instantly, but after looking at the herbal jelly in her uncle's hand and thinking about the delicious fried chicken, she had a sudden inspiration. "I can eat this first." He pointed to the grass jelly. "Then I'll eat hamburgers and fried chicken." After saying that, he shook his head smugly, clearly very satisfied with his arrangement. Yuzha never expected that kids these days are so hard to fool. When I was a child, I could easily make her happy with just a few snacks. Unlike Anin now, who is so clever and much harder to please than I was as a child. In order to protect Boss Sue's hard-won herbal jelly, Yuzha decided to talk nonsense with a straight face. Anin, Uncle is sick. The doctor said he needs to drink 2 bowls of it to get better." As he spoke, he pointed to his throat and said, "Look, Uncle's voice is hoarse." This statement indeed made Anin hesitate, her little face filled with struggle. Just then, a series of exclamations came from not far away. Several girls who had just received the grass jelly couldn't wait to take a bite. They were instantly captivated by the wonderful taste and exclaimed in admiration, "Oh my God, this tastes so good." Yes, the grass jelly is cool and smooth, with a light herbal fragrance and a very gelatinous texture. Even the fruit inside tastes like the king of fruits. Upon hearing these sounds, Yuzha inwardly cried out in alarm. I should have taken Anin further away. Sure enough, after hearing the girls' exclamations of praise, Anin immediately turned to look at the older girls who were eating with relish, a thoughtful expression on her face. After a few seconds, Anin finally made up her mind. "Uncle, I can try this bitter medicine for now." Yuzha's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that the herbal jelly made by Boss Sue would possess such immense power. However, Anin had an upset stomach last week after eating too many cold drinks and was severely warned by her cousin. If my cousin finds out I gave in something cold again, I'm afraid. Yuzha was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. He quickly put on a serious face and said, "No, no, children can't eat this dark stuff." Anin's face immediately fell, and her voice rose 8 octaves as she cried out, "Bad uncle, you just don't want me to eat." A stingy person drinks cold water, and after drinking cold water, they turn into a devil. Mom said that stingy people will never have friends. Yuzha was speechless for a long time after hearing this, unable to find a suitable rebuttal, and could only stammer, "Uncle isn't stingy." Several regular diners queuing not far away had already noticed the commotion. One of the regular customers, who often chatted and joked with Yuzha in the group chat, seized the opportunity to stab him in the back. "Little kid, you missed a word. I bet you won't have a girlfriend, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, several regular diners burst into laughter, and everyone chimed in. Exactly, they even try to bully little kids. If this were my son, I wouldn't eat a single bite. I'd save it all for him. TSK, they really don't act like adults. What do you know? Yuzha turned his head and rolled his eyes at them. These guys are just jealous that he can eat 2 servings of grass jelly at once, and they're feeling resentful. They're deliberately stirring things up here, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. You know, just to appease Anin. The transforming robot and various snacks I just promised him were enough to buy more than 10 servings of herbal jelly. I want to eat. I really want to eat. When Anin saw that someone was speaking up for her, she immediately perked up. Hearing the commotion, the female college students in the group all turned to look. A few girls huddled together, whispering amongst themselves while glancing at Yuzha and Anin every now and then. Yuzha felt his face burning. The girls' gazes made him feel like he was being pricked by needles, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Left with no other choice, he had to bite the bullet and coax. Anin, be good. Didn't we already agree on this? This grass jelly is for your uncle, and your uncle will take you to get a hamburger. Okay? No, I want to eat this. Anin didn't appreciate it at all, and plopped down on the ground, ready to make a scene. Seeing this, Yuzha knew that he couldn't get past this hurdle no matter what, so he had no choice but to compromise. Okay, I'm really scared of you. I can only have a small bite. He reluctantly handed the bowl to Anin, constantly reassuring himself. Children have small appetites. They'll only eat a few bites before stopping. Anin immediately stopped crying and smiled, eagerly went to the bowl, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in her mouth. His eyes widened as soon as he took a bite. The glossy black grass jelly was icy cold, and its unique refreshing taste, mixed with brown sugar syrup, instantly filled his mouth. This unprecedented deliciousness completely amazed him. Yuzha couldn't help but laugh when he saw An's wide-eyed, puffed-out cheeks. The little guy still had peanut crumbs stuck to the corners of his mouth, and his face looked especially lively because of the strong impact of the food. His expression was exactly the same as when Yuzha was enjoying his meal. Is the grass jelly delicious? Yuzha asked deliberately, wanting to see An's reaction. Anin nodded hurriedly, her mouth full, unable to speak at all. Chapter 4:18 Asking for Trouble. After swallowing the first mouthful of grass jelly, Anin immediately scooped up a second spoonful with her little hand. You said you'd only have a bite. Yuzha quickly protected the bowl. Eating too much will give you a stomachache. Wow, Uncle's naughty. I want more. Anin burst into tears instantly, her sobs flowing freely. Then I'll have another spoonful, okay? Yuzha surrendered instantly. As a result, once Anin started eating, she couldn't stop, waving her little spoon around very fast. Whenever she stopped, she would look at her uncle with big, wet eyes and burst into tears. And so it went, and before long, Anin had devoured most of the grass jelly. Yuzha noticed that An's eyes were red and swollen from crying several times, and he guessed that the redness and swelling wouldn't go down anytime soon. If my cousin saw me like this, she would definitely interrogate me. Yuzha couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit like turning himself into his cousin. If he had known this would happen, he would have just bought a meal and left quietly. Why bother with all this trouble? Now look what's happened. Not only has most of the grass jelly been taken away, but we also have to keep our promise of snacks and toys. We really brought this trouble upon ourselves. On Su Chen's side, the team moved forward quickly, and Daisy immediately stepped forward excitedly. Just as Lu Ying, who was acting as the translator, stepped forward with a stiff upper lip, she saw Daisy take out her phone from her pocket and take a picture of the whiteboard. After taking the photos, Daisy opened a translation app and imported the photos she had just taken. Soon, the software interface displayed the translation and detailed pronunciation instructions. Oh, no need for you to trouble yourself, Lu. Technology is so convenient. I can follow along with this. Daisy smiled and waved her phone. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's expression instantly froze. Wow. Yes. How could we forget that technology can solve problems? What did it mean when I painstakingly taught Daisy those awkward lines yesterday, word by word? However, at least they escaped a terrible ordeal. Daisy stared at her phone screen, carefully imitating each word of the robotic female voice. Although his pronunciation was stiff, his attitude was serious. Seeing that she had tried 4 or 5 times before barely finishing the reading, Su Chen nodded, indicating that she had passed. Daisy took the grass jelly and examined it carefully. She was initially quite disappointed when she learned that Su Chen wouldn't be selling mango pomelo sago today. Having only tasted such delicious mango pomelo sago once, how could I be easily satisfied? However, as she gazed at the bowl of grass jelly before her, she realized that this dish was probably no less delicious than the one she had yesterday. It also possessed a kind of magic that aroused her appetite, making her eager to taste it. Daisy excitedly opened the lid and scooped up a spoonful of the dark grass jelly. The moment the smooth grass jelly touched her tongue, her bright blue eyes widened in surprise. My God, this is just like... She gestured wildly, but couldn't find the right English words to describe it. Lu, this black jelly from your Dragon Kingdom is magical. It's so delicious. Seeing Daisy's reaction, Lu Ying couldn't help but burst out laughing and took the opportunity to give a brief explanation. Haha, isn't it delicious? Grass jelly, a traditional dessert in our Dragon Kingdom, is made by simmering a type of herb. Originally, people used medicinal plants for their medicinal value, and it's especially refreshing in the summer. Honestly, there are many places selling grass jelly on the market, but it's really not easy to find one as delicious as the one Su Chen makes. Besides looking at the quality and process of the grass jelly, you also need to look at the other ingredients, and this grass jelly dish in front of you does just that. The initial aroma is a light, refreshing herbal scent of grass jelly, followed by a rich and satisfying flavor from the various ingredients. The aftertaste is long-lasting, invigorating, and refreshingly sweet. In short, this texture is impossible to describe in detail. After listening to Lu Ying's words, Daisy held the bowl and muttered to herself, "The mysterious Dragon Kingdom is truly incredible. God, what kind of miserable life have I been living before?" As she spoke, she immediately took out her phone, took a picture, and sent it to her British best friends to broaden their horizons. The diners began to leave in 2s and 3s. Some people were discussing going to sing karaoke, while others, still not satisfied, were eager to go to the nearby night market for another round of shopping. Lu Ying smacked her lips, savoring the taste of the herbal jelly, and said to Daisy beside her, "We should go back now. Okay, Lu, let's come here again tomorrow. I have completely fallen in love with Boss Su. I want to eat his sweet soup every day." Daisy exclaimed happily, completely captivated. "You're dreaming." Lu Ying silently muttered something to herself, then sighed helplessly, a hint of apology on her face, and said to Daisy, "I'm sorry, Daisy, Mr. Su. Today is the last day of business this week." "What?" Daisy's smile vanished instantly, but she quickly perked up again. "Then come next Monday. I definitely won't miss it." Looking at Daisy, who was full of energy and hope, Lu Ying suddenly realized something. It seems that he had never told Daisy about how Mr. Su changed his business location every week. After hearing Lu Ying's explanation, Daisy's smile froze instantly. She paused for a moment and looked at Su Chen, who was packing up the herbal jelly. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Change it every week? Lu, are you kidding me? I take it very seriously." "That's just how Boss Su does business," Lu Ying said helplessly. "This is insane. With such excellent cooking skills, why not have a regular place to eat?" Daisy seemed agitated. She simply couldn't understand this illogical behavior. A stable business location is essential for a stable customer base and better profitability. Lu Ying patiently explained. For him, setting up a stall is more like a hobby, rather than simply a way to make money. After hearing this, Daisy shook her head and stared at Su Chen for a long while. She suddenly took large strides toward the cart, deciding to go and ask it herself. Lu Ying watched helplessly as Daisy hurriedly walked towards the cart. She tried to stop her, but it was too late. She could only quicken her pace and follow behind. Daisy approached the cart and asked anxiously, "Mr. Su, my friend said today is the last day of business this week, and we won't be here next week. Is that true?" When Su Chen heard Daisy's question, he answered without looking up. "Yes, she's right." Upon hearing this, Daisy immediately asked, "Then can you tell me where you'll be opening next week? I love your sweet soup so much. I would be so sad without it." "Sorry, I'm not sure where I'll be next week either," Su Chen said. Daisy's expression instantly fell. "That's a terrible answer. You can't be so capricious. It's so unfair to the diners." Chapter 419, I Will Find You. Lu Ying originally wanted to come and help translate because she was worried that Daisy would have difficulty communicating in the language. But as soon as they got closer, they heard Mr. Su conversing fluently with Daisy in English. She froze on the spot. 3 big question marks appeared on his forehead. No, if she had known that Boss Su's English was so fluent, she would never have gone to such lengths to teach Daisy her lines. However, Daisy was still not giving up and continued to press Su Chen. "Mr. Su, at least tell me roughly which area it is?" Faced with Daisy's persistence, Su Chen could only shake his head helplessly. "Sorry." Seeing this, Lu Ying had no choice but to step forward and persuade Daisy. Daisy looked unwilling, but in the end she looked at Su Chen with a firm gaze, her tone filled with a spirit of not giving up. "I will definitely find you next week, Mr. Su. Only 10 bowls left. Those behind don't need to queue." Su Chen shook his uniquely shaped poop-shaped hair, speaking calmly. A simple sentence instantly caused the blood pressure of the regular diners present to spike, and the whole scene erupted in chaos. "That's it. That's all. Boss Su, why didn't you prepare more? I'll go buy some cold jelly and fruit, and ask Boss Su to make it for everyone." "Then what about the wages I lost for skipping work today?" Because many onlookers joined in today, less than 70% of the regular customers were able to successfully eat the grass jelly. Upon hearing the devastating news that the herbal jelly was about to sell out, the scene erupted in mourning, as if it were the end of the world. Standing in the crowd, Gu Tian looked at the cart so close by and secretly rejoiced that he had arrived just in time. She lives nearby and has relatively flexible working hours, so when she saw the messages posted by everyone in the fan club, she rushed over without hesitation. But at this moment, she couldn't feel happy at all. "Mr. Su, are you really going to change locations next week?" Gu Tian frowned, his voice filled with obvious disappointment and reluctance. Just 2 days ago, she was enthusiastically planning her diet for the coming week. "I come to Boss Su's place on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays to enjoy the sweet drinks, and on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays I have some vegetable salads. Back then, I thought the choice between delicious food and gaining weight was a sweet dilemma, but now, that sweetness has vanished without a trace, leaving only a heart full of worries. Since we can't have Boss Su's sweet soup for the time being, let's skip the salad too." Gu Tian thought to himself silently. Su Chen simply responded. Gu Tian sighed helplessly and said half-jokingly, "Alas, it seems that the pairing of Boss Pitcher and the true Emperor is destined not to last." Su Chen was completely baffled. He silently repeated Gu Tian's words in his mind, feeling that the Chinese word arrangement of the sentence was beyond his comprehension. What is the meaning of the pairing of Plankton and the true Emperor? Can these two even be paired up? Su Chen stood there, pondering Gu Tian's words over and over in his mind, unable to imagine what kind of person would be so enthusiastic about shipping such an unrelated and bizarre couple. Actually, Gu Tian was just making a casual joke. It was mainly the viewers in the group who combined a screenshot of her live streaming in the Bold Dragon outfit with a screenshot of Su Chen wearing a sycophant mascot costume and made it into an emoji. This emoji spread wider and wider in the group, and gradually, people would send this emoji whenever they were talking about anything. Over time, Even Gutian himself got used to this inexplicable combination. The last bowl of grass jelly was happily taken away by a customer. That marks the official end of today's business hours. Suchin began to tidy up the whiteboard in an orderly manner. Several persistent customers still lingered around the cart, their eyes fixed on the now empty insulated box, hoping that Su Chun could conjure up new grass jelly desserts out of thin air, as if by magic. Boss Su, I know you must have hidden something else under the mascot costume. Boss Su, why don't you wait here? I'll go buy some ingredients for herbal jelly now, and you can process it for me. I'll pay you the original price. Damn it, why is it Friday instead of Monday? Boss Su, can we open for business one more day tomorrow? Just one more day. Several regular diners surrounded Su Chun and began to chatter incessantly. Su Chun was already used to this. He calmly dealt with the regular customers, his hands never stopping as he tidied up the food. He knew that these regular diners would stop making a fuss on their own after a while. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the group seemed to have gotten tired of what they were doing, so they gathered together and took out their phones to look through the screen. One of them said, the group chat said there's a good herbal jelly shop on East Street. How about we make do? It's better than nothing. The others echoed their sentiments and slowly walked away. Su Chun carefully folded the mascot costume and put it into the stroller. Then he left the bustling place without looking back. The entrance to a shopping mall near the foreign language primary school. Yuzha stood idly to the side, watching and squatting on the ground playing with her newly bought robot toy. The cool-looking robot occasionally emits a crisp da-da-da electronic sound. Anin held the remote control button, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and kept directing the robot to perform various actions. A large pile of toy boxes were scattered haphazardly at my feet. Looking at the toys scattered all over the floor, Yuzha's lips twitched slightly involuntarily. He silently calculated the prices in his mind, and the more he calculated, the more his mouth ached. Half of my salary that I just received this month has already disappeared in the blink of an eye. Uncle, look, it can do somersaults. Ananshing picked up the robot, eager to show off his achievement. That's really impressive. Yuzha forced a smile. He recalled his childhood, when material conditions were far less abundant than they are now. An ordinary wooden stick could be used as a magic staff, and he could happily play with it all day long. Look at kids today. Their toys are not only becoming more and more advanced with all sorts of functions, but their prices are also outrageously high. Seeing his nephew's happy expression, Yuzha felt a little better. Although this trip cost me a lot of money, at least it calmed this little devil down and stopped him from making a fuss. Just then, the sound of high heels came from afar. Yuzha looked up and saw his cousin walking quickly towards him. She looked like she had just gotten off work and was still a little tired. Have you been waiting long? Her cousin walked up and greeted Yuzha with a smile. His gaze then fell on the pile of toys on the ground, and he was immediately stunned, his face full of surprise. You bought all of these? My cousin asked incredulously. Chapter 4:20 Can't we just grill some meat? When his cousin asked about the pile of toys, Yuzha scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, I promised to buy it for Anin. Upon hearing this, my cousin immediately frowned. Xiaozha, are you crazy? Buying so many toys, are you going to survive this month? You need to consider your financial situation. Yuzha sighed, his face full of sorrow. Sigh, it's all tears when I think about it. He looked up at the sky, feeling utterly exhausted. I originally wanted to take advantage of Boss Su and eat 2 bowls of grass jelly all by myself. In the end, I didn't get any bargains and had to buy so many toys to appease my nephew. Half a month's salary was wasted like this. It's really not worth it. My cousin shook her head and said earnestly, You can't just spoil him like this without any principles. Are you going to give him whatever he wants? How can a child understand how hard it is to earn money? How much is this pile? I'll transfer it to you. As she spoke, she reached into her bag and took out her phone, preparing to transfer the money. Upon hearing her mother's words, Anin immediately put down the toy in her hand and protested loudly. Mommy, this isn't what I wanted. My uncle insisted on buying it for me. My cousin sneered and began to scold the little brat. Do you think I believe you? You were the one who cried and made a scene to buy it, and now you've learned to lie, haven't you? Just wait until I get home. I'll teach you a lesson. Upon hearing her mother's words, Anin immediately pouted and was about to cry again. Upon seeing this, Yuzha quickly stepped forward to explain. Sis, I really bought it on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with it. Please don't misunderstand him. Hearing Yuzha's words, his cousin became even more puzzled, frowning as she asked, with so many toys, how can he possibly play with them all? What are you after? Yuzha was on the verge of tears, looking utterly frustrated, and said, I'm just pathetic. His cousin was left speechless, unsure of what to say next. At this moment, she finally noticed Anand's eyelids, which were swollen like little steamed buns. How much crying must one have to endure to get this swollen? She hesitated for a moment, then slowly turned to Yuzha, her tone ambiguous, as if she were scolding or reminding him. It's normal for children to be naughty, but you can't hit them too hard. Crying too much is bad for their eyes. Besides, compensating with buying so many toys isn't the right approach. Upon hearing this, Yuzha immediately realized that his cousin had misunderstood and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. No, sis. How could I dare to hit him? If I laid a single finger on him, my mom would break my hand. Then why are you crying like this? My cousin asked, puzzled. Yuzha sighed helplessly and said, because the grass jelly is so delicious, and then kept asking for some. I was afraid he would get a stomachache, so I didn't dare give him too much, and then he cried. My cousin had a look on her face that said, keep making this up. Even if you're going to make an excuse, can't you at least come up with one I can trust? I didn't. Sis, please listen to me. I really didn't lie to you, sis. 8 p.m. Nuonuo sat on the tatami cushion, with a small table in front of her filled with all sorts of cards and toys. Sitting opposite her, Su-chun crossed his long legs, propped his elbows on the table, and laughed. Nuonuo, how about daddy test your math skills? Just think of it as a game. If you had 10 candies and ate 3, how many were left? The little dumpling listened. Half of his face was resting on the table, his soft, chubby cheeks puffed out as he yawned. Dad, why can't I eat it all? If I finish it, there won't be any left. Then there's no need to count, isn't it just right? Su-chun. No, you have to calculate it carefully. Nuonuo guessed randomly, her voice a little guilty. 7. That's right. Su-chun's eyes lit up, completely unaware that the little guy had just stumbled upon a dead mouse by sheer luck. Of those 9 candies, you ate 2, and Dad ate 3. How many are left? Nuonuo blinked her watery, pitiful almond-shaped eyes and remained silent for a while. Subtraction is not her forte. Dad, I need to use the restroom. As she spoke, she climbed off the mat and ran away in small, quick steps. When she came back from the restroom, she immediately snuggled into Su-chun's arms like a little koala, trying to get away with it by sticking to him and acting cute. Just then, Butler Ding walked over at just the right moment. Mr. Su-nuonuo, have some fruit and rest for a while. Butler Ding was heartbroken. Look, after studying for so long, even Nuonuo has lost weight. Everyone talks about happy education, so why teach math so early? Nuonuo, it's okay if you can't make it. You're already much smarter than the other kids. Look, these strawberries are so sweet. The little dumpling who was in his father's arms 1 second is now standing next to Butler Ding the next second. She chewed on a strawberry with her cheeks puffed out and mumbled, Grandpa Butler, you're so swollen, boo-hoo. Su-chun couldn't bear to look. Uncle Ding was definitely lying through his teeth. He rubbed his temples, then fed Nuonuo a peeled grape, teasing her on purpose. After you finish eating the fruit, keep doing math. Think about whether you want to go to Tsinghua or Peking University, since there are less than 4,500 days left until the college entrance exam. Nuonuo chewed on a grape, then looked at her father with a puzzled expression. Senmo is Tsinghua and Peking University. Why should I grill them? Can't I just grill meat? Fine, take whatever exam you want, or it's okay if you don't take it. Su-chun shook his head helplessly. There was really nothing he could do with this little fool. Oh, Dad, don't worry. Nuonuo will definitely not let you down. After eating a lot of fruit, the little dumpling walked confidently to Su-chun's side. Dad, I'm ready. I've learned addition and subtraction up to 20. Just let the puppy come over. This time, she's determined to take everything back. Great, as expected of our Nuonuo. Su-chun suppressed a laugh and came up with an addition problem. What is 5 plus 7? For a moment, everyone was secretly watching the little dumpling's answer. 5, 7, 5, 7. Nuo muttered to herself as she started counting on her fingers, but when she got to her little finger, she realized she didn't have enough fingers. She plopped down on the carpet and pulled her creamy white socks really long before finally taking them off. The little dumpling continued counting her feet. 11, 12. Dad, I figured it out. It's 12. She hugged her little feet and laughed happily. Isn't she super smart? The crowd. Suchin sighed and slowly spoke. Looks like I'll have to wear flip-flops to sell barbecue skewers on the street from now on. Ahem. Butler Ding and the nannies couldn't help but chuckle. It has to be the biological father, right? His comment was spot on. It's really funny. What should I do? The innocent Nuo didn't understand the hidden meaning. She seriously considered her father's suggestion for a moment, and then happily said 3 seconds later, Okay, then I want to wear those bunny slippers, but I can't wear them in winter, my feet will get cold. Chapter 4, 21. What are we going to do with this? It was close to midnight. Suchun dried his wet hair with a towel as he walked out of the bathroom, feeling incredibly relaxed. The thought that he would finally not have to wear those bizarre mascot costumes tomorrow, nor would he have to force himself to say those embarrassing and cringeworthy lines, made him feel exceptionally happy. This week's sales tasks, despite numerous unexpected situations, have finally come to an end. More importantly, you'll be able to claim your system rewards for this week's business soon. Suchin slumped onto the sofa, glanced at the wall clock, and saw that there were still 3 minutes until midnight. He casually picked up the remote, turned on the TV, and absent-mindedly changed channels, his attention completely focused on the upcoming system notification. Finally, at exactly midnight, the system message appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, on completing this week's business tasks. This week's task reward is 1 chance to draw a prize. Suchun was slightly taken aback. The system had started drawing lots again this week. He remembered that there was a lottery where a certain musical instrument had a maximum skill level, and he won the Swana. System, what's in the prize pool this time? Suchin asked curiously. As soon as he finished speaking, a semi-transparent virtual roulette wheel appeared in front of him. The roulette wheel slowly rotated, dividing the wheel into more than 20 evenly spaced areas, each labeled with the name of a prize. Suchin leaned closer to take a closer look and found that the awards in front were all quite substantial. A high-end apartment, a luxury car, 5 million yuan, a set of high-end jewelry. These rewards all look pretty good. But as he continued reading, his expression gradually became strange. The roulette wheel even featured an unbelievable prize, a toilet that prevents constipation. Even more outrageous things are yet to come. Skill-based rewards such as master-level lock-picking skills are also prominently featured. Why would he need this skill? Does this mean I'll have to switch careers and become a locksmith in the future? What kind of nonsense is this? Suchin couldn't help but complain, rubbing his temples. But despite the complaints, since we've already got a chance to win, we can't give it up easily. He took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together. Start the prize draw. As he finished speaking, the virtual roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. The names of various prizes flashed by quickly before my eyes, forming a blurry band of color. Suchun held his breath, his eyes fixed on the gradually slowing roulette wheel. The speed at which the roulette wheel rotates gradually slows down. Suchun stared at the pointer, his eyes following it as it moved across the options of high-end properties and luxury cars. The pointer continued to move slowly, and Suchun watched it slowly pass through the 5 million yuan area. The pointer showed no sign of stopping, continuing to slide forward at a leisurely pace. Finally, the pointer stopped at the master-level lock-picking technique section. Suchun froze on the spot, feeling 3 black lines appear on his forehead. He stared at the result for several seconds to make sure he hadn't misread it. This result left him both amused and exasperated. It was exactly what he feared. Lock-picking techniques. What are we going to do with this? Does this mean that every week when we open for business, we'll have to hang a door-to-door locksmith service sign next to the food cart? Just imagining that scene made Suchin shake his head. This skill reward is rather useless. I even think the more outrageous, never constipation toilet is much more practical. After all, Even if a toilet is strange, it can at least solve some practical problems, but this lock-picking technique is really completely irrelevant to his current life. However, although I'm not entirely satisfied with this reward, I'll still claim it. He took a deep breath and chose to accept the reward. In an instant, a flood of knowledge about locks rushed into his mind. The internal structure and working principle of pin tumbler locks, ingenious methods for cracking leaf locks, the complex programming logic of electronic locks, all sorts of professional information came rushing in, instantly filling my head to the brim. This knowledge is far more complex and vast than any single recipe previously acquired. The process of systematically imparting knowledge lasted for quite a while, during which he stood still, completely immersed in it. When the information transmission ended, Su Chun shook his head, which felt throbbing and heavy. He tried to recall the knowledge he had just gained, and was surprised to find that the structure, principles, and methods of cracking various locks were clearly imprinted in his mind, as if he had studied them for many years and could use them with ease. He could recall every detail and every key point with ease, as if this knowledge was something he was born with. After carefully experiencing this master-level lock-picking technique, Su Chin's initially depressed mood gradually dissipated. He realized that this master-level lock-picking technique was indeed at the top level in the professional field. It is rare for an average person to have access to such comprehensive and detailed professional knowledge in their lifetime. Those who truly master this skill often hold crucial positions in well-known lock companies, easily earning annual salaries exceeding $1 million. From a long-term perspective, the value of this skill is far greater than that of a house or a car. Houses will gradually become old, and cars will inevitably break down after frequent use, resulting in a significant reduction in performance. Technology, however, will always belong to you. Although I don't need it for the time being, it's still pretty good to have acquired such professional skills. Of course, Su Chun was just thinking about it in his mind. He had no intention of giving up his current life and becoming a locksmith. He still prefers to enjoy the present moment. In the process of digesting the skills and knowledge, he also learned about an important industry regulation. Working in the locksmith business requires special registration. If this skill is used frequently without prior registration, it could lead to serious trouble. These people will basically have someone take care of their 3 meals a day from now on, but they are not very free and have to stay in a specific place. Thinking of this, Su Chun had a sudden inspiration. System, I can't use this skill, can I draw it again? The system responded immediately, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Host, rest assured, the relevant procedures will be completed within 2 hours to ensure that you have no worries. Upon seeing this line of text, Su Chun couldn't help but purse his lips and mutter under his breath, "Tisich, petty. What's wrong with doing it again?" The system remained silent for a long time. Su Chun stretched out a big yawn and decided to stop worrying about the lottery results. I strolled leisurely into the bedroom, intending to watch some videos to relax and then have a good night's sleep. Thinking that he wouldn't have to go to work tomorrow and could finally get some rest, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, and he felt that he would definitely have a good dream tonight. Chapter 422, I Don't Understand. Saturday morning. Su Chun woke up and stretched comfortably, having slept exceptionally soundly. He got up, walked to the window, and reached out to pull back the curtains. The sky outside the window was gloomy, with thick, dark clouds piled up in layers, pressing down very low. Su Chun stood quietly by the window, gazing at the sky in a daze. After a while, he seemed to suddenly remember something important and grabbed his phone to check the weather forecast. The phone screen showed that the next 5 days would be filled with rain indicators. Today's icon is a dark gray storm cloud, while the icons for the following days will change to light gray icons for moderate and light rain, respectively. Previously in the South City, during the week of heavy rain, the system humanely gave me a cumulative sales task, and I even had 2 days to rest. Judging from the rain, if next week's business targets are still in the city, will Tongzi be able to let him take a break as a matter of course? However, speaking of which, the tasks issued by the system are never confined to the traditional food truck business model. Take, for example, special circumstances such as marathon aid stations, amusement parks, and funeral home restaurants. If a similar special arrangement occurs again this week, even if it's pouring rain outside. I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid it. Thinking of this, Su-chun scratched his messy hair and decided to put these troublesome things aside for now. Anyway, the system usually releases new tasks on Sundays, and today is a rare day off. So why bother making things difficult for yourself? Having made up his mind, Su-chun slipped on his slippers and headed to the dining room to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast prepared for him by Butler Ding. Oh my God, this is terrible. Around 2 p.m., Su-chun angrily threw his phone on the sofa. The screen still showed the game failure message. He rubbed his temples, feeling utterly cheated, and his blood pressure spiked. Sure enough, the difficulty of this esports game skyrockets like a rocket every weekend. The opponents seemed to have turned into professional players overnight, while their own teammates were making all sorts of strange mistakes, ruining what should have been a good game. Su-chun glanced out the window. The rain had started to fall incessantly. In this kind of weather, it's definitely best to find a favorite movie and stay comfortably at home. Thinking of this, he got up and walked towards the stairs, intending to go to the children's room to ask Noonyuo if she would like to sit in the media room with him. However, just as Su-chun stepped onto the first step, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. The missions will be refreshed next week. Su-chun subconsciously stopped and looked down at the date on his phone. It's only Saturday. Why are the tasks for next week being released already? Are you in such a hurry? Seeing this, Su-chun realized that his plan to go upstairs to watch a movie was ruined. So he simply went back to the sofa, sat down obediently, and waited for the system to release more task details. Soon, more text appeared line by line. Business hours, Monday to Friday. Task requirement: complete a total of 10 in-home cooking service orders in this city. Specific requirements: please complete the registration of the relevant software before 6 p.m. today and officially launch it before 8 a.m. Monday. The software has been automatically installed on your phone. The recipes required for this task are limited to home-style stir-fries and will be distributed according to the customer's request for dishes. Su-chun: what is that? The location wasn't a problem, but what's with this home cooking service? Isn't everyone ordering takeout these days? Su-chun frowned, somewhat puzzled. He had indeed heard of in-home housekeeping services, such as cleaning and window wiping. How is this any different from a regular hourly worker? Su-chun couldn't help but mutter to himself. He picked up his phone and carefully searched through the app list. Sure enough, he found a newly installed app with a blue icon, named Happiness Arrives at Home. He opened the app, and the interface was simple and clear, mainly divided into common housekeeping service categories such as in-home cleaning, home appliance repair, and pipe dredging. Su-chun scrolled down the screen and found the Cooking at Home option at the very bottom, with a red New label next to it. It seems this feature is indeed newly launched. Anyway, since this is a task issued by the system, I'll register first. Su-chun carefully searched for the registration option on the interface, selected the service provider identity, checked the Cooking at Home option, and then filled in his personal information as prompted. After submitting, Su-chun saw the above prompt that once the registration was completed and the review was approved, staff would contact him to conduct a video interview. Upon seeing this notification, Su-chun immediately understood why the system had issued the task on Saturday. If it were tomorrow, going through the entire process from registration to review to video interview would probably be too time-consuming. Perhaps because this newly launched feature is highly valued, the platform was very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, Su-chun saw a notification that his information review was complete. Immediately afterwards, a local number called. "Hello, are you Mr. Su?" A gentle, sweet voice came from the other end of the phone, very polite and courteous. "I am a staff member of Happiness at Home and would like to confirm the details of our in-home cooking service with you." Su-chun responded. The staff member on the other end of the phone continued. "If it's convenient for you right now, let's exchange contact information. We need to conduct a video interview to confirm that it is you who registered, and also to complete more information." Since this was a business task that had to be completed next week, Su-chun naturally had no intention of refusing. He readily left his contact information on his messaging app and then waited for the other party to add him as a friend. A short while later, a new friend notification appeared on the phone screen. Su-chun accepted the friend request. Almost at the same time, The other party sent a video request. Su Chen stared at the video request notification that suddenly popped up on his phone screen, momentarily stunned, and involuntarily hesitated for 2 seconds. He had originally thought that the other party would at least send a message first to inquire, and then confirm the specific time for the video interview. But he did not expect the other party to make a video call so directly. To be honest, after being away from the workplace for so long, the word interview feels strangely unfamiliar now, like something from another world. When he went to the funeral home to make rice noodles the last time, they only asked him a few basic questions about cooking skills before letting him start work. Su Chen shook his head, trying to shake off these chaotic thoughts. His phone was still vibrating. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Chapter 423. Sorry, I was distracted. The images on both sides of the phone screen light up simultaneously. The image shows the face of a young woman, wearing delicate makeup and a professional smile. The background is a standard office environment. Through the screen, you can clearly see her colleagues at their workstations behind her, all with their heads down, and the sounds of typing and soft conversations can be faintly heard. Hello, are you Mr. Su Chen? The girl's voice came through clearly. I'm the staff member who just called you. My name is Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu looked at Su Chen on the other end of the video call, her eyes lighting up slightly. Her professional smile now seemed to have a touch more sincerity to it. She originally thought the ID photo uploaded by the system was already quite good, but she didn't expect that she looked even more energetic in person than in the photo. He's the kind of guy who, if you're walking down the street with a friend and you see him, you can't help but whisper in their ear, "Look, there's a handsome guy." Xiaoshu quickly came to her senses. She knew she was there to work, not to go on a blind date. So she quickly composed herself, maintained a polite smile, and prepared to enter the formal interview stage. Only then did Xiaoshu notice Su Chen's surroundings. The other person is currently sitting on a high-quality sofa with a very spacious living room behind them. In the distance, a spiral staircase can also be seen. With her professional skills, Xiaoshu quickly analyzed this information in her mind. This is clearly not a feature that an ordinary apartment would have. It is more likely a luxury villa or high-end residence. Is Mr. Su currently at work? This thought suddenly flashed through Xiaoshu's mind. After all, she had seen many service workers work in customers' homes, and perhaps Su Chen was in a similar situation. Xiaoshu couldn't believe that Su Chen had taken advantage of the landlord's desire to sell the house, and, relying on the tenant's right of first refusal, had simply paid money to buy it. Logically speaking, people who can afford to live in big villas probably wouldn't apply to become service workers like home cooking. Xiaoshu thought the most likely scenario was that Su Chen might also be doing something like on-site repairs. After all, even the plumbing and electrical appliances in luxury villas can malfunction and require professional repairs. Mr. Su, are you sure this is a convenient time? With a considerate smile, Xiaoshu asked with concern, are you working? We can interview you later. Su Chen was taken aback when he heard this, but then immediately realized that the other party had misunderstood. He glanced instinctively at the living room where he was, then said to his phone screen, It's okay. It's very convenient now. This is my home. Xiaoshu blinked, momentarily stunned. She subconsciously glanced around the environment in the video again. The spacious, almost luxurious space, the exquisite furniture, and the staircase in the distance. This is your home? Are you kidding me? Xiaoshu's voice rose noticeably by 8 octaves. As an outstanding employee for 3 consecutive quarters, she has received the most professional onboarding training and has handled various emergencies. For example, I have encountered job seekers who lied about their work experience, trying to exaggerate their abilities to get a job. Some people even tried to use fake documents to get away with it. But this was the first time she had ever encountered someone living in a luxury house applying to become a cooking-at-home service provider. I'm not kidding. How about I show you the property certificate? Su Chen sure didn't expect that the first step of the interview would seem to be a bit of a hurdle. Seeing the doubt on Xiaoshu's face, he didn't say anything more and stood up directly. Seeing this, Xiaoshu's face showed a hint of panic. No need. No need. Even if you see the property certificate, what difference will it make? It won't change anything. In fact, it will only make the situation more awkward. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. But our platform service personnel are usually. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. Saying something like, I won't live in a mansion, is really inappropriate and impolite. Where I live should have nothing to do with your platform, right? Su-chin sat back down on the sofa, his tone calm. Xiaoshu unconsciously swallowed, feeling that Su-chin didn't seem to be lying. Her gaze fell on Su-chin's seemingly ordinary home clothes. She quickly realized that, if she remembered correctly, this was a new seasonal design from a luxury brand. The price of just this one piece of clothing is equivalent to 2 months of her salary. What bothered her even more was Su-chin's casual and natural attitude, as if everything was just an ordinary thing. For a moment, the video call fell into a brief silence. Xiaoshu's thoughts began to wander uncontrollably. She wondered if Su-chin simply needed some kind of on-site repair service and had accidentally clicked the wrong option when registering, thus inadvertently becoming a service provider. She had seen a similar story online recently, where someone intended to order takeout but ended up registering as a delivery rider without realizing it. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she immediately dismissed it. The registration process requires filling in so much information and even phone confirmation. A normal person wouldn't make such a mistake. Miss Xia, Su-chin pulled Xiaoshu back to reality from her reverie. I'm sorry. Xiaoshu immediately snapped out of her daze, her ears burning as she realized that she had actually been daydreaming during such an important interview. She quickly glanced at the prepared list of questions, which were originally intended to understand the applicant's financial situation, job motivation, and other aspects. After seeing Su-chin's situation, she knew that it was obviously not suitable for this special applicant. What procedures are needed next? Su-chin couldn't help but speak up to remind him. This girl seems a bit unprofessional. Why is she spacing out and daydreaming during an interview? Could it be that I didn't sleep well last night, which is why I'm not feeling well today? We need you to demonstrate your culinary skills. Before Xiaoshu could finish speaking, she saw Su-chin quickly get up and walk towards the kitchen. She originally wanted to explain that she only needed to verbally describe a few of her best dishes and give a general explanation of the cooking methods and techniques. She didn't necessarily need to demonstrate the actual cooking process. But Su-chin's actions were too fast, so she had no choice but to swallow her words. Immediately afterwards, the phone camera shook violently before stabilizing. What Xiaoshu saw was a spacious, bright, and incredibly modern kitchen. The kitchen utensils were made of high-quality materials and looked very valuable. Su-chin casually leaned his phone against the condiment rack, walked to the double-door refrigerator, and took out a bright green cucumber. Then, he picked up a kitchen knife and began to work. Chapter 424 is really strange. Looking at the luxurious kitchen in front of her, Xiaoshu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. The kitchen is huge, and all the built-in appliances are from high-end brands. Moreover, Su-chin's familiarity with the kitchen clearly indicates that he's someone who cooks there regularly. She simply couldn't understand why someone living in a mansion would apply to be a live-in chef. Could it be that the legendary tycoon wants to experience the life of an ordinary person? But judging from the other person's serious demeanor, it really didn't seem like they were joking or playing around. Strange things happen every year, but this year there seemed to be more than usual. Xiaoshu couldn't help but mutter to herself. Just then, she heard Su-chin's voice. All right, take a look. Xiaoshu looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the cucumber on the cutting board was almost exactly the same as when it was taken out, completely intact. Hey, the knife was just slicing away. How come the cucumber doesn't even look like it's been scratched? However, Su-chin reached out and pinched one end of the cucumber, and the entire cucumber immediately became a continuous thin slice, stretched out a long distance. He used a classic dish to showcase his culinary skills, cucumber wrapped in a straw raincoat. This dish requires extremely high knife skills. Each slice of cucumber must be cut just right to ensure a beautiful shape without breaking. Very professional. Xiaoshu managed to squeeze out a few words, her voice sounding dry and strained. With such superb knife skills, he could easily apply for a chef position at one of those renowned restaurants. After all, for a service like home cooking, a chef with basic home cooking skills is usually enough to handle daily orders. Is there anything else to test? Su-chin asked, wiping his hands. Xiaoshu quickly flipped through the information sheet. The basic requirements are met, except... She hesitated for a moment. Are you sure you want to take this order? Our platform's door-to-door service usually requires going to the customer's home. I know. Otherwise, why would I call for in-home cooking? Suchin nodded. Is this the key point? Xiaoshu felt a throbbing pain in her temples. This was probably the most outrageous interview I've ever had since I joined the company. The applicant wanted to live in a villa. His knife skills were comparable to those of a professional chef. Your basic information has been approved. She tried to maintain a professional and steady tone as she clicked on the options on the screen. Next is to fill in the bonus points, such as expertise in a specific cuisine or being good at chatting and creating a lively atmosphere, etc. These details can increase the likelihood of customers choosing you. Su Chun on the other end of the video call thought for a few seconds. He thought of his foreign language skills, his Suona playing skills, and his lockpicking skills. The former was fairly average, but he wasn't sure if the latter two could be considered special talents. I have no problem communicating in foreign languages, he said, starting with the relatively normal option. Xiaoshu relaxed her shoulders and quickly checked the box. Okay, this will appear on your homepage, and some foreign customers may be interested. She gave a genuine smile. Finally, there was a point that made sense. Just as Xiaoshu was about to submit her answer and end the interview, she noticed that Su Chun in the video looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Mr. Su, is there anything else you would like to add? Su Chun frowned. I can also play the Suona, and I have another skill. I don't know if it's suitable to write about. Xiaoshu suddenly had a bad feeling. Okay, I can play the Suona. If there's anything else, just tell us, and we'll record it objectively. I'm also good at picking locks. Su Chun said seriously. All kinds of locks. Basically any kind commonly found on the market will do. What the heck? The professional Xiaoshu suddenly let out an unprofessional scream. Unlock. Su Chun remained expressionless and repeated it again. They added, it has already been registered and all qualifications are verifiable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshu's lips twitched uncontrollably. This man, who lives in a luxury villa and can effortlessly demonstrate professional-level knife skills, applied for a home cooking service but suddenly claimed to be skilled at lock-picking. I just don't seem to fit in at all. If you were to say that out loud, people would probably think you're crazy. It's just full of flaws. Xiaoshu stared wide-eyed, her professional fake smile finally crumbling. She felt deeply shocked and desperately needed a 7-day holiday to soothe herself. I've seen all sorts of bizarre resumes, but a skill combination like chef plus lock-picking is truly a first for me. Are you serious? Xiaoshu couldn't help but confirm with Su Chun again. Yes, I'm serious. But if it's not suitable, you don't need to write it. Su Chun nodded, his tone very casual and easy to talk to. There's really no direct connection between the ability to pick locks and cooking at someone's home, so whether or not it's included in his interview materials is irrelevant to him. Xiaoshu was in a state of great inner turmoil. What could she say? She felt utterly hopeless. The company's regulations regarding in-home cooking services only explicitly state that service personnel cannot have criminal records, but they don't actually mention anything about not being allowed to have lock-picking skills. Who in their right mind would have thought of this? After much hesitation, she gritted her teeth and finally carefully typed, mastered professional lock-picking skills, registered, in the remarks column. To emphasize the special nature of this information, she added 3 exclamation marks at the end. Finally, this interview process, fraught with mishaps, came to an end. Xiaoshu Qiang roused herself and confirmed all the information they had just discussed with Su Chun. All she wanted to do at that moment was end this ordeal as quickly as possible, so she practically blurted out, Okay, Mr. Su, the interview process is now over. She spoke much faster than usual, and as soon as she finished speaking, she quickly hung up the video call. In the last frame before the screen went black, Su Chun clearly saw the other person let out a long sigh of relief, with a look of relief on their face. Su Chun couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Was he some kind of difficult interviewee? Even though I was very cooperative throughout, why did the other person seem like they had just gone through an ordeal? Putting down his phone, Su Chun scratched his head in confusion, unable to figure out the reason. He simply gave up on thinking about it. He has always adhered to the philosophy of life. not to dwell on things he can't understand. According to the interview process, the interview results will be sent directly to the backend tomorrow. Suchin thought to himself, since the registration process required by the system has been completed smoothly, now he should continue to enjoy his wonderful weekend. Thinking of this, he stretched comfortably, got up and walked towards the children's room. He planned to find Nuonuo and continue his unfinished plan to watch a movie. As for the interview results, we'll have to wait for the platform's notification tomorrow. Chapter 4:25 TaylorMade. The alarm clock went off at 6 o'clock on Sunday morning. Model Jean Lingling suddenly woke up, her head feeling as heavy as if it were filled with lead. I stumbled into the bathroom and splashed a handful of ice water on my face, which finally brought me back to my senses. Since that lucky audition where she was selected, her modeling career has suddenly taken off. Those viral photos made her a hot commodity for food advertising, with a constant stream of offers. At 7 o'clock sharp, Jean Lingling arrived at the dressing room on a film set. As soon as she opened the door, the makeup artist was already waiting. She obediently sat down and let the other person apply makeup to her face. The agent, Sister Yang, who was standing to the side, watched the makeup process for a while with a bit of boredom, and then suddenly spoke up. Make the jawline more defined with contouring. Upon receiving the instruction, the makeup artist immediately nodded and adjusted her hand movements accordingly. Jean Lingling sat on the makeup chair, stealing glances at Sister Yang's expression. She noticed that Sister Yang had a sharp eye, as if she were assessing the value of a product. At this moment, Sister Yang was indeed seriously considering this issue. In her opinion, Jean Lingling's appearance is not outstanding in this circle. When the company first assigned her to the company, Sister Yang was extremely unwilling. Training newcomers is so much more troublesome than training senior models. She prefers to focus her energy on models who can bring stable revenue to the company. But given the company's decision, she couldn't simply refuse outright. So, she originally planned to just find a few faults and send the person back. But after reviewing Jean Lingling's sample photos, Sister Yang changed her mind. This girl's unique way of expressing herself while eating is extremely rare among professional models. The genuine sense of happiness it evokes is incredibly infectious and makes you want to eat more. Even the most popular food vloggers can't match it. Tie your hair up tighter. Sister Yang looked at it and gave another instruction. After finishing her makeup, Jean Lingling carefully followed Sister Yang to the filming location. The corridor was very quiet. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Jean Lingling wanted to say something several times, to express to Sister Yang how much she cherished this opportunity, and also to ask some questions about the work. But every time she saw Sister Yang's serious profile, she involuntarily swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She was a little scared, and her heart was pounding. This is also why Jean Lingling was so excited last night that she almost couldn't sleep. She took a deep breath and told herself that she must seize this hard-won opportunity. Before long, the two arrived at the filming location. The staff were busy adjusting the lights, and the scene was bustling with activity. It seemed that it would be some time before the official filming began. I've looked at your work record, especially the final cut of that food commercial. Your first performance was truly outstanding. Yang Jie's tone was flat, revealing little emotional fluctuation. But to Jean Lingling, these words were like heavenly music. Her eyes lit up instantly, her tense nerves relaxed immediately, and a surge of joy welled up in her heart. But what happened last Tuesday? Sister Yang suddenly changed the subject, her tone becoming serious. I've noticed that your performance in the final cut has noticeably declined. Jean Lingling's heart jumped into her throat again. To be honest, she had to admire Sister Yang's sharp eye to the fullest extent. She has always been aware of this issue in her heart. During the most recent filming, the taste and memories of the steamed buns at the school gate have gradually faded from her mind. She could sense that she was not in good condition and her performance was far inferior to before. However, neither the clients nor the photographers who had worked with them before raised any objections. Unexpectedly, Sister Yang accurately saw through her hidden problems simply by looking through those finished videos, which shocked Jean Lingling. The extraordinary insight they possess is truly terrifying. Director Su is known in the industry for having extremely high requirements for the model's expressiveness. If you can't quickly regain that excellent form you initially displayed, it will be difficult to meet his strict standards and satisfy him. Sister Yang put the script on the table and said calmly. Jean Lingling took the script and glanced at it. The plot is simple and straightforward. A female office worker, played by Jean Lingling, is presenting a PPT in a conference room when she accidentally clicks on a funny selfie of herself drinking a beverage. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Just as the female employee was so embarrassed she was digging her toes into the ground, a drink suddenly fell from the sky, and everyone enjoyed the delicious beverage. The advertising slogan, XX Sparkling Drink, enjoy the coolness anytime, anywhere, rang out at just the right moment. Jean Lingling. Why does it have to taste good, yet also be awkward and embarrassing? I'm not a professional actor. But then, Jean Lingling's mind suddenly flashed back to Friday. How she chased after Boss Sue dressed in a mascot costume, the delicious grass jelly, the customers trying not to laugh while queuing, the eye-catching lines on the whiteboard, and her own embarrassment when reciting her lines. Wow, this script is practically tailor-made for her. The coincidence of this incident is simply too outrageous. The performance problems that were previously impossible to solve were now all readily apparent. The immense pressure in her heart suddenly dissipated. Jean Lingling took a deep breath and said with renewed vigor, "Don't worry. I'm fully prepared. I'll do my best." Hearing her words, Sister Yang was somewhat surprised, and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. "I'm really looking forward to your performance." Sister Yang nodded slightly. Just then, a production assistant came running over. "The director says we can start filming now." Upon hearing this, Jean Lingling didn't have time to say anything more and immediately set off, following the production assistants quickly toward the filming area. The filming location featured a rectangular conference table in the middle, surrounded by black office chairs. The assistant director was standing among the extras, patiently explaining their blocking positions. Upon seeing Jean Lingling approach, the assistant director immediately stopped what he was doing and gestured for her to stand in the designated spot next to the projector. "Let's rehearse the process twice first." As he spoke, the assistant director pointed towards the computer and the screen, explaining in detail, "You start operating the computer from here, and when you look up at the screen, you need to make a surprised and embarrassed expression. Remember, the photos will be added later, so during the shoot, you must keep your gaze fixed on the upper center of the screen." Jean Lingling listened attentively, clearly feeling everyone's eyes fixed on her. The lighting technician was making final preparations, adjusting the angle of the main light. The intense, glaring light made her squint involuntarily. "Quiet." The script supervisor held up the clapperboard and walked in front of the camera. With a click, Jean Lingling took a deep breath, her fingers hovering above the keyboard, officially entering work mode. Chapter 4:26 Very talented. Filming officially began. Jean Lingling had already memorized the script perfectly. The moment she heard the instruction, her fingers immediately began typing rapidly on the keyboard, immersing herself completely in the role. Suddenly, her fingers froze in midair. According to the script, at this moment, she should see her funny selfies being projected onto the meeting screen. Jean Lingling hurriedly raised her head, her gaze quickly focusing on the upper center of the blank curtain. Those funny photos will be added there later. Meanwhile, the extras in the conference room also reacted accordingly. Some were trembling from holding back laughter, while others were dumbfounded. At this moment, Jean Lingling doesn't even need to deliberately perform. She only needs to gently recall the embarrassing situation of reciting lines in front of Boss Sue's stall. That feeling of utter embarrassment, so intense it made her want to dig her toes into the ground and disappear into the mud, instantly welled up inside her and naturally manifested in her face and body language. Click! Director Sue's roar was like a thunderclap. Jean Lingling trembled violently and stood there blankly, somewhat at a loss. Could it be that my performance was too poor and I didn't meet Director Sue's requirements at all, which made him so angry? Jean Lingling immediately began rehearsing her apology in her mind, preparing to bow deeply and apologize as soon as Director Sue approached. However, Director Sue didn't even glance at Jean Lingling and stopped in front of a certain extra. He roared angrily, "What the hell are you doing? The script calls for you to freeze in a shocked expression with wide eyes. What are you doing moving around like that?" You ruined what was a perfectly good track. The young extra, whose name was called, turned pale with fright. He jumped up from his seat in a panic and stammered. I'm so sorry, director. I didn't mean to. Jean Lingling stood to the side, still a little dazed. Huh, so you weren't here to insult me? Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled, and she realized that her back was covered in cold sweat. Then, Director Su turned his head to look at Jean Lingling, stroking the stubble on his chin as he looked her up and down. His previously furrowed brows relaxed, and his eyes showed more appreciation. Your performance was very good. Your expressions are so real and expressive. I'm curious, are you a professional actor? I don't see that on your resume. Although Director Su's tone still carried a hint of seriousness, it was noticeably more affirmative. Jean Lingling was taken aback by Director Su's sudden praise. I'm a modeling major, so I just rely on my imagination. She didn't dare tell Director Su that the reason she was able to act so realistically just now was because she had actually died just 2 days ago. Director Su smiled and said, You're talented. Can you maintain this level of performance? Let's do one more. Abel. I'm fine. Jean Lingling immediately replied. Director Su nodded, said nothing more, and turned back behind the monitor. Taking advantage of this break, Jean Lingling secretly glanced at Sister Yang outside the arena. Sister Yang caught Jean Lingling's gaze, nodded slightly, and gave a thumbs up. As the clapperboard sounded again, filming resumed. This time, all the extras were on edge, and no one dared to make any mistakes. Jean Lingling stood next to the projector, took a deep breath, and quickly got into the zone. When she looked up at the curtain as required by the script, the awkward expression on her face was even more vivid than before, and every detail was just right. Director Su stared intently at the monitor screen, clearly sensing that Jean Lingling's performance this time was better than the last. Click. This one's passed. Director Su called cut with satisfaction, his voice filled with undisguised joy. He turned to Sister Yang beside him and said, Is this one of your new recruits? She's pretty good. You found another gem. Director Su has worked with several models that Sister Yang has mentored, and the two have a fairly good relationship. He knew very well how accurate Sister Yang's judgment of people was. Sister Yang's gaze lingered on Jean Lingling. I also think she's good. Her performance completely exceeded my expectations. The production crew sprang into action, systematically adjusting the set to prepare for the next shot. Sister Yang walked to the monitor and watched Jean Lingling's back as she touched up her makeup. She knew very well that the real test would come when the scene of her drinking a beverage was about to begin. After all, the core of beverage advertisement shooting is to convey the deliciousness to the audience through the model's performance. Filming is progressing steadily. Soon, Jean Lingling stood in front of the conference table with a bottle of beverage in front of her. She unscrewed the drink, closed her eyes, and began desperately trying to recall the scene of drinking the grass jelly. The refreshing and smooth grass jelly, with the sweetness of brown sugar syrup and the richness of coconut milk, lingers on the lips and teeth. Jean Lingling felt her saliva flowing uncontrollably. A look of blissful satisfaction naturally appeared on his face, a picture of blissful enjoyment of the delicious food. At that moment, Director Su and Sister Yang were intently watching the footage on the monitor, and for a moment they were speechless. Yang Jie felt that the immersion and expressiveness of this performance far exceeded her expectations and even surpassed the level of the first film shoot. Looking at the genuine joy on Jean Lingling's face, I suddenly felt my throat was a little dry, and my mouth inexplicably started to water. Do we have any more of this drink on set? Bring me a bottle. Director Su suddenly turned his head and gave an instruction to his assistant. The assistant paused for a moment, then jogged over to fetch the same drink. Director Su took the drink and was about to drink it when he noticed that Sister Yang's eyes were fixed on the bottle in his hand. The two exchanged a glance, and both saw a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. Would you like a bottle too? Director Su paused for a second before extending the invitation. No need. But I'll have one bottle anyway. In the end, Sister Yang could not resist the temptation. It was a little after 3 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. Suchin received a message from Xiaoshu. Mr. Su, your information has been approved and you can start accepting orders at any time. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Su Chun immediately exited the chat interface and opened the Happiness Arrives at Home app. The information displayed on my personal homepage is clear and concise, and it is completely consistent with the content submitted during the interview. Su Chun continued scrolling down and soon arrived at the skill tag area. There were 3 eye-catching labels prominently displayed there. Homestyle Stir-Fry, Foreign Language Communication, Proficient in Suona, Professional Lock Picking. Upon seeing the last tag, Su Chun unconsciously scratched his head. Huh, interesting, they actually wrote down the key. Chapter 427 is probably something you wouldn't expect. Su Chun originally thought. Skills like proficient in playing the Suona or professional lock picking, which have nothing to do with cooking, will most likely be filtered out during the review process. However, the reality was different from what he expected. The platform actually marked it as such. He opened his personal profile page. Following the skill label Professional Lock Picking, there was a line of inconspicuous small print stating, registered and fully qualified. Su Chun continued browsing, and the price details section came into view. The above clearly shows that the fee for each service is 60 yuan, and the service duration is strictly limited to 90 minutes. More detailed instructions are available at the bottom of the page. This 90-minute time frame covers the entire process of food preparation and cooking, and is suitable for preparing 3 to 4 homestyle dishes for an average family. In addition, customers have the right to choose how to prepare ingredients. They can choose to prepare the ingredients themselves or have the service provider buy them on their behalf. They can also get reimbursed for actual expenses based on the shopping receipts from regular supermarkets. After reading it, Su Chun felt that these regulations were quite reasonable. It takes into account the workload and time cost of service providers, while also taking into account the actual needs and consumption experience of customers. Although he knew that 60 yuan was indeed too low for his current cooking skills. But then I thought, this is, after all, a task assigned by the system, and it's not something I'm really going to use as a means of making a living. Setting prices too high will deter many customers, affecting order volume and making it harder to meet the week's sales targets. Su Chun selected Start Accepting Orders at 8 a.m. on Monday in the Order Acceptance settings, and then clicked the Confirmation button. Setup successful. Your service will be available to customers starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. After completing the settings, a thought suddenly popped into Su Chun's mind. It's unlikely that any regular customer would have the vivid imagination to guess that he was cooking at their home. After all, it's too bizarre. Monday morning, 7:30. Su Chun lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling for a while, listening to the sound of raindrops hitting the glass outside the window. He turned off the alarm clock, got up, and drew back the curtains. The rain was indeed less intense than yesterday, but it was still continuous, and the sky was a grayish hue. After sending Nuonyuo to school, Su Chun returned home and won 3 consecutive games without lifting a finger. Before I knew it, I glanced at the time on my phone and realized it was almost 9 o'clock. He then remembered that he had important matters to attend to, so he quickly opened the Happiness at Home app and went to his personal profile. The page clearly displays the Orders Available status, but there are no order notifications, and the order list remains empty. Su Chun frowned, but quickly relaxed. After all, this is a newly launched feature on the platform, and as a newcomer, I don't have any past reviews or order records for customers to refer to. Moreover, it's still early before lunchtime, and most people probably haven't even started thinking about cooking yet. In this situation, it's understandable that no one placed orders at first. Moreover, the system only required him to complete 10 tasks, which he felt were not difficult at all, almost as easy as being given away for free. Thinking back to the sales task of wearing a mascot costume and reciting lines last week, Su Chun felt more and more that the system must have arranged this as a special treat because it saw how hard he worked last week and also considered the bad weather this week. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of relief, leaned back comfortably on the sofa, and started the next game with a clear conscience. Meanwhile, in an office building in the city, Wang Jiala rubbed her aching neck and struggled to stand up from her workstation. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair was a mess like a bird's nest, and his shirt was wrinkled and stuck to his body. As a programmer, he was urgently called back to the company at 1 a.m. last night, because the company's online system had a serious bug and he needed to go to the company's server room immediately to fix it. I stayed up most of the night and didn't solve the problem until dawn. Seeing that he had stayed up all night, the leader made a special exception and allowed him to go home and rest instead of continuing to work today. Wang Jiala dragged his heavy and tired body, began to pack up his laptop and some documents on the table, and walked out of the company gate. The cold raindrops hitting his face cleared his mind a little. He originally intended to take a taxi directly home as soon as possible, get a good night's sleep, and relieve the fatigue after staying up all night. But when he checked his account balance and remembered that he had just paid this month's rent yesterday, he immediately gave up the idea of taking a taxi. Let's take the subway. It's only a few hundred meters from the subway station, so we can treat it as a morning exercise. Wang Jiala said helplessly. The journey went smoothly. The elevator dinged and arrived at the 27th floor. Wang Jiala stepped out of the elevator and stood at her door. He habitually reached into his pocket, wanting to take out his keys to open the door, humming unconsciously, finding and fumbling in my little pocket, trying to get the little key to open the big door. However, after rummaging through his pockets for a long time, he found nothing. Wang Jiala's dazed eyes instantly cleared, and she quickly searched every pocket on her body, including the 4 pockets in her jeans, the pockets in her shirt, and even the various compartments in her laptop bag. But the key seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Hey, where's my house key? Did it fall on the subway? Did you forget it at the company? He tried hard to recall the last time he saw the key, attempting to find a clue. Memories rewind like a rewind. I didn't pay any attention to the keys when I left the company, and I don't think I used them when I took the subway. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and scratched his hair. He finally remembered. Last night, after getting home from get-off work, he was in a hurry to use the restroom, so he casually tossed his keys onto the sofa and rushed to the bathroom. Because I didn't control the force when I threw the key, it slid into the gap of the sofa. He was thinking of picking it up after he finished using the toilet. After leaving the bathroom, he habitually picked up his phone to watch videos, completely forgetting about the keys. Later, I was called to the company in the middle of the night by an urgent call. I was still half asleep and my mind was not working properly. When leaving the house, I didn't even remember that my keys were still in the sofa cushions and went straight to the company. Damn it, I should have kept the spare key at the company. Wang Jiala wore a miserable expression. At this moment, he stood at the tightly closed door of his home, staring at the familiar yet unopenable door. The only solution was to find a locksmith. Wang Jiala stood at her own door, looking around at the walls of the stairwell. The place was covered with locksmith advertisements, so many that it was dizzying to look at. Chapter 428. How could this be so inexplicable? After looking around carefully, Wang Jiala discovered that although there were many of these small advertisements, none of them listed specific locksmith prices. He couldn't help but recall a casual conversation with a colleague who mentioned that his colleague's drain was clogged and, for convenience, he had used one of the drain cleaning services advertised in a small advertisement in the stairwell. As a result, after the work was completed, the other party demanded an exorbitant price of $300. Later, after asking around, my colleague found out that the normal fee was at most half, meaning they were ripped off. Wang Jiala is wary of these opaque and misleading small advertisements. Just as he was worrying, he suddenly remembered that he had used an app called Happiness at Home when he had asked someone to fix his air conditioner. I remember finding the service there. The price was quite reasonable, and the service quality was good. He quickly took out his phone, opened the app, and the phone suddenly vibrated. A message popped up. Congratulations! You have received a 50% off coupon for in-home cooking services, valid for 3 days. When Wang Jiala saw this post, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Now there are discounts and coupons on food delivery platforms everywhere. You can eat your fill for just over 10 yuan on Pinhaofan. Who would need this fancy but impractical home cooking service? It's a complete waste of money. As he thought about it, he quickly swiped up to close the notification. He then typed unlock into the software's search bar. Soon, the search results page loaded, listing more than a dozen nearby locksmith services arranged from highest to lowest price. The locksmith services listed at the top of the page all have a starting price of 60 yuan, and the price may increase depending on the type of lock. It's so expensive. Wang Jiala couldn't help but sigh. He had been thinking that he had saved money by not taking a taxi today, but he didn't expect that money would soon be spent on unlocking the door. It's so hard for young people these days to save money. Thinking about the unpaid utility bills and credit card statements for this month, Wang Jiala felt a pang of worry. With a try-it-and-see attitude, he slowly started scrolling down the page, hoping to find a cheaper option. After scrolling through several services priced between 60 and 70 yuan, an option labeled estimated price 30 yuan suddenly appeared at the bottom of the page. Upon seeing the price, Wang Jiala's eyes lit up instantly. This price is so cheap. It's almost half the price of other stores. He immediately chuckled and eagerly clicked on the option, as if afraid someone else would snatch it away. The system immediately popped up a time selection window. At this moment, Wang Jiala was only focused on opening the door as soon as possible, and without looking carefully, he chose immediately. I hurriedly pressed the confirmation button. The page redirects, displaying a line of eye-catching green text. You have successfully placed an order for in-home cooking service, awaiting confirmation from the chef. Wang Jiala's expression froze instantly. I stared wide-eyed in disbelief, holding the phone closer and then further away, repeatedly checking if I was seeing things. Wait, what is this thing? Cooking at your home? I clearly searched for locksmith services. How did I end up ordering in-home cooking services out of the blue? What did this crappy software do to me? He realized something was wrong and immediately panicked, frantically searching for the button to cancel the order on the screen. Just then, my phone vibrated, and a new message popped up in the notification bar. The message displayed was a reply from Mr. Su. Hello, I'm about to set off. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He quickly opened the chat box and started typing furiously on the screen, even faster than when he usually typed code. Please don't come yet, sir. I placed the wrong order. I don't need a home cooking service. I actually want someone to unlock my door. This crappy software seems to have a bug. Wang Jiala felt his temples throbbing. His breathing became heavier, and the anger in his chest felt like he had cursed the software developer a dozen times. How can such a basic interaction bug be allowed to go live? Are the testing department just sitting around doing nothing? Wang Jiala grew angrier the more he thought about it, and the image of himself squatting on the computer room floor at 3 in the morning, typing away at the keyboard to modify code flashed through his mind. Now we're going to have to deal with unnecessary trouble because of this software bug. Your programmers should also get up in the middle of the night to fix bugs. Wang Jiala gritted her teeth, filled with resentment. Just as I was about to send another message, 3 words suddenly popped up in the chat box. That works too. Wang Jiala frowned. What does Yixingde mean? Does that mean they've agreed to cancel the order? Unsure, he typed out a message just to be safe. You've agreed to let me cancel the order, right? I'm so sorry. Almost instantly, the other end replied. No, I meant I can pick locks too. Take a picture of your door lock and send it to me so I can get my tools ready. Wang Jiala stood frozen in the hallway, staring at the message for a full 3 seconds. For a moment, I couldn't react. After a long while, he hesitantly raised his phone, took a picture of his door lock, and sent it over. After taking the photo, he couldn't help but send another message asking, Are you kidding me? The other party replied quickly as usual. I'm not kidding. I can open this lock. Wang Jiala was immediately dumbfounded. No, are people this versatile these days? Can someone who cooks at your home also unlock your door? Filled with disbelief, he inexplicably clicked on Master Su's homepage. Under the skill tags such as Homestyle Stir-Fry, Foreign Language Communication, and Proficient in Suona, the tag Professional Lock Picking, Registered, is prominently listed. Wang Jiala finally understood why her search for a locksmith led to this home cooking service. He sighed helplessly. Since the other party is indeed qualified to pick locks, and the price is half the price of a professional locksmith service, there is really no reason to refuse. Wang Jiala didn't know what else to say, so she could only reply, Then please come. On the other side, Su Qin was speechless after seeing Wang Jiala's reply. I never imagined that my newly acquired lock-picking skills would come in handy so quickly. How did this guy even think of looking for a locksmith inside a home cooking restaurant? However, since this was the first order he received this week, and he happened to have the skill of picking locks, Su Qin decided to help him open the lock. Suchin took another careful look at the photos of the locks sent by the customer and confirmed that no special tools were needed. It's the most common pin tumbler lock, the kind that can be easily opened with a wire. Of course, this tinkering does require some technical skill, but not much. After confirming the situation, Suchin tidied up a bit and took the tools he might need. He then drove the Cullinan straight to his destination. Chapter 429, What do you want to eat? We've arrived at our destination. Suchin parked the car, opened the mobile app again, and carefully confirmed Wang Jiala's specific address. After confirming that everything was correct, he walked towards the apartment building. The elevator doors opened on the 27th floor. A man in a wrinkled shirt was leaning against the wall, scrolling through his phone listlessly. When the other person noticed someone's arrival and looked up, Suchin noticed his heavy dark circles under his eyes and his receding hairline, which revealed a large expanse of smooth forehead. Programmer, right? A stereotype arose in Suchin's mind. Hello, is this Master Su? Wang Jiala put away her phone and glanced at Suchin with a hint of curiosity. With rosy, glowing skin and thick, jet-black hair, she looked radiant and full of energy. This stands in stark contrast to Wang Jiala's colleagues, who are constantly tormented by work and have haggard appearances. With such strong yang energy, he must have never been a programmer. Wang Jiala muttered to himself, a hint of envy rising in his heart. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Wang Jiala led Suchin through the corridor to his front door. Suchin did not immediately try to unlock the door, but instead asked Wang Jiala a few questions with a serious expression. For example, the decorations at the door, or what's inside the house. This was done to ensure that this was indeed Wang Jiala's own room and to avoid accidentally opening someone else's door. Wang Jiala answered them one by one. After answering, he saw Suchin squat down and rummage through his small satchel for tools. Dude, this lock is going to be really hard to open. Wang Jiala squatted down beside him and couldn't help but start rambling on. Every time I get home, I have to use a lot of force to turn the key. It feels like this lock is more stubborn than my boss. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw Suchin take a thin wire out of his bag, skillfully insert it into the keyhole, and gently move his fingers around it. With a crisp, pleasant click, the security door opened instantly, the whole process clean and efficient, taking no more than 5 seconds. Wang Jiala stood there, mouth agape, completely dumbfounded. He thought it would take at least 10 minutes to open, but he didn't expect it to be so quick. Looking at the unlocked door, many thoughts flashed through Wang Jiala's mind. He suddenly realized that if he mastered this technology, he could just carry a wire with him when he went out, instead of carrying keys. It would be both convenient and save him a lot of trouble. On the other hand, he was worried that since his lock was so easy to open, he might easily become a target for thieves if he encountered one day. Just as Wang Jiala was debating whether or not to change the lock, Suchin had already pushed open the door. He glanced at the information he had just obtained from Wang Jiala. This perfectly matches Wang Jiala's description. At the same time, Wang Jiala rushed to the sofa, knelt down with a thud, and reached his hand into the gap between the sofa and began to grope. He breathed a sigh of relief when he touched the cold key. Thankfully, I remembered correctly. If the key really can't be found, the locks will probably have to be changed, which will be another considerable expense. Then, Wang Jiala realized that he had saved several tens of yuan in locksmith fees, and felt that adding a chicken leg to his dinner tonight was not excessive at all. In high spirits, he turned to Suchin and said, "Master, your lock-picking skills are amazing. It's like magic." Looking at this ordinary pin tumbler lock, Suchin felt somewhat unsatisfied. After all, using his master-level lock-picking skills to deal with such an ordinary door lock does feel like a waste of his talent. But this skill shouldn't be used carelessly, or it will cause trouble. What would you like to eat? I'll start preparing it now. Suchin put the tools into his bag and turned his gaze to the kitchen. Wang Jiala then suddenly remembered that she had originally ordered a home cooking service. An embarrassed look immediately appeared on his face, and he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Master Su, actually I just wanted to find someone to unlock a lock. How about we forget about cooking? The person had kindly helped him unlock the door, which was already a huge favor. He couldn't possibly take advantage of them further and asked them to cook him a meal. It would be like treating someone like a beast of burden, and he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Suchin paused for a moment. Since we're already here, let's just follow the order process. Consider unlocking a complimentary service. You don't need to feel guilty about it. Seeing that Wang Jiala was still trying to refuse, Su Chun changed the subject and asked as he walked towards the kitchen, "Is there any food in the refrigerator?" As he spoke, he walked toward the kitchen. Pushing open the kitchen door, Su Chun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. He didn't think Wang Jiala was someone who could cook. However, the kitchen in front of us was surprisingly clean, with pots and pans neatly arranged, showing that the owner had taken great care of it. Su Chun opened the refrigerator, which was crammed full of vegetables, fruits, and other ingredients. And they all looked very fresh. Wang Jiala noticed the change in Su Chun's expression, smiled sheepishly, and explained, "My girlfriend cleaned all of this, and she also bought the groceries. She's been busy these past few days and hasn't been home. She's an amazing cook. I can't stop eating her food every time." Su Chun silently began to take stock of the food in the refrigerator. The green peppers, pork tenderloin, and cabbage were all very fresh. After taking stock of the ingredients, Su Chun looked at Wang Jiala and asked, "How about shredded pork with green peppers and hand-torn cabbage? I see that the ingredients are all ready, so these two dishes are perfect." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiala immediately nodded. Okay. My girlfriend is the best at making shredded pork with green peppers. Every time she makes this dish, I can brag about it by eating 2 big bowls of rice. Okay, I'll start preparing the ingredients now. I'll call you when they're ready." Su Chun nodded and turned to prepare the ingredients needed for cooking. Having finalized the recipes for these 2 dishes, Su Chun suddenly saw the system's text appear before his eyes. The recipe for shredded pork with green peppers has been unlocked. The recipe for hand-torn cabbage has been unlocked. As Su Chun took out green peppers and cabbage from the refrigerator, he carefully considered the newly emerging cooking details in his mind. In fact, even without the recipes provided by the system, basic home-style dishes like shredded pork with green peppers and hand-torn cabbage would be no challenge for him. But the experience gained from this recipe was more important, as it allowed him to instantly master the most precise control of the heat, the most appropriate seasoning ratio, and even the clear standards for the thickness of the ingredients. Wang Jiala stood at the kitchen doorway, unsure of what to do with her hands, looking completely lost. He felt uncomfortable having a stranger cooking in his kitchen while he could only watch. To alleviate his embarrassment and discomfort, he could only keep telling himself, "I paid for it." Chapter 430 is a good review. Su Chun opened the rice cabinet, scooped out 2 cups of rice, rinsed them, and put them into the rice cooker. Next, soak the green peppers and cabbage separately in a vegetable washing basket, and let the running water wash away the residual pesticides. The pork was still a bit hard when it was taken out of the freezer, so we thawed it while preparing other ingredients. After the pork has thawed, pat it dry with kitchen paper and cut it into even strips on a cutting board. Su Chun added a spoonful of cooking wine, half a spoonful of light soy sauce, and a little starch to the shredded meat in the porcelain bowl. He tapped the rim of the bowl twice with his fingertips to ensure that the seasonings evenly coated each strand of meat. After removing the stems from the green peppers, cut them open and scrape off the white pith inside by pushing the knife at an angle, turning them into thin green pepper strips in the blink of an eye. The cabbage was broken into individual pieces, and while soaking it in salt water, Su Chun casually crushed a few cloves of garlic. Heat oil in a wok, then slide the shredded meat in. The meat will sizzle and quickly change color. Stir fry until the edges are slightly browned, then remove from the wok to prevent it from overcooking. Leave some oil in the pan and sauté minced garlic until fragrant. Add shredded green peppers and stir fry until slightly softened. Then add shredded pork, season with salt and chicken bouillon, and a plate of shredded pork with green peppers is ready to serve. As for hand-torn cabbage, there are more than a dozen different ways of making this dish in different provinces and regions, which shows how widely it has spread. Some places prefer to cook without adding a drop of water, resulting in a fragrant flavor. Others like to simmer with water for a refreshing taste. Still others deep fry first, and then stir fry for a dry, pungent wok aroma. And some prefer to blanch first, and then dry mix for a low-fat, healthy option. Some are more sour, some are more spicy, and so on. each with its own emphasis. But no matter where the stir-fried cabbage is from, they all have one thing in common: fresh, fragrant, and crisp. After the oil in the pan was heated to about 70% of its maximum temperature, Su Chen poured in the sliced garlic and dried chili peppers. Sauté the aromatics until fragrant, then add the cabbage. To keep the cabbage crisp and tender, stir-fry it over high heat for 1 minute to quickly cook it. During this process, you need to stir-fry constantly to ensure that each cabbage leaf is evenly coated with a thin layer of oil and cooked by the oil temperature. The strength and speed of the arm are what distinguish professional chefs from ordinary people, and it's also why home cooking never quite tastes like restaurant food. The cooking technique is important, as is the timing. Whether it's a second faster or slower, the physical and chemical reactions inside the pot could develop to different stages. He started tossing the wok, and the cabbage in the wok flew upwards with the movement. Just as it was about to fly out, Su Chen pulled his wrist back, and the cabbage landed steadily back in the wok. Judging that the time was right, he poured in the pre-mixed sauce and drizzled it into the pot. In an instant, a wisp of grayish-white smoke rose from the pot. It smelled slightly pungent and had a burnt smell, but it was mostly the dry aroma of hot oil. This is probably what people often call wok hei, the smoky aroma imparted by a hot wok, the aroma of everyday life. When it first appeared, it wasn't particularly abrupt, but once you caught a whiff of it, you wanted to sniff it again and again. Wang Jiala's stomach rumbled twice, and she stared longingly at Su Chen's back as he cooked. Su Chen poured a little vinegar along the edge of the pot before taking the cabbage out of the pot. At this point, the stir-fried cabbage is complete. The vinegar will evaporate, so a little bit of vinegar won't make the whole dish sour. It just keeps the cabbage crisp and enhances its flavor while cutting through the richness. Because Su Chen took the food out of the pan too quickly, Wang Jiala couldn't see what he put in as the last step. But the nose was awakened a second earlier. The volatile aroma of vinegar is intoxicating and makes one's stomach acid churn. The drool at the corner of his mouth was practically dripping down. These are just 2 ordinary home-style stir-fries, but for some reason, they smell so tempting. The lingering sleepiness that Wang Jiala had felt after staying up most of the night was completely suppressed by her surging appetite. At that moment, all he could think about was quickly eating these 2 dishes and enjoying a hearty, satisfying meal. "All right," Su Chen's voice came, and he brought out 2 dishes and placed them on the table. The shredded pork with green peppers gleamed with an enticing sheen, each strand of pork coated in sauce. The hand-torn cabbage is steaming hot, and the fresh aroma of the vegetables blends perfectly with the fragrance of the seasonings. When Wang Jiala saw this, his Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he almost couldn't control himself and rushed over. Fortunately, his remaining rationality allowed him to maintain basic politeness. He licked his lips and said with a mix of urgency and embarrassment, Master Su, thank you so much for your help today." Su Chen could tell at a glance that Wang Jiala was probably starving, and nodded. "No trouble at all. If there's nothing else, this deal is considered closed." "No problem. I'll definitely give you a good review." Wang Jiala quickly responded. Su Chen smiled, said nothing more, turned and pushed open the door to leave. As soon as the door closed, Wang Jiala seemed to be freed from restraints and rushed to the rice cooker in 2 quick steps. Lifting the lid, the steaming heat of the rice wafts out, carrying the unique fragrance of grains. Wang Jiala picked up a rice spoon and pressed the rice in the bowl down hard, piling it into a small mound. The 2 dishes on the table were steaming hot, as if beckoning Wang Jiala. Wang Jiala couldn't wait to stretch out his chopsticks, pick up a piece of shredded green pepper and pork, and put it into his mouth. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The tender shredded meat had already absorbed the rich sauce. With a gentle bite, the savory juices burst in your mouth. The green peppers are crisp and slightly spicy, creating a wonderful balance with the tender shredded meat, resulting in a rich and delightful texture. How can this shredded pork be so tender? Wang Jiala puffed out her cheeks and mumbled something. Before she could finish speaking, her chopsticks reached towards the plate again, eager to take another bite. Whether it was psychological or not, Wang Jiala genuinely felt that the rice today seemed to exude an exceptionally tempting sweet aroma. With the delicious-looking and fragrant shredded pork with green peppers in front of him, a bite of rice followed by a bite of shredded pork brought him a heavenly feeling, making him unable to stop eating and shoveling more and more into his mouth. Wang Jiala's gaze shifted to another plate of hand-torn cabbage. Bright red chili flakes are stuck to the emerald green vegetable leaves. The aroma of vinegar mixed with the strong smell of garlic kept wafting into his nose, making his appetite even stronger. Wang Jiala couldn't wait to pick up a bunch of cabbage. Crack, crack. With a gentle tap of the upper and lower teeth, the firm and tender veins of the leaf snapped instantly. Countless plump and dense plant sap bubbles burst open at the same time, filling the mouth with a pool of sweet juice that seeps into the teeth and cheeks. The aroma of vinegar has completely permeated every fiber, intertwining with the flavors of numbing, spicy, and garlicky notes. This cabbage is amazing. It's both sour and spicy, a real rice killer. Wow, it's so delicious. How can it be so delicious? Wang Jiala was so overwhelmed by how delicious it was that he almost cried. Chapter 431. Did he cheat on me? At this moment, Wang Jiala felt that even if he ate these two dishes every day for a year, he would never get tired of them. I even had a strong urge to order Chef Su's home cooking service again right away. Honestly, isn't this much more cost-effective than going to a restaurant? Just then, the phone that was lying to the side suddenly rang. Wang Jiala took out his phone and saw that it was his girlfriend calling. He quickly answered the call. His girlfriend's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Lo, I'm done with work over there, and I'm heading home early. I'll be home soon. What do you want to eat after get off work tonight? I'll go buy the groceries beforehand. Wang Jiala was taken aback and quickly said, I'm at home right now. Why are you home today? Didn't you go to work? On the other end of the phone, his girlfriend sounded somewhat surprised. Wang Jiala quickly explained why he had worked overtime all night and was then given special permission by his supervisor to return home to rest. Then, his girlfriend's cheerful voice came. Let me go upstairs and we'll talk about it. Let's go out to eat today. Before Wang Jiala could even say that the family had prepared the meal, the phone went dead with a busy signal, signaling the end of the call. Wang Jiala reluctantly put down her phone and had to stop using her chopsticks, which were holding food, with a heavy heart. He looked at the two dishes on the table and couldn't help but feel annoyed. If he had known his girlfriend would be back early today, he would have definitely asked Chef Su to cook more. Now he doesn't know if it will be enough for her. He glanced at the time on his phone. Ordering takeout was definitely too late. At the same time, the elevator doors on the 27th floor opened. Xiao Hui dragged her suitcase out of the elevator. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, a rich fragrance filled her nostrils. She unconsciously took a deep breath. Whose cooking smells so good? It's making me hungry. Xiao Hui muttered to herself, sniffing the air as she tried to discern the scents in the air. As someone who enjoys cooking, she immediately recognized the aroma of the shredded pork with green peppers, which smelled much better than what she usually makes. Is this Aunt Wu's house next door? As Xiao Hui pondered this, she dragged her suitcase toward her own door. She remembered that Aunt Wu was usually a good cook, and the aroma of her dishes would sometimes waft into the corridor, but today the aroma seemed different, even richer and more enticing. Should we ask him for advice another day? The thought flashed through her mind. Xiao Hui walked to her front door, took out her key from her bag, and inserted it into the lock. Strangely, she found that the door lock seemed much smoother than usual. With a gentle turn, the door opened. The moment she opened the door, the already intoxicating aroma of food seemed to find a release, rushing over her and engulfing her. Xiao Hui was so overwhelmed by the fragrance that she almost lost her senses. She stood blankly at the door for 2 seconds before dragging her suitcase into the house. Upon hearing the door open, Wang Jiala hurriedly stood up from the dining table, her face showing a mixture of surprise and frustration. Wasn't it said you'd be back tomorrow? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? As he walked briskly toward his girlfriend, his eyes kept glancing uncontrollably at the food on the table. Xiao Hui looked around in confusion, and seeing her boyfriend's strange reaction, she felt even more puzzled. Wang Jiala had mixed feelings at this moment. He was happy that his girlfriend had returned early, but he also regretted calling a locksmith. But then I thought, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have had the chance to taste such delicious home-cooked dishes made by Chef Su. so this can be considered a blessing in disguise. Was the journey smooth? Wang Jiala took the suitcase from his girlfriend and asked with concern, "Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a bit?" As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the dining table. Of course, it's for a surprise attack, to see if you've been doing anything naughty behind my back at home. Xiao Hui laughed and made a joke. As she spoke, she hung her bag on the coat hook behind the door and then walked toward the dining table. At first, she thought her boyfriend had ordered takeout, but when she got closer to the table, she immediately realized something was wrong. On the table, the shredded green peppers and pork and the hand-torn cabbage were served on their usual plates. The dishes were bright in color and still steaming, clearly having just been cooked. Xiao Hui frowned slightly, her doubts growing stronger. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the kitchen and found that the wok that she usually put on the stove after cleaning was now hanging on the shelf on the wall. There were still wet stains on the pot, which clearly indicated that it had just been cleaned. A series of questions immediately arose in Xiao Hui's mind. She knew her boyfriend's cooking skills all too well. He could make even the simplest fried rice terribly, let alone such a delicious and visually appealing dish. Various unusual details flashed through Xiao Hui's mind, and her expression gradually became serious. If your boyfriend can't cook, then who cooked this meal? It couldn't possibly be Aunt Wu from next door, could it? We're not related at all. It's highly unlikely from any perspective. Xiao Hui's mood became somewhat uneasy. A terrible thought suddenly entered her mind. Did Wang Jiala bring another woman back to cook while I was away? Once the idea popped up, it quickly took root, sprouted, and spread wildly. Her gaze began to sweep back and forth between the kitchen and the dining table. It's as if you can see a strange vixen stirring dishes in her own kitchen, a knowing smile on her face, chatting and laughing with Wang Jiala from time to time. Xiao Hui felt as if something was tightly blocking her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Wang Jiala was interrupted halfway through her meal, and her mind was still preoccupied with the two dishes on the table, wishing she could eat a few more bites. He didn't even notice that Xiao Hui's face was gradually turning gloomy. He even eagerly invited, "Let's eat first, honey. Let me tell you, this stir-fried pork with green peppers is absolutely delicious. It's simply amazing." As he spoke, he excitedly pointed to the dishes on the plate. Xiao Hui stood there, stunned. Her gaze shifted from the dining table to Wang Jiala's face, and a wave of desolation washed over her. She clearly remembers Wang Jiala confidently saying that his stir-fried green peppers and pork was the best dish in the world, and that he would eat it every day from now on. I can still vividly recall his silly grin at that time. Now, when he says the same dish name, he praises the taste of other people's cooking. Xiao Hui felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible and cold hand, the grip tightening and tightening until it ached. Her vision gradually blurred, and tears welled up in her eyes. Chapter 432. Did he come out of the closet? In Xiao Hui's chaotic mind, a scene gradually emerged. A vixen stood in her meticulously decorated kitchen, wearing her favorite apron, triumphantly placing the stir-fried green peppers and shredded pork on the table, deliberately asking Wang Jiala in a cloyingly sweet and provocative voice, "Which is tastier, my stir-fried green peppers and pork, or your girlfriend's?" It's like Ellie wearing Lin Pinru's clothes. She's incredibly arrogant. Xiao Hui could no longer hold back her tears, which instantly welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Wang Jiala strode into the kitchen and took out the white porcelain bowl that Xiao Hui usually used most often from the cupboard. I filled a bowl with rice and even pressed it down with a rice spoon, hoping she would eat more. When Wang Jiala returned with the steaming rice, he saw Xiao Hui standing motionless in front of the table, her face filled with sorrow and tears welling up in her eyes. He was completely stunned and nearly dropped the bowl in his hand. No, she was fine just now. How could she suddenly start crying? This is too sudden. You should at least give me a hint. Wang Jiala hurriedly placed the bowl on the table and asked anxiously, Hui, why are you crying? What's wrong? Did you suffer any injustice at work? Xiao Hui raised her tearful eyes and looked straight at Wang Jiala. At this moment, the man she once knew and trusted so well seemed to have suddenly become a stranger in her eyes. They're still pretending to be stupid, acting like they're fools. She hastily wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, her fingers trembling as she pointed at the plate of shredded pork with green peppers, her voice trembling as she asked, "What's her name? How did you two meet?" Wang Jiala stared, completely bewildered, and instinctively replied, "Su Chun, we met on the app." As soon as he said it, he realized he had made a mistake. But his sluggish brain from staying up all night made him pause for 2 seconds before realizing the problem. Su Chun, chat software. Xiao Hui murmured these words repeatedly, as if she had lost all her vitality. In a daze, she remembered the post her best friend forwarded to her last week about finding evidence of a partner's infidelity on a dating app. At the time, she also said that she absolutely believed in Wang Jiala. The harsh reality, however, was like a resounding slap in the face. As for Wang Jiala, after a brief period of dazedness, his brain, which had been working all night, finally came back to normal, and he was completely awake, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. His voice cracked with anxiety. "No, let me explain. It's not what you think." Xiao Hui suddenly took a step back, her voice trembling with tears, and shouted hoarsely, "What's there to explain? You've brought them home. If I hadn't come back today, who knows how happy you two would have been." "No, Su Chun is a man. A man." Wang Jiala was extremely anxious, and her voice was practically screaming. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt dizzy and as if her whole world had collapsed. Her body began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. She grabbed the dining table to keep from falling to the ground, and with difficulty squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Hey, a man? You found a man? You've become so promiscuous lately." Ugh. Wang Jiala felt uneasy and looked at Xiao Hui in disbelief, completely bewildered by her reaction. He never expected Xiao Hui to think in this direction. He took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, "Could you please read less of those crazy novels with multiple male protagonists at night? What kind of nonsense is that? What business is it of yours what novels I read?" Xiao Hui's tears continued to fall uncontrollably, her voice filled with deep grievance and anger. Wang Jiala irritably scratched her messy hair, knowing that this couldn't go on, and decided to explain things clearly from the beginning. "I was in such a rush today that I forgot my keys, so I looked for services on the app. I accidentally ordered a home cooking service at first, but then I found out that Su Chun, who accepted the order, could also unlock doors, so I asked him to unlock the door for me while he was at it. And then he cooked this meal for me. Really, that's all." Xiao Hui sneered. "The story you made up is even more outrageous than the novels I've read. If you can't make up a reason, you don't have to." Wang Jiala couldn't take it anymore and blurted out, "Xiao Hui, you can suspect I have someone else on the side, but you can't suspect I have another man on the side." He finally remembered that he still had the complete chat history saved on his phone, which was irrefutable proof of his innocence. He frantically pulled his phone out of his pocket and shoved it right in front of Xiao Hui. "Come on, look for yourself. See if what I said is true or false." Xiao Hui hesitated for a moment, but still took the phone, squinted her eyes, and carefully examined the chat history on the screen. The chat logs clearly show the entire conversation, from Wang Jiala mistakenly ordering a home cooking service to her questioning Su Chun when she discovered he could unlock doors. Everything is crystal clear. As Xiao Hui scrolled through the chat history, the more she looked, the more outrageous it seemed. Driven by curiosity, she couldn't resist clicking on Su Chun's personal profile. Sure enough, the words "professional locksmith, registered," were found on the page. "No." Xiao Hui slowly raised her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes, her expression somewhat blank. "Are people all so capable these days?" His tone was exactly the same as Wang Jiala's before, with an expression of existential doubt. "You're asking me? Who should I ask?" Wang Jiala slumped heavily into the chair and said angrily, "Now do you believe me?" Xiao Hui then realized that she had made a huge misunderstanding and immediately blushed with embarrassment. "Next time, can you just ask directly instead of making up all sorts of nonsense?" Wang Jiala put on a hurt expression. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry." Xiao Hui hurriedly moved closer to Wang Jiala, her voice suddenly becoming soft and sweet, and gently tugged at the hem of Wang Jiala's clothes. "As a girl, I'm bound to get carried away when something like this happens." Wang Jiala originally intended to stay angry a little longer, but then she noticed that the dishes on the table were gradually losing their steam. He immediately felt that instead of getting angry and dwelling on this misunderstanding, he should enjoy the delicious meal first. At least his girlfriend knew she was wrong and took the initiative to apologize. Her attitude was sincere and adorable. Unlike that bald leader in the company, who, whenever a decision goes wrong, not only refuses to admit his mistakes but insists on blaming it on his subordinates' lack of execution ability. After comparing the two situations, Wang Jiala's anger subsided considerably. His previously tense expression softened unconsciously. He picked up his chopsticks and served his girlfriend a generous portion of shredded green peppers and pork. You have to try these. They're absolutely delicious. Chapter 433 The Royal Chef. Xiao Hui's gaze fell on the plate of shredded pork with green peppers. My curiosity had completely overshadowed the embarrassment that had just occurred due to the misunderstanding. It must be admitted that this dish is extremely appealing just by looking at it. The shredded meat was cut into even, thin strips, and the green peppers were bright and vibrant, with a light sheen of oil on their surface. The aroma kept wafting into her nose, making her taste buds eager for more. Xiao Hui couldn't help but compare them in her heart. I've made this dish dozens of times, and I think I've mastered the tricks of the trade. Wang Jiala always enjoys it, and can finish 2 big bowls of rice with gusto. But now, looking at the plate of green pepper and shredded pork made by someone else, she had to admit that, in terms of appearance alone, hers was far inferior. 1 chopstickful was put into the mouth. As soon as her teeth touched the shredded meat, Xiao Hui could clearly feel that the texture was completely different from what she usually cooked. In the past, the shredded pork she stir-fried would always be a little dry, but the shredded pork in my mouth now was very tender. The fresh aroma of green peppers blends perfectly with the aroma of meat, and the savory flavor spreads in the mouth. With a careful sip, there is also a just right sweet aftertaste. Xiao Hui's eyes widened, filled with surprise and disbelief, and she even forgot to put down her chopsticks. Is this really shredded pork with green peppers? As someone who cooks frequently, she knows all too well the difficulty of this dish. Shredded meat easily becomes tough during stir-frying, and green peppers often release water due to improper heat control, affecting the appearance and taste of the whole dish. But the plate of shredded pork with green peppers in front of her was not only so brightly colored that it made her mouth water, but it also tasted surprisingly good, far exceeding her expectations. It's one thing for people to have great differences, but even the same dish can be made in such different ways. Wang Jiala had been watching his girlfriend's expression closely. When he saw her gaping in shock, he couldn't help but grin happily. It was as if he had made the dish himself. He asked with a hint of smugness, "So, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Xiao Hui swallowed the food in her mouth, her eyes still showing a hint of unsatisfaction. She immediately picked up another piece of shredded green peppers and pork with her chopsticks and couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, this is so delicious. I will never dare to make this dish for you again. The difference is just too great." She felt both admiration and frustration. His nose involuntarily reached for the chopsticks, and he took a deep sniff, as if he wanted to dig up someone's ancestral grave. Then he stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out, and he kept chewing. Seeing Xiao Hui eating so intently, Wang Jiala couldn't help but smile and gently pushed the hand-torn cabbage in front of her, saying, "Try this too." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui picked up a piece of cabbage. This cabbage is emerald green and so tender it looks like you could squeeze water out of it. The leaves are evenly covered with tiny bits of bright red chili pepper, making it a very appealing sight. The rich aroma of garlic wafted over, stimulating her olfactory nerves and making her appetite even stronger. She picked up a piece of cabbage with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, hearing a crisp crunch. The tangy and spicy sauce immediately fills your mouth, a perfect combination of sour and spicy. The spiciness isn't overpowering, but rather stimulates the taste buds just right, blending with the sourness to create a unique and refreshing taste that's irresistible. This is delicious too. The stems are so crisp, and the leaves are so flavorful. How do you do that? Xiao Hui couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her eyes widening even more as if she had undergone canthoplasty. She ate until she was completely stuffed. She simply couldn't understand why such an ordinary home-style stir-fry could produce such an amazing flavor. For a moment, the two were immersed in the pleasure brought by the food, no longer speaking, but just burying their heads and shoveling rice into their mouths. The rice today seemed to have been influenced by these two delicious dishes, and it was even more fragrant and delicious than usual. Paired with these two dishes, it's a match made in heaven, making it impossible to stop eating. A few moments later, the food in both plates was gone. Only a few scattered bits of vegetable juice remained on the plate. Wang Jiala was still not giving up. He picked up his chopsticks and scraped the last bit of vegetable juice into the bowl, then mixed it thoroughly with the remaining rice. He ate it all up, leaving nothing to waste. Belch! Wang Jiala let out a burp, slumped back in his chair, and looked satisfied and content. Xiaohui was so overwhelmed that she couldn't straighten her back. The two looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing at the same time. The awkwardness caused by the misunderstanding has long since vanished without a trace. Oui, how about we splurge a little? How about we invite Chef Su over to cook for us tonight? Wang Jiala suggested, touching her belly. Although he was so full that he couldn't even drink water, the thought of those two delicious dishes still made him feel unsatisfied, and he was already happily thinking about dinner. Xiaohui almost readily agreed to Wang Jiala's suggestion, but just as the words were about to come out, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she excitedly said, "That's right. Isn't Qingqing going to stir the pot tomorrow? We can ask Chef Su to cook a meal." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiala immediately understood. Here, cooking for the first time in a new house is a celebration. According to custom, friends are invited to the house for a meal to celebrate, which symbolizes a prosperous and thriving life. If we could invite Chef Su to cook at our home, it would definitely surprise everyone. Wang Jiala could already picture the surprised and satisfied expressions on his friends' faces when they tasted the dishes, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. It settled then. He excitedly slammed his hand on the table and made a decisive decision. On the other side, as soon as Su Chen stepped into the house, Butler Ding came to greet him. "Sir is back. Here's some freshly brewed tea. Please have a taste." Su Chen took the teacup, but before he could even take a sip, his phone in his pocket kept buzzing. He casually pulled it out and saw it was a notification of a positive review from an app. Since only one order has been completed since the platform went live, the source of this positive review is undoubtedly Wang Jiala. Open the details page. I highly recommend Master Su. His food is absolutely delicious. His lock-picking skills are also incredibly professional. 5 stars. I've struck gold. Su Chen looked at this effusive praise and was surprised that it even included compliments on unlocking the door. That's a bit unnecessary. Just then, my phone vibrated again, followed by 2 order notifications popping up in the background. Goodness, it was Wang Jiala who placed the order again. This time, he booked the service for 6 p.m. tomorrow and placed 2 orders at once. Including the order that had already been completed, Wang Jiala alone had contributed 3 orders to him. What? Are you trying to recruit me as your personal chef? Chapter 434 Master, can this be done? Su Chen quickly calculated in his mind. At this rate of order growth, we should be able to meet this week's sales targets quickly. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to take a couple more days to rest properly. Wang Jiala sent a message. Chef Su, I'll reserve a spot first. I might need you to cook a few more dishes tomorrow. We can discuss the details tomorrow. After reading the message, Su Chen simply replied with okay. This customer is quite interesting. Not only did he praise the food he made so highly, but he also proactively booked follow-up services, which surprised him a bit. This week I didn't have to wear a mascot costume to work outdoors like last week, which was a lot easier. At the same time, in another corner of the city, Lu Zi was nestled in her apartment. She lay sprawled on the bed, clutching a soft pillow, and kept rolling around in a state of death. Ugh, what should I film for the next video? I have absolutely no inspiration. Being a content creator is so hard. Lu Zi is a content creator, up, in the lifestyle section of Bilibili. She mainly shoots travel, restaurant reviews, and food vlogs. Lu Zi has a girl next door image, and when she smiles, 2 shallow dimples appear at the corners of her mouth, which has garnered her a lot of fans. However, the creative pressure from continuously updating videos is increasing, which makes her feel overwhelmed. Every day, you have to rack your brains to come up with new topics and new shooting angles. This job is far from as easy as it seems on the surface. Just as she was tossing and turning in bed, her brain cells dying off from a lack of inspiration. My phone next to my pillow suddenly dinged with a notification. Tired of takeout and don't want to eat out? Try our in-home cooking service. Lucy was about to swipe away from the advertisement when she suddenly paused, blinked, and realized that this might be an excellent video topic. She suddenly perked up, sat up abruptly, and began to seriously consider the idea. Simply documenting the process of cooking at someone's home might seem mundane and uninteresting, failing to capture the viewer's attention. But she really couldn't come up with any better ideas. Although this topic wasn't perfect, it was still a viable direction. Lucy decided to first find out more about the specifics. She reached for her phone and decisively clicked on the push notification link. The page then redirects to an app called Happiness at Home. She quickly completed the registration process and filled in some necessary personal information. Then, she eagerly typed "cooking service at home" into the search bar. As the page refreshes, a long list of service personnel appears on the screen. The list of service staff includes both men and women and people of all ages. Next to each person's profile, there are detailed notes on their preferred cuisines and special services. Some are skilled in Sichuan cuisine, some are proficient in Cantonese cuisine, and others specialize in homestyle dishes. Lucy stared at the screen, her fingers slowly swiping across the screen to check everyone's information. For this home cooking video shoot, she needed to find a service provider who could both showcase their culinary skills and make the video entertaining. Lucy had been searching through the software for quite some time, and as she browsed more and more service personnel information, a hint of disappointment gradually appeared in her eyes. Just as she was about to give up and rethink her video direction, a rather special piece of information suddenly caught her eye. The boy in the file photo looks to be in his early 20s, appearing exceptionally young and even somewhat handsome. What caught Lucy's attention was the row of skill tags at the bottom of the profile. In addition to the usual homestyle stir-fries and the unique proficient in Suona playing, the sign also prominently displays professional lock-picking registered. Lucy couldn't help but laugh when she saw this label. Is even the home cooking industry this competitive these days? How can a cook need to master lock-picking skills? Just as she was about to scroll away from the file, she suddenly remembered a video she had filmed 2 months ago of tidying up a room. While tidying up her room, she found a locked plastic diary among a pile of old things. If I remember correctly, I bought it when I was in middle school. These locked diaries were all the rage back then. Unfortunately, the key has long since been lost somewhere. After the video was released, many viewers left comments expressing their curiosity about the contents of the diary and hoping that she would open it and share the youthful memories recorded inside. Later, she got busy and completely forgot about it. Upon seeing the professional locksmith label, Lucy instantly became excited. She jumped out of bed abruptly, not even bothering to put on her slippers, and rushed barefoot to the storage cabinet to start rummaging through it. Finally, at the bottom of the locker, I found the pink plastic diary. Looking at this diary now, it has a very cheap feel to it. There is a small metal padlock hanging on it, and the padlock body has been oxidized and turned black. If you simply record the process of cooking at someone's home, the video content will inevitably seem too bland and boring, making it difficult to leave a lasting impression on the audience. However, if this chef with unique skills were to help open this long-sealed diary while cooking, combining the two would greatly increase the video's appeal. Moreover, the chef unlocking the door is something that deserves a lot of criticism. Thinking of this, Lucy immediately picked up her phone, found Suchin's profile page, and clicked the appointment button without hesitation. Suchun had just finished a game on the massage chair when his phone beeped with an order notification. He looked at the new order notification that popped up on the screen with some surprise. This was already the 4th order he had received today. I've only been online for less than a day. How come I have so many orders? Is in-home cooking service really that popular now? Or is there something special about me that makes me attractive? He carefully checked his profile page, and apart from the slightly conspicuous professional locksmith label, he was no different from others. With some doubt, he clicked the Accept Order button and was taken to the chat interface. The user who placed the order had the nickname Aunt Lu, and did not set a profile picture. The image of a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s with curly hair immediately came to Su Chen's mind. He shook his head, thinking that it didn't matter who the customer was, since it was all a home cooking service anyway. Just as I was about to send a greeting message, the other party sent a series of questions first. Excuse me, sir, are you really good at lock picking? Can you pick any kind of lock? Can you pick the small padlocks like the ones in the diary? Chapter 435, Please begin your performance. Su Chen stared at his phone screen, looking completely bewildered. No, is this software really that weird? I clearly set up a home cooking order on the platform. So how did I end up with a customer who needs locksmith services? Where have all the legitimate customers who simply want someone to cook a meal gone? Su Chen stared at the message Lu Zi had sent on his phone screen, pausing for several seconds, unsure how to reply. He glanced at the padlock description provided by the customer and silently assessed the situation. He concluded that this type of padlock was indeed one that he could easily handle. He replied, "It can be opened." The message was sent almost instantly, and the other party replied, "That's great." Then another new message popped up on the phone screen. "Also, I'm a blogger. May I ask if you would allow me to film you cooking and unlocking doors and post the videos online?" Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then typed, "I require everyone to wear masks while cooking." The other party quickly replied, "No problem." This answer made Su Chen feel a little relieved. After discussing these topics that had nothing to do with cooking, Su Chen finally got back to the main point and asked, "What kind of dishes would you like to eat?" Lu Zi seemed to have come prepared. "Would it be alright if you made a sauerkraut fish dish and hot and sour shredded potatoes?" "No problem. Do you have any ingredients at home?" Su Chen asked again. Lu Zi replied, "Go ahead and buy it. I'll transfer the money to you when it costs that much." In this way, the two successfully finalized the contents and details of the order. Lu Zi's appointment time is 6 p.m. Su Chen glanced at the clock on the wall. There was still a long time before they were to depart. Knowing he still had work to do later, he decided to set an alarm to take a nap first. At 4:30, the alarm clock rang on time. Su Chen quickly washed up, grabbed his car keys, and drove to a nearby large fresh food supermarket to buy groceries. Fortunately, the customer said they had all the basic seasonings at home, so they only needed to buy the main ingredients, which saved a lot of trouble. The supermarket was bustling with noise as Su Chen pushed his shopping cart straight to the seafood section. Xinjiang fish has few bones, delicate and smooth flesh, and no unpleasant muddy taste, making it very suitable for making sauerkraut fish, with an absolutely fresh and pure taste. Su Chen stood in front of a large fish tank, looking back and forth at a group of Xinjiang fish. Fresh Xinjiang fish should have full, protruding eyes, clear, transparent corneas, a glossy body, and be energetic when swimming. "Wow, this one's great." Su Chen spotted a particularly lively one, which swam with great enthusiasm. I wanted to call the fishmonger to come and retrieve it, but he was busy cleaning fish for other customers. "Fine, I'll do it myself." Su Chen grabbed the net and stretched it into the water. The fish were immediately thrown into chaos. The target fish, being particularly clever, was about to be cornered when it suddenly leaped out of the net with a splash, spraying water all over Su Chen. Su Chen stared at the fish in surprise. It was hiding on the other side of the fish tank, staring at Su Chen through the transparent glass, and gurgling out a string of bubbles. "Goodness, that's a bit arrogant." Su Chen was successfully amused by the fish. The more energetic the fish was, the happier he was. Just then, his master finished his work, and he quickly called out to him, "Master, get that skinniest one out of the water." The fishmonger responded. With a swift movement, the net fell, and the fish that had been so smug just moments before was now lying on the cutting board. The fish's tail continued to slap the cutting board forcefully, making a slap-slap sound. Its eyes, round and bulging, reflected the light under the bright lamplight and stared straight at Su Chen. It seems to be saying, "If you can't beat someone, call for help. You're cheating. You have no sportsmanship." Su Chen had the fishmonger perform only the most basic cleaning and scaling of the fish, and then selected other ingredients at the supermarket. When checking out, I specifically asked the cashier to print a receipt so that I could get reimbursed for the expenses later. After everything was ready, following the address provided by Lu Zi, They drove to the apartment building. At this moment, in her apartment room, Lu Ziyi was busy adjusting the filming equipment. She specifically asked her friend Xiao Lei for help. After all, as a single woman, she would always have some concerns about letting a strange man into her home. Having another person present not only gives her courage, but also makes her feel much more at ease. Xiao Lei held up the stabilizer, pointed the camera steadily at the doorway, and asked with a puzzled look, "Are you sure you want to film the whole thing? What if they don't want to show their face?" Lu Ziyi answered while fixing her bangs in front of the mirror. It was agreed that he would wear a mask, and this filming mainly focuses on the cooking process, not the person. After saying that, she checked the time on her phone and then gave instructions. "We should be there soon. Let's get ready to begin." Just then, the doorbell rang. Lu Ziyi gave Xiao Lei a start filming gesture and quickly ran to open the door. Su Chun, standing outside the door, was wearing a black mask, revealing only his eyes. He was clearly taken aback when he saw that a young girl opened the door, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked down at the order information on his phone and hesitated before saying, "Hello, is Aunt Lu home? She invited me to come and cook." Lu Ziyi burst out laughing and playfully pointed to herself, saying, "I'm Aunt Lu." She turned to the side so Su Chun could see Xiao Lei, who was busy filming inside, and introduced her. "This is my friend, she's in charge of filming." Su Chun stood at the door, his gaze slowly shifting back and forth between Lu Ziyi and Xiao Lei. He had expected to meet a middle-aged woman, but it turned out to be a young woman. Lu Ziyi chuckled and explained, "Isn't it surprising? Auntie is my nickname actually. It's Ai, with the heart radical and the character Tai added." Her manner of speaking inexplicably reminded Su Chun of that terrifyingly bold live streamer, Lung Tu. However, that streamer was a typical social butterfly, extremely uninhibited in front of the camera, while this Aunt Lu was at most just lively and cheerful. "Shall we begin?" Su Chun, carrying a bag full of groceries, asked. "Should we unlock the door first or cook first?" Lu Ziyi had already planned the process. "Cook first. Unlock the door after cooking." As she spoke, she led Su Chun to the kitchen. This is a standard apartment kitchen. Although the space is not large, it is fully equipped with all kinds of appliances. Lu Ziyi made a please gesture. "Master, please begin your performance. Just tell me what seasonings you need." Su Chun nodded and laid out the food bags one by one on the counter. Considering that the fish needs to be marinated for a period of time to fully absorb the flavor, he reached into his bag and took out a gleaming kitchen knife. Lu Ziyi was a little stunned by the situation. "Master, you even brought your own cooking utensils?" Chapter 436, He's using a cheat code. Faced with the question, Su Chun gently rinsed the blade with water while patiently explaining. Preparing your own knife is mainly for chopping fish bones and slicing fish fillets. If the knife is not sharp, it will not only be difficult to operate, but it will also affect the final taste. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei quickly zoomed in on the camera and gave the professional kitchen knife a close-up shot. Lu Ziyi then came over to chat, hoping to capture more footage through conversation. "How long have you been in this line of work?" When Su Chun heard Lu Ziyi's question, he subconsciously assumed she was asking about the in-home cooking service, so he answered truthfully. "This is the second order I've received." Lu Ziyi waved her hand. "I'm asking how long you've been a chef." Su Chun paused involuntarily. "Strictly speaking, my real work as a chef can only be counted from the week I started selling pig's trotters at the park entrance. Just a few months, less than half a year." This answer immediately chilled Lu Ziyi's heart. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She quietly turned her head and mouthed, "It's over," to Xiao Lei. How good can a novice chef's cooking skills be? She immediately lowered her expectations, thinking that as long as it was edible, it would be fine. At worst, I can change the title of this video to something like Avoiding Potentially Disrupted Home Cooking Services. What I was really looking forward to, a food video, may now have to be turned into a ducao, tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for complaining or criticizing video. Su Chun didn't notice the little actions between Lu Ziyi and Xiao Lei, and focused on processing the Qingjiang fish on the cutting board. The fish still had water droplets on it, so he grabbed a few sheets of kitchen paper and dried it off completely. Then, reach out with your right hand to grab the fish tail, and press down firmly on the middle of the fish's back with your left palm to fix the fish on the cutting board. I carefully felt along both sides of the fish's spine with my index and middle fingers to feel the location and direction of the fish bones. After finding the right spot, Su-chun picked up the cleaver and cut diagonally into the fish from behind the gills. The knife made a shoo sound as it sliced through the fish meat, and as the knife moved forward, the fish bones gradually separated from the flesh. As the knife reached the tail of the fish, Su-chun gently pressed down with his wrist, and in an instant, the entire piece of fish meat was completely removed from the fish bones and landed on the cutting board. The fish bones had clean, neat-cut surfaces with no fish meat remaining. Su-chun flipped the fish over so that its belly was facing up and it lay flat on the cutting board. Gently press the tip of the knife against the edge of the fish skin and begin to move it rhythmically back and forth. The blade slides smoothly and steadily between the fish meat and the fish skin, precisely separating the fish fillets from the fish. One slice of fish after another was cut off and laid out on a clean plate. Each slice was uniform in size and shape. Filming was still in progress, with the camera capturing every detail of Su-chun processing the fish. However, Lu Ziyi and Xiao Lei were both dumbfounded. Xiao Lei gently nudged Lu Ziyi with her elbow, gesturing for her to show the sliced fish. Lu Ziyi picked up a pair of chopsticks, carefully picked up a slice of fish, and asked, "Master, you didn't used to be a fish butcher at a supermarket, did you?" Su-chun didn't even look up and said, "No." After the last fish fillet was cut, he put all the fish fillets into a stainless steel bowl, sprinkled salt, poured in a little cooking wine, added egg white, and mixed well. Marinated fish needs to be left to sit for about 20 minutes to allow the fish fillets to fully absorb the seasonings, making them more tender and flavorful. During this time, Su-chun quickly cleaned the cutting board and knives. He took the potatoes out of the shopping bag and rinsed them under the tap. Lu Ziyi had been observing Su-chun's every move and noticed that Su-chun didn't seem to have brought a peeler. Just as she was about to turn around to get her own peeler, she saw Su-chun pick up a kitchen knife and start peeling. He gently pressed the blade against the potato skin, then used his wrist to slowly rotate the knife around the potato's surface. The potato skins swirl and slide off the potatoes, falling onto the cutting board. They were connected into a complete strip with uniform thickness and consistent width, and there was no breakage throughout the entire process. The peeled potatoes had a smooth and flat surface, without any bumps or unevenness. Su-chun placed the potato on the cutting board, held it firmly with his left hand, and gripped the cleaver with his right. The cleaver moved swiftly and smoothly, slicing the potatoes into neat pieces, the blade angled at 45 degrees. Immediately afterwards, I began to slice the knife into strips, the blade making a regular shoo sound as it touched the cutting board. As he swung his arm at a steady pace, the shredded potatoes were arranged as if combed, each strand distinctly placed on the cutting board. Place the shredded potatoes in a bowl, rinse off the excess starch with water, then refill the bowl with clean water and add a few drops of white vinegar. Soaking the potatoes in this way makes them refreshing and delicious when stir-fried, while maintaining a slightly crisp and chewy texture. Master, your skill level doesn't seem like that of a beginner. Lu Ziyi had been watching Su-chun's movements closely, and now her tone was clearly skeptical. Xiao Lei nodded repeatedly, echoing, "That's right. Even the chef at the Lanzhou beef noodle shop downstairs from my house isn't as skilled at cutting beef as you." She genuinely felt that if this person went to that shop to cut beef, he could probably sell 100 bowls, and the cow would only get a scratch. "Maybe I'm cheating," Su-chun replied, half seriously and half jokingly. Lu Ziyi burst out laughing at Su-chun's answer and said, "You're quite humorous." After laughing, she continued, "But seriously, with your knife skills, it probably would have taken you several years to develop them, right?" Su-chun shrugged, offering no further explanation. He was telling the truth, but since the system was such a surreal existence, no one would believe him if he said it, so he simply didn't explain. Seeing that Su-chun didn't respond, Lu Ziyi's curiosity grew even stronger. Not wanting to let the topic go easily, she pressed on. "So, which big restaurant did you work at before? Only in a place like that could you hone such knife skills, right?" "I used to set up a stall outside." Su-chun's answer once again surprised Lu Ziyi. "Set up a stall?" Lu Ziyi's eyes widened. Where do you set up your stall? I might have even bought something from your stall before. Su Chen casually replied, my stall location isn't fixed. I understand. Lu Ziyi suddenly became excited, as if she had found a common topic, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You definitely have to choose a place with high foot traffic and a lively atmosphere when setting up a stall. I even filmed a video about setting up a stall before. It's a pity I didn't make much money. All the food I made ended up in my own stomach. Xiao Lei added from the side. Her video got pretty good views, but she lost over 300 yuan after accounting for the costs. Lu Ziyi ignored Xiao Lei's sabotage and said expectantly, Master, since you have experience, could you recommend a few locations for setting up a stall? I'll film another video about setting up a stall later. Chapter 437 What the heck? Su Chen's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle, and he replied hesitantly. The location I chose for my stall isn't really any useful reference point. It doesn't matter. Lu Ziyi waved her hand dismissively. You name a few, but I'm not sure if I'll need them. If I do, I'll send you a red envelope later. As she spoke, she opened her phone's notes app, looking as if she was about to take careful notes. Looking at Lu Ziyi's expectant eyes, Su Chen sighed and said helplessly, My first time setting up a stall was selling pigs trotters at the entrance of a park. Later, I also sold rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, at the entrance of a temple, and stir-fried large intestines near a proctology hospital. What the heck? Lu Ziyi and Xiao Lei exclaimed in surprise at the same time, their eyes wide open, and they almost dropped their cameras. Really? Xiao Lei couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. Selling pigs trotters in a park is understandable, but these two in the back are just outrageous. How can you expect to make any business selling like that? Putting everything else aside, who would actually eat stir-fried pork intestines near the proctology hospital? Business is pretty good. The scene of setting up a stall back then flashed through Su Chen's mind. He had basically sold out very quickly. Lu Ziyi couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard this. Haha, Master Su, you might as well go write novels. You have quite the imagination. After laughing enough, she simply turned off the notes app on her phone, thinking that the content was completely worthless and was purely made up by Su Chen to amuse her. Xiao Lei, holding up her camera, was also trying not to laugh. Was this the kind of place a normal person would think of for setting up a stall? It sounds absurd no matter how you look at it. However, she also felt that this seemingly taciturn master was quite witty and always managed to surprise people. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly, and both assumed Su Chen was joking, not taking his words seriously at all. Lu Ziyi is already thinking of adding exaggerated subtitles to this dialogue, which will surely pique the interest of many viewers and encourage them to leave comments and discuss in the comment section. Su Chen didn't care at all. He silently arranged the chopped side dishes on a plate one by one. He had almost finished preparing all the ingredients and glanced at the clock on the wall. The fish fillets need to be marinated for another 10 minutes or so. While we have some time, let's stir-fry some hot and sour shredded potatoes. Su Chen walked to the sink, took the shredded potatoes out of the water, and gently squeezed them to drain as much excess water as possible. The process of turning on the heat and pouring in the oil was completed in one go. When the oil temperature reached 70% of its maximum heat, wisps of blue smoke began to rise from the edge of the pan. Throw the chopped garlic and dried chili peppers into the pot all at once. The moment the ingredients come into contact with the hot oil, there's a loud whoosh as oil splatters, carrying the aroma of garlic and chili, which explodes throughout the kitchen. Startled by the sudden noise, Lu Ziyi instinctively shrank back, taking half a step back. Xiao Lei reacted quickly, keeping an eye on the situation in the pot while adjusting the camera angle. Su Chen picked up the spatula and began to stir the seasonings in the pot. As the chili peppers were stir-fried, their color deepened under the high temperature, and the edges of the minced garlic gradually turned golden yellow. Next, the drained potato shreds were poured into the pot, making a sizzling sound as white steam rose into the air. Su Chen gripped the wok handle and began to tossing it rhythmically. The shredded potatoes danced and leaped in the pot, occasionally bursting into flames. Finally, shredded potatoes cooked quickly, so Su Chen slowly poured white vinegar along the edge of the pot. The white vinegar vaporized instantly upon contact with the scalding hot pot wall, turning into wisps of steam carrying a sour aroma. The sour taste neutralized the greasiness of the hot oil. He then sprinkled in a small spoonful of salt. With continuous stirring, the golden potato shreds gradually became translucent. Finally, Su Chun grabbed a handful of bright green scallions and sprinkled them into the pot. And so, a plate of delicious and flavorful hot and sour shredded potatoes is now complete. The kitchen was filled with a pungent, spicy aroma, sour, that made Lu Zi and Xiao Lei unconsciously swallow their saliva. Judging from his knife skills, Chef Su doesn't seem like a novice. His wok-tossing and stir-frying skills are even more incomparable to those of a novice. Previously, they had some doubts about Su Chen's abilities, but now, their doubts have been greatly reduced. Su Chen quickly washed the pot, placed it on the stove, and prepared to start making sauerkraut fish. Once the steam at the bottom of the pot had evaporated, he grabbed the oil bottle, poured in the oil, and threw the fish bones and head into the pot after the oil was hot. With a crackling sound, oil splattered everywhere, and under the high temperature, the surface of the fish bones and head quickly changed color. After a short while, remove the fried fish bones and head, and toss ginger slices and Sichuan peppercorns into the pot. Once the aroma of Sichuan peppercorns fills the air and the edges of the ginger slices begin to curl, pour in the prepared pickled cabbage. The pickled cabbage leaves unfurled and became translucent under the heat of the oil. The sour aroma was quite strong, permeating the entire kitchen, and even with the range hood running at full power, it still lingered in the kitchen. Next, pour enough hot water into the pot. After adding water, turn up the heat to allow the flavor of the pickled cabbage to fully infuse into the soup, which will gradually turn into a light amber color. Then put the previously fried fish bones and fish head back into the pot. Before long, the color of the soup gradually changed, becoming increasingly white. After cooking for a few more minutes, Su Chun seized the opportunity and used a slotted spoon to scoop out the fish bones and head. The fish bones and head have fulfilled their purpose. Su Chun gently slid the marinated fish slices one by one into the pot. When the fish slices come into contact with the soup, they curl up slightly and slowly turn from transparent to snow white. Su Chun held chopsticks and gently stirred the fish slices in the pot to ensure that each slice was heated evenly. Since the fish slices are already cut very thinly, they do not need to be cooked for too long. When the soup had almost completely changed color, he decisively turned off the heat and poured the entire pot of soup into a large white porcelain bowl. Finally, sprinkle on a handful of bright red dried chili pepper pieces and drizzle with a spoonful of freshly boiled hot oil. With a sizzling sound, the hot oil met the dried chili pepper pieces, and the aroma burst forth instantly. The intense aroma, a blend of sour, spicy, and savory flavors, permeated the entire space, making one's mouth water. On the dining table, the steam from the pickled fish was rising. The hot and sour shredded potatoes on the side gleamed with an irresistible, tempting sheen. Lu Zi stood by the dining table, her eyes completely drawn to the delicious food in front of her. A layer of golden oil floats on the surface of the milky white fish soup, with chili pepper pieces scattered among it, and the snow white and translucent fish slices and the dark green of the pickled cabbage are faintly visible. The hot and sour shredded potatoes are distinct, each strand coated with a thin layer of oil, making them look exceptionally tempting. Lu Zi felt her stomach start to rumble in protest, and her mouth was uncontrollably producing saliva. Xiao Lei's hand holding the camera was also trembling slightly. Chapter 438, It's None of My Business. The food in front of me looks so tempting. When the camera was focused on the dishes, Xiao Lei saw through the viewfinder that the two dishes were brightly colored and perfectly matched. Even the most discerning food photographer would probably not be able to find any fault with them. She couldn't help but swallow a few more mouthfuls of saliva. I'll go get the rice. Lu Zi couldn't hold back any longer. After saying that, she couldn't wait to walk towards the rice cooker. The rice was steamed before Su Chen arrived. At this moment, the rice cooker's indicator light has switched to keep warm mode, and the aroma of rice wafts out from the rice cooker, making it even harder to resist. Just as she was about to serve the rice, Su Chen's voice came from behind her. Didn't you want to unlock the diary? Upon hearing this, Lu Zi seemed to wake from a dream, slapped her forehead, and exclaimed in sudden realization, "Oh, right." She glanced longingly at the dining table, swallowed unconsciously, and then quickly walked towards the living room. Su Chen silently prepared the wire he needed. Lu Zi handed over the diary and said, "Master Su, if unlocking takes too long, let's eat first. I can edit the footage later." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at the dishes on the table, her longing gaze betraying her inner thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen inserted the thin wire into the keyhole and shook it gently twice with practiced ease. Before Lu Zi could react, there was a soft click. Su Chen had already stretched out his fingers, pinched the padlock's clasp, and pulled it slightly, and the latch opened immediately. The entire process, from start to finish, probably takes no more than 3 seconds. Lu Zi was completely stunned. Her mouth was agape, her eyes wide open, and she was speechless for a moment. She mechanically took the open diary and subconsciously checked the lock carefully. I couldn't help but wonder, was this padlock actually always easy to open? Xiao Lei, standing to the side, was quite certain that the lock wasn't broken, since she had personally tested it before. No matter how she tried to fix it, the lock wouldn't budge unless she used force to unlock it. Seeing how easily Su Chen opened it, she was somewhat bewildered. What did Master Su do before? How can someone be both a cook and a locksmith and do both so well? Xiao Lei fixed the camera on the tripod and carefully adjusted the shooting angle. Then, she excitedly ran over, sidled up to Lu Zi, and exclaimed, "Let's see what's written inside." A young girl's thoughts are always poetic. It must be so romantic. Enjoying delicious food while reminiscing about my youth. Just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. Lu Zi nodded in agreement, a nostalgic look involuntarily appearing on her face. She began to imagine the innocent and naive thoughts recorded in the diary. Su Chen stood to the side, silently packing his tool bag. He checked the time and decided it was time for him to take his leave. After all, the food had been cooked and the lock had been opened successfully. The rest of the time is the client's private time, and it is indeed inappropriate for an outsider like myself to stay here. Just as Su Chen was about to say goodbye, he saw Lu Zi eagerly flipping through her diary, seemingly unconcerned about the presence of outsiders. Opening the diary, I saw a line of text scrawled in thick marker on the first page. At first glance, these characters are baffling, resembling Chinese characters but deliberately distorted and deformed, mixed with various strange symbols and patterns. Lu Zi immediately recognized it as Martian language, which was popular when she was in school. Those who lived through that non-mainstream era have basically acquired the passive skill of translating Martian language. The moment she finally saw the words, her expression, which had been somewhat expectant, suddenly turned very strange, and a bad premonition welled up in her heart. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Lei loudly proclaimed, "If you break my sister's wings, I will destroy your entire paradise." As soon as she said that, Lu Zi's face turned bright red, and she slammed the diary shut. The movement was so forceful that she almost slapped the diary onto Xiao Lei's face. Su Chen silently took a step back, unable to resist reaching out to touch the goosebumps that had appeared on his arm. He originally thought he would see some youthful and innocent girlish thoughts, but what he got instead were these unconventional quotes. A young girl's thoughts are always poetic, but if those thoughts are tinged with something unconventional, things might change. It's probably a lump. Xiao Lei couldn't hold back any longer and burst into a deafening laugh. She laughed as she pointed at Lu Zi. "Hee Zi, is this what you wrote in your diary? I didn't realize you were such a pretty girl. You used to be a rebellious teenager." Lu Zi was both angry and annoyed, and stubbornly turned a few more pages. This flip revealed even more Martian text. Various phrases that seem incredibly embarrassing now, such as, "What song is loneliness singing?" "Watching sadness flow upstream," and "By standing on tiptoe, we can get a little closer to happiness," etc. She was filled with extreme regret at that moment. If I had known beforehand that my diary contained these embarrassing, non-mainstream quotes, I wouldn't have bothered calling a locksmith. I would have just burned it all to the ground. At least they wouldn't have to suffer public execution like they do now, which is utterly shameful. Lu Zi, Her face filled with grief and indignation, glared at Xiao Lei, who was still laughing incessantly, and said through gritted teeth, "Have you laughed enough? Didn't you write this kind of rubbish back then?" Before Xiao Lei could answer, Lu Ziyi suddenly turned her head to look at Su Chun. "And you, didn't you write this kind of unconventional stuff at that age?" Su Chun blinked innocently, inwardly crying out that he was wronged. "It's none of my business. I didn't even laugh out loud. So how did I get dragged into this for no reason? It's a completely undeserved disaster." Xiao Lei and Su Chun exchanged a glance, their eyes conveying the same meaning. This woman was clearly overwhelmed by her own unpleasant, unconventional memories from back then. Su Chun decisively picked up his tool bag, ready to say goodbye and slip away. The door clicked shut. In the restaurant, Lu Ziyi was still furious and slammed the diary she was holding onto the table. "I'm going to delete all the video clips related to this diary. Not a single one." Xiao Lei quickly put down her camera. "No way. This material is amazing. Just think, it's bound to go viral. Audiences these days love this kind of authentic and interesting content. It'll generate so much buzz." Chapter 439 Still Underestimated. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyi's eyes widened immediately. "What the hell? This is my embarrassing history. If this gets out, how can I ever face anyone again?" As she spoke, she opened her diary and pointed to page after page of content. "Look at this and this. If this gets posted, I'll be so embarrassed I won't be able to show my face in public." Seeing that Lu Ziyi was in a bad mood, Xiao Lei knew that it would be futile to persuade her at this point, so she decided to change the subject. "Let's not talk about the diary for now. Let's eat first. Look, the food is getting cold. It won't taste good when it's cold." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyi's attention was successfully diverted. The aroma of pickled fish and shredded potatoes filled the air, making one unconsciously start swallowing saliva and causing their stomach to rumble. "Okay, let's eat first and then talk." Lu Ziyi sighed helplessly and put down her diary. The two of them served themselves rice, then pointed the camera back at the table and carefully adjusted the shooting angle. Lu Ziyi picked up her rice bowl, looked at the delicious-looking dishes in front of her, and decided to turn her grief and anger into appetite. "First, pick up a piece of shredded potato with your chopsticks." The thin potato shreds glistened under the light, and the rising steam carried a rich, sour, and spicy aroma that wafted into her nose, instantly whetting her appetite. The moment your teeth lightly touch the shredded potato, you hear a crisp crunch, and the perfect amount of sourness explodes in your mouth, stimulating every taste bud. Immediately afterwards, the spiciness from the chili peppers started on the tip of the tongue and gradually spread to the throat. The spiciness is not abrupt or unpleasant. It blends harmoniously with the sourness. Even before she smelled the aroma, Lu Ziyi knew that the dish must be very delicious. However, when she actually put the shredded potatoes in her mouth, she realized that she had underestimated them. Wow, this is absolutely the ultimate dish to eat with rice. Although the shredded potatoes are cut very thinly, they are incredibly crunchy, perfectly retaining that crisp texture. Plus, the sour and spicy flavors are perfectly balanced. It's really delicious. After finishing her explanation, Lu Ziyi turned to Xiao Lei and asked, "What do you think?" Xiao Lei was completely absorbed in it. She raised her head blankly, her mouth still covered with grains of white rice, her cheeks bulging as she chewed the food in her mouth. They only managed to mumble sounds. With her right hand holding the chopsticks, she quickly picked up a handful of shredded potatoes and eagerly put them into her mouth, completely oblivious to everything else and unable to utter a word. Looking at Xiao Lei's ravenous eating, Lu Ziyi suspected that if she pressed her for more information, the girl might spit rice all over her face while talking. She gave a speechless look, shook her head, and threw the bowl of sauerkraut fish in the center of the table, which was emitting an enticing aroma. Remembering that Su Chun had carefully simmered this soup base with fresh fish heads and bones, Lu Ziyi decided to taste it first. She gently picked up the soup spoon, carefully skimmed off the floating oil, scooped up a spoonful of milky white fish soup with finely chopped pickled cabbage and peppercorns floating in it, and took a small sip. With one bite, the rich and savory flavor instantly fills the mouth, and you can clearly taste that the fish soup has been cooked to perfection. Immediately afterwards, the slightly spicy sour taste exploded on the tip of my tongue. The soup was at just the right temperature, not too hot to drink, and flowed slowly down my throat, warming my whole stomach. Lu Ziyi's eyes lit up. She put down her soup spoon and eagerly picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks. As soon as her chopsticks lightly touched the fish slice, she could clearly feel its tenderness. It almost slipped off the chopsticks. She quickly caught the fish in her bowl, carefully put the fish slice into her mouth, and then gently sipped it. In an instant, the fish melted in my mouth, so soft that there was almost no resistance, and there was no fishy smell at all, only a full taste of freshness spreading freely in my mouth. The fish meat fully absorbed the essence of the broth, with sour, spicy, fresh, and fragrant flavors intertwined to stimulate her taste buds. She couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh, murmuring to herself, "This is so delicious." After tasting the fish, she still wanted more, so she picked up a bite of the well-soaked pickled cabbage. The pickled cabbage leaves still retain their texture, and you can feel their slight elasticity when you pick them up. With each bite, the rich sourness was even more intense than in the soup, accompanied by a satisfying crunch. The unique texture and intense sourness were incredibly appetizing, instantly whetting her appetite. The sourness of the pickled cabbage blends perfectly with the umami of the fish soup. Every bite is so irresistible, it's addictive. Lu Ziyi cleared her throat lightly, sat up straight, and smiled at the camera. This sauerkraut fish is absolutely the most authentic I've ever eaten. Without a doubt. Seriously, it tastes even better than the old established shops I've specifically gone to before. As she spoke, she gently parted the red oil on the surface of the soup with her chopsticks, revealing the snow-white fish slices. The fish slices are tender and fresh, the pickled cabbage is crisp and flavorful, and the soup is sour and spicy that I could eat 2 big bowls of rice with it. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Xiao Lei and found that the other girl was still burying her head and eating like a gluttonous machine. The rice in the bowl dropped rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. The plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes on the table was half empty, and the fish fillets in the sauerkraut fish dish, which were originally plentiful, had visibly decreased in size. Seeing this, Lu Ziyi was so angry that her voice rose 8 octaves. "Why are you only thinking about eating? We're filming a video. You should at least say something in your opinion." Xiao Lei then raised her head, her mouth full, and mumbled, "You're right." Before she could finish speaking, she quickly reached out with her chopsticks, picked up a large piece of fish, and eagerly stuffed it into her mouth, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Seeing the dishes disappear into Xiao Lei's mouth at such an astonishing speed, Lu Ziyi couldn't care less about saying anything more. Having a friend who only cares about eating means that if I don't hurry, I'll be eaten up. Therefore, Lu Ziyi did not hesitate any longer and immediately joined the battle. Soon, the restaurant was filled with the sounds of chewing and the occasional shouts of "This fish slice is mine," or "Leave me some of the pickled cabbage." The camera beside it, its red indicator light flashing silently, faithfully recorded everything. When Xiao Lei snatched the last piece of sauerkraut, Lu Ziyi slumped in her chair, letting out a long burp, feeling completely unable to move. The food I ate almost came back up from my throat. She herself found the amount of food she ate today somewhat unbelievable. Chapter 440, I'm not exaggerating. Lu Ziyi could clearly sense that her stomach was stretched to its limit. When he said he could show off 2 bowls of rice in front of the camera, that was just an exaggeration for the sake of the show. At this moment, this exaggerated statement has become a fact. She really ate 2 big bowls of rice. Looking at Xiao Lei, she wasn't in much better shape either. She was leaning back in her chair, looking completely satisfied with her meal. Suddenly, she sat up straight, stretched out a hand towards Lu Ziyi, and said urgently, "Give it to me." Lu Ziyi looked completely bewildered. "What? Bring it here." That Master Su's homepage. As Xiao Lei spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I've made up my mind. After I get paid next week, I'm going to save a certain amount of money specifically for the fixed expenses of hiring Chef Su to cook at my home. At least twice a week. I wish I could eat his cooking every day." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyi couldn't help but complain. "You're someone who never even goes into the kitchen and orders takeout every day. And you don't even have a pot in your kitchen. What's the point of inviting Chef Su over? Are you expecting him to bring his own cooking utensils? Xiao Lei completely ignored Lu Ziyi's doubts and said decisively, I can buy a whole set of kitchen utensils for Chef Su. I'll place the order right now. As she spoke, she eagerly picked up her phone and opened the shopping app. I still have some salary left this month. Oh well, never mind. I'll buy a pot first. Xiao Lei muttered to herself, staring at her phone screen and tapping away with her fingers. In the blink of an eye, the shopping cart was filled with more than a dozen kitchen utensils, including woks, soup pots, cutting boards, knives, spatulas, and spoons. It was as if I was bringing the entire kitchen home. Lu Ziyi was speechless as she watched Xiao Lei frantically placing orders, feeling that Xiao Lei had completely gone mad. But upon closer reflection, Lu Ziyi had to admit that she herself had similar thoughts deep down. After all, Chef Su's cooking is just too delicious. If you could eat his cooking often, life would be wonderful. Tuesday. Xiao Hui got up early in the morning to wash up. Today is the moving day that I had arranged with my friend long ago. It was still raining outside, so Xiao Hui took a taxi directly to Qingqing's new home. The taxi arrived at its destination. The elevator doors opened with a ding, and as Xiao Hui walked to the door of room 1802, she heard the voices of the moving company personnel inside, mixed with the sounds of items being moved. She pushed open the door and saw the living room filled with labeled cardboard boxes, with two uniformed movers carrying things. Qingqing, I'm here. Xiao Hui raised her voice and shouted. Soon, a woman walked quickly out of the bedroom. This woman was Song Qing, who had been a close friend of Xiao Hui for many years. Song Qing was wearing simple home clothes, her hair casually tied back. As soon as she saw Xiao Hui, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. I'll have to trouble you today, Xiao Hui. What trouble or not? Why are we being so formal? Your business is my business. Xiao Hui replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Hui began to look around, and soon her gaze settled on the kitchen. Xiao Hui walked briskly towards the kitchen, asking as she went, How's the kitchen tidying up? Is everything there? Song Qing followed closely behind with a smile, gently pushing open the frosted glass door of the kitchen. With a smug look on her face, she said, Of course it's all there. I know you're a master chef and have high standards for the kitchen, so I made sure to clean it first yesterday. We can ignore the other rooms for now, but we must make sure the kitchen is usable. Otherwise, how can we let you show off your culinary skills? The two had already agreed that when they moved to their new house, Xiao Hui would cook, and they could have a proper get-together. In the kitchen, the brand-new stainless steel stovetop was polished to a shine. Various cookwares are neatly arranged next to the stove, with a complete range of types, from frying pans to stew pots. The condiment rack was filled with unopened bottles and jars of soy sauce, vinegar, and various spices. Song Qing stood to the side, proudly raising her chin, and said, You've got everything, haven't you? We've been waiting for you. Xiao Hui nodded in satisfaction, smiled slightly, and said, I won't be cooking tonight. I've hired a professional to cook. Upon hearing this, Song Qing's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise. Hire someone to cook? You didn't hire a private chef from some fancy restaurant, did you? That must be incredibly expensive. We're just having a family get-together. A simple home-cooked meal will do. There's really no need to spend so much money. Xiao Hui quickly shook her head and explained, It's not some high-end chef. It's a home cooking service I found on an app. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but think of the stir-fried green peppers and pork and the hand-torn cabbage from yesterday. The rich aroma and perfect taste seemed to still linger on the tip of my tongue. She swallowed subconsciously and said earnestly, Let me tell you, I've absolutely struck gold this time. This person's cooking is incredibly delicious. So delicious, it's unbelievable. Song Qing shook her head with amusement. Don't you always say that you're the best cook? Why are you suddenly praising others so highly? I'm not exaggerating. My skill level is far inferior to theirs. In front of this master chef, I felt like a complete greenhorn, knowing nothing. You haven't tasted his cooking yet. Once you take a bite, you'll know. Xiao Hui touched her nose shyly. Is that really necessary? Song Qing was amused by Xiao Hui's serious expression. Don't you usually cook for yourself? Why did you suddenly decide to hire someone to come and cook for you? Xiao Hui decided to start from the beginning. Yesterday my boyfriend forgot his keys, so he ended up calling a locksmith who came to our house to cook. However, as soon as she started, a visible look of bewilderment appeared on Song Qing's face. What does it mean to hire a locksmith who comes to your home to cook? This sounds so strange, so niche and hard to understand. She instinctively rubbed her ears, wondering if she had misheard. Xiao Hui finished telling the story of how Wang Jiala unexpectedly ate a delicious meal while looking for a locksmith yesterday. Song Qing's expression immediately became very strange. She blinked, her eyes filled with surprise and amusement, and her lips twitched slightly, as if she was trying hard not to laugh out loud. So your boyfriend ended up having a locksmith cook him a meal just to find one? She deliberately emphasized the words unlocking and cooking. It's a home cooking service, after all. Xiao Hui quickly corrected him. Master Su's information clearly states professional locksmith, and he is officially registered. Just as Xiao Hui and Song Qing were chatting enthusiastically, a clear voice suddenly came from the doorway. Sister Qing, I'm here. Chapter 441. You come out here. The door was gently pushed open, and a girl with a high ponytail walked in, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. When the girl saw Xiao Hui, she was clearly taken aback, her eyes flashing with unease. She stood awkwardly in the entryway, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Song Qing immediately smiled, quickly walked over to take the milk tea, and turned around to introduce the two with a smile. This is our company's new intern. I've been mentoring her for a while now, and this girl is really nice. Her name is Lu Mingming. She is very meticulous and has helped me a lot. After the introductions, Song Qing looked at Xiao Hui and said, Mingming, this is my best friend Xiao Hui. Don't be shy, make yourself at home. Xiao Hui glanced at the other person, took 2 steps forward, extended her hand, and said in a friendly manner, hello. Hello Sister Hui. Lu Mingming quickly extended her hand. Let's get started then. Thank you both so much for your help today. Song Qing clapped her hands. The large furniture pieces are all in place. The rest are mainly clothes and some small utensils that need to be organized and put away. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Mingming took the initiative to step forward, bent down, picked up a storage box, and walked towards the second bedroom. Watching Lu Mingming's retreating figure, Xiao Hui leaned close to Song Qing's ear and whispered, She's just a young intern. Is it really appropriate for you to treat her like this? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? No, I clearly told her to come over for dinner tonight. Song Qing hurriedly explained. I guess she thought that coming early would be of some help. This child is just too sensible. This young lady is quite capable, not bad, Xiao Hui praised. The 3 then divided the work and began to organize the materials. As noon approached, the drizzling rain gradually subsided. Song Qing glanced at her phone and saw that it was already 12:20, so she suggested, It's getting late, let's go out for dinner. There's a new barbecue restaurant downstairs, I heard it's pretty good, let's go try it. The 3 arrived at the barbecue restaurant, where the rich aroma of cumin filled the air. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Song Qing leaned back in her chair and suddenly remembered what Xiao Hui had mentioned that morning. She turned her head and asked, When is the cook who comes to cook for us coming over? The cook who comes to cook is coming at 6 o'clock this afternoon. We need to discuss the menu in advance. As Xiao Hui spoke, she took out her phone from her bag, ready to record it. Don't we need to buy groceries? No need. We can just discuss what dishes we want to order and have the chef buy them and bring them over. We can then get reimbursed with the receipts, and everything will be clear. Xiao Hui explained. This way we don't have to carry all those bags back. It's such a hassle. Song Qing couldn't help but laugh and said, This service is quite thoughtful. I'll try this kind of home cooking service sometime. Sitting to the side, Lu Mingming couldn't help but ask curiously, Cooking at your home? Song Qing smiled at Lu Mingming and patiently explained, Yes, Xiao Hui was supposed to cook today. She's a great cook, and I've always loved her food. But she insisted on being lazy and hired a cook to come to our home. Oh dear, it's not that I want to be lazy, I just really feel like I'm far inferior to others. Xiao Hui shook her head repeatedly. The dishes made by that chef have a unique and authentic taste. I truly admire them. Then, she clapped her hands to attract their attention. That's perfect. Let's stop chatting and quickly discuss what to order for dinner. I'll send the order to the chef later. I strongly recommend shredded pork with green peppers and hand-torn cabbage. I tried those 2 dishes yesterday, and they were especially delicious, absolutely amazing. After saying that, Xiao Hui turned to Lu Mengmeng and asked, Mengmeng, what would you like to eat? Don't be shy, just tell me. Upon hearing Xiao Hui's question, Lu Mengmeng hurriedly waved her hand. I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky about food. I don't have any dietary restrictions. She knew in her heart that this wasn't her own home, so she couldn't just order whatever she wanted. More than what to eat for dinner, she was thinking about finding Boss Su's business location for the week as soon as possible. It's already Tuesday. If we keep dragging this out, we might miss out on some amazing food. Unlock your phone and open Boss Su's Foodie Support Group. Foodies in various cities launched a large-scale investigation and published the results on the platform. The messages were scrolling by incredibly fast, but there wasn't a single bit of progress. As Lu Mengmeng was scrolling, she looked up and saw the heavy rain pouring down outside the window, and suddenly she couldn't hold back anymore. Suddenly, I really wanted to shout at this rain-soaked city. Boss Su, come out here. Su Chun jolted violently, jolting himself up from the sofa. He subconsciously rubbed his slightly sore neck, looked up at the wall clock, and saw it was 4:30 in the afternoon. He got up at 8 o'clock today. However, the back-end page remained silent, with no new order notifications. Around noon, after enjoying the 3 dishes and soup carefully prepared by Butler Ding, I curled up on the sofa in the living room to pass the time, played a couple of games, and watched some videos before falling asleep without realizing it. Su Chen didn't sleep well during his afternoon nap. He had a strange dream. In my dream, there was a blurry figure who insisted on playing hide-and-seek with me. He chose what he considered an excellent hiding place, confident that the other party would never find him. But then, without warning, the figure emerged from the wall and shouted, "I've found you." The shock startled Su Chen, waking him directly from his dream. Su Chen sat on the sofa and sighed with lingering fear. That guy in my dream was really something. He had no sportsmanship at all. How could he play like that? He decided that it would be better to take a nap in his bedroom next time, so that he wouldn't be disturbed by these strange dreams again. After regaining his senses, Su Chen reached for his phone, which was lying to the side, and found several unread messages from Wang Jiala's account. He opened the message, which showed the menu the other person had ordered: vegetable salad, shredded pork with green peppers, hand-torn cabbage, boiled sliced pork, mapo tofu, and seaweed and egg drop soup. Su Chen silently counted in his mind. 1 cold dish, for hot dishes, plus a soup, for a total of 6 dishes. This combination is very reasonable, with appetizing cold dishes to cleanse the palate, hot dishes to accompany rice, and a soup to finish off the meal. After reading it, Su Chen replied to the message to confirm the menu. Suddenly, several lines of glowing text appeared before my eyes indicating that the recipe had been unlocked. At the same time, the details of the new recipes, from the selection and processing of ingredients to the cooking steps and the control of heat, are all clearly imprinted in my memory. Su Chen carefully checked the address on the order again, and glanced at the time once more. It was almost 5 o'clock. He mentally estimated that going out to buy groceries, getting to the other person's house, and preparing the ingredients would take about an hour. Let's get going and head out the door. Chapter 442. How could they find a mistake like this? As 6 o'clock approached, Song Qing's new home became lively, with all the guests having gathered. Besides Xiao Hui, Lu Mengmeng, and Song Qing, Wang Jiala also came here, as did Song Qing's cousin Song Ming, with whom she had a very good relationship. 5 people sat around in the living room, chatting enthusiastically. Song Qing glanced at the wall clock, then turned to Xiao Hui beside her and said, "It's already this late. Why don't you ask the chef where he is? We don't want him to be delayed on the road for too long." Xiao Hui nodded, picked up Wang Jiala's phone that was lying next to her, and sent a few messages to Su Chen, asking about his progress. Not long after, Su Chen replied, "I'm nearby and looking for a place to park." Upon learning that the other party was looking for a parking space, Song Qing hurriedly said, "Parking spaces are extremely scarce around here, and many are reserved for shops, making them very difficult to find. Have the driver send me the license plate number, and I'll pick him up at the entrance of the community and have him park in my spot. This will save a lot of time." Xiao Hui relayed Song Qing's suggestion to Su Chun as instructed. Soon, Su Chun sent the license plate number. Song Qing carefully wrote down the license plate number, then picked up an umbrella from the entrance and hurriedly left. At the entrance of the residential compound, Song Qing stood quietly in the rain, holding an umbrella, occasionally glancing at both ends of the street. Just then, a Cullinan slowly drove up and stopped in front of her. Song Qing frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction rising in her heart. How could this driver be so rude? Does driving a luxury car give him the right to block the road at will? Thinking of this, she took a few steps to the side and stood in a more conspicuous position, continuing to wait. Su Chun, who was in the car, assumed that the woman was the one who had come to pick him up and was about to greet her. But to his surprise, seeing her walk away, Su Chun began to have doubts and wondered if he might have misunderstood. After all, he had already sent the license plate number to the other party, and the person who was actually coming to pick him up might not have arrived yet. He rolled down the car window, looked around, confirmed that this was the agreed location, and decided to wait in the car for a while. And so, Su Chun sat in the car, staring at the gate of the residential compound. Song Qing stood outside the car, looking towards the end of the street. The two waited silently for each other to appear in the increasingly heavy rain. Song Qing checked the time again. It was already 6:05. A chill ran down her collar, and she instinctively wrapped her coat tighter around herself, pacing back and forth at the entrance of the residential complex. He couldn't help but mutter a complaint under his breath. Didn't they say they would park nearby? It's been 5 minutes, and there's still no sign of them. Just as she took out her phone to ask Xiaohui to contact the other party again, the phone suddenly vibrated violently. Qing, where are you? Xiao Hui's voice on the other end of the phone was clearly filled with doubt, and she spoke a little faster. The driver said he had been waiting at the entrance of the community for quite a while, and that he hadn't seen the person who was supposed to pick him up. Song Qing was stunned. She quickly looked around and saw that the entrance was empty. Apart from the luxury car that had been parked there was no one else in sight. She looked completely bewildered. What kind of the guilty party accuses the innocent first was this? I've been waiting here in this cold wind for ages, and I haven't even seen a soul. Why are you saying I didn't arrive? What a joke. I was standing right at the main entrance. I didn't see anything. Song Qing said speechlessly. Hey, how could they make a mistake like this? Let me ask again. Xiao Hui hadn't finished speaking. Su Chun, sitting in his car, heard Song Qing talking on the phone. He opened the car door and got out. He bent slightly and said, Are you here to pick me up and park my car? I'm a home cooking service. The person who placed the order was Wang Jiala. Song Qing subconsciously turned his head and stared in disbelief at Cullinan beside him. Her gaze slowly moved down, finally landing on the license plate number, and her expression froze. That's right, this is the license plate number that Xiaohui just told me. In an instant, 3 big question marks appeared on her forehead. No way. Is this reasonable? This driver actually drove a Cullinan? Is it really that profitable to cook at someone's home? The more she thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. She hadn't actually seen the Cullinan's license plate number, but she couldn't be blamed for that. Honestly, no normal person would think that a catering service worker could drive such a top-of-the-line luxury car. If it were just an ordinary family car, how could she possibly overlook it? Although Xiao Hui didn't know the specifics of the situation on the other end of the phone, she clearly heard Su Chin's voice and exclaimed in surprise. No way, he's right next to you. How come you can't see him? When we used to go shopping together, you could spot which stores were having sales from a mile away. How come you can't even spot me when I'm right next to you now? Song Qing felt completely stunned, her mind buzzing, and she was about to explain. Xiao Hui said, I'll go check the kitchen again to see if the tableware and everything are ready. You should bring the person back quickly. After saying that, he hung up the phone decisively. Su Chin showed Song Qing his phone screen and said, Look, this is the order details. It was indeed Mr. Wang who placed the order. I'm here to cook for you. Song Qing's eyes were somewhat vacant. She glanced mechanically at Su Chun, then involuntarily turned her gaze to the Cullinan. She felt that her values were about to break down. Get in the car. Su Chun didn't want to waste too much time on this pointless matter, so he politely invited Song Qing to get in the car. Song Qing hesitated for 2 seconds, then put away her umbrella and slipped into the car. I feel like I'm dreaming right now. It feels so unreal. The new house I bought with my own hard work cost less than $200,000, and it was purchased with a loan. It's no exaggeration to say that the price of this Cullinan could buy 5 houses like this and still have some left over. The car drove into the underground parking garage. Once the car had come to a complete stop, Song Qing finally couldn't help but ask, "This car, is it yours?" "Yes." Suchin nodded and skillfully parked and turned off the engine. "You're so rich. Why would you need to do this kind of work?" "Personal hobby." Suchin parked the car, removed the keys, and pulled out his go-to excuse. "Just like some people like playing video games, while others like fishing." After saying that, he picked up the bag of groceries from the back seat, opened the car door, and gestured to Song Qing that she could go upstairs. "Your hobby is quite unique." Song Qing got out of the car with Su Chun, completely at a loss as to how to communicate with him. Stepping into the elevator, Song Qing remained silent for a moment, but couldn't help asking again, "Are you really just here to cook a meal?" Suchin remained calm and replied indifferently, "That's what it says on the order." Song Qing opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but swallowed the words back and finally just shook his head helplessly. When did the hobbies of the wealthy become so down-to-earth? People from this social class actually enjoy serving others? Chapter 443. You know each other? At the same time, in the living room, Lu Mingming clicked on Boss Su's Diner's support group for the nth time. The messages were being updated at an extremely fast pace. At this moment, many group members have finished their day's work and started searching around the corners of various cities, hoping to find a trace of Boss Su by chance. Does anyone have any clues? Even the slightest possibility, please speak up so we can all deduce and analyze it together. Another day without finding Boss Su. I've decided to punish myself with instant noodles tonight. If anyone can tell me where Boss Su is, I'll offer myself to them, and I mean it. Girls only. Damn it, you wish. You want to eat and take everything. As Lu Mingming looked at these messages, she was about to type more to join the heated discussion when she heard the sound of a key turning at the front door. She immediately put down her phone and got up to help get the things. It must be Song Qing returning with the cook who came to cook. The door slowly opened, and Song Qing walked in first, her expression looking somewhat strange. Immediately afterwards, a figure that was all too familiar stepped into the entryway. Lu Mingming's face, which had been smiling, froze instantly. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she stood frozen in place as if she had been frozen in place by a spell. After a brief pause, the next second, "Ah, Boss Su, it's you." A piercing scream, almost enough to shatter glass, burst from Lu Mingming's throat. The sudden scream was incredibly powerful. Xiao Hui, who was in the kitchen, was so startled that her hand trembled violently, spilling most of the water from the kettle. Song Ming, who was leisurely smoking on the balcony, was caught off guard and almost choked by the smoke, coughing violently. Wang Jiala, who had been leaning back on the sofa, suddenly jumped up and looked at the source of the sound with a look of horror. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Mingming, their eyes filled with doubt. At this moment, Lu Mingming's fingers trembled violently as she pointed at Su Chun, who had just entered the room. "Boss Su, it really is Boss Su." Startled by the sudden scream, Su Chun took a half-step back. The high-decibel shout made him think that some creditor had come knocking on his door. "I never expected to run into a regular customer here." The air in the living room seemed to freeze, as if enveloped in a terrifying buff called high-pitched howling. Everyone was stunned by the scream and stood there dumbfounded. Xiao Hui, who was in the kitchen, didn't care about anything else and rushed out with a gleaming kitchen knife in hand. The blade reflected a series of cold, sharp rays of light under the overhead light. "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiao Hui screamed in a panic, quickly scanning everyone in the living room. Lu Mingming finally came to her senses from the shock and realized that her behavior just now was somewhat inappropriate. His face turned bright red at a visible speed, spreading from his cheeks all the way to his ears. She frantically waved her hands, quickly apologizing. "No, I'm sorry. I shouted too loudly." Her voice grew softer and softer, and her ears turned so red they looked like they could bleed. Song Qing reached out and rubbed her ears, which were ringing from the scream. Then, He looked back and forth between Lu Mingming and Su Chun with a suspicious gaze. She remembered that Lu Mingming was a senior in college and was currently interning at the company. The man who arrived in front of them in a Cullinan luxury car did not look like a student at all. Between these two people, you two know each other? She finally couldn't help but ask. I know him. Lu Mingming lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the crack in the floor, wishing she could just crawl into it and escape the probing gazes of everyone. She admitted that her reaction just now was really out of line. But you can't blame her. Who would have thought that all the regular customers were frantically searching for Boss Su? It's unbelievable that it just appeared right in front of me without any warning. Anyone would find it hard to stay calm in this situation. Song Qing narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. A young woman who started her internship at the company before graduating from university, and a rich guy driving a Cullinan. Adding to Lu Mingming's exaggerated reaction just now, the two of them know each other very well. An intern and a tycoon. This combination immediately conjured up images of a 300,000-word CEO romance novel in Song Qing's mind. However, now was clearly not the time to delve into this matter. Looking at Lu Mingming's embarrassed appearance, as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, she was afraid that if she asked a few more questions, Lu Mingming would have a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. So what if we know each other? Your reaction is way too exaggerated. Wang Jiala was initially quite frightened by Lu Mingming's scream, but seeing that nothing serious had happened, he breathed a sigh of relief and slumped back onto the sofa. Master Su, let's take care of business first. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Song Qing changed the subject at the right time. She gave a polite smile, gestured for them to enter, and said, "The kitchen is this way. Could you tell me if we need any seasonings?" Su Chen nodded, picked up the groceries bag placed to the side, and headed towards the kitchen. After all, it's working hours, so I need to get the things my employer asked me to do done first. Xiao Hui stood at the kitchen door, completely bewildered, and full of curiosity. She wanted to ask a few more questions to find out what was going on. Before she could speak, Song Qing interrupted. "Xiao Hui, put the cleaver back." "Oh, right." Xiao Hui then seemed to wake from a dream, looked down at the gleaming kitchen knife she was still holding, and realized that she had rushed out with the knife in her haste. She smiled sheepishly, then turned and went back to the kitchen, placing the cleaver on the cutting board. Xiao Hui didn't see Su Chen yesterday, and she had planned to ask him for his recipe for stir-fried green peppers with pork today, hoping to learn the trick herself. But what just happened was really juicy. It felt like a huge bombshell was about to be dropped. Compared to cooking, how can you possibly enjoy eating melons? Song Qing walked to the kitchen door, knocked lightly twice on the glass sliding door, and deliberately raised her voice to say, "Chef Su, if you need anything while cooking, please don't hesitate to ask. Don't be shy." "Okay." Su Chen gave a simple reply, but his hands didn't stop. He began processing the ingredients. Xiao Hui stood aside, watching Song Qing's every move, and couldn't help but feel uneasy. She suddenly felt that Song Qing's attitude towards Su Chen was a bit strange. The level of politeness clearly exceeded the scope of basic courtesy. Chapter 444. Something's up. After realizing something was wrong, Xiao Hui quietly closed the kitchen door, reached out and grabbed Song Qing's sleeve, pulled her 2 steps toward the living room, and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? You were way too polite just now, like you were entertaining a high-ranking official. Do you know this Master Su too?" Song Qing subconsciously glanced back at the tightly closed kitchen door to make sure Su Chen couldn't hear their conversation. Then he leaned close to Xiao Hui's ear and said mysteriously, "I wanted to ask you the same thing. Do you know what kind of car this Master Su drives?" "It's a Cullinan, and the top-of-the-line one at that. His car, to put it bluntly, could buy 5 of my houses and still have money left over." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui gasped, her eyes widening instantly, and her voice trembling. "What the hell?" She subconsciously looked towards the entrance, though she couldn't see the car parked in the underground garage at all. A car worth tens of millions. That's right. As Song Qing spoke, he quickly took out his phone, searched for a picture of the Cullinan, and handed it to Xiao Hui, saying, "This is what it looks like. I saw him drive it here with my own eyes. When I was downstairs just now, I thought it was some big boss passing by, and I didn't think of it as someone being picked up at all. Then they rolled down their window and asked me if I was there to pick someone up. Otherwise, why do you think I waited downstairs for so long? Who would have guessed he'd drive such a luxury car to do in-home cooking? Song Qing couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Hui's eyebrows were practically raised to her hairline, her face full of disbelief. So rich that you still take on in-home cooking jobs? That's outrageous. He can afford to cook this meal, but I feel guilty eating it myself. What is he after? Song Qing shrugged. Who knows? Maybe, like he said, it's just a personal hobby. After saying that, she gestured towards the living room with her chin. But given Mingming's reaction just now, do you think they might? Xiao Hui's eyes lit up instantly, a gossipy spark burning brightly within them. She glanced unconsciously toward the sofa and whispered, I was just about to ask. That girl was shouting like she'd seen an idol. At this moment, Lu Mingming was like a quail, huddled on the sofa, cursing herself 800 times in her heart. I originally planned to come and help out today, and also to get to know Sister Qing better. That earth-shattering howl just now has probably ruined everything. Who would cause such a commotion in their host's house? It's embarrassing just thinking about it. It's all Boss Su's fault. She secretly glanced towards the kitchen. Through the frosted glass door, Su Qin's figure could be vaguely seen, accompanied by the rhythmic thud of a cleaver hitting the cutting board. Lu Mingming suddenly thought of Boss Su's fan club, where everyone was lamenting every day that they couldn't find anyone and were wandering around aimlessly. Who would have thought that after searching high and low without success, they would unexpectedly run into each other here? Thinking of this, Lu Mingming's lips unconsciously curled up, revealing a smug smile. What excited her even more was that she would be able to eat a meal cooked by Boss Su himself for free. During our chat earlier, Sister Qing mentioned that there would be 6 dishes for today's meal. 6 dishes in total. We can't finish it. We simply can't finish it. Just thinking about it makes one's mouth water. As Lu Ming dreamt of these things, she suddenly chuckled foolishly. Song Qing and Xiao Hui walked over and saw Lu Mingming standing there grinning foolishly. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. Something was definitely going on. Otherwise, how could he be so happy? The two exchanged a meaningful glance, then sat down on either side of Lu Mingming. The sudden sinking of the sofa made Lu Mingming abruptly raise her head, her smile instantly freezing. Song Qing turned to Song Ming and called out, Song Ming, why don't you go to the balcony for a smoke? We girls have some private things to say to each other. Then she turned to Wang Jiala and added, you come too. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiala looked up blankly and said innocently, I don't smoke. Xiao Hui shot him a sharp look. No, you take it. Wang Jiala immediately jumped up from the sofa. Song Ming reluctantly followed behind Wang Jiala, constantly complaining. I want to hear the gossip too. Why can't we listen? I'm so angry. Is there no justice in this world? Muttering to herself, she reluctantly walked towards the balcony. Sister Qing, Sister Huiyu. Lu Mingming's fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes tightly, and her voice grew softer and softer. Seeing this, Song Qing moved closer to her, patted her shoulder, and said with a smile, Don't be nervous, Mingming. We're just chatting casually, nothing more. She paused slightly, lowered her voice, and asked, So, what's the situation between you and Master Su? Nothing's wrong. Lu Mingming raised her head, looking bewildered. Xiao Hui and Song Qing exchanged a glance, their faces filled with disbelief. Xiao Hui simply changed her question. So how did you and Master Su meet? Upon hearing this question, Lu Mingming thought for a moment. If we're talking about the first time I met Boss Su, it was actually quite a coincidence. That was early in the morning, at the entrance of Tonghanu village. Lu Mingming has a vivid memory of what happened back then. Tongha Xinsuan, Song Qing, and Xiao Hui immediately looked puzzled. The rent is cheap there, and migrant workers flock there. I never would have thought that someone driving a luxury car like a Cullinan would go to such an urban village. Then what? Song Qing couldn't suppress her curiosity. Could it be some kind of dramatic encounter? Or something like a rich man falling in love with a girl from a rural village? Xiao Hui quickly moved closer, pricked up her ears, and adopted a posture of listening attentively. That day, a flatbed cart suddenly appeared next to the stall I frequented, and a line formed in front of it. There were so many people, and some even cut in line. As Lu Mingming spoke, she gradually relaxed. I wasn't planning on joining the crowd, but since I was already there, I decided to give it a try and bought a burger. And it was absolutely delicious. I still remember the taste to this day. But when I went to buy it again the next day, I learned that if I wanted to eat a hamburger, I had to go to Dashing Internet Cafe at 1 a.m. to buy it. I even stayed up several nights because of this and paid a lot in internet fees. As Lu Mingming finished speaking, she licked her lips. I really want Mr. Su to make burgers again. Any flavor will do. That's where dreams begin. Chapter 445. What kind of godlike person? Song Qing. Xiaohui. The expectant looks on their faces instantly turned into a sea of question marks. Xiaohui couldn't help but pick at her ears, wondering to herself if she had misheard something. Why is the plot going in such a completely different direction than I imagined? It was completely unexpected. So, you and Master Su are just... Song Qing rubbed her temples and interrupted Lu Mingming. Lu Mingming's eyes widened suddenly, and she exclaimed in shock, Sister Qing, Sister Hui, have you two misunderstood something? Mr. Su and I really just have a normal customer relationship. You guys aren't misunderstanding us, are you? It's no wonder that Lu Mingming was slow to realize the misunderstanding between the two. The main point is that in her mind, the relationship between herself and Boss Su was as pure as it gets, just like that of a customer and a stall owner. There are tens of thousands of people in Boss Su's fan club who have this kind of pure relationship with Boss Su. They are all tough guys who are willing to brave the scorching sun and wait patiently for 3 hours in the streets and alleys just to be able to eat the delicious food made by Boss Su. In their hearts, the allure of food far outweighs everything else. Even romantic love has to take a back seat. Therefore, she didn't even consider the possibility that Song Qing and Xiaohui had misunderstood. Song Qing's expression instantly became somewhat subtle, and her eyes unconsciously glanced towards the kitchen. He then coughed lightly and said with a slightly embarrassed tone, It's not a misunderstanding. It's just that the whole building probably heard you shouting just now. So I thought there was something special between you two. Xiaohui nodded in agreement, feeling a little regretful but mostly filled with questions. She pressed further. Then why did you react so strongly just now? You couldn't possibly get that excited just from seeing him, could you? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingming immediately sat up straight, her expression becoming serious. Of course it's because Boss Su is really hard to find. Extremely hard to find. Sister Qing, Sister Hui, you two don't know. Boss Su is a very capricious person. He doesn't set up his stall at a fixed location every week, and he never notifies you. Whether you can find his stall depends entirely on luck. I don't know how much effort I put into finding him. That's why I was so excited when I first saw Boss Su. To convince Song Qing and Xiaohui that she was telling the truth, Lu Mingming selected several of Su Qin's achievements to prove that what she said was true. These are all conclusions drawn long ago by members of the fan club. Once, Boss Su was selling stinky tofu next to a public place. Another time, he actually demanded to ride the attractions at Happy Valley before he could order food. Besides, as Song Qing and Xiaohui listened, their originally calm expressions gradually began to crumble. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of amazing person is this? It seems like none of them play by the rules. Song Qing and Xiaohui exchanged a glance. I initially thought it would be a sweet romance between a domineering CEO and an intern, but it turned out to be a food-themed anime with suspenseful elements. After Lu Mingming finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Xiaohui. Boss Su was the one invited by the other party to come and cook. So, it turns out that Boss Su didn't go out to set up a stall this week, but instead came to cook at people's homes. Who would have thought? Too cunning, they're getting more and more sophisticated. Lu Mingming muttered. If it weren't for the fact that I happened to be helping out at Sister Qing's house today and unexpectedly bumped into Boss Su, the regular customers would probably have all been turned away this week, wasting their time. Sister Hui, what app do you use to invite Boss Su to cook at your place? Could you recommend it to me? Xiaohui explained. Just search for the app, Happiness at Home, in the App Store, download and install it. Select Cooking at Home on the homepage, and then search for Master Su's name. It's very simple. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingming immediately picked up her phone, downloaded and registered the app, and began searching. After the page was refreshed, Su Chin's personal homepage appeared as expected. Lu Mingming recognized at a glance that the portrait above was of Su Chin himself. Without hesitation, she quickly clicked the follow button and then added Su Chin's homepage to her favorites list. However, she did not immediately post the news of finding Boss Su in the fan club. After all, I'm still a guest in someone else's home, and it would be impolite to keep playing on my phone and sending messages. She thought to herself, since we've already found Boss Su, he can't possibly run away anytime soon. Can he? It's not too late to talk about it later at a more suitable time. In the kitchen, Su Chun completed part of the food preparation work. Considering everyone's dining pace, he planned to prepare 3 dishes first, so that everyone could eat while waiting for the subsequent dishes. He began cooking according to the order in which the dishes were ordered. He shredded the purple cabbage. He washed the fresh romaine lettuce and tore it into bite-sized pieces by hand. Then he had the cherry tomatoes. Su Chun arranged the prepared ingredients in a stainless steel basin and sprinkled a handful of fresh basil leaves on top. Considering that there would be several dishes with stronger flavors later on, Su Chun specially chose a refreshing vinaigrette to match this salad. He took a small bowl, slowly poured in 2 circles of olive oil, cut the lemon in half, and squeezed out the lemon juice. Measure 2 teaspoons of Dijon mustard and mix thoroughly with olive oil and lemon juice. Then, a few freshly ground black peppercorns and a suitable amount of sea salt were added, instantly enriching the flavor of the sauce and creating distinct layers of taste. When Su Chun poured the prepared sauce over the vegetables in the bowl, the fresh aroma of basil leaves was instantly released. Su Chun used a long-handled wooden fork to stir the vegetables very gently, ensuring that each leaf was evenly coated with the sauce without ruining its shape. Finally, Su Chun sprinkled the almond slices, which had been lightly browned in a pan beforehand, onto the salad. The slightly charred almond slices look even more tempting when placed on the bright green lettuce. The cooking process for shredded pork with green peppers and hand-torn cabbage was not much different from yesterday. Su Chun put the shredded meat into the pot. With a sizzling sound, the meat quickly changed color and emitted an enticing aroma. In the other pot, hand-torn cabbage was dancing happily in the hot oil, the aroma of garlic mixed with the sweet fragrance of cabbage filling the air. The rich aroma quietly slipped out from under the kitchen door and drifted straight into the living room. At that moment, several people who were chatting enthusiastically on the sofa simultaneously sniffed, instantly drawn in by the aroma. Master Su is probably stir-frying shredded pork with green peppers right now, Xiao Hui said firmly. She had already tasted Su Chin's cooking yesterday, and she recognized the familiar smell immediately. Just thinking about that taste made her mouth water uncontrollably, and a strong craving instantly overwhelmed her. Lu Mingming cast an envious glance, wishing she could have tasted it yesterday. Chapter 446, let's get started. The originally lively conversation was about to be disrupted by the enticing aroma, and it seemed that the conversation was about to fall apart. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the frosted glass door of the kitchen. Why don't we sit down at the dining table first? Let Chef Su start cooking, we'll eat slowly. Song Qing suggested at the right moment, as she too was somewhat unable to sit still due to the allure of the fragrance. This statement immediately won the agreement of many others. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood up and rushed to the restaurant tables. Song Qing arrived at the kitchen door, opened it, and prepared to get the bowls and chopsticks. The moment the door was opened, a rich aroma that had been accumulating in the kitchen burst forth. Song Ming stood to the side, took a deep breath, and blurted out involuntarily, "Wow, it smells so good. It must taste amazing." Xiao Hui had an expression that said she had expected this, and said something pointless. "You'll know when you get to eat it." She was particularly looking forward to seeing the surprised and delighted expressions on Song Qing's and the others' faces when they tasted the delicious food. Stir-fried green peppers with pork and hand-torn cabbage are both quick and easy dishes. The real time-consuming part is the preparation work of cutting and washing the vegetables. A group of people sat down at the table in a lively manner, and as the bowls, chopsticks, and drinks were set out, Su Chin's 2 dishes were also served. Su Chin placed the last bit of cabbage into a plate. The bright green leaves were covered with bright red chili flakes, and minced garlic was evenly distributed in the folds of the leaves. Shredded pork with green peppers is arranged on a porcelain plate. The pork shreds gleam with an enticing sheen of oil. The green peppers, on the other hand, retain their bright green color, making the dish visually irresistible. Su Chin placed 3 dishes on the table: vegetable salad, shredded pork with green peppers, and hand-torn cabbage. The freshness of the vegetable salad, the savory aroma of the shredded green peppers and pork, and the spicy fragrance of the hand-torn cabbage intertwine to stimulate everyone's taste buds. "You guys eat first, I'll continue cooking." Su Chin turned to go back to the kitchen. Song Qing quickly stopped him. "All right. Thank you for your trouble, Master Su." After a brief pause, she added sincerely, "By the way, since Ming Ming knows you, let's eat together after we finish cooking. It'll be more lively with one more person. It's more fun to eat together, right?" "I won't need it. You guys just enjoy your meal." Su Chin waved his hand, politely declining the invitation. Song Qing didn't mind, thinking that she would invite Master Su again after he finished his work. Su Chin returned to the kitchen, where the ingredients for boiled pork slices were already prepared on the stove. He began to slice the pork tenderloin into thin slices. At the dinner table, Xiao Wei took the initiative to liven up the atmosphere. With a big smile, she said, "Come on, pour some more. Let's toast to Qing Qing moving into her new home." Everyone sprang into action, some pouring wine, others pouring drinks. Immediately afterwards, a crisp and pleasant ding sound rang out as the 5 cups clinked together. In the kitchen, Su Chin neatly placed the sliced meat into a bowl, the slices being evenly thin. Next, he poured in an appropriate amount of cornstarch and mixed it well. From his vantage point, he could see a corner of the restaurant's dining table. He glanced outside subconsciously, his gaze falling on the lively scene, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. He initially thought it was absurd to be assigned the task of cooking at someone's home this week, but seeing everyone sitting around the dining table, laughing and chatting happily, he suddenly felt it wasn't so bad after all. This joyful and lively atmosphere is the essence of everyday life. Even just as an observer, quietly watching all of this, one can't help but feel a sense of pleasure. At the dining table, after everyone had clinked glasses, Song Qing, with a happy smile on her face, said loudly, "Thank you all for coming. Without further ado, let's start eating." She caught a glimpse of Lu Mingming staring longingly at the plate of food and couldn't help but joke, "I think Mingming's eyes are about to fall into the plate of food." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingming felt a little embarrassed. But this is a dish made by Boss Su. With such an enticing aroma and appearance, who could resist? The fact that you didn't drool on the spot is already a huge act of self-control. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 pairs of chopsticks reached for different plates in unison. Everyone was eager to taste the delicious food in front of them. Song Qing has a habit of eating light foods first, so she chose to taste the vegetable salad placed in front of her first. Judging from its appearance alone, this vegetable salad was outstanding, no less than those high-end restaurants she had visited before. The plate contained a wide variety of vegetables, all of which looked very fresh and of excellent quality. She picked up a piece of vegetable salad with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The moment the lettuce touched her tongue, she instinctively widened her eyes. When you bite into a leafy green, it makes a crisp crunch sound, and the slightly sour lemon juice bursts in your mouth, bringing a refreshing and pleasant sensation. The vinaigrette has a perfectly balanced acidity that is both appetizing and not too stimulating to the taste buds. The spiciness of the wasabi is cleverly hidden behind the spice, slowly spreading on the tip of the tongue as you chew. The aroma of basil leaves intensifies with each chew, its unique fragrance intertwining with the caramelized nutty notes, creating a rich and layered flavor in every bite. This vegetable salad is delicious. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Song Qing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, when she looked up, she found that the other 4 people hadn't looked up at all. No one paid attention to what she said. Everyone's face showed an expression of amazement at the delicious food. Song Ming wrapped some rice in shredded meat and put it in his mouth. At that moment, the sweet aroma of the rice grains and the rich, savory flavor of the meat juices blended perfectly on the tip of the tongue. The shredded pork was tender to the perfect degree, while the green peppers retained their crisp texture. Xiao Hui's chopsticks hovered in midair, her eyes darting between the dishes, as if she was struggling to decide which one to pick up first. In the instant she hesitated, Lu Mingming had already eagerly put the second piece of cabbage into her mouth, as if she would make a mistake if she waited even a second longer. The minced garlic clinging to the vegetable leaves releases a rich aroma when heated in the oil. When she bit into it, the vegetable stalk made a crisp sound. The spiciness wasn't the kind that hits you right in the head and is hard to resist, but rather like a gentle stream, starting from the tip of her tongue and slowly spreading throughout her mouth, tantalizing her taste buds. The perfect amount of spiciness whetted her appetite, and she couldn't resist taking a big bite of rice. The fact that Su Chun could cook such a simple home-style dish to such an extraordinary standard reminded her of the amazing feeling she had when she first ate the hamburger made by Boss Su. As expected of Boss Su, she muttered to herself as she turned her chopsticks without hesitation toward the shredded pork with green peppers next to her. This stir-fried pork with green peppers is so delicious. Hand-torn cabbage is absolutely perfect. Chapter 447 Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Exclamations of praise rose and fell at the dining table, mingling with the crisp clinking of bowls and chopsticks, creating a harmonious symphony. In the kitchen, Su Chin's hands never stopped working. He poured a splash of cooking wine into the bowl containing the sliced meat, then tossed in 2 spoonfuls of light soy sauce, sprinkled in some white pepper, and started mixing it with his hands. The slices of meat slipped smoothly between my fingers and were soon coated in sauce. Once done, I set them aside to marinate on their own. While the tofu was marinating, Su Chun turned around and began preparing to make mapo tofu. Carefully invert the tofu onto a clean cutting board. The tofu has a soft texture and a faint aroma of soybeans. With a few swift strokes of his knife, Su Chun transformed the tofu into neat little cubes in an instant. Once the water in the pot boils, sprinkle in some salt, and then the tofu cubes slurp into the boiling water to blanch. Once the time is up, the tofu that has been taken out will have less of a raw, beany taste, and its texture will become firmer, allowing it to better absorb the sauce. After washing the pot and pan, Su Chun lit the fire again. Once the pan is slightly heated, pour in an appropriate amount of cooking oil. As the oil temperature gradually rises, slowly add the prepared minced beef into the pan. Under high temperature, the minced beef is slowly fried until it dries out, turns golden brown, and emits a meaty aroma. A toss of minced scallions, ginger, and garlic into the pan, and the aroma explodes with a whoosh. A spoonful of fermented bean paste is slowly added and stir-fried, the red oil gradually seeping out, and a rich, mellow aroma of the sauce begins to fill the air. Add water and tofu, then shake the pot to ensure each piece of tofu is soaked in the broth. Add the seasonings one by one, and simmer over low heat to let the flavors meld. Finally, thicken with cornstarch, sprinkle with Sichuan peppercorn powder, and toss with chopped green onions. The spicy and savory flavors of mapo tofu were fully brought out, and the dish was successfully completed. Next, continue cooking the boiled pork slices. Remove the roots from the bean sprouts and wash them clean. Separate the leafy greens one by one. Blanched bean sprouts are placed at the bottom of the bowl, and blanched green vegetables are neatly arranged on top of the bean sprouts. Sauté scallions, ginger, and garlic in a wok until fragrant, then stir-fry the fermented bean paste until the oil turns red. Add water and adjust the seasoning. Slices of meat are slid one by one into the boiling broth and scooped out as soon as they change color. The broth and meat are then poured over the side dishes, topped with a generous amount of minced garlic, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns. Finally, Su Chun poured a spoonful of boiling hot oil over it. The cooking process of Sichuan cuisine has always been a celebration of aroma. Compared to the previous stir-fried green peppers and shredded pork and hand-torn cabbage, its aroma is particularly rich. Even with the kitchen exhaust fan running at full capacity, it couldn't stop the fumes from spreading out of the kitchen. He slipped out silently through the crack in the kitchen door. In the living room, Song Qing and the others were engrossed in their meal when the increasingly strong aroma of spicy food filled their nostrils. Several people unconsciously raised their heads, their eyes all turning to the kitchen, their eyes practically glued to the pots. Lu Mingming's gaze was fixed on Su Chun cooking in the kitchen. She couldn't resist taking out her phone and snapping a picture. In the shot, Su Chun stands in front of the stove, the flames roaring and reflecting off his perfectly sculpted profile. She remembered chatting in a group of diners before, and someone joked that their biggest dream in life was for Boss Su to be cooking in the kitchen, and for them to cook and eat one dish at a time until they were sick of it. Looking at the scene before her, Lu Mingming couldn't help but think that her situation seemed to have come true. Even though this isn't our own home, it's still great to have one person cooking in the kitchen while the other eagerly awaits the meal in the living room. Lu Mingming felt so happy that she was almost floating on air. However, instead of sharing this joy with her fan club, she sent the photo to her brother, who had also tasted Su's burger, without hesitation. I even added a smug emoji, which perfectly reflects my current mood. After sending the photos, Lu Mingming stared at her phone screen and waited for a while, but the other party did not reply. She thought to herself, I guess my brother Lu Taodao isn't looking at his phone right now. She pursed her lips, not really caring. Knowing her brother as she does, she'll definitely bombard her with voice messages after seeing the news, demanding to know what's going on. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself, already imagining Lu Taotao's furious expression. Let the dust settle first. Do you really need a reason to mess with your own brother? In the kitchen, Su Chun brought out 2 dishes he had just prepared, mapo tofu and boiled sliced pork. In an instant, a rich aroma surged toward the dining table like a tidal wave. The mapo tofu on the plate trembled slightly, its snow-white tofu cubes arranged in a red oil broth. Each piece of tofu is evenly coated with a layer of sauce. Chopped scallions, Sichuan peppercorn powder, the red, white, and green colors intertwine, resembling an oil painting. Just one glance at it, before even tasting it, is enough to make your mouth water. The boiled pork slices are even more spectacular, with large slices of pork soaking in a bright red and tempting broth. The bean sprouts and greens underneath are faintly visible in the soup. The dried chili pepper pieces on top were still sizzling, with tiny oil bubbles constantly bursting. The rich aroma, combined with the spicy and numbing flavor, instantly awakens the taste buds, making them eager to try it. The sound of swallowing suddenly filled the dining table. Looking at the 2 plates of dishes that looked absolutely delicious, the people at the table couldn't help but show expectant expressions, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Chef Su, is there only one soup left? Song Qing finally managed to tear her gaze away from the 2 dishes and extended another invitation to Su Chun. Come and eat together when you're done cooking. We've reserved a seat for you. She pointed to the neatly arranged empty bowls and chopsticks on her right. Su Chen's gaze swept across the dining table, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Only a few lonely green pepper strips remained at the bottom of the plate after the stir-fried pork with green peppers was served. The hand-torn cabbage also had bits of minced garlic and dried chili peppers left at the bottom of the plate. Even in the vegetable salad bowl, only a few lettuce leaves with a little sauce remained. Xiao Hui quietly tugged at Song Qing's sleeve under the table, trying to remind him. Song Qingshi was confused and subconsciously looked down, only then noticing the situation on the dining table, which was far more tragic than he had imagined. The 5 people's fighting power far exceeded her expectations. The 3 dishes were almost completely devoured in the time it took to cook 2 of them. Song Qing blushed deeply. They even said they'd invite others to the table for dinner. At this rate, by the time Chef Su finishes making the last soup and comes over, he'll probably be left staring at an empty table, drinking the northwest wind. Su Chun smiled nonchalantly, not caring about it at all. After all, the fact that everyone finished the food so quickly proves their approval of his culinary skills. He kindly said, "Let me remove the empty plates for you. Don't accept it." Wang Jiala stretched out her hand to firmly protect the plate in front of her, staring at the little bit of broth in the plate of green peppers and shredded pork, and said loudly and confidently, "I'm going to save this to mix with rice." Chapter 448 is too ambiguous. Yesterday, when Wang Jiala was eating at home, he managed to eat more than half a bowl of rice just from the vegetable broth. Don't underestimate this seemingly insignificant vegetable juice. It contains the essence of this dish. It's infused with the aroma of the whole dish, and it's absolutely delicious with rice. A hint of embarrassment and annoyance immediately appeared on Xiao Hui's face. She grabbed Wang Jiala's wrist and glared at him. At home, you can eat however you want, since Chef Su's dishes are just too delicious. But we're visiting someone else's house today, and my boyfriend's behavior is just too embarrassing. She lowered her voice and said, "That's enough." Wang Jiala shrugged dismissively, determined not to waste anything. Su Chen nodded and returned to the kitchen to prepare the last dish, seaweed and egg drop soup. By this time, the water on the stove had boiled. He quickly put the seaweed into boiling water and cooked it for a while. Then he picked up the bowl containing the egg mixture and slowly poured the egg mixture into the pot in a thin stream. At the same time, he held the soup spoon and gently pushed it in the same direction. The egg drop soup instantly solidified into golden, cloud-like flakes, intertwining with the dark seaweed. Then, he turned off the stove and poured in a few drops of sesame oil. The aroma immediately spread with the rising steam. It was a blend of the freshness of seaweed, the richness of egg drop, and the intense fragrance of sesame oil. At the dining table, Lu Mingming's attention was completely drawn to the plate of mapo tofu in front of her. She couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and gently scoop up a spoonful of tofu. The tofu was coated with a bright red sauce. She puffed out her cheeks, blew hard 3 or 4 times into the tofu in the spoon, and then put the tofu into her mouth. Ouch! It's so hot. She kept breathing out warm air. Despite gasping for breath from the heat, she couldn't bear to spit out the tofu. The tofu trembled slightly on the tip of my tongue, so tender that it almost didn't need to be chewed, melting instantly in my mouth. At the same time, the scalding hot sauce instantly releases its complex flavors. The rich and mellow flavor of fermented soybean paste, the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns, followed by the intense heat of chili peppers, instantly ignite the entire mouth. Just as the spiciness reaches its peak, the natural sweetness of the tofu emerges, neutralizing the intense stimulation and creating a more balanced and harmonious flavor. The aroma of the minced beef adds rich layers to the overall flavor. Lu Mingming's eyes instantly welled up with tears from the burn. However, the temptation of the food was too great, and she didn't have time to wait for the temperature in her mouth to drop before quickly scooping up a second spoonful of mapo tofu. She picked up the bowl and shoveled a couple of mouthfuls of rice into her mouth. The soft, sweet rice blended perfectly with the spicy and numbing flavor of mapo tofu. Before the feeling of satisfaction had even faded, her chopsticks reached for the boiled pork slices next to her without hesitation. She picked up a slice of meat, which had absorbed the broth. The meat slowly released its rich juices from its fibers, instantly bursting with a spicy and savory flavor in her mouth. The bean sprouts are crisp and crunchy. You can hear a clear crunch when you bite into them. The leafy greens remain green, infused with the spicy and savory flavors, retaining both the freshness of the vegetables and a rich, complex taste. Soon, fine beads of sweat appeared on Lu Mingming's nose. Her lips swelled slightly from the chili peppers, turning a rosy red, but this did not affect her speed in picking up food, just as Lu Mingming was enjoying her meal to the fullest. On the other side, Lu Taodao had just finished what she was doing and picked up her phone, which was lying to the side. After turning on the screen, he finally saw the message from Lu Mingming, as well as the candid photo of Su Chen cooking in the kitchen. Lu Taodao casually clicked on the picture, and with just one glance, he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Wow, Boss Su, he let out a dog bark. Holding the phone, I couldn't wait to bring it close to my eyes and zoom in on the details of the pictures on the screen. After repeated confirmation, it was finally determined that the person in the photo was indeed Boss Su himself. Lu Taodao was so excited that he forgot himself, punching the air and shouting, "Huh? Boss Su, even if you are 10 feet tall, you can't escape the palm of us siblings." He unceremoniously claimed some of the credit for himself. Just as Lu Taotao was about to send a message to ask Lu Mingming for her exact location, her gaze fell on the photo again, and she suddenly sensed something was wrong. He zoomed in on the photo again, staring at the blurry corner of the dining table in the background, and suddenly felt uneasy. This photo doesn't look like a street stall setting, nor does it look like the kitchen of a restaurant. The more I looked at it, the more the scene seemed to be in a family kitchen. Etc. Lu Taotao suddenly gasped. Who on earth is so powerful that they can get Boss Su to personally cook at their home? What level is my sister at? How could she possibly meet such an impressive person? Or could this be one of Boss Su's residences? Lu Taotao stared intently at the photo on his phone screen, his brows furrowed. This is a bit ambiguous, isn't it? Could it be that my sister has quietly won over Boss Su? Are the cabbages we painstakingly raised here just going to be eaten like this? Once the thought popped into Lu Taotao's head, he couldn't suppress it at all. He suddenly jumped up from the sofa and paced anxiously back and forth in the living room. When did this girl? He grabbed a glass of cold water from the coffee table, tilted his head back, and gulped down a large mouthful, trying to calm himself down. Lu Taotao remembered that back in the afternoon, Lu Mingming was complaining in the foodie support group that she couldn't find Boss Su's stall location at all. How long has it been? How come my sister has already moved into the house? This change happened way too fast. As he pondered, the thoughts in his mind became increasingly uncontrollable, and he felt as if he could hear a celebratory tune playing in his ears. In a daze, he saw a long red carpet covered with bright flowers. My sister, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, walked step by step toward Boss Su. This scene made Lu Taotao feel a buzzing in his head, and his blood pressure instantly soared. That's my own sister, to whom I share blood. Although the brother and sister often playfully prank each other, it is precisely because of this that it proves that they have a very good relationship. What happened to Boss Su? Does Mr. Su think he can just take other people's cabbages like that? Okay, more money. No, more dishes. Lu Taotao paced back and forth in the living room, unable to sit still any longer. He picked up his phone and started sending voice messages to Lu Mingming. The questions shifted from, when did you meet Boss Su? To whose kitchen are you in now? Finally, he simply yelled, Lu Mingming, turn on location sharing for me right now. Chapter 449. Still daring to make excuses. After sending the voice message, Lu Taotao stared intently at his phone screen. Several minutes passed, but there was still no response from Lu Mingming, not even a simple reply. Lu Taotao felt as if he was covered in thorns, and he was uncomfortable all over. A man and a woman, alone together in a room, having a meal, chatting, and maybe even drinking some alcohol. I just can't even imagine. Lu Taotao started dialing Lu Mingming's number, launching a barrage of calls. The phone rang again and again, but no one answered. He simply didn't know his sister's exact location. If he did, he would have rushed over in a taxi to find out what was going on. At this moment, Su Chun placed the freshly cooked seaweed and egg drop soup on the dining table in Song Qing's home. After putting down the soup, Su Chun gestured for everyone to enjoy it, then turned around and went back to the kitchen to tidy up the utensils. Xiao Hui couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and gently scoop out a full bowl. He brought the bowl close, blew on it, and then slurped it down. Instantly, the delicious and mellow flavor of the broth spread in my mouth, and the freshness of the dried shrimp was fully integrated into it. The unique seafood flavor of seaweed adds a special touch to this soup, and its subtle salty aroma complements the flavors of the other ingredients perfectly. The egg drop soup is so tender and delicate, like silk, that it melts in your mouth. The refreshing taste instantly relieved the lingering spiciness from the spicy dishes, making one feel incredibly comfortable, as if every pore on the body was opening up at that moment. Xiao Hui slurped up the soup until she was stuffed. Leaning back in his chair, savoring the lingering taste in his mouth, a happy and content expression involuntarily appeared on his face. At this moment, the constantly lighting up and turning off phone screen next to Lu Mingming finally caught Xiao Hui's attention. On the phone's lock screen, unread messages are displayed in a dense, top-to-bottom row. Lu Mingming, however, was still suffering and didn't notice this scene at all. Mingming. Xiao Hui gently poked the back of her hand with the end of her chopsticks, reminding her, don't eat yet. Check your phone, there are messages coming in, maybe something urgent has happened. Lu Mingming then raised her head blankly, her lips glistening with oil from eating spicy food, and still sticky with a few grains of rice. She glanced at her phone, and then remembered that she had just sent her brother a picture of Boss Su. Thinking of this, she chuckled to herself. Hey bro, you finally saw it? I bet they're frantically trying to find Boss Sue right now. She reached out to unlock the screen, and the notification bar was filled with more than 20 unread messages and 7 missed calls. Sure enough, all the messages and calls were from Lu Taotao. Just as she was about to reply to the message, another call notification popped up on her phone screen. It was another call from Lu Taotao. The moment Lu Mingming's hand touched the answer button on the screen, Lu Taotao's thunderous roar came from the other end of the line. You, Lu Mingming. You're not going to answer the phone, are you? Song Ming, sitting opposite, was so frightened that his body trembled violently. Lu Taotao continued to roar on the other end of the phone. Where are you? Send me your location right now. And Boss Sue, I know you can hear me. This is my own sister. She hasn't even graduated from university yet. You can't do this. The restaurant fell silent instantly. The clatter of bowls and chopsticks that had been filling the air stopped abruptly. All eyes were on Lu Mingming. Lu Mingming felt her cheeks burning. Even though she didn't turn on the speakers, Lu Taotao's ridiculously loud voice made every word clearly audible to everyone present. Lu Taotao, don't you want to listen to what you're saying? Are you crazy? I have absolutely nothing to do with Boss Sue. She screamed, both surprised and annoyed, and almost knocked over the soup bowl in front of her. She looked around in a panic, only to see Xiao Hui covering her mouth, while Song Qing looked on in astonishment. This made her feel even more embarrassed, and she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Lu Taotao on the other end of the phone didn't believe it at all. You said everything was fine. Boss Sue even cooked for you himself. We've known Boss Sue for so long. Who else gets this kind of treatment? At this point, his voice was filled with anguish. Don't try to argue with Boss Sue. Give him the phone. I need to get to the bottom of this. Just then, Su Chun came out of the kitchen wiping his hands and paused for a moment when he heard his name called. He was cleaning the stove in the kitchen, and the sound of the running water from the faucet was so loud that it completely drowned out the noise outside. Looking at the various expressions on the faces of the people in the room, Lu Mingming blushed as red as a boiled shrimp, looking utterly ashamed. He was puzzled. What's wrong? I was just washing a pot in the kitchen. How did it suddenly get involved with me? Lu Mingming's whole body was turning red. Song Qing coughed lightly, took the phone, and said with the composure of a working professional, Hello, are you Mingming's brother? I've heard Mingming mention you before. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Lu Taotao hadn't expected to hear a strange female voice. After a brief silence, he answered somewhat flusteredly, I'm Lu Taotao. What's going on over there? A thought flashed through Lu Taotao's mind. Could it be that Boss Sue is too timing? But he was immediately struck by how stupid his own thought was. Even if Boss Sue really had something to do, it's impossible for him to gather everyone together. That's just too absurd. When Song Qing saw that there was no sound on the other end of the phone, she continued to explain. You may have misunderstood. Mingming came to my place today to help with the move. Chef Su is a chef that my friend specially hired to come and cook for us. Ah, I see. Lu Taotao's voice immediately dropped 8 octaves. Song Qing glanced at Lu Mingming, who was about to explode on the spot, and said slowly, Mingming just came to help. You really misunderstood. Meeting Master Su was just a coincidence. She both gave Lu Taotao a way out and clarified the facts. Did you hear that? Lu Mingming, her face flushed, took the phone and shouted through gritted teeth into the call. She wished she could crawl under the table, especially when she saw Su Chun still standing at the kitchen door with a confused expression on his face. She lowered her voice and said fiercely into the phone, You wait. I'll settle the score with you later. Lu Taotao, on the other end of the phone, replied sheepishly, I heard you. I misunderstood. He paused for 2 seconds, his tone surprisingly expectant, before blurting out, You and Boss Sue. Really nothing's going on? Actually, I'm quite open-minded, bro. Lu Taotao? Go to hell. Lu Mingming couldn't hold back any longer. She roared into her phone and then slammed the call down. She felt her ears burning, filled with shame and indignation, and dared not look up at Su Chun. Chapter 450, Too Blunt. Lu Mingming wished she could rush home right now, grab Lu Taotao, and give him a good beating to vent her anger. After several seconds, she finally mustered the courage to look at Su Chun. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. My brother. He's completely insane. Seeing Lu Mingming's face turn red, Su Chen understood that girls are easily embarrassed, and such misunderstandings can indeed be awkward. At times like this, saying too much might only make the other person more embarrassed, so he didn't say much, but just gave a reassuring smile. He turned to Song Qing and said calmly, "If there's nothing else, then this is the end of it for me today." Upon hearing this, Song Qing nodded, her gaze naturally sweeping across the dining table. The 6 dishes were almost completely emptied, leaving only a few scraps of food and some leftover broth. Even the seaweed and egg drop soup that was served last was almost empty, with only a few pieces of seaweed and small pieces of egg at the bottom of the bowl. Xiao Hui rubbed her full stomach, while Song Ming and Wang Jiala also looked stuffed. The dishes Su Chen prepared were all on the larger scale, yet everyone still ate them all up. Everyone wore a satisfied expression. Song Qing recalled inviting Su Chen to dinner several times before, but now, looking at the empty plates on the table, he didn't mention it at all. She asked the others, "Does anyone want to order more food?" The response was a series of head shakes and hand gestures, indicating that no more food was needed. "Thank you for your help today, Master Su." Song Qing stood up. "Let me see you out of the residential area." Su Chen's Cullinan was still parked in her parking space. Although she could call the property management to help open the gate, she felt that personally seeing her off would better demonstrate her politeness and respect. "Sister Qing, I should head back now." Lu Mingming also stood up, waving her phone in her hand. The screen displayed more than a dozen unread messages, and without even looking, it was clear that they were all from Lu Taodao. Although she had hung up the phone in a fit of anger, Lu Taodao clearly hadn't given up and kept pressing for details about Boss Su. Song Qing checked the time and found that it was getting dark. She had originally wanted Lu Mingming to stay a little longer so they could chat together. However, considering that it was already late, it was indeed not safe to let a girl go home alone. "All right, I'll see you 2 downstairs." As she spoke, she picked up the door key that was placed to the side. Xiao Hui, Wang Jiala, and Song Ming also stood up to see Su Chen and Lu Mingming off. Xiao Hui sincerely said to Su Chen, "Master Su, your cooking is so delicious." Wang Jiala interjected, "With your cooking skills, you really should open a restaurant. I'd definitely patronize it every day." Song Ming then started making plans. "Master Su, I have a colleague gathering in a couple of days. I was originally thinking of going to a restaurant, but now I think it would be best if you could cook at my home." A group of people showered him with compliments. Lu Mingming stood at the door, quickly typing a reply to Lu Taotao's message with her head down, and then followed Su Chen and Song Qing into the elevator. The elevator moved smoothly downwards. Standing in the corner, Lu Mingming felt the embarrassment from before gradually fade away as the elevator descended, replaced by a sense of excitement. "Boss Su." Lu Mingming finally couldn't help but speak, her voice rising slightly with excitement. "I really didn't expect to run into you here." Su Chen gave a polite smile. "It is indeed a coincidence." He said this aloud, but inwardly he sighed silently. Based on past experience, as soon as one regular customer finds him, the news will spread quickly. This means we'll be dealing with a constant stream of diners for the next few days. Thinking about this, Su Chen suddenly realized that things were different this week. When setting up a street stall, he often needs to prepare a large amount of ingredients at once to serve hundreds of customers. Now, when they offer home cooking services, they prepare a maximum of 4 or 5 dishes at a time. Like today, the order we just received was actually a combination of 2 orders. So, if we take on 6 more orders this week, we can successfully complete our task. Thinking about it this way, Su Chen felt relieved. He suddenly felt that his workload this week could even be described as easy, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. "Boss Su, what are you laughing at?" Lu Mingming keenly noticed this subtle change in expression and asked curiously. "Nothing, I just thought of something happy." Su Chen's expression returned to normal, and he casually brushed it off. He couldn't very well say that he was happy because he wouldn't be busy this week due to not being found. Could he? Lu Mingming blinked, interpreting Su Chen's reaction as something else entirely. Boss Su must be so happy because he ran into a regular customer. This discovery warmed her heart. Thinking about it this way, Although Boss Su is sometimes a bit willful and often can't find a place to set up his stall, he is actually very happy that everyone has found him. You're just saying one thing, but doing another. Lu Mingming secretly labeled Su Chun in her heart. She felt she had discovered a little-known emotion in Boss Su's personality, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up in a smile. Since she realized that Boss Su actually cared a lot about everyone finding him, Lu Mingming decided to make Boss Su even happier. She took out her phone and waved it in front of Su Chun. Boss Su, I'll talk to the other people in the fan club later. Although Su Chun never stopped his regular customers from sharing news about him, Lu Mingming felt that it was polite to inform him in front of him, as it was a way of showing respect to Boss Su. Su Chun nodded slightly. Okay, but you'd better tell them to place their orders after 8 a.m. tomorrow, and that you won't be accepting orders today. He was mentally planning the business schedule for the week. This week's sales targets aren't as heavy as usual, so there's no need to rush to finish them all at once. A balance between work and rest is the best work rhythm. The remaining 6 orders are evenly distributed over 2 days, with 3 orders done each day. With this arrangement, the task can be completed by Thursday. The thought of having 3 days off felt like a mini vacation, and Su Chun felt wonderful. He decided to set order limits in the software backend later. Song Qing, who was standing nearby, listened to Lu Mingming and Su Chun's conversation, and her doubts grew stronger. Finally, she couldn't help but interject. Master Su has a fan club? She leaned against the elevator wall, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the two men. When Lu Mingming described Su Chun's deeds before, she thought that Su Chun was a maverick who liked to be alone, so he was always elusive and didn't like to notify customers. But now that I hear what they're saying, it doesn't seem to be the way I imagined. Chapter 451. No. Boss Su has tens of thousands of fans. Lu Mingming nodded vigorously. Song Qing was even more confused, frowning and speaking with a hint of bewilderment in her voice. Why don't you just have Boss Su notify them directly? Why do you need to relay the message? She really couldn't understand it. Wasn't this just gilding the lily and doing something unnecessary? Of course it's because Boss Su isn't inside. Lu Mingming blinked, her tone casual and familiar, as if it were the most natural process. Every time someone finds him, they just post his location on the forum. It's just a matter of sending a message, it's not troublesome. Then why not just bring Master Su in as well? Wouldn't that save everyone trouble? Song Qing felt like her forehead was about to cramp up. She looked at Lu Mingming, only to find that the other woman was staring at her with a strange look. Sister Qing. Lu Mingming took a deep breath, as if explaining to a primary school student that 1 + 1 = 2, and said, if Boss Su were willing to join, why would we need to run around everywhere? If it weren't for that, would I have been so excited to run into Boss Su today? Mr. Su Yu. Just as Song Qing was about to turn around and ask Su Chun why he didn't want to join the group, the elevator stopped with a ding. Su Chun had anticipated this problem and decisively stepped out of the elevator first, leaving Lu Mingming and Song Qing with a handsome back view. Song Qing. She stood there, mouth agape, stunned. Seeing this, Lu Mingming patted her shoulder and said earnestly, Sister Qing, you don't need to ask Boss Su. He definitely won't go in. Otherwise, he'd be either swamped with work or driven crazy with worry every day. As Lu Mingming walked forward, she couldn't help but shiver as she spoke. You seem to care about Chef Su quite a bit, but with regular customers, you should be able to make more money. I was just asking for no reason. As Song Qing was talking, she suddenly thought of Su Chen's conspicuous Cullinan and immediately stopped talking. Contrary to his own expectations, Master Su did not need to pursue more wealth through traditional business methods. Su Chun went to get the car. Song Qing and Lu Mingming walked towards the gate of the residential area. The rain outside has stopped, and the air is filled with a damp scent, giving people a refreshing yet slightly stuffy feeling. As Lu Mingming walked, she looked down at her phone and called a car. Song Qing arrived at the gate and waited for the Cullinan to come out so that the security guards could let him through. She swiped her resident card at the gate, and the security guard in the security room poked his head out, his eyes falling on the Cullinan. His eyes lit up instantly, and he muttered, that car is impressive. Then, it obediently raised the gate. Watching Su Chun drive away, Song Qing waited with Lu Mingming for the car to arrive. I couldn't help but exclaim. I don't know where Chef Su got such good cooking skills at such a young age. He seems to be better than the chefs in those big restaurants. That's right, Mr. Su's cooking is just too delicious. Lu Mingming nodded vigorously, expressing her deep agreement. By the way, Mingming, I remember you said that Boss Su changes locations every week. Song Qing suddenly remembered what Lu Mingming had mentioned before, turned to look at her, and asked. Yes, it's changed every week, without exception, Lu Mingming answered confidently. My mom's birthday is next month, and I was originally thinking of asking Chef Su to cook for her. Song Qing sighed, a hint of regret in her eyes. It now seems that fulfilling this wish is somewhat impossible. The taxi came to a smooth stop at the entrance of Tonghanu village. After paying the fare, Lu Mingming opened the car door and got out. The damp air rushed towards her, filled with the earthy smell unique to rain, and she instinctively shrank back. Walking slowly along the path, I turned past a small flower bed and saw the stairwell where my own building was located. Just a dozen meters from the unit door, a dark figure suddenly darted out from behind the holly bushes without warning. Lu Mingming didn't even have time to see who it was before she felt a cold hand press heavily on her shoulder. The sudden touch made the hairs on her body stand on end. Ah! She screamed almost instinctively. Her mind went blank for a moment, and her body reacted uncontrollably. Without thinking, she swung the canvas bag in her hand with all her might and slammed it hard at the dark figure. The bag, with its folded umbrella on it, cut through the air with a dull whistling sound. Ah! The dark figure let out a scream, staggered back several steps, and squatted on the ground. Lu Mingming's heart felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. With trembling hands, she typed the 3 digits of 110 on her phone screen, but just before the call connected, she stopped. That scream sounded strangely familiar, as if I'd heard it somewhere before. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her wildly beating heart, and then turned on her phone's flashlight. Lu Taotao was grimacing and rubbing his forehead, where a conspicuous red mark had appeared. Are you crazy? Not home at night? Hiding downstairs scaring people? Lu Mingming's voice trembled with anger. The streetlights in our building are broken. I came to pick you up, okay? As Lu Taotao stood up, he was still gasping for breath, rubbing his forehead and pointing towards the dark entrance of the building, trying to defend himself. Lu Mingming sneered. The streetlights in the building have been broken for almost a week. You're usually so kind. Lu Taotao chuckled and rubbed his hands together, looking like a large dog trying to please its master after doing something wrong. He followed his sister closely toward the building entrance, glancing at her expression every now and then. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and cautiously asked, Oh, my dear sister, please tell me what's going on with Boss Su. I was really wrong. I knew you were waiting for me downstairs because of Boss Su. Lu Ming thought of the phone call at the dinner table and Su Chen's confused expression at the time, and suddenly felt the veins on her forehead start throbbing again. However, considering that I had kept my brother in suspense for so long and had just bought another pack, I decided to give up. Here, this is the software. Just download it and search for Boss Su's name. Lu Mingming took out her phone and demonstrated it to Lu Taotao. Lu Taotao hurriedly downloaded the software, registered, searched, and clicked into Boss Su's homepage. Hee, I'm going to eat Boss Su's cooking tonight. Little sister, don't tell the fan club yet. Wait until I eat it, then I'll post pictures to make them drool. Lu Taotao chuckled and frantically clicked the order button. A message popped up on the screen. This driver is no longer accepting orders today. Please select another service provider. Lu Taotao's expression froze instantly. The smile then shifted to Lu Mingming's face. She feigned an innocent expression and said, I forgot to tell you, Boss Su isn't taking orders today. He'll start taking orders at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. A moment later, a mournful cry came from the entrance of the building in the residential area. No. Chapter 452, Let me handle this. Lu Taotao dragged his heavy steps into the house, looking listless. Without even changing his shoes, he collapsed straight onto the sofa. He buried himself in the cushions, his legs dangling on the floor. It looked exactly like a salted fish that had lost its dreams and been dried out by the sun, utterly devoid of life. Mr. and Mrs. Lu, who were watching TV in the living room, exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with bewilderment. 20 minutes ago, my son was full of energy when he went downstairs, but now he comes back looking like he's lost his soul, completely different from before. Lu Mingming, standing to the side, looked refreshed and was in an exceptionally pleasant mood. She greeted the two elders with a smile, a stark contrast to Lu Taotao's dejected state. "What's wrong with your brother? Is he possessed by an evil spirit?" Father Lu reached out and turned down the TV volume, pointed at Lu Taotao who was sprawled on the sofa, and showed a look of disgust on his face. "Oh." Lu Mingming deliberately drew out her words, glancing at her brother who was pretending to be dead. "My brother is heartbroken over a man he can't have." "What?" Father Lu's expression changed drastically, and his fists hardened on the spot. "It's Boss Su." "Boss Su." Lu Taotao suddenly lifted his head from the cushion, waving his arms frantically, his face flushed red. "Lu Mingming, if you can't speak properly, then shut up." Upon hearing the familiar name Boss Su, the elderly couple breathed a sigh of relief. The number of times their son mentions Boss Su on a daily basis is more than the number of bosses they have ever met in their entire lives, to the point that the three words have become so familiar to them that they are practically calloused. "It's just that I didn't get to eat. Is it really that big of a deal?" Aunt Lu shook her head, then suddenly turned her attention to her son, her eyes filled with disappointment. "If you had put even 30% of the effort you put into finding Boss Su into finding a partner, I might already be holding my grandson by now." After saying that, she turned to look at her husband, her eyes asking, "Old Lu, is old Zhang's daughter next door still single?" "Stop." Upon hearing this, Lu Taotao was instantly jolted upright, as if electrocuted. He covered his ears tightly with both hands, closed his eyes, shook his head from side to side, and kept muttering, "I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, you bastard chanting scriptures." Father Lu was instantly enraged, and his blood pressure shot up. Just as the attack was about to erupt, Lu Mingming reacted swiftly, grabbing her pajamas and dashing into the bathroom like a gust of wind to avoid getting blood on herself. "I'm going to take a shower first," she shouted. For the next 20 minutes, the water from the bathroom masked the chaos in the living room. When Lu Mingming came out of the bathroom, drying her wet hair, the living room had returned to calm. Lu Taotao sat upright in the center of the sofa like a sculpture, his eyes empty like an old monk who had seen through the world, exuding a sense of transcendence and detachment from worldly desires. "Where are Mom and Dad?" Lu Mingming wrapped her wet hair in a towel and casually asked Lu Taotao. "She's asleep." Lu Taotao's voice sounded erratic. Lu Mingming was a little worried at first, but the next second, Lu Taotao's expression instantly came to life, and he became energetic and lively, as if nothing had happened. His eyes shone brightly with excitement, and his previous listlessness had vanished without a trace. "I just took a close look at that Happiness Comes Home app. You had time to play on your phone just now." Lu Mingming was shocked and looked at Lu Taotao in disbelief, gaining a deeper understanding of her older brother's shamelessness. Just moments ago, she was being scolded by her parents in the living room like a quail, cowering in a corner and not daring to utter a sound, yet she managed to secretly play on her phone during that time. She really couldn't understand how they did it. "Don't interrupt." Lu Taotao waved his hand and poked at the screen. "I just discovered that although Boss Su has turned off today's orders, you can still book orders for tomorrow in the back end. No need to wait until 8 o'clock tomorrow." His expression was as if he had discovered a new continent. His mouth was stretched almost to his ears, as if he wished he could grow a tail and whip up a gale on the spot. "Real?" Lu Mingming's eyes lit up instantly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She quickly moved closer, pressing her head against Lu Taotao's shoulder, staring at Lu Taotao's phone screen. Sure enough, next to the notification that orders had stopped being accepted in the app, there was a small note saying schedule for tomorrow. Lu Mingming was also happy. The thought of eating Boss Su's cooking again tomorrow made her feel so happy. "Have you made your appointment?" She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked. "I was going to mention it in the fan club. There's even money to be made." As a fan member, she felt very sorry for not being able to share such important news with everyone immediately. "Let me do it." Upon hearing this, Lu Taotao's eyes lit up instantly. How could he possibly miss this opportunity to show off in the fan club? He had already made his plans, thinking he would show off. How could he bear to give his sister such an opportunity to shine in front of everyone? Then it's up to you. Lu Mengmeng rolled her eyes, showing little interest in trying to make her presence known to the regular customers. Rather than competing for attention, it's more important to actually enjoy the food cooked by Boss Su. However, when it came to the reward, she immediately added, "But the bounty is mine. Don't you dare pocket it. We are blood-bound siblings." Lu Taotao protested, feigning deep regret. "You're underestimating me. Even siblings should keep clear accounts." Lu Mengmeng remained unmoved. After saying that, she turned and walked towards her bedroom, taking out her phone as she went, muttering, "I'm going to text my best friend first and invite her over for Su's cooking tomorrow. But with 5 people, I wonder how many dishes Mr. Su can cook at most?" Lu Taotao was busy preparing to post a message in the fan club, and without looking up, casually replied, "Who cares how many dishes there are? Being able to eat them is a bonus." He found a comfortable position on the living room sofa and crossed his legs. Then I clicked on Boss Su's fan club. Even at this hour, new messages are still constantly flashing on the forum. There are still quite a few people wandering around outside, trying their luck to find Boss Su. Some complained, some were anxious. Looking at the messages from those diners still searching outside, Lu Taotao couldn't help but let out a smug hum. What was that saying again? Fate is truly wondrous. He thought to himself smugly, I am Boss Su's chosen one. Bah, the chosen one. Filled with barely suppressed excitement and pride, Lu Taotao solemnly typed a few words in the fan club. Brothers, I found Boss Su. Chapter 453 Protest. Strong protest. After sending the message, I found Boss Su. Lu Taotao deliberately paused for a few seconds before clicking send on the photo Lu Mengmeng had sent him earlier, showing Su Chun cooking in the kitchen. As expected, the forum exploded as soon as the news and photos were released. Message notifications kept popping up incessantly, refreshing at a dizzying pace. Damn, bro, what incredible luck you have. You've got to do big things quietly. What? Boss Su is still in Guizhou? Is he planning to make it his second hometown? Stop talking nonsense and send me your location quickly. We people from the south of the city live far away, and if we're late, we won't be able to eat. Great. I thought there was no hope this week. Looking at the buzzing news, Lu Taotao chuckled but wasn't in a hurry to say anything more. He crossed his legs, leisurely looking at his phone screen, letting the dust settle for a couple of minutes. The feeling of being questioned by everyone is so great, it's much better than being in a relationship. Many people in the fan club clicked on the photos posted by Lu Taotao and examined them carefully. Some people zoomed in on the photo to the limit, staring at the blurry corner of the dining table in the background, trying to find clues. Holy crap, where does Boss Su cook? Judging from the decor, it doesn't look like a restaurant kitchen, it looks more like a home kitchen. In the photo, besides seeing Mr. Su's busy figure, a corner of the fabric sofa can also be vaguely seen. The overall layout looks more like an ordinary family kitchen. Yes, I can see the dining table. Something's not right. Everyone started discussing it animatedly. Is this really Mr. Su's business location? Could it be that someone invited Mr. Su to cook at their home? Holy crap, who's got that kind of power? I heard that a lot of people offered high prices, but still couldn't get Boss Su to come. The messages flooded in like a tidal wave, piling up to thousands in the blink of an eye. Everyone is speculating whose kitchen this is, and some have even started analyzing the blurry furniture brands in the photo, trying to find the answer from these details. After posting the photos, Lu Taotao vanished as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. No matter how many messages flooded in, he did not reply for a long time. 2 minutes passed, and the initially high enthusiasm of the regular diners began to gradually turn into restlessness. You bastard, Lu Taotao. If you don't say something, I'm coming to your house. A diner who was on good terms with Lu Taotao and had a close relationship with him sent a voice message with an undisguised threat in his voice. Give me your location, I'll go with you. Shortly after the voice message was sent out, many local regulars responded. This kid loves to keep people in suspense. He only reveals bits and pieces of information slowly, like squeezing toothpaste, which is really frustrating. Upon seeing him pull this tactic, the chat window immediately erupted with a barrage of curses. Someone posted a knife to the neck meme, and someone else directly tagged Lu Taotao, suggesting that the administrator kick him out. Seeing this, Lu Taotao dared not delay any longer. He quickly replied, "I just went to the restroom." He then posted all the details of Boss Su's orders on the Happiness at Home app, including important information such as not accepting orders today and opening for reservations at 8 a.m. tomorrow. After the message was sent, an eerie silence fell. The message stream, which was originally sending dozens of messages per second, suddenly stopped, leaving only a few lonely emojis on the screen, ignored by everyone. Lu Taotao understood that those who saw the message must have already frantically downloaded the software, racing against time and not having time to talk. He looked confident and took a leisurely sip of water. He picked up his phone again and continued typing, adding, "Although Boss Su isn't taking orders today, you can book for tomorrow." Just then, the first reply popped up. "Damn, you guys are too fast. Wednesday is already fully booked." Immediately following, a second reply arrived, accompanied by 3 crying emojis. "Thursday is full too." Just as Lu Taotao was about to reply, another message popped up. "Damn it. It says I can't make an appointment for Friday." In an instant, everyone was in an uproar again. What? Appointments can't be made on Friday? Boss Su is taking 3 days off this week. Damn it. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare rest like this. Lu Taotao looked at his successfully booked order with a smug smile, secretly congratulating himself on his quick action. With a hint of smugness, he casually took a screenshot and posted it, adding the text, "Luckily I was quick and managed to get a date for tomorrow noon." The messages on the phone screen were refreshing at an extremely fast pace, making it difficult to keep up. "Who got a reservation? Let me know. Please, I'm willing to pay 200. Just give me a chance. I'll offer 300. A bidding war has begun on the forum. The messages scrolled by incredibly fast, accumulating to hundreds in the blink of an eye, with various offers filling the entire screen. Someone posted a crying face emoji with the text, "I haven't even finished downloading the software, and you guys have already snatched it all up?" Meanwhile, in an office, Han Yuqing stared blankly at his phone, the screen clearly displaying a message that all appointments were full. As the company's CEO, I haven't experienced this kind of tension that requires lightning-fast reflexes for many years. When news of Boss Su's reservation first spread through the fan club, he saw it immediately and took immediate action. However, even though he reacted quickly, he was still a step too slow and couldn't compete with those who were crazy about Boss Su's food. Looking at the constant stream of new messages popping up in the chat box, the price had already been raised to 500 yuan. Han Yuqing gave a soft hum, waved his hand, and quickly tapped his fingers on the phone screen, typing directly, "Accepting a reservation for Boss Su, 10,000. In his eyes, this amount of money was nothing at all. He has frequented many high-end restaurants where the average cost per person is several thousand yuan. In his opinion, being able to eat several dishes personally cooked by Boss Su for 10,000 yuan was simply great value for money. The moment the news broke, the fan club fell silent for 2 seconds, everyone shocked by the exorbitant offer. Holy crap, where did this tycoon come from? You're not kidding, bro. You're really willing to spend so much. Protest. Strongly protest. You're price gouging. Damn, if I hadn't missed out, I would have been really tempted by this price." At this moment, a person named Carnivore suddenly tagged Han Yuqing and said, "I got it, but I can't cook where I live. Rich guy, want to share a meal? I'll provide the reservation spot, and you provide the kitchen." Chapter 454, Whatever You Say Goes. Han Yuqing looked at the man as he spoke, and for the first few seconds, a look of confusion even appeared on his face. The term group buying is a concept that has been buried in his life for a very long time in the business and social circles he has long been involved in. So much so that when I first heard it, I almost didn't realize what it meant. Before Han Yuqing could reply, messages on the forum were scrolling by at lightning speed. "Damn it, you don't have a kitchen, what are you stealing?" An old customer angrily sent a message, followed by 3 angry emojis. "I live in a large, single-level apartment with an open kitchen. Can you give me your spot?" Immediately afterwards, another diner spoke up, attaching a photo of the spacious kitchen to their message. The photo shows a fully equipped modern kitchen with a gleaming marble countertop. I'm so angry. Those without kitchens got everything, while those with kitchens got nothing. Just then, the carnivore replied, "Then I can only say you guys still need to practice," smiling face. A slightly sarcastic reply stunned the fans who hadn't managed to snag a reservation spot. I thought to myself, this guy is too arrogant. Isn't this a blatant provocation? Everyone turned their attention to the carnivores and launched a strong offensive. The message notification sounds kept ringing. Hong Yuqing looked at the excited crowd on his phone screen and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He had some doubts about whether this carnivore had actually managed to snag a reservation spot or was simply looking for trouble. Out of curiosity, Hong Yuqing looked through the chat history and found that this carnivore was usually not active and rarely spoke, which indeed seemed very suspicious. Fortunately, there were others who shared his suspicions. You're just here to get attention, aren't you? If you're so capable, show me your appointment screenshot. Just as Hong Yuqing was about to type the same question in the chat box, Carnivore sent a screenshot to the screen, which was the page showing a successful reservation. The chat page was silent for 2 seconds. Then, several messages popped up. Holy crap, I actually got one. What luck! His words contained both surprise and a hint of envy. Seeing this, Hong Yuqing typed in the chat box, "Okay, what time did you book?" The other party replied quickly, 8:30 in the morning. Upon seeing the time, Hong Yuqing couldn't help but pause. Upon seeing this reply, the other diners immediately became lively again. Are you crazy? You want Boss Su to come to your house to cook at 8 in the morning? Eating such heavy flavors so early in the morning? No wonder I couldn't get a reservation. I tried to book around noon, but it kept saying I couldn't. Upon hearing these comments, Hong Yuqing subconsciously scrolled up to look at the chat history. Sure enough, he found that many people chose the lunchtime between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m., which is the normal mealtime. Dinner time from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. is especially popular, with reservations being snapped up instantly as soon as they open. On the contrary, almost no one considers this time of day in the early morning because it is so contrary to the usual eating habits. This carnivore managed to snag a reservation by cleverly exploiting a loophole in people's preconceived notions. After some discussion, the other diners suddenly realized what had happened, and many of them immediately regretted it. Yes, although eating stir-fried dishes at 8:30 in the morning does sound a bit outrageous, it's Boss Su's cooking. As long as it comes from Boss Su, I'd be happy to be ready to enjoy delicious food anytime, anywhere, even if it's 8 a.m. Hong Yuqing was initially speechless when he saw the time slot reserved by carnivores. But they've already secured a reservation, so no matter what time it is in the morning, being able to get the food is the most important thing. So he typed, "No need to share the bill, but you can come along. I'll still pay you, but I'll decide what we eat." Not long after the message was sent, the other party quickly replied, "Bro, you're too domineering. I also have dishes I want to eat." Hong Yuqing looked at the reply from Carnivore, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if he hadn't seen it at all. He continued typing, "I'll call and have a batch of high-end ingredients delivered right now, such as king crab, Boston lobster, black abalone, and Wagyu beef. Let Boss Su have the freedom to use them." The news caused quite a stir as soon as it was released. The next second, the message that Carnivore had just sent suddenly disappeared, replaced by a notification. Carnivore has retracted a message. Immediately afterwards, Carnivore quickly typed, "No problem, bro. Whatever you say, I'll do anything." The speed of that change in attitude was astonishing. Everyone immediately erupted in uproar. "I still prefer your rebellious self from just now." This reversal happened way too fast. His face changes faster than turning the pages of a book. A tycoon is a tycoon. He won people over with just a few words. I can testify that someone just said, "I have some dishes I want to eat." One person posted a gif of someone kneeling and hugging a leg, with the caption, "Rich guy, bro, dear bro, can I bring my own bowl and chopsticks? Do you mind having another mouth to feed? There's so much food. You definitely can't finish it all. I'll just eat what you leave behind. I'll just have some vegetable soup. I can wash the dishes. I can help Boss Su with his work. I'll be in charge of testing the poison." I can warm your bed. All sorts of bizarre and outlandish news kept emerging. The two of them getting involved seems to have inspired some people. At this moment, a new message suddenly popped up in the chat box from the user, "What to eat today?" The person first sent a shy emoji, seemingly a little embarrassed to speak, and then cautiously said, I also managed to book a reservation for 4 p.m. on Wednesday. I'd like to find someone to share the bill with, 500 yuan per person." She then added, "We're mainly buying ingredients. The kids want some finely ground rice. Limited to 3 people." As soon as the message was sent, someone replied immediately, "I'm signing up." Another fan, not to be outdone, chimed in, "Count me in." In less than 30 seconds, the third spot was also snatched up by someone with quick eyes and hands. What to Eat Today quickly updated the status. "The convoy is full. Thank you, everyone." Those who failed to get one began to wail in despair. Someone sent a crying emoji and complained pitifully, "Do you guys live here? I don't even have time to type. A meal budget of 500 yuan per person. That's how good the food must be. Are there any more convoys? Urgent. The money is ready. Where's the convoy?" Anxious messages kept flooding the screen, as everyone wanted to seize any opportunity to taste Boss Su's cooking. At this point, another fan suggested, "How about we form a second team? I'll contribute 600. Soon after, someone else posted a screenshot of a Thursday appointment. Chapter 455, Then I'll Just Wait to Eat. Hong Yuqing had successfully obtained the reservation slot he wanted, so he stopped chatting. After all, the most urgent task now is to contact a batch of high-end ingredients so that Boss Su can fully display his culinary skills and satisfy his taste buds tomorrow. Hong Yuqing did not intend to have Boss Su cook at his home. "Although my kitchen is quite large, it is basically unused and serves more as part of the home decoration. It is all show and no substance, and its practical value is far less than its aesthetic value." He felt it would be more appropriate to simply book an entire restaurant for a specific time slot tomorrow. In this way, Mr. Su has a spacious and professional venue to showcase his culinary skills, and the preparation and handling of ingredients are more convenient, making everything much easier. Just as he was pondering these things, his phone suddenly vibrated violently, and the screen showed that a call had come in. A voice quickly came from the other end of the phone, with a polite tone. "Mr. Hong, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Is there something you need, Mr. Hu?" Hong Yuqing replied. Hu Yuan's voice carried a clear hint of amusement. "I just saw your chat in the fan club. Why don't you add me?" Actually, Hu Yuan doesn't usually talk much on the forum. As the owner of multiple chain restaurants, he has more than 30 work groups pinned to the top of his chat software and rarely pays attention to Mr. Su's news. This time, after returning from inspecting new store locations, he finally had some free time to look at his phone and happened to see his acquaintance Hong Yuqing discussing making an appointment with Boss Su. Thinking back to how long it had been since he last tasted Boss Su's delicious food, his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. In order to make an appointment with Boss Su, he actually asked several employees to help him try, but in the end, none of them managed to get an appointment. It wasn't until Hu Yuan saw Hong Yuqing mention preparing high-end ingredients that he started to consider it, which led to this phone call. Hong Yuqing understood Hu Yuan's purpose. "Boss Hu, you shouldn't have any problem finding another car fleet to share the trip, right? It's not fun eating with people you don't know well." Hu Yuan's tone was casual. "Besides, with me joining in, why would you need to look for high-end ingredients? I can just source them directly from my side. What don't we have?" Hu Yuan naturally has a unique advantage in terms of food supply, and this is not an exaggeration. Hong Yuqing pondered for a moment. "I also need a place to cook." Upon hearing this request, Hu Yuan immediately recalled the person in the group who claimed to have no kitchen but still managed to book a reservation, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. "President Hong, so you don't have a place to cook either?" "To be honest, my kitchen is just for show," Hong Yuqing said with a helpless tone. "I can't even remember the last time I cooked." Thinking of his own luxurious but dusty kitchen, he found it somewhat amusing. A big boss like himself, his kitchen had become nothing more than a decoration. "So, you've scheduled your appointment for 8:30 tomorrow morning, right? I'll arrange the venue and send it to you later." Hu Yuan smiled and agreed, which was no challenge for him. "I will ensure that Boss Su has the best environment to perform." Even if he were to close a restaurant for a day specifically to prepare for this cooking session, it would be a piece of cake for him, not worth mentioning at all. Okay, then I'll wait to eat. Upon hearing this, Han Yuqing immediately felt relieved. Since Hu Yuan was so willing to take on all the responsibilities, he was naturally happy to be a hands-off manager and just sit back and enjoy the delicious food. After hanging up the phone, Hu Yuan fell into deep thought. Although he owns multiple restaurants, each of which has a sizable kitchen with complete equipment available for use. However, Mr. Su mainly relies on his personal abilities, and he doesn't necessarily perform better just because the venue is larger or the equipment is more luxurious. Thinking of this, Hu Yuan turned to his assistant who was organizing documents and asked, "How's business at Xiao Yang's Wudong restaurant lately?" The assistant quickly put down the documents in his hand and replied, "Business is very good, and the customers' reviews are excellent. The daily customer flow is very stable, and reservations are extremely popular." As the assistant spoke, he observed his boss's expression and vaguely guessed what his boss meant. He tentatively asked, "Do you want to arrange for Boss Su to cook over there?" "Yes, Xiaoyang's restaurant isn't big, but it's fully equipped and has a private feel, making it a very suitable place." Hu Yuan nodded. "It is indeed very suitable, but Chef Yang may have some emotional issues." The assistant smiled. After all, it's hard for anyone to feel comfortable asking their own restaurant's head chef to give up their kitchen for someone else to use. It would be strange if he didn't have any emotions. Xiao Yang is a good cook, but he's a bit arrogant. Hu Yuan agreed, sighing softly. But that's inevitable. Talented people are more or less a little proud. After all, he's supposedly one of the best graduates from Le Cordon Bleu in recent years, the assistant added with a smile. Speaking of Chef Yang, he was the one who accompanied the boss to negotiate with Chef Yang and participated in the entire process of signing the contract. If this person hadn't insisted on returning to China to start a business, the boss probably wouldn't have signed the contract. At the time, several Michelin-starred restaurants in France extended offers to Chef Yang, with very generous terms. A while ago, Chef Yang's Wudong restaurant officially opened, attracting many gourmets and food connoisseurs and garnering widespread praise. Chef Yang's real name is Yang Lin. He is only 30 years old, which is considered young in the catering industry. But perhaps because of his reputation and some external evaluations, coupled with his experience with Le Cordon Bleu in France, he is not exactly disliked, but he is quite arrogant. Having been by Hu Yuan's side for a long time, the assistant naturally understood his boss's thoughts. He vaguely guessed that the boss's arrangement for Boss Su to cook in Yang Lin's restaurant kitchen was probably intended to subtly temper Yang Lin's arrogance. Meanwhile, Hu Yuan had already found Yang Lin's number in his phone's contacts and dialed it without hesitation. After the phone rang a few times, Yang Lin's voice came through. "Brother Hu, is there something you need calling so late?" Yang Lin's tone carried a hint of doubt. After all, at this time, Hu Yuan would not easily call unless it was something important. "It's nothing serious. I'll be using the restaurant for a while tomorrow morning," Hu Yuan said bluntly. "But we're fully booked for tomorrow noon. Would you like to reschedule for another day?" Yang Lin expressed his attitude almost without hesitation. In his view, the normal operation of the restaurant is of paramount importance and should not be affected by other things. "It won't affect my noon appointment. I need it at 8:30 this morning," Hu Yuan explained. Chapter 456. Who exactly is this person? 8:30 in the morning. Okay then. What kind of breakfast would you like? I'll prepare it in advance. Yang Lin remained silent for a moment, but ultimately gave in. Although he was somewhat unwilling, Hu Yuan was the boss after all, so he chose to obey the arrangement. "You can go at your own pace tomorrow. I just need to use the kitchen and have someone cook a meal," Hu Yuan said casually. "You want to use my kitchen and have someone else cook for you?" Yang Lin's voice changed instantly. His kitchen was like his territory, and he wouldn't allow others to easily trespass on it, which made him very resistant. Before Hu Yuan could even respond, Yang Lin's voice, which had become noticeably stiff and resistant, came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Hu, what do you want to eat? I can make it. There's really no need to ask outsiders." Yang Lin felt that as the head chef of Wudong restaurant, he was fully capable of meeting any of Hu Yuan's dining needs, and he really didn't understand why Hu Yuan insisted on having an outsider cook in his kitchen. Hu Yuan's current arrangement makes him feel that his abilities are being questioned. He paused for a moment, then added, "Don't you trust my skills?" Despite hearing this clearly resistant reply, Hu Yuan did not show any anger on his face. He picked up the purple clay teacup on his desk, took a sip of tea, and then slowly said, "Xiaoyang, don't overthink it. The main reason we're using your restaurant is because it's suitable in all aspects. It's close to the city center, has convenient transportation, and makes it easy for everyone to come and go. The kitchen is fully equipped with all kinds of cooking tools." Yang Lin did not answer the phone. Only faint breathing could be heard through the receiver. Hu Yuan knew that this proud and arrogant chef was trying hard to suppress his inner emotions. After a brief pause, he continued, "Secondly, the chef we're hiring tomorrow will be cooking Chinese food, specifically Chinese stir-fries. It's different from the French cuisine you're good at. Brother Hu, you don't know this." Yang Lin's tone softened somewhat, though it still carried a hint of stubbornness, but it was clearly not as forceful as before. "I've actually been researching innovative recipes that combine Chinese and French cuisine during this period. I have quite a bit of experience with Chinese cuisine. I've already tried to combine Cantonese techniques and Sichuan flavors with French sauces." Hu Yuan interrupted at the opportune moment, his voice tinged with amusement. "That's great. Then you should learn more from Chef Su tomorrow. Maybe you can complete your own innovative recipes sooner." There was silence on the other end of the phone. After about 2 seconds, Yang Lin's voice came through again, this time much calmer. "Since you've said so, Brother Hu, then I have no objection." Despite his efforts to make his tone sound calm, Hu Yuan could still detect a hint of reluctance in his words. After all, it's never pleasant for a proud chef to watch others showcase their skills on their own turf. Yang Lin then asked, "Is it a master Chinese chef?" "You'll find out tomorrow." Hu Yuan deliberately kept everyone in suspense, but then his expression turned serious, and he solemnly said, "I can only say that Chef Su's culinary skills are the most amazing and impeccable I have ever seen in all my years in the catering industry." He recalled the delicious food he had eaten made by Su Chun, whose color, aroma, and taste were unforgettable. He couldn't help but emphasize his words. No matter how many people offered high prices, they couldn't sway this Master Su. "Is it that amazing?" Yang Lin's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, and his shock could be clearly heard even through the phone. Who exactly is this Chinese chef to receive such high praise? Yang Lin has indeed been studying the fusion and innovation of Chinese and French cuisine recently, and he knows several of the top Chinese chefs in China like the back of his hand. He quickly sifted through his mind for potential candidates. A master chef at the level of state banquets? Or an inheritor of intangible cultural heritage? Someone who can be so highly praised by Hu Yuan must be a veteran Chinese chef, or even someone who enjoys a high reputation internationally. Upon realizing this, Yang Lin's attitude immediately changed significantly. These veteran chefs rarely cook themselves anymore. They mostly serve as consultants for major catering groups and have countless disciples. If you really have the opportunity to observe the cooking process of such a senior chef up close, it would be an invaluable learning opportunity that money can't buy. In that case, Yang Lin took a deep breath, his voice becoming solemn. "I will definitely clean up the restaurant and wait for Master Lin's guidance with the utmost sincerity." At this moment, he was filled with anticipation and respect for the unknown master, and his previous resistance had completely disappeared. "Yes, it's good that you mean it." Hu Yuan was very satisfied with Yang Lin's change in attitude. He nodded slightly and said, "A batch of ingredients will be delivered to Wudong tomorrow morning. Could you help process them first?" "No problem." Yang Lin agreed unusually readily this time, his voice even carrying a hint of impatience. He had already begun to imagine in his mind what a highly respected and skilled master chef he would meet tomorrow, and perhaps even receive some valuable guidance from him, which would undoubtedly be a huge help to improve his culinary skills. Thinking about all this, he secretly made up his mind to seize this rare opportunity. After hanging up the phone, Hu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. The assistant standing to the side also had a look of anticipation on his face, and joked, if Chef Yang knew that Chef Su was several years younger than him, he definitely wouldn't have this attitude. The assistant had followed Hu Yuan for a long time and knew Yang Lin's arrogance. as well as the true situation of Boss Su. That's why I didn't say anything. Hu Yuan wore a pleased expression. He knew people like Yang Lin all too well. People like Xiao Yang are indeed very talented, but that's precisely why they tend to be very stubborn. It's hard to convince them until they've truly witnessed Boss Su's culinary skills. As he spoke, Hu Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The assistant said half-jokingly, "Aren't you afraid of crushing Chef Yang's spirit?" Hu Yuan stood up, his tone becoming serious. "If we give up like this, then I can only say that I misjudged you. If Yang Lin didn't even have this much resilience, then he wouldn't be worthy of his high regard." After making proper arrangements for the venue of Wudong Restaurant, Hu Yuan immediately picked up his phone and sent a detailed message to Hong Yuqing. "Mr. Hong, I've already found a venue. The kitchen of Wudong Restaurant will be ready by 8 a.m. tomorrow. The address is XXX on XX Road. Also, I've already spoken with Chef Yang, so don't worry, there won't be any problems." Chapter 457 Homegrown flowers don't smell as good as wildflowers. Hong Yuqing replied quickly. "Thank you so much, Mr. Hu. I trust you to get things done. Your efficiency is truly remarkable. You've arranged the venue so quickly and efficiently. You really are an expert in the industry." Hu Yuan replied in a businesslike manner. "Mr. Hong, you're too kind. It's my honor to be able to taste Master Su's cooking." The two exchanged a few more pleasantries about the specific arrangements for tomorrow before ending their conversation. Hong Yuqing immediately forwarded the restaurant address and various precautions sent by Hu Yuan to a user in the fan club named Carnivore, asking him to inform Boss Su. Su Chen remained completely unaware of all the turmoil and farce that had unfolded outside. When he got home, the adorable cub rushed into his arms like a little cannonball, then tugged at Su Chen's clothes and walked towards the dining table. The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup, served in exquisite bowls and plates, along with various kinds of fruit. Nuonyuo said that her husband has been enjoying pork rib soup lately, so she specially asked for a 5-finger peach pork rib soup, which is very fragrant. It turns out this clever little devil has been secretly observing during meals lately. Although Su Chen ate each dish fairly evenly, Nuonyuo managed to deduce from the subtle frequency with which he picked up food that Daddy loved the pork rib soup the most. So she specially asked Butler Ding to make soup today. She's so clever. Nuonyuo happily praised herself. Su Chen was stunned upon hearing this, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "I can't quite describe the feeling in my heart, a mix of bittersweet emotions, and I've forgotten how to react." Nuonyuo, on the other hand, enthusiastically pulled Su Chen to sit down, then climbed onto the chair opposite him and watched him eat intently. Su Chen had just finished eating a bowl of rice when Nuonyuo's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly slid off the chair, grabbed Su Chen's bowl, and ran towards Aunt Wu. "Aunt Wu, serve the rice." Then he ran to Su Chen's side with a full bowl of rice, holding the bowl above his head. "Daddy, eat. Dad works very hard at his stall, so he definitely needs some nourishment." Su Chen. "Actually, 1 bowl is enough." But he accepted it anyway. "Thank you, little one." Just as the bowl of rice was almost empty, Su Chen saw Nuonyuo making another move, so he quickly stopped her. "That's fine. He was already stuffed. But you, little girl, barely ate a couple of bites." Nuonyuo tilted her head, looking like she had finally gotten to the point, and blinked her bright almond-shaped eyes mischievously. "Daddy, can I eat something else?" "Sure, whatever you want to eat. Dad will make it for you." Just as Su Chen was about to get up and show off his skills, Nuonyuo pointed to her phone and said, "I want to click on this. It's not that Dad's cooking is bad, it's just that I'm worried he'll be too tired." Su Chen rubbed his temples. "Good grief, so the chef at home can't compare to takeout, huh?" The food delivery arrived quickly. As soon as the doorbell rang, Nuonyuo jumped up from the sofa excitedly. "Here it comes." Before I could even get off the sofa, a large hand pressed down on my head. "Don't move." Su Chen stood up and calmed the restless little brat. Nuonyuo had no choice but to sit in her original spot, eagerly waiting for him to return. Su Chen placed the takeout on the coffee table and turned around to see Nuonyuo staring intently at him, her eyes filled with longing, like a puppy eagerly waiting for its meal. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. "Come and eat." Nuonyuo's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over and started frantically typing on the table. McDonald's is great. Nice rabbit. Tata, it smells so good. She swallowed hard, squinted her eyes happily, and devoured the fried chicken. Wow, it's so delicious. Su-chun. It's unbearable to look at. It seems even cultivated flowers can't compare to the fragrance of wildflowers. How about you switch with those foodies who are always waiting for me outside? Thinking of this, Su-chun subconsciously picked up his phone to take a look, and was almost blinded by the background notification message. Opening the happiness arrives at home, back end. The screen was filled with reservation requests and messages from diners, giving him a fleeting feeling of having stumbled into an ancient government office, as if he were seeing a group of anxious people beating drums to appeal for justice. Su-chun carefully reviewed the messages and discovered that there weren't actually thousands of people who had made reservations. Those regular diners who didn't manage to snag a spot were really unwilling to give up, so they kept sending requests. A rough estimate suggests that each person sent an average of more than a dozen messages, with a wide variety of content. Mr. Su, it's my grandfather's 80th birthday, and my whole family is looking forward to eating your braised pork. Please give us a chance. I started staking out the site last week. I've been glued to my phone every day, not daring to blink for fear of missing my appointment. I'm willing to pay double the price, just for one reservation. Mr. Su, my girlfriend says she'll break up with me if she can't eat your cooking. Looking at these comments, Su-chun couldn't help but feel glad that he had reacted quickly enough. As he drove away from Songqing's residential area, he had a premonition that there would be a large number of appointment requests after the news spread. Therefore, he set a limit on the number of orders he could accept in advance and only opened up 6 slots. After all, one's energy is limited. If appointments flood in, it would be inappropriate to give them to anyone, and it would be impossible to take on all of them. Based on the current number of reservations, it's estimated that it will take more than a month to complete all these orders. Unless the system suddenly rewards users with special abilities like the ability to create clones, it simply cannot handle such a massive number of reservations. However, such a magical ability is best left unsaid. After all, if one were to actually learn the art of creating clones, it wouldn't be as simple as just going to someone's house to cook. Su-chun continued to check the back-end data, and all 6 reservation slots had been snapped up. To his surprise, the earliest appointment was scheduled for 8:30 the next morning. It's rare for someone to hire a chef to come to their home to cook this early in the morning. He had originally planned to contact the customers who had made reservations after he woke up the next day, but after thinking about it, he decided to figure it out first, so as not to be too rushed the next morning. Su-chun opened the order with a reservation time of 8:30 the next morning and sent a message to the other party. Hello, I see that you have reserved the service for 8:30 the next morning. May I ask for the specific address and your requirements for the dishes? After sending the message, he thought the other party might need some time to reply. However, almost instantly, the other party replied, "Wow, is it the real boss Su?" It was followed by 3 exclamation marks and a bunch of emojis. Upon seeing these words, Su-chun felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. If it's not alive, is it dead? That's a bit scary. He typed back helplessly, "It's me. What's your exact address? And what kind of food would you like to eat?" A short while later, the other party immediately sent a location address. Su-chun frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Why would it be a restaurant? Before he could think it through, the other party sent a long list of dish names in rapid succession. Boss Su, I want to eat spicy chicken, twice-cooked pork, crispy rice with sliced pork, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, boiled fish, mapo tofu, sliced beef and tripe chili sauce, kung pao chicken, shredded pork with garlic sauce. Chapter 458. Are you kidding me? Messages kept popping up on the phone screen, one dish after another, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 were listed. Su-chun was overwhelmed by the dense list of dish names and quickly typed a message to interrupt. We can't make that many, at most 8 dishes. Considering that the other party was a regular customer, Su-chun added, the time can be extended, but the number of dishes is really limited. The other party quickly replied, "Oh, it's no problem, Mr. Su. I was just hoping to have the opportunity to eat your dishes sometime in the future." It was followed by an emoji of hands clasped together. Suchin couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, does this guy think I'm a wishing tree? I wish I could eat any of these dishes someday. He replied earnestly again, let's make 8 dishes tomorrow. Choose the 8 you most want to eat from the list we just made. We can talk about the other dishes later. Unexpectedly, Carnivore quickly replied, oh, I won't choose any of these. I accepted a group order from a rich guy in my fan group, so he gets to decide what we eat. Suchin was drinking water when he saw the message from the other party and almost spat it out. He put down his cup, wiped his mouth, and looked both amused and exasperated. Is this person just here to mess with me? Just moments ago, they were enthusiastically rattling off more than 20 dishes, as if they wanted to order everything on the menu, but now they're saying they can't make the decision. What surprised Suchin even more was that this perfectly good reservation order had actually turned into a group meal deal. Group buying. He typed those 2 words into the chat box, his mind filled with suspicion. The Carnivore, as if constantly watching the phone, immediately sent a detailed explanation. Boss Sue, it's just a group of people ordering together. If everyone splits the cost, we can both enjoy your cooking and share the expenses to eat something good. This time, a tycoon is paying for most of the money, so he'll decide what to eat in the end. After reading this explanation, Suchin was somewhat taken aback. He truly hadn't expected that these regular customers would go to such lengths and rack their brains to come up with such an ingenious idea just to be able to eat his food, which he couldn't help but admire. All right, Suchin replied. Since the menu isn't decided until tomorrow, we'll talk about it then. I'm ready to go and wait for the menu to be finalized. Okay. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the kitchen of Wutong Restaurant was already bustling with activity. Dressed in a neat chef's uniform, Yang Lin stood at the entrance of the cold storage room, supervising the staff as they carried boxes of high-end ingredients into the kitchen. Alaskan king crabs can be as long as an adult's forearm. Wagyu beef has a clear marbling pattern with even and fine grain. The black abalone has a shiny black shell, while the grouper next to it has clear, bright eyes. Once most of the ingredients had been delivered, Yang Lin put on clean gloves and checked the freshness of each ingredient. Without a doubt, these are all top-tier items, some of which are so rare that many high-end restaurants have to go to great lengths and rely on luck to order them. At this moment, the kitchen counter of the Wutong Restaurant was piled up. As the head chef, Yang Lin has seen many good ingredients over the years, but this is the first time he has seen so many top-quality ingredients presented in such a concentrated manner. As he inspected the items, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, a mixture of envy and jealousy. No excellent chef could remain indifferent when faced with such a high-end batch of ingredients. Yang Lin took a deep breath to calm himself down and suppress the complex emotions surging in his heart. In a private room of the restaurant, several waiters dressed in black suits, vests, white shirts, and bow ties were carrying out final preparations, including cleaning and environmental checks. The head waiter carefully inspected the details of the arrangement of each table in the private room. The spacing between forks, the angle at which water and wine glasses are placed, and for glassware, it is essential to ensure that there are no fingerprints or water stains left on the surface. President Hu is here in person today, so everyone must be on high alert and absolutely not make any mistakes, the supervisor said again, raising his voice. Several waiters nodded vigorously, and the glass and door creaked as they were wiped. Around 8 o'clock, Hong Yuqing and Hu Yuan arrived at Wudong Restaurant almost at the same time. When the car door opened, the two stepped out of the car at the same time, both with surprised expressions on their faces. Good morning, Mr. Hu. Hong Yuqing greeted him. Mr. Hong, what a coincidence. Hu Yuan responded with a smile. The two hadn't arranged to come together beforehand. It was quite a coincidence. Wudong Restaurant is a high-end French restaurant that always pays attention to dress etiquette, so both of them were dressed quite formally today. The two walked toward the restaurant while talking. The two waiters at the door quickly opened the door. At the same time, Yang Lin, who was busy in the kitchen, received the news, quickly stopped what he was doing, washed his hands, and hurried out of the kitchen. Brother Hu. As soon as Yang Lin came out of the kitchen, he saw Hu Yuan and quickly went up to greet him, his eyes sweeping over Hong Yuqing. Hu Yuan smiled and introduced the two. Xiaoyang, this is General Manager Hong, our important client today. We must treat him well." After saying that, he turned to Hong Yuqing and added, "Mr. Hong, this is Yang Lin, the head chef of our Wutong, a graduate of Le Cordon Bleu in France. He is quite accomplished in culinary arts." Yang Lin bowed slightly. "Hello, Mr. Hong. It's a great honor to serve you." Hu Yuan patted Yang Lin on the shoulder with satisfaction and continued to say to Hong Yuqing, "Don't underestimate Young Yang. He turned down an invitation from a Michelin-starred restaurant to return to China to develop his career. Whether my Wudong restaurant can make a name for itself in the future depends entirely on him." Hong Yuqing looked around the restaurant. On the wall hung a Le Cordon Bleu certificate, and next to it were reviews and reports from food magazines. Mr. Hu has been in the catering industry for so many years, and his insight has always been sharp. Hong Yuqing withdrew his gaze and nodded in satisfaction. "Since you recommend it so highly, I'll get a membership card today and come back to try Chef Yang's cooking." Hong Yuqing has at least a dozen such high-end restaurant membership cards, each with tens of thousands of yuan pre-deposited in it. Have all the ingredients arrived? Hu Yuan turned to look at Yang Lin. After all, the quality of the ingredients and how they are prepared directly affect the quality of today's meal. "They've all arrived, Mr. Hu. I've arranged them properly according to their type and preservation requirements. Each ingredient has undergone rigorous inspection to ensure optimal freshness and quality." As Yang Lin spoke, his gaze swept past Hu Yuan's shoulder and looked towards the restaurant entrance. "Has Chef Su not arrived yet?" How did Chapter 459 come together? One sentence made Hong Yuqing pause, a look of doubt appearing on his face. "Master Su? No, when did Boss Su become Master Su? Boss Su seems to be younger than me, right?" When Yang Lin heard Hong Yuqing's question, he assumed that the other party was unaware that he was not the head chef today. So he patiently explained, "Yes, Mr. Hong is a Chinese cuisine master chef whom Brother Hu highly admires. Today I'm mainly responsible for helping to prepare the ingredients, and I'll also take this opportunity to learn from this experienced chef." Yang Lin's words completely exposed Hu Yuan's true colors. Hong Yuqing looked at Hu Yuan with a puzzled expression, still not understanding what was going on. Hu Yuan coughed, his face immediately turning a little embarrassed. He didn't really care what Hong Yuqing thought, since it wasn't a matter of principle. "Whatever you do, don't let Boss Su hear this title, Master Su. What if Boss Su feels that he's being called old and gets upset?" Just as Hu Yuan was racking his brains, trying to figure out how to change the subject of this somewhat awkward topic, suddenly, a quarrel broke out from the restaurant entrance. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards the doorway, wondering what had happened there. The three of them turned their heads almost simultaneously. At the restaurant entrance, there stood a person dressed in all sorts of colors. Two waiters nearby stretched out their arms, and the two sides appeared to be negotiating. "What kind of outfit is this?" Hu Yuan only glanced at it briefly, but his eyes widened and his face showed obvious shock. He instinctively took 2 steps forward, only to realize that it was a young girl. The reason for describing it as colorful is because this girl's hair is so unique, with several colors such as green, pink, purple, and blue interspersed. Her makeup was equally extravagant. Heavy smoky eyes and black lipstick created a striking visual impact. She was wearing a black vest covered in studs, ripped jeans, and black boots. In short, this outfit would definitely attract everyone's attention on the street, and it's no exaggeration to say that over 99% of people would turn their heads to look at you. The 2 successful businesspeople present both showed a hint of shock. Seeing this, Yang Lin frowned slightly, put on an apologetic expression, and said to Hu Yuan and Hong Yuqing, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hu. Mr. Hong, I'll go and handle this." As the restaurant's manager, maintaining the restaurant's order and image is also part of his responsibility. Yang Lin strode towards the door, and upon reaching it, asked, "What happened?" When the 2 waiters at the door saw Yang Lin arrive, they looked helpless. One of them quickly explained, "This lady insisted on entering the restaurant. We tried to stop her according to the rules, but she still refused to leave." Yang Lin nodded, gesturing for the waiter to step back. He stood in front of the girl, his gaze falling on her, and he was almost dazzled by her multicolored hair. He composed himself and said as politely as possible, "Hello, ma'am. Our restaurant has a strict dress code. Formal or business casual attire is required for entry. We are very sorry that your attire does not comply with our restaurant's regulations. It wasn't that Yang Lin was deliberately making things difficult for the other party. In fact, many high-end restaurants have strict requirements regarding customers' attire. This is not just a formality, but also a way to provide a suitable dining environment for other customers. I didn't necessarily want to go in. Someone invited me here. Besides, isn't a restaurant just a place for people to eat? Why do they care what other people wear? That's outrageous. The girl put her hands on her hips, her voice clearly showing dissatisfaction. Yang Lin looked at the extravagantly dressed young girl in front of him and felt a throbbing pain in his temples. He maintained his smile and patiently explained, "I'm sorry, ma'am. Our restaurant does have a clear dress code. Please understand." As he spoke, Yang Lin glanced at his watch subconsciously, and after a moment's thought, suggested, "The earliest appointment today is around 11:30 a.m., which is still some time away. Why don't you go change your clothes first?" "That's not right." The girl frowned and pulled her phone out of the pocket of her ripped jeans. The appointment was at 8:30 in the morning. I even arrived half an hour early. She kept muttering to herself, skillfully swiping the screen to open an app, and then said confidently, "Oh right, I'm looking for Boss Sue. I managed to snag a reservation." The phone screen displays the "Happiness arrives at home" order confirmation page. The appointment time is clearly marked on it, 8:30 a.m., which is easy to see at a glance. Yang Lin quickly glanced at his phone screen. This wasn't his restaurant's reservation system, and there was no one named Boss Sue on the restaurant's employee list. In fact, there wasn't even anyone with the surname Sue. At this moment, Hu Yuan and Hong Yuqing walked over. Upon hearing the words "Boss Sue," the two exchanged a glance. Hong Yuqing looked the girl up and down, noting her brightly colored hair, exaggerated makeup, and unique outfit. He hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Are you one of the carnivores in the fan group?" "Yes." The girl nodded vigorously. "I got up 2 hours early to style my hair. How is that not formal? Isn't this formal attire?" Hong Yuqing and Hu Yuan were both dumbfounded. They never imagined that the outspoken and straightforward carnivore in the fan club was actually such a young girl with avant-garde and bold style. Logically speaking, if there were such a uniquely dressed elderly diner, everyone should have some impression of him or her. But he had absolutely no memory of this girl. Where did this person come from? Didn't you explain the dress code to them? Hu Yuan lowered his voice and asked Hong Yuqing. "I can't remember." Hong Yuqing was somewhat annoyed, looking helpless. He had become accustomed to these kinds of occasions and had taken them for granted. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin, who was standing to the side, finally realized what was going on, and his expression instantly became very strange. His gaze darted back and forth between the girl and the two bosses. "This is a guest who's with you and brother who?" Hong Yuqing nodded stiffly, feeling his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Yang Lin was speechless for a moment. He was not very familiar with Hong Yuqing, but Hu Yuan was a big shot in the catering industry. He simply couldn't connect Hu Yuan with the colorful lady in front of him. They just didn't seem to match at all. They are people who could never be from the same circle. So how did they come together? Who exactly is Chapter 460? The girl seemed completely oblivious to Yang Lin, turning casually to Hong Yuqing and saying with a hint of reproach, "Brother, is this restaurant you found reliable?" As she spoke, she waved her phone and said decisively, "Fine. If you won't let me in, then I'll refund you the 5,000 yuan and start another car team in the fan group." "No way," Hong Yuqing blurted out. "Are you kidding me? How could he possibly give up the chance to eat Boss Sue's cooking?" "Mr. Hu." Hong Yuqing turned his gaze to Hu Yuan, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "This is your restaurant. What do you think?" After all, Hu Yuan is the real person in charge of this Wudong restaurant. Hu Yuan was only slightly startled when he first saw the girl's exaggerated appearance, but he has now come to his senses. He chuckled and joked, "What are you looking at? Of course we'll let them in. They hold our lives in their hands." As he spoke, Hu Yuan raised his arm and made a standard please gesture to the girl. "Madam, please come in." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately gave Hu Yuan a thumbs up, grinning and saying, "You must be Boss Hu, right? You're so straightforward." After saying that, she triumphantly tossed her colorful hair and strode into the restaurant. When the boss spoke, the two waiters exchanged a glance and silently stepped aside, no longer trying to stop him. As Yang Lin watched the girl walk into the restaurant, he felt dazzled by the rivets on her clothes, looking uncomfortable as if he had an obsessive-compulsive disorder attack. However, since it wasn't officially opening time yet, and they were the owner's guests, they didn't say anything more. The group arrived at the private room. As soon as the girl pushed open the door, her eyes widened involuntarily, filled with amazement. Inside the private room, a crystal chandelier hangs in the middle, and hand-painted silk landscape paintings adorn the walls. The tableware on the solid wood dining table is exquisite. Whether it is the silver forks and knives or the crystal wine glasses, you can tell at a glance that they are very valuable. She looked left and right, then muttered to herself, "Wow, this private room is so nicely decorated. It would be a shame not to take some selfies and post them on WeChat Moments to show off." After saying that, she took out her phone without hesitation and started taking selfies. Her oblivious behavior caused Hong Yuqing, Hu Yuan, Yang Lin, and others to exchange glances frequently. When the girl finally put down her phone with satisfaction, she looked around at the three people in the private room, each with a different expression. She smiled calmly, not at all embarrassed by her behavior just now, and said generously, "Don't laugh at me. It's my first time in such a high-class place. I have to leave a souvenir." She paused slightly, then said, "I probably won't have the chance to come here again. I can't afford to eat at this kind of restaurant." Upon hearing this, Hu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of emotion on his face. He said, "Why are you making fun of me? When I was your age, I would avoid restaurants like this. Back then, I was a porter at the seafood market. Every day from morning till night, I was covered in the fishy smell that I couldn't wash off. When I walked in, the waiters would glare at me, and I wished I could disappear into a crack in the ground. But who can predict the future? Maybe you'll make a fortune in a couple of months, and then this kind of restaurant will be a regular thing for you." The girl laughed heartily, her eyes narrowing into slits. She said with admiration, "Mr. Hu, you're so rich and so eloquent. You deserve to make the money. Your emotional intelligence is truly impressive." After saying that, she suddenly straightened her expression and became serious. "Well, speaking of which, we're all dining together today, but we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Fong Fong, Fong as in square and round, Fong as in fragrant. You can call me by my real name, Fong Fong, or Fong Fong." As soon as he finished speaking, the private room fell into a brief silence. Hong Yuqing, Hu Yuan, and Yang Lin looked at each other, all of them completely bewildered. No, are there any differences between these three names? Looking at the expressions of the three people, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile again, quite satisfied with the little effect she had created. Then, she picked up her phone and said, "Let me ask Boss Su where he is." After saying that, he lowered his head and began typing. Yang Lin had been holding back a lot of questions. Who exactly is this Boss Su? Judging from the conversation we just had, it seems that Mr. Hong and Mr. Hu are quite familiar with this name. He originally thought that this Boss Su was the Master Su that Hu Yuan had mentioned before. But thinking about it carefully, if it were that senior, there's no reason why this brightly dressed young girl would know him, and judging from their conversation, they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. Yang Lin finally found a chance to interject, and just as he opened his mouth, he said, "This Mr. Su is." Before she could finish speaking, Fong Fong's phone vibrated. She glanced down at the message, her eyes lighting up instantly. She jumped up and shouted, "Boss Su said he'll be here soon. Let's go greet him." After shouting, she rushed to the door of the private room and took the lead outside. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuqing and Hu Yuan immediately stood up as well, without the slightest hesitation. Yang Lin swallowed the question that was about to come out of his mouth. His eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. This Mr. Su has quite the airs. Brother Hu actually went to the door to greet him personally? Seeing that Hong Yuqing and the others were already walking quickly toward the restaurant's main entrance, Yang Lin realized that he couldn't be left behind, so he hurriedly followed. Through the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows, he saw a black Cullinan slowly drive into the parking area. The car body gleamed with a subtle metallic sheen in the morning light, and Yang Lin subconsciously held his breath. His gaze was fixed on that car. Could he be the big boss of some listed company? Yang Lin swallowed hard. There was really no other reasonable explanation for the person that Hu Yuan valued so much, except for those big bosses at the top of the business pyramid. Thinking of this, he hurriedly reached out and straightened his clothes. If it is indeed such a significant and important client, then I must provide the best possible service and cannot afford to be negligent in the slightest. Yang Lin's gaze followed the Cullinan as it slowly came to a stop. Finally, the car door slowly opened, and a young man stepped out of the car. Seeing this, Yang Lin subconsciously thought, this must be the boss's driver. However, the young man did not wait by the car door, but instead locked the car door and walked straight towards the restaurant. At the same time, Hong Yuqing, Hu Yuan, and Fong Fong all took the initiative to go forward. Good morning, Mr. Su. Fong Fong waved happily, shook her colorful hair vigorously, and greeted Su Chen excitedly. In contrast, Hong Yuqing and Hu Yuan appeared more reserved. Chapter 461 What kind of tree did the peanut grow on? Su Chen took half a step back. His gaze slowly moved down from Fong Fong's dazzling hair to her heavy, smoky makeup, and he hesitated for a moment before asking, Who are you? Oh, I'm the one who made the reservation. My name on the app is Carnivore. Fong Fong introduced herself very quickly, as if afraid that Su Chen might not hear her clearly. After saying that, he quickly added, Boss Su, you should recognize me. Upon hearing this, Su Chen almost lost his composure, and it took him a great deal of effort to maintain his composure. With that hairstyle and outfit, anyone who's seen it once will probably never forget it for the rest of their life, right? Su Chen turned his head and glanced at the trio in front of him. Hong Yuqing in a suit and tie, Hu Yuan in a tang suit and cloth shoes, and then there's Fong Fong with her peculiar attire. As the three of them stood together, Su Chen couldn't help but think to himself, You guys all have such different styles. Yang Lin hurriedly followed from the side, giving Su Chen a subtle look, feeling extremely puzzled. His mind raced, his gaze sweeping over Su Chen, trying to find some clues to confirm his suspicions about Su Chen's identity. The young man in front of me looked to be no more than 20 years old, and he didn't have the aura that a CEO of a listed company naturally possesses. But Hong Yuqing and Hu Yuan treated him with incredible enthusiasm, which really puzzled Yang Lin. Could he be an heir to a wealthy family, deliberately keeping a low profile? Yang Lin kept guessing in his mind, trying to assign various identities to Su Chen. Otherwise, he really couldn't find a reasonable explanation for their enthusiastic attitude. Hu Yuan glanced at Yang Lin without making a sound. Although Yang Lin still had a smile on his face, the bewilderment in his eyes was impossible to hide. He chuckled inwardly, knowing that Yang Lin must be filled with questions at that moment. Now that Boss Su had arrived, Hu Yuan felt there was no need to keep him in suspense any longer, so he said directly, Yang Lin, this is Chef Su, whom I told you about yesterday. He will be in charge of cooking today's meal. Yang Lin's eyes widened little by little upon hearing this. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief. His face was too young. He didn't look like the kind of chef that Hu Yuan valued so much. He then turned his gaze to Hu Yuan, trying to find any sign of joking on the other's face. However, what came into view was Hu Yuan's extremely serious expression, without the slightest hint of jest or teasing. Brother Hu, you're joking, right? Yang Lin asked another question subconsciously. Of course not. Hu Yuan remained calm and spoke in a steady tone. Yang Lin felt a buzz in his ears, and his breathing became heavier. He looked at Su Chen again, his emotions running high, and said in a questioning tone, enunciating each word clearly, Is this the Master Su you were talking about? Yang Lin emphasized the word old, and his gaze swept back and forth between Su Chen's youthful face and Hu Yuan's. Hu Yuan could no longer remain calm and hurriedly denied it, saying, I never said Master Su. Think about it carefully. Haven't I always been referring to Master Su? Yang Lin stood there, stunned, recalling what Hu Yuan had said before. He remembered that Hu Yuan had used the title Master Su the whole time, and had not mentioned the word old at all. It seems that I was just wishfully thinking that he was some highly skilled master craftsman. You really are. Just as Yang Lin was about to open his mouth to admit his misunderstanding, he suddenly realized what he had said. No, is that the point? The key issue isn't whether the other person is a veteran or not, and what does age matter? What truly troubled him was that Hu Yuan preferred to trust this young man's skills rather than give him enough trust, despite being a professional chef with a Le Cordon Bleu degree. This feeling of being ignored and questioned pierced Yang Lin's heart, making him feel suffocated. Since the restaurant opened, Yang Lin has devoted himself to his work every day, working up to 14 hours a day with almost no rest. He personally oversees every aspect of each dish, from ingredient selection and cooking to serving, striving for perfection. He vividly remembers the satisfied smile on Hu Yuan's face when he first tasted the new dish he developed, and the scene of guests praising the dishes at Wudong restaurant. However, at this moment, these memories seem to be shrouded in a layer of gloom. In fact, Yang Lin has always been very grateful to Hu Yuan from the bottom of his heart. In today's fiercely competitive and cutthroat restaurant industry, gaining a foothold is no easy feat. From the initial signing of the contract to the restaurant's gradual preparation for opening, Hu Yuan has always provided him with tremendous support. From venue setup and ingredient procurement to staff recruitment, they granted almost all of his restaurant ideas and did their best to turn them into reality. It can be said that without Hu Yuan's support, there would be no Wudong restaurant today. Even so, Yang Lin could not suppress his disappointment and grievances. He simply could not accept that Hu Yuan showed a higher level of trust in someone with less experience than himself. Suddenly, a line from a palace drama his wife had been watching at home a couple of days ago flashed through Yang Lin's mind. In the end, it was all in vain. Seeing Yang Lin suddenly lose his composure, a melancholy and sorrowful expression appeared on the face of this grown man. Xiaoyang, Hu Yuan tried to reassure him. Don't overthink it. Boss Su's skills are indeed impeccable. I'm not lying to you. Boss Su did indeed turn down many offers from elite individuals. Hu Yuan continued to explain, hoping that these facts would make Yang Lin understand that Su Chun was no ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's lips twitched involuntarily, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside him. He really wanted to say him? So young. Even if you've been holding a spatula since birth, how much skill could you possibly have? That's absolutely absurd. Yes, Mr. Hu is absolutely right. I can vouch for that. Hong Yuqing, who had been standing to the side, chimed in at the opportune moment, his face serious. I also suggested investing several million in Boss Su, so that he could open his own shop, but he refused as well. Fong Fong looked left and right. Although she didn't know what had happened, she felt that she should say something when she heard Hong Yuqing and Hu Yuan praising Boss Su so much. She suddenly put her hands on her hips and shouted, Boss Su is awesome. Boss Su is the best. After shouting, she asked in confusion, Are there any new rules in the fan club that I don't know about? Do we have to praise Boss Su before eating? Su Chen stood there blankly the whole time. What kind of tree did this peanut grow on? Is chapter 462 very powerful? Yang Lin's emotions were immediately thrown off balance by Fong Fong's two sudden shouts. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving noticeably, forcing himself to calm down, but his gaze towards Su Chun remained full of suspicion. Regardless, he still couldn't believe that someone so young possessed culinary skills at a master level. Since Mr. Su is so capable, he paused for a moment, then said, Brother Hu, would you mind if we added a couple more bowls and chopsticks? I'd also like to try Mr. Su's cooking. After a brief period of despondency, Yang Lin felt as if something was burning his stomach. He suddenly remembered standing at the entrance of Le Cordon Bleu, vowing to become the best graduate and master all the culinary knowledge inside. That long-lost fighting spirit made him unconsciously straighten his back. Perfect, he added, his voice more composed than before. I recently developed a recipe that combines Chinese and French elements, and I would like to invite Brother Hu and everyone else to taste it together. He spoke casually, but each word was pronounced clearly, with a distinct sense of competition. Wow, this is awesome. Bibo is so cool. Fong Fong suddenly shouted, her eyes shining. He looked back and forth between Yang Lin and Su Chun, his face full of excitement, as if he didn't mind watching the drama unfold. Seeing the confused looks on Hong Yuqing and Hu Yuan's faces, she pouted and said, Don't you guys watch anime? Hu Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Yang Lin would want to compete with Boss Su in order to prove himself. Although he knew the outcome of the competition, Yang Lin had no hope of winning. But I can't just say that directly. That would be too hurtful. Hu Yuan actually understands Yang Lin very well. A top student, even if he's a chef, is still a top student. In a foreign land, he conquered those discerning gourmets with his culinary skills and won all kinds of praise. This sounds like a wish fulfillment story, but the hardships involved, such as the stove fire and smoke in the kitchen at dawn, are things that outsiders cannot know. Such a person is destined to be proud and unwilling to admit defeat. They would be even less willing to admit that they are inferior to someone who is obviously younger than them. Hu Yuan was certainly willing to give such an opportunity. Mr. Su, what do you think? This long-lost competitive atmosphere reminded him of the passion he felt when he first opened a restaurant. Su Chen frowned, still completely confused. Although I don't understand the specific details, someone suddenly appears, seemingly wanting to challenge me to a cooking contest. To be honest, he was a little speechless. Is he the kind of person who seems to have a lot of free time? It's nothing special. I'm just here to cook for you. Su Chen emphasized again, then naturally said, "Where's the kitchen? Let's get started and not waste any time." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin felt slighted and a flash of anger crossed his face. He looked at Su Chen and said, "You may not know, but I received the Blue Ribbon Grand Diploma, which is the highest honor comprehensive diploma from Blue Ribbon. What does a diploma, whether big or small, have to do with me?" Su Chen had no idea about the honor system of these culinary schools and just found the person in front of him inexplicable. Fong Fong, however, curiously leaned closer and asked, "What's a big diploma? Is it bigger than a regular diploma? Is Le Cordon Bleu really that good? I remember we also have Lanxiang Culinary School in China, right? Is it the same thing?" Yang Lin's face turned green upon hearing this. Hong Yuqing, standing next to him, looked both amused and exasperated, explaining, "Le Cordon Bleu is the world's largest and most prestigious training school for Western cuisine and pastry. It has a history of over 100 years. The senior diploma is equivalent to their highest degree." Fong Fong responded with an "oh," her expression remaining clear. Hu Yuan burst out laughing at Fong Fong's joke. As a boss who had been in the catering industry for many years, he was very familiar with these professional certification systems. He explained, "A grand diploma, in French, signifies that the student has reached an extremely high level of professionalism in multiple fields, including culinary arts. It is one of the most prestigious certifications in the global catering industry. It is usually awarded to students who have excelled in multiple majors and have a comprehensive grasp of the French Le Cordon Bleu culinary techniques and knowledge system. In France, it is equivalent to a master's degree." He turned to look at Yang Lin. Back then, Yang was the only Asian student among his cohort of graduates at Le Cordon Bleu to obtain a master's degree. As Hu Yuan explained, Yang Lin's expression improved considerably, and he slightly raised his chin. Fong Fong understood the last sentence. She looked at Yang Lin and said, "I didn't expect you to have a master's degree." Yang Lin's expression froze on his face. He wanted to shout, "What do you mean? I didn't expect this." To be honest, Su Chen had also been given a brief explanation, but he didn't know much about French cuisine. After hearing this introduction, although he had a basic understanding of Le Cordon Bleu's grading system, it did not affect his decision. Of course, as I said before, no matter how much glory Yang Lin has, it has nothing to do with him. He's just here to cook. He glanced at his phone and asked directly, "Which direction is the kitchen in? What dishes do you want to make? I have a lunch reservation." Yang Lin finally couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and said, "Mr. Su, I hope you can take this matter seriously. The orders I received were for in-home cooking." Su Chen interrupted him. "As for what dishes you want to make, you can do whatever you want after I finish this order. It's none of my business." All right, Mr. Su, the kitchen is over here. All the ingredients are ready. Feel free to use your creativity." Hu Yuan quickly smoothed things over, beckoning the foreman who was waiting nearby. "Take Chef Su to the kitchen." Su Chen followed the foreman into the kitchen. Yang Lin stared at it for several seconds, then slowly exhaled and said, "Anyway, I will definitely present a dish that the guests will find impeccable." Hong Yuqing had a regretful expression on his face. It was rare for someone to dare to challenge Boss Su's cooking skills, and he was actually quite eager to see the excitement. He also didn't think Yang Lin had any chance of winning, but he felt that perhaps Boss Su, under pressure from the challenge, might perform exceptionally well. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Unfortunately, Boss Su didn't care at all. Hong Yuqing noticed that from beginning to end, Su Qin's attitude towards Yang Lin's challenge was not one of feigned aloofness, but rather one of genuine indifference. It's like an adult seeing a child holding a wooden sword and saying they want a duel. They can't even muster the interest to go through with it. In the kitchen, Su Chen was taking inventory of the ingredients. Putting everything else aside, the quality of these ingredients is top-notch, almost on par with the quality of the system's ingredients. After checking each dish, he turned to Hong Yuqing, who had followed him in, and asked, "Is 6 dishes enough for 4 people?" Upon hearing this, Hong Yuqing looked up and said, "Isn't that enough?" Su Chen responded, picked a suitable kitchen knife from the knife rack, and turned on the tap to rinse it. Chapter 463 emphasizes spontaneity. Su Chen quickly devised the recipe. Since it's a free-for-all, let's make Kung Pao Wagyu beef cubes, braised sea cucumber with scallions, crab roe lion's head meatballs, shrimp balls with olives, braised grouper, and crab roe tofu casserole. If there are no dietary restrictions, I'll begin. After Hong Yuqing and the others said they had no dietary restrictions, the 6 dishes were finalized. The next second, text began to appear before Su Chen's eyes, and the recipes for the 6 dishes were unlocked one by one. He silently absorbed the vast amount of recipe experience that surfaced in his mind, his movements without the slightest pause, and began preparing the ingredients. In the kitchen, Hong Yuqing and the others showed no sign of leaving, clearly intending to watch Su Chen cook. Yang Lin had also changed into his chef's uniform and stood in his own kitchen territory, glaring at Su Chen. He wanted to see why this young man was so highly regarded by Hu Yuan. How could someone whose skills, honed over many years, be inferior to their opponents? Su Chen paid no attention to the onlookers, including Hong Yuqing and others, and ignored Yang Lin's gaze. Being watched while he cooks is a common occurrence for him. Perhaps due to time constraints, some of the ingredients that needed to be soaked and processed in advance were already processed when Hu Yuan had them delivered. This saved Su Chen a lot of trouble. He prioritized preparing the ingredients for the first 3 dishes, and then the rest could be served as Hong Yuqing and the others ate. On the cutting board, a whole piece of Wagyu beef has extremely beautiful and evenly distributed marbling. Su Chen held the kitchen knife and made a light cut, slicing off a piece, which was then cut into evenly sized dice. Then, he took out a small bowl and prepared a sauce with dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, sugar, and balsamic vinegar, and set it aside for later use. Kung Pao dishes are incomplete without fried peanuts. He poured half a pot of oil into the pan, turned on low heat, and slowly heated it. The oil temperature should not be too high. It should be warm oil at about 30 to 40% of its maximum temperature for frying. As the oil temperature rises, the peanuts make a soft sizzling sound in the oil pan. For kitchen novices, it's best to check on the peanuts from time to time during this step to effectively prevent them from burning. But for Su Chen, there was no need for that at all. He gently stirred the peanuts in the pot, and with his vast experience, he could easily deduce the state of the peanuts from their condition. Chinese cuisine emphasizes the control of heat. If you fry it too early, it won't be crispy. If you fry it too long, it will taste bitter. You have to get the heat just right. When it was almost done, he quickly scooped the peanuts out and set them aside to drain the oil. At this point, the peanuts were still not crispy and needed the residual heat to finish cooking. This is where experience is extremely important. Su Chen poured oil back into the pan and heated it up. He then added the beef cubes and stir-fried them. The meat quickly turned a deep brown color in the pan and was removed from the heat after about a minute. Leave some oil in the pan, add dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns and stir-fry until fragrant. Then add chopped green onions and sliced garlic, followed by beef cubes. Pour in the prepared sauce, and finally sprinkle with fried peanuts. The Kung Pao beef cubes are now ready. The entire cooking process was actually very quick. Fong Fong stood at the kitchen door and felt that Su Chen had only briefly dipped the beef in the pot before serving it. Is the beef cooked? It looks like a burn, right? Fong Fong asked in confusion. To maintain the tenderest texture, Wagyu beef must never be cooked well done. Yang Lin, who is also skilled in beef cooking, explained. "Oh, you know quite a lot," Fong Fong casually complimented. Yang Lin's face darkened again, and he glanced at Fong Fong wearily. "That's such a compliment, it's like an insult." He's already considering whether the restaurant should add a rule to its dress code that people with too many hair colors are also not allowed to enter. The kitchen of Wudong Restaurant is equipped with a first-class ventilation system. After all, as a high-end restaurant, it can never be like a roadside stall or open-air food stall, constantly filled with strong and pungent smoky smells. Even when the chefs are cooking at the stove, the most intense aroma will only drift to the kitchen doorway with the airflow for a brief moment. In the blink of an eye, these odors will be quickly eliminated, and the entire kitchen will always maintain a relatively fresh air environment. This excellent ventilation effect, however, suddenly made Hong Yuqing feel a little regretful. The food made by Su Chun is very appealing. Without it, one would feel empty inside. Hu Yuan noticed Hong Yuqing's expression and pointed to the private room at the end of the corridor. "The kitchen is smoky. Shall we wait in the private room? The waiter will serve the dishes according to the procedure. Can we eat here? I think this counter is quite spacious." As Fong Fong spoke, she involuntarily swallowed, her eyes revealing her eagerness. She mainly watched videos of people eating French food online before. In those videos, not only was the food served at an unbearably slow pace, but the use of knives and forks during the meal also made her feel particularly uncomfortable. While taking a selfie in the private room, she noticed that the table was set with knives and forks, and there wasn't even a pair of chopsticks. Knives and forks are nowhere near as convenient as chopsticks. They're awkward and uncomfortable to use. It's better to just eat in the kitchen and not worry about those tedious and boring rules. The point is to be carefree and happy, and do whatever makes you comfortable. Behind everyone, the foreman heard Fong Fong's words and couldn't help but mutter to himself. There's no reason to come to a high-end restaurant and eat standing in the kitchen. Whether it's Boss Hu or Boss Hong, they are both prominent and wealthy individuals who frequent high-end venues and pay attention to etiquette and image. How could they let a young woman with so many different hair colors act up like this? Thinking of this, the manager smiled slightly, revealing a professional and polite smile, and was about to invite everyone to the private room for a meal. At this moment, Hong Yuqing suddenly said, "I think it's fine to eat in the kitchen. We're all family here, so let's not worry about so many rules and ambience." He actually felt that Fong Fong's suggestion coincided with his own deep-seated thoughts. Eating at Boss Su's restaurant, I feel that the simpler the environment, the better it brings out the pure charm of the food itself. The fact that I couldn't smell the stir-fried dishes already made me feel like something was missing, and when I went back to the private room to eat, that feeling of incompleteness seemed to become even stronger. Hu Yuan hesitated for a moment, quickly weighing various factors in his mind. Considering the unusual atmosphere today, he finally nodded and said, "Okay." The foreman behind him felt a sudden jolt of fear upon hearing this. He is also a seasoned industry professional who has worked as a waiter and supervisor in several high-end restaurants. In all his years in the industry, he had never encountered such a situation, nor had any person or senior chef ever told him how to serve customers who chose to eat in the kitchen. Chapter 464, How does it taste? No, why would you choose to eat in the kitchen instead of going to a nice private room? What's the point of putting so much effort into decorating the private room this morning? The foreman felt a sense of resentment, as if he had spent the whole night painstakingly writing a proposal, only to have it rejected by his boss. Yang Lin was also a little confused at this point. But more than where to eat, he cared about the taste of the dishes Su Chun made. After all, the quality of the dishes is the key to today's competition. However, since Brother Hu and Boss Hong had already said so, Yang Lin did not express any opinion. At this moment, he was too preoccupied to devote any more attention to anything else. Meanwhile, Su Chun began preparing the second dish, braised sea cucumber with scallions. He placed the soaked ginseng next to the stove for later use. After soaking, the sea cucumber from the Kanto region is plump, elastic, and has a faint fishy smell. Although the foreman was conflicted, his years of professional training allowed him to quickly adjust his mindset. He was dressed in a suit and took the freshly made Kung Pao beef cubes from the side. He held the plate steadily with one hand, his upper arm and forearm forming a precise 90-degree right angle, while his other hand rested naturally behind his back. Even when eating in an environment like the kitchen, he always makes sure to demonstrate his professional service attitude. This was the foreman's last act of restraint, a silent protest against his superiors. However, no one paid much attention to the foreman's complicated inner thoughts. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on the plate of Kung Pao beef cubes in front of them. The Kung Pao Wagyu beef cubes in front of me are bright red, with crunchy peanuts scattered among them. The Wagyu beef cubes are evenly coated with a rich and mellow sauce, glistening with an alluring sheen. Just looking at the presentation of this dish is enough to whet your appetite. Let's get started. Fong Fong could no longer contain her excitement. As she spoke, she eagerly picked up the serving spoon, scooped a spoonful, and put it into the plate in front of her. She eagerly picked up a piece of Wagyu beef with her chopsticks. The moment the Wagyu beef touches your tongue, you can clearly feel the slightly sticky sauce on the surface of the beef. She took a gentle bite, and with almost no force, the Wagyu beef cube was easily cut open. The tender meat is as delicate and smooth as tofu, yet it has just the right amount of elasticity that bounces between your teeth. Immediately afterwards, the abundant meat juices burst open in her mouth, and the rich and mellow meaty aroma mixed with the unique sweet, sour, and slightly spicy sauce instantly filled her entire taste buds. The aroma of fresh beef fills the air, and the perfectly fried peanuts add a completely different texture. The crunchy peanuts and tender beef intertwine to create a wonderful and harmonious combination. Fong Fong's eyes lit up instantly, filled with surprise and delight. She was completely captivated by the taste. "It's so delicious." Fong Fong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, her admiration undisguised. On the other side, Yang Lin quietly looked at the plate of Kung Pao beef cubes in front of him. Judging from its appearance, this dish is truly flawless. Recently, he has been studying Chinese cuisine in depth and has gained a thorough understanding of the standards and techniques of various dishes. Take Kung Pao dishes as an example. They have a very high standard in terms of appearance, and they need to be presented as sparkling oil without any sauce. This means that the broth should coat the ingredients evenly, so that the ingredients do not appear dry and lose their proper moisture. There should also be no oily residue, as this would ruin the dish's refreshing taste. To achieve this effect, many chefs commonly use cornstarch to thicken the sauce. This is actually a lazy approach. A truly experienced chef, relying on their understanding of ingredients and years of accumulated skills, will precisely control the ratio of ingredients to sauce, and then quickly reduce the moisture over high heat, concentrating the sauce to just the right consistency. This process demands an extremely high level of skill from the chef in controlling the heat and mastering the technique. Yang Lin had just noticed that Su Chun did not use the thickening technique when making this dish, a point that he wholeheartedly agreed with. Then, he picked up a spoon and scooped a few pieces of beef and peanuts onto his plate. He gently picked up a piece of Wagyu beef with his fork, applied a little pressure, and could clearly see the juices slowly seeping out. Next, he put the Wagyu beef in his mouth, closed his eyes slightly, and focused intently on using the tip of his tongue to feel the delicate texture of the beef. As a chef who is also skilled in beef dishes, Yang Lin can clearly capture every detail of the dish as soon as he takes a bite, thanks to his rich experience. First and foremost, the control of the heat is absolutely superb. The outer layer of the Wagyu beef cubes is slightly browned, and the perfect caramelized aroma not only adds a unique flavor to the dish, but more importantly, it successfully locks in the juices inside. When your teeth cut into it, the meat inside still retains its excellent tenderness, melting slowly in your mouth like snowflakes, creating an intoxicating taste experience. However, within this exquisite tenderness, there is also a clearly discernible texture of meat fibers, making every bite full of real texture. This contradictory yet harmonious taste is truly amazing. Tasting the sauce again, the proportion of vinegar is slightly higher, highlighting the sweet and sour layers while cleverly balancing the fat naturally present in the Wagyu beef. This adds a refreshing sourness to the rich meaty aroma of the dish, neutralizing the greasiness and making the taste more complex and layered. The dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns are just right. The spicy aroma they bring neither overpowers nor masks the rich flavor of the Wagyu beef itself, but rather adds to the overall flavor of the dish, making the taste more complex and full-bodied. The peanuts have no burnt taste from overcooking and exude a rich and pure nutty aroma, bringing out the full potential of the peanut's natural fragrance. Paired with tender beef, different aromas intertwine and collide on the tongue, complex and distinct, yet perfectly harmonious. Yang Lin felt his hands, which were holding the knife and fork, tremble slightly. This was not only because of the strong impact of the dish's deliciousness, but also because of the deep awe he felt towards Su Chen's culinary skills. Although I really didn't want to admit it, this young boss, Mr. Su, did indeed demonstrate a level of skill worthy of a master chef when it came to the Kung Pao Wagyu beef cubes dish. Every detail was handled almost perfectly, with virtually no flaws. Xiaoyang, how does it taste? Hu Yuan waited until Yang Lin swallowed the food in his mouth before asking the question. Yang Lin was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Impeccable. I am completely convinced by Mr. Su's dish." Hearing this, Fang Fang couldn't stop smiling. Hearing Yang Lin admit that Su Chen was amazing made her even happier than if she had been praised herself. She said with feigned seriousness, "Boss Su is really amazing. You have to admit it." Chapter 465, Still Not Resentful. Yang Lin did not respond to Fang Fang. Hu Yuan, however, keenly sensed the other meaning in Yang Lin's words. He noticed that Yang Lin was referring to this dish rather than expressing approval of Su Chen as a whole. "I'm still not satisfied." Hu Yuan saw through Yang Lin's emotions, but he wasn't in a hurry to say anything. After all, there are still 5 dishes to be served, and there will be plenty of opportunities for Yang Lin to further appreciate Boss Su's skills. In Hu Yuan's mind, if he could take advantage of this rare opportunity, he could guide Yang Lin to embark on an innovative path of Sino-French integration. This Wudong restaurant can truly become a landmark restaurant of great importance in the catering industry. It becomes a powerful trump card in one's hand, allowing one to stand out in fierce market competition and move towards a more brilliant future. Next to the stove in the kitchen, Su Chen rendered some lard. Then I took the chopped scallions and put them into the lard, turning the heat to low and frying them slowly. The scallion segments gradually turned a light golden yellow, and a rich aroma of scallions began to waft through the air. Then, Su Chen turned the heat up to medium-high. Before long, the scallion segments turned golden and crispy, and the aroma of the scallions was fully infused into the oil. Sea cucumbers, as a type of food, have a relatively mild flavor. They are like a blank canvas waiting to be painted on. Basically, whatever flavor you give them, they will taste the same. As the name suggests, the most important source of flavor for this dish, braised sea cucumber with scallions, is the taste of scallions. It is no exaggeration to say that the quality of the scallion oil directly determines the taste of the entire braised sea cucumber with scallions. Su Chen focused intently on controlling the heat and closely monitored the changes in the pot. When the scallion oil reached his desired consistency, he quickly used a slotted spoon to carefully scoop out the fried scallions and set them aside for later use. Next, Su Chen took out a clean cloth, gently wrapped the soaked sea cucumber in it, and put it into the prepared casserole. Add the scraps from the fried scallion and pepper oil to the casserole dish as well. He carefully cut half a chicken, a suitable amount of pork, and a duck leg into evenly sized pieces. In a separate pot, pour in the previously prepared scallion oil. Once the oil is slightly hot, add a small amount of scallions and ginger and sauté until fragrant. Quickly pour the chopped chicken, pork, and duck leg pieces into the pot and stir-fry continuously. Next, Su Chen added an appropriate amount of Shaoxing wine to remove the fishy smell and enhance the aroma of the ingredients. Then added enough water and brought it to a boil over high heat. He carefully skimmed off the foam with a spoon to ensure the broth was clear and pure. Then, he carefully poured the broth and meat into a clay pot, turned the heat down to low, and let the clay pot simmer slowly. This process takes about 15 minutes. While the sea cucumber was simmering slowly in the casserole, Su Chen began to prepare the next dish, crab meat lion's head meatballs. First, place a live Alaskan king crab on the work table, skillfully pick up the tools, carefully crack the king crab's shell, and extract the tender crab meat. As for the crab roe, it is provided by plump hairy crabs. After processing the crab meat and roe, Su Chun cut a piece of pork belly with a perfect ratio of fat to lean into thin slices of even thickness. The thin slices are then cut into uniformly sized cubes, and the entire process is done by hand with a knife, just to preserve the original texture of the meat cubes. Wash and peel the water chestnuts, then cut them into small pieces and mix them with the diced pork. With everything ready, Su Chun melted an appropriate amount of rendered pork fat in a pot. Once the oil was warm, he poured the crab roe into the pan and turned the heat to low, stirring constantly. As the crab roe is heated, it gradually becomes shiny and enticing under the nourishment of the oil, releasing an even richer aroma. When the crab roe reaches the desired consistency, add the previously removed crab meat and continue stir-frying. Drizzle in a little cooking wine to remove any fishy smell and enhance the aroma, making the flavors of the crab meat and roe even richer and purer. Before long, the stir-fried crab meat was ready, and Su Chun set it aside. Next, put the diced pork, diced water chestnuts, and most of the crab meat into a clean bowl. Su Chun added the scallion and ginger water in batches, stirring constantly in the same direction. Next, add appropriate amounts of cooking wine, salt, sugar, white pepper powder, and starch, stirring continuously in one direction until the filling becomes thick and elastic. Finally, take an appropriate amount of filling in your hand, gently knead it, and roll it into smooth, oval balls. These shaped lion heads are uniform in size, round and full, and neatly arranged on a plate. Su Chun poured an appropriate amount of cooking oil into the pot. As the stove continues to burn heat, the oil in the pan gradually heats up. When the oil temperature slowly rose to 50% of its maximum heat, Su Chun stretched out the back of his hand and brought it close to the top of the oil pan. Based on his experience, after confirming that the oil temperature was just right, he reached out and picked up the prepared lion's head meatballs, placing them one by one into the pot. In an instant, the lion's head meatballs came into close contact with the hot oil, making a sizzling sound. Su Chun carefully turned the lion's head meatballs in the pot to ensure they were heated evenly in the hot oil. Each lion's head meatball was fried until it turned an even golden brown. The unique aroma of the oil intertwines with the rich and savory flavor of the crab roe. After finishing frying the lion's head meatballs, Su Chun did not pause at all. He turned around and took out a casserole dish that had been prepared in advance from the side of the stove, and neatly arranged the fried lion's head meatballs at the bottom of the casserole dish. Then, he picked up the soup pot containing pre-cooked hot chicken soup and slowly poured it into the clay pot. The soup was just enough to cover 2/3 of the lion's head meatballs. Next, Su Chun scooped out an appropriate amount of crab roe and evenly dotted it on top of each lion's head. After doing all this, Su Chun put the lid on the pot and turned the stove to high heat to make the soup in the pot boil quickly. Once the soup was boiling, he immediately turned the heat down to the lowest setting. Meanwhile, the sea cucumber in the casserole has been simmered until done. Su Chun put on heat-resistant gloves and reached into the casserole to take out the sea cucumber wrapped in a cloth. After removing the cage cloth, the sea cucumber revealed a plump and translucent texture. Su Chun poured the scallion juice collected during the steaming of the sea cucumber into a clean wok, and then put the sea cucumber into the wok. Then pick up the small half bowl of cornstarch slurry that was prepared on the side, slowly pour it into the pot, and stir it slowly and evenly in the same direction. With a gentle stir of the wooden spoon, the broth in the pot became thick and clear. Slowly pour the freshly fried scallion oil along the edge of the pan. In an instant, a rich aroma burst forth. Finally, Su Chun carefully arranged the previously steamed scallion segments on a plate and drizzled another layer of scallion oil on top to enhance the aroma. The head waiter immediately stepped forward, picked up the braised sea cucumber with scallions on a white porcelain plate, and carried it to the waiting crowd. Without pausing for a moment, Su Chun immediately began the final finishing touches on the crab meat lion's head meatballs. The process is similar to that of braised sea cucumber with scallions, and it also requires thickening with cornstarch. Su Chun gently lifted the lid of the casserole to check the heat and the stewing status of the lion's head meatballs. Chapter 466, So delicious you'll have no friends left. After simmering over low heat for a period of time, the lion's head meatballs have fully absorbed the umami of the chicken broth and the rich aroma of the crab roe. After confirming that everything was correct, Su Chun turned the stove to high heat and began the process of reducing the sauce. He picked up a small bowl of cornstarch slurry and then slowly poured the slurry into the pot in 3 batches, gently stirring it with a long spoon after each pour. With his skillful handling, the broth in the pot gradually became thick and just right, reaching a perfect consistency where it wouldn't drip off the spoon. Meanwhile, the blanched greens are neatly arranged on the bottom of a preheated white porcelain plate. Place the stewed lion's head meatballs and the thick, delicious broth into a clay pot, and then add a few drops of rendered pork fat. The glistening rendered pork fat slowly spread across the surface of the broth, adding a sheen to the dish and making the crab meat lion's head meatballs look even more tempting. This complex process of making crab meat lion's head meatballs has finally been completed. The head waiter stepped forward again and carefully placed it on the table. Yang Lin's gaze was fixed on the 2 dishes that had just been served, his eyes scrutinizing them. The ginseng from northeast China was carefully cut into even segments by Su Chun and neatly arranged on a plate, displaying a symmetrical aesthetic. Fried scallion segments are arranged around the sea cucumber, the golden scallions contrasting beautifully with the bright red sea cucumber. The thick broth is poured evenly over the sea cucumber and scallion segments. The broth flows naturally, forming a thin layer at the bottom of the plate, as clear as amber. For the average diner, it might simply be that the dish is beautiful and pleasing to the eye. But in the eyes of Yang Lin, a professional chef, the techniques involved are simply natural and effortless. He recalled the final steps of Su Chun's preparation of braised sea cucumber with scallions. The step of reducing the sauce and thickening it may seem simple, but it actually requires precise control of the heat and the amount of cornstarch. At the beginning, the broth should be brought to a boil over high heat to allow the flavors of the various ingredients to fully blend and bring out the richest aroma. Then, quickly turn to medium heat and add cornstarch slurry in small amounts several times to thicken the sauce. Each addition should be just right, so that the sauce gradually thickens until it can evenly coat the sea cucumber and scallions. This requires not only a thorough understanding of the changes in heat, but also keen observation and rich experience to accurately judge the thickness of the broth. Finally, drizzle with scallion oil and simmer over medium heat until the sauce thickens and reduces, allowing the aroma of the scallion oil to blend perfectly with the broth, resulting in a more glossy reddish-brown color and a rich, thick sauce. The entire process requires multiple adjustments to the heat and precise adjustments to the amount of cornstarch slurry based on the real-time condition of the soup. Yang Lin noticed that Su Chun did not hesitate or think at all during the entire operation, but instead gave people a very casual feeling. That kind of confident and effortless style is not a deliberate pretense, but the true demeanor of a master. Shifting his gaze slightly, Yang Lin was also drawn to the crab meat lion's head meatballs in the casserole next to him. These crab meat lion's head meatballs are round and plump, and their uniform size is as if they came from a mold, giving people a sense of grandeur and solidity. The fried lion's head meatballs have an enticing golden yellow surface. After being stewed, the lion's head meatballs fully absorb the delicious broth from the crab meat and chicken soup, becoming even more reddish and glossy, and are garnished with a few tender green scallions. The lion's head meatballs are placed in the center of the casserole, surrounded by clear broth, making it look exquisite and ceremonial. At this moment, the aroma of crab roe mixed with meat juice rises gently with the steam. The aroma is rich and mellow, with the freshness of crab roe and the richness of meat juice, making one's mouth water and eager to take a bite. Dishes like sea cucumber and crab meat lion's head meatballs are the kind of dishes that are not easy to pick up with chopsticks. The supervisor offered, "Everyone, let me help you distribute the food." After receiving a nod of approval, the head waiter, holding a serving spoon, evenly distributed the sea cucumber into 4 delicate bone china plates. Soon, each person's plate had some sea cucumber and scallion segments. Fong Fong was already irresistibly drawn in by the aroma of the food, and before the head waiter had finished serving the food, she grabbed a spoon. His face was full of anticipation, and his eyes were fixed on the food on his plate. The sea cucumber, soaked in a glistening, dark brown sauce, looks incredibly appetizing. Fong Fong gently pressed the ginseng skin with the back of a spoon and could clearly feel the elasticity from the gelatinous layer. The cut surface looked soft and glossy, with clear juice seeping out. Accompanied by the heat, a complex aroma rose gently. The aroma is a blend of the caramelized scent of fried shallots and the rich, creamy flavor of broth. Fong Fong couldn't resist any longer and eagerly put the sea cucumber into her mouth, taking a small bite. The first thing your teeth feel is the toughness of the outer layer of gel, just the right amount of force, requiring a little effort to bite through. After biting through the gelatinous layer, the inside of the ginseng was softer than she had imagined. The moment you bite down, the broth bursts out and instantly fills your entire mouth. The first aroma that wafts onto the tongue is that of scallion oil. This scallion oil, after being simmered for a long time, has long since lost the spiciness of raw scallions, leaving only a mellow, sweet fragrance. Next, the savory flavor of the complex broth arrives, and the ginseng meat is soft and tender, easily chewable between the teeth, allowing you to feel the texture of the ginseng meat with each chew. Moreover, the more you chew, the more you can taste the natural sweetness of the ginseng, making it stand out amidst the rich flavor. At the same time, the aroma of scallions became more pronounced, blending perfectly with the flavors of the broth and ginseng. After being deep-fried and simmered for a long time, the scallion segments have become translucent, and their originally tough fibers have completely softened. The moment Fong Fong bit into the scallion, the juice instantly filled her mouth, a savory and slightly sweet flavor, with an aroma so rich it was intoxicating. The deliciousness of these scallion segments is in no way inferior to that of ginseng meat. They have a unique flavor. Fong Fong slowly swallowed the food in her mouth, the aroma of soy sauce, meat, and scallions lingering in her throat, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. She squinted her eyes contentedly, a happy smile spreading across her face, and exclaimed with delight, "This is so delicious. I feel like even if Boss Su were to stir-fry a shoe insole, it would be so delicious it would be unparalleled." Sitting to the side, Hu Bian said with satisfaction, "It's really delicious." Boss Su's dish, from the selection of ingredients and cooking techniques to the final taste, is completely at the level of a state banquet dish, and even surpasses it. The taste and texture are absolutely amazing. State banquet dishes? Really? Fong Fong's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but ask. Of course, braised sea cucumber with scallions is a standard dish served at state banquets. Hu Yuan nodded with absolute certainty. Chapter 467, Are they really going to compete? What a steal! Fong Fong exclaimed excitedly. She never imagined that she would have the opportunity to taste dishes worthy of a state banquet. If it weren't for Boss Su, this kind of cuisine would be completely unrelated to her. On the other side, Yang Lin silently put down his spoon, his whole being caught in a complex mix of emotions. The braised sea cucumber with scallions that I just tasted was absolutely delicious. It was impeccable from any angle, and I couldn't find any flaws at all. Judging from the cooking method, every step was handled perfectly, demonstrating superb skills. Its appearance and taste are top-notch. At this moment, he felt a mix of emotions, the happiness of eating top-notch food and the melancholy of not wanting to accept reality. If it's just one dish, it might not tell us much, since every chef has their own signature dishes. But now, with the two dishes laid out before him, Yang Lin was deeply convinced that the Chinese culinary skills displayed by this young boss, Mr. Su, had truly reached the level of a master chef. At this moment, the foreman gently placed a delicate white porcelain bowl next to Yang Lin. In the small bowl, chicken soup ripples gently, soaking a plump and round crab meat lion's head meatball. The seared surface melts slightly under the influence of the chicken broth, and upon closer inspection, you can clearly see tiny pieces of water chestnut mixed in. Everyone else was also given a bowl in turn. Yang Lin stared at the bowl of crab meat lion's head meatballs in front of him, holding a spoon in his hand, and hesitated for a moment to take a bite. Even the most renowned and top-tier chefs can only demonstrate their top-level skills in their most proficient and signature dishes. When they apply their culinary skills to other cuisines or dishes, their rich cooking experience allows them to create dishes that are delicious, or even exceptionally delicious. However, under normal circumstances, it is difficult to demonstrate the top-notch, overwhelming level of skill that is found in signature dishes. The two dishes that had been tasted earlier were, in Yang Lin's personal opinion, undoubtedly top-notch. Now, facing this third dish, if it maintains the same top-notch quality, Yang Lin dared not think any further. He felt he might fall into a state of extreme self-doubt, even experiencing a sense of defeat, that all his years of learning had been in vain, that he had learned nothing but the wrong things. This complex and conflicted feeling caused his hand holding the spoon to tremble slightly, making it difficult for him to bring it down. However, regardless of Yang Lin's mood at this moment, the others then began to eat. Delicious. Very delicious. Hu Yuan quickly gave his evaluation. Boss Su's cooking skills are truly exceptional. Hong Yuqing nodded in agreement. That Alaskan king crab died a very worthwhile death. Fong Fong praised from a different angle. Listening to the three people talking beside him, Yang Lin took a deep breath and reached for the crab meat lion's head meatballs in the white porcelain bowl with his spoon. The moment the spoon touched the meatball, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and the meatball quickly collapsed. In an instant, a rich aroma of meat mixed with the unique umami of crab roe rushed into his nostrils, making him feel a jolt. He opened his mouth and took the first bite. The moment it enters your mouth, the tender, marbled meat filling is softer than you can imagine. You hardly need to chew it. It's like a delicate cloud gently spreading across your tongue. Then, the unique crispness of the water chestnut bursts between your teeth, breaking the soft texture of the meat filling, neutralizing any greasiness, and adding a unique freshness. Upon closer tasting, the rich umami flavor of the chicken broth has already permeated the lion's head meatballs, making their already abundant flavor even more mellow and rich. The white pepper powder adds just the right amount of spiciness, making the flavor balance even more exquisite, and the perfectly balanced salty and savory taste is unforgettable. Immediately, the freshness of the crab roe and the clarity of the chicken soup surged up like a tide, the delicious flavor so rich that one couldn't help but smack their lips repeatedly. The freshness of the crab roe and the clarity of the chicken soup blend together perfectly. Yang Lin chewed slowly, the aroma of meat, the freshness of crab, the sweetness of water chestnuts, and the richness of chicken soup spreading in his mouth layer by layer. With each chew, the various flavors became more intense, intertwining and creating a feast for the senses. The warm broth slid slowly down my throat, making me feel warm and cozy from my mouth to my stomach, immersing me in the ultimate enjoyment brought by this delicious food. Before he knew it, Yang Lin looked down and found that his bowl was empty. The bowl of crab meat lion's head meatballs that was once full has now disappeared, leaving only a little bit of broth, which seems to still be telling the story of how delicious it was. And equally empty was the pride that had once resided in his heart. Without a doubt, this crab meat lion's head is still a top-notch dish. From the selection of ingredients and cooking methods to the final taste, every step is impeccable, and the quality is outstanding. Even though Yang Lin was eager to find some flaws to comfort his somewhat frustrated heart, his rationality prevented him from going against his conscience to deliberately nitpick. I lost. Yang Lin slowly closed his eyes, his lips trembling slightly, and murmured to himself. He felt as if he had lost all his strength and completely lost the fighting spirit he had had before in competing with the other party. Recalling the Chinese-French fusion recipe I had painstakingly developed, I was originally full of confidence, but in the face of these three almost perfect dishes, I suddenly paled in comparison and felt utterly inadequate. At this moment, he could instantly find countless flaws in his dish. Those previously overlooked imperfections now clearly appeared before his eyes. Meanwhile, Fong Fong was immersed in the joy of the delicious food, finishing the soup in her bowl in one go, and was getting up to have another bowl, still wanting more. Just then, she faintly heard Yang Lin's voice and thought he was talking to her. But she didn't hear the specifics. What did you say? Speak louder. I didn't hear you. Fong Fong called out to Yang Lin with a puzzled look on her face. I said I lost. Yang Lin raised his head, his voice filled with dejection and helplessness, and shouted almost in despair. You lost, so why are you yelling so loudly? Fong Fong was a woman who refused to back down, and when she heard Yang Lin shout, she shouted back without hesitation. Yang Lin was speechless. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. He could only look at Fong Fong with a frustrated expression. Didn't you tell me to speak louder? Why are you blaming me instead? Seeing Yang Lin's frustrated expression, Fong Fong felt no sympathy whatsoever. He continued in rapid succession. You're getting so worked up over a meal? Is it so hard to admit that someone else is better? Chapter 468, Finding One's Original Intention. It's obvious to everyone that Mr. Su is a great cook. Why are you getting so hung up on this and arguing about it? Shouldn't a chef have the right attitude towards food, respecting it and savoring it with care? Food is meant to be enjoyed and bring happiness, not to be used as a tool for comparison and competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the dining table, which had been somewhat lively, fell silent instantly. Hu Yuan and Hong Yuqing both looked at Fong Fong in surprise. Yang Lin trembled and froze, staring blankly at Fong Fong, his eyes filled with shock and contemplation. Perhaps this sounds a bit pretentious, but to outsiders it was just a minor incident during a meal. But at this moment, Yang Lin, who had suffered heavy blows in the cooking competition and was even somewhat dejected, was truly touched by Fong Fong's words, which struck the softest spot in his heart. A chef's mindset, or rather, his original aspiration. Yang Lin himself couldn't even remember. He could only vaguely recall that when he first decided to become a chef, he simply wanted to cook delicious food. At that time, all he wanted to do was to make delicious dishes that satisfied him. He clearly remembers the gratified and satisfied smiles on his parents' faces when they ate the dishes he had cooked. At home, he would personally cook a feast to entertain his childhood friends. Friends sat around the table, enjoying their meal and expressing their heartfelt gratitude with cheers. That feeling of being recognized and loved strengthened his resolve to continue down the path of a chef. Even his wife, who is now by his side, was someone he met because of food. He personally prepared a work lunch for her, who was just a friend at the time, thus establishing their relationship and eventually leading to marriage. He still remembers standing at the entrance of Le Cordon Bleu, full of anticipation. All he could think about was how to hone his culinary skills at this prestigious university, learn more techniques and knowledge, and create even more delicious and amazing dishes. I don't know when it started, but he became obsessed with personal glory and overly concerned about what others thought. Perhaps it's the reviews from food critics, or perhaps it's the offers from a few Michelin-starred restaurants. He increasingly focuses his energy on seeking external recognition and praise for himself. They forgot the person who once simply loved cooking and wanted to bring joy and satisfaction to others. Sensing the eerily quiet atmosphere at the dining table, Fong Fong asked in bewilderment, "Why isn't anyone talking?" As soon as she said it, she belatedly realized that she had just ruthlessly criticized the head chef of this restaurant. Her heart skipped a beat. He's the head chef, and he manages so many waiters. What if I anger him? Won't I get beaten up? Thinking of this, Fong Fong couldn't help but shrink her neck, wondering what she should say to ease the tense atmosphere. Just then, Yang Lin took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and looked at Fong Fong. Damn, you can't hit people like that. Upon seeing this, Fong Fong was startled and instinctively shrank back. It felt like the next second, Yang Lin would give an order, and then 800 waiters would rush into the kitchen with large knives and surround her menacingly. How could this be? Yang Lin was caught off guard by Fong Fong's sudden reaction, and his emotions, which had just been calmed down, were almost thrown off balance again. He shook his head helplessly, quickly put on a sincere and earnest expression, and said in a heartfelt tone, "I just wanted to thank you, Ms. Fong Fong. What you just said has made me understand some things." Fong Fong was completely dumbfounded. She looked Yang Lin up and down, and after confirming that he wasn't being sarcastic, her mind raced. After thinking for 2 seconds, she asked with an innocent look, "Did I just say something profound? I don't remember saying anything at all." That statement was indeed correct. Hu Yuan smiled and nodded, giving him an approving look. That line, Fong Fong tried hard to recall. She racked her brains for a while, but still couldn't remember. The main problem is that she sometimes speaks hastily and without thinking, often forgetting everything she said as soon as she opened her mouth. At this moment, she only vaguely remembered that she had just said a lot of sarcastic things, but she had forgotten the specifics of how she said them. That is what you said. A chef should have the attitude of respect and savoring the food with care when facing it. Seeing Fong Fong's confused look, Yang Lin had no choice but to repeat himself. Upon hearing this, Fong Fong's eyes widened in surprise. Did I just say something so philosophical? Then, a smug look appeared on her face, and she said with a hint of pride, "Wow, that's so cool of me. I'll write that down on my phone, and I'm definitely going to say it to the guy who sells mutton rice noodles downstairs. The portion size is noticeably smaller than before, and the meat quality is worse. I wonder if they're trying to cut corners and rip off us regular customers." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three people at the table, excluding her, instantly became quite interesting, and their emotions were all thrown into disarray. Hong Yuqing looked at Fong Fong speechlessly, wanting to ask her if she was born in the year of the goldfish and only had a memory of a few seconds. He could completely forget what he had just said. Fong Fong, however, was completely oblivious to the strange looks she was getting. She excitedly took out her phone and carefully wrote down the sentence. After finishing writing, she rubbed her hands together with anticipation, eager to taste the next dish. On the other side, Yang Lin slowly sat down again. His eyes showed less of the struggle and resentment he had before, and he had completely calmed down. Just as Fong Fong said, a chef's proper attitude towards food is respect and careful tasting. He realized that Mr. Su's craftsmanship deserved his utmost respect. In the kitchen, Su Chun was still busy at the stove, preparing the next 3 dishes. He skillfully picked up a fresh shrimp, and with a gentle pinch of his fingers, the shell came off. Next, cut open the shrimp's back and remove the black vein. The prepared shrimp are gently placed into a clean bowl, sprinkled evenly with a thin layer of cornstarch, and gently stirred with chopsticks. Then the bowl is placed in the refrigerator to chill. While waiting for the shrimp to chill, Su Chun didn't have a moment's rest. He quickly took the almonds, celery, leek sprouts, and Chinese celery to the sink and washed them one by one. Chapter 469: Cooking Delicious Food. After washing them, Su Chun picked up a kitchen knife and cut the celery, Chinese celery, and leek sprouts into small, even pieces. When the set time arrived, he opened the refrigerator and took out the chilled shrimp. Take out kitchen paper towels, roll up the shrimp, and absorb the excess moisture on the surface to keep the shrimp dry. Then, I turned on low heat, and instead of adding oil to the pan, I poured the almonds directly into the pan and started to stir-fry them slowly. As the temperature rises, the almonds gradually release an enticing aroma. With patient stirring, the almonds slowly change from their original light yellow color to a tempting golden hue. Seeing that the olive kernels had reached the ideal state, Su Chun quickly scooped them out and placed them on a plate to cool. Next, Su Chun poured an appropriate amount of cooking oil into the pot. When he saw the oil start to smoke slightly, he quickly poured the shrimp into the pot. Pick up the spatula and quickly stir-fry the shrimp to ensure that each shrimp is heated evenly. Soon, the color of the shrimp began to change, gradually turning from transparent to a light pink. Su Chun added an appropriate amount of sugar and salt to the pot, then stirred the seasonings and shrimp together quickly to ensure that each shrimp fully absorbed the flavors of the sugar and salt and gradually became flavorful. Next, put the prepared ginger slices and celery segments into the pot. As the spatula flips the ingredients quickly, the aroma of the ginger slices is instantly released, blending with the flavors of the shrimp and celery. After stir-frying for a few seconds, he added the celery to the pot. Finally, add the chives, and their unique aroma instantly fills the pot. Once all the ingredients have blended perfectly in the pot, the flavors have reached a just right balance. Su Chun plated them with satisfaction. Pick up the cooled olive kernels. They are plump and glossy, and sprinkle them on the dish. Thus, a delicious and visually appealing dish of olive kernel shrimp balls is presented before you. After finishing the shrimp balls with olive kernels, Su Chun began processing the grouper. He skillfully made diagonal cuts on both sides of the fish's body, each cut precise and even, with just the right depth. This not only allows the fish to better absorb the seasonings during cooking, but also makes the fish meat more flavorful. After making the incisions, Su-chan evenly rubbed a layer of salt onto the fish, then picked up the cooking wine bottle and slowly poured an appropriate amount of cooking wine along the fish. The combined effect of salt and cooking wine is to remove the fishy smell and add flavor to the fish. After applying the dressing, Su-chan set the grouper aside to marinate, allowing the salt and cooking wine to fully penetrate the fish. While the grouper was marinating, he quickly picked up a piece of fresh pork belly and cut it into small, evenly sized pieces. Next, he placed the shiitake and button mushrooms on the cutting board and quickly sliced them into thin slices. Su-chan turned up the heat to high and heated the wok, then poured in an appropriate amount of oil and slid the marinated grouper into the wok. He then immediately turned the heat down to low and began to slowly pan-fry the grouper. He occasionally and gently rotated the pan to ensure that all parts of the fish were heated evenly. As the fish skin is roasted over a low flame, it gradually changes and releases an enticing aroma. Su-chan stared intently at the fish in the pot. Only when the fish skin turned golden and translucent did he use a spatula to scoop the fish out and place it in a slotted spoon to drain the oil. After frying the grouper, the remaining oil in the pan is excellent for frying pork belly cubes. Pour it into the pot, and instantly, a sizzling sound will be heard from inside the pot. Holding a wooden spatula, he began to stir the pork belly pieces in the pot. Transparent lard slowly seeped out from the pieces, and the edges began to turn golden brown. At this point, Su-chan added minced scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili pepper pieces. The aroma of minced scallions, ginger, and garlic instantly filled the pot, intertwining with the fragrance of the pork belly to create an enticing aroma. Immediately afterwards, all sorts of chopped mushrooms were poured into the pot. Su-chan kept stirring the mushrooms to ensure that each piece was evenly coated with oil and absorbed the rich aroma from the pan. Then, the dark soy sauce and light soy sauce were blended to form a rich, dark sauce, which was then added to the pot along with an appropriate amount of water. As the water temperature rose and the pot gradually boiled, Su-chan turned down the heat and let the soup simmer slowly. Once everything was ready, he slid the fried grouper into the pan. Pick up a long-handled spoon, gently scoop up the broth from the pot, and slowly pour it over the fish, starting from the head. The thick sauce slowly seeps into the fish meat along the pre-cut lines, allowing every inch of the fish to absorb the rich flavor of the sauce. As time went on, the broth in the pot gradually thickened. Su-chan grabbed a small handful of shrimp roe and sprinkled it evenly on the fish. Then he picked up the cornstarch slurry and slowly poured it into the pot. The thick sauce became even stickier, tightly coating the fish and making the grouper look even more tempting, exuding a mouth-watering charm. When it was time to plate it, Su-chan first took out the cooked grouper and placed it in the center of the plate. Next, blanch the celery in water until cooked, and then arrange it neatly around the fish as a garnish. Next, Su-chan began to prepare the crab roe and tofu stew. First, place the soft tofu on a cutting board and cut it into appropriately sized small pieces. To prevent the tofu from breaking apart during subsequent cooking, Su-chan soaked the cut tofu cubes in lightly salted water and then boiled and blanched them. Meanwhile, place the salted egg yolks on a cutting board and crush them into a fine orange-yellow powder with the back of a knife. Next, the crab meat was shredded, and the green peas and corn kernels were blanched in boiling water until just cooked. After all the preparations were completed, Su-chan heated oil in a wok. Sauté minced ginger until fragrant, then add crushed salted egg yolks and crab roe. Turn the heat to low and stir-fry. After pouring in the chopped egg yolks, fine, golden foam immediately appeared in the pot. As Su-chan continued to stir-fry, the foam gradually turned into quicksand, exhibiting a delicate texture and rich color. At this point, add the stock, and the stock and ingredients in the pot will instantly blend together, turning into a pot of rich, orange-yellow soup with a mellow aroma. Next, Su-chan put the green peas, corn kernels, and crab stick shreds into the pot, gently stirring the ingredients to avoid breaking the tofu. As the various ingredients gradually blend together in the pot, the flavors of each ingredient permeate and intermingle with each other. Finally, I added some salt and white pepper to taste. After seasoning, he turned down the heat and let the ingredients in the pot simmer slowly. After patiently waiting for the tofu to fully absorb the delicious flavors of the various ingredients, Su-Chun beat the egg whites and poured them into the pot along the edge, while holding a spoon in his other hand and slowly stirring as he poured. Next, pick up the cornstarch slurry and slowly pour it into the pot in several batches. The broth gradually thickened, becoming richer and smoother, tightly coating every piece of tofu, every strand of crab meat, and every vegetable in the pot. Chapter 470. Let's eat. Finally, Su-Chun ladled the crab roe and tofu casserole into a clay pot. Sprinkle some tender green scallions on top as a garnish, and drizzle a few drops of sesame oil. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted over, the mellow fragrance of sesame oil bringing out the flavor of the entire crab roe and tofu casserole. Shrimp balls with olive kernels, braised grouper, and crab roe tofu casserole were served one after another, with steaming heat swirling above the table. The shrimp balls with almonds arranged on a crystal plate are all translucent pinkish white, coated with a thin layer of starch, and exude an enticing luster. The braised grouper occupies the center of the long plate, its skin fried to a golden and glossy sheen, while the sauce at the bottom of the plate is rich and thick, creating a mirror-like sheen. The crab roe and tofu casserole was still bubbling with tiny bubbles, and the tempting golden broth made one's mouth water. After letting go of his competitive spirit with Su-Chun, Yang Lin became excited. He hadn't experienced this state of pure enjoyment of food for many years. He couldn't wait to pick up a shrimp ball with olive kernels and gently bite into the bouncy shrimp meat. Instantly, the sweetness of the shrimp bursts in your mouth. Then, he chewed on the crispy olive kernel, which blended perfectly with the sweetness of the shrimp. With the addition of the refreshing celery, three distinct textures create a delightful sensation on the tongue. He couldn't help but let out a soft hum of approval. Before he could even put down his chopsticks, Yang Lin turned his gaze to the braised grouper. He picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. The snow-white texture of the fish was clearly visible. He dipped the fish in the thick sauce and put it in his mouth. The salty, savory, and slightly spicy sauce stimulated his taste buds and instantly awakened his appetite. Next comes the tender and sweet flavor of the fish meat, which is so delicious that even the crevices between the bones are filled with flavor, making you want to savor it slowly. Finally, Yang Lin scooped up a spoonful of crab roe and tofu stew. The broth had an enticing golden color, and the tofu lay trembling in the spoon. Before the tofu even entered his mouth, the rich aroma of crab filled his nostrils. When the tofu slid into your mouth, it was so soft and tender that it barely needed to be chewed before sliding down your throat. The rich flavor of crab roe, the sandy texture of salted egg yolk, and the refreshing taste of green peas and corn kernels intertwined in his mouth, immersing him completely. At this moment, everyone at the table was already immersed in the ultimate enjoyment brought by the delicious food, and they were all having a great time eating. So much so that they didn't even bother to wipe off the sauce that accidentally got on their lips. Hong Yuqing unusually ordered a second bowl of rice, poured the fish soup over it, stirred it well, and ate it in big mouthfuls, sweat beading on his forehead. Hu Yuan used chopsticks to pick up the fish head and put it in his bowl. Then he began to carefully suck the gelatinous substance between the skull bones. The gelatinous texture was soft and chewy, slowly melting in his mouth and releasing a rich umami flavor that he found utterly delightful. Throughout the dining table, the sounds of chewing and exclamations of praise mingled together. These shrimp balls are so fresh and crisp. The combination is absolutely perfect. This fish is cooked to perfection, so tender and fresh. Even I, who don't usually like fish, find it incredibly delicious. This tofu is amazing. It's so fresh and smooth. It melts in your mouth. I feel like I could eat 3 bowls of rice with it. Fong Fong wolfed down her food while constantly making sighs. His words came out like a machine gun, almost never landing on the ground. As Hu Yuan ate, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Su-Chun. To be honest, at the beginning, Hu Yuan thought he had overestimated Su-Chun's cooking skills enough. Based on the information he received, he originally thought that Su-Chun was more skilled at snacks and fast food. At the time, He boasted to Yang Lin that Su Chun had the skills of a master chef because he thought that with Su Chin's culinary skills at such a young age, as long as he could maintain them, he would be a great success. It's almost a certainty that he will become a renowned chef both at home and abroad in the future. However, the level of skill displayed after tasting these dishes once again gave Hu Yuan an unprecedented sense of awe. There's no need to discuss what achievements Su Chin will make in the future. Just look at these dishes. Their quality is so high that they would be perfectly acceptable even at a state banquet. Whether it's the color, aroma, and taste of the dishes, or the application of cooking techniques, everything is perfect and impeccable. This is simply too astonishing. How did someone so young develop such powerful, experienced, and impeccable culinary skills? Is it really true that some people are born different from others? It's important to understand that at his age, most chefs are still in the early stages of their careers. Most people are still diligently practicing knife skills in culinary schools and practicing their wok-tossing skills with heavy iron pots filled with stones. Alternatively, one could work in the kitchen of a large restaurant, starting with the most basic prep work and gradually accumulating experience. For them, this age is merely the beginning of their journey into the culinary world. But Boss Su had already reached the speed of light. Or rather, he had directly leaped to a finish line that was far beyond the sight of everyone else, leaving his peers and even many senior chefs far behind. As Hu Yuan gazed at Su Chin's figure, he couldn't help but start imagining what Su Chin's culinary skills and business acumen would bring in the next 10 years. No, 5 years. He is fully confident that he can transform Mr. Su into a world-renowned star chef. Imagine that Su Chin's name will be known throughout the culinary world, and countless food lovers will travel thousands of miles to taste the dishes he personally prepares. Based on this, further expanding the business empire might not be impossible, and creating a huge catering empire is not impossible. To put it more grandly, Hu Yuan felt that if Boss Su were to make a request at this moment, asking him to give up all his businesses and start from scratch to build this catering business, it would be a huge undertaking. He might agree without hesitation. Hu Yuan was lost in his own fantasy, staring at Su Chin's figure, completely mesmerized. At that moment, Hong Yuqing on the other side was also thinking how wonderful it would be if Boss Su really was the head chef of this Wudong restaurant. If that's the case, we won't have to keep a close eye on the fan club every week, afraid of missing any relevant information. If Su Chin were to stay here permanently, he could come and enjoy the food anytime without having to worry about it anymore. Here, Su Chin prepared to wash the pots and pans as usual. From the shadows nearby, a foreman naturally emerged. Chef Su, you can just leave it here. Someone will clean it up later. The foreman bowed slightly, a humble and respectful smile on his face, his tone tinged with caution. He unconsciously added the word head chef while speaking. Chapter 471 2 Licking. Actually, when the head waiter first found out that Su Chin was here to cook, he felt that this was somewhat contrary to the natural order. After all, he, as the head chef, knew all too well how good his own chef was. Are they the kind of people who would dare to stage an accident for extortion? When the head chef first heard that Su Chin was coming to the kitchen to take charge of cooking, he secretly made up his mind. He was thinking that if Chef Su's cooking skills were really too bad and he was just all talk, then he would definitely show his support for his own chef. The dignity and authority of one's own head chef must be upheld. But at this moment, the head chef had witnessed the entire process of his head chef going from being full of resentment at the beginning to gradually softening and finally completely kneeling down, completely impressed by Su Chin's cooking skills. Moreover, the boss's frequent glances at Su Chin were filled with admiration, amazement, and a host of other complex emotions. The head waiter wished he could pour all the humility and respect he had accumulated in his life into the smile on his face at this moment, for fear that Chef Su might have the slightest dissatisfaction. Su Chin didn't think too much about it. After hearing the foreman's words, he paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He didn't think too much about it, but he did consider that this was, after all, a high-end restaurant, and there might be some cleaning procedures that he wasn't familiar with. If you wash it yourself, but someone else thinks it's not clean enough and you have to wash it all over again, that would be quite a hassle. It's better to avoid trouble. Since the foreman has said so, let's leave it to someone else to handle. Thinking this, Su Chen wiped his hands, took off his apron, and walked towards the dining table where Hong Yuqing and the others were. Although it's unlikely there will be any negative reviews, he still wanted to ask, out of politeness, whether everyone was satisfied with today's dishes. Su Chen pointed to the dining table and asked, "Is this the end of my order? Are you all satisfied with today's dishes?" Fong Fong looked at the dishes on the table and saw that the plates were almost empty, with only a few scraps and sauce left. She raised an eyebrow and joked, "Mr. Su, that's a completely unnecessary question. We've practically swept everything clean, so the satisfaction level is amazing. Mr. Su, come and take a break. You must be tired after working so hard for so long." Upon seeing this, Hong Yuqing immediately and considerately pulled over a chair. Then, he turned to the head waiter next to him and said, "Do you have any drinks? Just bring me whatever you like. I'll pay the bill later." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Yuqing turned his head and saw Fong Fong looking at him with a very strange expression. Hong Yuqing was immediately confused and subconsciously raised his hand to touch his face, thinking that he had accidentally gotten oil stains on his face while eating. He asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It's the first time I've seen a rich person fawn over someone like this." Fong Fong pursed her lips, her tone one of surprise. "That's not how it works." Hong Yuqing immediately broke down, and he emphasized in his defense, "This is out of respect. Respect for Boss Su, you know." If Hong Yuqing had any regrets today, it would be that he got into Fong Fong's motorcade. "We should have followed the convoy yesterday. This woman has absolutely no sense of propriety when she speaks." Su Chen pretended not to hear Fong Fong's words, and simply said, "Mineral water is fine." He didn't stand on ceremony with Hong Yuqing over the small amount of water money. Meanwhile, Hu Yuan regretted that he hadn't thought of asking Su whether she was tired from cooking. "Sure enough, after being a boss for so long, I've become really rusty at this kind of caring for people work." When he cares about his employees, he can simply and directly give them money or raise their salaries, using material rewards to express his recognition and care for them. When he cares about his wife, he will have the managers of several high-end luxury stores come to his home so that she can freely choose from the product catalog. For Hu Yuan, the simplest, most direct, and effective way to make those he cares about feel emotionally valued is to spend money, a lot of money. But Mr. Su happens to be someone who is never short of money. Hu Yuan knew perfectly well that Su Chen had no financial worries, which rendered his usual methods of showing concern completely ineffective here. So much so that when Hu Yuan wanted to show concern for the other person's feelings, he found that he couldn't find a suitable way to start. It felt like there was a wad of cotton stuffed tightly in his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Hu Yuan took a deep breath, recalling the business blueprint he had just envisioned, and asked with a hopeful tone, "Mr. Su, do you still not have any concrete plans lately?" "Sorry, not at the moment." Su Chen shook his head, his tone firm. "Not even a little bit?" Hu Yuan was still unwilling to give up. "No," Su Chen gave a clear answer again. Hu Yuan could only sigh. At this moment, Yang Lin quietly looked at Su Chen. After completely calming down, he felt as if he had completely relaxed from head to toe. "When it comes to culinary skills, I am indeed inferior to others, and there is no point in arguing about it. Just like back in Le Cordon Bleu, when I received that diploma and certificate, a symbol of the highest honor, from the dean." Meanwhile, most of the students in the same cohort were still struggling to obtain a regular graduation qualification. At that time, he was undoubtedly a positive role model used by professors and mentors to admonish those students who did not work hard. In every class, the teachers would use him to encourage the other students. Look at Yang Lin. If you had worked half as hard as him, you wouldn't be in this situation. So much so that when he graduated and left the college, many of his classmates secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The devil from the east was finally gone, and they no longer had to live in his shadow. At this moment, Yang Lin looked at Su Chen and couldn't help but think that if he himself was a devil, then Su Chen was an absolute Satan. At Su Chen's age, he possesses such unparalleled culinary skills. If he were placed in Le Cordon Bleu, even after graduation, the influence he leaves behind would probably suppress Le Cordon Bleu for at least 10 years. It became an unshakable throne, a peak that later students found difficult to surpass. Yang Lin originally wanted to ask Su Chun where he was currently working as a head chef. Someone with Su Chin's superb culinary skills should be working as the head chef at a well-known restaurant. But upon hearing Hu Yuan's words, he was stunned, and countless questions flooded his mind. He asked curiously, "What do you mean by not fixed?" Literally, Mr. Su doesn't have a fixed restaurant job. He just likes to set up his stall in different places, Hu Yuan explained with a helpless smile. Yang Lin was stunned when he heard this answer. Chapter 472 is a bit bizarre. Yang Lin's eyes widened, somewhat unable to believe his ears. Is the kind of street vending that Hu Yuan mentioned the same kind that Hu Yuan envisioned? Yes, just like you're thinking of, setting up a stall on the side of the road with a food truck or a small cart. Hu Yuan responded affirmatively to Yang Lin's doubts. Seeing Yang Lin's shocked expression, he knew that this news was quite a shock. Oh. Yang Lin's mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. The peace of mind that had just been painstakingly established suddenly curled up again, and people began to doubt the meaning of life. Is there something wrong with this world? I was surprised to find that my cooking skills were far inferior to those of a roadside stall owner. At the same time, Su Chin picked up a bottle of mineral water without Chinese labels, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. After taking a few big gulps, he smacked his lips, thinking to himself that this so-called imported mineral water tasted no different from Farmer's Three Punches. After finishing his water, Su Chin checked the time and realized he had another order to cook at someone's home later, so he couldn't linger here too long. So he politely said goodbye to everyone, got up, and left the restaurant. Over here, Lu Zi, sporting two large dark circles under her eyes, is sitting in front of her computer editing a video. This is really outrageous. In fact, she had already organized all the materials last night and then started editing. She originally planned to finish editing the video in one go, stay up all night, and release it the next day. However, when she started editing footage of Su Chin cooking and clips of herself tasting the food, she almost went crazy. Every time the video footage begins, with the tempting color of the pickled fish and the aroma of the shredded potatoes appearing on the screen, Lu Zi's saliva would uncontrollably secrete, no matter what she did. The aroma of the food seemed to waft right out of the computer screen, which was incredibly agonizing for her. By 2 a.m., Lu Zi could no longer endure the torment. She felt her stomach was protesting, so she opened a food delivery app, found a restaurant that was still open in the early hours of the morning, and ordered the same sauerkraut fish and shredded potatoes. After finally getting the takeout, Lu Zi took a bite and couldn't help but spit it out with a look of disgust. What the hell? It tastes awful. Lu Zi was practically going crazy because she had eaten at this restaurant twice before. At that time, she felt that although the taste was not particularly amazing, it was still quite good overall and could be considered a reliable restaurant. But this time it tasted particularly bad, so bad that she couldn't stand it. She was drooling over the delicious food in the video footage, and her stomach was growling with hunger, but she couldn't bring herself to eat a single bite of the takeout in front of her. Simply put, Su Chin's cooking has spoiled her palate. At this moment, she truly felt that if it weren't for Chef Su personally cooking these two dishes, she would most likely be completely cut off from them. When compared to other chefs' similar dishes, they pale in comparison and fail to whet her appetite at all. Last night, after much effort, I still couldn't finish editing the video. Lu Zi was furious and climbed into bed, drifting off to sleep. The next morning, despite her exhaustion, she sat down at her computer again to continue the unfinished editing work. After much effort, Lu Zi finally finished editing the video and immediately clicked post without hesitation. Then she collapsed onto the bed, intending to catch up on some sleep. Before going to sleep, she was secretly planning to contact Master Su when she woke up and ask him to come over and cook another meal. 10:30 a.m. Mao Yiheng, who was secretly slacking off at his workstation, suddenly saw a striking reminder pop up on his phone screen. The content creator you follow, IE, is here, just updated a video. Master, what do you do for a living? These days, are all chefs curled up like this? Upon seeing the notification, Mao Yiheng clicked on it and began watching with great interest. This is the beginning of the video. Lu Ziyi was holding a diary and said that she had found a cook who could pick locks and come to her home to cook on an app. Upon hearing this, Mao Yiheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. A chef who can pick locks? That's a pretty odd combination. By the way, Mao Yiheng's father was a locksmith. The old man was a well-known locksmith in the surrounding villages back in the day. Years ago, the old man had hoped that Mao Yiheng would follow in his footsteps and inherit the craft. But Mao Yiheng didn't inherit his father's skillful hands at all. Moreover, he really disliked the work style of running around outside every day, so he eventually gave up the idea. However, having grown up with his father since childhood, Mao Yiheng had some knowledge of lock-picking and was quite familiar with the ins and outs of it. Upon seeing the chef in the video who could pick locks, his first reaction was that it might just be a gimmick to attract attention. With this in mind, he paused the video, zoomed in, and took a closer look at the padlock that appeared in the video. He felt that this lock required some real lock-picking skills to unlock. Mao Yiheng's curiosity was piqued, and in order to see how the lock would end up as soon as possible, he sped up the video. The video continued playing smoothly, and soon it reached the part where Su Chen unlocked the lock. The camera focused on Su Chen's hand, giving it an incredibly clear close-up. In the video, 2 fingers are seen pinching a thin wire and gently shaking it twice. In the blink of an eye, the padlock made a crisp, click sound, the bolt popped out, and the padlock opened easily. The whole process was completed in one go, probably in just 2 or 3 seconds, so fast that people barely had time to react. Mao Yiheng's eyes widened in astonishment. That's way too easy. If he hadn't witnessed countless lock-picking scenes with his father since childhood, and had a fairly clear understanding of the open and closed states of locks, he would almost have suspected that this scene was deliberately staged. Mao Yiheng found it increasingly unbelievable and couldn't help but record the scene on screen and send it to his father via chat software. He also added a message asking, "Dad, what's your opinion on this lock-picking skill level?" After sending the message, he waited for his father's reply. Soon, a message came from Mao Yiheng's father. "This guy's lock-picking skills are something I could never reach in my entire life." Chapter 473. Is it time to eat or practice Wing Chun? As the saying goes, laymen watch the spectacle, while experts see the details. Mao Yiheng's father had been in the lock-picking industry for many years. With his rich professional experience, he quickly and accurately judged Su Chen's lock-picking skills based on just a few seconds of video. In our time, you would have to kowtow to your master and treat him like your own father before he would be willing to pass on this skill to you. He was increasingly shocked by what he thought about it, so he quickly sent another message to his son. "Back when I was learning my craft, my master was very secretive. I had to learn many key techniques by myself through observation and understanding. Unlike this guy, who just showed off his skills, it's clear he has a deep foundation and is not simple at all." After reading his father's message, Mao Yiheng couldn't help but gasp. He originally thought he had overestimated the person in the video. After all, he grew up in a locksmith shop and had learned a lot about lock-picking techniques through his own experience. But to his surprise, in the eyes of an expert like his own father, the man in the video was so skilled that his skills far exceeded his imagination, and he was almost hailed as the king of locks. "Is it really necessary?" Mao Yiheng muttered, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "Dad, are you sure you didn't misjudge? The video is only a few seconds long. The message had barely been sent when my dad bombarded me with voice messages." "Bullshit. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. That technique, that angle, that force." Just as Mao Yiheng was still in surprise, another message from his father popped up on his phone screen. "Hey kid, why are you suddenly watching lockpicking videos? What? Did you have a bad day at work and get fired, so you want to come back and inherit my locksmith shop?" Cough, cough, cough. Mao Yiheng almost choked on his own saliva and quickly replied, "I just randomly scrolled through it." After sending the message, he had a sudden inspiration, revealed a mischievous smile, and hurriedly typed something else. "Dad, can you guess what this person does for a living?" A short while later, Mao Yiheng's father sent a voice message. When I opened the voice message, a loud voice, tinged with a hint of irritability, came through. "Have you gone mad from working so much? This guy's just a locksmith. What else could he be doing?" Mao Yiheng suppressed a laugh and deliberately waited a minute before slowly typing. "Wrong. Dad, you're completely wrong. A cook who can't pick locks isn't a good driver. Let me tell you, this guy is a cook. He makes a living by cooking for people at their homes. After sending the message, he stared at his phone, imagining his father's expression at that moment. Then, the phone remained silent for a full minute. That's strange. Mao Yiheng scratched his head. His father was usually a war god who could respond instantly, but now he was silent? Could it be that he had been provoked to the point of questioning his existence? Finally, a ding sounded. My dad sent me a voice message. When I listened to it, his voice sounded different. You brat, get out of here. Stop messing with your dad. Are you trying to make fun of him? Mao Yiheng finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just as he was about to tease his father again, his phone rang. The other person's tone was tinged with deep suspicion. Wait, could it be that some expert came out and then deliberately reformed into a cook to attract attention? Why? In the chat box, the old man sighed, his tone suddenly becoming weary. That's quite a leap, what a pity. Such excellent craftsmanship, what a shame. Mao Yiheng. Dad, isn't your imagination running a little too wild? What's with all this talk about going in and coming out? It's like they've learned how to operate a sewing machine. He was just about to complain about his irresponsible father when his phone started vibrating incessantly. More than a dozen voice messages popped up in a row. When I clicked on the first one, I heard my dad's voice crack with excitement. My dear son, you just said this master cooks at people's homes. Quick, contact this master chef for Dad. I need to place an order. Have him come to our locksmith shop to cook. Mao Yiheng didn't have the patience to listen to the rest of the voice messages and replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Dad, calm down. Our locksmith shop is so tiny. What kind of food do we need to cook? Do we expect people to stand in front of the small stove and crouch down to stir fry? My father started to feel frustrated and disappointed. Calm down, my ass. What do you know? This is called taking a roundabout approach. Let me get myself ready. Have the master cook me a meal to get on his good side, and then I'll ask him to teach me how to pick locks. This is called strategy. What if the master locksmith sees that this old guy has a high aptitude for lock picking and, in a moment of delight, takes me on as his apprentice? Upon seeing this, Mao Yiheng put one hand to his forehead and typed rapidly. No? Dad, he's a proper chef. The next second, my dad was so anxious he was stamping his feet in the voice message. Shut up, you brat. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You need to find out the details right now, immediately, and get me a chance to invite this master over. If you can't get this done, you're not getting any credit for it tonight. Mao Yiheng stared at his phone screen, his lips twitching. Goodness, I have a reasonable suspicion that my father has been watching too many movies about the Dragon King's son-in-law. He could almost picture his father standing with one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the door, looking just like a domineering CEO from a TV drama, except he was balding, had a round belly, and had a rather low-class vibe. Well, thinking about it, Mao Yiheng sighed, adjusted his headphones, and rubbed his ears, which were numb from the vibrations. Never mind. Let's just consider this fulfilling a dream for my poor dad who's suffering from severe Chinibu, middle school syndrome. Looking around, I saw that all my colleagues in the office were openly slacking off. Xiao Wang is browsing Taobao, Lao Li is flirting, and even the most respectable manager is secretly checking stocks. Mao Yiheng immediately became self-righteous, since everyone was slacking off anyway, so it wouldn't make a difference if I did too. Mao Yiheng didn't slack off at all. He simply opened the video again, swiped to the second half, and saw if there was any summary or anything like that. Soon, as he paused, the screen suddenly switched to a close-up of the content creator and her friend. At this moment, the two, disregarding their image, were stuffing food into their mouths while shouting incoherently. Help! This fish fillet is so tender and fresh, it melts in your mouth. Slurp crack crack. Holy crap, this piece of fish is mine. Leave me some shredded potatoes. You've already taken 3 bites. Mao Yiheng stared speechlessly at the 2 girls on the screen. You chopped down with 2 pairs of chopsticks, and I charged forward, engaging in a fierce mid-air battle that almost made him burst out laughing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Good grief. Is this a meal or a Wing Chun demonstration? The fighting is so fierce, their acting skills deserve an Oscar. Is this a bite of Wooleen? Speaking of which, the last time Mao Yiheng was amazed was when he watched a video of a jianbingguozi, Chinese crepe, in the food area, where the stall owner acted as if he was enjoying the taste so much that he was almost in heaven. However, that's the food area. What? Are all the content creators in the lifestyle section this enthusiastic now? Mao Yiheng couldn't help but complain to himself. Chapter 474, Do One Job, Do It Well, Do All Jobs Well. Mao Yiheng, who was slacking off, sat at his workstation with his legs crossed, staring at the two drama queens on the screen, and shook his head inwardly. This over-the-top acting, this contrived conflict, this dialogue is so fake. Has this person not eaten for several days? But the camera suddenly shifts to a close-up of a pot of sauerkraut fish. The next second, Mao Yiheng's retina was almost blinded by the golden light. He leaned back sharply and almost fell off his workstation. Fortunately, my colleagues were all focused on slacking off, and no one was paying attention to this. He calmed himself down, adjusted his posture, and continued looking at his phone screen. The dish of pickled fish was exquisitely presented, with snow-white fish slices trembling slightly in the broth. Each piece of fish was coated with an amber-colored oil film, refracting a rainbow-like halo under the lens. With a gentle nudge of his chopsticks, the fish meat instantly burst open, revealing garlic clove-like textures inside, and you could even see the glistening juice seeping out between the fish fibers. The tangy aroma of pickled cabbage mixed with the numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns seemed to burst forth from the screen, and Mao Yiheng felt as if he could smell it. His salivary glands immediately turned on the spot. Holy crap! His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. At that moment, he suddenly understood what it meant to be so hungry that you want to lick the screen. The scene shifts to golden potato shreds wrapped in bright red chili peppers. In close-up shots, each potato shred glistens with oil, and the crisp cross-section reveals glistening starch. It was just a pot of pickled fish and a bowl of hot and sour shredded potatoes, two seemingly ordinary dishes. But like the black and white impermanence, they carry soul-locking hooks, making people restless. Mao Yiheng clutched his rumbling stomach and watched helplessly as the content creator picked up another piece of shredded potato with his chopsticks. In slow motion, the bouncy arc of the shredded potatoes, the way the chili seeds stuck to the surface. Help! This isn't food, it's a visual bomb. In other words, this isn't shredded potatoes at all. It's clearly golden threads shredded by the god of cookery descended to earth. Immediately afterwards, the headphones played 3D surround sound with a series of crunching, chewing sounds, as two dramatic actors made swallowing, sucking, and smacking noises. Mao Yiheng was devastated to discover that his saliva production was comparable to the Three Gorges Dam's flood discharge. Holy crap! Who can resist this? Is this a food video, or ASMR? What's most devastating is that in the video, the two girls then poured the broth from the pickled fish onto their rice. The broth seeps into and coats every grain of rice. Then comes the loud, sizzling sound of the rice being cooked. One can imagine the ultimate deliciousness that comes from the perfect fusion of the fresh aroma of fish and meat in rice and the rich flavor of pickled cabbage. As the two argued, the last fish bone was licked clean, leaving not even a single sauerkraut leaf. Depend on. Even though I knew it was a script, it still made me hungry. Just then, Mao Yiheng's stomach suddenly let out a deafening gurgle. The noise was so loud that even people in the next apartment looked up. Mao Yiheng was completely numb. I hurriedly paused the video, but accidentally dropped my phone on the keyboard with a loud bang. Depend on. He roared inwardly. This video is definitely cursed. Even though he knew perfectly well that those exaggerated close-up shots were post-production special effects, and those mouth-watering sound effects were recorded with professional equipment, his stomach still rebelled against him. My throat betrayed me too, producing so much saliva that it could practically fill a mineral water bottle. Brother Mao, why are you drooling? Xiao Wang suddenly poked his head out from behind the partition, his eyes filled with shock and a subtle hint of disdain. Mao Yiheng then realized that his chin felt cold. With a swipe, your fingers become sparkly. Nonsense. He frantically grabbed a tissue and shoved it into his mouth, almost rubbing his lips raw. I didn't sleep well yesterday, so my eyes are watering a bit. But where did the wind come from? Xiao Wang timidly pointed to the tightly closed window. Mao Ying. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Air conditioning, air conditioning. By the way, what are we eating later? Mao Ying quickly laughed it off and changed the subject. That's a problem. I'll check Donga's food delivery app. Xiao Wang, that simpleton, turned around and started researching food delivery, completely unaware that Mao Ying's workstation was 1,000,000 miles away from the air vent. Seeing this, Mao Ying secretly breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip of water to calm his nerves. I was just about to turn off the video when I remembered that if I didn't finish the task my dad assigned me today, I'd probably be locked out when I got home and have to listen to him nag all night about the 10 major crimes of an unfilial son. He simply dragged the progress bar to the end, only to find that the silly content creator, i.e. is here, had forgotten to even mention a home cooking platform. In fact, in order to attract viewers and increase interaction, Lu Zi deliberately did not leave the name of the Happiness at Home platform. Adhering to the principle of getting to the bottom of things while slacking off, the unsuspecting Mao Ying began to examine the frame by frame. Soon, his pupils dilated in shock once again. Holy crap, that knife skill. Mao Ying stared wide-eyed at the screen, afraid of missing a single detail. The chef's cleaver sliced across the fish, the blade moving along the bones with a shoo sound, and in the blink of an eye, the entire fish was perfectly dissected. This is like a master butcher carving up a fish. The same goes for the potato shreds. With a swift stroke of the knife, a round potato is instantly transformed into even, fine shreds, each one distinct and uniform in thickness. Is that knife work a special effect? The scene then shifts to the cooking segment, where the chef's one-handed wok-flipping technique is so cool it's almost unfair. The shredded potatoes in the pot traced a perfect parabola in the air before falling steadily back into the pot. Damn it, that's awesome. I wonder how many years it would take to reach this level. No, an ordinary person probably couldn't reach that level even after a lifetime of practice. The thought popped into his head, and Mao Ying suddenly froze. Although the man wore a black mask the whole time, only revealing his eyes, details such as his hands and the corners of his eyes clearly showed that he was a young man. Etc. Mao Ying narrowed his eyes, his heart skipping a beat again. I was so amazed by the lock-picking skills that I didn't even notice the master's age. Now it seems, who is this kind-hearted person who is so skilled in lock-picking and cooking at such a young age? Do one job, master it, and be good at everything? Is this correct? I wonder if the master's skills were passed down from his family, or he learned them on his own. If it's a family tradition, then this chef's ancestors must have been imperial chefs and notorious bandits. If he learned it on his own, is it possible that he is a secret agent trained by some country, and that his lock-picking skills are infiltration skills, while his cooking skills are a disguise? Mao Ying's mind was a jumbled mess, with all sorts of wild and imaginative ideas popping up. He became more and more excited the more he thought about it. In the end, only one thought remained in my mind. My dear old father, you might really be meeting a god this time. Chapter 475. Let me put my butt out. Please kick me. Mao Ying's pupils dilated in shock as he watched the video, and his mouth was agape the entire time, wide enough to fit a sauerkraut fish head. What a wonderful locksmith on the tip of the tongue. It's so captivating, it makes you want to drool over the screen. It wasn't until the progress bar completely died that he realized this video was even more cunning than his dad hiding money. The platform providing the door-to-door service didn't even mention a single word of its name. Damn. Are all video creators this good at using scarcity marketing these days? Mao Ying was so angry that he pounded his thigh, but accidentally hit the desk drawer. Despite the pain, he tried to remain calm. After all, you can't be too blatant when slacking off at your workstation. You have to at least maintain a respectable image. He subtly rubbed his fist, then opened the comments section. Wow, help! This fish fillet is glowing. Is there some kind of special effect? It smells so good through the screen, my mouth is watering. Master's hands are so beautiful. A treat for hand fetishists. Those fingers are so long and slender. It's a shame they don't play the piano. Wake up, upstairs. This technique is clearly more suitable for opening a safe. Damn, without further ado, this is definitely the best culinary skill in the lockpicking world, and the best lockpicking skill in the culinary world. Please show your face. I'll pay a hefty sum for your booking information. Grandma, tell me where I can make an appointment. Why are you hiding it? Just say something. I'm so anxious. For some reason, Mao Yiheng suddenly felt a sense of balance when he looked at these comments. Turns out I'm not the only one who's so hungry I want to lick the screen. He was even somewhat gratified. It seemed that the essence of all humans is food, and this was a common thread. Soon, Mao Yiheng liked each of the comments asking for a platform, and also posted a comment himself. Same here. I'm just posting this, please kick me. I have to take my dad's instructions seriously, or I'll really be sleeping on the streets tonight. On the other side, Lu Taodao had received an order for Su Chen to come and cook lunch at her home today. The Lu siblings were overjoyed at the prospect of enjoying Boss Su's cooking, just like two little mice that had stolen some sesame oil. Lu Mingming rubbed her hands excitedly. Brother, let's go buy the groceries first. We'll start cooking as soon as my best friend arrives. Hearing this, Lu's mother, who was mopping the floor in the bedroom, trembled, and the mop crashed to the ground with a bang. She lifted her apron, wiped her hands, and came out. You two silly kids, do you even know how to pick vegetables? The eggplants you bought last time were so old they could be used as clubs. Before he could finish speaking, Lu's father rushed out of the inner room in his old Beijing cloth shoes, and hit his son on the head with his palm leaf fan. Bye. Just thinking about this makes me angry. Is that even considered vegetables? That bunch of tender spinach was tougher than the soles of the shoes I sew. With this, you still have the confidence to buy it. Lu Taodao covered his head and muttered, wasn't that the good stuff that the auntie said she picked out for me? Good stuff? Father Lu's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. Aunt Zhang at the market is all smiles when she sees you too. She'll rip you off like suckers. As he spoke, he deftly slung his ancestral bamboo basket over his shoulder. With him, the chosen old grocery shopper, around, how can we expect anything from them? Besides, it's not surprising that the two kids are so stubborn. If you don't have a good eye, you'll get ripped off when buying vegetables at the market in their urban village. Soon, in the market, Uncle Lu was like a god of war. You can tell an eggplant was picked that morning just by squeezing it, and you can tell a watermelon has a sandy texture by patting it. The brother and sister followed behind like two little followers, their plastic bags rustling noisily in their hands. Dad, give me a fish. Bullfrogs and soft-shelled turtles too. Lu Mingming leaned closer and pointed at the turtle slowly crawling in the glass tank with her fingertip. Braised turtle would definitely be delicious. 1 chicken, 1 duck, 1 pigeon, please. Lu Taotao also entered ordering maniac mode, saying, Boss Su's cooking is so good, it would be a shame not to order some hearty dishes. That crab looks pretty plump. Lu Mingming stared at the hairy crab blowing bubbles next to her, already imagining the deliciousness of steamed crab roe. Father Lu turned around abruptly, his death stare instantly locking onto his 2 spendthrift sons. Do you think this is a Manchuhan imperial feast selection of concubines? Out of love for his daughter, he slapped the cilantro in his hand onto his son's hand and yelled angrily. We ordinary folks can just eat whatever we want. What if the chef is a lousy cook? Wouldn't all this good food be wasted? Oh, Dad, no way, you can rest assured about Chef Su's cooking skills. Father Lu ignored him and simply snorted coldly. Finally, thanks to his insistence, the 3 of them made a lot of noise but accomplished little. I only bought 2 lively carp, a little over 2 pounds of pork, and a small basket of quail eggs, along with some seasonal vegetables and miscellaneous seasonings. However, when paying the bill, Lu's father secretly slipped 2 scallions into the basket when the stall owner wasn't looking. Don't ask, the answer is always, we bought so many vegetables, what's wrong with giving some away? On the way back, Lu's father was still muttering to himself. To be honest, 9 out of 10 of these in-home cooking services are unreliable. The last time old Lee's daughter-in-law hired a postpartum nanny, she used half a bucket of oil to stir-fry a single vegetable. It was so cloyingly salty. Suddenly noticing his children rolling their eyes in unison, Father Lu awkwardly added another sentence. But if this chef really does cook as well as you all say, then buying some turtle and pigeon next time wouldn't be a bad idea. Dad, stop dreaming. Lu Mingming chuckled. Next time, getting to eat here even once is a bonus. She grabbed her father's arm and started walking back, saying, "How about we go buy some more now? It's a rare opportunity." "Father Lu, that's enough, that's enough. I was just saying it offhand. Go home, kids." Here, Su Chen arrived at the vicinity of Tongha New Village on time, driving his iconic Cullinan, just as scheduled. He knew this place well. The last time he sold hamburgers at an internet cafe, he caused a small commotion here. They were quite familiar with the area, but finding a parking space was a real challenge. They circled around 3 times before finally managing to snag a spot in a remote corner. Su Chen, carrying his cooking tools, had just reached the bottom of his apartment building when he heard a burst of exaggerated cheers. The Lu siblings sprang out of the stairwell like a welcoming salute, clearly having been waiting for quite some time. "Boss Su, I've missed you so much. It's been so long." Lu Mingming was very enthusiastic, smiling broadly at Su Chen. "Su Chen, we met yesterday, okay?" Lu Taotao, on the other hand, stood 2 steps away, his expression seemingly somewhat unnatural. This simpleton, who once mistakenly thought on the phone in front of so many people that Boss Su had taken advantage of his younger sister, now had his ears turning slightly red. Lu Taotao mechanically reached out to help carry the tools, then pulled back, finally managing to utter a single sentence. "Well, Mr. Su, we've been waiting for you for ages. Let's hurry upstairs." After saying that, he walked forward with his hands and feet moving in unison, just like a robot that had been programmed with the wrong instructions. Su Chen, however, remained calm, a smile playing on his lips as he followed Lu Taotao's steps forward. Chapter 476. Oh my God. What's wrong? You can't even walk properly when you see your idol? Lu Mingming chased after him, whispering in his ear, deliberately undermining her brother. After being elbowed in the waist by her younger sister, Lu Taotao turned her head away in annoyance. "Don't speak." Squeak. The moment the door opened, Su Chen smelled the distinctive scent wafting from the house, a scent typical of most families when entertaining guests, a mixture of freshly washed fruit and the smell of cleaning agents after a thorough cleaning. Yes, it's that familiar, homey atmosphere. This family must be very happy. As Su Chen sized him up, Lu's parents also sized him up at the same time. The elderly couple were stunned when the door opened. "This isn't a cook. This looks like a male lead who escaped from some movie crew." Su Chen, who was over 1.8 meters tall, stood at the door, his face so handsome it could grace a magazine cover. "Oh my God," Lu's mother muttered to herself. "He looks like a young heartthrob on TV, but the hand that holds a kitchen knife probably hasn't even killed a chicken." She secretly pinched Lu's father's lower back, conveying the telepathic connection between husband and wife through her eyes. Is this all there is to it? Can this really be the amazing chef that kids talk about every day? Father Lu's lips twitched. Young people these days might be so focused on a person's appearance that they overlook the appalling quality of the food. But he still put on a smile and greeted her very politely. "Please come in quickly, young master. Your children have been talking about you for a long time." "Well, we've already made the appointment and spent the money. What can we do if we don't give it a try?" Su Chen nodded, which was a way of saying hello. "As soon as I entered, I smelled a fresh aroma wafting through the air, and my professional instincts made me subconsciously judge the freshness of the ingredients." Seeing this, Father Lu quickly led Su Chen to the kitchen. "Young man, all the groceries are bought, and the kitchen is all ready. Why don't you come in and take a look and see what your specialty dishes you'd like to make? Or is there anything else you need that I can prepare?" That's what he said, but secretly he was thinking, "I'll be thankful if this handsome young man doesn't put sugar in instead of salt." In the kitchen, the 2 carp were making their last desperate struggle in the basin, splashing water with a plop. Seeing this, Aunt Lu immediately stepped forward. "These 2 fish are fierce. Do you want me to stun them for you?" The words got stuck in my throat before I could finish speaking. With a casual flick of his wrist, Su Chen caught the fish, which froze in his hand as if it had been struck by a pressure point. "How about we get braised pork belly, sweet and sour carp, 3 delicacy soup, and stir-fried bok choy?" As Su Chen spoke, he pinched the fish's gills with his fingertips, and the carp, which had been jumping around just moments before, instantly became calm. The swiftness of the technique sent a chill down Lu's spine. and he suddenly recalled the terrifying memories of working in a slaughterhouse when he was young. Suchin didn't notice the old couple's shock. Seeing that they didn't speak, he began to express his own opinions. The main ingredient for making braised pork belly is pork belly, which is divided into upper pork belly and lower pork belly. The upper and lower pork belly are named after the different parts of the pig's body they are located in. The upper part of the pork belly has a higher proportion of fat, so it has a firmer texture. It is generally used for stir-frying pork belly or for making fillings or meatballs. The lower layer of pork belly, also known as five-layered pork belly, has a softer texture and a balanced ratio of fat to lean meat. Its characteristic feature is the alternating layers of fat and lean meat. This type of meat is suitable for making braised pork belly or stewed pork belly. Of course, mainly because I noticed that you have a very complete supply of spices and seasonings here, and there are even dried lotus leaves under the counter. Upon hearing this, Father Lu's body trembled. Does this young man have X-ray vision? He clearly put the spices and lotus leaves in a plastic bag. Aunt Lu clapped her hands in delight. Oh, you're the expert, master. Okay, these 4 dishes will do, for dishes are enough for 5 people. After saying that, Aunt Lu turned and glared at her husband. I told you it would have been good to keep more spices on hand, didn't I? You old codger even complained about me last time. Father Lu. What can he say? What does he dare to say? Meanwhile, in the living room, the Lu siblings, who had been eavesdropping, covered their mouths and chuckled. Lu Mingming muttered to herself. Our dad's expression was priceless, like he'd seen a ghost. Lu Taodao pulled out his phone. No way. I have to record this and make it into memes, haha. Without further ado, Su Chun, having received a positive reply, quickly got to work in the kitchen. Braised pork belly is a classic snack in Shandong cuisine. It gets its name from the fact that it is cooked by tying it together with cattails or cotton thread. Of course, there is also a legend that braised pork belly got its name from the food eaten by Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei when they swore brotherhood in the Peach Garden. However, as far as Su Chin knew, there was no clear record of this claim, so it was most likely a folk legend fabricated by later generations. He first used a steel wool pad to scrub the pigskin clean, which thoroughly removed the grease and sweat glands from the surface of the pigskin, greatly reducing the fishy smell of pork. After cleaning the meat, Su Chin placed it on the cutting board and looked around for cotton thread. Cotton thread is one of the important raw materials for making braised pork. In the past, when resources were scarce, people often used dried cattails to tie the braised pork. Actually, dried cattail is better than cotton thread. This aquatic plant is very tough after being dried, and it is more pleasing to the eye when used in styling than cotton thread. But since he was doing it at the customer's home, Su Chun had no choice but to settle for using regular cotton thread. After cutting the cotton thread into small pieces, he finally picked up the cleaver and broke the pork belly with skin into large chunks. To make braised pork belly, you basically cut each pound of pork into 8 pieces. Soon, under Su Chin's skillful knife work, the 2 pounds of pork were cut into pieces that were 15 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick. After cutting the pork, Su Chun did not blanch it. While blanching can remove the blood and fishy smell from meat, it also causes some of the pork's freshness to be lost, affecting the final taste of the dish. Su Chun put boiling water into a basin, then added some cold water to make it lukewarm water at 40 or 50 degrees Celsius. When cleaning the blood off fatty meats, never use cold water. Animal fat will solidify when it comes into contact with cold water, which will affect the absorption of flavor by the ingredients during cooking and may even affect the final taste. Therefore, Su Chin chose to wash with warm water. After cleaning, set it aside for later use. Next, prepare the spices for stewing the pork belly. This dish has a typical savory and 5-spice flavor, with 5-spice as the main spice and a small amount of other spices added. The key to making braised pork belly is the aroma of the meat. So how do you bring out that aroma? The core principle is to err on the side of less rather than more. Unlike dishes that require a lot of seasoning to stimulate the taste, braised pork belly only needs a small amount of seasoning to bring out the natural aroma of the pork belly. Spices serve only 2 purposes. First, to suppress any flavors of pork that clash with its aroma, and second, to complement the meat's fragrance. As for dried lotus leaves, they don't have a particularly prominent flavor, but they can neutralize the heat of the meat itself and reduce the greasiness of pork belly. It's a perfect match when added to braised pork belly. Chapter 477. You old geezer, have some shame. Su Chun took the star anise out of the plastic bag, gently tapped each one with the back of a knife, and then removed the bitter seeds from the cardamom. Prepare the different spices and dried lotus leaves according to the specified proportions and set them aside for later use. Next, slice the scallions diagonally into sections and cut the ginger into large slices. Sauté them in a wok for several seconds until the scallions and ginger release their aroma. Add the soy sauce to the wok and cook until the raw taste dissipates. Finally, pour everything into a stew pot. Braised pork belly is a type of red braised dish, so it can be colored with dark soy sauce instead of caramelized sugar. But this time, Su Chun chose to caramelize sugar. There are usually two ways to caramelize sugar, with water or with oil. Caramelizing with water is slower, but the heat is easier to control, so it is the choice of most beginners. The experienced Su Chun naturally chose to stir-fry in oil. Very little oil is used when caramelizing sugar, just enough to slightly moisten the pan. Generally, the entire process is done over low heat. Firstly, it's less likely to overcook, and secondly, the heat is easier to control, resulting in more even melting of the sugar. However, Su Chun, being highly skilled and daring, directly used high heat to caramelize the sugar. By perfectly controlling the heat, the sugar is heated evenly through hand stirring. Just as he was about to finish, he abruptly turned off the stove. The residual heat of the iron pot caused the sugar to continue to change color, and 1.5 seconds after the heat was turned off, the syrup in the pot suddenly started to bubble. Now, boiling water sizzled as it poured into the pot, instantly freezing the caramel into a perfect amber red. The reason for pouring boiling water is that if cold water is poured in, the caramel coloring will suddenly explode, and the splashed syrup may even burn the chef. Pour out the caramelized sugar and add it to the pot where you're stewing the braised pork. That's it. Su Chun didn't add the meat at this time. He boiled the spices first, and then added the meat after the water boiled, so that the pork would be more flavorful. After simmering over high heat for a few minutes, Su Chun turned the heat down, threw the meat into the pot, poured in cooking wine, and finally put the lid on. To achieve the perfect texture, braised pork belly needs to be simmered over low heat. The moment Su Chun lifted the lid, the rich aroma of spices seemed to have grown legs and rushed into the living room in an instant. Mr. Liu, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed watching TV, suddenly twitched his nose twice, and his eyes widened like saucers. Sniff. This smells so good. Liu's father sprang up from the sofa like a spring, stretching his neck out as far as he could. Aunt Liu was pretending to wipe the table at the kitchen door, but in reality, she was secretly observing Su Chun's every move. As soon as the aroma wafted over, the dishcloth in her hand fell to the ground with a plop. Her eyes were fixed on the pot, and she swallowed hard with a loud gulp. Old man. Mom rushed over and grabbed Dad's sleeve. Have you noticed? This meat smells unbelievably good. From the moment the spices are boiled, the aroma of the spices in the pot is released in a powerful and assertive manner. Not to mention that there's meat simmering in the pot right now. With the lid on, the aroma is trapped inside, making it even more enticing, as if it's deliberately teasing people's appetites. Liu's father was so hungry he was practically unconscious. His nose followed the aroma like a radar, and his feet unconsciously moved toward the kitchen. I'll go check. I'll just check if it's cooked enough. Meanwhile, while the braised pork belly was being stewed, Su Chun casually picked up some bok choy from the side and started tending to it. Liu's father sidled up to the stew pot, peeking out like a husky waiting to be fed. Seeing that Su Chun wasn't paying attention to him, he could only cough lightly. Young master, is the meat cooked? Su Chun. He didn't even look up. It's only been stewing for 5 minutes. Huh, only 5 minutes. Why does it feel like every second is an eternity? Liu's father stared intently at the pot lid, wishing he could burn it through. He rubbed his hands together, revealing a fawning smile. How about I taste it for you first? As he spoke, Liu's father secretly reached for the chopsticks. Before Su Chun could speak, Liu's mother rushed over, and slapped Lu's father on the back. "You old fool, have some shame. They haven't even finished cooking yet." However, the next second, this righteous messenger took advantage of Su Chun turning around and swiftly lifted the pot lid, dipping the tip of his chopsticks into the soup. Hiss! Lu's mother gasped. Her eyes lit up, and she grabbed Lu's father's arm. "Old man, this sauce, it's amazing." Her voice trembled with excitement. "Who told you to buy so little meat? Go and buy 10 more pounds right now." Lu's father. No, who just righteously declared he was shameless. This adds insult to injury. Su Chun was even more shocked. "Auntie, no, you can't add any more meat, or it won't cook properly." He dared not ask for it. If he did, the old couple might bring a whole pig for him to stew. After saying that, Su Chun didn't delay. He rinsed the cleaver, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the carp, and began to process it. With a flick of his wrist, the cleaver made a few quick cuts on the fish, and the scales fell off like snowflakes. As Lu Ma stared at the muscle lines of Su Chun's forearms revealed by his rolled-up sleeves, she suddenly felt her face getting hot. The young man was killing a fish like he was filming a martial arts movie. The cleaver in his hand gleamed coldly, which startled her so much that she quickly handed him her apron. It's fine if you can't add meat, but please tie on your apron so you don't get your clothes dirty." Yes, put them on quickly." Lu Mingming squeezed in at some point, and seeing that Su Chun's hands were covered in fish scales, she was eager to help him. His eagerness was so obvious that Lu's father's eyes twitched. "I've never seen you two act like this when I'm cooking, have I? This guy is only 30 years younger than me, and a tiny bit more handsome, isn't he? Is it really necessary? You all go and wait in the living room." Lu's father snatched the apron in a swift movement, his agility belying his age. "The kitchen is too small. I'll help the young chef." He then tried to shoo his wife and daughters out. When Lu Mingming was pushed out of the kitchen, the disappointment on her face was so intense, it was almost palpable. "Sigh, the chance to get up close and personal with my idol is gone. I was even thinking of showing off to my girlfriends in the fan club." In the kitchen, Lu's father was tying an apron for Su Chun, his fingers clumsily making knots. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The loaches he caught in the ditch behind the neighborhood last night were lying in the plastic bucket on the tricycle downstairs right now. There has always been a saying, "Doves in the sky, loaches on the ground." These doves are now off limits for hunting, or you might end up in jail for life. Loach is also a delicacy on the dining table. Anyway, Lu's father really likes to eat loach, and he also likes to catch loach himself. "Last night, in just 2 or 3 hours, I caught nearly 2 kilograms. If my wife were to cook those fat loaches, she'd probably turn them into mush." Before the 3 delicacy soup is even made, let's switch to another dish and let this young chef show off his skills. Chapter 478. Shouldn't this be patched up? As Lu's father pondered, his thoughts raced, and he could almost see the golden, crispy stir-fried loach on the plate, making his mouth water. Young master," Lu's father said with a forced smile, rubbing his hands together. "Since the 3 delicacy soup hasn't been made yet, could you change it? I suddenly remembered I have some good stuff. I wonder if it would be too much trouble for you." 2 minutes later, downstairs by the flower bed, Old Wong was squatting, puffing out smoke rings that were incredibly round. Suddenly seeing Lu's father dart out of the stairwell like he was being chased by a dog, I immediately perked up, shaking my cigarette, ash all over the floor. "Hey, old Lu," Old Wong teased, squinting. "Did Sister Wong's dog chase you away? Go away. I'm busy right now." Lu's father waved his hand and headed straight for the parking shed without stopping. He climbed into the shed and took a blue plastic bucket from the back of his tricycle. Old Wong's gossip radar immediately started beeping. "Old Lu, no offense, but why are you acting so suspiciously? What treasure is inside?" Looking back, he saw Old Wong with a cigarette dangling from his lips, staring mischievously at the bucket in his hand. Seeing his old friend's curiosity, Lu's father chuckled and shook the bucket, causing it to churn and simmer. "This is a real gem. It's a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women." Upon hearing this, Lao Wang immediately became interested, stubbed out his cigarette butt on the ground, and leaned over to lift the lid of the bucket. Squinting, he saw about 20 loaches jumping around in the bucket, their dark bodies twisting in a rather enchanting way. A few particularly lively ones even did a somersault, splashing water all over Old Wang's face. He wiped his face, grinning mischievously. Wow, a mudskipper, huh? Old Lu, are you looking to replenish your energy? Lu's father raised his eyebrows smugly, looking just like a smug old man. Of course, I went to the back specifically to catch them last night. They're still fresh. Seeing that Lao Lu wasn't responding, Lao Wang simply let out a strange laugh and asked in a low voice. What? Is your wife complaining that you're not working hard enough lately? Is it really necessary to go through all that trouble, going all the way to that holy river to fish it out? Upon hearing this, Lu's father blushed and almost dumped the bucket on Lao Wang's head, laughing and scolding him impatiently. Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? My eldest son hired a chef to cook at home. These loaches are so good. We can't let them go to waste in my wife's hands. Upon hearing this, Lao Wang nudged Lu's father with his elbow, getting even more excited. Oh my, you're even hiring a chef to come and cook. Old Lu, if you really let a chef cook this mudfish for you, wouldn't that be a disaster? Don't let your wife be so exhausted she can't get out of bed. Lu's father. He kicked the old lecher hard, yelling, Get lost. I'm in a hurry to get back. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. After saying that, Lu's father picked up the bucket of loaches and ran home as fast as he could, but he immediately became proud of himself and thought to himself with a smug look on his face. Once this loach is on the table, my wife will definitely praise me. Maybe tonight we'll even. On the other side, Mao Yiheng casually ate a few bites of the same dish featured in the video for lunch, then disgustedly threw away his lunchbox and continued frantically refreshing the video's comment section. I checked again and again, but I still didn't see the content creator come forward to explain the home cooking app. Damn it. They're deliberately harboring evil intentions, and they're specifically targeting someone's Achilles heel. There were many netizens in the comments section who, like him, were both indignant and incredibly hungry. Scrolling further down, you'll find even big restaurants poaching employees online. In the comments section, a comment with a gold V verification mark caught my eye. Huizenlu Restaurant. After our professional kitchen team repeatedly watched the video, the knife skills of the sauerkraut fish were exquisite, and the control of the heat was precise, all of which reached the top professional level in the industry. Therefore, we sincerely inquire with the content creator whether they have this chef's contact information. Our restaurant cordially invites Chef Su to join us. The salary and benefits are absolutely excellent, far more lucrative than simply offering on-site cooking services. Seeing this, Mao Yiheng curiously clicked on the homepage of Huizenlu. The certification information section listed a variety of astonishing honors. A century-old brand. A restaurant that has been listed in the Michelin Guide for 6 consecutive years. Head chef of state banquets. Mao Yiheng's heart skipped a beat. This is quite impressive. Huizenlu, a culinary expert, is trying to poach our staff? He already knew that this locksmith was an exceptional cook, but he never expected him to be so good that even Michelin-starred restaurants would come and lick his boots. In just a moment, Mao Yiheng's admiration for Su Chun surged even higher. Hard work pays off. After scrolling through the comments section countless times, a resourceful netizen actually found the software used by the chef when he came to cook at the chef's home. Mao Yiheng naturally downloaded it, as well without delay. I was thinking that if the driver was far from the city and it was inconvenient for him to provide service, I would have an excuse to give to my domineering father. As a result, when he finished downloading the software and his eyes fell on the local location on the homepage, his expression instantly turned to surprise. Wow, this content creator is from the same city as me. He was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized, No. The important thing is that this driver is also from the same city. Mao Yiheng instantly grasped the logical connection and eagerly clicked on the in-home cooking service section. He learned from the video that the driver's surname was Su, so he decisively typed Su into the search bar and started searching. Although Su is a very common surname, the number of people who actually provide in-home cooking services is not that many. Sure enough, the page quickly redirected to Su Chin's personal homepage. The profile picture on the homepage was exactly the same as the one seen in the video, and Mao Yiheng recognized it at a glance. There really is one. Mao Yihing was so excited he almost jumped for joy, feeling like he had won the lottery. He quickly clicked into Su Chen's homepage, eager to place an order and try the legendary master's cooking. However, when he clicked the order option, a reservation date interface popped up on the page, which clearly showed that the reservation slots for today and tomorrow were all full. As for later dates, they are displayed as unavailable for booking. Mao Yihing tried his best for a long time, refreshing the page and trying different methods, but he still failed to make a reservation. Left with no other option, he had to give up and decided to try his luck again next week. At the same time, Lu Ziyi felt that she had just closed her eyes when she was abruptly woken up by the ringing of the phone. I picked up my phone in a daze and saw that it was Xiao Lei calling. I'm going crazy. I can't get a reservation with Chef Su. The pots and pans I ordered just arrived today. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Lei's voice shrieked in rapid succession. Chapter 479. Oh no, is there a bug? Lu Ziyi was having a wonderful dream. In her dream, Chef Su was preparing a Manchu Han imperial feast for her, and the aroma was almost wafting out of her dream. This barrage of calls woke her up abruptly, and a little anger rose within her, making her somewhat grumpy in the morning. But upon hearing Xiao Lei's words, he was instantly wide awake and hurriedly asked, What? What do you mean by saying we can't make an appointment? Master Su's appointment slots for today and tomorrow are all full. Xiao Lei said anxiously. Oh, it's full. What about the day after tomorrow? Lu Ziyi quickly asked again. Unable to make an appointment. Xiao Lei's tone was filled with despair. No way. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyi also became anxious. She didn't even bother to go back to sleep. She jumped out of bed, frantically brushed the hair off her face, and with trembling fingers logged onto the app to try and make an appointment. However, just as Xiao Lei said, the reservation slots for today and tomorrow have been snapped up, and reservations for the day after tomorrow are simply not possible. Impossible. Is there a bug in the platform? She had been happily planning to book Chef Su's visit again after waking up so he could cook her a delicious meal. All those beautiful fantasies burst like bubbles in an instant. Poor thing, she even reminisces about it in her dreams. At that moment, Lu Ziyi glanced at the upper right corner of the platform icon for posting videos on her phone screen and saw a message notification that read 99+. A thought suddenly struck her. Could it be that the video she posted had gone viral? She hurriedly clicked on it, only to find that the video, which had only been posted a short time ago, already had hundreds of comments. Lu Ziyi was quickly drawn to the comment with the most likes. When she saw Huizinla's message and clicked to see the other party's verification information, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Although she knew that Chef Su was a very good cook, she really didn't expect him to be this good. A century-old restaurant with a chef who has served state banquets is now openly extending an olive branch to Chef Su in the comments section, poaching him online. If Chef Su really gets poached to work as a chef at a big restaurant in another province, then even if I want to eat his cooking in the future, I'll probably have to go to another place. Thinking of this, Lu Ziyi felt an urge to delete the video immediately. She felt she couldn't bear such terrible news alone. Before the call was even disconnected, Lu Ziyi said to Xiao Lei on the other end of the line with a tone of utter despair, I'm doomed. Did you even see the comments section of my video? A century-old restaurant said they wanted to poach Chef Su to work as a chef in another province. What? Xiao Lei's screams almost shattered Lu Ziyi's eardrums, forcing her to hold her phone half a meter away. Then I heard her anxiously exclaim, That won't do. Master Su has gone to another province. What will we do then? We can't just starve to death at home, can we? You didn't starve to death before I met Master Su. Lu Ziyi couldn't help but laugh when she heard Xiao Lei's exaggerated reaction. How can that be the same? After eating Chef Su's cooking, all other takeout is just rotten fish and shrimp. I disagree. Absolutely disagree. Xiao Lei's attitude was unusually firm. It's like saying it'll make a difference if you disagree, Lu Ziyi replied helplessly. The two of them sighed and lamented on the phone for a long time, arguing about all sorts of things, and finally could only reach a tragic consensus. That means I can only try to book Master Su again in a couple of days and see how it goes. It would be best if he didn't get poached. He can at least have a meal while he can. This is the Lu family's residence. As soon as Lu's father entered the kitchen, He couldn't wait to show Su Chen the good stuff he had caught, like he was showing off a treasure. Su Chen put the freshly fried quail eggs and tiger skin green peppers together with the braised pork and stewed them. He also took the loach from Lu's father's hand. Normally, you should let them spit out the mud and dirt in their stomachs for a few days before they are ready to eat. But now Lu's father can't wait any longer. He's eager to make these loaches die a worthy death. However, this is not difficult to do. Su Chen has a good way to make the loach spit out the mud quickly. Watching the loaches frolicking in the bucket, he casually grabbed the salt shaker from the spice rack and casually tossed a handful into the bucket. Whoosh! The moment the salt grains hit the water, the loaches became even more excited, as if they had eaten popping candy. Adding a little salt will stimulate them to expel the mud, and they will be ready to eat after a while. Su Chen explained for a moment, then added, "By the way, how do you want to cook this loach? I don't see any tofu in the kitchen, and making broth takes time, so we can't make loach burrowing into tofu. How about we just stir-fry it? It'll be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, a perfect accompaniment to drinks." "Great. I'll make stir-fried loach." Upon hearing the words "to go with drinks," Lu's father's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. "Young chef, make it extra spicy. The spicier the better. Ideally, it'd be so spicy that my nose and eyes would be running. That would be truly satisfying." Seeing Lu's father so happy, like a child, Su Chen was also infected by his joy and nodded and smiled. "That's easy. I guarantee it'll be spicy and addictive." As he spoke, his hands continued to work, and he began to make decorative cuts on the two carp. Whether the sweet and sour carp is fried thoroughly, whether the sweet and sour sauce is well absorbed, and whether the carp looks appealing after frying. All these key points depend on the scoring technique used to prepare it. Su Chen laid the carp flat on the cutting board, held the fish down with one hand, and began to slowly cut with the other. The blade tilted, cutting through the fish's body with an arc, all the way down to the spine. Then Su Chen flattened the blade and began to cut horizontally along the spine towards the fish's head. The blade sliced through the base of the fishbone close to the spine, making a soft, crackling sound. He made deep cuts, so that after making the cuts, only a small part of each piece of fish meat remained attached to the fish. Once the decorative cuts are made, the carp is lifted upside down, and the cuts naturally open, revealing fish meat shaped like peony petals, beautiful enough to grace the cover of a food magazine. This knife skill. Lu's father was dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that his wife's usual fish cooking was like destroying evidence, while this was artistic creation. After making the incisions, Su Chen took a basin, added enough water to just cover the two fish, and then added some salt and rice wine to the water. Before coating the carp with batter, soak it in lightly salted water. Sweet and sour carp has a bright and intensely sweet and sour flavor, with a refreshing sourness and an irresistible sweetness. Soaking the fish in salt water beforehand allows a small amount of salt to seep into the flesh, which not only prevents it from becoming too salty, but also enhances the sweetness of the sweet and sour sauce. Furthermore, after the salt content alters the osmotic pressure inside and outside the fish cells, the texture of the fish meat can become firmer. As for adding a little Shaoxing wine, it's to remove the fishy smell and enhance the aroma. After all, the effect of salt that has been infused into the fish beforehand is completely different from that of salt added to the sauce later. Did I go to the wrong place in chapter 480? In the kitchen, watching Su Chen's actions, Lu's father suddenly came over like a curious child. "Young master, when making sweet and sour carp, are there any rules or special considerations regarding soaking the carp in salt water?" "If you want it sweet, add a little salt," Su Chen explained with a smile. "It's the same principle as adding a tiny bit of salt to your mung bean soup." Lu's father suddenly realized something, remembered something, and turned around to stand at the kitchen doorway to show off to Lu's mother. "Did you hear that? That's what the young chef said. Last time I sprinkled salt on a watermelon, and you scolded me." The next second, Aunt Lu's angry voice rang out. "You're not sprinkling salt on it. You're marinating the watermelon." Lu's father. "Woman, you're just being stubborn. The young apprentice said so. How could it be false?" He pouted and looked down at his beloved loach again. "The braised pork is almost done, and the carp is soaking in water. When can we eat this dish?" The more Lu's father thought about it, the more anxious he became. He simply squatted down by the bucket, staring intently at the loaches, and poked each one twice while muttering to himself. Hey, did you throw up completely? Stop slacking off. Hurry up and throw up. It'll only be a split second before it goes into the pot. It won't hurt. The tone was just like coaxing a child to take medicine. Su-chun was so angry at trying to hold back his laughter that his abs hurt. Watching this 50-year-old man interact with the loach across species lines, for some reason, he suddenly thought of the narration in Animal World. On the vast African savanna, an elderly husky patiently awaits its lunch. Su-chin's imagination ran wild, to the point that it became somewhat outrageous. He shook his head, banishing these thoughts, and then couldn't help but ask, Uncle, are you preparing to perform a ritual to help them pass on to the afterlife? Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu smiled sheepishly. Hee, I'm just kind-hearted. I'm providing them with end-of-life care, so they can leave this world knowing what's happening. As soon as he finished speaking, a loach flicked its tail and splashed water precisely into his mouth. Tui, Tui, Tui. Lu's father jumped up and vomited violently. You ungrateful wretch. Like the farmer and the snake? All that psychological counseling I gave you was for nothing. Su-chin finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. To be honest, this family is really interesting. The daughter is a fangirl, the son is a goofy big guy, the mother is a foodie, and the father is a real character. Together they could put on a family comedy. In the living room, Lu Taotao paced back and forth like a headless fly. After his initial awkwardness around Su-chun subsided, he turned his attention to every nook and cranny of the house. Since Dad is monopolizing Boss Su's space. Oh no, the kitchen. He might as well go outside and do some more inspections. Why is there dust under this coffee table? He squatted down, ran his fingers along the legs of the coffee table, and held it up in front of Aunt Lu to show her the evidence. Mom, look. If Boss Su sees this, he'll think we never clean our house. Lu Mingming was passing by with a fruit platter when she heard this and almost threw grapes in his face. Dude, are you out of your mind? Why would Boss Su be lying on the floor inspecting the coffee table legs? Even though the environment was already bright, clean, and pleasant, why did he still find fault with everything? Lu Mingming. Lu Taotao ignored her words and turned his gaze back to the vase, immediately starting to point and gesticulate. Quickly put this in the kitchen. While Boss Su is cooking, he can smell the delicate floral fragrance the moment he looks down, and he'll definitely be in a great mood. And when he's in a good mood, the food will taste even better. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingming couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. She gestured towards the kitchen with her chin, expressing her dissatisfaction. Do you think Boss Su is some kind of fairy? She even smells the vegetables before she cuts them. But before she could finish speaking, Lu Taotao changed his mind again, slapped his forehead and said, Oh dear, how about we put it in the restaurant? When we eat later, having such a bouquet of flowers next to us will make it feel more ceremonial. When Mr. Su comes out, he will definitely think that our home has a special touch of life. Lu Mingming finally couldn't hold back anymore. Lu Taotao, don't go too far. It's just a broken vase. It doesn't matter where you put it. Why are you making such a fuss? Lu Taotao acted as if he hadn't heard, turned around, and stared at Lu Mingming's room again, and said, Have you tidied up your room? I remember seeing several of your dirty clothes lying on the chair yesterday. What a mess. Go wash them right now. Lu Mingming was utterly baffled and retorted, Are you crazy? Boss Su is cooking in our kitchen right now, and he's not even showing us his room, so why should I clean it up? Lu Taotao, however, looked quite serious and spoke with conviction. What if Boss Su finishes cooking and suddenly gets interested in visiting your place? Are you going to refuse him entry? Maybe he's going to the bathroom and will pass by your room? It would be so embarrassing if he saw your room was a mess. Shaolin, Lu Mingming's best friend who had been there for a while, finally couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her hand timidly and said softly, Brother Tao, Boss Su is mainly busy in the kitchen, so he can be fine in other places. Lu's mother was also speechless, staring at her son for a few seconds with the look of someone looking at an idiot. Then, she grabbed a feather duster and shoved it into his hand. Since you're so energetic, why don't you go to your room and dust off the ash on the lamp? This silly boy is obsessed, like a fan of a celebrity. He's even more enthusiastic than when she first visited her in-laws' home. Seeing that he was not convinced, Lu Taotao quickly raised his hands to indicate his surrender. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. I'll listen to you. Just then, ding-dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting the lively conversation in the living room. Who is it, visiting at this hour? Aunt Lu wiped her hands and walked towards the door, puzzled. Lu Mingming also curiously peeked out, wondering if it was a neighbor who had smelled the aroma and was coming to freeload. The door opened. Holy crap! Lu Mingming was completely dumbfounded. Two men stood at the door, their uniforms emblazoned with large, gleaming gold characters. Honghuo Wedding Flower Shop, making your love shine brightly. Lu Mingming. Her brain went blank on the spot, and her CPU burned out. What's going on here? Did we go to the wrong place? Hello, is this Mr. Lu Taotao's home? The lead driver gave a professional smile, politely inquired while also taking out his phone to carefully confirm. Lu Mingming. So we didn't go to the wrong place. So what is her brother Lu Taotao up to? Propose? When did that happen? To whom? How come she didn't know? Yes, this is Lu Taotao's home. May I ask who you are? Lu Mingming was completely stunned and had no idea what was going on. Oh, Mr. Lu's flower basket has arrived. Could you please have him sign for it? Chapter 4, 81 You're insane. Flower blue. Lu Mingming said in astonishment. Upon hearing the noise, Lu Taotao rushed out of the house, still clutching the feather duster that his mother had just used to dust him. At first glance, the other party seemed hostile, as if they intended to start a fight. Upon seeing this, the two masters immediately bowed and apologized. You must be Mr. Lu. I'm so sorry. Your order was a bit unusual. Our warehouse mixed up the bouquet styles, and reordering it caused a delay. As he spoke, one of the drivers pulled out a compensation slip, saying, We've already refunded 60% of the amount, and we've also prepared an extra apology. Lu Taotao stared at the list, his mind racing with calculations. A 60% refund? Plus a free gift? That's practically free. Ahem. Well, Lu Taotao said, feigning reluctance. The flower baskets were originally meant to be placed at the entrance so that our honored guests would feel our hospitality as soon as they entered, but now everyone is inside. He deliberately dragged out the tone, glancing towards his master. The master immediately understood and presented the gift box with both hands. This is a gift box, and there's a VIP discount coupon too. All right, I'll let it go since you've been quite nice. But don't let it happen again. Lu Taotao's expression changed instantly, and he snatched the gift box. Place the standing flower basket at the door for me, and give the bouquet to my sister. Okay. The master nodded gratefully, and after receiving clear instructions, immediately called on his companions behind him to get to work. When Lu's mother and Lu Mingming's best friend heard this conversation, they looked at each other, completely bewildered. Lu Taotao, are you crazy? You actually ordered flower baskets and bouquets? Lu Mingming only came to her senses when she received the bouquet in her hands, and she was completely stunned. What she held in her hand wasn't fresh flowers, but a creative vegetable bouquet containing broccoli, kale, carrots, corn, bell peppers, chili peppers, eggplant, and other vegetables, along with champagne-colored roses and eucalyptus leaves as accessories. Although it's not common, it has a kind of romance and everyday life feel to it. That's right. That'll show how much I value Boss Su. We can even take a picture together in front of his house later, as a souvenir. Lu Taotao looked smug, head held high, completely unaware of how outrageous his behavior was. He spoke with great enthusiasm as he carefully inspected the standing flower basket. This flower basket is indeed extremely exquisite. In a prominent position on the flower basket, several photos of Su Chen's previous business operations at different locations were also specially included. These photos are of a very high standard, each a close-up of Su Chen, clearly capturing his expression when he is focused on cooking or communicating with customers. Needless to say, these photos were stolen by Lu Taotao from her fan club. When he saw these photos, he felt they were perfect and arranged them in this flower basket without hesitation. Watching Lu Taotao's actions, Lu's mother was speechless and immediately shouted towards the kitchen. Old Lu, come out quickly. Your son has gone mad. Are you going to do anything about it? Upon hearing this, Lu's father reluctantly came out of the kitchen. Immediately afterwards, his old face hardened, and he turned to look at Aunt Lu with a helpless expression. What do you mean, my son? Isn't that your son? You can do whatever you want with him. Upon hearing this, a long-lost sense of familiarity surged in Lu's mother's heart, as if she had returned to the mischievous days when Lu Taotao was in junior high school. That long-forgotten continuous staff technique now felt like it had an urge to be unsealed. In a swift movement, she snatched the feather duster from Lu Taotao's hand without a word. Lu Taotao inwardly cried out in alarm. He moved aside, subtly signaling to Aunt Lu that there were other outsiders present. Seeing this, Aunt Lu took several deep breaths, trying her best to suppress her inner impulse. After all, she still cares a lot about her reputation and doesn't want to lose face in front of outsiders. However, the commotion at the door eventually caught the attention of the neighbor across the hall. With a creak, the security door opposite slowly opened. My neighbor, Aunt Huang, curiously peeked out and looked around. Looking around, Aunt Huang saw that the wedding company staff had finished their service and were preparing to leave, with exquisite flower baskets placed at the entrance. Looking further into the house, a large bouquet of flowers caught the eye. Lu's mother was holding a feather duster, and Lu's father was holding a rag. The whole family looked like they were doing a thorough cleaning. Aunt Huang instantly had a look of sudden realization, and then her expression immediately turned into a warm smile mixed with some gossip. Oh, is your family having an event today? Has Tao Tao found someone, and is he coming over today? Or is he getting engaged? You're making quite a big deal out of this. Aunt Huang pushed open the door with a curious look on her face and came out. She looked left and right, then smiled broadly at Aunt Lu and said, Oh my, whose daughter is this? I remember last week when we were dancing in the square together, you were worrying about Tao Tao's marriage. I told him then, don't rush, Tao Tao is a decisive child. When he meets someone he likes, he'll definitely settle down quickly. And look, it came true. As soon as Aunt Huang opens her mouth, a whole string of questions comes out. By the way, how old are you, young lady? Where are you from? What do you do for a living? When Lu Ma heard this, her face turned green. If things are really as Aunt Huang thinks, and Lu Taotao has found a partner, she wouldn't have a problem with having more flower baskets, or even decorating the whole house like a palace. But that's not the case at all. Lu Ma was so angry that she gripped the feather duster tightly, but she still had to force a smile that looked worse than crying, and said, No, Sister Huang, you've misunderstood. Misunderstanding? What's the misunderstanding? Grandma Huang, still all smiles and completely oblivious to Grandma Lu's embarrassment, said to herself, Oh dear, it would be so much better if we settled things sooner. Maybe we could hold our grandson next year. Life would be so blissful. As she spoke, Aunt Huang casually reached out and flipped through the flower basket in front of her and saw the photo tucked in the middle of the basket. Upon seeing this, she was immediately stunned. Why is it a man? Aunt Huang's smile froze for a moment, and her expression looked very strange. But then she remembered what Aunt Lu had just said about a misunderstanding, and her face lit up with a look of sudden realization. She said, Oh, I see, it's Meng Meng. No wonder the photo was of a man. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng Meng instinctively retorted, It wasn't me, it was my brother. He did all of this. She didn't want to be mistaken for someone who did this crazy thing. Aunt Huang's smile froze completely on her face. Her lips twitched a few times, and after hesitating for a while, she stammered, Today is it your brother's business? Chapter 482 You guys are busy, I won't bother you anymore. Is it your brother's business today? Yes. Upon hearing the words, his brother, Lu Meng Meng nodded hurriedly, confirming Aunt Huang's question. This. Grandma Huang felt like her brain couldn't keep up, and she was momentarily dazed. She looked at Lu Taotao with a face full of surprise and disbelief, and then turned her gaze to Lu's mother. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After hesitating for a long time, with a very complicated expression on her face, Aunt Huang stammered, Well, it's all right, isn't it? Your family is quite open-minded. As she spoke, she gave a few awkward, forced laughs. I really never noticed before. Aunt Huang felt extremely uncomfortable and subconsciously took 2 steps back. A strong urge to share welled up inside me. and I had already planned how I would tell my old girlfriends about going to square dancing tonight. But the thought of having to wait until evening to bring it up made Aunt Huang feel like countless ants were crawling all over her body. The itchy, impatient feeling was unbearable for her. Why don't we call our old friends now? Once the thought popped into my head, I couldn't suppress it anymore. Aunt Huang forced an even more awkward smile and said, "Then you all go about your business. I won't bother you any longer." As soon as she finished speaking, she slammed the security door shut as fast as she could. Looking at the tightly closed security door, Lu Taotao frowned and muttered in confusion. Why is she talking so strangely? Did Aunt Huang take the wrong medicine today, or what? Aunt Lu also found Aunt Huang's behavior a bit strange. But the next second, it was as if her mind suddenly connected with Aunt Huang's brainwaves, and her expression changed drastically as she realized the problem. In an instant, Lu's mother felt as if the whole sky was about to collapse. She knew in her heart that if Aunt Huang spread this misunderstanding around, her family would probably be too ashamed to stay in this community. Who would want to introduce potential partners to their son in the future? Aunt Lu's anger finally erupted. She suddenly raised the feather duster high in her hand and roared, "I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. You've completely disgraced the whole family." Snap! Lu Taotao was caught off guard by this attack and let out a miserable ah. He jumped 3 feet high, tears welling up in his eyes from the pain. "Mom, what are you doing? What did I do to you? How could I have made my whole family lose face?" Lu Taotao felt that she was even more wrong than Doi. "People suspect you've been seeing another man." Seeing Lu Taotao's still aggrieved expression, Lu's mother's anger flared up. "Huh? Really? Don't you know your son? I'm as straight as a steel bar." Upon hearing this, Lu Taotao immediately became anxious. "I'll make you straighter than a steel bar." Lu's mother was so angry that she was furious and wouldn't listen to Lu Taotao's explanations. With a shout, she lashed out at Lu Taotao with 2 more feather dusters without any mercy. Lu Taotao screamed and jumped around as he was beaten. Lu Mingming's best friend was terrified by this, barely daring to breathe, her eyes wide open, trembling as she watched the scene unfold. They quickly squeezed into a corner, afraid of getting splattered with blood. Amidst the chaos and commotion, Su Chun was mixing batter in the kitchen. The quality of this batter completely determines the taste and appearance of the fried carp. A good batter should be able to clump together while maintaining sufficient fluidity and moderate viscosity, resulting in a golden brown color and crispy texture after frying. Su Chun poured cornstarch and flour into a bowl, added water, and skillfully stirred the mixture with his fingers. When it felt about right, I gathered the batter in the bowl together, reached out, and lifted it up. The batter, which looked like a liquid, was lifted up as a whole and flowed slowly downwards in a thin stream. The batter for sweet and sour carp needs to be even, and it should be stirred using a technique similar to that used when stir-frying. Su Chun spread his 5 fingers apart and bent them, lifting and shaking them in the batter. The commotion outside grew louder and louder. He frowned in surprise, wiped his hands, which were covered in batter, on a rag, and strode to the kitchen door. The moment he pushed open the door, the scene before him stunned Su Chun, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Aunt Lu chased Lu Taotao all over the house with a feather duster, making strange noises all the while, creating a chaotic scene. The moment I opened the door, I saw Chong Wei beating Lai Fu. As if seeing a savior, Lu Taotao rushed towards Su Chun, shouting, "Boss Su, save me." Su Chun was somewhat taken aback by this scene. After hesitating for a moment, he said with a troubled expression, "You guys continue. I have to go now." He was truly shocked by the chaotic scene before him and felt as if he were somewhat superfluous. "No, my mom will beat me to death." Lu Taotao clung tightly to Su Chun's arm, saying she was about to hide behind him. When Lu Ma saw this, she was so angry that her eyes almost flew to the sky. The veins on her forehead bulged, and she gripped the feathered duster tightly in her hand. Lu Mingming stood aside, enjoying the spectacle, and couldn't help but laugh as she explained, "Boss Su, my brother specially ordered a flower basket to welcome you. As a result, your photo was put in the flower basket, and the neighbors saw it and misunderstood that my brother had found a boyfriend and brought him home. Now my mom is furious." Upon hearing this, Suchin quickly pulled his arm away from Lu Taotao's grasp and looked at Lu Taotao speechlessly. Boss Su, I'm a diehard fan of yours, after all. Lu Taotao looked hurt. Suchin didn't reply. He glanced at the flower basket by the door, the bouquet on the table, and then at the feather duster in Lu Ma's hand. He barely managed to utter a single sentence. Why didn't you kill this guy? Lu Mingming was laughing so hard she was doubled over. But then her smile suddenly vanished as she realized something was amiss. Yesterday, I was misunderstood because of Boss Su, and today my older brother has fallen into the same misunderstanding. The misunderstanding is all about Boss Su. She couldn't help but click her tongue inwardly. My goodness, this is too chaotic, it's really a bit melodramatic. Although Aunt Lu was furious, she couldn't continue beating Lu Taotao in front of Suchin. With a flick of her wrist, she hid the feather duster behind her back, and her face instantly transformed into a polite smile. Mr. Su, please continue with your work. I'm sorry you had to see this. Seeing this, Lu Taotao couldn't help but mutter under his breath. She changes her expression so quickly. The sound was soft, but it was still clearly audible. Aunt Lu's ears twitched, her eyebrows furrowed, and a section of the feather duster hidden behind her back popped up. Lu Taotao immediately shut his mouth and dared not say another word. Chapter 483 Hurry Home. Suchin went into the kitchen and continued working on the dough he was halfway through making. Water-based paste is the simplest, but also the most challenging to make. Some culinary styles use a water-based batter, which involves adding extra egg whites to the batter. Other styles use a raw-cooked batter, adding half-scalded flour to the batter. To make the carp crispier, you can add an ounce or two of beer to the batter. The bubbles in the beer will make the fried carp more porous and airy. There is no distinction between authentic and illegitimate methods. They are simply different schools of thought. If your skills are not up to par, no matter what kind of batter you use, the results will not be good. Suchin told Lu Taotao's family to just wait outside for their meal and not to come in to help. Having received instructions, Lu's father returned to the sofa, but he couldn't sit still and kept glancing towards the kitchen. Lu Taotao was incredibly excited. He held up his phone and took several photos of Suchin busy in the kitchen, then posted them to the fan club with a caption to show off. Family members, who can understand? It feels so wonderful to sit comfortably in the living room and wait for Boss Su to cook and serve the meal. Something I never even dared to dream of. He recalled the days when he used to chase after Boss Su everywhere, and the happiness he felt at this moment was almost an unreal illusion. The group chat became lively shortly after the message was sent. Damn it. I was starving. Where did this show-off come from? Kick him, kick him. Damn, are you short of food? I can be your dog and take care of the leftovers. Wah. Are there any more convoys left? The more people in his fan club criticized Lu Taotao, the more excited he became, and the brighter his smile grew. Do you know that the sly smile you're wearing right now makes you look like a villain? Lu Mingming glanced at the messages in the fan club, then looked at Lu Taotao's smug expression, and felt she couldn't bear to look at it, so she couldn't help but complain. Haha, if being a villain means I can eat Boss Su's cooking every day, I wouldn't be afraid of being infamous for eternity. Lu Taotao waved his hand dismissively. As long as I can taste Suchin's cooking, nothing else matters. You're about to be infamous in this neighborhood forever. Lu's mother was restless and almost pulled out the feather duster again when she heard her son's words. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more worried she became. When she thought of Aunt Huang's loose tongue, she realized that she couldn't just sit and wait for her fate any longer. If we don't clarify things quickly, my son's reputation will be completely ruined, and we might really have to move to another neighborhood. Thinking of this, Aunt Lu could no longer sit still. She stood up and went out. We must clear up this misunderstanding today, no matter what. In the kitchen, the edge of the stew pot lid had stopped emitting white steam, leaving only the residual heat gently bubbling the last few oil bubbles at the bottom of the pot. Suchin reached out and lifted the lid. The rich aroma of soy sauce mixed with spices instantly wafted out, along with the sweet caramel scent of melted rock sugar, all of which was stewed into the meat. The braised pork in the pot is a deep amber color, with the marbled pork belly pieces trembling slightly. The glossy skin and meat are soaked with sauce and gleam enticingly under the light. Quail eggs sank to the bottom of the soup, their shells stained a dark brown, while green peppers lay limply beside the meat, their green color glistening. Su-chan gently poked the meat with the tip of his chopsticks, and the piece of meat obediently separated, revealing the tender fibers inside, while still maintaining its complete shape. Excellent, absolutely perfect. It was worth it for him to adjust the heat twice during this period and soak it for another 10 minutes after turning off the heat. Su-chan took a wide-mouthed white porcelain bowl, first scooped 2 spoonfuls of thick broth to line the bottom, then used chopsticks to pick up pieces of meat one by one and stack them inside. The fatty part is translucent, the lean meat has distinct textures, quail eggs are scattered among them, and green peppers are placed on the edge as a garnish. Finally, a spoonful of piping hot broth is poured over it, and the oil spreads out in tiny golden rings on the surface, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafts straight into your nose. The wafting fragrance instantly captivated Lu Taotao's olfactory senses in the living room. He couldn't sit still any longer, so he slipped into the kitchen and took a deep breath. Then he said to Su-chan solicitously, "Boss Su, let me take the dishes out. I've only finished one dish." Su-chan reminded Lu Taotao. A single dish placed alone on the table doesn't look very appealing. It's best to wait until several dishes are served before starting the meal. It's okay. When you set up your stall, you usually only serve one dish. I'm used to it, Lu Taotao said with a grin, looking completely matter-of-fact. Su-chan was taken aback by these words, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he really couldn't refute them. After all, when I set up my own stall, even if I only had one dish, the customers would still enjoy it immensely. This bowl of braised pork belly, with its tempting color and enticing aroma, was placed on the dining table by Lu Taotao. Hey, why isn't my mom back yet? Could she be living across the street now? Looking at the braised pork that had just been served on the table, Lu Taotao's stomach was already rumbling with hunger. He wanted to call everyone to start eating, but then he suddenly realized that his mother was still at Aunt Huang's house across the street and hadn't come back yet. Left with no other choice, he could only get up and prepare to call his mother home for dinner. Upon arriving at the opposite door, Lu Taotao intended to knock politely, but found that the security door was not closed tightly, but rather ajar. Without thinking much, he gently pushed the door open and went inside. Standing in the entryway, he raised his voice and called out, "Mom, come home for dinner. Hurry up." Soon, Aunt Huang and Aunt Lu walked over from the living room, chatting and laughing together. Seeing the two getting along so well, Lu Taotao couldn't tell for a moment whether the misunderstanding had been cleared up. As soon as Aunt Huang saw Lu Taotao, she said earnestly, "Taotao, I heard from your mother that you've been spending money on flower baskets, bouquets, and even hiring people to cook for you. That's not how you spend money." She paused slightly, then continued, "Young people, you should save more money. You'll need it to buy a house and get married in the future. These are big things. If you ask me, what's the difference between any meal? Why waste money having someone come to your home to cook? That young man looks very young, and he doesn't seem like an experienced chef at all. He might not even cook as well as I can." The older generation generally share this mindset. They are reluctant to spend money or create a sense of ceremony. Lu Taotao was someone who tended to let things go in one ear and out the other, not taking them to heart. But this time, when Aunt Huang started belittling Boss Su, he couldn't stand it anymore. "Aunt Huang, Mr. Su isn't what you think. Mr. Su is worth it." Chapter 484 Apologize to me. "Aunt Huang, let me tell you, you mustn't judge a book by its cover. Although Boss Su is young, his cooking skills are definitely better than any master chef in a big restaurant." There were even people who approached Mr. Su to invest millions or tens of millions to open a restaurant. Aunt Huang didn't expect Lu Taotao to react so strongly. After being refuted by him, she immediately lost face. She frowned and said with a hint of displeasure, "What are you saying, child? If someone really invested millions to open a restaurant, would they still need to cook for people at their homes?" "Humph. Everyone says that old people are easy to fool, but I think you young people are just like that, believing whatever others say." At this moment, the atmosphere inside the room suddenly became tense, with Lu Taotao and Aunt Huang each sticking to their own version of events and refusing to give in. Hearing this from the side, Lu's mother saw that the two were about to start arguing, so she quickly reached out and grabbed Lu Taotao's arm tightly, saying anxiously, "Let's go. Let's go home and have dinner." Lu Taotao was in high spirits right now. He could tolerate others saying a few words about him, but saying that Boss Su was no good was absolutely unacceptable. Boss Su is everyone's idol in the fan club. Countless people in the group look forward to eating Boss Su's cooking once a week to regain their energy and find the motivation to love life again. "No, Aunt Huang, wait for me. I'm going to make you admit defeat today." Lu Taotao stiffened his neck, his face full of stubbornness. After saying that, he turned around and rushed back into the house. Without thinking, he reached out and picked up the big bowl of braised pork. This action left the people at the table, who were eagerly waiting for the meal to begin, completely dumbfounded. I watched helplessly as Lu Taotao hurriedly left the house with a large bowl in his hand. Lu Mingming yelled at the top of her lungs from behind. "Lu Taotao, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Where are you taking Boss Su's dishes?" Seeing that Lu Taotao showed no sign of stopping, she gritted her teeth in anger and threatened, "If you keep eating alone, I'll throw your newly bought sneakers down the toilet." Lu Taotao was only focused on proving Su's innocence and ignored Lu Mingming's words. He carried the braised pork belly to Aunt Huang and said, "Boss Su just made this braised pork belly. Try it, and then decide." Seeing Lu Taotao's behavior, Lu's mother felt a headache coming on. She was both anxious and angry, and shouted, "Lu Taotao, take it back. What's wrong with you?" Aunt Huang was stunned by Lu Taotao's series of actions. She never expected him to bring over a dish directly, and she was completely dumbfounded. Lu Taotao didn't care about any of that. Without saying a word, he shoved the chopsticks into Aunt Huang's hand, his tone firm and unyielding. "Try it." "I won't try it." "What kind of talk is that? Do you think I need your food?" Aunt Huang's face flushed red and then turned pale. She felt that Lu Taotao's behavior was too absurd. She turned her face away and firmly refused. "Then take back what you just said and apologize to me." Lu Taotao persisted relentlessly, displaying an attitude that she wouldn't give up until Aunt Huang apologized. "Why should I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong." Aunt Huang was furious and was about to give Lu Taotao another good scolding when the aroma of the braised pork belly suddenly wafted into her nostrils. First comes the gentle sweetness of caramel, then the rich aroma of star anise, cinnamon, and other spices rises in layers, and finally, the unique fragrance of the tender, stewed pork belly. Several scents intertwined and blended together, causing Grandma Huang to unconsciously swallow. In addition, the braised pork belly is colored with perfectly cooked caramel coloring. Under the combined effect of the caramel coloring and soy sauce, the fatty and lean pork belly glistens with an enticing sheen, making it incredibly appetizing just to look at. At this point, Aunt Huang couldn't hold back any longer. However, being a strong-willed woman, she was unwilling to admit defeat easily. After all, the ability to caramelize sugar only reveals part of a chef's skill level. A bright red color indicates that the chef has accurate control over the heat, but there are many other factors that affect the taste of braised pork belly, and the color of sugar alone cannot tell you much. Lu Taotao didn't say anything. After all, it was only natural for him to be tempted by Boss Su's food and swallow his saliva. After all, Mr. Su's cooking skills have that kind of magic. He continued unhurriedly, "Aunt Huang, please try it first before judging Boss Su's cooking skills. Don't just say it's not as good as the master chef's." "Fine, I'll try it." I refuse to believe. How capable can a young man be? Despite her stubbornness and refusal to back down, Aunt Huang's actions betrayed her true feelings. She slowly picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of braised pork, and carefully bit off a small piece. The next second, Aunt Huang's eyes widened in surprise. After long-term stewing, the fatty parts of the pork belly become almost melt in your mouth under high temperature. Some of the oil emulsifies in the broth during stewing, and the broth that absorbs the oil seeps back into the pork belly, giving it a richer flavor. The perfect low heat preserves the chewiness of the lean meat in the pork belly, and the texture of the lean and fatty meat is perfectly combined with the aroma of the meat, bursting in Aunt Huang's mouth. The subtle aroma of spices emerges at the end of the braised pork flavor, a faint fragrance that neutralizes the heatiness of the pork itself. After swallowing the braised pork, a sweet aftertaste lingered in her throat, mixed with the rich aroma of spices, making it even more unforgettable and irresistible, making her want to have another bite. Aunt Huang's throat bobbed, and she subconsciously wanted to take a second bite. This time, as if he had expected it, Lu Taotao pulled the porcelain bowl back. With a sudden clink, the chopsticks brushed against the porcelain bowl, causing the sauce to slosh around at the bottom, and even the trembling braised pork and quail eggs inside to shake. Lu Taotao wiped a drop of sauce off the rim of the bowl with his thumb, glanced at the other person's slightly puffed cheeks, and said with a hint of smugness, "Aunt Huang, now you have nothing to say, right? Look at your expression. Don't tell me this dish isn't good." He deliberately emphasized the word delicious and even raised the last syllable. Aunt Lu, this child, she couldn't stand it any longer. She felt angry, annoyed, and a little irritated. Lu Taotao, if you want to drive me to my death today, then keep talking. Lu Taotao had just successfully dealt a blow to Aunt Huang, and upon hearing this angry shout, he was reminded of the fear he had just experienced when he was dominated by the feather duster. He simply shrank back, slipped away, and carried the large porcelain bowl back into the house. Chapter 485. Are you trying to trick me by treating me like a puppet? I'm so sorry, Sister Huang. Taotao can be so stubborn and opinionated at times. Please don't take it to heart. With an awkward smile on her face, Aunt Lu said, I'm going back to eat now. We'll chat again later. After saying that, she quickly turned around and hurried back into the house. Grandma Huang was still holding the chopstick in her hand when she seemed to suddenly come back to her senses as if waking from a dream. She stared blankly at the tightly closed security door of the Lu family across the street, still savoring the delicious taste of the braised pork she had just eaten. Suddenly, a strong urge to freeload a meal surged within her. This braised pork is so delicious. How is it made? She murmured to herself. As soon as Aunt Lu entered the house, she slammed the door shut and then hurriedly turned to look for a feather duster. Lu Taotao's behavior just now almost made her furious. It was utterly humiliating. I'll teach you a lesson today. As it turned out, Lu Taotao was as cunning as a monkey. Just as he brought the vegetables back and entered the house, he quickly and nimbly stuffed the feather duster behind the shoe cabinet. After searching for a long time, Lu's mother still couldn't find the feather duster, and sat down at the dining table in a huff. What were you shouting about at the door? Mr. Lu was sitting at the dining table when he was drawn to the commotion at the door. He couldn't help but glance at Mrs. Lu with a puzzled look. Ask your eldest son, Lu's mother replied irritably, rolling her eyes so hard they almost reached the ceiling. Ask your son what he's done. What did you do to upset your mother again? Are you asking for trouble? Upon hearing this, Lu's father glared at Lu Taotao. No, Dad, it's mainly because of Aunt Huang from across the street. You wouldn't believe it. She actually said that Boss Sue's cooking isn't as good as hers. How can I tolerate this? I was thinking that I should let her taste Boss Sue's cooking so that she could correct her limited understanding. Lu Taotao spoke with an air of self-righteousness, as if it were perfectly reasonable, and didn't feel that he had done anything wrong at all. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh again, and continued with great enthusiasm. You didn't see the expression on Aunt Huang's face after she took a bite. She was so engrossed that she wanted to take a second bite. I was quick-witted and snatched the bowl back. Humph, she's dreaming. Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingming burst out laughing, tears welling up in her eyes. Her best friend, Xiaolin, couldn't help but laugh so hard her shoulders were shaking. How dare you say that? How am I supposed to be neighbors with Aunt Huang from now on? Uff. The first half of Aunt Lu's sentence was full of reproach, but the second half seemed to be because she was thinking of Aunt Huang's greedy look just now, and she couldn't help but laugh along. Immediately, the dining table was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. Only the world where Grandma Huang was injured was achieved. In the kitchen, after bathing in the salt water, the loach was so comfortable that it didn't want to move. Su Chen picked up a pair of scissors and quickly removed the loach's internal organs, then washed them clean with water. The method for removing the white mucus from loaches is actually quite simple. Simply scald the loach in boiling water and then scoop it out. The drained loaches are poured into a hot oil pan and slowly fried over low heat. The loach's skin and flesh gradually tightened, and the edges turned golden brown. Su Chun held the spatula and gently pressed down. The loach's spine made a slight cracking sound under the spatula, and the flat fish body stuck to the bottom of the pan, frying it more thoroughly. Dried chili segments and chili rings were already prepared on the side, bright red, mixed with ginger slices. Su Chun flicked his wrist, scattering them into the pot, and the hot oil immediately released a pungent aroma. The cooking wine was poured along the edge of the wok with a hiss sound, and white steam rose up. Soy sauce and salt followed, and after a few stirs, the loach was coated with a dark sauce, and the spiciness seeped into the crispy fish bones. When it was done cooking, Su Chun casually grabbed a handful of chopped green onions and cilantro, sprinkled them on top, and before it was even served, the spicy aroma filled the entire kitchen. The kitchen door opened again, and seeing the dishes Su Chun was carrying, Lu's father became excited without saying a word. This was something he had been longing for and had specially retrieved. A plate of freshly stir-fried loach is placed on a porcelain plate. The loach is stir-fried until golden and crispy, and its body is slightly curved, as if it is still rolling in the oil. Scattered among the dried chili peppers and ginger slices, the bright red chilies glistening with oil, and the ginger slices slightly wrinkled and charred. Topped with a handful of bright green scallions and chopped cilantro, the green and white scallions still damp with moisture, and the fine cilantro leaves with a few drops of hot oil, the aroma amplified by the heat, mingling with the crispy loach and the pungent spiciness of the chili, wafting straight into one's nose. The dish was glossy and vibrant, with a mix of red, gold, and green colors that made your mouth water just looking at it and tempt you to reach for your chopsticks. Ah, it smells so good. It must taste delicious. Lu Taotao stretched out his chopsticks, and in the blink of an eye, a loach appeared on the tip of the chopsticks. Before he could even blow on it to cool it down, the loach seemed to have grown wings and whoosh flew into Lu Taotao's mouth. Unexpectedly, he frowned, put his hand to his forehead, and looked like he was in great pain. Lu Mingming noticed his unusual behavior immediately and offered her comfort. What's wrong? Lu Taotao remained silent, simply wearing a mask of pain. His hand holding the chopsticks trembled more and more, and his body became increasingly hunched. Did you burn yourself again like last time when you ate a hamburger? If it's too hot to eat, just spit it back into the bowl. We're all family, and we won't mind if you're messy. Lu Taotao ultimately did not vomit. Instead, it made an exaggerated sound after making a large, difficult swallowing motion. Hiss, ha, so spicy, so spicy, hiss, so spicy. Lu Taotao felt like he had transformed into a fire-breathing dragon, his mouth burning hot, and every breath he exhaled seemed to spew fire out. Just as Lu's father was happily picking up his second bite, he shrank back and glanced guiltily at his son. Oh, if it's spicy, just eat more rice. Lu Taotao looked up and stared at his father's seemingly innocent face, which was actually hiding his laughter so hard he was internally injured. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ah, the case is solved. Dad, he gritted his teeth. Did you tell Boss Su to put in as much chili as possible? Lu's father paused with his chopsticks, his eyes darting around. No way. I just casually mentioned a little spicy. A little. Lu Taotao pointed to his burning throat. This spiciness. Are you trying to torture me? You like spicy food, but don't make me suffer too. Lu's mother chuckled from the side. You know what? When your dad was young, he went on a business trip to Sichuan and competed with the locals in chili peppers. When he came back, he even used up 3 tubes of hemorrhoid cream. Why bring up old stories? Father Lu blushed and turned to his son, speaking in a serious tone. If a real man can't even handle this little bit of spice, I think you're a total wimp. Chapter 486. Why was it so heartbreaking? Lu Taotao remained silent, staring at the stir-fried loach on the plate with a pair of eager, yet timid eyes. Some people may appear to have calmed down, but they have actually been dead for a while. The spiciness subsided, but the competitive spirit in my heart was rapidly rising. Who said I'm bad? I was just unprepared. Feeling confident, Lu Taotao mustered his courage and stuffed another glistening, crispy loach into his mouth. As soon as your teeth bite through the slightly charred surface, a sharp, spicy sensation shoots straight up your tongue. This time, the spiciness was more cunning, first hidden in the smooth and chewy texture of the loach meat, and then when he tasted the spicy flavor that was as smooth as tofu yet resilient, the power of capsaicin suddenly exploded in his mouth. The strangest thing was that he could taste a strange flavor in the spicy aroma. The sensation was like the lingering sweetness of loach after the spiciness faded, slowly creeping from the back of the tongue to the throat, then into the gaps between the teeth, bringing a slightly masochistic pleasure. Before my brain could even process it, I had already picked up another piece with my chopsticks and brought it to my mouth. With 3 entrances, Lu Taotao ate more and more heartily, more and more happily, and more obliviously. Finally, his taste buds recovered, and he was able to taste the unparalleled deliciousness amidst the surging spiciness. Delicious. So delicious. Sizzling, so spicy. So satisfying. The best part is that even the bones are crispy, so you don't have to spit them out. They're crunchy and get more and more fragrant the more you chew. Lu Taotao screamed in pain from the spiciness, while simultaneously exclaiming how incredibly satisfying it was. I've never tasted anything so fragrant and delicious in my entire life. 1 bite, and my soul leaves my body. 2 bites, and I ascend to heaven. 3 bites, and I'm bathed in Buddha's light. 4 bites, and I return to the mortal realm. No, bro, aren't you supposed to be spicy? How come you still got to enjoy it? Lu Mingming couldn't help but laugh. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Even such delicious loach can't shut you up. Upon hearing this, Lu Taotao glared angrily. Family doesn't say things like that. Seeing that things were not going well, Lu Mingming quickly changed the subject, swallowed the loach in her mouth, and her eyes quickly set their sights on the braised pork. She couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The sweet and salty flavor spread rapidly across the taste buds. With a gentle bite, the fat oozes oil, followed by the fibers of the lean meat. It's so tender that you could crush it with the tip of your tongue, yet it still retains its complete layers, with every crevice filled with a rich, savory aroma of braised meat. Lu Mingming's eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly pointed at the braised pork. This braised pork is delicious. Try some. Look at what you're saying. How could Boss Su possibly cook something that doesn't taste good? Lu Taotao always listens to advice in times like these. He quickly picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. Sweet and sour carp was then served. Once the carp is plated, it stands upright, curved like a crescent moon, with its back slightly tilted, outlining a graceful arc. The curve is exactly the same as the shape of a live fish leaping out of the water. It makes you feel as if this carp might come back to life at any moment. The golden batter and light red sweet and sour sauce on the fish blend perfectly. The patterns that appear in the batter during frying resemble golden scales. Under the indoor light, the glassy sweet and sour sauce reflects a vibrant golden red color onto the fish. Lu Mingming held her chopsticks, but surprisingly felt a little reluctant to start eating. Such a perfect work of art, ruined the moment you put your chopsticks in it. Snap! Just as she hesitated, her chopsticks had already picked up a piece of fish without her consent. Crispness is also one of the criteria for judging sweet and sour carp. When the heat, knife skills, and batter are all perfect, this dish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with tender bones and fragrant meat. The fish meat can be easily separated from the fish body with chopsticks. The surface of the fish is covered with a glossy, sweet and sour sauce. The cut end of the fish reveals tender, white flesh, resembling a clove of garlic. Lu Mingming put the sweet and sour carp into her mouth and chewed slowly. The intense sweet and sour flavor instantly invigorated her. Combined with the extremely crispy batter and tender fish, the sweet and sour taste created a wonderful and endless fusion. The last dish, bok choy, is also ready. After being quickly stir-fried in a hot wok, the bok choy wilted slightly, but still retained its bright green color. It was piled up on a white porcelain plate, glistening with oil, and golden minced garlic was sprinkled among the green leaves, adding to its enticing appearance. My best friend Xiaolin picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The tender leaves obediently separated the moment her teeth touched, and sweet vegetable juice seeped out. The vegetable stalks snapped crisply, carrying the unique freshness of the fields, mixed with the aroma of garlic and a hint of oil, spreading across the tongue. It has no roughness from tough bones, only tender and juicy flesh. After swallowing, a faint sweet aftertaste lingers in the throat, so refreshing that you can't help but want to take another bite. Lu Taotao and her family, along with her best friend Xiaolin, sat around the dining table, eating with great enthusiasm and constantly exclaiming in admiration. After tidying up in the kitchen, Su Chan took off his apron, pushed open the kitchen door, and came out to see that the plates on the table were almost empty, with only a little sauce left at the bottom. If it's not enough, shall I make another dish? Su Chan thought for a moment, worried that everyone hadn't eaten enough, so he asked. I really want to say yes, but it's already so strong it's practically in my throat. Lu Taotao slumped in the chair, touching her belly, her expression a mixture of happiness and worry. I was so full that I couldn't eat anything more. Lu Mingming and Xiaolin, these two best friends, were also leaning on each other, both looking like they were about to collapse. The two squinted slightly, their faces beaming with satisfaction. To be honest, being able to eat Boss Su's cooking until I feel like throwing up is something I never dared to dream of before. Lu Taotao moved his body with difficulty and changed his sitting posture. Meanwhile, Aunt Huang across the street was staring at the freshly cooked noodles in front of her, but there was no appetite in her eyes. Although the two houses are across from each other, their layouts are very close together, so whenever one of them cooks, the smell always wafts into the other's house. At that moment, smelling the aroma of stir-fried dishes wafting in from the Lu family next door, Aunt Huang felt that the bowl of noodles in front of her seemed bland and tasteless no matter how she looked at it or smelled it. This stir-fry smells amazing. How did they make it? The image of the braised pork belly she had just eaten involuntarily flashed through Aunt Huang's mind. As she gets older, Ms. Huang feels that her sense of taste has deteriorated somewhat, and she finds everything she eats to taste bland. However, that bite of braised pork made her realize that she hadn't tasted such a flavorful dish in a long time. She was filled with regret, thinking that if she hadn't argued with that boy from the Lu family, perhaps Lu's mother would have invited her to have dinner at their home out of politeness. Then I'll be able to taste it myself. Chapter 487. Oh dear, what's wrong with you? Aunt Huang was filled with remorse. If she hadn't argued with that boy from the Lu family, she might be eating right now. But then she realized something was amiss. If they hadn't had that fight, that kid Lu Taotao wouldn't have deliberately brought out the braised pork to show off, and he certainly wouldn't have let her have a taste. So, this argument was worth it? She was so confused by her own logic that her brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. How about we shamelessly go and freeload a meal? Grandma Huang was restless in her chair, her fingers tapping unconsciously. My idea was really quite shameful. However, the lingering aroma of stir-fried dishes in the house kept tugging at her reason. She felt her reason slipping away little by little. At the Lu family home, Lu's mother looked at the table full of empty plates and thought it was time to clean up. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Aunt Lu was taken aback. Who would suddenly come over in the middle of the day? She casually instructed, Lu Taotao, go open the door. Sis, go ahead, I can't move. Lu Taotao slumped in the chair, waving his hand weakly, looking as if he couldn't move. As he spoke, he let out a burp that smelled of braised pork. I can't move either, you go. Lu Mingming replied lazily, also unwilling to get up. Two reincarnated starving ghosts. Lu's mother glared at the two of them helplessly, then decided not to bother them anymore, and quickly walked to the door to open it herself. As soon as the door opened, there stood Aunt Huang like a door god, with an embarrassed expression on her face. Oh dear, Sister Huang, what's wrong? Aunt Lu was taken aback and couldn't help but wonder if she was coming over again to talk about what had just happened. Aunt Huang glanced into the house subconsciously and said, I just wanted to ask how much the cook who comes to cook costs. I can tell from the smell of this stir-fry at home that the cooking skills are really high. As she spoke, Aunt Huang leaned slightly forward to peek into the house. In the end, she couldn't muster the courage to actually shamelessly come and freeload a meal. However, The rich and enticing aroma gave her the idea of inviting Su Chun to come over and cook. Inside the room, Lu Taotao, who had been slumped in a chair, was so stretched that he could barely move. When he heard Aunt Huang's voice coming from the doorway, he instantly perked up, gripped the armrests of the chair with both hands, and struggled to stand up. He was so full that he had to lean against the wall and slowly make his way to the doorway. "Hey, Aunt Huang, didn't you just say this was a waste of money?" Lu Taotao leaned against the wall, a smile on his face, and said, "Some money should be spent, right? My son's birthday is next month, and I'm thinking of inviting this young chef over to cook a meal to celebrate it properly." Aunt Huang had lost the fierce momentum she had when arguing with Lu Taotao. Her tone had softened considerably, and there was even a hint of expectation in her eyes. "That probably won't work, Aunt Huang. Boss Su will stop doing home cooking after this week." This time, Lu Taotao didn't say anything to provoke Aunt Huang. Instead, he patiently explained, "Quitting? How could you quit? If your stir-fries smell this good, you'll probably get a lot of job offers, right?" Grandma Huang's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She thought Lu Taotao was still holding a grudge because of the unpleasantness earlier and was saying that on purpose, so she quickly said, "Auntie did say something a bit wrong just now. It was too harsh. Don't take it to heart. Don't stop me from eating because of this." At this point, she sighed softly, a pitiful expression on her face. "I'm getting old, and my tastes are becoming more and more discerning. It's really not easy to find such a delicious dish." Lu Taotao was both amused and exasperated by what Aunt Huang said. He's the type of person who responds better to gentleness than force. If Aunt Huang continues with her arrogant attitude, he'll have plenty of things to say in response. But now that Aunt Huang is playing the victim, he can only continue to patiently explain. "It really is Aunt Huang. Why would I lie to you? Boss Su either changes the location of his stall or changes his business model every week. He's very unpredictable. Your plan to have Mr. Su come over to cook next month is definitely not going to work out." Lu Taotao shook his head helplessly and said with a sincere expression. Aunt Huang was completely dumbfounded by Lu Taotao's explanation. In all her years of life experience, she had never heard of anyone doing business like this. That's way too arbitrary. Has that young master left? I'd like to ask him myself. Aunt Huang said with some skepticism. She still didn't quite believe Lu Taotao's words, feeling that seeing is believing, and maybe if she asked him in person, she would get a different answer. They just left. They're probably already out of the neighborhood by now. If I'm lying to you, I'll never be able to get married in my entire life. To convince Aunt Huang, Lu Taotao even pulled out a big surprise. In the minds of the older generation, this statement is considered a solemn oath. Although Lu Taotao had no direct relationship with Aunt Huang, his credibility in Aunt Huang's mind skyrocketed the moment he said that. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother's eyes turned dangerous once again. This kid is really willing to say anything to prove himself. Aunt Huang sighed, knowing that inviting Su Chun to cook at her home was probably out of the question, so she could only settle for second best and asked, "Where does this Mr. Su usually set up his stall?" "No. I'll go buy more meals later to get familiar with the place, and then we can talk about hiring someone to cook for us." How naive. Lu Taotao silently complained to himself. It's as if buying food cooked by Boss Su is easy. Every time Boss Su sets up his stall, the line is always more than dozens of meters long. Moreover, if simply becoming familiar with someone meant you could invite Boss Su to cook at your home, then the people in that group would probably be camped out at Boss Su's door every day, trying to make their presence known. Lu Taotao was too embarrassed to say these things in detail, but shook his head and kindly advised, "Aunt Huang, Boss Su's business is very good, and there are a lot of people buying food. You are old, so there is no need for you to go and queue up. What's the big deal about queuing?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Huang's face immediately revealed a disdainful expression, similar to that of a master facing a novice, and her tone carried a hint of pride. "That supermarket on the next street, every time they sell discounted eggs, there's always a long line. Your auntie, have never missed it. I've never been afraid of queuing." As Aunt Huang spoke, she smiled proudly, a smile that exuded the lonely air of a master. Upon hearing this, Lu Taotao nearly choked on the food he had just eaten. Why didn't you say it in chapter 488? What Aunt Huang said actually makes sense. When it comes to queuing, young people may not be able to compete with the elderly. The perseverance and endurance of those elderly men and women queuing up to buy discounted eggs and fresh vegetables is truly astonishing. But the problem is, for Boss Sue, it's not just a simple matter of queuing up. Thinking of this, Lu Taotao coughed lightly. All right, Aunt Huang, I won't stop you if you really want to queue up. But I'll give you a few examples of Boss Sue setting up stalls, and you can weigh the pros and cons carefully before deciding whether you want to join in the fun. Tell me, it's just queuing up. What's there to think about? Grandma Huang looked very confident. It's just a queue, so I'll bring a small stool and be able to endure it no matter how long the queue is. A barbecue on the cemetery at dawn, Lu Taotao said in a serious tone. Grandma Huang was stunned for a moment. At dawn, on the cemetery? Before Aunt Huang could recover, Lu Taotao continued. You have to say lines when you drink milk tea. Grandma Huang was stunned for a moment. Finally, I'll mention one more thing. I want to experience roller coasters, drop towers, and haunted houses. Lu Taotao paused, as if deliberately giving Aunt Huang some time to process the information. She then concluded, Anyway, there might be some strange requests like these. If you think you can handle it, Aunt Huang, I have absolutely no objection. As Aunt Huang watched Lu Taotao utter these words with a mere snap of his lips, her head was spinning. What kind of bizarre thing is this? A graveyard at dawn, dialogue, roller coasters, and drop towers. Is this stall owner insane? Who sets up a stall and does business like this? Grandma Huang once again felt the lack of life experience she had. These demands are simply unheard of. Lu Taotao, you, Aunt Huang once thought. Would this guy really be willing to swear a solemn oath that he can't find a wife just to lie to me? What grudge do I have against him that I have to do this? Fortunately, at this moment, Aunt Lu quickly chimed in. Sister Huang, what Taotao said is all true. I've heard him say it so many times, it's really not a lie. Boss Sue's way of doing business is indeed unique. So I think you should stop thinking so much and stop making things difficult for yourself. Aunt Huang had no choice but to believe it. Although Lu Taotao is a bit unreliable at times, his mother is always very reliable and would never follow her son in making up such an outrageous lie to fool her. Thinking about the bizarre requirements Lu Taotao had just described, if they were really like that, it would be a waste of his life for him to have to go and queue up with his old bones. If you had to describe Aunt Huang's feelings at this moment, it would be regret. I should have just shamelessly asked for a meal earlier, even if it was just one more bite. Now that Lu Taotao has said this, it seems I'm completely out of luck with the food this young chef makes. She couldn't help but silently berate herself for being so concerned about saving face. Inside a financial company, Zhou Mingyuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a coffee cup in his hand, his gaze unconsciously falling on Daisy in the corner of the office area. She was staring at the computer screen, her fingers mechanically tapping the keyboard, her usually sharp eyes now somewhat unfocused. This is the 5th time this week. As the company's investment analyst, Daisy has always been quite decisive and efficient. But ever since she and Luing took a day off together last week, she seems to have lost her soul. He submitted reports late, was distracted during meetings, and even sported slightly frizzy hair, appearing listless overall. As an approachable and considerate boss, Zhou Mingyuan finally couldn't resist going over there. Daisy, he asked with concern. You've been looking terrible lately. Have you run into some trouble? Or are you sick? Upon hearing this, Daisy forced a smile. Then, she shook her head wearily and said, I'm not sick, but I feel worse than if I were sick. What? Zhou Mingyuan immediately pressed for an answer. It's just. Daisy paused, then suddenly asked out of the blue. Mr. Zhou, do you know Mr. Su? Zhou Mingyuan was taken aback. Last time Luing took me to drink his beverage, it was absolutely amazing. Daisy's eyes suddenly focused, but her voice was somewhat dreamy and unfocused. After I got back, I tried every milk tea shop and tea restaurant in the vicinity, but none of them could replicate that rich and creamy flavor. I was so hungry I felt like I was going to meet my maker. Zhou Mingyuan. It's just milk tea. The company is located in the CBD, and the surrounding upscale restaurants have a fairly wide selection of drinks. Even if the taste is bad, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Zhou Mingyuan couldn't help but find Daisy's complaints a little funny. You mean Mr. Su, the stall owner? I've heard his name mentioned a few times in the gym area. Daisy felt dejected when this was mentioned. Although she knew about the Su Boss fan club, she wasn't very good at using the software here and needed translation, so she often couldn't understand what she was reading, making it difficult to get information. Last week, Lu Ying did indeed take her to drink Mr. Su's milk tea. But Lu Ying's workload was at its peak this week, with her traveling every day. Daisy had asked her several times on Monday and Tuesday without getting any answers, so she was too embarrassed to ask again. Thinking of this, Daisy sighed, her face showing an expression of utter despair. Seeing this, Zhou Mingyuan, out of concern for his employees, was about to say something. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The caller ID read, Lu Ying. Wait a moment. He pressed the answer button. Please speak. President Zhou, I've compiled the meeting minutes with XX. Would you like to review them now? Lu Ying's voice came from the phone. Okay, send it to my email. Just as Zhou Mingyuan was about to hang up, he suddenly changed the subject. By the way, that Mr. Su you mentioned before, any news lately? Daisy hadn't expected Mr. Zhou to bring this up. She looked up abruptly, her gray-blue eyes instantly lighting up. The person on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback. Oh, Mr. Zhou, you're interested in this too? Zhou Mingyuan coughed lightly and simply turned on speakerphone. No, Daisy just happened to be next to me, so I just asked casually. Daisy, standing to the side, didn't have high hopes either. After all, if there really was news about Boss Su, he would have informed her immediately. However, in the very next second, Lu Ying's voice came through. I know. Zhou Mingyuan shrugged, looked at Daisy with an expression that said, You figure it out. Huh. Daisy was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Why didn't she tell me when she knew the news? Put yourself in his shoes. If you knew something about Boss Su, you would definitely share it with him immediately. Chapter 489 Daddy, what are you saying? Daisy's azure eyes widened slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled gently a few times. She paused for several seconds, unsure whether Lu Ying really knew. Lu, are you sure? Of course I know. Why would I lie to you? Lu Ying's voice was slightly innocent. Then do you know why you didn't tell me? Daisy suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, as if someone was gently squeezing her chest, a feeling of grievance. Do you only tell me if your boss calls you personally? She felt that Lu Ying had gone too far in this matter. Even if we found out this week, we still wouldn't be able to eat it, Lu Ying quickly explained, noticing Daisy's tone. Lu Ying's words instantly made Daisy swallow her grievances. Instead, curiosity and bewilderment prevailed. What does it mean to know but still not be able to eat it? Daisy was filled with suspicion. Could it be that Boss Su is making exceptions, specifying who to sell to and who not to sell to? That's a bit strange, isn't it? What did you mean by what you just said? What's going on with Boss Su? Daisy's first words revealed at least 3 years of interrogation experience. Lu Ying seemed to sense Daisy's imposing aura, and her tone instantly sharpened as she hurriedly tried to defend herself. Mr. Su is cooking at our homes this week, and he's already fully booked. We probably won't be able to book a meal with him until next week. Oh, no. Upon hearing the news, Daisy let out a disappointed cry. Why is the world treating me so cruelly? Lord, help me overcome despair, and let me know that you are with me and will not forsake me. As she spoke, she made a devout prayer gesture, closed her eyes, and muttered something under her breath. Why give up a perfectly good street stall business and suddenly start offering in-home cooking services? Boss Su is being far too capricious. It's so hard for people to even want to eat your food. Zhou Mingyuan, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. He never expected that this news would be such a huge blow to Daisy. Before Daisy could press for more information, Lu Ying quickly explained, It's because the news isn't very optimistic. It's bad news, so I didn't rush to tell you. I'm thinking of waiting until the situation is clear next week. Then we can work together to figure out a way to try. You're not angry, are you? After Daisy finished praying, she happened to meet President Zhou's surprised gaze. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain the composure of a business elite, and responded. No, Lu, I'm not angry. This is the boss's phone. I have to go now. We'll talk later. After saying that, Daisy hung up the phone and politely returned it to Zhou Mingyuan. After the breakdown, she wasn't actually that angry. However, Luing didn't tell him anything about Boss Su, so he was still a little concerned. After all, friends should share both the good and the bad, and share news promptly. This way, after completing the task of cooking 3 meals a day, Su Chen finally returned home and experienced the happiness of having someone cook for him. "Dad, you're finally back. Come and eat." "Ah, yeah." At the entrance to the courtyard, Su Chen had just finished entering the password when he heard the little dumpling's exclamation. His pupils contracted, and he was momentarily stunned. Butler Ding also became nervous. What happened to Nuonyuo baby? At this moment, the glass door to the living room slowly opened, and everything was normal, except for a little baby dangling from the doorknob. The little dumpling, doing pull-ups, repeated it again, but her voice was a bit weak. "Time to eat." "Su Chen." "Butler Ding." Nuonyuo's face was pressed against the glass door, her lotus root-like little hands gripping the doorknob tightly, and a little rabbit slipper lay upside down on the ground, revealing her chubby little foot. Things happened so fast that Nuonyuo didn't even realize where she was. She was about to open the door, but the doorknob was too high. She couldn't reach it even on tiptoe. However, you should be able to touch it if you jump. The child clenched his little fist and thought to himself. Then, Nuonyuo flew away. "My head is still a little dizzy." The little boy, who had become nothing more than a door ornament, was completely unaware of his situation. Her little chubby foot tentatively dipped 5 centimeters down, missed its footing, and immediately pulled back, her little voice trembling. "Wah, Daddy, save me." "Su Chen. Actually, if you extend your foot another 5 centimeters, you can land." Su Chen ran over quickly, picked up the little dumpling, and the little one nestled against Su Chen's shoulder, panting heavily as if she had just escaped death. Wow, that was so dangerous. She almost didn't get to see her dad again. Su Chen stroked her back, looked down at the little dumpling's expression as if she had escaped death, and chuckled softly. "Silly boy. Nuonyuo? Daddy, what are you saying?" She opened her eyes wide in disbelief, pouted in grievance, and turned to look for help. "Grandpa Butler, my dad insulted me." Butler Ding was taken aback when he was suddenly called out. He hadn't expected Nuonyuo to mention him at this moment. But doesn't this just show that he, the butler grandpa, is still very important to her? Butler Ding, who was secretly overjoyed, tried his best to maintain a calm demeanor, but his bulging cheeks, which were just one step away from exhilaration, betrayed his inner turmoil. Unfortunately, he had little experience in mediating disputes. After hesitating for a long time, he finally coughed and looked at his boss, disagreeing. "Mr. Su, you still can't talk to the child like that. It will only make him more foolish. Tomorrow I'll just open this door directly, or put a low stool next to the door." "Nuonyuo." "What?" The child was struck dumb, leaning back in shock in his father's arms. "Wah, the butler grandpa is in cahoots with Daddy. Nuonyuo isn't stupid, wah." The heartbroken Nuonyuo clung to Su Chen's neck, sobbing softly. Butler Ding realized that his words had dealt another blow to the child's fragile heart. He could only clear his throat. "Ahem. You must all be hungry. Let's eat. Come on, we have steamed shrimp and egg today, such a big plate." Upon hearing about food, the previously aggrieved Nuonyuo instantly came to life. Okay, time to eat." 5 dishes were laid out steaming on the table. Steamed egg with shrimp, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, orange-flavored chicken wings, stir-fried beef with zucchini, and lemon fish in golden broth. Nuonyuo tiptoed, her little nose twitching as she looked at the food she loved. "Sit still." Su Chen easily lifted the little dumpling, who was climbing onto the chair, onto the seat with one hand. The father and daughter were enjoying their meal when, not long after, Su Chen's phone, which was on the table, suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it, then hung up the phone expressionlessly and ate a bite of the shrimp that Nuonyuo had picked up for him. About 30 seconds later, the phone started vibrating again. Su Chen hung up, blocked the number, and turned off the screen in one smooth motion. He then calmly swallowed the piece of beef that Nuonyuo had picked up for him. Chapter 490, A Little Business Genius. Surprisingly, Nuonyuo, who was usually focused on eating, noticed and asked in confusion, "Why isn't Daddy answering the phone?" "It's a scam call," Su Chen replied. Nuonyuo tilted her head. "Daddy, what is a scam?" "She's in the 10,000 wise stage. full of curiosity about everything. Suchin smiled and replied casually. Someone is trying to cheat you out of your money, so you can't have candy, you can't eat your fill, and you can't watch Peppa Pig. Every time Su-chan gave an example, Nuonyuo's pupils would dilate in shock. Good heavens, is this even a life a baby should live? They're so awful. Dad, never answer them again. The little dumpling was filled with righteous indignation, clutching its rice bowl tightly with its tiny hands, as if afraid the rice would fly away along the telephone wire. Suchin barely managed to suppress the smile on his lips. He raised his eyebrows and looked at his daughter, suddenly feeling an urge to test her. Nuonyuo, if someone said they would give you 10 candies back, but you had to give them 5 first, what would you do? Nuonyuo pondered for a moment with a serious expression, and finally said solemnly, "Give it to him." Suchin thought to himself that the little dumpling looked innocent and easy to fool, and in fact she was indeed easy to fool, the kind who would help the seller count the money even after being sold out. Nuonyuo's imagination ran wild with delight. If I give him 5 and he gives me 10 more, then I'll have 5 extra candies. 1 for Nuonyuo, 1 for Daddy, and 1 for Grandpa Butler. Nuonyuo counted on her fingers as she pondered, and the more she calculated, the more she felt that she was truly a little business genius. No wonder he's his dad's baby. The fantasy was beautiful, but Suchun ruthlessly shattered it. No, he lied to you and ran away with your 5 candies. The child was completely distraught, and the spoon clattered into the bowl. What about trust between people? This was the first time she had experienced the harshness of society from an adult's perspective. But, Nuonyuo stammered, unable to speak, her little face turning bright red. In the end, he could only channel his grief and anger into his appetite, shoveling a large mouthful of rice into his mouth, fearing that one day he might not be able to eat anymore. While eating, he mumbled indistinctly, "Humph, I hate bad people. Dad, don't worry, I'll be good from now on and won't fall for bad people's tricks. If all else fails, I'll leave Tang Tang with you for safekeeping." Suchin finally couldn't resist and gently rubbed his daughter's soft hair. "Okay, Dad will help you. Hopefully, today's lesson will be of some use. After all, to make the little girl believe in the beauty of the world, she also needs to learn how to protect her candy." Thursday afternoon arrived in the blink of an eye. For Suchun, there was only one last home visit to cook before he could complete this week's tasks. This time, the location was somewhat unusual. It was neither a typical residential apartment complex nor a restaurant. The customer who placed the order indicated the location as being by the lake, and according to the navigation, it was even necessary to leave the city to reach it. Suchun drove the Cullinan at breakneck speed along the road out of the city, heading towards his destination. Finally, following the navigation, he found a parking lot near the location. The parking lot was quite lively, with many vehicles parked there, and cars were constantly driving in. The car owners got out of their cars, carrying fishing gear, buckets, and other equipment. This is a semi-artificial lake located on the outskirts of the city. Suchun vaguely remembered seeing this place in a video. It is a popular and excellent place for camping, hiking, and fishing. Seeing it with my own eyes, the surrounding environment is indeed pleasant. As soon as Suchin got out of the car, a young man greeted him warmly, saying, "Wow, I knew it was you the moment I saw this Cullinan, Boss Su." "Hello, is this the order you placed?" Suchin smiled and responded, carefully looking at the other person's face. It felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall the name. "It must be one of my regular customers." "I guess so. We formed a car team. By the way, Mr. Su, you can just call me Xiao Yao." As Xiao Yao spoke, she gestured and led Suchun toward the lake. As Suchun followed Xiao Yao, he looked around, still wondering why this place didn't seem like a suitable place to cook. However, when they arrived at their destination, they discovered that it was actually a campsite. 5 tents were arranged in a circle to enclose a spacious open space, where a rectangular open-air oven was placed. On the table next to them, there were portable gas stoves, woks, various cooking utensils, and all kinds of seasonings neatly arranged, indicating that they had come prepared. "I'm back with Boss Su." Xiao Yao shouted excitedly towards the tent at the top of his lungs. Immediately, 7 or 8 people emerged quickly from their respective tents. "Boss Su, I've missed you so much. Mr. Su, it's been a long time. Su Chin felt that these people looked familiar, but he couldn't remember their names. Upon meeting, everyone enthusiastically surrounded Su Chun and came forward to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chun checked the number of people. There are quite a lot of you. He quickly counted them, and including Xiao Yao, there were a total of 9 people. If you were to cook according to the number of people, it would be almost equivalent to preparing a full banquet. If you were to do it all by yourself, you would be exhausted. Although he is more lenient with regular customers and doesn't insist on adhering to the time schedule on the app, he still can't treat them like donkeys. Xiao Yao noticed Su Chin's concerns and hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Boss Su, we really have no choice. After all, there are only a few reservation slots available, and there are too many people and not enough slots to go around. Everyone missed your cooking so much that we got together to have a meal together. The others nodded in agreement with what Xiao Yao said. Xiao Yao then added, of course, we know that it's unrealistic to ask you to cook so many dishes by yourself. It would be putting you in a difficult position. How about this? You can cook any of your favorite dishes, or if you don't want to cook, that's perfectly fine too. We're mainly having barbecue today. We've already cut and skewered all the ingredients in advance, so all you have to do is grill them. After saying that, he looked at Su Chun with anticipation. Su Chun thought for a moment. If, as Xiao Yao and the others said, they were only responsible for the barbecue, then the arrangement was actually quite reasonable. After all, grilling is much easier than stir-frying. There were only 9 people in front of us, which was a small scene compared to when we set up a stall at the cemetery and faced a large number of customers. However, the only problem is that the system's task for this week explicitly requires that it be a simple, home-style stir-fry. But rules are rules, people are flexible, and there are always more solutions than problems. Su Chin quickly came up with a solution. Why doesn't Chapter 491 count? Su Chin's gaze fell on the styrofoam boxes containing the ingredients. The system only requires a simple home-style stir-fry, so it's not too complicated. Just take a few vegetables from the skewers they've prepared beforehand, stir-fry them quickly, and you're good to go. Anyway, the task description didn't specify the exact format, so it should be fine to just do something perfunctory. Thinking it over, Su Chun lifted the lid of the largest white foam box to look at the other ingredients. A blast of cold air immediately hit me. The box was neatly stacked with all sorts of kebabs, green and red peppers, enoki mushrooms, potato slices. Each item was arranged according to its category. Several ice packs were placed at the bottom of the box, ensuring the food was kept fresh. Wow, you guys are pretty well prepared. Su Chin raised an eyebrow. This portion is enough for a few more people. Upon hearing this, the onlookers scratched their heads and laughed sheepishly. Just kidding. We finally managed to get Mr. Su to take charge. How could we be careless about the ingredients? Su Chun casually picked up a string of green peppers and mushrooms and gently fiddled with it with his fingertips. These vegetables have been pierced and fixed with bamboo skewers for too long, and they have lost some moisture. If they are taken out and stir-fried directly, the taste may be compromised. Oh well, I'll just have to make do with it. Boss Su, I'll start the fire. See if there's anything else you need and have a few of them go and buy it. As Xiao Yao spoke, he picked up a lighter and tried to light it. Su Chin glanced at the seasoning packets on the table. Garlic sauce, cumin powder, chili powder. It has a more complete set of seasonings than he has at home. Everyone's here. You can go and rest for a while. I'll call you when you're almost done. Su Chun waved his hand and first prepared a sauce, which would be used for grilling the meat later. Then, just as he was about to start unpacking the skewers to prepare the ingredients for stir-frying, he suddenly saw a pot of rice that had just been steamed next to him. By the way, how can fried rice not be considered a home-style stir-fry? Do you eat fried rice with eggs? Xiao Yao paused for a moment while lighting the fire, then looked at the rice cooker and nodded. Eat, 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 eat. Mr. Su, please feel free to make whatever you want. We'll take it all. As he spoke, he picked up a small fan and pointed it at the charcoal inside the barbecue grill. Fueled by the wind, the charcoal in the oven glowed red. You can tell at a glance that he's an expert. He doesn't need any help at all. Su Chun poured the rice out of the pot and estimated that there were about 4 or 5 bowls. With the barbecue, that should be enough. The quality of fried rice varies greatly. Compared to Yangzhou fried rice, the main ingredients are both eggs and rice, but Yangzhou fried rice has an extremely rich variety of other side ingredients. Ham, green peas, shrimp, sea cucumber, shiitake mushrooms, bamboo shoots, etc. These ingredients are missing several things from the fried rice Suchon is making today. Some say that this simple and unpretentious fried rice is a simplified version of the elaborate Yangzhou fried rice. But as far as Suchon knew, it was quite the opposite. Yangzhou fried rice actually originated from ordinary egg fried rice. Ancient chefs added various ingredients and even broth to the basics of egg fried rice, finally creating Yangzhou fried rice, a dish that improved upon the ordinary egg fried rice. The egg fried rice I'm making today uses much simpler ingredients than Yangzhou fried rice, but it's just as difficult. The main ingredients are only eggs and rice. This extremely simple combination is where the skill truly shines. Suchon took out 5 eggs, cracked them on the cutting board, and put them into a bowl. The eggs were poured into a bowl, and Suchon inserted chopsticks straight into the bowl to scramble them. The reason for inserting it straight into the bowl is to reduce air bubbles in the egg mixture. Some dishes require eggs to have a loose and porous texture, such as scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which requires chopsticks to be inserted diagonally into the bowl and stirred. In this way, while stirring the eggs, a large amount of air can be incorporated into the egg mixture, increasing the number of bubbles in the egg mixture. With enough air bubbles, the egg mixture will have a loose and porous texture when it encounters hot oil and solidifies. The eggs in fried rice, on the other hand, need to have a firmer texture. Therefore, it is required that too much air not enter the egg mixture during the stirring process, and the vertical stirring method is just right. Add a little pepper to the egg mixture to remove any fishy smell, add a little salt to taste, and continue stirring. After stirring, Suchon set the egg mixture aside, chopped the scallions, and put them into a bowl. At this point, the preparations are complete. Eggs and rice are gone. Such simplicity is extremely rare, whether found at a street stall or in an ordinary household. Even ordinary people who have just learned to cook will try to make fried rice more interesting when they make it at home, such as adding a sausage, half a cabbage, or a handful of bean sprouts. Some restaurants even strive to coat every grain of rice evenly with egg, elevating fried rice to the level of golden fried rice. Golden fried rice not only has a unique taste, but also a stunning visual effect. People who have never cooked before will find it amazing when they see it for the first time. What Suchon made today was the simplest and most unpretentious egg fried rice. Even the only side dish was chopped green onions. The rice has been cooked for a while now. It was kept in a steamer to keep it warm, and it's still steaming. Some people say that fried rice must be made with leftover rice. This statement has some merit, but it is by no means an unbreakable ironclad rule. For most restaurants and street vendors, it's unrealistic to keep just the right amount of leftovers on hand. The reason for this statement is that using leftover rice can indeed reduce the difficulty of making fried rice. The main component of rice is starch. During the steaming or cooking process, starch gelatinizes after absorbing water when exposed to high temperatures. After starch gelatinizes, its physical properties change, and its viscosity increases. This is why freshly steamed rice becomes sticky. Among the 4 major cuisines, many dishes use the technique of thickening with starch, which utilizes the gelatinization properties of starch. The starch, after gelatinization, has a sticky consistency, which helps to lock the sauce onto the dish. Starch in its gelatinized state has high viscosity and high moisture content. Therefore, when you stir-fry hot rice, the rice tends to stick together easily. Such rice is not only difficult to absorb flavor during the stir-frying process, but also has a poor taste. After being left to stand, the gelatinized starch will enter a retrograde state. The gelatinized state of starch does not last forever. As the temperature decreases, the starch will slowly retrograde. After retrogradation, the moisture content of the rice will decrease, and the stickiness of the rice will also decrease. This is why many dishes that use thickening techniques need to be eaten while they are hot. After these dishes cool down, the gelatinized starch recrystallizes, the viscosity decreases, and the thickening sauce can no longer adhere to the main ingredients, resulting in the thickening sauce coming off. Because of this property of starch, leftover rice, which has lower viscosity, is easier to achieve a loose, grainy texture and absorbs flavors more easily. Actually, this can be achieved as long as the rice is cooled down, even if it is not left overnight. Chapter 492. This is just a circus act. Most restaurants that make fried rice do it this way. After the rice is cooked, let it sit for a while, and it's ready. Rice specifically made for fried rice may have less water added during the steaming process, in order to speed up the dehydration and rehydration process of the rice. Apart from leftover rice from yesterday, very few restaurants would deliberately prepare leftover rice. Using leftovers is more of a convenient practice for ordinary families. Freshly steamed rice is the most difficult option to make fried rice. The rice in Su Chen's hand was this kind. However, heating rice only increases the difficulty, not makes it completely unusable. Chefs can compensate for the shortcomings of hot rice by using techniques when frying rice. Boss Su, the charcoal is ready. They're here. Su Chen responded, checked the heat, and picked up a large handful of meat skewers, placing them on the barbecue grill. The meat skewers were clearly marinated. The seasonings can be sprinkled on last. While the charcoal fire is still small, I'll stir-fry the rice while it's grilling. Thinking about it, Su Chen walked to the table and poured a little egg mixture into the rice. Hey, Mr. Su, are you making golden fried rice? No need to wait for it to cool down a bit. Xiao Yao had been watching Su Chen's movements the whole time. As a foodie and a half-baked chef, he certainly knew the requirements for rice when making fried rice. Su Chen smiled. If you're making golden fried rice, this step requires adding a large amount of egg liquid to allow the egg liquid and rice to blend together beforehand. Su Chen added the egg mixture not for that reason. Hot rice is already sticky, and when it's heated in a pot, it clumps together even more tightly, making it very difficult to stir-fry. Adding a little egg liquid beforehand is to allow the egg liquid to act as a lubricant. Turn on the fire and heat the pan. Heat the pan, add peanut oil, and then add a spoonful of lard. Fried rice needs plenty of oil to be fragrant, and peanut oil and lard each have their own unique aroma. When the two aromas combine in fried rice, they can create a synergistic effect that is greater than the sum of their parts. When the oil temperature reached 60%, Su Chen poured the egg mixture into the pan. The egg mixture rises like a thin golden thread and slides into the hot oil. 5 eggs produce a considerable amount of egg liquid. If you pour it all into the pan at once, the oil temperature will drop. Pulling the egg mixture up and sliding it helps maintain the oil temperature and keeps the egg mixture loose, preventing it from clumping together. The egg mixture solidifies immediately upon being poured into the pan. Since the eggs will be stir-fried with rice later, they should be cooked until tender at this stage. Use a spatula to break up the solidified egg mixture in the pan. The hot oil was poured out, and the already solidified eggs were caught steadily by a slotted spoon. Flip the meat skewers on the grill and add more oil to the pan. Heat the oil to 65% of its maximum temperature, then add the rice. The rice is squeezed and scattered by the force of the spatula. The egg mixture that was just added is now working. This step must be done quickly. Otherwise, once the rice heats up, the clumps of rice will not heat evenly inside and out, causing them to clump together even more tightly, and the rice on the outside may even burn. After the rice was spread out, Su Chen sprinkled a little salt into it. It's described as a small amount, but it's actually half a point more than the amount of salt you would normally use when stir-frying vegetables. Fried rice is not just a staple food. It needs to be slightly salty to be more palatable. Then Su Chen started tossing and stir-frying the food in the wok. The rice was tossed and turned in the pot. Stir-frying allows the rice to heat evenly. Rice has a firm texture and few air pockets. If it's not stirred frequently, the rice at the bottom will also burn. During the break, Su Chen brushed some oil onto the meat skewers. He flipped the rice with his left hand and fried it with his right, his movements methodical and efficient. Xiao Yao's eyes widened in surprise. Boss Su is indeed a master. Several regular diners were also dumbfounded. This wasn't cooking, it was practically acrobatics. There is no specific time for stir-frying rice. Generally speaking, the higher the moisture content of the rice, the longer it needs to be stir-fried. Su Chen used freshly steamed rice with a high moisture content, so it naturally needed to be stir-fried for a while longer. Keep the fire burning throughout, after 4.5 minutes. The rice begins to become glossy and slightly smoky, releasing a hint of wok hei, the smoky aroma imparted by a hot wok. At this point, add the previously prepared eggs. Stir-fry the eggs and rice together, and the aroma becomes increasingly rich. The aroma of rice will gradually intensify as it is stir-fried. Add the eggs when the aroma is just beginning to emerge, mix and stir-fry. The aroma will reach its peak when the two main ingredients are fully blended. 20 seconds later, the aroma seemed to reach its peak. Everyone was restless, and exclamations of praise, swallowing sounds, and rumbling stomachs erupted all at once. But Suchin knew that he was still a little short. Right now, just as the aroma was about to reach its peak, Suchin generously sprinkled in the chopped scallions he had prepared earlier. The green onions, chopped into tiny pieces, released their flavor in an instant. Add the chopped scallions to the pan and stir-fry again. The aroma of scallions blends with the wok smokiness, and the fragrance rises even higher. Turn off the heat, and the aroma is frozen at its peak. The dish is now ready and ready to serve. Suchin used extremely simple ingredients for this egg fried rice. He didn't even add soy sauce. Adding soy sauce to fried rice can enhance its saltiness and flavor. Fried rice is a dish with a long history, but there is still no definitive answer as to what its specific flavor should be. Some restaurants have even developed chili sauce fried rice, and its spicy flavor has become quite popular. Similarly, some people prefer to make savory fried rice. To enhance the flavor, soy sauce, MSG, and chicken bouillon are added. The most prized Yangzhou fried rice even requires several spoonfuls of broth, which the chef skillfully infuses into the rice, enhancing its flavor without increasing its moisture content. Ultimately, it all comes down to two things: freshness and aroma. Some cooking methods emphasize the fusion of freshness and aroma, while others pursue the ultimate in freshness. The fried rice that Suchin made this time was all about the aroma. The aroma of the wok and the fragrance of scallions blended together, making the few people who could only smell the aroma but hadn't yet tasted the fried rice feel incredibly restless. The so-called wok hei is essentially a product of the Maillard reaction that occurs when food comes into contact with the hot walls of a wok. When a mixture of starch and oil is exposed to high temperatures, it caramelizes slightly, releasing a unique flavor. Only when the temperature is high enough can the wok hei, the smoky aroma imparted by a hot pot, be produced. This is why it's more difficult to make fried rice with hot rice. Hot rice has a high water content, and if there is too much water, the temperature of the pot wall cannot rise quickly. The restaurant's wok has a high heat output, which can compensate for this. For most people, cooking hot rice at home is a challenge. Suchin shook the wok in his hand and scooped the rice into a lunchbox. A rich aroma spreads outwards. The fried rice on the plate was crystal clear, with each grain distinct, topped with golden eggs and a few bright green scallions. Although the ingredients look so simple, the rich aroma is quite overpowering. Suchin kept moving, turning the meat skewers over the charcoal. The fat was roasted until it was translucent and glistening, and drops of oil fell onto the charcoal fire, igniting small flames and hissing. Chapter 493: Don't Overwork Yourself. As soon as the fried rice was ready, someone quickly brought out bowls and chopsticks, eager to taste it. Why are you in such a hurry? This stuff is for filling your stomach, not for filling your stomach. Seeing this, Xiao Yao waved her hand, both amused and exasperated, refusing the bowls and chopsticks offered to her. He didn't want to eat fried rice. He wanted to save his appetite for the grilled skewers first. This is Mr. Su's egg fried rice. It's definitely different from other egg fried rice. Exactly, I was so tired of eating fried rice with eggs before. But for some reason, when I saw that it was made by Boss Su, I felt like I could eat it again. That's just your fan filter. Before the words were even finished, someone couldn't resist scooping up a spoonful of fried rice and putting it directly into their mouth. Each grain of rice is distinct, and each grain has a subtle sheen of oil. Once you start chewing, the oily texture transforms into a distinct flavor, complementing the small amount of egg mixed in with the rice, making it irresistible. Wow, this is delicious. It looks ordinary, but it's actually incredibly flavorful. It smells amazing. Boss Su didn't put anything in it. So why does this fried rice smell so good? Exactly. It has such a wonderful wok aroma. Seeing that the others were eating with great relish and couldn't stop, Xiao Yao finally couldn't resist. After hesitating for a moment, she secretly scooped up a spoonful and put it in her mouth. The moment it entered the mouth, Xiao Yao's pupils contracted sharply. The rice grains bounced between my teeth, and the egg flavor was surprisingly pure. There are no fancy ingredients, just the simplest eggs and rice, but the perfect cooking time makes every grain of rice infused with the savory aroma of eggs. The saltiness is just enough to bring out the natural sweetness of the rice. Wow, this fried rice is so delicious. Are you kidding me? Xiao Yao couldn't help but gasp inwardly, her initial resolve crumbling instantly. He promptly shoveled more fried rice into his bowl and joined the others in enjoying their meal. Here, the surface of the meat skewers is already slightly charred and fragrant. Su Chun reacted quickly, sprinkling cumin powder and chili powder on the beef skewers. The moment the seasoning powder comes into contact with the beef, it immediately releases a rich aroma, infusing it with its soul. As for the lamb skewers, first sprinkle salt to season them, allowing the salt to fully penetrate the lamb and bring out its natural flavor. Sprinkle another handful of cumin on top, and the rich aroma of cumin instantly spreads, perfectly blending with the freshness of the lamb to create an enticing fragrance. The two aromas intertwined, surging freely in the heat wave. The aroma grew stronger and stronger, attracting Xiao Yao and the others who were originally eating fried rice. They smelled the aroma, their eyes filled with anticipation and longing. Don't get too close, or a spark might fly out and burn a hole in your clothes. While flipping the skewers, Su Chen hurriedly reminded them. Upon hearing this, everyone reluctantly took 2 steps back, but their eyes remained fixed on the oven, unable to look away. My goodness, it smells amazing, an old diner exclaimed, sniffing the air. I didn't eat breakfast this morning because of this meal for Boss Su. I'm so hungry right now I want to crawl on the ground and take a bite. I wasn't hungry before, but the fried rice I just had whetted my appetite. Now I really want to hug the stove and eat it. A group of people gathered around, their mouths watering at the aroma wafting in the air, waiting to be fed. Su Chun was amused by them, but his hands didn't stop moving at all. He kept an eye on the doneness of the meat skewers, waiting for both skewers to come out of the oven one after the other. They immediately placed them on the iron plate that had been prepared nearby. Xiao Yao readily came to help, quickly took the baking tray, and turned to walk briskly to the folding table next to her. As soon as the iron plate was placed steadily on the table, everyone's hands reached out in unison, eager to grab their favorite skewers. The beef skewers were grilled to a reddish-brown color, with many charred spots on the surface. The lamb skewers were even better. The fat was grilled until the edges curled up, golden and crispy, while the lean meat had a charred edge, with the fat slowly seeping out from between the fibers. The moment you bite into it, you experience a wonderful sensation of slightly bursting oil. Not only is it not greasy at all, but it also adds a touch of smoothness and richness to the lean meat. Since it was a family meal, the portions of meat on the skewers were very generous, and everyone ate with gusto, their mouths greasy and their faces full of satisfaction. Although the 2 skewers looked like a lot, for the 9 people present, the amount was just enough to satisfy each person's craving. To truly enjoy the food to your heart's content, it's clearly still a long way off. Everyone licked their lips, still wanting more, and their eyes unconsciously drifted back to Su Chun and the still steaming oven. Su Chun didn't stop either, starting to grill a bunch of meat skewers and a bunch of vegetable skewers. Smoke billowed and aromas wafted through the air. Fortunately, it's a weekday, and there are only Xiao Yao and his group at the campsite, so they're not worried about disturbing others. The pace of eating only slowed down when the box containing the ingredients was half empty. Boss Su, please have some too. Don't just focus on the skewers. Don't think of today as a work trip. Just think of it as a camping trip with us. Standing beside the oven, Xiao Yao felt a pang of heartache as she looked at Su Chen's face, flushed red from the heat. He dared not let Boss Su get too tired. If I exhaust Boss Su today and he suddenly decides to take a long vacation next week, then I'm doomed. At that time, I estimate that we will be nailed to the pillar of shame in the fan group and severely criticized by everyone. Okay, I'll rest for a bit before continuing to bake. Suchin nodded, agreeing with Xiao Yao's point. Anyway, this is the last order of the week, and it's a rare and great camping spot. So why be so reserved? Just treat it as a trip to relax and have fun with everyone. No need to be too pretentious. After finishing grilling the skewers on the stove, Su Chun decisively got up, walked to the place where the fried rice was placed, scooped some out, took a few more meat skewers, found a comfortable spot to sit down, and leisurely began to eat. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a frustrated exclamation suddenly came from the side. "Oh no, I think I forgot to bring the fish." Hearing this from the side, Xiao Yao quickly asked, "You didn't forget it in the car, did you?" "No, I just went to the parking lot and looked for it, but I couldn't find it anywhere." The old diner looked regretful, his brows furrowed so deeply they could have trapped a fly. He paused, then emphasized, "It's a 7-pound fish I just caught yesterday." "Who asked you?" Xiao Yao originally intended to offer some words of comfort, but upon hearing the following words, she immediately sensed that the other person's boastful attitude far outweighed their frustration. Chapter 494 can be changed, but, sure enough, the other two regular diners next to them immediately took the bait. "Wow, where did you catch that?" "Give me a spot," one of them asked impatiently, his eyes shining. 7 pounds is no small amount. It must have taken a lot of effort. Another person chimed in, their eyes filled with envy. "Oh, I was just lucky. I waited there for ages, and then my luck came, and the fish took the bait." The old diner spoke with great satisfaction, as if the moment he had just caught the fish was replaying in his mind's eye. "Instead of wasting your time chatting, you should hurry home and get the fish." Xiao Yao couldn't help but remind him. "I'd like to, but my home is far from here. It would probably take more than an hour to go there and back, and if there's traffic, it would take at least 2 hours." The elderly diner, who had forgotten to bring his 7-pound fish, sighed helplessly. "Then you might as well not say anything." Xiao Yao suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and said irritably, "He kept talking about a 7-pound fish, but he couldn't get it over there right away. Who knows if it was true or not? How can we not tell? It's a 7-pound fish." The regular customer seemed oblivious to Xiao Yao's impatience, his face full of regret. "I was planning to have Boss Su cook it today, so I could take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments. Those guys would be so envious. You can fish here. If that doesn't work, go catch a 7-pound one." Xiao Yao said half-jokingly, "I didn't bring any fishing gear. Even if I had, I might not have been able to catch anything." The old diner, Qi Jin, waved his hand helplessly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of a brilliant idea. He excitedly said, "How about I go to the fishing spot and ask around, and see who I can ask to fish for a fish for free? That's too much trouble. There's plenty of meat available. Why insist on eating fish?" Someone nearby, listening to this, felt that the matter was going to be too much trouble and couldn't help but mutter something. Some longtime fans in the fan club said that Boss Su used to sell grilled fish. "I don't think any of us have tried it, right? Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? Raise your hand if you really want to eat grilled fish. I won't go if there aren't enough people." The old diner, Qi Jin, seemed to have anticipated that someone would object and immediately offered a reason. The people around initially thought it was troublesome, but after this reminder, they thought, "Why don't we give it a try?" Several people's faces immediately lit up with interest, and their cravings were instantly aroused. The next second, everyone raised their hands in unison. "Mr. Su, I'll go get a fish. Could you grill it for me later?" The old customer, weighing 7 Jin, quickly approached Su Chun and politely inquired. "Can." Su Chun readily agreed. "It doesn't matter what you grill, it's a good opportunity to change things up. Don't just take advantage of them for free. Go and trade them some kebabs instead." Xiao Yao glanced at the table and saw that there were still quite a few meat skewers left. Everyone had just had their fill and was now digesting. Moreover, there were quite a few meat skewers in the food box. It would be difficult to store these if we couldn't finish them, so exchanging them for fish would be a good idea. Fishing spot by the lake. A row of small stools and benches were neatly arranged, and fishing rods stretched out towards the lake. Looking at his newly caught catch, Lu Chong couldn't help but grin. "You're doing well, young man. You've already made a profit. Hey, with all this commotion, all the fish in this area are probably going to swim away. I need to find a new spot. This fish needs to be eaten again tonight. It would be fine to cook it 2 or 3 times, right? Listening to the conversation among the anglers around him, Lu Chang first took out his phone and took several photos from various angles. Then, he said with a smile, "Oh dear, I don't like eating fish. There are too many bones, it's too much trouble. I love fishing and enjoy the process. I'll give it away when I get back. Hey, I caught one just as big yesterday. It weighed 7 pounds. Suddenly, someone in the crowd blurted out this sentence. Lu Chang subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man holding a skewer of grilled meat. The newcomer was none other than Qi Jin, a longtime customer, accompanied by Xiao Yao, who looked helpless and had been forcibly dragged along. Upon hearing Lu Chang say that he didn't like eating fish and was planning to give it away, the two men's eyes lit up instantly. After exchanging a glance, they walked straight over. The old diner, weighing 7 pounds, squeezed his way to Lu Chang in no time, rubbing his hands together as he said, "Brother, my friends and I were camping and barbecuing over there. We had carefully prepared fish, but we forgot to bring it. Could you possibly make an exception and trade my kebabs for your fish? If that's not possible, I'll pay for it myself. Just name your price." Lu Chang paused for a moment, subconsciously wiped the water off his hands, looked down at the grass carp jumping around in the bucket at his feet, and suddenly hesitated. He had put in a lot of effort to catch this fish, and it was still fresh in his hands, so he was a little reluctant to part with it. Moreover, who knows whether the things given by these two strangers are clean or safe? Forget it, Lu Chang was about to refuse. Before he could finish speaking, the old customer, Qi Jin, seemed to have read his mind and quickly pushed the skewers forward. In an instant, a rich aroma wafted over. The lamb skewers were still warm, with cumin powder and chili powder evenly coating their surface. The aroma of meat mixed with the unique scent of charcoal instantly enveloped Lu Chang, the fragrance going straight into his nose. These lamb skewers smell amazing. Lu Chang was momentarily confused. The aroma of these lamb skewers was far superior to what he usually ate at the night market stalls. His eyes were fixed on the glistening chunk of meat, and he couldn't help but swallow. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Try these lamb skewers first, and then decide whether you want to change them or not. The voice of the 7-pound-old diner seemed to carry a hint of seduction. Lu Chang hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted a skewer of lamb. As he took his first bite, the rich and mellow aroma of meat shot straight to the top of his head. The tenderness of the lamb blends perfectly with the spiciness of cumin and the mild heat of chili, and the lamb fibers melt in your mouth with a gentle chew. Hiss! Lu Chang couldn't help but gasp. He felt that his years of experience at the night market stalls had been completely shattered at this moment. The lamb skewers were far more delicious than he had imagined. The old diner, who had been closely observing Lu Chang's expression, was overjoyed when he saw him like this, thinking to himself, "This time it's all settled." Seeing this, the old customer, Qi Jin, seized the opportunity and said with a beaming smile, "Brother, you don't seem to like fish, and keeping this fish is just giving it away anyway. How about we exchange it for some grilled skewers? We can both get what we want, isn't that great? These skewers taste pretty good, don't they?" Lu Chang's gaze darted back and forth between the lamb skewers in the old customer's hand and the grass carp still struggling in the bucket. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "Okay, I'll change it. But as you can see, this fish is huge. These few meat skewers won't be enough." Chapter 495 What the hell? "No problem, I'll go get it. Just wait a moment." Upon hearing that there was hope, a hint of joy flashed in Xiao Yao's eyes. Without saying a word, he immediately turned around and ran towards the camp, fearing that Lu Chang might change his mind. A short while later, he returned with a large handful of fragrant lamb skewers in his hand. Lu Chang's eyes widened immediately, and he quickly reached out to take it. He then handed the grass carp to Xiao Yao, praising, "Brother, this cooking is amazing. I've never had such delicious lamb skewers in my life." Xiao Yao chuckled as he accepted the grass carp, feeling a surge of pride as he watched Lu Chang's eager expression. Lu Chang couldn't resist picking up another skewer of grilled meat. As soon as he took a bite, that familiar and wonderful taste bloomed in his mouth once again. He exclaimed, "This level of skill is enough to open a shop. It would absolutely crush 99% of barbecue restaurants and night market stalls. Do you guys have a shop? I'd definitely patronize your place every day. If this store opens, I'll be your loyal fan and report on it every day." The old customer and Xiao Yao exchanged a glance and shrugged helplessly. That's a good point. Don't they also want Boss Su to open a shop? This makes it much easier for everyone who wants to eat the food made by Boss Su. But Boss Su has always been easygoing, so opening a shop is something they can only dream about. The office area of Happiness Comes Home Company. Xiaoshu sat at her desk, looking at a document in her hand. This document records the recent progress of the company's various business operations. Among them, the in-home cooking service has achieved considerable success since its launch. More and more users are choosing this service, and order volume continues to climb, with rave reviews. After several meetings, the company's senior management unanimously decided to increase investment in this business and prepare to launch a large-scale, on-the-ground promotional campaign to further enhance its brand awareness and influence. Since we are going to carry out a publicity campaign, it is especially important to establish benchmark cases. Among the many chefs who participate in the home cooking service, the one with the most outstanding achievements is Chef Su, whom she interviewed and reviewed beforehand. Master Su's business data can only be described as explosive. It boasts a 100% 5-star rating, and the number of appointments it receives is astonishing, exceeding the combined number of appointments for the other 10 top-ranked chefs. For the company's upcoming promotional activities, typical cases like Master Su's are undoubtedly the best promotional material. After carefully checking all the data in the document, Xiaoshu silently sorted out the next steps in her work plan. According to her plan, her main task tomorrow is to contact this Mr. Su, negotiate and sign a longer-term cooperation contract with him, and attract more users to choose the home cooking service. It must be said that this contract is very attractive, offering not only a high base salary, but also commission. In reality, it's worth far more than what a typical restaurant chef earns. However, Xiaoshu knew in her heart that the large villa in the background during the previous interview had left a deep impression on her. The other party is not lacking in economic resources, so simply using financial advantages to attract them to renew the contract may not be very effective. Therefore, Xiaoshu decided to take a different approach and try to persuade Master Su from a more spiritual perspective, such as dreams, fame, and personal pursuits. She rubbed her slightly sore neck, slowly raised her head from her workstation, stretched, and moved her body, which was a little stiff from sitting for so long. On the desk in front of her were the materials and plans she had carefully prepared for her meeting with Master Su the next day. Each page was densely covered with various ideas and key points, and she hoped that with these preparations, she could successfully achieve a longer-term cooperation. Okay, time to go home. Xiaoshu let out a soft sigh and muttered to herself. She reached out, ready to turn off the computer, when a background message suddenly popped up on the screen. The service provider you are following, Su Chun, has applied to cancel his account. The application is pending approval. Wait, cancel account. What the heck? Xiaoshu's eyes widened instantly as she stared at the line of text on the screen in disbelief. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant, unable to understand why Su Chun suddenly wanted to cancel his account. Meanwhile, Su Chun had just returned home. She called out, "Dad," sweetly, then continued to sit at the coffee table, writing and drawing. Seeing this, Su Chun didn't bother him any further. After submitting the application to cancel his account, he felt completely relaxed and immediately went into the bathroom for a refreshing shower. To be honest, this week's home cooking assignment was quite interesting. It was a completely different experience compared to simply setting up a food stall to sell snacks. Of course, most importantly, he can finally take 3 days off. Thinking about this, he was overjoyed. As soon as Su Chun came out of the bathroom, he heard his phone vibrating incessantly. He picked up his phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Su Chun hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he answered the phone. "Hello," Su Chun said politely. "Hello, is this Master Su?" The person on the other end of the phone spoke with unusually high emotion, almost bursting through the receiver. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The tone was so agitated. Could it be that his regular customers, unable to book his service, had gone to great lengths to find his phone number and were coming to confront him? Thinking about this, Su Chen hesitated for a moment, considering whether to hang up the phone directly or pretend that the other party had dialed the wrong number. He dared not easily reveal his phone number to his regular customers. Even when taking orders from regular customers this week, he specifically uses the encrypted phone number provided by the software, which requires a transfer to get through, just to avoid this situation from happening. But the next second, an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Master Su, this is Xia Shu, who interviewed you before, from Happiness Home. I saw that you applied to cancel your account and wanted to ask why as soon as possible. Xia Shu spoke very quickly, as if afraid that Su Chen would hang up the phone at any moment. I checked your service reviews on the platform this week, and they are all positive. Everyone raves about your cooking skills and service. So, I really don't understand why you suddenly want to cancel your account. If you have any needs, we can discuss them. You don't know, but after careful consideration, our company is going to make you a key case study for promotion. We will offer you a very generous long-term contract, which is an excellent development opportunity for you. Oh, not a regular customer. Su Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone became more relaxed. I'm sorry, Miss Xia. I really don't plan to continue doing this. It has nothing to do with money. Chapter 496. My feet aren't dirty. Su Chen thought for a moment and came up with an explanation that he thought was appropriate. Just think of me as someone who simply wanted to experience life. Now that I've experienced it, I have no motivation to continue. Are you really not going to reconsider? Xia Shu was still unwilling to give up and tried to make a final attempt to persuade him to stay. With your personal abilities and resources, and with the strong support of our platform, you are fully capable of making this business bigger and stronger, and achieving something truly your own. This will not only allow more people to taste your delicious food, but also enhance your personal reputation, which is entirely beneficial to you. Su Chen had to interrupt the other party. Excuse me, Miss Xia. I have a rather easygoing personality, and I'm not very ambitious about things like career. So, I'm really sorry. If there's nothing else, could you please delete my account? On the other end of the phone, Xia Shu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. She had previously speculated that this Mr. Su was not short of money, and now it seems that she was right. However, the words she had prepared to persuade Su Chen about his personal pursuits and dreams were completely useless at this moment. As the saying goes, one who has no desires is invincible. Xia Shu was at a loss for words and couldn't think of any other conditions that could move the other party. She sighed helplessly, silently mourning the loss of the materials she had painstakingly prepared all afternoon. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. I understand, Master Su. Since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. I wish you a happy life, and I hope that we can cooperate again in the future if there is an opportunity. Okay, and I wish you a pleasant life, Miss Xia. Su Chen replied politely. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen returned to the living room. At the very front of the coffee table, from left to right, are neatly arranged plates of various snacks and fruits, including but not limited to crispy pastries, peach blossom cakes, crab roe rice crackers, watermelon, cantaloupe, and peaches. Butler Ding felt that Nuonyuo was too young to do her homework and needed extra help, which is why there were more and more snack dishes. Nuonyuo held a pencil in one hand and scribbled on the draft paper, while casually picking up a piece of rice crust with the other hand and feeding it into her mouth. Her two little pigtails swayed back and forth, and her round eyes squinted from time to time. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she confidently made her decision. I know, Dad, it's 12, right? Yes, that's right. Su Chen, standing beside her, pouted and said, Nuonyuo, don't touch my feet before you eat anything. The little dumpling explained righteously, my feet aren't dirty, and I haven't even touched them yet. I just took off my socks. She can now count without touching her toes, which is a huge improvement. Daddy should praise her. Feeling that she should reward herself for getting the answer right, Nuonyuo excitedly forked a piece of cantaloupe and popped it into her mouth. Su Chen, it's unbearable to look at. He was rendered speechless by the little girl's twisted logic. Watching the little girl happily eating, he finally sighed helplessly. I sat on the sofa, opened the app on my phone again, and refreshed the page a few times. Soon, Suchin saw a message from the software indicating that his account had been successfully canceled. The next second, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, on completing this week's business tasks. This week's task reward is one chance to draw a prize. It's the same familiar lottery task reward again. Shall we proceed with the lottery now? Suchin thought about it for a moment and felt that there was no need to save the lottery chances. The main thing is that this lottery notification is like a little red dot on your phone. It's always there, so you'll definitely keep thinking about it and can't help but want to tap it. Although some of the prizes in the roulette pool may seem a bit quirky at first glance, they are actually quite useful. Take the lock-picking skill I drew last week, for example. At the time, I thought this skill was a bit useless and would probably just sit in the warehouse collecting dust, unlikely to be of any use. And then last week it actually came in handy. Who can I complain to about this? Draw it now. Suchin made a decisive decision and immediately started the lottery. As soon as he finished speaking, a roulette wheel appeared in his field of vision and began to spin rapidly. Various prize icons flashed rapidly across the roulette wheel. After a short while, the roulette wheel began to spin slower, and the pointer started to hover between the various prize areas. Suchin watched as the pointer headed towards the skill area again, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I just learned how to pick locks last week, and now I'm not going to have to fix a door again this week, am I? If that's the case, once I've acquired a set of lock-picking and door repairing skills, I might as well switch careers. While mentally complaining, Suchin kept his eyes glued to the pointer without blinking. Finally, the pointer slowly stopped, freezing in one area. Master-level pet massage. Suchin was completely bewildered upon seeing this line of text. No, massage techniques are fine, but why is it a pet-only version? Is it wrong to give massages? If all else fails, getting a master ball isn't out of the question. He felt that the system was deliberately messing with him again, but he couldn't find any evidence. If lock-picking skills were to be valued slightly, one could use them to apply for a job at a lock manufacturing company, and perhaps even land a senior technical position. But with pet massage skills, after thinking about it, I guess the only thing I can do is work as a groomer in a pet store, right? Suchin found it somewhat ridiculous to think about it. Fortunately, the workload this week was relatively light overall, and he wasn't exhausted, so Suchin felt that getting this pet skill was acceptable. On the other hand, he thought about it carefully. If it was really a skill to give massages, but he couldn't enjoy it himself, wouldn't that be a waste? It's not as good as this pet massage skill. Giving your cat or dog a massage in your spare time has a lot of emotional value. After this self-pranking, Suchin's mindset changed, and he felt that this skill seemed pretty good. He even had an impulse to actually get a pet. After all, her villa was spacious, and if a fluffy little guy could run around the house, with Nuonuo chasing after him and giggling, it would add a lot of liveliness. Suchin received the reward, and in an instant, an invisible stream of information flooded into his mind. Numerous and complex pieces of information rapidly unfolded in his mind, from the fine division of muscles and bones of different types of pets to the key points of force exertion by the palms and fingers. Every detail was clearly presented. The sheer volume of information surprised Suchin. What's even more absurd is that he originally thought this skill was mainly for common cat and dog pets. But as information kept pouring in, his mind began to fill with massage knowledge related to various animals such as tigers, lions, rabbits, hamsters, and parrots. Chapter 497. No. Only then did Suchin realize that this skill seemed to be beyond his imagination. Suchin was particularly shocked by the knowledge he gained about tigers and lions. What the heck are these tigers and lions? Can this thing be kept as a pet? After his initial shock, Suchin quickly recalled that he had indeed come across some bloggers who kept tigers and lions as pets, although most of them were from overseas. He had seen a white tiger named Gong buy one a few days ago, which left a deep impression on him. On the other hand, with the master-level pet massage knowledge he has now acquired, if he were to switch careers and become a veterinarian, he could probably make a name for himself in the veterinary field in less than 2 years, thanks to this additional knowledge. Thinking of this, a sentence suddenly popped into Suchin's mind. A veterinarian who can't pick locks isn't a good cook. Luzi opened a web page on her computer, and a message pop-up appeared on the screen. Your previous video, Master, what do you do for a living these days, was of high quality and had a high engagement rate, and has been recommended to the homepage. As a lifestyle blogger, her video style leans towards everyday life, and the number of times her videos are recommended to the homepage is extremely limited. In Luzi's opinion, this video was nothing earth-shattering. The idea of cooking at someone's home isn't really a hot topic or a sensational event. The only possibility is the interaction rate, which means the number of comments is frighteningly high, reaching thousands. The key reason for the surge in interaction rate is that 3 well-known local restaurants have come to poach Chef Su from the comments section. The first to poach talent was Huizenlu, a century-old brand. Later, 2 other well-known long-established hotels also joined the battle for talent, leaving comments in the comments section, their words revealing their sincerity in welcoming him and asking only for Master Su's contact information. After seeing the video and the comments, netizens were eager to stir up trouble, clamoring in the comments section for the 3 restaurants to have a fight, and even saying that whoever won the fight could recruit Chef Su. As a result, the number of comments in the comments section exploded. That momentum was more than the total number of comments in Luzi's last 5 or 6 videos combined. So how could the interaction rate not be high? All 3 restaurants sent private messages to Luzi, requesting her to provide Chef Su's contact information. Luzi only had the contact information on the software, and after hesitating for a long time, she still gave it to the 3 restaurants. With the video remaining highly popular, the 3 restaurants are well aware of the importance of traffic. They all expressed their stance in their latest updates, claiming they would report on the latest developments regarding poaching Master Su, attempting to leverage this buzz to attract more attention. Luzi checked the updates from the 3 restaurants. Up to an hour ago, all 3 restaurants had the same update. They couldn't contact Chef Su. Seeing this, Luzi couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. If Chef Su really accepts the invitation from a restaurant in another city to become the head chef, then it will be difficult for her to eat Chef Su's dishes again in the future. Thinking of this, Luzi opened the Happiness at Home app again, trying to see if she could book Su Chen again. However, when searching for the name Su Chen, the service personnel list showed no service personnel with this name were found. How could that be? Did they change their name? Luzi was taken aback and immediately went to her history to search again. The order was still there, but when she clicked into the details page and then clicked on Su Chen's profile picture, a few cold, large words popped up. The account has been canceled. Luzi. She was instantly jolted as if she'd been electrocuted and jumped up from the stool with a whoosh. With disbelief on his face, he then returned to the order history page, anxiously clicking on Master Su's avatar once again. However, the screen still mercilessly displayed those few words that had driven her to the brink of despair. The account has been deleted. No, how could the account be cancelled? Where did my Master Su, such a grown man, go? I don't want to. She let out a mournful cry and rolled around on the bed in anger. A moment later, Xiao Lei, who was resting at home, received a barrage of messages from Luzi. Xiao Lei glanced at her phone screen. Her expression changed drastically, and she rushed to the kitchen with her hair disheveled. Looking at the brand-new pots and pans in the kitchen, she imagined never being able to eat Chef Su's delicious food again, and suddenly felt like the sky had fallen. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. The following day was Friday. Su Chen woke up feeling refreshed and curled up in bed scrolling through his phone. Unlike his cautiousness when he acquired master-level lock-picking skills last week, this week's master-level pet massage skills have stirred up an irresistible urge to use them. After all, while lock-picking technology is impressive, its application is limited. If someone dares to use it casually, they might end up in a dark room with food and lodging provided. It's terrifying to even think about. But pet massage techniques are different. You can just grab any cat or dog off the street and start massaging them right there. While scrolling through his WeChat moments, Su Chen wondered if he should go to a pet store since he had nothing to do that afternoon. He's tempted to get a pet, but hasn't thought it through yet. After all, she has excellent cooking skills, superb lock-picking skills, and now she has added a great pet massage skill. But these are not actually directly related to keeping pets. Owning a pet is not like buying a product. where you can leave it unused or even throw it away when it's no longer useful. Owning a pet means taking on a responsibility. Moreover, he is still struggling with whether to raise a cat or a dog, or buy a bird to keep Nuonuo company. Of course, if it's just for convenience, keeping a turtle is also an option, but in that case, my master-level pet massage skills would be completely useless. The turtle's body is all shell, so the only place you can press is cough cough. While lost in thought, Suchin searched for local entertainment options on his phone. Suddenly, my fingertips paused. On the screen, a promotional photo of a campsite caught his eye. In the center of the photo, a majestic Tibetan Mastiff stands tall with its head held high, exuding an extraordinary aura. Tibetan Mastiffs, this breed of dog, were once heavily influenced by capital speculation. At that time, the market was in a frenzy where one Tibetan Mastiff was hard to find, and prices were driven up to an astonishing low. The controversy surrounding Tibetan Mastiffs has never ceased. Some criticize their excessive commercialization, while others appreciate their unique charm. However, it is undeniable that Tibetan Mastiffs are indeed a breed of dog that is extremely loyal to their owners and has a very strong sense of loyalty to their owners. Suchun stared at the photo, his heart fluttering more and more, and his hands began to itch with desire. Chapter 498, A Little Jealous. Suchin couldn't help but imagine the scene of giving a massage to such a large dog. If I were to rub it, no, I mean massage it, it would feel amazing, and I'd definitely feel a great sense of accomplishment. Thinking of this, he could no longer lie still. He jumped out of bed and eagerly opened the camp location. Because Tibetan Mastiffs are considered aggressive dogs and cannot be kept in urban areas, the navigation system indicated that the campsite was located on a lakeside in the suburbs. Having made up his mind, Suchin quickly got up and rushed into the bathroom to wash up. After quickly tidying up, I drove off at high speed towards my destination. Suchun arrived at the camp entrance. As soon as I got off the bus, staff members greeted me warmly. While the staff were still introducing the silly-looking groundhogs and miniature horses, Suchun had already strode towards the kennel. In the innermost cage, the Tibetan Mastiff I had seen in the photos earlier was turning around warily. Upon seeing a stranger, it let out a low growl, as if issuing a warning. "Little Flower, be quiet. Sit down and don't make a sound." The staff member who followed immediately made a hand gesture and shouted something to the Tibetan Mastiff. Is this Tibetan Mastiff named Little Flower? Suchin found the name somewhat amusing. This Tibetan Mastiff is large and robust, exuding a fierce aura, yet it has the name of a small, common village dog. It feels like being in a gym and suddenly encountering a giant man who is 1.85 meters tall, with well-defined muscles, six-pack abs, and can bench press 120 kilograms, only to find out that his name is Huang Jiaojiao. It's not that the name itself is bad, it's just that it doesn't match the person in front of us at all. Haha, when it was brought here as a puppy, there was a small flower-like shape on its fur, so that's what it was called. The staff were clearly used to such questions and remained calm. May I touch it? Suchin's eyes were fixed on the little flower in the cage, and he felt his hands twitching again. After all, with his newly acquired master-level pet massage skills, the knowledge he possesses would certainly include Tibetan Mastiffs. After all, it includes relatively rare ferocious beasts such as tigers and lions, while Tibetan Mastiffs are at least much more common compared to them. Upon hearing this, the staff member immediately showed a troubled expression. Sir, if you want to take photos or pet the dogs, you can choose the black and white dogs in the front row. The dogs are naturally fierce and, even after training, remain highly wary of strangers. Random contact could lead to danger. Following the staff's directions, Suchin glanced at the two Tibetan Mastiffs, one black and one white, which looked rather docile and silly, but were nowhere near as attractive as this one. Perhaps sensing the disappointment in Suchin's eyes, the staff member immediately added a comment with high emotional intelligence. Why don't you go closer and see how Xiaohua treats you? If her reaction is too intense, for safety reasons, I would suggest you choose another dog. Can? Suchin nodded without hesitation. After all, he wasn't an unreasonable person. While it is very rewarding to massage such a large and aggressive dog, your own safety is the most important thing. If Xiaohua really doesn't accept me getting close, I can just go pet the black and white ones later and show off my skills. Then you must approach slowly and gently, and absolutely avoid any sudden movements. The staff member gave instructions while carefully leading Su Chun toward the dog cage. Inside the cage, Xiaohua's gaze was fixed on Su Chun, who was approaching, her eyes revealing a wariness as if she were scrutinizing him. Outside the cage, Su Chun also kept his eyes glued to Xiaohua. As the distance between them gradually closed, to be honest, he also felt a little nervous. The staff member standing to the side was already thinking about how to tactfully persuade Su Chun later. As Xiaohua's dog trainer, he knew very well that if anyone else got too close, Xiaohua would let out a low growl that was full of warning. However, the little flower in the cage, who was initially wary, gradually calmed down as Su Chun approached. Finally, it even opened its mouth and let out a series of light barks that sounded like it was being affectionate, and its thick tail began to wag happily from side to side. At first, the staff thought that it was because they were close to Su Chun that Xiaohua reacted this way. After all, he usually spends the most time with Xiaohua, and perhaps Xiaohua became so docile because she sensed his presence. But when he stepped back a little, he was surprised to find that Xiaohua's gaze was always on Su Chun, and she didn't look in his direction at all. Little Flower seems to really like you. This is the first time I've seen it treat guests like this. Are you one of those people online who are naturally attractive to animals? The staff couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, their expressions showing some astonishment. Su Chun seemed to be deep in thought. He doesn't think he has any special physical constitution. When he was a child, he was once chased all over the street by a fierce-looking big yellow dog on his way home from school. Over the years, he has never seen any cats or dogs rub against him affectionately. The only thing that's relevant is the skill I acquired yesterday. Could it be that this thing has a passive ability that it can't see? Can I touch it now? Su Chun asked the staff again. Yes, from what I've seen so far, Xiaohua hasn't shown any wariness or aggression towards you. As the staff member spoke, he subconsciously scratched his head, still looking puzzled. However, for safety reasons, he first put a muzzle on Xiaohua through the cage and then fastened the collar rope to ensure that no accidents would occur. As the dog cage slowly opened, Xiaohua immediately jumped out happily. It first touched the restraint on its mouth with its paw, looking somewhat uncomfortable. But then, without hesitation, it went straight for Su Chun, rubbing against his legs and making soft humming sounds, acting all affectionate. You didn't spray something on yourself, did you? The staff stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. A strange pang of jealousy even rose in her heart, since Xiaohua usually treated her this way. But since I take such good care of Xiaohua, feeding her, taking her for walks and training her, it's only natural that Xiaohua is close to me. But Su Chun was just a guest meeting her for the first time, so why was he being treated like this by Xiaohua? I didn't spray anything, otherwise you would definitely have smelled it. Su Chun offered an explanation. After he finished speaking, he slowly placed his palm on Xiaohua's large head. Little Flower's fur is thick, smooth, and shiny, which shows that its daily food, clothing, and other necessities are definitely top-notch. The smooth, furry texture instantly filled Su Chun with joy. Will Chapter 499 come again? At the same time, the muscle memory of master-level pet massage in Su Chun's mind was instantly activated. His fingers unconsciously began to press harder, precisely on Xiaohua's temple behind the corner of her eye. Wah! Xiaohua immediately raised her head. Her eyes narrowed contentedly, and she let out a soft, extremely comfortable whimper. Immediately afterwards, the dog seemed to have lost its bones and leaned limply against Su Chun's leg. Su Chun silently felt the structure of Xiaohua's cervical and spinal vertebrae, comparing the actual bone structure he touched with the master-level pet massage knowledge he had learned. His movements were gentle and professional. He slowly combed Xiaohua's hair from the bridge of her nose to the top of her head, carefully avoiding sensitive areas such as her eyes and nose, following the texture of her hair. Little Flower's ears gradually drooped down, and her breathing became long and even. Su Chun slowly moved his hand to Xiaohua's neck, his palm naturally cupped, his movements gentle and soothing, starting from her chin and working his way towards her shoulder. Beneath the thick fur on Xiaohua's neck lay firm muscles, forcing Su Chun to increase the pressure of his kneading. Considering that Xiaohua is a long-haired dog, Su Chun deliberately used a gentle pushing technique against the direction of the hair during the massage. When massaging the shoulders and forelimbs, Su Chun pressed on the Jianjing acupoint on the edge of the scapula, applying pressure with his thumbs one after another, with just the right amount of force. Starting from the shoulder, he slowly moved down the arm to the elbow, and then to the claw, leaving no muscle untouched. Since this was Su Chen's first time actually using master-level pet massage skills, he was completely immersed in it, reaching a state of extreme focus and self-forgetfulness. The staff members next to him initially had no idea what Su Chen was doing. In his eyes, Su Chen's dog-petting actions were somewhat peculiar and completely different from those of ordinary people. But as time went on, he gradually figured it out and realized that it seemed to be a professional pet massage technique. At this moment, Xiaohua felt as if she were floating on clouds, and involuntarily began to reminisce about her dog life. Those days of running freely in the afterglow of the setting sun, the precise times when the pet owner would feed the animals, and the wonderful sensation of beef and chicken being forcefully torn apart between teeth. Nothing could compare to the wonderful feeling it evoked by this inexplicably kind stranger. Those warm and strong hands gently and skillfully roamed over its body, carrying a mysterious magic that immersed every hair on its body in ultimate comfort. Could this man before me be a god? Xiaohua tried her best to cheer up, raised her big, comfortably moist eyes, and gazed at Su Chun with deep affection. Then, it let out the softest, most delicate bark it had ever made in its life, using all its tenderness. Woof woof. That bark is so obsequious. You're a Tibetan Mastiff. The staff member's eyes widened, and his voice trembled with jealousy. As a dog trainer, seeing how it behaved in front of Su Chun, the feeling was no less than that of a daughter he had raised for 20 years being easily deceived by a yellow-haired guy downstairs who rode a ghost fire and only knew how to talk sweet words. Xiaohua really likes you, and she never expected your massage skills to be so amazing. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously fell on Su Chen's palm. Seeing Su Chen's palm pressing down hard on Xiaohua's spine with practiced skill, Xiaohua comfortably slumped to the side. As the staff member watched, they suddenly felt their neck and shoulders stiffen, and a thought popped into their mind. To be able to tame a fierce Tibetan Mastiff so gently, as if it were possessed by a golden retriever, one would surely feel very comfortable. Su Chen had become familiar with the use of the skills, and was much more relaxed. He was now able to distract himself. He glanced at the staff member, and somehow, it was as if they were on the same wavelength, instantly understanding what Miao Yuanshan was thinking. Humans and dogs are different. Su Chun tried to dispel that unrealistic idea. Aren't we all vertebrates? Oh no, you're our honored guest since you're visiting our camp. I didn't mean that. Seeing that the other party immediately changed their tune, Su Chun was both amused and exasperated. For him, playing with dogs is an interest and an exploration of new skills. The emotional value of a dog looking at you with affectionate eyes and making sweet, whimpering sounds is very high. If the object were a man, just imagining that scene in his mind was an unbearable burden for Su Chun. Su Chun finally finished massaging Xiaohua's entire body from head to toe. He let out a soft breath, a look of satisfaction on his face. Then, he reached out and patted Xiaohua's head, stood up, and finished his attempt. Having fulfilled his wish to try a master-level pet massage, he was satisfied and didn't plan to stay any longer. Okay, sir, welcome back again. The staff warmly said goodbye. Xiaohua was squinting, still enjoying the afterglow of the massage, when she suddenly felt the thigh she had been leaning on quietly leave. She was instantly jolted awake, and her eyes widened in shock. When it saw Su Chun walking towards the door, a strong sense of reluctance welled up in its heart. The god who brought me joy is leaving. Xiaohua's muscles and bones, which had just softened from the massage, instantly surged with powerful strength again. Without hesitation, she chased after Su Chun, letting out a series of reluctant sobs. The staff member felt the leash holding Xiaohua tighten instantly, and the huge pull made him involuntarily be pulled by Xiaohua towards the door. Little Flower, stop! Stop! The staff shouted loudly and stomped their feet hard on the ground, trying to stop the momentum of the charge. However, Xiaohua was so strong that she dragged him all the way to the courtyard gate. Xiaohua felt the leash around her neck and knew she couldn't go any further. So it had no choice but to lie on the door, its eyes following Su Chen closely as he walked toward the car. The dog's eyes even revealed anthropomorphic emotions, as if saying, "God, will you come again?" Its gaze was fixed on the Cullinan until the car gradually disappeared into the distance. On Sunday, which seemed like 2 days of leisurely relaxation, Su Chen was not idle at all, and had already become familiar with the dogs in the villa area. At this moment, the setting sun casts its last rays on a small square near the villa. Su Chen, with Nuonyuo by his side, moved a small stool and sat leisurely in the middle of the square. Around him, at least 15 dogs of different breeds and colors gathered. Golden retrievers, Samoyeds, Labradors, Corgis, Border Collies, and Evil Fleece, among others. Chapter 500 Absolutely Impossible. Nuonyuo stood to the side, her tiny fingers also reaching into the thick fur of a gentle little puppy. "Let's go? Let's go? Let's go?" It feels soft and comfortable to the touch. It just won't stop. The little dumpling brought its chubby little face close to the puppy's face. Her pink lips parted slightly. "Woof." Nuonyuo imitated the barking of a puppy, sounding very cute. The little puppy rubbed its whiskers against its soft, adorable face. The little dumpling's face felt itchy from being rubbed. It's all about adorable pets and cute kids. Laughter, as light as bells, echoed throughout the square. To be honest, if Su Chen hadn't deliberately looked around the neighborhood these past 2 days, he wouldn't have known that there was such a special gathering place for dogs hidden here. These dogs all belong to residents of the villa area. In wealthy families like this, they often don't just keep one dog. They usually have a nanny at home, and the nannies take these guys out for a walk every day. Finally, they gathered in this small square, allowing the dogs to engage in some social activities. "Wow, Mr. Su, your pet massage technique is really high level. My wife takes my pet to the pet store for thousands of dollars a time for grooming, but it doesn't feel like this at all." A nanny praised it with a big smile. "That's right. This is the first time I've seen Coke and Sprite standing so close together without fighting." Another nanny looked equally shocked, her tone filled with disbelief. Cola is a pure white Samoyed, while Sprite is a white Border Collie. According to Su Chen's understanding, these two dogs were simply natural enemies. Every time they meet, they have to fight and make a ruckus, causing chaos and confusion. I don't know if it's because their fur colors are similar and similar colors repel each other, which is why they are so hostile to each other when they meet. At this moment, Cola lay obediently on Su Chen's left, and Sprite lay docilely on Su Chen's right. Su Chen used both hands simultaneously, gently stroking the Coke with one hand and caressing the Sprite with the other, fully displaying his master-level pet massage skills, as if he were performing a skill show. Where his palm brushed, Sprite and Coke trembled slightly, then let out extremely comfortable whimpers. They squinted their eyes, looking completely absorbed, as if experiencing some kind of canine bliss and understanding the happiness of being born a dog. "Okay, go have fun." Su Chen withdrew his hand and patted each dog on the head, making a woof-woof sound. Border Collie Sprite was the first to stand up, then buried her head in Su Chen's arms, making soft, sweet sounds. The Samoyed Cola was a step slower to react, but it was not to be outdone and squeezed in, trying to claim a place in Su Chen's arms. Behind the two dogs, the Golden Retriever barked twice in dissatisfaction, seemingly complaining that the two guys had taken up too much of Su Chen's time. At the urging of the two nannies, Cola and Sprite reluctantly walked away. Seeing this, the Golden Retriever grinned, revealing a mocking expression, its tail wagging happily. Then it lay down at Su Chen's feet, waiting for the happy moment to arrive. Just as Su Chen was about to reach out, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. "The tasks will be refreshed next week." Su Chen was slightly taken aback, but instantly became focused. He had originally thought the mission wouldn't refresh until the evening. Immediately afterwards, more mission information appeared before us. Task requirement: sell a total of 800 servings of cooked pet food. Mission location: entrance of the local flower and bird market. There are no restrictions on business hours. The host can decide for themselves. Purchase restrictions: customers must bring their pets when making a purchase. Homemade pet food guide has been distributed. Homemade pet food? Su Chun was stunned for 2 seconds before his brain reacted. The system had actually started to get involved in the pet food industry? To be honest, it's a bit of a coincidence that I just got the master-level pet massage skill this week, and am assigned the task of selling pet food next week. Is it because I drew the master-level pet massage skill that the system assigned me this task? But then Su Chin's expression turned serious, because this matter could also be viewed from the other side. System, did you rig my lottery? Is it because next week's task is to sell homemade pet food that you deliberately let me draw the pet massage skill? Absolutely impossible. This system is absolutely fair and impartial, and eliminates all shady dealings. Su Chin snorted, deciding to just accept it for now. However, the thought of selling cooked pet food next week made Su Chin quite happy. Regular diners probably never expected their new move. We're not only experts in making food for humans, but now we can even take care of what pets eat. It's just a pity for the regular customers. They'll probably have to suffer for a while next week. Thinking about this, Su Chin suddenly became unsure. After all, so-called cooked pet food, in essence, seems to be edible for humans as well. However, in order to meet the dietary needs of pets, the taste may be relatively bland, and basically no salt is added. Surely no one would actually steal food from their own cat or dog. Su Chin fell into deep thought. The golden retriever at his feet, however, did not feel the intoxicating joy of yesterday. Full of doubt, it raised its head and looked at Su Chin pitifully. It cautiously licked Su Chin's palm, letting out a series of aggrieved whimpers. Su Chin then came to his senses and couldn't help but chuckle at the pitiful look on the golden retriever's face. He temporarily put his thoughts aside and placed his hand on the golden retriever. Soon, the familiar feeling of comfort returned, and the golden retriever comfortably squinted its eyes. A moment later, the afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded. Su Chin finally finished massaging the last dog in the square. He stood up, took Nuonyuo's hand, and said goodbye to the nannies who had been watching. We're leaving now, and we might not be able to come back in the next few days. After thinking for a moment, Su Chin decided to give a reminder, since he still had the task of selling cooked pet food next week, and the schedule might change. It's all right, Mr. Su, business is more important. Several nannies nodded, their faces showing understanding smiles. Su Chin then put away the small stool and casually patted the head of a dog next to him. As soon as he made that move, all the dogs in the square stood up and followed closely behind Su Chin, managing to walk out of the small square with him. The dogs only stopped reluctantly, watching Su Chin and Nuonyuo's departing figures, when their owners or caregivers tightened the leashes and called for them to stop. In this scene, Su Chin clearly became a god in the hearts of the dogs in the villa area thanks to his skills. Chapter 501 Stop. Monday was another day for Su Chin, a day when he could sleep in until he naturally woke up. Anyway, he can decide his own business hours this week. Around noon, after having lunch, he brought the ingredients he had previously purchased from the system to the kitchen. The system offers a dazzling array of homemade pet food. However, considering the actual situation of selling at a stall, some varieties that are too complicated to make, have a short shelf life, or are not easy to carry must be excluded. After this selection process, Su Chin's choices were limited. After some thought, Su Chin decided to make steamed bun-shaped cooked pet food today. This food is relatively easy to prepare, and a certain amount of meat and vegetables can be added to combine protein, carbohydrates, and dietary fiber, making it a very comprehensive source of nutrition. Su Chin had heard a lot about cornbread from the older generation. It originated in the northern region and, in the past, was a staple food used by poor families to fill their stomachs. When Su Chin was a child, whenever he was a picky eater, the elders in his family would nag him. Now that living conditions are so good, you should be fed coarse food and cornbread so that you can remember the hardships of the past. This gave Su Chin his initial impression of steamed buns. Another memorable line is from a song sung by a certain thief surnamed Bai in the TV series My Own Swordsman, holding a cornbread in my hand, not a drop of oil in the dish. Of course, with the development of the times, this traditional food, wotu, has also developed into a variety of ways to eat it. The most common type of cornbread served in restaurants is the small, specially made cornbread bun. Fill the hollow of the steamed bun with plenty of meat. The steamed buns of today have long lost much of their former association with poverty. Many people use steamed buns as a substitute for refined staple foods in pursuit of a healthy lifestyle or to achieve weight loss goals. Suchin plans to make 2 flavors of steamed buns this time: beef and pumpkin, and chicken and sweet potato. He first carefully washed all the ingredients to ensure they were clean and hygienic. Once everything was ready, the production process began in an orderly manner. Suchin picked up a fresh beef tenderloin and, following the recipe steps he had memorized, cut the beef into small cubes about 2 centimeters square. After cutting the beef, he threw the chunks into a pot of cold water and added a few slices of ginger. The spiciness of ginger can effectively remove the gamey smell of beef, making the beef taste purer. As the water temperature rises, the blood color in the beef gradually fades. After the water had boiled completely, Suchin turned down the stove flame to keep the water in the pot at a gentle simmer. It is essential to ensure that beef is thoroughly cooked to effectively prevent the presence of any parasites and to guarantee food safety and health. While the beef was cooking, the nannies also started preparing the pumpkin. Peel off the pumpkin skin, remove the seeds, then slice the prepared pumpkin into even, thin slices. Arrange them neatly on a steaming plate and steam them in a preheated pot. Suchin took out his phone and set an alarm for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the pot of beef cooking on the stove was bubbling and steaming. The beef was cooked in no time. Suchin took the beef out of the water, drained it, and gently placed it on the cutting board. He then carefully chopped the beef into small pieces. Just as Suchin finished processing the minced beef, the pumpkin was also steamed. He took out a steaming plate, and with a gentle poke of his chopsticks, the pumpkin was easily pierced, indicating that it was fully cooked. Suchin mashed the pumpkin into a puree, then poured the chopped beef and pumpkin puree into a clean large bowl, and cracked an egg into it. Eggs can increase the binding properties of dough, allowing the steamed buns to maintain their shape during shaping and steaming. Suchin picked up his chopsticks and began to stir vigorously, thoroughly mixing the ingredients in the bowl. After mixing well, Suchin began adding cornmeal and oat flour to the bowl. Add the flour in 3 batches, stirring with chopsticks to ensure the flour is fully incorporated into the other ingredients. Cornmeal needs to fully absorb water and gelatinize to ensure that the steamed cornbread has a good texture. If there is not enough water, the steamed cornbread will crack. After a series of meticulous steps, the dough finally reached the desired consistency. It can be easily kneaded into a ball without sticking to your hands, and the edges are slightly cracked. After finishing the beef and pumpkin dough, Suchin rested for a while, drank some water, and then continued making chicken and sweet potato steamed buns. Put fresh chicken breast into a pot of cold water, set the timer, and cook for 8 minutes. When the time was up, he quickly took the cooked chicken out, placed it on the cutting board, and chopped it into small pieces. After processing the chicken, Suchin began processing the sweet potatoes. I carefully peeled the sweet potatoes, then cut them into chunks and steamed them for 15 minutes. After steaming the sweet potatoes, Suchin mashed them into a paste. To make the texture smoother and more suitable for puppies, he specially prepared a sieve to sift the sweet potato puree and remove the fibers. In another clean large bowl, Suchin added the chopped chicken, mashed sweet potato, and crushed cooked egg yolks, and finally added oat flour. Suchin kneaded the dough skillfully, and in no time, a dough ball was ready. At this moment, 2 bowls of dough are placed side by side on the work table. Suchin divided the dough into small, evenly sized pieces, then rolled each piece into a ball, gently pinching the bottom indentation with his fingers to shape the dough into a cone shape that is smaller at the top and larger at the bottom. If it's a plain steamed bun without any added ingredients, it can be sold directly after steaming, just like a regular steamed bun. However, this time he added more other ingredients to the steamed buns. In order to better ensure the appearance and taste, it is best to put the raw steamed buns in the refrigerator to set their shape first, and then steam them on the spot when setting up the stall. This will better ensure the appearance and taste. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Butler Ding helped transfer the steamed buns to the food cart that Suchin hadn't used in a long time. He prepared 2 flavors of steamed buns, beef and pumpkin, and chicken and sweet potato. He made 50 of each flavor, for a total of 100. After all, this was only the first day of setting up a stall this week, and Su-chun thought to himself that he should first figure out the specific sales situation before making any decisions. Furthermore, this week's task has a special restriction. Customers must bring their pets when making a purchase, which means that not just anyone can buy it. Even if you are discovered by your familiar customers on the first day of setting up your stall, not everyone owns a pet, and not everyone can bring their pet with them at all times. Su-chun tidied up the food cart and set off. However, just as he drove out of the villa, and before he even left the residential area, a loud and energetic shout suddenly came from behind. Master Su. Stop right there. Chapter 502. This is not something you can say. Hearing the shout, Su-chun was startled and instinctively stepped on the brakes, bringing the food cart to an abrupt stop. He turned his head and looked back, only to see an old man running towards him. In the blink of an eye, he reached the food cart, grabbed a corner of it, and was afraid that Su-chun would slip away. Upon seeing this, Su-chun raised an eyebrow. So, regular customers have arrived? Are you a regular customer in the group? Su-chun composed himself and had just opened his mouth to greet the old man when he heard the old man let out a half-real, half-fake wail. What group chat? Master Su, do you know how I've been lately? Well, Su-chun was momentarily speechless. The old man had a rosy and glowing complexion. He could have jogged a little while ago, and now he was pulling the food cart with considerable strength. They seem to be doing quite well. This wailing is just a bit too contrived. The old man didn't care about anything else at the moment. He was genuinely overjoyed. After all, it had been a long time since he had eaten Master Su's Shaoxi rice noodles, and the taste was indeed unpleasant for him. Actually, he had only planned to take a stroll around his place, which he hadn't been staying at for a long time, today. Unexpectedly, just as I stepped out, I ran into someone who looked similar, and upon closer inspection, I actually managed to spot the person. What a wonderful coincidence. Master Su, it's obvious you're not going to work for anyone and are setting up your own stall. I think you shouldn't go anywhere else. I'll take everything you have in your car. The old man moved his hands from the food cart to Su-chun's arm, and his words gradually became more and more outrageous. Please have pity on this old man. At my age, I don't have many more years to enjoy good food. Old man, you can't say things like that. Su-chun was truly at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But he definitely couldn't agree to the old man's request. This week's task has special rules. It's not something you can just do by selling everything to the old man. Su-chun could only patiently explain. This week I'm selling prepared pet food, specifically for cats and dogs. What the heck? Upon hearing this, the old man immediately raised his voice, frowned, and said, Pet food? We don't even have enough people to eat. Why are you cooking for the cats and dogs? The old man knew that his request was a bit unreasonable, but he felt that he couldn't really be blamed for it. After all, anyone who happens to run into Master Su, whom they've been longing to see, setting up his stall would definitely be unable to resist. However, now that he knew it was cooked pet food, the old man had no other choice, no matter how unwilling he was. Just moments ago, he was overjoyed, thinking he would have a great meal, but in the blink of an eye, his hopes were dashed. The ups and downs of life came so quickly that the old man was momentarily stunned. He could only helplessly let go, watching Su-chun drive the food truck away, his face filled with melancholy and reluctance. Just then, a pure white border collie appeared out of nowhere, being led by someone. It also stared intently at Su-chun's departing figure, whimpering softly. The old man subconsciously exchanged a glance with the border collie, and suddenly felt a sense of shared misfortune. Wait a minute. The old man suddenly realized that he had inexplicably started to empathize with the dog. Just after 6 o'clock, Su-chun drove his food truck toward the entrance of the flower and bird market. The flower and bird market here is actually just one street. There are various pet shops, pet supply stores, and pet hospitals on both sides of the street. It's quite lively here because there's a place nearby that looks like a neighborhood park. However, there are relatively few parking spaces, and vehicles can be seen temporarily parked everywhere on the roadside. Su-chun walked slowly along the street, his eyes constantly searching for a suitable parking spot. After searching for a while, he finally saw a place that looked empty. He was overjoyed and quickly drove over. However, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that 2 tables were placed there, taking up the entire empty space. Just as he was about to look for another place, a small truck that happened to be next to the 2 tables started up and slowly drove away. Suchin made a quick decision and skillfully parallel parked the food cart into the empty space. Just then, a middle-aged man pushing a flatbed cart walked over. When he saw Suchin's food cart, he was taken aback at first, then muttered under his breath, "Wow, you're really fast. I was thinking of setting up 2 more tables." Upon hearing this, Suchin thought that if he accidentally took someone else's spot, he would find another place. The middle-aged man didn't say anything more, but instead started moving boxes from the flatbed cart onto the table, seemingly not paying much attention. Suchin then abandoned the idea of asking questions and stopped meddling, focusing instead on preparing for the business opening. Now that you're steaming cornbread, you don't have to worry about it sitting for too long. He first added cold water to the pot, then turned on the heat and waited quietly for the water to boil. Only after enough steam has been generated in the pot can the steamed cornbread be placed in the steamer basket. This will ensure the best texture of the steamed cornbread. Suchin's food cart was equipped with 2 stoves. He planned to use one stove to steam beef and pumpkin steam buns, and the other to steam chicken and sweet potato steam buns, so that the flavors would not mix. For the first batch, he placed 20 steamed buns on each steamer basket, which took about 15 minutes. Taking advantage of this break, Suchin took out a small whiteboard and carefully marked the sign and price on it. Homemade pet food. Beef and pumpkin steamed buns, 10 yuan each. Chicken and sweet potato steamed buns, 8 yuan each. After finishing all that, Suchin took a short rest, took out his phone to play some games, and waited for the first batch of steamed buns to be freshly baked. Beside him, a middle-aged man had filled the table with bags of dog and cat food, and then put up a prominent promotional sign in front of the table with various discount information written in exaggerated font. After placing the last bag of dog food, the middle-aged man straightened up and subconsciously glanced to the side. I saw the words homemade pet food on Suchin's food cart. He was slightly taken aback and felt a little speechless. Goodness, what a coincidence. We're both selling pet food, so this is a real competitor. Of course, this competitor is just a general term. In fact, he didn't think that the man selling cornbread in front of him would have any impact on his business. On the contrary, he even found it somewhat funny. They dared to openly price a tattered cornbread at 10 or 8 yuan. At that price, why don't they just rob someone? This person's business practices are too unrealistic. With this pricing, I doubt anyone will buy it. Chapter 503 Sorry. The middle-aged man believes that people who really want to feed their pets homemade food must be those who are willing to spend a lot of time and energy making it at home themselves. Only in this way can we ensure the safety and hygiene of food to the greatest extent possible, so that we can eat with peace of mind. Who can say for sure what's in these so-called homemade pet foods sold at roadside stalls? Perhaps they added palatability enhancers, or the ingredients used were not fresh at all. The cost of veterinary care for pets is quite high these days. Even a minor ailment can easily cost thousands of yuan to get checked and treated at a veterinary hospital. For owners with slightly weaker financial means, their wallets will be severely strained. In contrast, pet food produced through standardized processes has strict production standards and quality control, which makes people feel much more at ease. Buying pet food is both economical and convenient, unlike homemade food, which involves purchasing ingredients and cooking. These pet owners aren't stupid. They're not so easily fooled. Do they really think their money is easy to earn? They're incredibly naive. Thinking this through, the middle-aged man felt more and more that Suchin's business would not improve, so he stopped paying attention to the commotion around him and focused on managing his own stall. Suchin played on his phone for a while, then suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he had forgotten to write the requirements on the whiteboard. He picked up his pen and quickly added, "Customers must bring their pets when making a purchase." The stove on the food cart was burning brightly, the water in the pot was boiling violently, and the steam carrying the aroma of steamed buns silently filled the air, beginning the spell. Nearby, a middle-aged man was enthusiastically introducing a certain dog food to a young woman who came to inquire. He picked up a bag of dog food and said, "Our dog food is a high-quality product specially formulated for dogs' health. It uses a classic formula and is very nutritionally balanced, meeting all the nutritional needs of a dog's growth. As he spoke, he pointed to the ingredient list on the dog food bag. The beef content is as high as... Wait a minute. The young woman suddenly raised her hand, rudely interrupting the middle-aged man, and pointed to the text on the dog food packaging, asking in a questioning tone, "Doesn't it say duck meat on this?" "Oh right, duck meat. I misspoke just now." The middle-aged man hurriedly and awkwardly corrected himself. He quickly composed himself and continued, "Our beef." "You're wrong again, it's duck meat." The young woman became completely wary, staring intently at the middle-aged man with a suspicious look. "As someone who sells dog food, how come you keep getting the product ingredients wrong? Is this really legitimate dog food? Or is it some kind of substandard product from a small workshop?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt deeply wronged. "The dog food I sell is definitely produced by a reputable manufacturer, with guaranteed quality and all kinds of certifications." As for why he kept referring to it as beef, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before realizing that he had been enveloped by a rich aroma without even noticing. The aroma seemed to have the rich, meaty scent of beef, mixed with the sweet notes of pumpkin and sweet potato. "Is it because you keep talking about beef? I can smell beef too." The young woman was also drawn in by the aroma and couldn't help but speak up. "I smelled it too. That's why I misspoke just now." The middle-aged man confirmed the young woman's words and took the opportunity to salvage his reputation for saying the wrong thing. Immediately, the two of them looked towards the place where the fragrance was strongest. A mist of steam was seen spreading outwards from the food cart next to them. The middle-aged man immediately became uneasy, and he hesitated as he looked at Su Chun behind the food cart. Good heavens, the food emitting such an enticing aroma in this steamer is actually cooked pet food? If the word pet were removed from the aroma, he would order it on the spot without hesitation and eat it. The young lady had no idea what was going on. She was completely captivated by the aroma, saying, "It smells so good." And before she could even take 2 steps, she stood firmly in front of Su Chen's food cart. "Hey, handsome, how much is this? It smells delicious." The young woman instinctively wanted to call him boss, but after glancing at the young and handsome face that was faintly visible behind the steam, she suddenly changed her mind. "The price and requirements are all on the whiteboard." Su Chen responded immediately upon hearing the question. The young lady was so focused on smelling the food that she hadn't paid much attention to the whiteboard on the food cart. Hearing this, she quickly looked down at it. "Huh? Cooked pet food? Isn't that for human consumption?" The young woman immediately gasped in surprise. But then she realized she had been surprised a little too soon, because there was another requirement on the whiteboard. Customers must bring pets to make a purchase. "Hey, handsome, why do you need to bring a pet to sell cornbread?" The young woman felt that this request was really a bit inexplicable. "These are the current requirements. If you're going to buy one, did you bring your pet?" Su Chen nodded without offering any further explanation. After all, this is a task requirement given by the system, and he only needs to comply and execute it. The young woman, smelling the enticing aroma, couldn't help but swallow, even though she knew it was cooked food for pets. Although she owns a schnauzer, she had just finished get off work and hadn't had time to go home yet. "Handsome, you can't be so rigid in doing business. How about you pack me 2 beef and pumpkin steam buns?" The young woman's tone was pleading. "I really do have pets at home." She thought to herself, since this is cooked pet food, why not let her dog try it too? To prove to Su Chun that what she said was true, she took out her phone, found a selfie of herself holding her dog on her WeChat moments, and handed it to Su Chun with her eyes full of expectation. "I'm sorry, but please bring your pet next time." Su Chun shook his head. The young woman was speechless, feeling that this was the first time she had ever encountered a situation where someone wouldn't accept money to buy her something. If the fragrance in the air were even fainter, I would have turned around and left without saying a word. But at this moment, the closer one gets to the stove on the food cart, the richer and more enticing the aroma becomes. "This cornbread smells so good," she screamed in her heart. "I must taste it today. No, I must make my own dog taste it today. Then I'll go home and bring the dog out for a walk." The young woman made a quick decision, took one last reluctant look at the steamer basket, and then ran home. Chapter 504. Okay, I'll buy it. Eh. The middle-aged man watched the young woman walk away, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Based on his years of sales experience, he could tell at a glance that this customer actually had a strong desire to buy. I was hoping to close this deal, but I ended up watching helplessly as the customer was snatched away by the pet kennel vendor next door. The middle-aged man glared angrily at Su Chen's food cart. They were initially convinced that the other party posed no threat at all and did not consider him a competitor. Who would have thought that in just a short while, one of their potential customers would be taken away? The first batch of steamed cornbread is almost ready. Su Chen reached out and lifted the lid of the steamer. In an instant, an even richer aroma seemed to break free of its seal and release a forbidden spell. Not far away, Shu Haodong was leading his big-eared, squeaky beagle out of the pet store after it had been bathed. I don't know if this clean state can be maintained for 3 days. Shu Haodong muttered helplessly, then squatted down, stared at his dog Sun, and said deliberately in a fierce tone, "I'm warning you, Chestnut, if you go rummaging through the trash can in the kitchen again, see how I deal with you." Woof! Chestnut raised its head, its big, watery eyes looking innocently at Shu Haodong. If someone else saw this scene, they would definitely be instantly melted by Chestnut's adorable expression. However, Shu Haodong remained expressionless. After all, only those who have raised beagles know that although this guy looks innocent and cute, he is actually full of bad intentions. There's even an online Beagle Victims Alliance, full of pet owners who have suffered all sorts of torment at the hands of their beagles. Just as Shu Haodong was about to nag Banley a bit more, Banley suddenly seemed to realize something. It suddenly turned its head, its nose twitching incessantly, instantly taut the previously loose leash. "What the hell are you doing?" Shu Haodong was startled by Banley's sudden action. But then, he smelled a fragrance wafting from somewhere. He quickly stood up and scanned the area following the direction of the aroma, soon discovering that the fragrance was coming from a food truck not far away. A little steam was still rising around the food cart. What's selling that smells so good? Shu Haodong suddenly felt hungry. He glanced down at the chestnuts that were frantically trying to get towards the food cart, and couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Your dog nose is pretty sharp, but I'll eat them anyway. You can go home and eat dog food." After saying that, he headed straight for the dining car. "Boss, what's that smells so good? Give me 2. Shu Haodong ran excitedly to the food cart and asked. Upon hearing this, Su Chen subconsciously looked up and immediately noticed the leash the guest was holding, and the excited beagle at the other end of the leash. He was overjoyed. This seemed to be the first customer who truly met the purchase requirements for the day. He immediately laughed and said, "It's all written on the whiteboard." Shu Haodong looked down at the whiteboard with great anticipation, but instantly he was shocked and said in disbelief, "Pet food? This isn't for human consumption. It smells so good. I thought I was going to have a feast today. Who would have thought it was prepared for pets?" He couldn't help but complain to himself. Really, why does pet food have to smell so good? Perhaps upon hearing the word eat, the chestnut instantly shook itself vigorously, its eyes sparkling with desire for food. Shu Haodong glanced at the chestnut, deliberately put on a stern face, and hardened his heart. "Even if you wag your tail again, I won't buy it for you. This is your punishment for getting yourself dirty by rummaging through the trash. Go back and eat your dog food." After saying that, he tugged hard on the tow rope and prepared to pull Chestnut away. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed inwardly. This week's task seemed to be much more difficult than he had imagined. It was already so bumpy at the very beginning. However, the chestnut seemed to have taken root in its 4 legs, refusing to move an inch, and even lay down on the ground, starting to act stubbornly. "I'm telling you, this kind of behavior won't work. I'm not buying it for you." Shu Haodong pulled back on the leash, trying to drag Chestnut away, while also scolding it. The man and his dog got into a tug-of-war in front of the food cart. A dog's strength is no match for a human's, and Chestnut was dragged a few steps by Shu Haodong. But at that moment, Chestnut unleashed its trump card, opening its mouth and letting out a loud bray that sounded like a donkey or a dog. Where. The sound was rapid and loud, with a strange tone, as if it shook half the street, drawing curious glances from passers-by. "Damn it, stop yelling. It's so embarrassing." Shu Haodong instantly lost his composure, feeling that everyone around him was staring at him, so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into the ground. But Chestnut didn't care about any of that, and kept yelling without restraint. The sound didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became even louder. Okay, I'll buy it. I'll buy it for you, all right. Shu Haodong couldn't take it anymore, and just wanted to end it quickly and escape the scene. He hurriedly turned to Su Chun and said, "Get me 2 beef cuts, quick." Good. Su Chun was both amused and exasperated by the scene before him. He never expected that his first deal of the week would be closed in such a semi-coercive manner. Speaking of beagles, although he had seen various jokes about them online and knew their nickname of big-eared, bellowing donkey, he was familiar with them. But today is the first time I felt the power of that cry so directly. That scream was so incredibly loud, it was almost overwhelming. Su Chun quickly packed 2 beef and pumpkin steamed buns and handed them over. At the same time, Shu Haodong took out his phone and quickly scanned the code to pay, wanting nothing more than to leave with the chestnuts as soon as possible. Let's go. Don't embarrass me here." As Shu Haodong spoke, he waved the bag containing beef steamed buns in front of the chestnuts. The chestnuts' cries abruptly ceased. However, before he could take 2 steps, Shu Haodong felt the traction rope tighten suddenly, and he could no longer pull it. He looked down and saw that Chestnut was staring at the cornbread in his hand, with drool already dripping from the corner of its mouth. "Can't we eat it at home?" Shu Haodong looked helpless, but seeing the pitiful look in Banley's eyes, he finally softened. He could only carefully take out a cornbread from the bag, intending to feed it to Banley. The freshly baked cornbread was still steaming hot. It felt solid and heavy in my hand, with visible bits of beef on top. Because it contains pumpkin and cornmeal, the whole steamed bun has a golden yellow color. However, in terms of appearance, this cornbread is completely different from the rough and simple traditional cornbread that Shu Haodong remembered. It looks very high-end. Chapter 505 Don't Steal. Shu Haodong broke off a piece of cornbread but didn't rush to feed it, worried that it would burn the chestnut's tongue. To cool things down faster, he had no choice but to bring the cornbread to his mouth and blow on it to cool it down. With each breath, the rich aroma of beef, mixed with the rustic sweetness of pumpkin and cornmeal, wafted into his nose and mouth. Shu Haodong's saliva began to secrete rapidly and uncontrollably, to the point that he almost sprayed it out uncontrollably when he blew on it. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but marvel at how delicious the cornbread was. Is this really for pets? Isn't that a bit too wasteful? As Shu Haodong blew on his cornbread, he unconsciously brought the hand holding the cornbread closer and closer to his mouth. Finally, my tongue touched a hint of sweetness. The steamed buns with pumpkin puree and cornmeal have a base flavor that is both fragrant and sweet, and the taste is almost identical to the smell, or even more intense. The sweet aroma instantly filled the entire mouth. As he chewed, the beef bits hidden inside the steamed bun came out, bringing out a rich beef aroma. There was even a faint amount of meat juice seeping out from the beef cubes, spreading in the mouth. This is so delicious. Shu Haodong's eyes lit up instantly. Although this was cooked pet food without any added salt, it was normal for steamed buns to be eaten without salt. This steamed bun perfectly blends the aromas of various ingredients together. It's a truly perfect combination. Shu Haodong could hardly control his expression. This steamed bun completely shattered his stereotypes. Before he knew it, Shu Haodong had accidentally eaten the entire steamed bun. Chestnut sat upright, watching it disappear quickly into its owner's mouth, its eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing Shu Haodong's sinful hands reaching for the second steamed bun, Banley could no longer resist. It barked twice and pounced forward, kicking with its hind legs to stop Shu Haodong's evil act. It frantically pawed at Shu Haodong's clothes with its 2 front paws, trying hard to reach the steamed bun in his hand. Don't take it. Don't take it from me. Chestnut, get out of here. Shu Haodong was startled by Banley's sudden action, and his body lurched to the side, almost straining his back. He kept reaching out to pull the chestnuts away, but the chestnuts just wouldn't give up. Chestnut, I'll buy you chicken drumsticks later. I'll buy you 3 big chicken drumsticks. Shu Haodong immediately unleashed his trump card. He knew that Chestnut loved chicken drumsticks the most, and he would get incredibly excited whenever he heard that there were chicken drumsticks to eat. Shu Haodong thought to himself that it was a waste to give such delicious cornbread to the dog. He would rather buy some chicken legs for Bamli and keep the cornbread for himself. However, this time, the word chicken leg seemed to have lost its effect. Chestnut was completely unmoved by the temptation of the chicken leg. Its eyes were fixed on the cornbread in Shu Haodong's hand, and it pounced on it again relentlessly, as if it would not give up until it got the cornbread. Okay, here you go. Shu Haodong was furious with the chestnuts, but there was nothing he could do. He can't very well fight this damn dog in public. I must have been out of my mind to be fooled by its cute appearance in its cub form and bring it home without thinking. If I had known raising a beagle would be so troublesome, I should have asked netizens online first. But thinking about it carefully, the only replies I'll probably get are things like, open the door, or here you go from beagle owners. Shu Haodong angrily broke off a piece of cornbread and put it on the ground. Seeing this, Chestnut quickly jumped over and took a bite of the steamed bun. A gust of wind blew by, and the chestnuts remained still for 2 seconds. A wonderful aroma, unlike anything a dog has ever experienced, wafted from the food in its mouth. The aroma was rich and mellow, far more wonderful than its favorite chicken leg. The next second, the chestnut began to chew fiercely and eagerly, and a series of pleasant whimpering sounds came from its throat. You're just a dog. What do you know about good and bad food? Shu Haodong couldn't help but squat down, muttering something to himself. He looked at the chestnuts with a suspicious expression, as it was the first time he had ever seen his dog eat them like this. Even when eating chicken legs before, Chestnut never got so excited that it made all sorts of noises. The allure of this cornbread was beyond his wildest imagination. However, these cornbread buns were indeed too delicious. As Shu Haodong watched the chestnuts being wolfed down and chewed on, he started to feel itchy again, thinking that he should take the opportunity to eat the other half as well. Chestnut suddenly jolted, as if sensing danger in advance. It quickly raised its head and stared intently at Shu Haodong's hand holding the cornbread, its eyes filled with vigilance. I'm really scared of you. Shu Haodong sighed helplessly and had no choice but to feed the rest of the cornbread to Bamli. After finishing the cornbread, Bamli licked his lips as if he still wanted more. Shu Haodong smelled the lingering aroma of the steamed buns on his hands, which whetted his appetite once again. So he decided to go back and buy some more, even if it was just to satisfy his craving. If the beef steamed buns were so delicious, there was another variety on the food cart, chicken and sweet potato steamed buns. They must have been just as good. It would have been a real shame to miss them. After all, the beef steamed buns we just had were absolutely delicious, both in terms of texture and flavor. Just for the taste, he would be willing to pay a higher price. As soon as he saw his owner turn and walk towards the food truck, Chestnut was even more excited than Shu Haodong and took off running towards the food truck. It sounds like a long story, but actually only a few minutes had passed between leaving the dining car and returning. Shu Haodong was back in front of the dining car with chestnuts. Shu Haodong was just about to start praising how delicious the beef steamed buns were. Just then, a panting voice came from the side. Handsome, I've brought my dog. The young lady who had just left also returned, panting heavily and sweating profusely. The schnauzer she was leading also had its tongue lolling out, clearly having trotted over with its owner. As soon as she finished speaking, the young lady saw that there were already people in front of the food cart, so she consciously stood behind Shu Haodong. Shu Haodong then picked up where he left off and said to Su Chun with a sincere expression, Boss, your steamed buns are absolutely delicious. They're so sweet and fragrant, and the beef is perfectly tender and not dry at all. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and it looked like a cornbread bun, I would have believed you if you told me it was some kind of high-class pastry. Chapter 506 Not Enough to Eat. Shu Haodong was generous with his praise. As Su Chun listened to Shu Haodong's description, he quickly grasped the key information and came to a conclusion. Isn't this prepared pet food? Did you eat it yourself? The girl in second place reacted very quickly and immediately stated the fact. Well, Shu Haodong was stunned. To be honest, the deliciousness of the cornbread made him completely forget about the cooked pet food. But he felt a little embarrassed when the young lady asked him. After all, it's not a very pleasant thing to talk about, and it's a bit embarrassing to admit it. Shu Haodong, quick-witted, immediately changed his tune. I just wanted to try some chestnuts for my family first. After saying that, he even patted Chestnut's head, pretending to care about his pet's diet. This explanation sounds much better, instantly giving the impression that he is the kind of owner who cares deeply for his pets and is afraid that they won't eat well. Shu Haodong secretly gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. As if it understood its owner's words, Chestnut raised its head sensitively, its round eyes staring at Shu Haodong. In other words, it can't speak, otherwise it would definitely retort. There's no such thing as tasting half for someone. No, it's tasting half for a dog. You're the real dog. When the young lady heard Shu Haodong's words, her eyes lit up immediately, as if she had been struck by a flash of inspiration and instantly understood. Yes, that's a good point. I'll try it for my baby later, the young woman said excitedly. Shu Haodong nodded quickly. That's right, that makes sense. After all, when we buy things from outside, we, as pet owners, definitely have to try them first to make sure there are no problems before we can feel at ease. As Suchun listened to their back-and-forth conversation, his lips twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. Ultimately, whether someone buys it for themselves or for their pets is not something they can decide. If anyone's to blame, it's probably because his steamed buns were just too delicious. Both people and dogs want to know the taste of steamed cornbread. Boss, give me 2 more chicken-filled steamed buns. After talking to the young lady, Shu Haodong placed another order. Suchun quickly packed the steamed buns and handed them to Shu Haodong. After taking the steamed bun, Shu Haodong made room for the young lady. The young woman stood in front of the food cart, inhaling the aroma wafting towards her. The rich fragrance made her involuntarily swallow. She said, "Handsome, one of each flavor, please." Hearing this, Shu Haodong immediately offered a kind reminder. There isn't enough to eat. Isn't that enough? My baby doesn't eat much, and I fed him a little before we came out. The young woman looked at Shu Haodong with a puzzled expression. I mean, there aren't enough people to eat. Shu Haodong corrected him. Once you've tasted that flavor, you simply can't stop. Upon hearing this, the young woman readily agreed. Then let's have 2 of each. Schnauzers are gentle and very obedient dogs. Compared to beagles, they are practically little angels. Even though it was incredibly tempted by the aroma of the steamed buns, it just kept drooling with every step and quietly followed the young lady. Unlike the chestnut before, which stubbornly refused to leave and even brayed like a donkey. The young lady, on the other hand, originally planned to take the steamed buns back with her and enjoy them slowly. But seeing his dog drooling with desire, he couldn't bear it. The young woman noticed that Shu Haodong, who had just bought steamed buns, hadn't left either, and thought that since everyone was here, she might as well eat some here first. So she took the schnauzer's hand and walked over. When Shu Haodong saw the young lady approaching, his gaze fell on the schnauzer, his eyes filled with envy. He subconsciously compared the schnauzer to his own mischievous chestnut, and upon that comparison, he immediately realized how much more foolish he had been. There's no way to compare them. Eat this cornbread while it's hot. It's especially delicious. Shu Haodong said to the young lady, sounding like someone who had been through it all. The young woman's eyebrows twitched as she listened. Although she did intend to try the steamed buns, she couldn't be as composed as Shu Haodong. After all, it was cooked pet food, and she still had some psychological barriers to it. After Shu Haodong finished speaking, he reached into the bag and took out a chicken and sweet potato steamed bun. If he had some hesitation and reservations when he first ate beef steamed buns, since it was food prepared for his pet, he was now completely unconcerned. The delicious taste of the beef steamed buns is still lingering in my mind, and I can't wait to try the chicken and sweet potato flavor. The sweet aroma of sweet potatoes wafted over, and Shu Haodong broke the chicken-filled steamed bun in half, opened his mouth without hesitation, and took a bite. At the same time, he casually placed the other half in front of the chestnut. The next second, both the person and the dog had expressions of happiness on their faces. Chestnut, woof woof. Shu Haodong, it's delicious. Seeing this, the young woman next to her also broke her steamed bun into small pieces. She first picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, then fed another piece to the schnauzer. The moment the steamed bun entered her mouth, the young woman's eyes lit up instantly. The cornmeal crumbles gently between your teeth, followed by the smooth, sweet flavor of sweet potato slowly melting on your tongue. The diced chicken mixed in is tender and juicy, not dry at all, and every bite is full of layers of flavor. Even the usually docile Schnauzer was now aroused by the delicious food and began to eat with a slightly ferocious gusto. It wolfed down the cornbread, its little mouth chewing rapidly. On the noisy street, 2 people and 2 dogs were completely absorbed in the delicious steamed buns, eating with such focused enjoyment. Their expressions and actions were practically the living advertisement for Su Chen's food truck. Finally, one of the young men couldn't resist any longer and quickly walked to the food cart. The young man first glanced at the eye-catching whiteboard on the food cart, and then turned his gaze to Xu Haodong and the young lady next to him, who were enjoying their meal. His eyes were full of envy and conflict. "Boss, do you require pets to be allowed? I see people eating the steamed buns you sell." As the young man spoke, he unconsciously swallowed. To be honest, if he hadn't seen those 2 people next to him eating like dogs, he really wouldn't have had the nerve to come over and ask to buy some. There are still some concerns about prepared pet food. "I'm sorry, you really need to bring your pet." Su Chen responded calmly. Upon hearing this, the young man showed a hint of helplessness on his face. He frowned, hesitated for a long time, and then suddenly blurted out, "Can I be a dog?" "No." Su Chen was both amused and exasperated. "The problem is, I don't keep pets." As the young man spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up as he discovered a blind spot. Chapter 507. I still don't believe it. The boss in front of me only asked that I could bring a pet, but he didn't say that it had to be my own pet. So why don't I just borrow one? The thought flashed through the young man's mind in an instant. Since pets can't talk, they can't possibly prove to the boss that they're not its owner. Thinking of this, the young man's eyes lit up, and he turned and left. He remembered that there was a park nearby, where many people usually walk their dogs. He was sure he could find a dog to borrow. But as it turns out, he was completely overthinking it. We're complete strangers. How could we just lend out our dog like that? An auntie with curly hair, walking a teddy bear, looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Borrow my dog to go shopping? What kind of shopping requires a dog?" "Oh, there's a food cart selling steamed buns up ahead. Auntie, I'll just borrow it for a few minutes. I'll return it to you right away." The young man explained, his tone tinged with a pleading quality. How many young people still eat cornbread these days? Nobody would believe that. You're not thinking of stealing a dog, are you? The woman's eyes sharpened, and she became alert, saying loudly, "This must be some new dog-stealing scam. Get out of here right now, or I'll call the police." She said she was just trying to scare the young man by calling the police, but her voice was so loud that it immediately attracted the attention of those around her. Upon hearing this, several people walking their dogs nearby immediately looked over warily. An old man, holding his dog tightly, said bluntly, "In the past, dog thieves in our village would have been beaten to death." "Oh dear, I didn't steal a dog. Why would I do that?" The young man felt utterly speechless. Faced with everyone's misunderstanding, he was both angry and anxious, but he dared not mention borrowing the dog again. He shrank back, turned around, and left dejectedly. There were faint whispers coming from behind. Scammers these days have so many tricks up their sleeves. That's right, everyone needs to be careful. These sounds penetrated the young man's ears, making him extremely depressed. Most people would give up in this situation, since even the most delicious food can't make you immortal just by eating it. But this young man was stubborn and his obstinacy was completely aroused, so he got stuck on this one point. "I refuse to believe I won't get a single cornbread bun today." The young man muttered to himself as he tried to think of a solution. He took out his phone and typed "how to quickly and temporarily get a pet" into the search bar. He knew perfectly well that he had no intention of keeping a pet. To keep a pet just to eat a steamed bun was far too high a price to pay and was not worth it at all. Originally, I was just trying it out, thinking I'd give it a shot no matter what. But this search actually led him to an unexpected solution: door-to-door dog walking. The young man's eyes lit up instantly, seeing a glimmer of hope. This method is much more reliable than borrowing a dog from the roadside. Not only can you successfully borrow a dog to buy steamed buns, but you can also make some money on the side. Isn't that the same as getting the steamed buns for free? It's a win-win situation. After a thorough examination, he quickly identified a popular pet-related social networking app. Next comes the streamlined process of downloading, registering, and verifying your identity. After the software was installed and logged in, the young man turned on the location function and entered door-to-door dog walking in the search bar. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen requests for help appeared on the page. He carefully filtered through the messages, his gaze finally settling on the one that was closest to him. After confirming that everything was correct, the young man immediately contacted the other party through the software. Yin looked helplessly at her adorable furry child and said softly, "Bubble, Mommy can't play with you today. How about we let someone else walk you later?" Bubble is a golden retriever with a gentle personality and is very friendly to people. At this moment, it was holding its leash in its mouth, its two bright eyes looking at Yin, and its tail wagging happily as if responding to Yin's words. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by a young man's voice. "Hello, I'm Jiang Wei, who just contacted me through the app to walk my dog." Yin was slightly taken aback. Although the other party had said in the software that she was nearby, she did not expect that they would arrive so quickly. She quickly picked up the leash, skillfully put it on Bubble, and then led it to the door. Yin opened the door and carefully checked the information displayed on the software with the other party, including the profile picture and nickname. Only after confirming that everything was correct did she hand the rope to the other party with peace of mind. "I'm sorry to trouble you, but I suddenly received a last-minute work assignment and can't take care of the kids anymore, so I have to ask you for help." "I understand." Jiang Wei smiled broadly and asked Yin again, "Then can I take your adorable furry friend for a walk in the park near the flower and bird market? There are food carts selling steamed buns at the entrance of the flower and bird market, so you can kill two birds with one stone, walk your dog and buy steamed buns at the same time." "No problem." Yin nodded. She often took her pets there for walks and knew that the environment was nice and suitable for dogs. "We're leaving, Bubble." Jiang Wei tugged on the rope, and Bubble set off. Bubble hesitated for a few steps, its round eyes full of confusion. It turned to look at Yin, seemingly not quite understanding why a different person was taking it out today. "Go on, Bubble, have some fun, and then come back." Yin offered a few words of comfort. Hearing its master's words, Bubble wagged its tail and obediently followed Jiang Wei away. After closing the door, Yin returned to her computer in the bedroom and sat down to work. Just then, the phone screen lit up. Someone had sent a message. "Yin, the local fan club is urging everyone to go out more at night and see if we can run into Boss Sue. How about we go together and take a stroll around your bubble while we're at it?" "I can't today. I have some urgent work to do, and I even had to ask someone else to walk my dog for me." Yin quickly typed a reply, with a hint of helplessness in her voice. "Never mind then. You go ahead and get back to work. I'll let you know if I hear anything." "Good." Yin replied with a single word and then put her phone aside. She sighed softly, feeling a little disappointed. It had been more than a week since she had eaten Mr. Sue's delicious food. Last week, it was impossible to get a reservation, and the team spots were filled up very quickly. "I wonder when I'll be able to run into Boss Sue this week. I hope it won't end up like last week, with nothing to show for it." As she pondered this, she roused herself, opened her work document, and immersed herself in her work. Jiang Wei, holding Bubble's hand, rushed excitedly toward the entrance of the flower and bird market, already picturing the expression on the face of the steamed bun vendor when he saw him returning with his pet. Chapter 508. Stop fooling around. I can't give it to you. On Su Chen's side, it was already a scene of bustling activity. Xu Haodong and the young lady were enjoying their meal at the food cart, while their two furry friends were also munching away. In addition, the enticing aroma of steamed buns wafting through the air finally convinced many hesitant pet owners to make their decision. "Boss, 2 of each flavor." "Boss, give me 2 chicken ones." Amidst the chorus of orders, a slightly discordant voice suddenly broke the silence. "Boss, do we have to bring pets? Does a simp count?" A young man shouted. "Simps don't count." Su Chen almost couldn't hold it in. He had to try very hard to maintain his expression. There was one dog before, and now another lickspittle has appeared. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering how he had never discovered that the flower and bird market was full of hidden talents. "I'm so angry and cold. When will this simp ever stand up for himself?" The person who had just spoken shrugged and could only leave helplessly. Nearby, The middle-aged man selling dog food watched the lively scene unfolding around Su Chun with obvious envy. Especially when he saw Su Chun reject several people who didn't bring their pets. He became even more anxious and angry, wishing he could rush over and drag those people to his stall. He simply couldn't understand how anyone could set up a stall and do business like this. Other business owners rack their brains, fearing they won't be able to sell everything. But this young man is something else entirely, creating such restrictive conditions that shut out customers. The first batch of both types of steamed buns sold out very quickly. Fortunately, Su Chun saw that customers were lining up, so he immediately steamed the second batch. However, it will take another 7 or 8 minutes before these steamed buns are ready. Please wait a moment. The next batch will take a few minutes. Su Chun shouted something to the people in line. Jiang Wei, leading Bubble, had just arrived at the food truck when he overheard Su Chun's words and sighed helplessly. He looked down at Bubble and said, "Bubble, let's wait a while before we leave." Bubble seemed to understand his words, or perhaps it was attracted by the alluring aroma in the air. It barked excitedly and then sat down obediently, waiting patiently. Soon, the second batch of steamed buns was freshly made. The lid of the steamer was lifted, and the rising steam, carrying an even richer aroma, burst forth. The pets waiting in front of the food cart, following their owners, all stood up at the same time, their eyes fixed on the steamer, making whimpering noises. Soon, it was Jiang Wei's turn. He stood in front of the food cart, deliberately raised his voice, and called out "Boss" first. Su Chun subconsciously looked up and was slightly taken aback. The previous scene flashed through his mind, and he immediately recognized Jiang Wei as the customer who had asked him, "Is it okay to be born in the year of the dog?" Upon seeing Su Chun's expression, Jiang Wei knew that the other party must have recognized him, and a smug look immediately appeared on his face. He brandished the leash in his hand with a hint of smugness in his voice. "I brought my pet with me this time, so I can buy it now." Su Chun smiled and said, "Okay, what flavor do you want?" "2 of each, please." Jiang Wei almost couldn't wait to place his order, his eyes fixed on Su Chun's hand as he packed the steamed buns, his gaze full of anticipation. To be honest, he was still a little worried. After all, I went through so much trouble, borrowing a dog and queuing up, to finally buy this steamed bun. If this cornbread only smells good but doesn't taste good, he'll probably be so angry he won't be able to sleep tonight. Soon, Su Chun packed up 4 steamed buns and handed them over. Jiang Wei quickly reached out and took it. He had originally intended to find a quieter place. But when I turned around, I saw that several people were already eating openly on the steps behind the food cart. Seeing this, Jiang Wei stopped worrying about it and thought that since everyone was doing it this way, he didn't need to be so particular. He led Bubble to the side and took a steamed bun directly from the bag. He didn't even look at the flavor before stuffing it all into his mouth. Jiang Wei's expression instantly became extremely rich, with the corners of his eyes and mouth turning up at the same time, his surprise and satisfaction overflowing. "It's no wonder I went through so much trouble and difficulties to buy these steamed buns. The taste is absolutely amazing. It's absolutely delicious." Jiang Wei couldn't help but admire it. Jiang Wei, who was enjoying his steamed bun, suddenly heard a whooshing sound. He subconsciously looked down and saw Bubble sitting obediently on the ground, drool dripping from the corner of its mouth, its big, watery eyes staring intently at the steamed bun in its hand, its eyes full of longing. "Stop it, Bubble, I can't feed you. I'm just your temporary human." Upon seeing this, Jiang Wei immediately hid the cornbread behind his back. "I only borrowed Bubble by going to her house to walk the dog, but I didn't agree to feed her. These steamed buns are so delicious. I don't even feel like I have enough for myself. How could I possibly feed them to Bubble?" Wah! Bubble seemed to understand the refusal in Jiang Wei's words, and a series of aggrieved sounds came from her throat. Her eyebrows drooped, and she looked pitiful. It also stretched out a paw and gently touched Jiang Wei's knee. "Hey, don't look at me like that." Jiang Wei felt uncomfortable under Bubble's pitiful gaze. He never expected that a dog could show such an expression when it felt sorry for someone. It made him feel like he was an utterly wicked sinner. That little expression instantly pierced through Jiang Wei's psychological defenses. He began to wonder if he had really gone too far, being so cruel to satisfy his own appetite. Even a girl with a corgi standing nearby couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but say, "You can feed it, it's fine. I've tasted the ingredients for the steamed buns made by this owner. They're all very good, absolutely no additives. I often cook for my pets at home, so I can taste the difference." Fearing that Jiang Wei wouldn't believe her, the girl added another sentence. She thought Jiang Wei was unwilling to feed Pao Pao because he was worried about the ingredients of the steamed buns and feared they would be bad for the dog's health. That's not the reason either. Jiang Wei scratched his head awkwardly. He looked around and noticed that although the people who had just bought the cornbread were also enjoying theirs, they would usually share some with their pets. If I were to eat all 4 steamed buns myself, leaving none for Bubble, it would seem like I'm being too dog-like. Chapter 5090, my darling. A small, tempting piece of food was eaten. Wah! A happy whimper escaped Bubble's throat. It truly felt the beauty of dog life. The aroma that spread through her mouth at that moment made her feel as if she were on a vast, sun-drenched grassland, running and playing freely with He Nian Nian. The air is filled with the fresh scent of grass, the purest smell of nature. The sounds of insects and birds echoed in my ears, and the breeze was filled with an atmosphere of freedom and joy. Only when the food in his mouth disappeared did Bubble wake up as if from a dream, blankly sticking out his tongue, licking his nose, and slowly raising his head. "Woof!" Bubble exclaimed in confusion, only to realize with a start that it was not on that sunny grassland, and that the person in front of it was not the familiar female owner, but a strange and somewhat ugly man. Who was this person? Bubble fell into a brief moment of thought, until it suddenly saw the other person handed another piece of food that emitted an enticing aroma. It finally recognized it. Oh, so it was that person without a name. Bubble swallowed the steamed bun in one gulp, then happily chewed it vigorously. Never mind, just consider it money paid by Bubble's owner. Jiang Wei watched as Pao Pao ate with relish and muttered a few words to himself helplessly. After the man and the dog finished off the steamed buns, Jiang Wei took Pao Pao and headed towards the park for a stroll. It was 8:30 p.m. The 100 steamed buns that Su Chun made today were all sold out after more than 2 hours of business. Compared to before, this business is only mediocre or even off track. After all, the term prepared pet food itself has certain limitations. Most people are still cautious about feeding their pets this kind of homemade prepared food and will not easily try it. Furthermore, the requirement to bring a pet to purchase the item further limits the customer base to some extent. Most of his customers are repeat customers who come back to buy again after making a purchase once. After tasting the delicious steamed buns, these customers were willing to spend money to buy them again. The middle-aged man standing to the side watched as Su Chun began to pack up his stall, then turned to look at his own table, still overflowing with pet food, and was so envious he wanted to bark. He hasn't sold more than a few bags at all. Are pet owners really this particular now? The middle-aged man couldn't help but fall into deep thought. They were even willing to buy a steamed bun that cost 10 yuan. Moreover, any dog with a large appetite can easily eat 2 at a time, which adds up to a cost of 20 yuan per meal. He always thought that pet food was the mainstream choice, but now it seems that making money from pet owners is not as easy as he thought, but it also seems to be easier than he thought. As the middle-aged man pondered, his gaze began to drift, and he felt his understanding of the industry gradually deteriorating. At 9 o'clock in the evening, He Nian Nian finally finished her work. She closed her laptop, leaned back, and stretched. He picked up his phone, which was lying to the side, and opened the Su Boss fan club group. There were quite a few regular customers chatting in the group, but after scrolling through the screen, no one could find any trace of Boss Su. She sighed softly, feeling a little disappointed. It seemed she would miss out on Mr. Su's delicious food again tonight. Soon, Bubble, who was lying quietly in its nest in the living room, was immediately activated when it heard the bedroom door open. It stood up, and its big tail wagged happily from side to side. "Baby, come here, let mommy recharge." He Nian Nian smiled indulgently, walked a few steps to Bubble's side, hugged it tightly, and rubbed it against Bubble vigorously. A moment later, she had dog hair all over her face, but she didn't care at all. After rubbing her face, He Nian Nian turned to look at the bowl next to the doghouse. The dog food inside was still piled high, but it looked like it was almost empty. What's going on? Her brows furrowed immediately. She fed the dog food to Bubble after they came back from their walk. Usually, Bubble eats it all up after she feeds it. Could it be because I didn't spend time with Bubble today that my furry friend is in a bad mood and even has a decreased appetite? Looking at Bubble's still cheerfully wagging tail, Hinyin could see a sense of pretense and forced smile in it. The more she looked, the more heartbroken she felt, and her eyes reddened slightly. Oh, what a good baby you are, trying not to make mommy worry, right? People who own pets are often like this. They easily become sentimental about their furry friends, and Hinyin is no exception. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt, so she immediately decided to give Bubble an extra meal to make up for her neglect that day. She took out a can of meat that was a bit pricey. This canned food is Bubble's favorite. Every time it's opened, Bubble devours it. Hinyin opened the can, and the aroma of meat inside instantly filled the air. She poured the canned meat into the dog's bowl and said, "Bubble baby, eat up. Mommy knows this is your favorite." After saying that, she patted Bubble's head, her face full of a loving expression like that of a loving mother. The next second, Bubble obediently lowered its head and sniffed the dog bowl hard, seemingly attracted by the familiar aroma. Then it stuck out its tongue and took a bite. The top layer of canned meat that had been overflowing was immediately shaved off. And then, that was it. Bubble turned around gracefully, its big eyes looking at Hinyin, its tail wagging happily again, as if it wanted to play with me. The loving smile on Hinyin's face froze for a moment, then gradually faded away. Something's not right. Something's very wrong. This is definitely not Bubble's usual style. Every time Hinyin opened a can of meat for Pow Pow, the scene was like a hungry ghost possessing her. Bubble will finish the canned meat in the fastest time, and even after finishing, it will lick the dog bowl clean. It's so clean that it doesn't even need to be washed. Why did I lose interest after just one bite today? Has Bubble become so picky about food that it won't even eat such expensive canned food anymore? Bubble. Hinyin subconsciously called out Bubble's name very sternly. The Bubble's swaying tail stopped abruptly and instantly drooped down. As a clever golden retriever, Bubble has a few days each month when he can smell something unusual about his owner. At the same time, there will be slow whispers like today, the meaning of which is unclear but slightly harsh. Chapter 5:10 Don't be angry yet. Today, Bubble didn't smell that scent on the mistress, but she still heard that familiar, stern whisper. Its small brain worked at lightning speed, and based on its countless past experiences of being beaten, it came to a conclusion. It was best to be obedient. Bubble let out a pitiful whimper and obediently lay on the ground, its eyes secretly glancing at Hinyin. Hinyin fell into deep thought. Something unusual must be going on. Ugh, dogs don't eat at home. There's only one reason. They've eaten their fill outside. Suddenly, the image of the man named Jiang Wei flashed through her mind. Could it be that he had fed Bubble without her permission? Thinking of this, Hinyin couldn't sit still any longer. She immediately found Jiang Wei's phone number on the software and dialed it without hesitation. As soon as the call connected, she didn't even bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Excuse me, when you were walking Bubble, did you feed it?" "Well," Jiang Wei on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Logically speaking, he really shouldn't have fed Bubble without permission. But at that moment, Bubble's pitiful eyes, coupled with the fact that other pet owners around were feeding their furry children, made him soften his heart and feed them without thinking too much. After walking the dog, he completely forgot about it and didn't even think to tell Hinyin. "I'm sorry, I did feed them." Before Jiang Wei could finish speaking, Hinyin on the other end of the phone suddenly became furious. She interrupted him directly, saying, "Don't you know how reckless you are? How can you do things like this? Even if you want to feed it, you should at least tell me beforehand, right? How can you just feed my dog like that?" Hinyin grew angrier as she spoke. "What exactly did you feed it? Please don't be angry. I'm feeding them cooked pet food, specially made steamed buns for pets." Jiang Wei inwardly cursed his bad luck. But upon closer reflection, I realized that I had indeed done something wrong. So he quickly explained, "Don't worry, I definitely didn't feed them anything they shouldn't have. There were a lot of people buying those steamed buns to feed their pets. Right there at the entrance of the flower and bird market, there were so many people queuing up to buy them. It looked very reliable. That cornbread is definitely fine. Even upon hearing that she was being fed cooked pet food, Hinyanyan's anger did not diminish at all. Instead, she became even more furious, saying, "What do you mean absolutely no problem? You haven't even eaten this stuff, so how can you give me such a guarantee? How can you be so irresponsible?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Wei on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I ate it. I ate it myself first before feeding it to Biao." Afraid that Hinyanyan wouldn't believe him, he quickly added, "It's really delicious. I tasted it myself and thought it was good, and I'm sure I trust the ingredients, so I fed it to Bubble." Hinyanyan's emotions were suddenly thrown into disarray by Jiang Wei's words. Over here, Jiang Wei was still explaining, his tone sincere. "I really tasted it. The ingredients are absolutely fine. You can taste the quality of the ingredients." To completely reassure Hinyanyan, he immediately added, "If you don't believe me, I have photos here." As he spoke, Jiang Wei sent Hinyanyan several photos he had taken to post on his WeChat Moments via the app. The photo shows him and Bubble eating cornbread together. Bubble had a piece of steamed bun in its mouth and looked like it was eating very happily. Hinyanyan looked at the photo on her phone screen, and her expression instantly turned strange. It would be a lie to say she wasn't angry. After all, it's understandable to feel uncomfortable if your beloved dog is fed by someone else without your consent. But when I saw Jiang Wei himself enjoying a steamed bun in the photo, my feelings became complicated. No, this person really ate it all by himself. Moreover, this cornbread looks rather delicious. Hinyanyan shook her head, quickly banishing her absurd thought. Even if she were extremely hungry or craving something, she wouldn't go so far as to eat pet food. The key point is that not everything that humans can eat can necessarily be eaten by dogs. Foods like chocolate and onions may have no effect on humans, but they can cause serious problems for dogs. Since Jiang Wei emphasized that he was feeding his dog cooked food, he must have excluded ingredients that are harmful to dogs. Moreover, it can be clearly seen from the photos that there are indeed several other furry friends around who are also happily eating cornbread, and they all seem to be doing the same thing. After confirming that Pao Pao was unlikely to have any health problems from eating the cornbread, Hinyanyan's anger immediately subsided. Actually, the reason she was angry at first was because she was worried that Jiang Wei didn't understand the taboos of pet diet and might feed Bubble random things, causing problems. In retrospect, it seems I was being too nervous. But you can't do that. Hinyanyan's tone softened noticeably. If Bubble is fine, I won't pursue the matter further, but if it gets hurt because of what you fed it, I won't let you off the hook. After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for Jiang Wei's response. Hinyanyan turned to look at Pao Pao, who was lying obediently on the ground, looking at her pitifully with her eyes. She patted Bubble's head in an annoyed tone and scolded, "You're such a glutton. How can you just eat whatever other people feed you? Aren't you afraid of getting sick from it?" After calming down, Hinyanyan began to recall Pao Pao's behavior after she got home. It seems that Bubble has been perfectly normal since she entered the room, and has not shown any signs of discomfort. Are there cooked pet foods for sale at the entrance of the flower and bird market? I'll try to check it out tomorrow when I have some free time. Hinyanyan muttered something under her breath. Even though Jiang Wei described the cornbread in glowing terms over the phone, she still felt that only by seeing it for herself could she truly put her mind at ease. If the pet food is really as good as Jiang Wei said, then I'll buy more to give Bubble extra food. After all, compared to canned meat, which is relatively expensive, steamed buns are obviously more cost-effective. Tuesday. Su Chun naturally woke up naturally again. After lunch, the ingredients he ordered arrived on time. Today, Su Chun doesn't plan to change the recipe. Instead, he's going to add an extra dish, grilled duck breast rice balls. Duck meat is an excellent and safe source of protein for pets. Moreover, rice balls can be prepared and properly stored in advance, so they do not need to be steamed on-site when sold. It won't interfere with the normal production of the other two types of steamed buns. Chapter 5:11 Are you out of your mind? In the kitchen, Su Chun soaked the duck breast in water to remove excess blood. After soaking for a while, He took kitchen paper and carefully dried the remaining moisture on the surface of the duck breast. Place a frying pan on the stove and turn the heat to low. Place the prepared duck breast skin side down in the pan. With a sizzling sound, the fat slowly seeped out from the duck breast. As the surface of the duck breast gradually turns slightly golden brown, flip it over and fry for another minute to ensure both sides are heated evenly and to lock in the aroma of the meat. The pan-fried duck breast is then placed in a preheated oven at 120 degrees Celsius for low-temperature roasting. The housekeeper and the other housekeepers nearby also started helping out. Soak the brown rice in water and then steam it. Peel the purple sweet potato, put it in a steamer and steam until cooked, then cut it into small pieces. Blanch the broccoli in boiling water, then remove, chop, and squeeze out the excess water. Crush the cooked egg yolks. Once the duck breast is roasted and slightly cooled in the air, cut it into evenly sized pieces. Once all the ingredients were ready, Su Chun poured the purple sweet potato cubes, chopped broccoli, brown rice, cooked egg yolk, and diced duck breast into a large bowl. He put on gloves and began to stir the mixture in the bowl until it was easily kneaded into a ball and no longer sticky. Each rice ball is quite substantial, about the size of a cornbread bun. Su Chun worked in the kitchen for 2 hours and finally got everything ready. Around 5 p.m., after transferring everything to the food cart, we headed towards the flower and bird market. Don't rush me. Don't rush me. Are you trying to kill me? Shu Haodong stood at his own door, one hand tightly gripping the leash, the other busy changing his shoes, annoyed by the werewer barking from Banley. Chestnut stood at the door, seemingly ignoring Shu Haodong's complaints, and continued to yell, "Werewer," twice as if protesting Shu Haodong's dawdling. Let me tell you, no matter how delicious cornbread is, you can't eat it every day. Shu Haodong muttered to himself as he squatted down to pick up his shoes. How much is my salary? For steamed buns cost 40 yuan. If you keep eating like this, I really won't be able to support you. Chestnut has a good memory. It looked at Shu Haodong with a disdainful expression, knowing very well that yesterday's cornbread was not only for itself, but also for its human owner. Seeing that its owner was still nagging on and on, Chestnut shook its head impatiently, as if it had made up its mind, and suddenly rushed forward a few steps. Shu Haodong, who was squatting down and pulling on his shoes by the rope, was already unsteady. He felt a huge force pulling him and had no time to react. He let out a strange cry, his face turned forward, and he fell face first to the ground in a disheveled state. Hearing the noise, Chestnut turned around and slowly walked back, looking down at Shu Haodong who was lying on the ground. You bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Shu Haodong scrambled to his feet, looking disheveled and furious. Su Chun hadn't arrived yet at the entrance of the flower and bird market. Shu Haodong held the chestnut in his hand expressionlessly, his resentment growing stronger. I really want to put up a sign on the street offering free dogs, even if it means paying for 3 months' worth of dog food myself. Finally, they arrived at the place where Su Chun had set up his stall yesterday. The spot was empty, so Shu Haodong walked over there at a leisurely pace. However, just then, a van slowly drove up, seemingly intending to park in that spot. Shu Haodong was still immersed in the joy of delivering the dog to his door. When he saw the van coming, a thought popped into his head. If this spot is taken, will he not be able to get any cornbread? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Shu Haodong dashed over and took the lead, standing in the spot where Su Chun had set up his stall yesterday. The driver of the van was startled when he saw someone suddenly rushing towards him and slammed on the brakes. Although the car wasn't going very fast, the sudden braking still caused the entire vehicle to jolt noticeably, making a creaking sound. It looked as if Shu Haodong had startled the van. The van's own mood is unknown, but the driver sitting in the driver's seat is clearly in a terrible mood at this moment. The car window rolled down rapidly, and a young man with a cigarette in his mouth leaned out, his face contorted with rage. He roared menacingly, "Are you crazy? Can't you see I'm about to stop? Why are you running this way? Are you out of your mind?" Shu Haodong was also shocked. When he came to his senses, he realized that his behavior just now had indeed been somewhat related to a serious illness. Even the most delicious cornbread isn't worth taking such a big risk for. Moreover, even if this spot is taken, when the owner of the steamed bun shop comes, they can just move to another location. I must have caught it from chestnuts. Shu Haodong subconsciously glanced down at the chestnuts and quickly shifted the blame. When Chestnut saw someone being so mean to its owner, its protective instincts were immediately aroused. It lunged at the van driver, opening its mouth and shouting, Where? The young man with the cigarette in his mouth shuddered, feeling the demonic sound pierce his ears, and his brain couldn't help but tremble. What the hell are you doing, you dog? You bark like a donkey. I'm truly impressed. After saying that, he quickly rolled up the car window, stepped on the gas and drove off, without continuing to cause trouble for Shu Haodong. Shu Haodong watched the van drive away, then looked down at the chestnuts, his eyes filled with emotion. Thinking back to how I had been so angry that I had even considered sending the chestnuts away, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. He squatted down, stroked Chestnut's head, and said in a doting tone, Chestnut, eat as much as you want tonight. Your dad will definitely feed you until you're full. Plenty. Where? Chestnut seemed to understand Shu Haodong's words, barked happily, and wagged its tail. When Suchin arrived, he happened to witness this scene of filial piety between father and son. Of course, this is on the premise that you have to ignore the sound of the chestnut squeaking, otherwise it will always be a bit out of place. Boss, you're here. Shu Haodong, with his sharp eyes, spotted Suchin immediately and quickly pulled Banley aside to make room for Suchin to set up his stall. Hello. Suchin responded with a smile. To be honest, Suchin didn't have a particularly deep impression of Shu Haodong, but chestnuts were a completely different story. They were incredibly memorable. Among the customers queuing to buy steamed buns yesterday, it was the only beagle. Through the chestnuts, Suchin also remembered Shu Haodong. This is similar to asking someone's name directly in a neighborhood. People might not immediately recognize it or have any recollection of it. But if you just say you're the owner of a certain pet, many people will immediately realize, oh, so that's him. Those who own pets and walk them in their neighborhoods should understand this all too well. Chapter 512 is simply invincible. Wait a moment. As Suchin spoke, he brought the food cart to a safe stop. Immediately afterwards, he quickly packed his things, put the prepared cornbread into the steamer, and steamed it in one smooth motion. Then, Suchin turned to Shu Haodong and explained, the steamed buns will take another 10 minutes or so to be ready. Oh, it's okay. I'm not in a hurry. Shu Haodong nodded nonchalantly. His biggest worry before he came was that the steamed bun vendor had changed his stall location today. Now that he'd seen him, what did waiting a little while matter? But if you don't want to wait too long, we also have rice balls today. You can buy them right away. While steaming the cornbread, Suchin picked up a marker and updated the whiteboard, adding information about the new product, roasted duck breast rice balls, 10 each. In terms of ingredient costs, duck meat is cheaper than beef, but the process of making these roasted duck breast rice balls is much more complicated than making beef steamed buns. Taking all factors into consideration, the final price is the same as that of beef steamed buns. Wow, they have new products today. Upon hearing this, Shu Haodong's eyes lit up instantly, and he said without the slightest hesitation, then get me 2 rice balls first. I'll give Chestnut some to eat first. He almost blurted out that he wanted to eat it, but he felt a little embarrassed in front of Suchin, who sold cooked pet food, so he changed his mind at the last minute. Oh, and 2 of each flavor of steamed buns, please. I'll pay for them together. Shu Haodong pondered for a moment, then added another sentence. He then skillfully took out his phone, scanned the payment code on the food cart, and paid 56 yuan. Suchin responded and took out 2 rice balls from the insulated box, carefully packed them in a clean bag, and handed them to Shu Haodong. Shu Haodong took the bag and slowly walked up the steps behind the food cart, leading the chestnuts. Since I've already paid, I shouldn't occupy the space and obstruct the owner's business. The rice balls in the bag were still slightly warm, at the perfect temperature for eating, and didn't need to be heated up at all. I feel like the rice balls made by this owner look better than those elsewhere. Shu Haodong took the rice ball out of the bag, glanced at it, and couldn't help but sigh. The plump rice balls are made with a base of light brown rice, and purple sweet potato chunks, chopped broccoli, and egg yolk crumbs are evenly distributed on top. The diced duck breast meat was visibly plentiful among the rice balls. The surface of the rice ball has a thin layer of oily sheen. The fresh, natural aroma of grains, the sweet fragrance of purple sweet potatoes, and the rich aroma of meat intertwined and permeated the nostrils of Shu Haodong and Banli. Chestnut, already irresistibly drawn by the enticing aroma, stood on its hind legs, clung to Shu Haodong with its front paws, and made urgent whimpering sounds. Since he had already promised Chestnut, Shu Haodong didn't say anything more this time. He broke the rice ball in half and put it into Chestnut's mouth. He then took a big bite of the other half of the rice ball without hesitation. The first sensation upon taking a bite is the perfectly soft and sticky texture of the brown rice. Each grain of rice has just the right amount of chewiness, cooked to perfection. It's not too hard and affects the taste, yet it retains the unique resilience of the grain, making it easy to crush between your teeth. Immediately afterwards, the purple sweet potato pieces melted into a smooth and sweet mashed potato under your teeth, with a refreshing sweet taste that filled your entire mouth. With each chew, the tender and juicy duck breast chunks release a rich and delicious meaty aroma. The meat is firm and elastic, without any dryness or toughness, and it pairs perfectly with purple sweet potato and brown rice. The chopped broccoli adds a crisp texture to the rice ball. The crushed egg yolk crumbs have a sandy, smooth texture and a rich egg aroma, adding a mellow base color and making the overall texture of the rice ball more complex and full-bodied. My goodness, this rice ball is absolutely amazing. After taking that bite, Shu Haodong felt a refreshing sensation spreading through every pore of his body. He was initially worried that since this was cooked pet food and the duck meat wasn't seasoned with salt, it might have a fishy smell. But as it turned out, his worries were completely unnecessary. At that moment, all he could taste was the pure and rich aroma of meat. The dog also ate the chestnuts with great relish, its tail wagging wildly, its face beaming with visible joy. Just then, the young lady who had been walking the Schnauzer yesterday also arrived near the food truck. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Shu Haodong, and she greeted him warmly. "Chestnut." After saying that, the young lady quickly walked towards them, squatted down, and gently patted Chestnut's head. Chestnut very considerately rubbed its head against the other's palm, behaving very affectionately. "Wow, so cute. The beagle doesn't look like what's described online at all." The young lady's affection was palpable. Upon hearing this, Shu Haodong's lips twitched uncontrollably, and the scene of leaving the house flashed through his mind. I really wish I could have taken out my phone and taken a picture of that scene so the other person could see it clearly. However, to be fair, Chestnut did show some bravery in protecting its owner today. For this reason, Shu Haodong decided to hold back and say less bad things about it. Ahem. Shu Haodong coughed lightly to change the subject and said to the young lady, "The boss launched a new flavor of grilled duck breast rice ball today, and it tastes absolutely amazing. I highly recommend you try it." "Hey, did you test the chestnuts for poison again beforehand?" The young lady couldn't help but joke. "Haha, this is what a responsible pet owner should do. Seriously, this new rice ball is so delicious that I'd be willing to die from poisoning. It tastes just as good as yesterday's cornbread." Shu Haodong also made a joke. "Wow, is this really necessary?" The young woman was a little incredulous, because in her mind, steamed buns were already at a perfect standard, and the boss could actually launch a new product of comparable quality. However, the young lady is someone who listens to advice. A short while later, she returned with the Schnauzer and the rice balls she had just bought. Like Shu Haodong, she also ordered both rice balls and steamed buns. When she took her first bite of the rice ball, the unique texture and rich flavor amazed her. At the same time, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove along the street. In the back seat of the car, Jiang Riyun frowned, her slender fingers gently stroking a ragdoll cat she was holding. This ragdoll cat is pure white with silky smooth fur, but it didn't look well at the moment. It was curled up listlessly, its tail drooping limply, and its deep blue eyes were half closed. Chapter 513, Where did it suddenly come from? The car couldn't pick up speed because of the road conditions ahead. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ruyun said to the driver, "Uncle Wang, Puff might be carsick. I'll carry her out and walk this road, and wait for you up ahead." "Yes, miss." Uncle Wang nodded and glanced at the ragdoll cat in Jiang Ruyun's arms through the rearview mirror. This ragdoll cat named Puff was Miss Jiang's precious darling. Then, As if remembering something, he reminded him, "But you don't seem to have brought a leash. Is it all right to take Puff out of the car like this?" "It's okay. Puff is always very well behaved and won't run around." Jiang Ruyun gently patted Puff's head and said in a firm tone. After saying that, she opened the car door and carefully got out of the car carrying the cream puff. Compared to the excellent sound insulation inside the car, the moment you step out of the car, the chaotic sounds of the street come rushing in like a tide. Puff, the ragdoll cat who had been curled up listlessly in Jiang Ruyun's arms, slowly raised her head, her eyes regaining some sparkle, and she seemed to have become much more energetic. Seeing this, Jiang Ruyun breathed a slight sigh of relief. Holding the cream puff, she walked up the steps to the side of the street and continued along the road. A breeze swept by, and a sweet fragrance drifted in from somewhere, wafting into her nostrils. "It smells so good." Jiang Ruyun subconsciously took a deep breath, as if she could taste the sweetness of pumpkin and sweet potato. Surprisingly, this tasted even more tempting than the afternoon tea desserts at home, which were meticulously prepared by professional pastry chefs. As soon as the idea of making this comparison popped into Jiang Ruyun's head, she felt it was a bit outrageous. After all, the head chef of their afternoon tea desserts is a direct disciple of a master Chinese pastry chef. The cream puff in my arms seemed to be attracted by the sweet aroma as well. It tilted its head back, and its nose twitched rapidly, as if it were trying to find the source of the fragrance. "Little glutton," Jiang Ruyun chuckled as she looked at Puff's expression. However, before her smile had completely faded, she suddenly felt a weight on her arm, and then Puff jumped off her arms and ran forward without hesitation. "Puff, don't run away. Puff." Jiang Ruyun's expression changed drastically, and she panicked and chased after Puff in the direction she had run. However, pedestrians were coming and going on the steps, and there were also some shared bicycles and electric bikes blocking the view. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Ruyun disappeared from Puff's sight. Just as Su Chun lifted the lid of the steamer, he suddenly felt a strange sensation in his ankle. He subconsciously looked down and saw a white ragdoll cat with glowing fur rubbing affectionately against his leg, making soft meowing sounds. Where did this ragdoll cat come from? Su Chun was taken aback and looked around quickly, but he couldn't find anyone who came forward to claim it. Over here, Shu Haodong and the young lady saw Su Chun lift the lid, and the aroma was so enticing that they couldn't wait to come over. Then he saw the beautiful ragdoll cat at Su Chun's feet. "Boss, is this your ragdoll cat? It looks so beautiful." As Shu Haodong spoke, he couldn't help but compare the ragdoll cat in front of him with his own chestnut cat. The contrast made him feel instantly unable to bear looking at it. "The ragdoll cat in front of me has soft, shiny fur all over its body, as if every hair has been carefully combed, and its facial features are exquisitely sculpted. As for the chestnuts grown by themselves, they are so rough that they are like an uncle who has been cycling in the mountains for 2 months, enduring wind and rain and sleeping outdoors, and being fully exposed to ultraviolet radiation. He comes back with a stubble beard and messy hair." "No, I was wondering the same thing. I don't know where this little guy suddenly appeared from." Su Chun looked puzzled. The young woman looked curious, squatted down, and carefully examined the ragdoll cat. Upon seeing this, he was immediately surprised and said, "Is this ragdoll cat a show-quality breed? This ragdoll cat is so beautiful. Its fur is as white as snow, without a single blemish. Just from its fur color and body shape, you can easily tell that it is extraordinary. A show-level pet? Isn't that just walking money?" Shu Haodong hesitated for a moment, then subconsciously glanced at the chestnuts eager to try beside him. His heart tightened, and he quickly pulled the rope in his hand harder. Although he owns dogs and doesn't know much about cats, he has heard of the professional term show quality, which encompasses both cats and dogs. If my own son were to cause any problems with a competition-grade plush toy, I'd probably be eating instant noodles for at least 2 months. Did it escape from some pet store? How could a ragdoll cat of this quality be left unattended? As she spoke, the young woman continued to examine the ragdoll cat. Just then, a series of hurried and flustered footsteps approached from afar. Jiang Ruyun was extremely anxious. She immediately spotted Puff, who was obediently staying at Su Chen's feet. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried out in a sob, "Puff, come here quickly." As if sensing Jiang Ruyun's anxious call, Puff was unusually obedient this time, taking elegant little steps to go over. Jiang Ruyun hugged the cream puff tightly to her chest, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. God knows what kind of torment she went through in those few short minutes. She worried that if Puff ran into the street and got hit by passing cars or taken away by a stranger, she would definitely break down. She stroked Puff's head, half scolding and half-heartedly scolding. "Why were you so naughty today? Why did you suddenly run away?" After saying that, she raised her head, her gaze falling on Su Chun, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much for taking care of the cream puff and preventing it from getting into danger. I'm so grateful to you." It's okay. It's good that we found it. It was just a false alarm." Su Chun smiled and waved his hand, offering words of comfort. With the cream puff recovered, Jiang Ruyun's tense emotions gradually calmed down. She gathered her thoughts, took out her phone from her bag, and looked at Su Chun earnestly, saying, "How about this? To express my gratitude, I'll transfer you a thank you fee of 10,000 yuan. Please accept it." No sooner had he finished speaking than Shu Haodong shouted at the top of his lungs, "What the hell? 10,000 yuan." Seeing Shu Haodong's reaction, Jiang Ruyun's face showed apprehension, and she said cautiously, "Is it too little? Then, how about 20,000? Tao Xiao." This time, the young lady was completely shocked. Influenced by their owner's mood, the Schnauzer and Chestnut were not to be outdone. "Woof woof. Where were?" In an instant, people shouted and dogs barked, and the scene was in complete chaos. Su Chun was both amused and exasperated. He had simply been tending his stall when the cat came running over on its own. "I didn't do anything substantial to help, so how can I ask for such a large sum of money as a thank you fee for no reason?" Chapter 514 was really unnecessary. Su Chun waved his hand and said, "No need. Really no need. You're too kind. It's nothing." Jiang Ruyun insisted, feeling that Su Chun had helped her so much and she had to show her gratitude. However, Su Chun's refusal was unusually firm, and he remained unmoved no matter what she said. Left with no other option, Jiang Ruyun had to temporarily abandon the idea of giving a direct thank you fee. She pondered what other way to do it. Shu Haodong, standing nearby, watched this scene with a mixture of envy and regret. He couldn't help but put himself in the other person's shoes. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have the courage to refuse such a large sum of money. After all, people who can afford to keep show-quality ragdoll cats are obviously from wealthy families and don't lack money, so they can take the money with a clear conscience. The owner of the roadside stall selling steamed buns, exposed to the wind and sun every day, makes a living from this small business. Yet, faced with such a large sum of money, he remained unmoved and always adhered to his principles. This is a perfect example of someone who is poor but has a strong will. There are still many good people in the world. "Boss, give me 2 more steamed buns, both flavors." Shu Haodong felt that he was moved by Su Chun's ambition. He silently criticized himself for his greedy thoughts earlier and resolutely decided to contribute to Su Chun's business sales with practical actions. These words instantly enlightened Jiang Ruyun. If Su Chun doesn't want the money directly, then let's try another way. Buy everything from his food cart. That would be just as good. Jiang Ruyun said to Su Chun, "Boss, how much food do you have left on your food cart today? Sell it all to me." Oh. Su Chun really didn't expect Jiang Ruyun to be so insistent, and even to change the way she paid him. He shook his head and said, "If you're only doing this to thank me, there's really no need. I didn't do anything special. The kitten just ran to my feet on its own." If we consider it solely from the perspective of completing the system task, Su Chun could easily agree to it. But as a chef, I really don't want the food I've worked so hard to make to be wasted for no reason. At least you took Puff in. It can stay here safely until I get there. Jiang Ruyun was now also determined, her eyes revealing a stubbornness. She's made up her mind today. She refuses to believe she can't even give out this small token of gratitude. Jiang Ruyun seemed to sense Su Chun's concern about waste and explained, "Boss, you don't need to worry about the food going to waste. When I get back, I can share this food with the housekeeper and driver at home. There are plenty of people at home. They can definitely finish it." After saying that, Jiang Ruyun revealed a smug smile. Now the boss should have nothing to say. However, Su Chen pointed to the food truck sign and reminded him, I make cooked pet food. Jiang Ruyun was taken aback when she heard this. She was so focused on thanking Su Chen that she didn't really pay attention to what was being sold on the food cart. After all, when a normal person first sees steamers and other cooking utensils on a food cart, they will naturally think of food for people to eat, and they wouldn't think of anything else. However, Jiang Ruyun reacted very quickly, almost instantly replying, That's all right. I have plenty of pets at home, 5 cats and 3 dogs. If I really can't finish it, I can take it to a rescue center for stray cats and dogs. Now, Su Chen was truly at a loss. Based on what Jiang Ruyun had said, he really couldn't find a suitable reason to stop her. Okay, I'll pack theirs first. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen nodded. First, pack the cornbread that Xu Haodong and the young lady each wanted, and then start steaming the cornbread in large batches. Su Chen prepared more today than yesterday. He made 80 of each of 2 flavors of steamed corn buns and 50 rice balls. After Xu Haodong and the young lady made their purchases, the remaining steamed buns and rice balls cost 750 yuan, 600 yuan, and 460 yuan, totaling 1,810 yuan. After Su Chen calculated the price, he informed Jiang Ruyun. Upon hearing the price, Jiang Ruyun immediately took out her phone to scan the QR code and pay without hesitation. After making the payment, I felt quite regretful. After all, she had planned to give 20,000 yuan as a token of her appreciation, but in the end she only spent such a small amount, which was far from enough to express her feelings. There's a lot of food, so it might take a little while to arrive. After Su Chen finished speaking, he asked, How are you going to carry all this stuff away later? It's all right, boss. Someone will come and get it for me soon. Jiang Ruyun sent a message to the driver as soon as she finished paying. The interior of a Rolls-Royce is very spacious, so there's no need to worry about not being able to fit all this stuff. Beside him, Xu Haodong held a steaming hot cornbread that had just come out of the oven. The 2 rice balls they had just eaten were merely an appetizer for them. They were still starving and couldn't wait to eat more. Once the cornbread had cooled down a bit and wasn't too hot to eat, Xu Haodong happily broke it in half. He handed half to the chestnut first, then quickly put the other half to his own mouth. Taking a bite, a look of satisfaction instantly spread across his face. Jiang Ruyun, holding a cream puff, caught sight of Xu Haodong's actions and watched as he took a big bite of the steamed bun. This sight shocked her, and she cried out in disbelief, Why did you eat this? Xu Haodong swallowed the cornbread in his mouth with a happy expression. Hearing Jiang Ruyun's surprised question, he replied matter-of-factly, Of course it's because it's delicious. But this is for pets. Jiang Ruyun was somewhat incoherent, filled with shock and confusion. She simply couldn't imagine that anyone would willingly eat food meant for pets. If dogs can eat it, then people can definitely eat it too. Think about it. A person's diet is much more extensive than that of a cat or dog. The owner uses only the best ingredients for these steamed buns. Xu Haodong didn't care about Jiang Ruyun's surprise at all, and instead spoke eloquently. As he spoke, he sincerely recommended to Jiang Ruyun, Really, you should try it. The steamed buns and rice balls made by this owner are absolutely delicious. No need, thank you. Jiang Ruyun took a step back in fright, and her gaze towards Xu Haodong became somewhat strange. She simply couldn't accept the idea of eating pet food, and no matter how persuasive Xu Haodong was, she didn't want to try it. However, it wasn't just Xu Haodong. Jiang Ruyun subconsciously turned her head and saw that the girl who was walking the schnauzer had fed her pet steamed buns and then got up as if nothing had happened, with a satisfied expression on her face. Jiang Ruyun was completely dumbfounded. Is it becoming fashionable to share food with pets now? She felt completely unable to understand the behavior of the people around her. Chapter 5:15, Just a Tiny Bite. Meow. Suddenly, the puff in Jiang Ruyun's arms let out a soft cry, its voice sweet and coquettish, as if it were pouting. She subconsciously looked down and saw that Puff was staring wide-eyed at the steamed bun in the young lady's hand, her eyes full of longing, as if the steamed bun was some rare delicacy in the world. You want to eat it? Jiang Ruyun couldn't help but mutter something under her breath, a hint of hesitation showing in her expression. Although she was indeed grateful to Su-chan, she was still very cautious about Puff's diet. Each pet in the household is provided with a professional pet management team, which takes care of everything from daily diet and activity arrangements to veterinary care when the pet is sick. Of course, what she told Su-chan before was not a lie. She originally intended to buy the food and have someone find a nearby animal rescue center to deliver it, making the best use of it, expressing her gratitude, and helping the stray animals. Meow. Puff seemed to sense its owner's hesitation and called out twice more urgently. At the same time, Jiang Ruyun clearly felt a downward force on her arm again, and Puff seemed to want to break free from her embrace and run towards the steamed bun. Don't run away, I'll give you some. Jiang Ruyun was startled and quickly tightened her grip on the cream puff, holding it tightly in her arms, afraid that it would suddenly jump out again like before. Then, she looked up at Su-chan and asked in a questioning tone, "Boss, if I want to give cream puffs some, do you have any good recommendations right now?" Chicken and duck are both relatively easy to digest protein sources. For cats, these two types of meat are easier for their digestive system to absorb and are more suitable for their dietary needs. Su-chan thought for a moment and answered seriously, "Then give me a chicken one first." After listening to Su-chan's introduction, Jiang Ruyun quickly made a decision. Su-chan nodded, picked out a chicken and sweet potato steamed bun from the steamer, put it in a bag, and handed it to Jiang Ruyun. This is the first batch of steamed buns to come out of the oven. After sitting for a while, the temperature has reached a point where it's suitable for both humans and cats to eat. The moment Jiang Ruyun opened the bag, a rich aroma, a blend of sweet potato and cornmeal, instantly wafted out. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Ruyun's eyes when she held the steamed bun in her hand. She suddenly began to understand, to some extent, the previous behavior of Xu Haodong and the young lady. The appearance of this steamed bun far exceeded her expectations for pet food. There was absolutely no perfunctory preparation or disregard for appearance, even though it was made for pets. The cornmeal, mixed with orange sweet potato puree, has a wonderfully golden orange color. With her years of experience dining in upscale restaurants, Jiang Ruyun could easily imagine some suitable scenes. Cut a small piece of this steamed bun and place it on an exquisite large plate in a high-end restaurant, illuminated by the crystal chandelier overhead. Next, place fresh flowers and a glass of bubbling champagne on the side. The scene was surprisingly natural, as if the steamed bun was meant to be in such a setting. Meow meow meow. Puff eagerly made 3 quick sounds. Jiang Ruyun suddenly came to her senses, and a slight blush instantly appeared on her face. How could I have had such an outrageous thought? After all, this is pet food. How can it be served in a high-end restaurant for people to enjoy? Moreover, she was surprised to find that she had almost been unable to resist the urge to try it. Considering that holding the cream puff to feed her was ultimately inconvenient, Jiang Ruyun gently placed the cream puff on the ground, broke off a small piece of the steamed bun, and said softly, "Sweetie, you can only eat a little bit." Seeing this, Puff couldn't wait to take a bite of the steamed bun that Jiang Ruyun handed her, and then began to chew it heartily. While it was eating, its eyes were fixed on the remaining steamed buns in Jiang Ruyun's hand. Seeing how much she enjoyed eating the cream puff, Jiang Ruyun's heart was almost melted. The thought that I had just managed to suppress has now quietly resurfaced. Is it really that delicious? This is pet food. But those two people were eating so heartily just now. I'm not greedy. I just wanted to try just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Jiang Ruyun struggled internally for a long time before finally deciding to succumb to her inner thoughts. She cautiously glanced around and found that no one was paying attention to her. So he quickly pried off a small piece from the steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth with lightning speed. The moment the warm steamed bun enters your mouth, the unique sweetness of sweet potato instantly spreads across your tongue, and upon closer tasting, you can even detect a hint of caramel aroma. The sweetness of corn carries the refreshing quality unique to grains. These two natural sweetnesses slowly blend on the tip of the tongue, without any extra sugar frosting, relying entirely on the natural sweetness of the sweet potato and corn to sustain the entire experience. Jiang Ruyun could only experience this original, high-end quality in the hands of master chefs who specialize in making desserts. This precise grasp and skillful presentation of the original flavor of the ingredients gave her a real sense of awe. "It's so delicious," Jiang Ruyun blurted out, instantly feeling completely healed. The wonderful taste made her unable to resist, and she broke off another large piece of cornbread and ate it with relish once again. Xu Haodong and the young lady quickly turned their gazes back, then subconsciously exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly, and smiled knowingly, everything unspoken. A moment later, "Hey sis, your cream puffs are going to protest." The young woman couldn't help but speak up and offer a reminder. Jiang Ruyun then came to her senses and subconsciously looked at her hand, only to find that the large steamed bun she had just been holding had vanished without a trace. Puff was tilting her head back, staring straight at her, her little face showing a hint of displeasure. "The cornbread in my hand has disappeared," Jiang Ruyun said blankly, her eyes full of confusion. "It didn't disappear, you ate it." The young woman corrected him, her tone slightly teasing. "I really ate it. I ate the whole thing." Jiang Ruyun looked at the young lady for help, as if she couldn't accept the fact that she had actually finished a pet bun. "Yes, you finished eating, but you don't need to worry about it too much." Seeing this, the young woman quickly comforted him, pointing to herself and Xu Haodong. "Look, this cornbread is really delicious. We both ate some. The owner's cooking skills are truly amazing." Chapter 516. Please, please. Seeing Jiang Ruyun's utter disbelief, Xu Haodong was also standing nearby, nodding hurriedly. Yes, that's right. I told you a long time ago that it was delicious, but you didn't believe me. All right." To their surprise, Jiang Ruyun accepted the fact much faster than they had expected. "Once you do it the first time, you'll do it again." She turned around and asked Su Chun for another steamed bun. Following the example of Xu Haodong and the young lady, she broke off small pieces and fed them to the puff while eating them herself. Over here, He Nianyan put the leash on Bubble and prepared to take the dog out for a walk. In fact, half an hour earlier, she had received a message from Jiang Wei on the app. Jiang Wei sincerely expressed his willingness to walk He Nianyan's dog for free in order to express his apology. Thinking about how Jiang Wei had fed Bubble without her permission yesterday, He Nianyan felt a surge of dissatisfaction and rejected Jiang Wei's suggestion without hesitation. Today, besides my usual dog walk, I was also thinking about going to the pet food stall at the entrance of the flower and bird market. Bubble actually gave up her favorite canned meat for the sake of that food stall, which made her increasingly suspicious. She suspected that the food at that stall might have been secretly treated with some kind of palatability enhancer. She was determined to buy one and have it tested by a professional institution. If the test results do indeed indicate that the food contains undesirable ingredients such as palatability enhancers, she will definitely act as a concerned citizen and call the hotline to report it. We must not stand idly by and watch more furry friends get sick from eating these unsafe foods. Thinking of this, He Nianyan felt her whole body filled with the power of justice. "Bubble, let's go," Dai Nian called out, and then led Bubble towards the flower and bird market. The distance between the two sides wasn't too far, and she arrived at the intersection where the flower and bird market was located not long after she left home. Upon arriving at this place, Bubble instantly awakened her memories and became extremely excited, almost impatiently pulling He Nianyan forward. There must have been some kind of palatability enhancer. Otherwise, how could it have left such a deep impression on Bubble? Seeing Bubble's agitated reaction, He Nianyan's anger flared up as well. She felt her suspicions were becoming more and more valid, so she followed Bubble closely forward. After walking for a while, a breeze blew by, carrying a sweet fragrance. "It smells so good." He Nianyan couldn't help but sniff, and looked around as she walked forward. Soon, she discovered the source of the aroma, a stall in front of her that was emitting a lot of steam. Because of the large amount of water vapor surrounding the food truck, He Nianyan did not see Su Chen clearly at first glance. All I could see was someone with a dog on the steps behind the stall, eating something. This must be the pet food stall that person was talking about, right? He Nianyan was certain that she had found the right place. But the aroma that wafted towards her was just too wonderful. It was so enticing that she almost felt dizzy. But she quickly came to her senses and immediately encouraged herself. "Humph, if it smells good, It might just be because they added some kind of food-attracting agent. These unscrupulous businesses like to use this tactic to attract pets and their owners. Thinking of this, her vigilance and dissatisfaction grew stronger, and she quickened her pace, hurrying towards the food cart. As she got closer to the food cart, looking through the thinning steam at the person behind the steamer, He suddenly felt that the face looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, He eyes widened in disbelief. Boss Sue. She stood there stunned for several seconds before suddenly coming to her senses. She grabbed Bubble tightly, shaking and rocking it, her voice filled with excitement and barely contained joy. Bubble. Mommy actually found Boss Sue. Bubble. It's Boss Sue. Did you see him? Bubble was so dizzy from being shaken that it tucked its tail between its legs, but it didn't dare to break free and could only obediently let He vent her excitement. After calming herself down, He took a deep breath, stood up, straightened her clothes, and went straight to the front of the dining car without hesitation. Just then, Su Chun heard the commotion of people coming to the food truck and was about to tell them that everything was sold out. Unexpectedly, the newcomer exclaimed excitedly, "Boss Su, I've caught you." Upon hearing this, Su Chun didn't need to ask any further questions. He knew without a doubt that the person who came was one of his regular customers. He was overjoyed to see the slightly surprised expression on Su Chen's face. She never imagined that fortunes would turn around and she would one day bump into Boss Su on the street. "Boss Su, I didn't expect you to have a stall here this week. What a coincidence, I live nearby. I'm so happy." Seeing He happy and excited expression, as if she had won the lottery, Su Chun felt a chill in his heart. He never expected that he would be found by a regular customer today. The problem is that even if we had found it, everything on the stall has already been bought by someone else. What should we do? Although he had a headache, Su Chun could only tell the truth. Don't be so happy yet. Everything for today is sold out." He smile froze on her face instantly, staring at Su Chun in disbelief. "Mr. Su, are you kidding me?" As she spoke, she pointed to the steaming bamboo steamer. "Isn't this being made right now? They've all been booked by the customer next to me." Su Chun pointed to Jiang Ruyun beside him. "Isn't it supposed to be a purchase limit?" He blurted it out. Usually when there are too many people and not enough to meet demand, they will limit the number of customers to one." Su Chun explained. "Is there really none left?" He was still somewhat unwilling. "There are none left." He suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen. "If we find Boss Su but can't eat the food he cooks, what's the point of all this?" She was frustrated for a few seconds, glanced at Jiang Ruyun who was feeding the cat on the steps, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered up her courage to walk over. "Excuse me, did you order everything from Mr. Su's stall?" He walked up to Jiang Ruyun and asked cautiously. "Yes, is there something you need?" Jiang Ruyun nodded, looking at He with curiosity. He took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision, clasped her hands tightly together, made an extremely sorrowful expression, and said pitifully, "Please, share some with me. If I can't eat Mr. Su's cooking, I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight." Chapter 517, Do You Know Each Other? Seeing He pitiful appearance, Bubble seemed to sense something and very tactfully cooperated. With big, pitiful eyes, it looked at Jiang Ruyun and made two woo-woo sounds. Jiang Ruyun couldn't help but smile as she looked at the scene before her. He generously replied, "Sure, just tell the boss how much you want, it's on me." Although the taste of these steamed buns was amazing, we bought far too many this time. Moreover, she owns a show-quality golden retriever at home, so seeing Bubble like this, she couldn't help but feel a bit of affection for it. He was surprised that Jiang Ruyun agreed so readily. Her face instantly lit up with a smile, and she said sincerely, "Thank you so much. You're so kind, but I'll still transfer the money to you." She felt embarrassed to accept this kindness for no reason and felt that she would feel more at ease if she paid for it. "Really, you don't need to." Jiang Ruyun waved her hand. To her, this small amount of money was nothing. But thinking about what He had just said, a sense of curiosity welled up inside her. "You seem to know this boss quite well. Do you two know each other?" To be honest, ever since she tasted Su Chen's steamed buns, Jiang Ruyun had been filled with curiosity about this stall owner. As a wealthy heiress who has tasted delicacies from all over China and appreciated the skills of top chefs from various schools of thought, her palate is extremely discerning. Even so, this cornbread still gave her an unprecedented sense of amazement. With such skills, one can be respected as a master craftsman no matter where one is, and may even be able to open a school and take on apprentices, thus enjoying a very high status in the industry. This person was willing to push a small food cart and quietly set up a stall on the street, which she found incredible. Having received benefits from Jiang Ruyun, He Nianyan naturally wouldn't deliberately hide it. She thought for a moment and said, "I guess you could call me familiar, but I know Boss Su, while Boss Su probably doesn't know me." He Nianyan's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "I am just an ordinary one among Boss Su's many customers. We can't expect Mr. Su to remember so many people in his fan group." "Then tell me more about this Mr. Su." Jiang Ruyun immediately spoke up. At the same time, some ideas suddenly popped into her mind. Her father always complained that he didn't have a good business sense, and it was true. She had tried to find projects to practice on several times before, but each time, she ended up losing money. But if we could collaborate with this Mr. Su to develop some pet food projects, with the skills I just tasted, it seems difficult not to succeed. Boss Su is nothing special, except that he cooks exceptionally well. It feels like there's no dish he can't make. He Nianyan spoke with great enthusiasm, her eyes full of admiration for Su Qin's cooking skills. "Boss Su, you used to sell rice noodles. The broth was so delicious, and the meat sauce was so fragrant. After a bowl, I felt completely comfortable. The burgers are also very satisfying. The milk tea is also amazing, simply unbeatable. Every single one is so delicious that you'd want to swallow your tongue." As He Nianyan spoke, she couldn't help but lick her lips before continuing her story. "Many people in our fan club feel exhausted at work if they don't get to eat a meal cooked by Boss Su at least once a week. But Boss Su is too willful. He always likes to change his stall location without notifying anyone, so people can never find him. And they just take breaks whenever they want. Before, it was only 1 day off a week, but now it's 2 days off a week. Last week, they even took 3 days off in a row. For us diners, it's like every day is an eternity." As she spoke, He Nianyan couldn't help but start complaining. Su Qin stood in front of the food cart, and, upon hearing He Nianyan's words, subconsciously glanced at her. "Good grief, people are talking about me behind my back without even trying to hide it from others?" But after listening for a few minutes, Su Qin realized that what He Nianyan said was indeed true, and he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, so he decided to choose to be selectively deaf. "The main point is that you say what you mean, but you can't change a single thing." Jiang Ruyun's eyes lit up as she listened, as if she had discovered a new continent. "I feel like I can be a bit bolder with my startup project. This Mr. Su is like a pearl scattered on the beach. He seems to be omnipotent when it comes to cooking. Moreover, judging from He Nianyan's tone of voice and the way she couldn't help but swallow when mentioning the dishes, even if the praise was a little exaggerated, Boss Su's cooking skills must be above average. Wow, if this Mr. Su opened a shop, he would definitely make a lot of money." Jiang Ruyun tried to subtly probe Su Qin's thoughts through He Nianyan. "Of course, if Boss Su dares to open a shop, I'm telling you, it will be packed every day, 24 hours a day without a break." He Nianyan said with absolute certainty. Jiang Ruyun was delighted to hear this, and was about to ask Su Qin about his specific attitude towards opening a shop, when she heard He Nianyan suddenly sigh and say regretfully, "But it's just a thought. Boss Su will never open a shop." "Huh? What?" Jiang Ruyun was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. If Boss Su wanted to open a store, he would have done so long ago. There are quite a few big bosses in the fan club who once said they wanted to invest millions in Boss Su, but they all refused. Boss Su is not short of money. He drives a Cullinan and lives in a villa. Maybe he doesn't want to work too hard. After all, there are too many things to worry about when you run a shop. It's not as carefree as setting up a stall now. Sometimes I really wish Mr. Su were poorer, so maybe he could open for business every day? It would be best to give him advance notice." As He Nianyan spoke, a deep regret appeared on her face. Jiang Ruyun's entrepreneurial plan was stillborn before it even began. How could someone who rejects an investment of nearly 10 million drives a luxury car, and lives in a villa, possibly care about a project he started with a few million of his pocket money. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel discouraged and sighed helplessly. Sigh, starting a business is really hard. It seems I should just listen to my dad and spend more money on things when I have free time. With this in mind, Jiang Ruyun immediately changed her mindset and gradually became more peaceful. Is your cat not feeling well? Just then, while waiting for the steamed buns to cook and having nothing else to do, Su Chan admired the stunning beauty of the show-quality ragdoll cat for a while. As he watched, he noticed something amiss and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 518 No, you really know how? Faced with Su Chen's question, Jiang Ruyun quickly explained. Puff might have been a little carsick on the way here. Recalling the previous scene, she was still shaken. Otherwise, I wouldn't have carried her out of the car, and she almost got lost. I know pet massage, maybe that can help relieve the pain. Looking at this beautiful show-quality ragdoll cat, Su Chen couldn't help but feel an itch to touch it. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen a show-quality ragdoll cat, and this cat was clearly well cared for. Its fur must feel amazing to the touch. Mr. Su, you also do pet massage? He Yin was taken aback and looked at Su Chun with a face full of suspicion. In her memory, no one in the fan club had ever mentioned that Boss Su had this skill. Moreover, this pet massage skill seems a bit unorthodox and doesn't quite fit Su Chen's usual image of running a food stall. Yes, my pet massage skills are pretty good. I'm a master. Su Chen nodded seriously and told the truth. Really? He Yin clearly didn't believe it. If Su Chen really had such amazing pet massage skills, those old diners would have already dug up the whole story long ago. Then, as if she had discovered the truth, a sly smile appeared on her face, and she teased, Boss Su, if you want to pet the cat, just say so. Why do you need to make up such an excuse? I didn't expect you to be such a proud and arrogant person, Boss Su. Jiang Ruyun smiled upon hearing He Yin's words, then looked at Su Chun and said, Then you can give it a try, but cream puffs are quite selective. If it doesn't want to, there's nothing I can do. Su Chen didn't intend to explain further. He simply walked over and squatted down next to the cream puff. Immediately afterwards, he reached out and skillfully grabbed Puff's neck. Meow. Puff was clearly not expected to do this, and immediately let out a scream. Her whole body tensed up instantly, and the fur on her body stood up slightly, full of vigilance. Puff is a little stressed, you. Jiang Ruyun was very familiar with the various states of cream puffs, and seeing this, she hurriedly reminded Su Chun. But before she could finish speaking, Puff's tense body gradually relaxed, and her eyes narrowed, looking quite content. Meow meow meow. A soft, sweet meow escaped from Puff's mouth, full of joy. She was visibly immersed in relaxation and enjoyment, and the whole cat became lazy. No, Mr. Su, you really know how. He Yin was completely dumbfounded. She had initially assumed that Su Chan was just making an excuse to pet the cat. Su Chen's technique looked incredibly professional, and Puff's reaction strongly proved that he wasn't just talking nonsense. Jiang Ruyun's eyes widened in surprise. The care team she had for her pets at home was quite professional, including people who were skilled in pet massage. However, at this moment, witnessing Su Chen's massage techniques on Puff and seeing Puff's incredibly blissful expression, she secretly compared them and realized that her own team's pet masters were not even in the same league. Su Chen's every move seemed to be precisely controlled by the cream puff, with just the right amount of force to make the cream puff relax instantly. Su Chun was completely absorbed in the pleasure of petting the cat and couldn't pull himself away. It must be said that this show-quality ragdoll cat, under such meticulous care, has fur that is as smooth as the finest silk, with a feel so wonderful that it is irresistible. Su Chen was still thinking about the food cart, since the steamed buns were still being steamed. After massaging Puff for 3 to 5 minutes, he reluctantly stopped. Puff opened her eyes and instantly became energetic, meowing twice and affectionately rubbing against Su Chen's trouser leg. Compared to her previous listlessness, she was now like a completely different cat, and the effect was immediate. Wow, Mr. Su, can I enjoy the bubbles from my house too? Seeing this, He Yin immediately seized the opportunity to seek benefits for her dog, her eyes full of anticipation. This batch is almost ready. Let's steam the next batch first. Suchin nodded and readily agreed. It's obviously more interesting to pet cats or dogs than to idly play on your phone while waiting. However, be careful to wash your hands thoroughly and avoid getting cat or dog hair on the buns. He Yin was naturally satisfied with Suchin's promise and felt incredibly lucky today. Boss Su, then I'll post your message in the fan club. She excitedly waved her phone and added another sentence. Since everything on the food truck was sold out, she didn't rush to post the news of seeing Suchin in the fan group. Now that she had some free time, she naturally wanted to check on her regular customers. Okay, the time is 6 p.m. Pets are required. Please remember to mention that. Suchin said. Receive. He Yin was naturally indifferent to this request, since she had Bubble at home and there were no restrictions on her at all. She excitedly opened the Su Boss fan club, then directed Bubble to stand behind Suchin, adjusted the angle, took a picture, and happily sent it over. Bubble is a golden retriever. Breaking news. I ran into Boss Su while walking my dog. As soon as the message was posted, the fan club's messages flooded the screen instantly. Holy crap, it really is Boss Su. That's impressive speed this week. Wow, you're amazing. You even managed to find Boss Su while walking your dog? What incredible luck. Holy crap, it's local again. We've struck it rich. Tell me the location. Urgent. Hurry up. I've already opened the ride-hailing app. I'm just waiting for you to send me the address so I can rush over right away. At this time, the Lu family. Lu Taotao was playing on his phone in his bedroom when he saw the message from the fan club. He jumped out of bed, gripping his phone tightly, and with lightning speed, he pushed open the bedroom door with a bang and rushed out. The sudden loud noise startled Mr. and Mrs. Lu, who were watching TV in the living room. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy the house? How old are you? You're still so clumsy. Father Lu frowned and couldn't help but shout at him. Before Lu Taotao could respond, on the other side, Lu Mingming's bedroom door was also pushed open with a bang, and she rushed out in a similarly anxious manner. Girl, be careful when you open the door, don't hurt yourself. Lu's father's tone suddenly changed completely, and he called out with concern. Upon hearing this, Lu Taotao was taken aback and said with dissatisfaction, Dad, isn't your double standard a bit too severe? You scold me for opening the door loudly, but when my sister does this, you only care about whether she is hurt. Chapter 519. Enraged, mocking to the max. Lu's father snorted coldly. If you're not satisfied, you can be a father too. Upon hearing this, Lu Taotao wisely shut his mouth immediately. If he dared to say another word, the conversation would definitely veer towards pressuring her to get married. Now is not the time to discuss these things. News about Boss Su is the most important thing. The brother and sister quickly stood at the entrance, their eyes fixed on their phone screens, watching the messages scrolling through the fan club's chat. Be prepared at all times, and set off immediately as soon as you know the exact location. Bubble is a golden retriever. Let me mention first that Boss Su is selling cooked pet food this week, and you must bring your pet to buy it. Upon hearing this, Lu Taotao and Lu Mingming, who were staring intently at their phones, were instantly dumbfounded. Prepared pet food? Is Boss Su not going to cook for people this week? Fortunately, He Yin didn't intend to keep everyone in suspense, and quickly explained in detail in the group. But everyone knows how skilled Mr. Su is. Although this time he made cooked pet food, I tasted it myself, and it was absolutely delicious. Today we're selling beef and pumpkin steam buns, chicken and sweet potato steam buns, and roasted duck breast rice balls. He Yin typed the menu into the fan club. As soon as these words were spoken, the group chat, which had cooled down slightly because of the pet food, instantly became active again, with messages constantly rolling in. Wow, you actually eat cooked pet food? Even if it's made by Boss Su, aren't you just being desperate? If it's cooked pet food, you can't add salt for the pet's health, right? Will it really taste good? I have my doubts. Hey, you know what? I've actually tried cat treats before, and they taste pretty much like ham sausages. Honestly, every time I open a can of food for my cat, the aroma is so enticing that I can't help but want to try it. While eating her cornbread, He Yin kept replying to messages in the group chat, keeping herself very busy. These steamed buns are absolutely delicious. Don't underestimate them just because they're for pets. Almost everyone who bought them today is eating them. The location is right at the entrance of the flower and bird market, but please don't come today. Everything is sold out. Our stall will be open at 6 p.m. this week, so don't miss it. As she spoke, she took out her phone again, took pictures of the steamed buns and rice balls, and posted them in the fan club. Wow, look at this. I'd believe you if you told me it was some kind of high-end dessert. As expected of Boss Sue, even when making pet food, she pays such attention to presentation. She's amazing. Oh no, I'm already drooling just looking at the photos. I have to try it. No way. I don't care if it's cooked pet food or not. As long as it's made by Boss Sue himself, I have to eat it. I'm going to eat, 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 eat. After seeing these discussions in the fan club, Lu Taotao and Lu Mingming looked up at each other and clearly understood the same meaning. That person is right. This is food made by Boss Sue himself, and it has been proven by customers to be delicious. There is absolutely no reason not to go. Having learned that all of Boss Sue's food had been sold out for the day, the two felt regretful but gave up the idea of going there immediately. But where are we going to find a pet? Boss Sue requires that we have to bring a pet. Lu Mingming said with a worried expression. I'll borrow a couple of dogs from friends or relatives to keep for a few days. It'll only be a few days anyway. Boss Sue will definitely change the items he sells and the requirements next week. Lu Taotao stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. But if we borrow it to keep at home, we both have to work during the day this week, so we'll have to leave our parents to look after it. Lu Mingming looked troubled. Mr. and Mrs. Lu are not the type of people who like having pets at home, so getting them to help take care of the dog is not an easy task. It's only a few days. Talk to Dad properly. He's easily swayed, so he might agree. As Lu Taotao spoke, he turned and walked towards the living room. He sat down next to Lu's father, and a fawning smile instantly appeared on his face. Dad, I need to talk to you about something. Hearing the sound, Lu's father slowly turned his head, glanced at Lu Taotao sideways, and said irritably, Just by looking at your expression, I know you're not going to say anything nice. No way. I haven't said it yet. Lu Taotao stared wide-eyed, speechless. That's incredibly disrespectful. They didn't even let me finish speaking before rejecting me outright. Then tell me. I want to hear what you're planning to do. Lu's father crossed his legs, looking like he was all ears. I see you two are quite bored at home. How about I bring 2 dogs over to keep you company for a few days? Lu Taotao said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lu's father looked Lu Taotao up and down for 2 seconds, then slowly said, 2 dogs. Even one will do. Seeing that things were not going well, and fearing that his father would completely refuse, Lu Taotao changed his mind without hesitation and settled for second best. Even if there's only 1 dog, that solves half the problem, doesn't it? To everyone's surprise, when Lu's father heard this, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said unhurriedly, Don't we already have a dog? Huh? Do we have a dog? How come I didn't know? Lu Taotao looked completely bewildered. Aren't you just a single dog? Lu's father unleashed a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Dad, you've gone too far. What's the point of you constantly putting me down? Lu Taotao immediately panicked. In just a few minutes, he had been scolded twice by his own father. Even a clay figure has some temper. Do you think I don't want to find a partner? Lu Taotao became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice unconsciously rose a few decibels. Hey, stop making noise. Seeing that things were going badly, Lu Mingming hurriedly ran over to smooth things over and try to salvage the relationship between the father and son. Upon hearing this, Lu Taotao was immediately moved, thinking to himself, as expected, my sister knows how to care for her older brother. At this crucial moment, it's still my sister I can rely on. However, Lu Mingming didn't even glance at Lu Taotao and went straight to her father, saying, Dad, let's make a hypothetical scenario. Let's say my brother isn't your son and has no relation to our family. Would you be willing for me to find a partner like him? Upon hearing this, Lu's father was slightly taken aback, his expression instantly freezing, and then becoming slightly ferocious, as if he had imagined some terrifying scene. Without hesitation, he said, If you find someone like that, I'll break whichever foot he steps into our house. His tone was absolutely resolute. That settles it. Lu Mingming clapped her hands, a smug smile on her face. Daughter, what you said makes sense. Lu's father nodded in agreement. Lu Taotao's eyes widened in surprise. I can't stay in this house anymore. Chapter 520 is way too much. Su Chun checked the time and then glanced at the food truck, which had already been fully booked by Jiang Ruyun, before preparing to pack up and leave. After all, everything was sold out, and there was nothing left to do. Jiang Ruyun had already called people over to move all the cornbread away. After everything was arranged, Jiang Ruyun walked up to Su Chun and said softly, Mr. Su, thank you so much for today. I'll take the things with me now. See you next time. On the other side, He Nianyan and Pao Pao were both full. He Nianyan patted her stomach and said contentedly, I'm so full. Bubble, let's go for a walk in the park next door to digest our food. See you tomorrow, Boss Su. He Nianyan waved to Su Chun, tugged at the leash in her hand, and said, Bubble, let's go. However, after taking only 2 steps, Bubble suddenly turned its head sharply and rushed back like an arrow, grabbing Su Chun's leg and clinging tightly to it with its 2 front paws, making woo-woo-woo sounds all the while. After enjoying a master-level pet massage from Su Chun, the dog's entire body and mind were now shaped like Su Chun. Wow, come on. I raised you from infancy, and it's not even worth a meal or a massage from Boss Su. He Nianyan was instantly furious. She lunged forward, grabbed Bubble by the scruff of its neck, and said through gritted teeth, You heartless bastard. After saying that, he picked up Bubble, who weighed 30 kilograms. Bubbles thrashed about in the air, but to no avail. He Nianyan, carrying Bubble, walked away angrily, leaving behind a series of complaints. Su Chun tidied up the food cart and then drove home. Half an hour later, Jiang Wei, panting, arrived at the street in front of the flower and bird market, leading a husky. He now deeply realized that the job of walking dogs at home was far more complicated than he had imagined, and not something he could just do on a whim. Some particular or meticulous pet owners have high expectations for the people who come to walk their dogs. Consumers often hope that the other party has relevant professional experience, or at least has a resume of multiple home dog walking services, in order to ensure the safety of their beloved pets. Many people, upon seeing Jiang Wei's profile, who had only walked his dog once and whose account was newly registered, rejected him without hesitation, displaying a distrustful attitude. As a result, Jiang Wei spent a lot of time and energy today, contacting many people and talking until his lips were sore, before finally securing another opportunity to walk the dog at their home. This is too difficult. Jiang Wei gazed at the familiar yet arduous street before him, tears welling up in his eyes. The difficulty he mentioned refers not only to finding someone willing to let him walk their dog at their home, but also to the enormous amount of energy required to take a husky, a dog with so much energy, out for a walk. The husky seemed completely tireless, running around non-stop, and pulling on Jiang Wei's arm until it ached. Fortunately, we finally arrived at our destination. Jiang Wei took a deep breath, seemingly able to faintly smell the sweet aroma of cornbread, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. I was too naive yesterday. This time I must buy more so I don't have to go through all this trouble tomorrow. Jiang Wei made a decision in his heart. Then, he grabbed the husky's leash and headed straight for the spot where Su Chun had set up his stall yesterday. When they arrived at the destination, Jiang Wei was dumbfounded. Staring at the empty space in front of him, he couldn't help but stare blankly. For a moment, he had no idea whether the owner of the steamed buns had changed his stall location today or would come back later. If they arrive a little later, that's fine. I can just wait. But if the boss has moved locations, where am I supposed to find them in this vast sea of people? On the other side, He Nianyan took Bubble for a brisk walk around the park, her forehead slightly sweaty. When she returned the way she came, she passed by the spot where Su Chun had previously set up his stall and immediately spotted Jiang Wei on the steps. When He Nianyan saw the other person again, she no longer felt any anger. Thinking about it carefully, if it weren't for Jiang Wei's previous actions, I probably wouldn't have found Boss Su by chance. From this perspective, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. Therefore, He Nianyan took the initiative to walk over to Jiang Wei, greeted him generously, and said, Hello, it's nice to see you again. Jiang Wei was startled when he suddenly heard He Nianyan's voice. He hadn't expected to run into He Nianyan here, and he felt a little embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "Oh, hello. I'm so sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have fed Bubble without my permission. It was my oversight. It's okay. I wasn't nice yesterday either. I think you must have been so hungry for it that you couldn't resist feeding it." He Nyan smiled, appearing indifferent. These words made Jiang Wei even more embarrassed. He scratched his head, as if suddenly remembering something, then clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Oh right. The owner of the cornbread stall sets up his stall here. I reckon he might not be here yet today. If you're worried, you can wait here for a while and see the cornbread for yourself. Trust me, that cornbread is absolutely fine for both humans and dogs. You'll know how delicious it is once you try it." Jiang Wei's eyes were filled with admiration for the cornbread. He Nyan couldn't help but find this somewhat amusing. She understood Boss Su's character better than Jiang Wei did. From the moment she learned that the steamed buns were made by Boss Su himself, she never had any worries. She just didn't expect that Jiang Wei would be so foolish as to wait here for Boss Su. Good heavens, if I hadn't run into him, who knows how long I would have had to wait. The owner of the steamed bun shop has already sold out and gone home, so don't wait for him. He Nyan said directly. What? Jiang Wei was stunned and instinctively retorted. How could it sell so quickly? Someone bought all of the boss's things. They've probably been gone for over half an hour. Looking at Jiang Wei, He Nyan couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. She understood Jiang Wei's feelings all too well. This was practically a daily experience for these regular diners every week. Then he kindly reminded him. The owner sets up his stall at 6 o'clock. If you're coming tomorrow, you'd better come and queue up at 5 o'clock, otherwise you definitely won't be able to buy anything. Jiang Wei was still reeling from the bad news that the stall was sold out and had to close when he heard He Nyan say that he had to come an hour early to queue up, which left him even more dumbfounded. Arrive an hour early to queue? Isn't this a bit too much? You should know that when I came yesterday, I could buy steamed buns any time without any trouble at all. Chapter 521. What's going on here? Jiang Wei was puzzled. How come everything is completely different after just one day? Isn't the world changing a little too fast? He Nyan, standing to the side, didn't care what confusion Jiang Wei had. Anyway, she felt that reminding him of this was a way of repaying the other party for inadvertently letting her know about Boss Su's news. Whether Jiang Wei believes her or not is not her concern. She will definitely arrive an hour or an hour and a half early tomorrow. Don't be fooled by those people in the fan club who are making all sorts of comments about pet food, questioning whether it's safe for humans to eat, or whether it tastes good, and so on and so forth. But He Nyan dared to guarantee with her own reputation that those people would definitely run away faster than the last tomorrow. Boss Su's skills are undeniable. Although everyone expressed various concerns, they all knew in their hearts that if they missed this opportunity, they would never have another chance. So if you go any later, you definitely won't be able to buy them. On the other side, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove into the tranquil estate. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Not far away, 3 dogs frolicking on the lawn instantly sensed the familiar presence and barked excitedly. Immediately afterwards, they sped off towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. A man who looked like a butler quickly walked out of a nearby building. He came to the car, bent down slightly, and gently opened the car door. Zhang Riyun carefully stepped out of the car, carrying the cream puff. She looked around and asked, "Uncle Zhao, where are those cornbreads that were just sent back?" "They've all been delivered to the kitchen, miss." Butler Uncle Zhao replied immediately. "Give me 5, I want to feed them." As Zhang Riyun spoke, she looked at the dogs that were running happily towards her. Upon hearing this, Butler Zhao immediately nodded in acknowledgement and quickly turned around to arrange for someone to fetch cornbread from the kitchen. The 3 dogs had run to Zhang Riyun's side, circling around her happily, sniffing her constantly, and seemed even more affectionate than before. Wow, as expected of a dog's nose. It smelled the fragrance so quickly, didn't it? Zhang Riyun said with a smile. She handed the cream puffs to the housekeeper, Uncle Zhao, and reached out to pet each of the dogs' heads. Within minutes, a nanny came briskly over carrying a tray with several steamed buns on it, their sweet aroma filling the air. The 3 dogs keenly smelled the tempting aroma of the steamed buns and were immediately drawn over, all looking at the tray in the aunt's hands. If it weren't for the excellent training they received, they probably would have pounced on it long ago. Even so, you can still clearly see the drool that has begun to spread uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths, and they are making woo-woo sounds from their throats from time to time. Sit down, everyone. At Jiang Riyun's command, the three dogs immediately sat down obediently in unison, their eyes fixed on Jiang Riyun before turning to look at the steamed buns in the ant's hands. Good boy/girl, this is a reward for you. Jiang Riyun picked up the steamed buns and fed them to the three dogs one by one. The moment the furry kids see food being served to them, they instantly switch into a ferocious eating mode. Miss, it seems they really like it. Butler Uncle Zhao watched from the side, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Of course, these cornbread buns are delicious. Uncle Zhao, you should try one. As Jiang Riyun spoke, she naturally picked up a steamed bun from the tray and handed it to Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao. He was completely bewildered on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. No way, you gave me the food you were giving to the dog. As a longtime butler who had served the Jiang family diligently for nearly 20 years, he was filled with mixed emotions and almost burst into tears. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that the young lady feels that her old bones are no longer useful and she can't do much work, so she's planning to get rid of her like a dog? Or is it that I recently did something unintentionally that displeased the young lady, so she is resorting to this method to humiliate me? Or perhaps this was actually at the behest of Mrs. Father, Mr. Jiang? Uncle Zhao, what are you standing there for? Come and try it. Seeing Uncle Zhao standing there in a daze, Jiang Riyun couldn't help but urge him on, her face filled with excitement and anticipation. I understand, Mississippi. Butler Zhao's lips trembled. He picked up the cornbread, then closed his eyes and resignedly stuffed it into his mouth. All those complex emotions, such as humiliation, heartbreak, confusion, and bewilderment, vanished instantly after eating the cornbread. It actually tastes pretty good. The butler, Uncle Zhao, suddenly opened his eyes and began to chew voraciously. The sweet flavor spreads like a tide in your mouth, and the natural sweetness of the sweet potato and corn, along with the beef bits hidden inside, doesn't feel out of place at all. Instead, it's so fragrant that it's irresistible. Miss, whose skill is this steamed cornbread made by? Butler Zhao swallowed the cornbread in his mouth and immediately asked curiously. Based on his many years of experience, such skills are not something that ordinary people can possess. This master craftsman's skill must be recorded. It might come in handy when banquets are held at the manor in the future. Such an amazing steamed bun would surely be a hit with guests at a banquet, adding a lot of color to the event. It wasn't made by the experienced chef. The owner is a young man. Jiang Riyun couldn't help but laugh when she saw Uncle Zhao's surprised expression. This young man must be the last disciple of a master pastry chef, right? Upon hearing this, Butler Zhao became even more interested and immediately praised it. Haha, not really. Jiang Riyun watched as Uncle Zhao guessed wrong one after another, a smug smile spreading across her face. She deliberately kept everyone in suspense before adding, "You'd never guess. I bought this from a roadside stall." Huh? What? Butler Uncle Zhao looked shocked. As the head butler of the Jiang family, he has witnessed countless luxurious scenes over the years, and his broad vision is far beyond that of ordinary people. Such exquisite skills, yet the delicious food they made came from just a roadside stall. If he hadn't known the young lady's personality, he would have thought it was just a joke. By the way, is my dad back yet? Jiang Riyun suddenly thought of her father and asked impatiently. I can't wait to let my dad try this delicious cornbread. It will probably be very late by the time Mr. Jiang gets home. He has a business dinner tonight. Butler Uncle Zhao answered immediately. Chapter 522, I'm completely devastated. Wednesday. At 8 o'clock in the morning, after washing up, Jiang Jinping, dressed in an elegantly tailored house outfit, went straight to the spacious dining room. Despite owning a large estate and being very wealthy, Jiang Jinping's breakfasts are actually quite simple. Today's breakfast was the same as always, a bowl of steaming millet porridge, a boiled egg, 2 steamed buns, and a cornbread. Where did this cornbread come from? Jiang Jinping looked at the steamed buns on the plate and was slightly taken aback. He usually eats the same few dishes for breakfast at home. Unless he specifically orders it, the chef at home will never change or add dishes on his own. This was specially bought by Miss Jiang. She specifically instructed us last night to make sure Mr. Jiang could try it. The aunt next to him, seeing Jiang Jinping's puzzled expression, immediately stepped forward to explain. I see. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinping's face immediately broke into a warm and gratified smile. His eyes were full of love and doting affection for his daughter as he asked, "Is Yunner still sleeping?" "Miss has already eaten and is walking the dog in the yard," the aunt said, pointing towards the outside of the restaurant. Jiang Jinping subconsciously turned his head to look outside the restaurant. Through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, he could vaguely see his daughter's figure weaving among several dogs. "Okay, then I'll eat first, then chat with Yunner for a while, and then go to the company." After saying that, Jiang Jinping reached out and picked up the cornbread. The steamed buns made nowadays are so refined, unlike when I was a child. My family was poor, and they were dark and rough, and they would hurt my throat when I ate them. Jiang Jinping stared at the cornbread in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. His family was poor when he was young, and he is a model of starting from scratch. He ventured into the business world when he was young and built up the huge family business he has today. It's been a long time since I've had cornbread. As Jiang Jinping spoke, with a hint of reminiscing about past hardships, he slowly brought the cornbread to his mouth and took a small bite. Those feelings about the hardships of childhood were instantly dispelled by the sweet aroma that filled my mouth after I took a bite of the cornbread. This cornbread? Jiang Jinping was confused for a moment. Then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The deliciousness of this cornbread far exceeded his expectations. It was so delicious that he couldn't think of any food that could compare to it. Looking at the cornbread in his hand, his initial enthusiasm for reminiscing about the past hardships vanished. Honestly, if the cornbread I ate as a child was this delicious, then what is there to complain about regarding the so-called hard times? They must be incredibly happy every day. Jiang Jinping finished the cornbread in the blink of an eye. He licked his lips with a lingering satisfaction and asked, "Is this the only one?" "Miss, you've bought a lot. Let me heat up another one for you." Upon seeing this, the aunt immediately turned and went to the kitchen. "Too, I guess. I feel like I have a really good appetite today." Jiang Jinping chuckled, feeling exceptionally cheerful, and immediately decided that he would give all his appetite for this morning to this cornbread. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Jinping went straight to the courtyard. Sunlight streamed down the earth, and my beautiful daughter was running and playing energetically on the lawn with several dogs. The scene was full of life and vitality, which moved Jiang Jinping deeply, and a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. He quietly admired the heartwarming scene for a moment, then saw his daughter stop, take something out of her purse, and feed it to the dogs surrounding her. Jiang Jinping looked closely and realized that this was the cornbread he had just eaten. Wait a minute. Wait, didn't this child say they bought it specifically for themselves? How come they're using it to feed the dog? Does your daughter really think that her father and a dog are on the same level? Jiang Jinping was completely distraught, and his body swayed uncontrollably for a moment. Butler Uncle Zhao suddenly appeared from somewhere, rushed forward to support Jiang Jinping, and asked with a worried expression, "Mr. Jiang, should we contact a doctor?" No need." Jiang Jinping took a deep breath, gripped the arm of the housekeeper Uncle Zhao tightly, and pointed at Jiang Riyun, who was feeding the dog. "What's the deal with that cornbread?" "Oh, I asked Miss. She bought it from a roadside stall that sells cooked pet food," Butler Uncle Zhao explained immediately. "Pets cooked food?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Jinping felt as if his world had instantly collapsed. How could the chairman of a large corporation eat dog food for breakfast? And it was my own precious daughter who personally instructed me to try it? "Little Zhao, have I done something to wrong Yunner lately?" Jiang Jinping's voice trembled. "Did she say anything to you? Are you mistaken about something? Miss has been doing just fine lately." Butler Zhao looked hesitant, not understanding why Mr. Jiang would have such a thought. Misunderstanding? There can't be any misunderstanding. Yunner made me eat dog food. She must have a problem with me. Jiang Jinping became more and more agitated as he spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Even when she was at her most rebellious, the most she would do was not talk to me for 2 hours. As Jiang Jinping spoke, he felt his breathing become difficult. "Oh, you mean that one?" Butler Uncle Zhao suddenly realized what was going on, breathed a sigh of relief, and laughed. you really misunderstood. Actually, not only did you eat this cornbread, but I also ate it, and Miss herself ate it too. The young lady also gave some to Aunt Li, Aunt Huang, driver Mr. Wang, and others, and everyone got to try it. Jiang Jinping. Suchin slept until noon again. After lunch, he went to the kitchen. He plans to add another type of rice ball to his menu today. For steamed buns, just keep these two flavors unchanged. As for the newly added rice ball flavor, it is salmon and shrimp rice ball. Both salmon and shrimp require a high degree of freshness, so Suchin only started making today's new flavored rice balls after he had almost finished preparing the two types of steamed buns and the roasted duck breast rice balls. Remove the skin and bones from the fresh salmon and steam it until cooked. While waiting for the salmon to steam, he picked up the fresh shrimp, carefully peeled and deveined them, and then cooked and diced them. Peel the yam and soak it in cold water to prevent oxidation. A moment later, he cut the yam into small pieces, put them in the steamer, and set the timer. As the yams slowly softened and became sticky in the steamer, Suchin began processing the brown rice. Soak the brown rice for 2 hours beforehand. This will make it easier to cook until soft and tender. Add an appropriate amount of water and simmer over low heat for 40 minutes. Chapter 523. How can it not count? Considering that making rice balls is relatively simple, Suchin didn't ask Butler Ding and the Andes for help. While the brown rice was cooking, he washed and blanched the carrots, chopped them into small pieces, and mashed a cooked egg yolk for later use. After the salmon was steamed, Suchin took it out and chopped it finely with a spoon. By this time, the yam was steamed. He mashed the yam into a paste while it was still hot. To make the yam paste smoother, he added a small amount of warm water to adjust it. Over there, the brown rice was cooked to perfection. With everything ready, Suchin poured the mashed yam, cooked brown rice, cooked egg yolk, and chopped carrots into a large bowl. Then he added chopped salmon and diced shrimp and shaped them into balls. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a slightly dull atmosphere filled the office. Lu Mingming sat at her workstation, her eyes darting around, her mind unsettled. Since starting her internship, she can no longer do as she pleases as before, and she can't immediately pack her things and rush over whenever she hears news about Boss Su. Lu Mingming originally wanted to ask for leave today to go see Boss Su, but her leave application was ruthlessly rejected by the Human Resources Department. The HR department gave a cold reply, saying that now you have to apply for personal leave 2 days in advance, with no room for negotiation. She could get sick leave approved directly, but after carefully examining herself in the mirror for a long time, she found that her complexion was rosy and radiant, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Moreover, even if she took sick leave, she would still have to go to HR to fill out medical records and other forms later. She just wanted to go to Boss Su's office, so how could she possibly get a medical record? The thought of missing Boss Su's stall today made her completely lose her energy. Mingming, could you print out some documents for me? I've sent the electronic version to your email. Song Qing walked over carrying a stack of documents and patted Lu Mingming on the shoulder. I understand, Sister Qing. Lu Mingming responded weakly. What's wrong? You seem really tired. Didn't you sleep well last night? A look of concern appeared on Song Qing's face. Lu Mingming was an intern personally mentored by Song Qing, who was also Song Qing's direct supervisor. Since they last enjoyed a meal cooked by Boss Su at Song Qing's house, their relationship has become increasingly close. Lu Mingming looked up at Song Qing's unhurried demeanor and couldn't help but ask, Sister Qing, you don't seem to be in a hurry at all? In a hurry? What do you mean? Do we have any urgent work to do? Song Qing looked puzzled when she heard this. No, Sister Qing, haven't you been checking Boss Su's fan club these past 2 days? Lu Mingming immediately realized. I haven't been paying attention to it these past 2 days. Song Qing told the truth. After cooking at her home last week, Lu Mingming added her to the group chat. However, she had far too many group chats on her phone, including work groups, lifestyle groups, interest groups, and so on. Unless someone specifically mentions her in a group chat, or it's important work-related information, she won't bother to open a group chat to check it. Upon hearing Lu Mingming's words, Song Qing immediately understood what she meant. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she hurriedly asked, Has someone in the fan club found Boss Su? Where is he? What time does he set up his stall? 6 o'clock in the afternoon, near the entrance of the flower and bird market. Lu Mingming said with a sullen expression, "But we're definitely going to miss it today. HR won't approve any leave." Unexpectedly, Song Qing suddenly smiled confidently, patted Lu Mingming on the shoulder, and said firmly, "Don't worry, you won't miss it. Now is the perfect time to go out. Just come with me." Huh? Lu Mingming looked bewildered. It wasn't until the two of them walked out of the company building that she snapped out of her daze and stammered, "Sister Qing, we're just leaving like this. How will we clock out? Won't it be considered leaving early or being absent without leave? After all, I was just an intern and not very familiar with the company's rules and regulations. Remember, we're going to visit a client. I've already told HR, we can just add the attendance record later." Song Qingyi righteously corrected Lu Mingming's statement. Oh, Lu Mingming suddenly realized and blinked. As an intern, I naturally can't just leave whenever I want. I'm subject to various restrictions everywhere. But Song Qing was, after all, a long-time employee of the company with rich work experience and a wide network of contacts, so visiting clients was nothing out of the ordinary for her. If we can go to Boss Su's place with Song Qing every time, under the guise of visiting a client, wouldn't we be able to enjoy Boss Su's delicious food every time? Thinking of this, Lu Mingming's mood immediately improved. The two talked as they hailed a taxi and headed straight for the flower and bird market. Flower and bird market. Lu Mingming and Song Qing got off the car. As soon as she entered the market, Lu Mingming wanted to call and ask where Lu Taotao was. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Lu Taotao standing at the street corner, constantly being stared at and given strange looks by passers-by. Lu Taotao was seen holding a turtle in his left hand and another in his right hand, with another turtle at his feet. Lu Taotao stood there with a calm expression on his face, completely unconcerned about the gazes of others. Given Su Qin's requirement that pets must be brought along, coupled with the fact that his parents didn't like keeping pets, Lu Taotao tossed and turned in bed last night. Finally, he came up with what he considered a brilliant solution. Keep turtles. Who says turtles can't be considered pets? This thing was practically created to deal with the current predicament. Turtles don't take up much space. You can keep them in any water basin. They also have long lifespans, and if you're lucky, they can even live to see 3 generations of a family pass away. Lu Mingming hesitated for several seconds, looking at the eye-catching older brother at the street corner, and finally mustered up her courage and slowly walked over with Song Qing. "Are you crazy? You bought such a huge turtle? And you're even putting it on a leash?" As soon as Lu Mingming walked up to Lu Taotao, she couldn't help but start complaining loudly. She simply couldn't understand her brother's peculiar thought process. It was more convoluted than a mountain road. Although her older brother had mentioned wanting to buy a turtle as a pet, she imagined a small, baby turtle. But these 3 turtles in front of us are each the size of an adult's palm, so they can hardly be considered baby turtles. What she found even more unbelievable was that not only was it not packed in a box, but it was also being led by a rope, which was really bizarre. "I'm just being safe, making sure nothing goes wrong," Lu Taotao retorted confidently. "What if we buy those tiny baby turtles and Boss Su doesn't accept them? Besides, everyone else will be bringing their own pets. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to be carrying boxes, would it?" Chapter 524. All my efforts were wasted. Lu Taotao felt that his plan was perfect, with every detail taken into consideration. After saying that, he looked at Song Qing and said warmly, "I heard from Lu Mingming that you are her colleague, right? This one is for you." As he spoke, he handed Song Qing a nylon rope wrapped around a turtle. Song Qing stared at the tortoise on the ground, its shell wrapped several times with nylon rope, and froze on the spot, completely lacking the courage to take it. On the way here, Lu Mingming had already explained Boss Su's requirements for this week. She also knew that bringing a pet was a necessary condition for the purchase, but what she was seeing was really a bit outrageous. Who's the kind person who takes their tortoise out for a walk? At this moment, the strange looks from passers-by made Song Qing feel extremely uncomfortable, and she even had the urge to cover her face and run away. Looking at Song Qing's embarrassed expression, Lu Mingming had only one thought in her mind. "I used to have a job." On the other side, Xu Haodong leisurely led the chestnuts along the street in front of the flower and bird market, humming a tune he'd heard somewhere, enjoying himself immensely. For him, walking around with chestnut trees every day to buy steamed buns and rice balls is truly wonderful. Moreover, he had already added the contact information of the girl who owned the Schnauzer, and the two got along very well because of their shared interest in dogs, and their communication increased. Today they met up again to buy steamed buns here, and afterwards they could walk their dogs together. If this continues, I might just be able to find a partner. Thinking of this, Shu Haodong's eyes were full of longing. Soon, Shu Haodong arrived at the spot where Su Chun had set up his stall yesterday, only to find that several people were gathered there, chatting enthusiastically. The boss's position has been taken again. Shu Haodong frowned and subconsciously checked the time. There was still half an hour before Su Chun set up his stall. He decided to wait and see. Maybe these people would leave after chatting for a while. However, after waiting for about 10 more minutes, these people seemed to be engrossed in their conversation and still showed no intention of leaving. Seeing how animatedly they were chatting, Shu Haodong began to feel anxious. I'll protect the boss's business location. Lines brimming with adolescent angst suddenly popped into Shu Haodong's head. I startled the van yesterday, so these chatting passers-by in front of me are no match for me either. Of course, there really wasn't a more suitable location nearby. On the other hand, he was worried that when the boss came, he would see that the spot was taken and he would not be able to find a place to set up his stall, so he would decide to move to another place to sell, which would be terrible. Shu Haodong took a deep breath, walked quickly to the group of people chatting, and said with a polite smile, "Could you guys please find another place to chat? This is where my friend sells food at his stall. He'll be here soon." Shu Haodong didn't want to get into trouble. There was no need to make things unpleasant. As soon as he finished speaking, several passers-by who were chatting animatedly turned their attention to him. One of them asked with a hint of surprise, "A friend? Really?" As he spoke, he looked Shu Haodong up and down. Shu Haodong was taken aback, completely unable to understand what the other party's surprise was about. But since things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and reply, "It's true, my friend has been selling steamed buns here all along. They're cooked pet food." He felt a little uneasy. Steamed cornbread? Cooked pet food? That must be it. The other person's tone suddenly became exceptionally enthusiastic, and he shouted loudly to those around him, "There's someone here who says he's Boss Su's friend." Upon hearing this sound, Shu Haodong's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed a terrifying scene. People popped up from all around. People on the steps stood up, and several figures suddenly appeared behind a car. A passerby who was looking down at his phone not far away suddenly looked up and walked quickly toward them. People even rushed out of several shops. Everyone wore an indescribable expression of excitement, as if they had discovered their prey. The moment the word prey entered Shu Haodong's mind, he began to panic. "No, have I offended some extraordinary person? No, I don't know any Boss Su. You've misunderstood." Shu Haodong instinctively took a step back. Chestnut whimpered softly and tucked its tail between its legs in fear. "No, you definitely are." Just as Shu Haodong was panicking, someone suddenly came up behind him, grabbed his shoulder, and asked urgently, "You must have Boss Su's contact information, right? Or can you contact Boss Su anytime?" Seeing that Shu Haodong's expression was about to collapse, someone finally realized something was wrong and quickly said, "Hey, don't scare him, okay? You can't tell from this guy's expression that he can't control himself." As soon as those two sentences were spoken, the people who had just gathered around scattered in a flash. Shu Haodong, still shaken, looked at the group of people, hurriedly waved his hands, and stammered, "I really don't know any Boss Su." "Then why are you so concerned about where Boss Su's stall is located?" someone in the crowd asked, puzzled. "It's just that the steamed buns this owner sells are so delicious. I was afraid you guys would take up the seats and not leave, so the owner moved to another place." Shu Haodong explained in a low voice, his head down. "Hey, what a waste of time. Honestly, I thought we were going to have a good time from now on. Boss Su is still as mysterious as ever." Upon hearing Shu Haodong's explanation, the group of regular diners shook their heads and slowly dispersed. They thought Shu Haodong really had a connection with Boss Su and could bring them some information, but it turned out to be just a misunderstanding. Shu Haodong paused for a few seconds, then his intelligence finally kicked in. He mustered his courage and asked, "You're not all here to buy cornbread, are you?" "Yes." A group of people nodded in agreement. Shu Haodong was speechless. This was like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Family members didn't recognize each other. But he was also filled with questions. Why were there so many people here today? He left early yesterday and didn't run into He Ninian, so he wasn't given any information about Su Chen's deeds. Although he couldn't figure it out, Shu Haodong immediately took out his phone and sent a message to the young lady who owned the schnauzer. Come quick, there are so many people at the steamed bun shop. Half an hour later, we had clearly informed our regular customers that the stall would open at 6 p.m. So Su Chen appeared at the entrance of the flower and bird market on time. The regular diners, who had been waiting there, spotted Su Chen driving his food truck as soon as they saw him, as if their eyes were equipped with radar. Chapter 525. He panicked on the spot. Brothers, Boss Su has arrived. Ah, Boss Su. I've missed you so much. Boss Su, come quick. Most of the customers who came today are pet owners, and a large portion of them own dogs. The dogs seemed to sense their owner's excitement and started barking incessantly. However, this triggered an even bigger chain reaction. As if set on fire, the pet shops and veterinary clinics on both sides of the street began to echo with the calls of dogs. For a moment, the deafening barking of dogs filled the entire street, drowning out the noise of people and cars, echoing in every corner. Su Chen was completely bewildered. No, isn't this welcoming ceremony a bit too grand? If you didn't know better, you'd think some kind of king dog had come out for a walk. Holy crap, something terrible has happened at the flower and bird market. The dogs have rioted. A passerby, unaware of what was happening, was quite startled by this unexpected scene. The scene was so shocking that the continuous barking of dogs seemed to overwhelm him, like wave after wave. He instinctively pulled out his phone, quickly turned on the video recording function, captured the scene, and then posted it online. After posting the video, the passerby, with a kind heart, dialed 110 without hesitation. Hello, is this 110? Something's happened at the flower and bird market. Come quick. Dogs are barking like crazy everywhere. The scene is indescribable. You'd better send someone over to check right away. If a lot of people have been bitten, then we're completely doomed. The passerby's voice trembled with nervousness, and he spoke very quickly. The operator who received the call from the passerby immediately became serious and tensed up. Hearing what the passersby said, the situation sounded terrible. It seemed that a pack of rabid dogs had suddenly appeared at the flower and bird market and were biting people indiscriminately. This is no small matter. If not handled properly, it could lead to serious consequences. The operator immediately said in a calm tone, "Please tell us your exact location and your name so we can send someone over as soon as possible." The passerby quickly gave the exact location, and at the end, he subconsciously puffed out his chest with a hint of pride and said loudly, "Just call me a helpful citizen. Please remain where you are, ensuring your own safety. Someone will contact you later to ask for more details." The operator was making arrangements in an orderly manner. The passerby was stunned upon hearing this. He originally planned to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible after calling the police, since the barking was so crazy, and who knew what would happen next. But I didn't expect to have to stay and wait, and I felt a little unwilling. But when he looked up, although the barking was deafening, there seemed to be no sign of the dogs biting anyone. Left with no other choice, he could only grit his teeth and stand there, his heart pounding with fear, his eyes scanning his surroundings warily. He looked around the street with concern, his gaze settling on Su Chen, who was driving a food truck. He suddenly remembered that it seemed that the barking started like an explosion after this person appeared. In an instant, all sorts of thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be some kind of new weapon? For example, there is a device that can emit special radio waves. As long as a person presses a button, it can make dogs bark wildly. Or perhaps a colorless and odorless chemical was secretly sprinkled around, triggering an unusual reaction in the dogs. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he became. This must be a vicious new thing developed by the US, and it might even be a conspiracy. In an instant, various conspiracy theory videos he had seen online flashed through his mind. Over here, amidst the barking of dogs, Su Chen gritted his teeth and brought the food cart to a safe stop. To be honest, the barking of so many dogs was quite a sight. The regular diners, all smiles as they soothed their overly excited dogs, were completely unaware of the potential seriousness lurking behind the chaotic scene. Mr. Su, can you feel our enthusiasm? Exactly. At first glance, it sounds like a large-scale concert. I estimate that some obscure idols aren't as popular as Boss Su. While listening to the chatter of the regular customers, Suchin quickly set up the food cart and then took out a whiteboard and pen to add today's new rice ball item. Salmon and shrimp rice balls, 25 each. These rice balls use salmon and fresh shrimp, making them much more expensive than beef steamed buns. If someone who has never tasted Suchin's cooking were to see this price for the first time, they would probably think that it is too expensive for a rice ball to cost 25 yuan. These regular diners were used to it and remained calm. With Suchin's skills, if these were sold in a high-end restaurant, the price would definitely be several times higher. Compared to the price, regular diners are clearly more concerned about how much they can eat today. Boss Su, how much are they today? Can I buy every flavor? Suchin glanced at the long queue and silently estimated its length. He prepared 80 of each flavor of steamed buns and rice balls for today, totaling 320, which is almost the limit of his personal capacity. After thinking for a moment, Suchin said, let's limit the quantity of one flavor of each, steamed buns and rice balls. No, I want to try them all. Upon hearing Suchin's purchase limit, the longtime customer at the front of the line couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. Being able to choose only 2 of the 4 flavors to try is truly torture. We won't change the menu tomorrow, but you can choose 2 different flavors. Suchin looked at the old customer and offered an explanation. All right then, whatever Boss Su says goes. The regular customer sighed helplessly, feeling resentful but having no choice but to accept reality. He quickly made a decision. I'll choose salmon and shrimp for the rice balls and beef and pumpkin for the steamed buns. The steamed buns will take a while. Would you like to take the rice balls first? Suchin nodded, asking questions as he began placing the steamer basket on the stove. He knew his regular customers would be coming today, so he specially bought 2 large steamers, and both stoves were equipped with double-layer steamers. Despite the large number of customers today, production efficiency will actually be higher. Of course, I'll eat first. The regular customer nodded without hesitation, his face full of eagerness. Chapter 526. What the heck is this? As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the queue behind him couldn't help but make a joke. Hey, don't forget that Boss Su sells prepared pet food. Shouldn't your dog get to choose? Why are you eating it first? Well, the regular customer was taken aback. To be honest, he had almost forgotten that Boss Su's place served cooked pet food. He subconsciously glanced down at the corgi he was holding, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. Then, a brilliant idea struck him, and he immediately said to the corgi, Son, Dad will stew beef for you when we get home tonight. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. The corgi opened its innocent big eyes and glanced at its human. The food at Boss Su's place has been proven to be safe for people to eat, and it tastes especially good. This regular customer was naturally reluctant to feed the dog, so he could only try to make up for it in other ways. The diners behind burst into laughter upon seeing this, as they all shared similar thoughts. Son, Dad will make you a chicken stew when we get home. Baby, when we get home, you can eat as much canned meat as you want. Mommy will take care of the steamed buns and rice balls for you. Immediately, all the pet owners in the group began to comfort their furry friends, offering all sorts of compensation options. Of course, some people in the group are willing to share with their own furry friends. Suchin was about to hand the rice ball to the impatient customer. Just then, a man leading several police officers strode over from the steps beside them. The man pointed menacingly at Suchin and shouted, It's this guy. The moment he came onto this street, all the dogs went crazy and started barking. I suspect this person definitely has something that can control dogs. What is that? Suchin was stunned when he heard this. Do I have something on me that can control dogs? How come I didn't know that? Not to mention Suchin, even the regular diners in the queue were stunned by this sudden scene. Fortunately, the officers did not take the man's words seriously. The main problem is that what this person said was so outrageous. One minute they were talking about foreign high technology, and the next they were talking about secret weapons. It was like they were telling a science fiction story. In addition, Apart from the constant barking, the dogs on the street did not exhibit any behavior that could harm anyone or anything else unusual. Although everything seemed noisy, it was still within a controllable range. So the lead officer walked up to Su-chun and said politely, "I've learned something. You seem to have caused some trouble. Now, we need your cooperation to come with us." In normal circumstances, unless something serious happens, simply making a record and understanding what happened is sufficient. However, the video that this kind passerby filmed was posted online, attracting the attention of many netizens, and the comments section was filled with various speculations and doubts. Therefore, a more detailed and reasonable explanation is now needed in order to issue a subsequent announcement. But when the regular customers heard that Boss Su was going to be taken away to cooperate with the investigation, they all panicked. Passers-by may not know the ins and outs of the matter, but they know it all perfectly well. No, you've misunderstood. This has nothing to do with Boss Su. Don't take Boss Su away. Boss Su is innocent. It's a chain reaction caused by the furry kids we have here. The regular diners chimed in, offering their own explanations for Su-chun. Are you kidding me? If Boss Su gets taken away, when will he ever come back? If this prevents Boss Su from operating today, they simply won't be able to sleep at night. The officers initially thought it was just an ordinary roadside stall and that they were dealing with a routine incident. However, the reaction of the people waiting in line was unexpected. Don't worry, everyone. It's just a simple statement. If there are no problems, we'll bring the boss back soon. Seeing this, the lead officer quickly raised his voice to calm everyone down. He then looked at Su-chun. Please cooperate. Now that things have come to this, what else can Su-chun say? Who could have predicted that something like this would happen when I was just setting up a stall? Fortunately, he believed he had a clear conscience, so he wasn't too worried. He glanced around at the anxious diners and said sincerely, "Excuse me, could you please keep an eye on the food cart for me? I'll be right back." The regular diners knew they couldn't really stop the execution of official duties, so they could only helplessly watch Su-chun walk away with the police officers. "Boss Su, we'll be waiting for you to come back. Boss Su, will we ever meet again? Mr. Su, the car is here, and you can rest assured inside." The regular diners called out a few times. Su-chun almost lost his composure when he heard these words. Couldn't these people say something auspicious? The police officer next to him couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to Su-chun and said with a smile, "Your skills must be excellent. Your customers have been asking about it. Do you always set up a stall here? I'll come and try some later." Su-chun paused for a second, then said, "I sell cooked pet food." The officer's smile froze instantly. "Never mind what I said." Soon, Su-chun got into the police car and sped off towards the police station. Once Su-chun got into the police car, the regular diners queuing at the food truck immediately took out their phones and sent the entire scene to their fan club. "Oh no, Boss Su has been arrested." This message immediately caused an uproar in the group. Those in the group who were unaware of the situation were immediately shocked upon seeing this message. What's going on? Will I never be able to eat Mr. Su's cooking again? I don't want that. What's the point of living my life then? But as other regular customers who were present explained the situation in detail in the group chat, those who weren't there became speechless. They were initially relieved, thankful that Su-chun hadn't encountered anything serious, but then they found the whole misunderstanding rather ridiculous. "Oh dear, so that's what happened. You scared me. I thought something serious had happened, but it was just a false alarm. I have to say, you guys are really something. Isn't this an unnecessary disaster for Boss Su? That scared me to death. If that's the case, then Boss Su will definitely be fine. My concern now is that Boss Su might get so angry that he might quit the business altogether. If Boss Su really quits, everyone here is a culprit." Chapter 5:27 Impossible. The flower and bird market is just one street away from a police station. Su-chun was sitting in the police car, and before he could even warm up the seat, the car arrived at its destination. Next, we simply followed the procedures step by step. Fortunately, no actual incident occurred, and other officers at the scene collected surveillance videos from various angles on the street and questioned many passers-by about their statements. Just as the police officer had said, they simply asked Su-chun some questions to understand the ins and outs of the matter. The questioning ended smoothly before long. Having previously promised to take Su Chun back to the flower and bird market, a police officer led Su Chun toward the police station's parking lot, preparing to drive him home. Just as I reached the entrance of the police station, a sudden, sharp siren blared. 5 police cars drove up and parked neatly in front of the police station. The police car doors opened quickly, and officers swiftly got out of the car. Then, they led several people wearing silver bracelets out of the vehicle. These people had different expressions. Some were dejected, while others looked resentful, but they were all firmly under the control of the police officers. The door of the last police car opened, and a female police officer got out. Behind her followed a majestic German shepherd. The police officer who was about to take Su Chun back and the policewoman with the German shepherd were clearly on very good terms with each other. From a distance, the former greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Chun, I saw in the inside news that Shunfeng has done a great job. You've done a great job as a trainer." Shunfeng is the name of this German shepherd police dog. Upon hearing this, the policewoman's face immediately lit up with a proud smile. She leaned down slightly, affectionately patted Xuanfeng's head, and said proudly, "Of course, my Xuanfeng's performance is top-notch." Woof! As if understanding the trainer's praise, Shunfeng tilted its head back and looked at its trainer, letting out a very loud shout, as if responding to the praise. "Look how smug you are. I'll give you an extra treat later." Xiaochen affectionately rubbed the dog's head again. Su Qin stood to the side, feeling a pang of envy. After all, this is a police dog. Compared to pets like ragdoll cats, police dogs have a much more precious meaning and value. He had never touched a police dog before. "Can I touch it?" Su Qin finally couldn't help but ask. "Sorry, no." Xiaochen looked up at him and refused decisively. "All right." Although Su Chun was a little disappointed, he was not surprised. If police dogs could be petted and handled by anyone, they'd probably be petted bald after just one mission. Who wouldn't love a furry kid with a woven coat? At least for him, it would be hard to refuse. Because Su Chun, an outsider, was present, the 2 police officers did not discuss the case at length. Just as Xiao Chun was about to leave with Shunfeng, he saw Shunfeng suddenly take 2 steps forward, go straight to Su Chin's side, and lower its head to start sniffing carefully. Its nose twitches rapidly, and you can even hear a clear inhalation sound. Xiao Chen's vigilance instantly heightened. She quickly turned to look at Su Chun and asked in a serious and sharp tone, "What are you carrying on you? You didn't bring anything?" Su Chun was initially confused when he heard the question, but then his mind quickly cleared and he realized what might be going on. He hurriedly explained, "I sell cooked pet food. Could it be that it caught a whiff of the food?" "Impossible. Shunfeng is a professionally trained police dog. It would never sniff around like that just because of some food." Xiao Chen's eyes grew increasingly wary as he stared intently at Su Chun. The police officer who was about to take Su Chen back started to look at Su Chen strangely after hearing what Xiao Chen said. "Is good fortune about to smile upon me today, and I'm about to make a name for myself?" If this stall owner really was carrying some kind of contraband that could be detected by police dogs, then it would be a real stroke of good luck. Even if it's not a third-class merit, at least I should get a commendation. Thinking of this, he unconsciously tensed up and paid close attention to Su Chen's every move. Su Chen glanced down at Shunfeng, who was sniffing around his hands. He remembered that before he came here, he was preparing to serve salmon and shrimp rice balls to diners, and his hands probably still smelled of the food. "You'd better tell the truth." Xiao Chun took another step forward, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Su Chen remained calm and said, "If you are truly a responsible trainer, you should be able to distinguish between a police dog's sniffing in a working state and its sniffing in a normal state. Besides, didn't you notice that Shunfeng showed no hostility towards me? If I were really carrying any contraband, would it be in this state now?" As he spoke, he boldly reached out and patted Xuanfeng's head. "I touched a police dog." Su Chun felt a surge of excitement as he felt the furry texture on his palm, and couldn't help but smile. This was brought to us by Shunfeng on its own initiative. Xiao Chun was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses and carefully observed Xuanfeng's current state. Just as Su Chen said, Shunfeng did not show the high level of vigilance and excitement one would expect when detecting contraband. On the contrary, it showed an unusual level of intimacy and relaxation towards the strange man, even wagging its tail gently, which was clearly not a reaction to the discovery of a dangerous object. Xiao Chun was speechless for a moment and subconsciously asked, "How did you do that? Maybe I just have a better feeling about Shunfeng." Su Chun gave a perfunctory reply, and while Xiao Chun was distracted, he quickly patted the dog's head again. "The feel of this is simply amazing." The officer standing nearby, seeing that his credit was about to slip away, felt somewhat resentful and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Chun, what exactly happened?" "I don't know either, but the current state of the trip doesn't seem to indicate that they've detected any contraband. It's more like a normal, relaxed vacation." Xiao Chun offered an explanation, but couldn't help but start reflecting on his actions. She didn't think of herself as an irresponsible instructor. The more likely reason for this misjudgment was that she had just finished a case and successfully apprehended the criminal, and was still in a state of high tension, so much so that she couldn't see anyone as a good person. Under the influence of this emotion, she immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, given her understanding of tailwinds, she would never overlook these details. Su Qin said this simply to clear himself of suspicion and did not mean to blame Xiao Chun. For ordinary people like him who have always abided by the law, it's a good thing that the police officers are maintaining a high level of vigilance. Chapter 528. Have you forgotten something? Seeing that he had already petted the dog's head twice and Xiao Chun hadn't strongly stopped him, Su Qin became bolder. He simply squatted down and placed both hands on the German Shepherd, Shunfeng. The most prominent feature is that they take an inch and then a mile, and they push the snake further down with a stick. Upon seeing this, Xiao Qin's eyebrows shot up. This person is really going to keep going, treating police dogs like pet dogs. She was about to stop Su Chun when she heard him suddenly say, "Xuanfeng's muscles show signs of strain. Did you just do something strenuous like running or climbing?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qin's gaze towards Su Chun immediately changed. When chasing criminals before, Shunfeng did run a long distance, and during the encirclement, a guy who tried to escape by climbing over the wall was actually pulled down by Shunfeng. These details could not possibly be known so clearly unless the person was present at the time. "Are you a veterinarian?" Xiao Qin couldn't help but ask again. "No. As I just said, I sell cooked pet food at a stall. It's right there at the entrance of the flower and bird market. Your colleague should know that area." As Su Qin answered, his hands didn't stop moving at all. He couldn't help but give Shunfeng a master-level pet massage. Woof woof. The German Shepherd's eyes instantly became unfocused. Those days of sweating profusely on the training field and the tension of bravely apprehending criminals on the streets have gradually faded into the distance and become blurred. Under those strong and warm hands, it seemed to feel the afternoon sun shining down, the gentle waves rippling on the sea, washing over the beach, the water slowly flowing over its body, and then gradually moving away. Huff, huff. Before long, Shunfeng actually started snoring under Su Chen's massage. The police officer standing nearby, who had just lost his chance at a third-class merit award, couldn't help but turn his gaze to Xiao Chun and tease him. "What's wrong? Did you let Shunfeng stay up all night watching dramas last night? How come you just fell asleep like that? Don't you want to listen to the absurd things you're saying? Who would stay up all night watching TV with a police dog?" Xiao Chen's eyes widened immediately, and he replied irritably, "Come on, it would be even more outrageous to massage a police dog until it falls asleep. Have pet food vendors gotten this shady now?" the officer exclaimed. Looking at Shunfeng sleeping so peacefully, Xiao Chen couldn't bring himself to tell Su Chen to stop. Because of her position as a trainer, she understands better than anyone else that police dogs, due to the special nature of their work, are far more prone to health problems such as joint issues, muscle strain, and bone damage after retirement than pets. This is almost unavoidable. However, due to practical limitations, it is not possible to equip police dogs with professional caregivers. The training instructor's job focuses more on training tasks than nursing, as these are completely different professional fields. Xiao Chen himself had consciously studied some related dog massage and care content online, but he only reached a barely basic level. Even with this level of professionalism, it was enough for her to see the professionalism of Su Chen's massage technique at that moment. Every movement was precise, and the force was just right. This level of professionalism would be prohibitively expensive at a professional pet grooming shop, far exceeding Xiaoqin's income. The police station also wouldn't cover this cost specifically for police dog care. Thank you. Xiaoqin looked at Su Chen with gratitude and sincerely thanked him. Su Chen's massage greatly helped Xuanfeng's recovery. Yes, you're welcome. Su Chen casually replied, already immersed in the joy of petting the police dog, completely unable to extricate himself. If the occasion weren't inappropriate, he would have taken out his phone immediately and posted it on his WeChat moments. Speaking of WeChat moments, Su Chen felt like he had forgotten something. A nearby police officer promptly reminded him, "Boss, aren't there still people waiting to buy things from your food cart?" Su Chen, "Oh right. I almost forgot about that. I've been out for so long, and those regular customers are probably still waiting eagerly." However, since he had already started massaging Xuanfeng, he insisted on massaging all of Xuanfeng's joints and muscles in areas he frequently used for exercise. After the massage ended, Xuanfeng regained consciousness. Its bright black eyes stared at Su Chen for 2 seconds. Then it suddenly plunged into Su Chen's arms and rubbed against him vigorously. The sight made the police officers nearby envious. To be honest, even as a police officer, it's not like you can just handle a police dog whenever you want. Police dogs have strict management and training requirements, so there aren't many opportunities to have close contact with them. It would be best to reduce the training volume and intensity tomorrow. If possible, it would be better to press the buttons a couple more times. Su Chen stroked Xuanfeng's head and gave some professional advice, saying that proper care and adjusting the intensity of training are crucial to their physical health. Okay. Xiaoqin nodded, silently noting Su Chen's words in his mind. She thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and mustered her courage to ask, "How much do you charge here?" For Xuanfeng's health, she decided that even if she had to cut back on her own spending, she would make sure Xuanfeng received the best care. At worst, I'll just buy fewer clothes and cosmetics this month. As long as the delivery goes smoothly and I stay healthy, that's all that matters. No need for the money, or I can come back tomorrow after I close up shop. Su Chen waved his hand and said with a relaxed expression that he was happy to find things like this to do. Of course, part of the reason is to prevent similar inexplicable things from happening again in the future and to get acquainted with the police officers so that it will be easier to deal with them in the future. Wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? Xiaoqin felt a little embarrassed to bother Su Chen any further. After all, the person was just a street vendor who had been dragged into this mess for no reason, and even offered to help take care of the police dogs. She felt really bad about it. "It's all right. I'll give Xuanfeng a massage, and it can help you with your work. So I'm indirectly serving the people." Su Chen paused, his gaze returning to Xuanfeng, and smiled. "Besides, I like Xuanfeng." After saying that, he gently patted Xuanfeng's head. Then, he got into the car with the police officer and drove towards the flower and bird market. This is the flower and bird market. Regular diners still lined up in long queues, waiting for Su Chen's return. When is Boss Su coming back? I'm getting impatient. What's the rush? If you're so capable, go in for Boss Su. What? Boss Su went in. If you don't need your ears, you can donate them to someone in need. Just as the regular customers were getting impatient, a police car pulled up. Chapter 529. Small in stature, but incredibly cunning. The car door opened, and Su Chen quickly got out of the car. The regular diners were immediately excited when they saw Su Chen return. But because of the chaos caused by the barking before, this time, no one dared to bark excitedly as much as before. They waved at Su Chen like they were performing a silent movie, their mouths opening and closing to express their emotions, creating a rather strange scene. A passerby happened to be walking by and caught a glimpse of this scene, staring at the group of people in astonishment. He instinctively picked at his ear, then suddenly panicked. Why can't I hear these people talking? Help! Am I going deaf? When it comes to creating something interesting, these regular customers are the real experts. Amidst this silent yet enthusiastic welcome ceremony, Su Chen strode back to the dining car. He carefully washed his hands before officially starting his business for the day. Su Chen quickly arranged the beef and pumpkin and chicken and sweet potato steamed buns on the steamer and lit the stove. Then, they began handing out the prepared rice balls to the queuing diners. "Oh my God, I thought we wouldn't be able to eat today. The longtime customer at the front of the line looked at the rice ball handed to him and couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of watching helplessly as Boss Sue was taken away by the police officers in front of me is indescribable. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. As Su Chun continued working, he remembered that he had been delayed by petting the police dog a little longer, which caused him to return late. So he took the initiative to apologize to the old customer. No. Boss Sue, please don't apologize to us. The regular customer was flattered and somewhat at a loss for words. Immediately, a warm feeling welled up in my heart, and I was filled with emotion. It was clearly these people who caused the chaos by bringing their pets, which led to Boss Sue being taken away for questioning. Yet, Boss Sue not only didn't blame them at all, but also took care of their feelings. Boss Sue is such a good person. Although Boss Sue doesn't join the group, he can set up his stall wherever he wants, come and go as he pleases, even taking weekends or longer off. He also limits the number of customers he sells each time, so you can never get enough to eat, and his business hours are very short. Apart from that, it's practically flawless. Boss Sue, I will be your customer for life. The regular customer became increasingly excited as he thought about it, and was moved to tears. Upon hearing this, Su Chun couldn't help but glance at the old diner. Goodness, this guy is pretty persistent. He actually wants to run a stall for the rest of his life? Imagine that scene. Years later, a group of elderly men and women with gray hair, in their 70s and 80s, trembling and leaning on canes in front of the food cart, some even in wheelchairs, still queuing up to buy food. The scene was so beautiful I almost couldn't bear to look. After expressing his gratitude, the elderly diner led his corgi to the steps to the side. He planned to enjoy the rice ball in his hand first, while waiting for the steamed cornbread to be ready. The rice ball in my hand was still slightly warm, each grain of brown rice plump and firm, exuding the unique rustic luster and aroma of grains. The salmon is plentiful, the tender shrimp meat is plump and full, the egg yolk is scattered like tiny stars, and it's topped with mashed yam, making it look absolutely delicious. Although appearance has never been the main selling point of Su Chun's food, but the way the food is presented each time always allows regular diners to enjoy it visually before they even start eating. The regular customer took his first bite with great anticipation. The brown rice, with its unique chewiness, instantly melted in his mouth. The salmon was fragrant and rich, and the fresh shrimp was sweet and bouncy. The combination of soft and bouncy, sweet and fresh, was delicious. The crushed egg yolks have a slightly grainy texture, while the mashed yam has a warm, sweet aroma. Although no salt or spices were added to the rice ball for seasoning, each ingredient played to its own strengths and complemented each other perfectly, resulting in a wonderfully natural taste. Woof woof. Seeing its owner eating so heartily, the little corgi nearby started barking anxiously, its two short legs tugging at its owner's trouser leg. We agreed that I would stew beef for you when we get back, and this rice ball is mine. The regular customer glanced down at his little corgi and solemnly reiterated their previous agreement. Then he deliberately tilted his head back to prevent the corgi from seeing him eat, trying to resist its pitiful gaze. Woof woof. The little corgi was so hungry that it kept circling around its owner's ankle with its short legs, making eager barking noises. The running around in circles caused the tether to quickly wrap around the old diner's ankle. When the regular customer felt a discomfort in his ankle and instinctively tried to move his foot, he didn't expect that because of the tether rope, he would instantly lose his balance. Oh my God! The old diner couldn't help but let out a strange cry and stumbled to the ground. The remaining half of the rice ball in his hand drew a magnificent parabola in the air. My rice ball! The elderly diner, watching the rice ball about to fall, let out a desperate scream. His heart was breaking. The little corgi's eyes lit up instantly. With a powerful push off the ground, it leaped high into the air and precisely bit the falling rice ball. Pretty. 3-pointer. Rice ball. Learn basketball with me. I see the bearing of an emperor in this dog. Nearby, several regular customers who had just received their rice balls saw this scene and immediately became gloating, showering the little corgi with enthusiastic praise. Don't you people have hearts? Don't you feel any remorse? The elderly customer with his corgi sat on the ground, heartbroken, watching helplessly as his furry friend devoured the rice ball in a flash. "You're a real bastard." Small in stature, but incredibly cunning. The regular customer was both annoyed and amused, glaring fiercely at his little corgi. The little corgi chewed on the rice ball it had finally managed to snag, its eyes fixed on its human owner, its little tail wagging rapidly. Just as Su-chan was busy with his business, a notice from the police station was quietly posted online. Notification regarding the situation at the flower and bird market. Today, some members of the public reported a disturbance involving dogs at a flower and bird market in our city and posted a video of the incident online. The video quickly attracted widespread attention. Upon receiving the report, the police promptly launched an investigation. Investigation revealed that the incident stemmed from an unusually busy pet food stall in a flower and bird market. The cheers from customers upon seeing the owner triggered a chain reaction from nearby dogs, resulting in a large number of barks. However, no canine riot actually occurred within the flower and bird market. Police remind the public to view such incidents rationally, to avoid unnecessary. Chapter 530. What a Bizarre Rule. Sun Pingjin was curled up on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. 1 second I saw a video of dogs rioting at the flower and bird market, and the next second I saw this police report. Wow, a chain reaction caused by booming business. Sun Pingjin couldn't help but mutter, finding the contents of the report somewhat unexpected, even a little funny. If the account that posted the announcement hadn't been verified, he would have treated it as a piece of news for laughs. Although the flower and bird market wasn't far from his home, he didn't own any pets and had never paid much attention to pet-related matters. After laughing, he continued scrolling through his phone screen without a care. 2 minutes later, Sun Pingjin suddenly flipped over and stood up abruptly. He suddenly remembered that he had met a girl with dimples when she smiled at the last gathering with his friends. At the party, after a few drinks, Sun Pingjin, emboldened by the alcohol, asked the girl for her contact information. But as the effects of the alcohol wore off, he didn't know what to do. He had very little experience in dealing with girls and had absolutely no idea how to start a conversation naturally. Every time I send a hello message, we end up in an awkward silence after only a few words. Over time, he could only silently follow the girl's WeChat moments, and when he saw her sharing snippets of her life, he would quickly give her a like to make his presence known. Sun Pingjin clearly remembers that the girl posted many photos of Shiba Inus on her WeChat moments, with captions for each photo such as, "Baby was so well-behaved today," or "Baby got into trouble again," making it obvious that she owned the Shiba Inu herself. If you could buy food from this pet food stand and give it to the other person as a gift, wouldn't that naturally lead to a deeper conversation? Moreover, compared to awkward online chats, Sun Pingjin felt that if he could meet the other person in person and communicate face-to-face, he might be able to open up more conversations. With that thought in mind, he mustered all his courage and sent the girl the video of the dog riot at the flower and bird market that he had just seen, as well as the video of the official report. "I just saw something very interesting. This flower and bird market isn't far from here. Want to go check it out together?" Not long after, the girl replied, "Oh, what a coincidence. I saw this on my feed too. I originally wanted to take Naomi to see it, but I can't get away right now." 30 characters. 2 sentences. Looking at the chat interface, Sun Pingjin felt like he was injected with adrenaline and full of energy. "This is the most words the other person has ever spoken to me since we became friends." Although the other party did not agree to go to the flower and bird market with him, Sun Pingjin was not very disappointed. On the contrary, since the girl has already shown interest in this matter, he might as well just buy her some cooked pet food and give it to her. That might increase her liking for him. "Then I'll go check what's going on." Sun Pingjin replied excitedly, then quickly stood up from the sofa, rushed out to hail a taxi, wishing he could fly to the flower and bird market immediately. At the flower and bird market, Su-chan saw Lu Taotao swaggering around, leading a turtle to the food cart, making him feel utterly speechless. Goodness, I underestimated the creativity and ingenuity of my regular customers. They actually came up with the idea of bringing a turtle along. "Mr. Su, don't tell me it doesn't count. Turtles are pets too." Lu Taotao stared at Su-chan's expression, already prepared to have a heated argument with Boss Su. "Let's calculate it. Suchin didn't say anything. After all, in a broad sense, turtles can indeed be considered a type of pet. Lu Mingming and Song Qing, who were following behind Lu Taotao, both breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Suchin's reply. The three of them each took a rice ball, walked to the side contentedly, and prepared to enjoy their rice balls while waiting for the steamed cornbread to be cooked. It was only then that a few of the regular diners noticed Lu Taotao leading the tortoise, and they couldn't help but burst out laughing. You've left Boss Su speechless. What kind of pet is a turtle? At least other people pretend, but you're not even bothering to pretend. You're just exploiting a bug. If I were Boss Su, I would put you on the list of customers I don't serve. Since Su Chun had already said it was okay, Lu Taotao naturally didn't take the other people's teasing seriously. Instead, he smugly dragged the tortoise around in place twice. The first batch of steamed cornbread has sold out, and the second batch is being steamed in the steamer. Thanks to Su Chin's thorough preparations today, there's no sign of them selling out yet. Sun Pengjin got off the bus at the intersection of the flower and bird market. He hadn't walked far when he saw a long queue of stalls not far ahead. The signboard prominently displays pet food. Without a doubt, this is the place. Wow, there are so many people. Sun Pengjin quickly quickened his pace, walked to the end of the line, and obediently joined the queue, hoping to buy food soon. The veteran customer, who had risen to second to last in line, glanced at Sun Pengjin, whose hands were empty, and kindly offered a reminder. Dude, this stall has a rule. You have to bring a pet to buy anything. Why did you come alone? Upon hearing this, Sun Pengjin was completely dumbfounded. You have to bring a pet to buy this? What kind of bizarre rule is this? There's nothing we can do. This has always been the case with Boss Su. The regular customer calmly replied, then seemed a little puzzled and couldn't help but scrutinize Sun Pengjin, asking in confusion, Aren't you in the fan club? What fan club? Sun Pengjin looked blank, completely clueless. It's nothing, I misspoke. The regular customer immediately felt a pang of anxiety and gave a vague and ambiguous response. He had just seen Sun Pengjin come to line up without hesitation and thought he was from the fan club. Once they realized it wasn't the case, they started consciously controlling the number of people joining the group. After all, everyone wants to buy more of the food made by Boss Su. Unless it's through an introduction from an acquaintance, they generally won't reveal too much information to strangers, for fear that the competition will be too fierce when they queue up and they won't be able to buy anything. Sun Pengjin didn't ask any more questions. He tiptoed and looked towards the food cart, where he saw that the purchase requirements for bringing pets were clearly written on the whiteboard. You really have to bring your pet? Why didn't the video and the official report explain that clearly? Sun Pengjin couldn't help but mutter a complaint under his breath. Where can we find a pet on short notice now? You can't just impulsively buy a dog or a cat just to get some cooked pet food. That's too unrealistic. Chapter 531. Is this really not fun? The second-to-last regular customer, upon hearing this, asked with a puzzled look, What video report? It's that police announcement, don't you know? Just search it online and you'll see it. Sun Pengjin offered a casual explanation. The regular customer immediately took out his phone, entered the keywords in the search box, and quickly found the announcement. After reading the detailed report, only 2 words remained in his mind. This is bad. This announcement will likely draw even more attention to Boss Su's business. However, things might not be as bad as you imagine. The regular customer consoled himself. After all, the notice said it was cooked pet food. Such a niche product would definitely not attract as much attention as those popular online shops. He anxiously opened the comments section, wanting to test the waters and see how people were reacting to the matter. The first few comments seemed normal. Is this really not some funny news? Wow, a pet food vendor can cause such a commotion. If I did not have a pet, I would have gone to take a look. I'd like to buy some for my pet. Is there anyone who can help me buy them? Some people took these comments purely as amusement, while others asked for help buying the food. Overall, they were all within the acceptable range for regular customers. However, new comments kept popping up. Wow, I knew this was the stall. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's pet food. It's safe for humans to eat too, and it's incredibly delicious. I bought some when I was walking my dog on Monday, and lots of people were buying it for themselves. This comment was immediately pushed to the top of the list. The person who posted this comment also added a few photos. The photo shows not only steamed buns, but also a group of pet owners eating heartily around a food truck, their expressions full of satisfaction. After all, most of the local news reports that you see are from locals. Soon, several people who had bought steamed buns from Suchun on Monday posted comments and photos, giving their first-hand experience to confirm just how delicious the steamed buns sold at this pet food stall were. In addition, Suchun's creations already had excellent appearance, and these comments and photos instantly amplified their appeal. Oh my god, I want to eat it too. Is it too late for me to go now? Those who are slow are still asking questions, while those who are fast have already left the house. I saw someone say that you have to bring a pet to buy it. Is that true? It doesn't matter. I've already taken my dog out. As the regular customer scrolled through the comments, his expression grew increasingly grim, and his heart sank completely. Oh no, this is terrible. I can't bear this bad news alone. Frustrated, the regular customer decided to utilize the support group's traditional skill, damage sharing, and casually forwarded the notification video to the group chat. The previous chat history in the group was still about everyone celebrating Boss Su's safe return and being glad that Boss Su was not angry because of today's events. The video had only been posted in the fan club for less than a minute when, unsurprisingly, someone couldn't help but start criticizing it. No way, are you kidding me? There were already a lot of people queuing up at Boss Su's place. Now it'll be even more popular. Oh my god, are they planning to make me line up at 3 a.m. tomorrow? I regret it. I was planning to go tomorrow, but if I get off work late, I'll be left behind. Those in the group who couldn't come today felt completely numb after seeing this video. Since the regular customers consciously started controlling the number of people joining the group, everyone has tacitly stopped sharing anything about Suchun online. Even if I occasionally come across related content, I'll just forward it and chat about it briefly in a group. Everyone was afraid that Boss Su would become even more popular. After all, nobody wants to queue up to buy things like it's a battle every day. But who could have imagined that this time they would be betrayed by a notice from the police station? This feeling, it hurts. It hurts so much. On the other side, Sun Pengjin stood in the line, extremely anxious, racking his brains to think of where he could find a pet at the last minute. After all, he had already messaged the girl to say he was going to check on things. If he just left like that, it would be so awkward, and he might never have another chance to chat with her again. Just then, he suddenly noticed Lu Tao Tao and the others carrying turtles on the steps behind the food cart, and his eyes widened in surprise. Is this thing considered a pet? If that's the case, Sun Pengjin seemed to have suddenly grasped a lifeline. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly turned his head to look at a small street stall not far behind him. A bucket was placed on the stall, and a group of small goldfish were swimming in it. Next to the bucket was a simple cardboard sign with the words, 1 yuan per tael, written crookedly on it. He stared at the little goldfish. Are these considered pets? Sun Pengjin watched helplessly as the number of people in front of him kept decreasing. He didn't have time to hesitate any longer, so he stopped caring whether the method was reliable or not, and just tried it as a last resort. He craned his neck and called out urgently to the young man behind the stall. Boss, the goldfish seller. The young man selling goldfish was sitting behind his stall playing on his phone when he heard the shout. He looked up and saw the other person waving at him. He immediately showed a hint of impatience on his face, muttered something, stood up, and slowly walked over. Why do you insist on making me come over? Can't you just tell me directly? Sun Pengjin thought to himself that he was essentially exploiting a bug in Suchun's stall, so he was too embarrassed to shout loudly. So he lowered his voice and explained, could you please bring me a goldfish? I'm in line and can't leave. This stall has a special rule. You can only buy things if you bring a pet. Upon hearing this, the young man selling goldfish was taken aback and glanced curiously at the food cart in front of him. Immediately afterward, his eyes darted around as if he had suddenly thought of something, and with a half-smile, he said to Sun Pengjin, All right, wait a moment. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his stall. He bent down and casually scooped a goldfish out of the bucket. The goldfish looked half dead, and every now and then its belly would flip up. The young man put the goldfish in a small plastic bag, poured in some water, and then slowly turned around and walked back. Sun Pengjin frowned as he looked at the goldfish in the plastic bag and protested in a low voice. Boss, these goldfish look like they're about to die. They're even turning belly up. Anyway, you're not really serious about raising it, so just make do. The young man, looking impatient, crossed his arms and glanced at Sun Pengjin sideways, saying irritably, "Do you want it or not? If not, fine, I'm busy." All right then. Chapter 532 Why not just rob it? Sun Pengjin sighed helplessly, feeling that what the boss said made some sense, since he only needed it for emergencies. He reached for his phone and asked, "Do you have a QR code for receiving payments?" "Yes, 10 yuan." As he spoke, the young man pulled out a QR code from his pocket and casually handed it to Sun Pengjin. "Isn't it $1? Upon hearing this, Sun Pengjin subconsciously glanced at the price on the cardboard next to the stall, carefully checking it to make sure he hadn't missed a single zero. 1 goldfish and 9 yuan for delivery." The young man raised his chin, looking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "What the hell? Why don't you just rob it?" Sun Pengjin was so angry he almost spat in the other person's face. He simply couldn't believe his ears. "It's only a few steps away, yet this shop owner dares to blatantly charge me 9 yuan for delivery. That's outrageous. Just tell me if you want it or not. If not, go buy it somewhere else." The young man looked completely confident. He was certain that the other party was in a hurry to get the goldfish and couldn't go anywhere else to buy them, so he had no choice but to give in. The regular diners in front of Sun Pengjin couldn't stand the conversation any longer. This young man dared to use Boss Su's stall as an excuse to do such an unethical thing. He's shameless. How can you do business like this? Besides, there are plenty of shops selling these little goldfish in the entire flower and bird market, so you don't necessarily have to buy them from this young man. An elderly diner, driven by a sense of justice, decided to speak up and reserve a spot for Sun Pengjin so he could buy his goldfish elsewhere and come back to queue. Before the regular customer could even speak, Sun Pengjin gritted his teeth and said, word by word, "I've paid you." The old customer was stunned, looking at Sun Pengjin in disbelief, his eyes filled with disappointment. That's incredibly cowardly. How could they tolerate something so outrageous? If it were me, I would never swallow this insult. Having already paid, the regular customer suddenly lost interest and didn't bother to say anything more. After all, even if you want to stand up for someone, that person has to prove themselves first. If they've already compromised, there's no point in forcibly intervening. Seeing that Sun Pengjin obediently paid, the young man smiled smugly, handed over the plastic bag containing the goldfish, and then swaggered back to his stall. He took out several plastic bags, filled each with a few goldfish, and kept his eyes fixed on the people in line. He clearly thought that since the food truck business was so good, there must be people like Sun Pengjin who were eager to buy things and were willing to be the ultimate victim. Sun Pengjin held the goldfish, glared at the other person, and snorted coldly in his heart. He kept a straight face, but his mind was already making plans. As the line moved forward, perhaps Sun Pengjin was lucky, as the steamed buns had just come out of the oven and he happened to be in line, successfully getting the last beef and pumpkin steamed bun in the basket. Then he ordered a salmon and shrimp rice ball. A steamed bun and a rice ball together cost 35 yuan. Normally, Sun Pengjin would probably complain that the price was a bit expensive. But at this moment, after buying the items, all he could think about was how to get revenge on the goldfish seller, and everything else was put aside. He stuffed the steamed buns and rice balls he had bought into his pocket, picked up the bag of goldfish, and turned to the end of the line. The young man with the goldfish guessed correctly. There were indeed quite a few people in the queue who had come to check in after watching the announcement video, and some of them had no idea about the purchase conditions for Su Chen's stall. He noticed someone without a pet, so he pretended to be a kind person and went over to remind them. Then he took the opportunity to promote the goldfish he had, naturally at 10 yuan a fish. As for the cardboard sign that originally read, 1 yuan per tail, he had long since thrown it away somewhere. A girl with a gentle personality was standing in the queue. She probably didn't know the actual price of goldfish, but she was about to take out her money to buy one. Sun Pengjin quickly walked over and said, "Don't buy from him. These goldfish are only 1 yuan each. If you need them, I'll buy them for you. This guy is overcharging and trying to scam you." His voice was loud enough for everyone in the queue to hear clearly. Upon hearing this, the girl was taken aback at first, then glanced warily at the goldfish-wielding youth, her face instantly showing a look of disgust. She said angrily, "I thought goldfish couldn't be this expensive, right? I almost fell for it." She secretly rejoiced that someone had reminded her in time, otherwise she would have suffered this loss in silence. The young man, who was furious, watched helplessly as the business he had almost secured slipped away. He glared at Sun Pengjin and yelled, "Who the hell are you calling a liar? Are you looking for a beating? What business is it of yours how much I charge for my stuff? I'm talking to you. You charged me 9 yuan for delivery of a goldfish that cost only 1 yuan, even though it was just a short walk away. I just can't stand people like you." Having already purchased the goods, Sun Pengjin felt confident and fearless, and directly confronted the other party. "Have you never been beaten before?" Enraged, the young man with the goldfish rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and strode aggressively towards Sun Pengjin. Sun Pengjin, however, had a fearless expression. In this day and age, anyone with a brain would not take the initiative to hit someone. After all, once action is taken, the nature of the matter changes. If this person can come up with such a crooked and unethical way of raising prices on the spot, they wouldn't be so brainless as to do something so stupid. As expected, the goldfish youth was just bluffing. He walked up to Sun Pengjin with his fists clenched, but did not actually make a move. He tried to defeat his opponent with his fierce eyes. Sun Pengjin immediately put on a mocking expression and said sarcastically, "You're not going to hit me, are you? Oh my, I'm so scared." By this time, quite a few people had heard the commotion and gathered around to see what was going on. Seeing that Sun Pengjin was unyielding and fearless, the young man with the goldfish felt both angry and annoyed, but he really didn't know what to do. He glared fiercely at Sun Pengjin, pointed at him, and prepared to utter some harsh words. However, just as the goldfish-like youth's finger reached out, Sun Pengjin seemed to have been prepared, and suddenly leaned forward, actively moving towards that finger. "Ouch, that hurts." They started hitting people. Sun Pengjin sat down on the ground, covered his chest with both hands, opened his mouth, touched his lips, and began to cast a spell. "I have a heart condition, I feel dizzy, I have a headache, I can't breathe, and I feel uncomfortable all over my body." Chapter 533. You started it. Hey, you came here on your own. Stop acting crazy. The goldfish-like youth was startled and immediately took 2 steps back in a panic, looking around at the crowd in a flustered manner. He tried to ask others for help. You all saw it too. He came up to me on his own. Among the crowd, the old customers who had just been in front of Sun Pengjin were already displeased with the young man's behavior of taking advantage of Boss Su's stall to raise prices. Seeing Sun Pengjin retaliate like this, he felt extremely gratified and couldn't help but shout loudly, "What? You were the one who started it. You're selling someone a dead goldfish. It's only $1, but you're asking for 10. It's obviously not a good product. You just want to make money off Boss Su's business because it's doing well. Don't go. I'll call 110 right now." The other diners who were just watching the drama unfold were immediately filled with righteous indignation when they heard that this person dared to make money by taking advantage of Boss Su's reputation. People already felt guilty because of what happened to Boss Su being taken away today, and now that they saw someone daring to do such a despicable thing near Boss Su's stall, they couldn't stand it anymore and started to support him. Condemnations were widespread. Upon seeing this scene, the goldfish youth turned pale with fright, realizing he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. He didn't even bother to grab the buckets from the stall. He turned and ran outside. Sun Pengjin watched the other person run away before he wiped the pained expression off his face and stood up from the ground with a cheerful smile. By the time Su Chen noticed something amiss and stopped what he was doing to hurry over, the commotion had completely subsided, as if nothing had ever happened. "I think I just heard someone about to hit someone." Su Chen's gaze swept over the group of elderly diners gathered in a circle, his face showing obvious confusion. When Sun Pengjin saw Su Chen appear, he immediately felt embarrassed. Although he knew in his heart that the goldfish youth's behavior was really unethical, he had indeed started this trouble himself. Moreover, several people have already left the team because of this incident, which has more or less affected the boss's business. His lips moved slightly, as if he was about to apologize to Su-chun. However, before he could utter a single word, a sharp-eyed old customer swiftly grabbed his shoulder and pulled him aside. At the same time, the other regular diners, as if on cue, all spoke up. Haha, Mr. Su, you must have misheard. There was no beating involved, an old customer said with a laugh, trying to smooth things over. Yeah, maybe someone was watching a video with their phone volume on too loud. Boss Su, go back and cook well, it's really nothing. Boss Su, I'm still waiting for my steamed buns. The regular diners exchanged glances, all conveying the same message. Just kidding. We've had enough to do today. We can't let Boss Su worry about such a small thing. Yeah. Su-chun looked around carefully again and found no abnormal signs. He didn't see anyone injured or agitated, so he stopped paying too much attention to it. He simply looked towards the end of the line, pointed to a spot, and said, "Those at the back don't need to wait in line." Huh? No way, I just got here. Wah, Mr. Su, look at the longing in my furry friend's eyes. Say it again. Boss Su, you can definitely conjure up even more cornbread, right? The regular customers who had just arrived immediately began to wail, their cries rising and falling. Those who came to check in after seeing the video announcement were relatively calm. After all, they hadn't truly experienced the magic of Su-chun's creations, hadn't been affected by it, and naturally couldn't understand the regret of the regular customers when they couldn't buy the food. Su-chun looked at everyone and said a few words of reassurance. I'm really sorry. That's all we've prepared for today. Please come earlier next time. He then turned around and went back to the back of the dining car. Sun Pingjin scratched his head awkwardly, though he didn't understand why these regular customers wouldn't let him explain what had just happened to the food truck owner. But then I thought, it's better to avoid trouble, so I didn't dwell on it too much. At this moment, the most important thing to him was that he had finally bought steamed buns and rice balls. Thinking about giving the girl a surprise, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He planned to take a photo and send it over first. However, when he happily pulled out the cornbread and rice balls he had just bought from his pocket, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Inside the two bags, the once exquisitely presented steamed buns and rice balls were now crushed beyond recognition. The bag was intact, but the food inside had turned into a pile of flat, mushy pancakes, completely unrecognizable and unsuitable for gifting. No wonder I didn't feel much pain when I sat on the ground just now. Sun Pingjin didn't need to think much to know that he must have accidentally pressed down on the food in his pocket when he sat down on the ground to get revenge on the goldfish youth. But at the time, he was so focused on how to get back at the other person that he completely forgot about stuffing the things he had bought into his pocket. What the hell are you even giving away? Sun Pingjin felt a pang of bitterness and helplessly put away his phone. If I were to give away this squashed food, who knows what the girl would think of me? They might even feel that they are unreliable, and all the goodwill they have worked so hard to build will be wasted. However, just then, a soft voice suddenly came from behind. Sun Pingjin. Sun Pingjin shuddered. The voice was all too familiar to him. He would never forget it, not even in his dreams. It was the voice of the girl with two dimples when she smiled. He quickly turned around and saw a girl with long, flowing hair standing not far away, leading a Shiba Inu. When the girl smiles, two dimples are deeply set in her cheeks, seemingly able to firmly attract people's attention. Seeing Sun Pingjin looking over, the girl immediately said, "Ah, I was worried I had mistaken you for someone else. It really is you." Sun Pingjin panicked instantly, his mind going blank for a moment. He instinctively stuffed the flattened food back into his pocket, stammering, "You? How did you get here? No. How did you get here? No." He felt nervous and embarrassed, and his words became incoherent. Seeing Sun Pingjin's appearance, Han Ruoshue couldn't help but chuckle. She said generously, "I was wondering why you didn't reply to my messages. I asked you if you were still here, but you didn't reply. So I brought Nwomi here by myself." Chapter 534. It's better to eat it yourself? Oh, I wasn't checking my phone. Sun Pingjin belatedly exclaimed, a look of annoyance on his face. It's okay, did you buy it? This stall is really crowded. Han Ruoshue glanced at the long queue and couldn't help but marvel. I bought it, but I didn't. Sun Pingjin almost blurted it out, but quickly changed his mind before he could finish. After all, it had been crushed beyond recognition. How could it be given as a gift? I see. Han Ruoxue nodded. Then I'll start queuing up. As she spoke, she prepared to walk to the end of the line. The boss just said that they're sold out, so there's no need to queue. Sun Pengjin quickly explained. Huh? How could this happen? Upon hearing this, Han Ruoxue immediately showed a disappointed expression, and the dimples on her face disappeared. Looking at her expression, Sun Pengjin felt as if a large stone was blocking his chest, making him feel suffocated and extremely uncomfortable. He remained silent for 2 seconds, torn between his thoughts, but finally decided to tell the truth. Actually, I did buy it, but I accidentally crushed it. After saying that, he slowly took out the now completely misshapen cornbread and rice ball from his pocket. The steamed buns and rice balls were flat and loose, lacking any aesthetic appeal. Just like Sun Pengjin's emotions at this moment, they were unsettled, and he had no idea how Han Ruoxue would react. Huh? That's way too much pressure. Han Ruoxue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, then teased. Were you dancing up there? Before Sun Pengjin could explain, the girl next to him who had almost been scammed into buying goldfish spoke up to help him out, saying, she must have fallen on the ground and accidentally stepped on it. Did you fall? Are you all right? Upon hearing this, Han Ruoxue glanced at the girl and immediately expressed her concern to Sun Pengjin. Sun Pengjin felt his low spirits instantly lift, and he quickly shook his head vigorously, saying cheerfully, Hee, it's nothing, nothing at all. Miss, your boyfriend was really brave just now. The girl glanced at Sun Pengjin, and then vividly recounted how Sun Pengjin had just fought back against the other party. Han Ruoxue listened intently, occasionally letting out a gasp of surprise, her expression shifting between tension and admiration. At this moment, Sun Pengjin's mind went blank. He didn't pay attention to what the girl had said. Only one thought kept flashing through his mind. She didn't deny it. She didn't deny it. This thought echoed in his mind again and again. The girl finished speaking in one breath, patted Nwomi's head, and said to Han Ruoxue, I wish you happiness. After saying that, she glanced at Sun Pengjin again, hoping that he would understand her help. He then smiled slightly and left, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. Sun Pengjin stood there dumbfounded, a silly grin on his face. Looking at Sun Pengjin's appearance, Han Ruoxue found it both amusing and somewhat speechless. She took the initiative and said, since we're already here, I saw there's a park over there where we can walk our dogs. Want to come along? Well, Sun Pengjin nodded repeatedly. I felt my energy and spirit swelling up rapidly, like a freshly baked cornbread, and my whole body exuded a sweet and wonderful aroma. But what about these? Sun Pengjin then came to his senses, lifted the bag containing the flattened food in his hand, and asked with some difficulty. Nwomi probably won't mind the appearance, Han Ruoxue said with a smile, looking at the misshapen food in the bag. That's true, but I've seen that people who have bought it say it tastes really good to eat too. Really? Then I'll have to try it. I've already fed the glutinous rice, so I don't need to eat too much. The two talked as they walked slowly side by side toward the park, each holding Nwomi's hand. The police station office was filled with a busy atmosphere. Although the arrest operation that just ended was swift and efficient, the subsequent paperwork and cumbersome procedures were enough to make anyone involved feel overwhelmed, and the work couldn't be rushed at all. In front of the computer, Xiao Chun stared at the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he wrote a report. Police dog Shunfeng performed exceptionally well in this operation, and as its handler, she naturally had a duty to prepare a detailed report documenting Shunfeng's heroic performance and crucial role in the operation. Sis, I bought it for you. A female police officer from Wengang, carrying 2 bags in her hands, quickly walked up to Xiao Chun and placed the steamed buns and rice balls on her table. Oh, thank you for your help. Xiao Chun immediately stopped what he was doing and expressed his gratitude. She had specifically asked the other party to buy this from Su Chun, as she couldn't think of any better way to express her gratitude to Su Chun. Why didn't you buy more? Didn't I give you several hundred? Looking at the 2 bags on the table, Xiao Chun felt a little strange when the policewoman didn't take anything else. Wow, you have no idea how popular that stall is. It's packed with people. Moreover, The shop owner has a purchase limit. Each person can only buy 2 at a time, and you must bring a pet to buy them. I had to ask a friend to bring a dog over at the last minute to get them. The policewoman sighed. That's really too much trouble for you. Xiaochen hadn't expected the purchase process to be so difficult. Realizing that the other party had done their best, he sincerely thanked them again. It's all right. Are you buying this to feed Shunfeng? The policewoman asked curiously. Police dogs have strict dietary standards and can't be fed just anywhere. My neighbor has a dog, so I'll give these to him, Xiaochen explained. Oh, then you might as well eat it yourself. The policewoman blinked and continued. You probably didn't go to the scene, so you probably don't know, but a lot of people over there buy this not to feed their pets, but to eat themselves. I was queuing up there, and seeing how much those people were enjoying their food made me incredibly envious. Oh. Xiaochen was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, In that case, let's not stand on ceremony and just eat. I've been busy for so long, and I'm hungry. Come on, if we're eating this ourselves, let's heat it up in the microwave. It'll probably taste even better if we heat it up. The policewoman suggested enthusiastically, and then eagerly picked up the bag. After saying that, the two quickly walked towards the microwave oven. Next to the microwave was a water dispenser. Several police officers were standing around the dispenser, holding instant noodle containers, pouring water into the containers while chatting and laughing. Xiaochen walked to the microwave oven, put the steamed buns and rice balls inside, and set the heating time to 1 minute. Chapter 535. This thing tastes pretty good. As the microwave oven started up with a buzz, an enticing aroma gradually spread. The police officers who had just finished preparing their instant noodles subconsciously sniffed the aroma that filled the air. I looked down at the instant noodles in my hand again and suddenly realized that the instant noodles, which were originally quite fragrant, no longer smelled good. A middle-aged police officer, slightly older and with thinning hair, felt the scalding hot instant noodle bucket in his hands. At this moment, I suddenly felt that this thing was just like my own son, who had dyed his hair a flamboyant yellow and talked about his brothers and family all day long. It was tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. He stared blankly at the instant noodles in his hand for a while, then decisively put them aside and asked, Xiaochen, what exactly is heating up in your microwave? It smells so good. The fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making him feel a ticklish sensation. Steamed cornbread and rice balls. Xiaochen replied. She was also filled with surprise. The rich aroma in the air was completely different from the cornbread and rice balls she remembered. The middle-aged police officer smiled slightly and said, You young people should pay more attention to your health. Eating something hot with soup is good for your health. Here, let me change your instant noodles. I've added a braised egg to them, so they're very nutritious. You've hit me in the face with your abacus beads. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen decisively shook his head. What a joke. What's so great about instant noodles? I'm almost sick of eating them while I'm on duty. Even if you added a braised egg, or even a sausage, she would absolutely not trade it. Xiaochen, this is mixed noodles, no soup. Can I have your cornbread instead? The other officer was more direct, stating his demands up front. His eyes were fixed on the microwave oven. Seeing this, Xiaochen was both amused and exasperated. Looking at the expectant looks on the faces of his colleagues, he could only say helplessly, All right, let's not exchange it. I'll share it with everyone. She thought to herself that if the cornbread and rice balls really tasted as good as they did, she would consider it a recommendation for Suchun. This is also a way of repaying the other party for the SF Express nursing and massage. Besides, I've almost finished my report, so I can just grab something to eat on my way home from get off work. Oh, this is great. Upon hearing this, the police officers beamed with joy. Their instant noodles were saved, and they could even enjoy the delicious-smelling steamed buns and rice balls. It was a double blessing. With a ding, the microwave oven finished heating. When Xiaochen opened the microwave oven door, an even richer aroma wafted out. Several police officers around him watched with anticipation as Xiaochen took the heated food out of the microwave and cut it into several pieces. Everyone, please help yourselves to eat. As Xiaochen spoke, he shook his hand. The freshly heated steamed buns were so hot that they burned her palms. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up a piece of cornbread and eagerly stuffed it into her mouth. A sweet aroma quickly filled the air. Then, the rich, savory flavor of beef followed closely behind. The next second, only one thought remained in Xiao Chen's mind. Damn, I agreed too early. If she had known these cornbreads were so delicious, she would never have agreed to share them with these people so easily. She was now filled with deep regret. Seeing this, the other officers also picked up their instant noodle forks, each forking a piece of steamed bun or rice ball and stuffing it into their mouths with a hint of eagerness. Then their eyes widened, and an expression of amazement appeared on their faces simultaneously. Is this a steamed cornbread? Is this a rice ball? How can it be so delicious? Have I not spanked my son for several days? The officers' thoughts raced through their minds, eventually settling into heartfelt exclamations. This stuff tastes pretty good. It's really delicious. My grandma wouldn't lie to me, would she? She said cornbread doesn't taste good. The enticing aroma wafting in the air, along with the officers' unreserved exclamations, finally attracted the attention of more officers in the office. Before long, several more police officers came over one after another. What are you guys secretly eating here? It smells so good. Wow, I wasn't hungry at first, but the smell of this food has made me hungry. Is there any more? Give me some too. Who bought these? Why didn't they buy more? Everyone started chattering, and all eyes turned to the empty bag on the table. A steamed bun and a rice ball, though not a small portion, are not enough to satisfy so many people sharing. Everyone barely got a taste before it was all gone, leaving everyone wanting more. The middle-aged police officer snapped out of his reverie, snapping out of his fantasy of beating his son, and eagerly asked Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun, where did you buy these cornbreads? Are you still open tonight? I'm thinking of buying some for my son to try. It really tastes good. I want to buy some for my mom too. Another unmarried police officer chimed in, then looked at Lao Meng and jokingly said, Lao Meng, weren't you just complaining to us about your son's blonde hair and saying bad things about him? Now you're suddenly thinking about buying him food? Is this the legendary deep fatherly love? What do you know? Officer Meng's expression darkened slightly. He used the methods of a veteran officer of 10 years and said in a serious tone, I was just thinking that I should let this kid have a taste first. If he agrees to dye his hair back to its normal color, I'll give him a good beating. If he doesn't agree, I'll eat it all in front of him, bite by bite, and then beat him up. Upon hearing this, many police officers present turned their attention to him, looking at Lao Meng with eyes that seemed to say, even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. After saying that, Lao Meng waved his hand and asked Xiao Chun his question again with an expectant look. Xiao Chun, tell me quickly where you bought it? Oh, actually you probably already know even if I don't tell you. Xiao Chun smiled and kept everyone in suspense. I know. How would I know? The middle-aged police officer, Lao Meng, was taken aback and began racking his brains to search his memory. It's the announcement our bureau just released this afternoon. Seeing that Lao Meng really couldn't guess, Xiao Chun gave him another clue. I know about that notice. It's about that pet food stall in the flower and bird market. What does it have to do with steamed buns? Officer Meng muttered to himself as he pondered the connection between the two. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had suddenly realized something. He swallowed hard, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, Xiao Chun, don't tell me you bought this cornbread from that dog food stall. Chapter 536 Something's not right, is it? Yes, that's the stall. Xiao Chun nodded. Besides dog food, does that stall also sell human food? Officer Meng stared wide-eyed and tried to come up with a possibility. No, this is the kind of cooked pet food they sell. It's fine for cats and dogs, and it's also fine for humans, Xiao Chun said matter-of-factly. Officer Meng's eyebrows twitched as he listened, and he looked at Xiao Chun as if he were looking at his own unruly son. He said with great distress, Xiao Chun, you can't let your mindset be tied to that of a police dog just because you're a trainer. Listen to your own words. What do you mean by it's okay to feed dogs, and it's okay to feed humans? Can this person and the dog be the same thing? These words immediately displeased Xiao Chun. What do you mean by comparing a human to a dog? That depends on what kind of dog it is, doesn't it? Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone, Our police dog, yes, Shunfeng, is a meritorious dog. The daily food allowance is 120 yuan. It must eat special dog food every meal, and in addition, supplementary ingredients include chicken, beef, fish, eggs, and so on. Yes, I'm talking about the pure cost of ingredients, not including extra expenses such as labor, water, and electricity. This time, Shunfeng has done a great job again, so the food allowance can probably be increased again. Humans really can't be compared to dogs. The officers present fell silent again, their eyes meeting in a way that conveyed the same message. Humans are treated worse than dogs. 120 yuan is enough to feed an average family of 3 for 2 or 3 days if used solely for grocery shopping. Now, all the police officers present will remember the pet food stall in the flower and bird market. Thursday. Suchin slept in late and felt refreshed. A quick calculation shows that if we sell for one more day, we can successfully complete this week's sales target. In the first 3 days, a total of 680 servings of steamed buns and rice balls have been sold, leaving only 120 servings to complete the task. However, if he were to set up a stall with only such a small quantity, Su Chun could almost imagine the resentment of his regular customers materializing and overwhelming him. And since there's a 3-day weekend this week, he decided to prepare the same amount as yesterday. After eating the lunch carefully prepared by Butler Ding, Su Chun went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. It was nearly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although the police station was still bustling with activity, it was much better than yesterday. Xiaoqun remembered that Su Chun had said he would be doing massage and care for Shunfeng after closing up shop, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave work. Since she had nothing else to do, she simply applied to her superiors for permission to go out on patrol duty. After receiving approval from her superiors, she took Shunfeng and another police officer and prepared to take a stroll around the flower and bird market first. Although there was a misunderstanding between Xiaoqun and Su Chun yesterday, Xiaoqun could still see that Su Chun genuinely liked Shunfeng. If Su Chun could see the favorable wind beforehand, this boss, Su, would probably be in a good mood. After all, Su Chun had said that the caregiving would be free, so Xiaoqun couldn't think of a better way to express his gratitude and could only offer some emotional support. The police officer with Xiaoqun was a young man who had recently graduated from police academy and had not been on the job for long. He looked at Shunfeng with longing, suppressing the urge to get closer, and asked, "Do we have some special mission? Why are we bringing police dogs along?" "No, it's just a regular patrol duty," Xiaoqun explained. The two drove their patrol car toward the flower and bird market. He parked the car near the entrance to the flower and bird market, got out, and began his foot patrol. Shunfeng, wearing a vest with the words "Police Dog" printed on it, followed beside Xiaoqun, attracting the attention of many passers-by. After refusing the advances of several passers-by who wanted to pet or tease Shunfeng, Xiaoqun finally saw a clear gathering of people at the entrance of the flower and bird market. A food truck with a sign for pet food slowly drove up, seemingly having just arrived, and was about to park. Needless to say, this is Su Chen's food cart. Seeing this, Xiaoqun smiled, tugged on the leash, and led the vehicle toward the food truck, waving from afar. "Good afternoon, Mr. Su." Su Chun was tidying up the food cart, preparing to start business, when he heard the sound and turned his head to look. Upon seeing Xiaoqun and Shunfeng, a happy expression immediately appeared on his face. Shunfeng recognized Su Chun and immediately stuck out its tongue, wagging it happily like a tail, clearly still remembering the pleasant massage from yesterday. "Hello, and best wishes for a safe journey." Seeing the way Shunfeng was looking at him, Su Chun suddenly felt an irresistible urge to give Shunfeng a full-process professional massage. However, now is obviously not the right time, since we are about to open for business. We can't make so many customers wait too long just because of our whim. Xiaoqun naturally understood that Su Chun must be very busy at the moment, and it was really inconvenient to disturb him too much. But when she thought about the cornbread she had eaten yesterday, she couldn't help but make a request to Su Chun. Mr. Su, I have to go on patrol right now, so I can't wait here. Could you please save me a steamed bun and a rice ball?" Su Chun was taken aback and did not agree immediately. He first scanned the diners in line and silently estimated the food reserves and the amount of food these diners would buy. After confirming that even if all the regular customers present bought their food, it wouldn't empty the food cart stock, he turned around and asked, "It's possible, But can police dogs eat this? Actually, I'm eating it myself. Xiaoqun blushed a little when asked the question and explained embarrassedly. Okay, I understand. I'll save some for you. If you can't come back to get it after your patrol, I'll just take it to the police station. Suchin nodded. Okay, thank you for your help. Xiaoqun immediately cheered up and took Xuanfeng's hand to leave. She subconsciously glanced at the diners in line, but suddenly froze. There were several familiar faces in the group. Old Meng was one of them. Old Meng was leading a teddy bear, not wearing a police uniform, standing in the line, looking ordinary and inconspicuous, and you couldn't tell at all that he had a son with dyed yellow hair. Besides, the other familiar faces were the same police officers who had questioned the steamed buns yesterday. Wow, these people are really fast. They probably rushed over as soon as they got off work, right? The young police officer standing next to Xiaoqun also recognized several familiar faces. He immediately perked up and whispered to Xiaoqun, "You still say it's not a special mission? Look at all these of our own people here. Don't worry, I will always be ready." Chapter 537 I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Hey, you've got it all wrong. We're really just here on patrol. Xiaoqun looked helpless and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This officer's imagination is running wild. Why does he have to think there's some kind of special operation going on? Yes, I understand. It's a secret operation. The young police officer was acting mysteriously, as if he already knew everything. Seeing this, Xiaoqun simply stopped trying to explain. After all, only newly recruited police officers would fantasize about encountering some extraordinary or major case, and then using their wisdom and courage to turn the tide and achieve great success. Only after witnessing enough trivial things like old men and women arguing in the street or cutting in line to grab discounted eggs will one gradually calm down. They understand that routine police work mainly involves dealing with these seemingly trivial but important matters concerning people's livelihoods. Furthermore, even if a major case is encountered, newly recruited police officers will at most assist on the sidelines and are unlikely to become the main force in leading the investigation. But to be honest, if I hadn't come to patrol the flower and bird market today, I wouldn't have known that so many of my colleagues owned dogs. Xiaoqun glanced casually at his colleagues in the group, gestured to them, and then led Xuanfeng to continue patrolling around the market. White steam began to rise from the steamers on the food cart. Suchin got busy and had no time to care about Xuanfeng anymore. A steady stream of diners came from this direction, including both longtime customers from the fan club and new customers who came to try the food after seeing the police report video yesterday. Jiang Ruyun walked slowly over, leading her show-quality golden retriever, Egg Roll. Its golden, fluffy fur, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, resembled flowing gold, smooth and lustrous. He is robust, with strong and powerful limbs, looks tall and mighty, is in excellent spirits, and has bright and energetic eyes. Golden retrievers are one of the most common pet dogs, and there are several of them in the group right now. Many golden retriever owners stood together to facilitate their pets' socialization, allowing them to sniff each other and strengthen their bond. The appearance of the egg roll immediately drew the attention of the pet owners. Wow, this golden retriever is so beautiful. This is so bad. It almost doesn't look like a different species. This should be a show-quality golden retriever. I've seen it in a chain pet store before, but it wasn't as beautiful as this one. I really want to touch it. The fur must feel amazing. With a gasp of surprise from their owners, the golden retrievers, who had been playing happily, stopped abruptly. Then, they noticed the egg rolls that were slowly approaching, as if a prince had descended. The golden retrievers keenly sensed their owner's attention shift and immediately became unhappy. We're all dogs, so why do you attract everyone's attention the moment you arrive? Is it because you're such a dog? Where did this show-off come from? If you don't like him, kill him. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. A group of golden retrievers barked aggressively at Egg Roll. Wow, Egg Rolls, they seem to really like you and want to play with you. Jiang Ruyan happily patted the Egg Roll's head. Uncle Zhao, the butler beside him, looked at the barking golden retriever in front of him, pondered for a moment, and felt that the barking did not mean any kind of welcome or affection. But that didn't matter. He said to Jiang Ruyun, "Miss, you didn't really need to come here yourself. You could have just left it to me." There's no need for you to do these trivial things like queuing to buy things. Oh well, I have nothing to do at home anyway. Jiang Ruyun waved her hand dismissively. It's nice to come out for a walk, breathe some fresh air, and take egg roll out for a stroll too. Didn't Hermes, Chanel, and other boutiques say they'd send you a batch of the season's haute couture? You could leisurely sip champagne in the dressing room and comfortably watch a private show. Butler Uncle Zhao continued. No way. If I did that, I'd be no different from those uncles and aunts' kids. Jiang Ruyun immediately shook her head. How could that be? There are still significant differences, said Butler Zhao with a smile. Really? What's the difference? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruyun immediately became interested and couldn't wait to ask. Mr. Ruan is much richer than all your uncles and elders. Those kids can only fail 3 or 5 times in their business ventures before they can't hold on any longer. You can have at least 10 times that amount. Butler Uncle Zhao said calmly. Nearby, several regular diners who overheard Jiang Ruyun's conversation with the butler, Uncle Zhao, felt like their hearts were about to explode. Where did this show-off come from? One of them couldn't help but mutter to himself, secretly took out his phone, quickly snapped a photo, posted it in the fan club, and complained. I've really learned something new today. Someone said they're going to hold a private fashion show in their walk-in closet. Whose walk-in closet is that big? That's incredibly luxurious. I doubt even the rich guy from last time was this extravagant. He Ninian happened to open the group chat and immediately recognized the person in the photo as the girl who had been holding the show-quality ragdoll cat. She clearly remembers seeing the other party get into a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and even when they sent someone to transport the steamed buns, they used a Bentley. More importantly, they even gave me several steamed buns made by Boss Sue. She is the epitome of beauty inside and out. She didn't want to see Jiang Ruyun being unjustly questioned by people in the group. As a seasoned fan, He Ninian knows exactly what words will hit the bullseye. She quickly typed, I saw this girl when I discovered Boss Sue's stall this week. She must come from a well-off family. She bought everything on Boss Sue's stall. I remember there were over 100 steamed buns and rice balls. After those words were sent, the group chat fell silent for several seconds. Then, it erupted into a frenzy. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Wah! I can't believe how happy I would be if I could buy so many of the dishes made by Boss Sue. Damn it. I wish I could have as much food as Boss Sue makes. Buying so much at once, this person probably won't have any more worries in life, right? He Ninian looked at the comments in the group, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. If it were just mentioned that Jiang Ruyun owns a Rolls-Royce or a Bentley, probably no one in the group would care too much. After all, this kind of thing is too far removed from people's lives. But buying hundreds of dishes made by Boss Sue in one go is something that would absolutely drive these regular customers crazy with envy and jealousy. Seeing that the topic in the group had veered off to who knows where, He Ninian put away her phone with satisfaction, keeping her accomplishment hidden. Chapter 538 I didn't check the almanac before leaving home. Not far from the crowd queuing at Su Chen's food truck, a man stood on the street corner, his eyes fixed on the bustling crowd in front of the food truck. His nickname in the martial arts world is Knife God, a title he earned through genuine skill. Once upon a time, with only a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, he traveled to several places in a single day, silently cutting open the backpacks of 10 passers-by and pocketing all their valuables. The Sword God was extremely satisfied with his nickname. As a fan of martial arts novels, every time I steal with razor blades flying between my fingers, I feel like I am one of those chivalrous heroes in the novels who come and go like the wind, leaving no trace of their presence. At that moment, a cold glint flashed between his fingers, and the exquisite blade moved nimbly between his fingers like a fish, finally disappearing silently into the gaps between his fingers as if it had never existed. He took out his phone and contacted his 3 newly accepted apprentices. Flower and Bird Market, come quick. People are gullible and have lots of money, so it's easy to make a purchase. After finishing speaking, Daoshin hung up the phone decisively. His gaze swept across the crowd again, his eyes scanning each person's pockets and backpacks, his mind already simulating how he would make his move. He pondered which person to target, and from what angle, and at what time to strike in order to ensure success. To be honest, the current blade master rarely does this kind of thing himself anymore. He discovered that by selling courses and taking on apprentices, he could easily earn much more money than before. It's much more profitable to pass on your so-called skills and get those who are eager to make quick money to pay for lessons than to take risks yourself. Of course, the reason I decided to take action this time was because I couldn't suppress my professional instincts when I saw the crowd around the food truck, and I also wanted to set an example for my new apprentices. However, this place is quite close to the police station. If we're spotted quickly, the police will probably arrive soon. Not long after, a beat-up little electric scooter came to a stop next to the sword god, huffing and puffing. One person squats in front, one sits behind, and one rides in the middle. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Daoshin would never have believed that such a small electric scooter could actually carry the weight of 3 adults. The eldest apprentice, who was riding an electric bike, got off the bike with a face full of complaints and couldn't help but mutter, "Master, why don't you mention checking helmets at the 2 intersections ahead of here?" "Because I took a taxi here." These words lingered in the sword god's mind, but he ultimately swallowed them back. He's not the kind of master who cares about his apprentice's life. Even when he saw his 3 disciples looking disheveled and miserable, the sword god remained unmoved, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. "Stop talking so much nonsense. I brought you here today to learn skills, not to listen to your complaints." The sword god snapped impatiently. "You lot, come closer and watch what I do." "But there are so many people, what if we can't see clearly? Why don't you record a video and send it to us so we can watch it repeatedly?" The second apprentice scratched his head and offered what he considered a fairly reasonable suggestion. The sword god gave him a cold look, as if he were looking at a husky. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had paid an apprenticeship fee, he probably would have kicked him right now. The sword god ignored these words, snorted coldly, and walked straight towards the queue. Seeing that the sword god was ignoring him, the second apprentice immediately showed a resentful expression and muttered under his breath, "What kind of person is he? He calls himself a master, but he takes the money and doesn't care about anything. I tipped the streamer a few yuan, and he even said thank you, big brother." The third apprentice shrugged, glanced at the second apprentice, and said, "If he won't let you record, why don't you record secretly? Don't you understand such a simple principle?" "That's true. How can you learn just by watching?" Upon hearing this, the second disciple immediately realized that the third disciple made sense. So, taking advantage of the sword god's inattention, he carefully took out his phone, hid behind the third disciple, and stealthily turned on the recording function, afraid of being discovered by the sword god. Meanwhile, the sword god had already locked onto his target and was walking towards a girl with a bag slung over her back. The girl's backpack was shiny and looked like an authentic product from a major brand. It must have been expensive. In the opinion of the knife god, these genuine backpacks are sometimes of lower quality than those counterfeit products from Taobao. They are not only not water-resistant, but also not cut-resistant. On the contrary, those so-called high-quality replica backpacks are made of surprisingly good materials. He had similar experiences before. In the group, Old Ming was yawning while leading Teddy, still thinking about how to get his son to dye his yellow hair back. Should we eat first and then beat them up? Or should we beat them up first and then beat them up again? Just then, Old Ming caught a glimpse of a furtive figure out of the corner of his eye. As a veteran police officer who has been in the force for 10 years, he has dealt with countless pickpockets and witnessed all sorts of scenarios. His long-term interaction with these types of people has honed a kind of intuition or sixth sense in him. With just a glance, his intuitive radar would immediately start beeping. At this moment, Lao Ming's previously somewhat scattered attention instinctively became highly focused. He didn't look directly at the person, but instead secretly observed him out of the corner of his eye, pretending to be nonchalant. Soon, he noticed a faint glint of silver light reflecting from between the other person's fingers. Clearly, his radar was still working. Good heavens! How dare they do such a petty theft right under my nose? Old Ming sneered inwardly, but remained outwardly calm. He turned slightly to the side, pretending to straighten his clothes, and quietly made a few hand gestures to his colleagues in front and behind him. Those officers, who were off duty and somewhat relaxed, instantly became alert after seeing Lao Ming's gesture. They quietly left the group and slowly dispersed in all directions, forming an encirclement from different directions without appearing too abrupt. On the other side, the sword god was extremely cautious and did not make a move rashly at the first opportunity. Pretending to be an ordinary customer queuing to buy things, he casually wandered around the crowd twice, observing the surrounding situation while looking for the best opportunity to commit the crime. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he slowly stood behind the girl with the backpack. By using his body to block the view, he makes it difficult for others to notice his subtle movements. His fingers gripped the blade. Just as he was about to make a move and prepare to strike, he suddenly felt two powerful hands, like iron clamps, fall on his left and right arms. Before the sword god could even feel the chill, a powerful force surged forth, and his arm was involuntarily twisted behind his back, causing excruciating pain in his joint. Ouch, it hurts. It's going to break. The sword god let out a miserable howl, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Chapter 539, He's a Genius. Speaking of which, those who are frequently taken away by police officers know that it is very painful to have your arm twisted behind your back unexpectedly with brute force. If you're not careful, you could even dislocate or strain your joint. Police, behave yourself. A loud shout exploded in the blade god's ear, making his eardrums ache. The sudden roar instantly yanked him back to reality from his moment of relief. The swordsman instinctively struggled a few times, trying to break free of the hands that were holding him, but all his efforts were in vain. He struggled to lift his head, and what came into view were several burly men with fierce expressions, staring intently at him. For someone in their line of work to say they've never imagined being arrested is absolutely delusional. However, people are always prone to wishful thinking, and the sword god always believed that his methods were so clever that he wouldn't be the unlucky guy who got caught red-handed. But when this nightmarish scene actually happened before his eyes, he suddenly felt like a squishy support in a game, who just went to place a ward but ended up revealing 5 warriors. That overwhelming sense of despair instantly overwhelmed him. Overwhelmed by despair, the sword god instantly lost heart, abandoning all thoughts of resistance, and collapsed to the ground. Not far away, the 3 apprentices watched in horror as their master was pinned to the ground like a salted fish, and they were terrified. Without a second thought, they turned and sped off like madmen toward the electric scooter. However, how could experienced police officers not notice the unusual behavior of these 3 people? Before they could even touch the handlebars, several police officers quickly surrounded them, completely cutting off their escape route. Before the officers could even ask any questions, the second apprentice panicked and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Why are you chasing us? We don't know our master. Let us go." Police officer. Eldest disciple. Third disciple. "Damn, you're a genius, aren't you? Are you out of your mind?" The eldest apprentice was so angry he almost burst out laughing. He was utterly speechless. They were already caught red-handed, yet they still tried to come up with this blatant excuse. Idiot. So stupid. What a terrible teammate. The third apprentice couldn't help but curse a few times. The police officers were speechless. Sometimes, when they encountered such stupid thieves, they felt an urge to call the police. That's great. We don't even need to ask any more questions. We can just take him back. The sword god, who was firmly suppressed by Lao Meng and others, felt a sense of responsibility as a master when he saw that his 3 disciples had also been captured. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that a dying man's words are good, since it hasn't come to that point of life and death yet. But since he's destined to go to jail, he still hopes to leave a good reputation in the industry. Perhaps after I get out, his legend will still circulate in the martial arts world, and when people mention him, they will say that although he was a thief, he was also a responsible thief. Thinking of this, the sword god tried to straighten his chest, attempting to make himself look a little more imposing. He said earnestly to the police officer, "It really has nothing to do with those 3. They are all newcomers to this industry and haven't really entered the business yet. Their hands are perfectly clean. Whether there's a connection or not isn't up to you to decide. We'll investigate thoroughly. We won't wrong an innocent person, and we'll never let a bad person go unpunished." Old Meng responded expressionlessly. "Seriously, look at these 3. They came here on such a beat-up electric scooter. If they had any money to spare, they could have taken a taxi. They wouldn't be in this state." The swordsman sighed helplessly, trying to convince the police officer of his story by pointing out details of his daily life. The three apprentices who had been arrested were terribly flustered when they saw the sword god talking to the police officers while glancing at them from time to time. The second apprentice, seeing the situation was turning against him, pointed at the sword god and shouted, "I want to do good deeds. I want to get leniency. I have a video of him stealing. I just filmed it." The sword god was trying his best to speak well of the three of them and lessen their guilt when he suddenly heard his second disciple shout. He felt like he almost spat out a mouthful of blood and was so angry that he almost passed out. What the hell is that? So the disciples he took in turned out to be a bunch of heartless, ungrateful wretches? He had just been arrested and hadn't even arrived at the police station yet, but he couldn't wait to sell himself. Seeing this, the sword god stopped pretending. Completely abandoning all pretense of civility, he laid his cards on the table. "I want to earn merit too. I have another phone that has financial dealings with those three people, and the chat logs on the phone record their petty thefts." As the sword god said, these three apprentices were indeed newcomers who had only recently entered the profession and had not yet had any real combat experience. But he's done plenty of petty theft on a regular basis. For example, secretly hiding a small item when going to the supermarket may seem like insignificant little things, but over time, they add up to quite a lot. Individually, they might just be a reprimand or a lesson, but when put together, the nature of the situation changes. Upon hearing this, the eldest and third disciples immediately became anxious. The second junior brother actually betrayed his master in order to gain merit for himself. What does that have to do with them? I also want to make a contribution. My mentor told me last year that he took someone's things when no one was looking at a shopping mall. The eldest apprentice spoke first, hoping to gain a favorable attitude from the police. After saying that, he pointed sharply at his third apprentice and said, "And this guy, he stole a big rooster that an old man in their village had." The third apprentice was so angry his eyes almost popped out. He pointed at the eldest apprentice and shouted, "You have the nerve to talk back to me. Don't you have any self-awareness about what you've done? You even told me last time that you took the genuine Air Jordans that the guy downstairs left at his door." In an instant, the four of them started hurling accusations at each other. Various pieces of evidence were pouring out like they were free, and the scene was in complete chaos. The surrounding police officers looked at each other in bewilderment. Normally, it takes a lot of time and energy to investigate in order to obtain evidence. But this time, things got out of hand, and the suspects themselves spilled all their crimes. Goodness, if arresting people were this easy every time, solving cases would be so much easier. At the same time, Xiao Chun and the young police officer, having received the news, rushed back. The young police officer's eyes lit up the moment he saw the four members of the Sword Gods group being escorted by officers. He excitedly said to Xiao Chun, "Haha, sis, I told you something was up. You were keeping it from me, just as I expected." Chapter 540. Can you believe this? After listening to the young police officer's words, Xiao Chun looked at the scene in front of him with a blank expression and began to doubt himself. No way. Is there really a case to handle? How come I knew nothing about this? Could I be one of those being kept in the dark? She's a veteran police officer. She's always been involved in important operations, hasn't she? The diners queuing around were incredibly excited at that moment. Goodness, I only came to Boss Sue's place to buy some food, but I didn't expect to see a real-life police chasing a thief. This movie-watching experience is absolutely superb. It truly feels like you're right there in the movie. Seeing that the four members of the Sword Gods group had started to gossip without any restraint, such as who hadn't showered for days and who liked to wipe their boogers under the table after picking their nose. Old Ming was getting impatient and snapped, all right, let's talk things out back at the station later. This isn't the place for you to argue." Dao Shin angrily shut his mouth, having calmed down somewhat after all the commotion. He suddenly realized something was wrong. My decision to teach my three apprentices here was entirely impromptu, and I only informed them at the last minute. No one else knew about it except myself. If you encounter one or two police officers while committing a crime, you can consider it bad luck. But what if you encounter more than a dozen police officers at once? Could it be that all the bad luck from 8 lifetimes has accumulated into one? The more the Sword God thought about it, the more terrified he felt, and his heart pounded with fear. People in their line of work sometimes take things very seriously, especially feng shui and luck. Unable to contain himself, he mustered his courage and asked, "How did you know I was going to be working here today? Did you install surveillance cameras on my phone?" One of the regular customers who was there yesterday pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked at Su Chun and asked, "Boss Su, you spent so much time at the police station yesterday. Could this have been planned by you guys? Plainclothes enforcement." Su Chun was also watching from the crowd. After all, with something like this happening, no one was in the mood to buy anything for the time being. Upon hearing this question, he was both amused and exasperated, explaining, "That's not true. I went to the police station yesterday to cooperate with the investigation as usual, and it has nothing to do with today's matter." There definitely is. The sword god was stubborn, refusing to believe he was so unlucky. He said with certainty, "I saw it online. Technology is so advanced now. There's big data analysis and eagle eye systems, which supposedly can read everyone's phone information. Everyone's every move is being monitored in real time." After saying this, 2 lines of clear tears suddenly flowed from his eyes, and he sighed with a tone of utter despair. It seems that this line of work will have to disappear completely from the future. You're even feeling sentimental now. Old Ming, listening to the knife god's words, couldn't help but laugh and sneer. "It's best that you've disappeared without a trace. Do you really think you're a good person? You guys don't actually have some kind of big data surveillance, do you?" After Daoshin's commotion, many of the onlookers, who were also watching, began to worry. After all, in this information age, nobody wants others to know about their secret visits to off-site websites at night. That would be too embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Lao Ming glared at Daoshin again, then explained to those around him, "Don't worry, there's no such thing. We handle cases according to the law and regulations. How could we possibly monitor everyone's phone information at will? You think it's over just like that? How am I supposed to explain what happened today? I can't just happen to bump into you guys having a team-building event here, can I? That's ridiculous." The sword god resolutely refused to admit that he was simply unlucky. "You really are that unlucky." Old Ming chuckled, glancing intentionally or unintentionally at Su Chun in the crowd. He then raised his voice and explained to the onlookers, "A colleague of ours brought some cornbread yesterday, and everyone who tried it found it delicious. Everyone came here today specifically to buy some. It's purely a coincidence. Who would believe that? Even if it's delicious, would it be worth so many of you coming?" Daoshin felt that Lao Ming was definitely trying to fool him. However, upon hearing Lao Ming's explanation, the regular diners all showed expressions of sudden realization and deep understanding. "Oh, so you came for Boss Su? That makes sense." Indeed, who wouldn't be tempted after tasting Boss Su's cooking once? "Oh dear, I was worried for nothing. I thought there was some kind of big data monitoring. It gave me quite a fright. Boss Su has indirectly caught the thief." The sword god was completely bewildered as he listened to the crowd's discussion. No, where did all these people's intelligence go? This is utterly absurd. How can anyone believe it? What kind of police officers would mobilize so many people just to buy from a roadside stall? That reason is too far-fetched. Old Ming didn't bother with Daoshin's disbelief. He just glanced at the food cart with a helpless sigh and said with a hint of regret, "Sigh. All that queuing for so long has been for nothing. I guess I'll just have to go back and work overtime." You can argue with that. I went to great lengths to borrow my friend's dog just so I could buy one. Several police officers also sighed, looking longingly at the food truck with regret on their faces. For people were arrested in one go, and now everyone involved in the operation has to go back and write a report. Su Chun pondered for a moment. If it weren't for the police officers who happened to be there, with so many people queuing to buy food tonight, it could have caused a huge mess if the thief had gotten his hands on it. While these officers were simply fulfilling their duties, in the end, they also helped themselves avoid even greater trouble. Thinking of this, Su Chun said, "Don't worry, everyone. I'll save food for you according to the number of people. I'm going to the police station later to give Shunfeng a massage and treatment, so I'll deliver it all there." "That's great. Thank you for your help, boss. It was definitely worth catching this thief." Upon hearing Su Chun's words, all the police officers beamed with joy and couldn't stop laughing. Seeing the happy expressions on the faces of the police officers, The last bit of resolve in the sword god's heart finally crumbled completely. So it turns out I really had the worst luck in the world, and by sheer coincidence, I bumped into a group of police officers who came to buy food. This luck is absolutely terrible. I should really try to be a better person from now on. Otherwise, sooner or later they'll suffer an even bigger loss. Thinking of this, he glanced at the food cart behind Su Chun, and as if suddenly possessed by a demon, he shouted loudly at Su Chun. "Boss, wait for me to finish making these renovations. I really want to try them and see just how delicious they are. Boss, you must keep doing this." Chapter 541. Where exactly are they hiding? Boss, you must keep making cornbread. After saying that, Daoshin lowered his head dejectedly and let the police officers help him away slowly. The group of regular diners around were stunned by the sudden announcement from the knife god, and for a moment they were unable to react. After a brief silence, someone in the crowd burst into laughter, and soon everyone joined in. Goodness, Mr. Su's cooking can actually lead people to the right path? These cornbread and rice balls must be something special. Poor thing, I wonder where Boss Su will set up his stall after he gets out. Maybe he won't even be able to find him then. Oh, he's so pitiful. Should we talk to him and at least give him directions? Let it go. It's good to leave him with something to remember him by. Maybe because of this memory, he'll be able to reform himself properly inside. Putting everything else aside, I truly agree that Boss Su should continue doing this. This kind of craftsmanship is hard to find even with a lantern. I agree. I love Mr. Su's food every time I eat it. Su Chin stood beside the food cart, not expecting the thief to pull such a stunt before leaving. However, the farce is finally over, life goes on, and it's time to resume normal business. He cleared his throat and called out to everyone. All right, everyone, let's continue queuing. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly and spontaneously formed a queue, and the queue in front of the food truck soon returned to its previous state. In the crowd, Jiang Ruyun stared intently at the departing figures of the police officers, her eyes sparkling. Uncle Zhao, being a police officer seems pretty cool. The way they pounced on the thief just now made me feel so safe. You know, I'm always at home with nothing to do. Why don't you try being a police officer? Jiang Ruyun looked at the butler, Uncle Zhao, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Butler Zhao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly tried to dissuade her, saying, "Miss, the work of a police officer is not as simple as you imagine. It is very hard work. Not to mention the wind and sun, there is also danger." "I'm not afraid of hardship," Jiang Ruyun said. "That's not appropriate either." Butler Uncle Zhao shook his head again. "What's wrong with it? Am I born with a pampered look?" Jiang Ruyun pouted, clearly disagreeing with the butler, Uncle Zhao's words. "Have you considered that if you insist on becoming a police officer, Mr. Jiang will definitely be worried and may even hire a team of bodyguards to protect you? Have you ever seen a police officer go out with bodyguards? If word got out, it would probably become a laughingstock." That's what Butler Zhao said. That's a bit outrageous. Jiang Ruyun couldn't bear to look at the scene, herself in a police uniform, followed by a group of bodyguards. The original idea was instantly dispelled, but the expression on his face still carried a hint of resentment. Seeing this, Butler Zhao immediately changed the subject without batting an eye, saying, "Miss, business here is really booming. I just went to inquire and found out that there's a limit of 2 purchases per person. How about I arrange for the Bentley to go back first?" All right. When the topic of purchase restrictions came up, Jiang Ruyun's attention was immediately diverted, and she stopped thinking about being a police officer. She frowned, starting to worry. If I had known, I would have eaten the food at home more slowly. She hadn't anticipated the purchase restrictions. She had specially arranged for a Bentley to come and restock today, thinking she would buy more to store and eat slowly, but now she had no choice but to send the people back first. Reflecting on the household expenses over the past 2 days, she was puzzled and asked, "Speaking of which, why is there so much less? I don't remember feeding the pet that many times." "Uncle Zhao, did you secretly eat some?" "No, miss, you can't wrong me." Butler Uncle Zhao quickly shook his head and explained, "It's probably because Mr. Zhang's consumption is quite high. As you know, Mr. Zhang really likes these cornbread and rice balls. He even took out a batch and stored them at the company so that he could eat them whenever he was not at home. Now, Whenever Mr. Jiang is home, he always eats cornbread and rice balls as his staple food for every meal. As the housekeeper, Uncle Zhao, spoke, he unconsciously concluded, "So although you don't feed your pets much, Mr. Jiang eats more than the dog." If that's the case, then Dad really does eat more than a dog. Jiang Ruyun subconsciously nodded in agreement with the butler, Uncle Zhao. As soon as the words were spoken, the two of them were stunned, instantly realizing what they had just said. The cold sweat that had just subsided in Butler Zhao suddenly broke out again. "I just can't control my mouth. How can you say that Mr. Jiang eats more than a dog? While that is indeed the case in reality, it's still quite inappropriate to say that." "I'm sorry, miss, I was wrong." Butler Uncle Zhao apologized immediately. "Oh, don't worry about the details." Jiang Ruyun felt a little guilty. After all, she had just repeated it herself. Over here, Lu Ziyi had opened the Happiness Arrives at Home app for what felt like the umpteenth time. He skillfully typed Su Chen's name into the search bar, but after the page redirected, it still showed no search results, just like countless times before. My Master Su, where are you hiding?" Lu Ziyi wailed and rolled around on the bed like a dying fish. She struggled frantically for several minutes, finally giving up as if all her strength had been exhausted, and sighed resignedly. Lu Ziyi regretted not having shamelessly asked Master Su for his personal contact information back then. She firmly believes that someone as good at cooking as Chef Su would never give up the catering industry. She had paid close attention to the 3 established restaurants that had tried to poach Master Su, but they were still unable to contact her at all. Where could such a big person go? Lu Ziyi muttered to herself as she absent-mindedly scrolled through her phone. Just then, a video appeared on the phone screen. The video's title reads, "Unlucky pickpocket bumps into police officers queuing, gets caught as soon as he makes a move." She initially intended to just swipe past it, but when she glanced at the location below the video and saw that it was in the same city and had been posted recently, she became somewhat interested and clicked on it. The video started playing, showing a bustling crowd. Soon, a scene played showing the arrested pickpocket looking puzzled and asking why there were so many police officers queuing up there. In the video, Lao Meng calmly explained, and just then, the camera suddenly turned and focused on Su Chun. Chapter 542 Can't You Be a Decent Human Being? Although the video footage was only 2 seconds long, the clear face made Lu Ziyi's eyes widen instantly. Lu Ziyi felt as if she had been suddenly struck from behind with a 1,000-year-old killing blow. She jolted awake and jumped off the bed. "Holy crap, it's Master Su." Lu Ziyi screamed and frantically rewound the video by 2 seconds, then paused it and quickly zoomed in. This time, she saw it clearly. That familiar face was indeed Su Chen himself. At that moment, Lu Ziyi felt as if she had won the lottery, radiating happiness from head to toe. Damn it! Why did they give up their perfectly good job of cooking at people's homes and go to set up a street stall instead? Lu Ziyi couldn't help but complain. But as soon as she said it, she remembered that when Master Su came to cook for her that day, he had indeed mentioned that he came from a street stall background. At the time, she thought it was just a joke from Master Su and didn't take it to heart at all, but she never expected it to be true. Lu Ziyi glanced at the video's location again, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes, and without hesitation, quickly called Xiao Lei. The phone rang for several seconds, and just as Lu Ziyi was getting impatient and was about to hang up, the call was suddenly answered. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Lei said in a low voice, "What is it?" "I'm in a meeting." Before Xiao Lei could even finish speaking, Lu Ziyi screamed into the phone like a madwoman. "Xiao Lei, I found Master Su." "What? What did you say?" On the other end of the phone, Xiao Lei's voice suddenly rose. The next second, Lu Ziyi heard some noisy, unfamiliar voices coming from the other end of the phone. "What's going on? Why did you suddenly yell like that? What happened?" Lu Ziyi then belatedly realized that she seemed to have inadvertently tricked her best friend. However, before she could even feel guilty, she heard Xiao Lei's voice on the other end of the phone. "Boss, my neighbor called and said there's smoke coming from under my door. It looks like some appliance is on fire. I have to go home and check. It would be a real problem if there was a fire." There was another commotion on the other end of the phone, with all sorts of sounds mixed together. Lu Ziyi strained her ears and clearly heard things like, "Then you should hurry back. And is it too late? Do you want me to drive you? Goodness, I had barely uttered the name Master Su and hadn't even had a chance to say anything else when this guy's quick thinking was incredible. He instantly came up with an excuse to skip work. After a moment, the other end of the phone finally quieted down, and Xiao Lei's voice came through. Where's Master Su? How did you know? I just came across a video. Let me send it to you. As Lu Zi spoke, she quickly forwarded the video to Xiao Lei. 1 minute later, Xiao Lei sent a few short, urgent words. Let's head to the flower and bird market now, immediately. Over here, Su Chun carefully packed up the last chicken and sweet potato steamed bun and a duck breast rice ball, then called out to the diners behind him with a slightly apologetic tone. Sorry everyone, today's steamed buns and rice balls are all sold out. Huh? No way. What I fear most now is hearing, I'm sorry, or excuse me from Boss Su's mouth. It's scarier than my mom calling me by my full name. I'm speechless. I couldn't buy the food Boss Su sells for people, and now I can't even buy the food he sells for dogs. Boss Su, please make a little more tomorrow. The regular customers who couldn't buy any started to whine and complain, staring longingly at Su Chun, wishing he could conjure up hundreds more steamed buns on the spot. Today is the last day of business this week. Seeing the unsatisfied looks in the eyes of his regular customers, Su Chun had no choice but to bite the bullet and announce the official end of business for the week. Those few regular customers who managed to buy some at the last minute, who had been all smiles and secretly rejoicing, suddenly lost their smiles when they heard Su Chun say that the restaurant would be closed tomorrow. The old customer who had just been saying he was most afraid of Su Chun saying sorry quickly changed his tune. I was wrong. What I was most afraid of was that Boss Su would say that the store would be closed tomorrow. Isn't today only Thursday? Boss Su, can't you be a decent human being? Why are you taking 3 more days off again? Boss Su, how am I supposed to live without you? Boss Su, look at my dog's pitiful eyes. How can you bear not to come tomorrow? A group of people were crying and shouting, creating a chaotic scene. People who didn't know the situation looked over from a distance and thought something major had happened. Su Chun felt his scalp tingle from being called out by the regular diners. But I still had to rush to the police station to give Shunfeng a massage and care, and also deliver the steamed buns and rice balls that I had reserved for the police officers in advance. So, while calming the regular customers down, he quickly and efficiently packed up the food cart. All right, everyone go home and rest early. After finally calming everyone down, Su Chun got on the food cart and headed towards the police station. No sooner had Su Chun left than Lu Zi and Xiao Lei rushed to the location by taxi. As soon as they got out of the car, the two ran towards the location shown in the video. However, when they arrived, the spot where the food truck had been in the video was now empty, with only a bare ground remaining. Wait a minute, this is the spot in the video. I'm not looking in the wrong place. Lu Zi pulled out the video on her phone and carefully compared it several times, from the surrounding buildings to the ground markings. Yes, this is it. Xiao Lei also looked around, trying to find Su Chun in the crowd. Some regular customers hadn't left yet. Seeing Lu Zi and Xiao Lei anxiously searching around, looking bewildered and worried, they kindly asked them a question. You two aren't looking for Boss Su, are you? Yes, that's right. Upon hearing this, Lu Zi nodded repeatedly as if she had met a savior and eagerly asked, He is indeed looking for a Master Su who sets up a stall here. Do you know where he went? Oh, then don't bother looking anymore. Mr. Su has sold out and left. The regular customer sighed helplessly upon seeing this. They're all sold out, and they've left. Lu Zi almost burst into tears when she heard the news. I've already rushed as fast as I can, so why did I still miss it? Xiao Lei, on the other hand, had a better attitude. Although she was also a little disappointed, she cheered herself up and comforted him. It's okay. Now that we've found Master Su, we can come back tomorrow. Chapter 543 All in Vain. When the regular customer heard the two girls discussing coming back tomorrow, a look of sympathy instantly appeared on his face. He shook his head and said helplessly, Don't come tomorrow either. Boss Su won't be setting up a stall here anymore. Huh? Why? How did you know? And where will Master Su set up his stall in the future? Xiao Lei stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and a string of questions came out of her mouth. That's what Boss Su said himself. As for where they'll set up their stall in the future, who knows? You're asking me? I'm just about to ask God myself. I'm also eager to know the answer. As the old diner spoke, he looked up at the sky, his face filled with a sense of loss. Xiaolei was stunned. Subconsciously, she followed the old customer's example and stared blankly at the sky. Various images began to uncontrollably flash through her mind. Thinking of the pots and pans I had specially bought, the sleepless nights I spent tossing and turning from hunger, and the excuse I had made up in a moment of inspiration so I could rush to find Master Su during the meeting. Now it seems everything was in vain. Lu Zi, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Her emotions had been going up and down like a roller coaster ride, and she was still a little disoriented. Just then, Lu Zi's phone suddenly vibrated, and she subconsciously took it out to check. It turned out to be a private message from a long-established restaurant that had previously left a comment under her video saying they wanted to poach Su Chen. The other party. Hello, are you still able to contact Mr. Su? Lu Zi paused for a few seconds, then looked up at the old diner and Xiaolei, who were gazing at the sky with a somewhat vacant expression. An indescribable emotion welled up in her heart, and she replied somewhat defiantly. Or, look up at the sky, and God will tell you the answer. Other side. Su Chen drove the food truck all the way to the police station. Upon arriving at the gate, he spoke to the police officer at the gate and explained his purpose. Not long after, Xiao Chun came running out to greet them. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to trouble you again today. Xiao Chun looked at Su Chen with gratitude in his eyes. As a trainer, she knew very well that the professional nursing and massage that Su Chen provided for Shunfeng would definitely greatly improve Xuanfeng's quality of life after retirement. You're welcome. I brought the cornbread and rice balls I saved for you. What do you want to do with them? Su Chen said. Upon hearing Su Chen mention cornbread, Xiao Chen's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and he swallowed. Thinking back to yesterday's steamed buns, I only managed to take a small bite before my colleagues devoured them all. This time, I absolutely have to have a proper meal. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen said, Come with me to the police dog training ground. I'll send them a message so everyone can pick it up there. That way, we won't have to search for each person individually. Su Chen nodded, agreeing that this method was indeed quite convenient. He then turned around and took a thermal box off the food cart, which contained steamed buns and rice balls left for the police officers. Su Chen followed Xiao Chun toward the training ground. The training ground was surprisingly spacious, with several bungalows scattered along the edge. This is where Shunfeng and I usually stay. As Xiao Chen walked, she introduced the place, pointing to a bungalow on the left and saying, That's the kitchen on the left, used specifically for Shunfeng to cook. Right next to it is my office, which also serves as a lounge. Su Chen looked around curiously. The space was so spacious that it could easily accommodate 3 or 4 police dogs. However, when he looked around, he did not seem to see any other police dogs. As if sensing Su Chen's confusion, Xiao Chen took the initiative to explain. If you want to see other police dogs, you'll probably be wasting your time. Our police station currently only has Shunfeng as a police dog. Oh. Su Chen was taken aback, a little disappointed. Now that he was already at the police station, he was looking forward to getting to handle a few more police dogs and having some fun. Why not train more of them? The facilities are so good. Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Well, Xiao Chun hesitated for a moment, quickly glancing left and right to make sure no one else was approaching before lowering his voice and saying, Actually, we originally planned to train 3 to 5 police dogs. But during the actual preparation process, we found that the cost of police dogs was just too high. Furthermore, the scenarios in which police dogs perform their duties are relatively specific, and their working hours are also limited. In the words of our captain, it would be more cost-effective to recruit 2 more auxiliary police officers. So since Shunfeng came to the police station, there have been no plans to introduce any other police dogs. After saying that, Xiao Chen looked at Su Chen nervously and whispered a reminder. Ahem, you just need to know this yourself, okay? Don't tell anyone I said it, or I'll be in big trouble. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Su Chen was speechless for a moment, a complex expression on his face. Goodness, this was a reason he hadn't expected at all. If it weren't for the guilty look on Xiao Chen's face after he finished speaking, as if he was afraid that others would hear him, he would definitely have thought that the other party was joking with him. Seemingly having heard the conversation between instructor Xiao Chun and Su Chun, Shunfeng came running over like a gust of wind from some corner and appeared in front of Su Chun in the blink of an eye. Shunfeng first glanced at its trainer, Xiao Chun. Seeing that Xiao Chun didn't say anything, it immediately turned its gaze to Su Chun, tilting its head obediently to one side and wagging its tail happily. It was so cute that Su Chun was completely charmed. Shunfeng, did you get a good rest today? Upon seeing Shunfeng, Su Chun felt his blood surge, and the primal power within him almost burst forth. He reached out and patted Shunfeng's head. Woof woof woof. Shunfeng called out softly twice, its voice filled with affection, as if responding to Su Chen's greeting. Let's get started now. We need to give Shunfeng a good treatment today. Su Chen's eyes lit up. You just closed up shop, right? Don't you want to rest for a bit? There's really no need to rush. My colleagues will probably take about 20 minutes to get here. Xiao Chen felt really bad about making Su Chun start working right away as soon as he arrived. After all, they didn't take any money, so we can't let them get exhausted. 20 minutes should be enough. Su Chen seemed not to have heard Xiao Chen's earlier words telling him to rest. He waved to Shunfeng and said, Elbow, come inside with me. As if it could understand Su Chen's words, Shunfeng first glanced at Xiao Chun, and then immediately followed Su Chun to Xiao Chen's office. Chapter 544 next time for sure. Xiao Chen's office does not have a dedicated pet massage bed, so they cleared out a table and found a blanket to put on it. Shunfeng seemed to sense that Su Chun was going to give it a massage, and it gently rubbed its head against Su Chen's trouser leg. Then, with a single leap, it landed on the table, and then obediently lay down, its eyes sparkling as it looked at Su Chun. Seeing this, Su Chun first rubbed his hands together slightly to warm them up quickly. Immediately afterwards, he spotted Shunfeng's cervical spine, reached out and grabbed it, massaging it in an instant. Deep and shallow, up and down, left and right. Shunfeng squinted contentedly, stuck out its tongue, and its entire face was filled with an expression of utter bliss. Xiao Chen watched from the side, a hint of envy rising in his heart. I don't think I've ever enjoyed a professional massage or nursing care before. Comparing yourself to other people can be infuriating, but comparing yourself to a dog can still drive you crazy. Xiao Chun subconsciously stretched his stiff shoulders and neck, thinking to himself that he might find a place to get a massage sometime. But then I thought about it again and realized that going for a massage outside is too expensive. I decided to buy a neck and shoulder massager instead, so I can use it anytime. Just as Su Chun was concentrating on massaging Shunfeng, a police officer who had finished his work arrived. Su Chun was busy taking care of Shunfeng and couldn't free up his hands, so Xiao Chun took the initiative to distribute steamed buns to the police officers and collect the money. The officer who arrived first had the good fortune to try the steamed buns made by Su Chun yesterday. At that moment, seeing the many steamed buns and rice balls in the insulated box next to Xiao Chun, his eyes lit up instantly, and he asked with a greedy look, Sister, can I buy all of these? What are you thinking? Of course not. If you buy it and leave, what are other people supposed to do when they come to my place? Xiao Chun resolutely refused. Sis, you're my sister, you're the best, can I have one more? The police officer tried his best to coax and flatter Xiao Chun. That won't work either. They're all pre-portioned, and the quantity is just right. 2 for each person. Each of you can choose one. Xiao Chun remained unmoved and his attitude was firm. Oh well, it's rare to find something so appealing, but it's subject to purchase limits. How frustrating. The police officer sighed helplessly and had no choice but to obediently take out his phone to scan the code and pay. The steamed buns and rice balls were still warm. As soon as the police officer got them, he couldn't wait to tear open the bag and take a bite. In an instant, the delicious flavors burst in his mouth, and his face was filled with a look of pure bliss. Wow, chew, 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 it's so delicious. Chew, chew, chew. How can it be so delicious? The officer wolfed down his food, mumbling indistinctly. It's so delicious I'm tempted to call the police. If it weren't delicious, would so many people be queuing up? You saw it yourself. Xiao Chun nodded in agreement. The officer nodded, then noticed Su Chun massaging Shunfeng in the office behind Xiao Chun, and was immediately shocked. Wait, isn't that the owner of the steamed bun shop? What's going on? Buying a steamed bun comes with a free massage? The officer muttered incredulously, his eyes fixed on Su Chin's massage technique as he gave Shunfeng a massage. The technique was skillful and fluid, clearly that of a professional. Goodness, these days you can't run a roadside stall without some extra skills. This boss makes such delicious steamed buns, and even his massages are so professional. The more the police officer looked, the more amazed he became. He felt as if his cervical spine had been stimulated, and the soreness intensified instantly. Boss, can you give massages? I'm willing to pay. After watching for a few seconds, the police officer couldn't help but feel his cervical spine about to give way, and asked Su Chin for advice. I only know how to massage pets. Su Chin responded without looking up. It's okay, I'm a workaholic. The police officer reacted very quickly and immediately shouted, Hey you, get out of here, stop causing trouble. Before Su Chin could respond, Xiaoqin couldn't hold back any longer. With a stern face, she pretended to be angry and chased the police officer out, afraid that he would continue to pester her and disturb Su Chin's massage of Shunfeng. At this moment, at the entrance of the police station office building, Old Ming and the other police officers who had arrested the knife god had just finished their work and were heading towards the police dog training ground. Just then, Lao Ming was suddenly grabbed by someone. He turned around and saw the captain standing behind him with a smile, saying, Old Ming, your thief-catching skills are as good as ever. You can still bring back 4 thieves next shift. Not bad. Xiang Zhong's smile was friendly, but in Lao Ming's opinion, it somewhat delayed him from getting the cornbread. Oh, what a coincidence. Old Ming was thinking about his steamed buns, but Xiang Zhong was, after all, his superior, and he was too embarrassed to just walk away. So he could only force a smile and say a few perfunctory words, while silently praying that Xiang Zhong would let him go soon. The other officers couldn't help but gloat at Lao Ming's helpless expression. Just as he was about to coldly abandon Lao Ming and head to the police dog training ground first, he heard Xiang Zhong say with a smile, I'm off work now. Let's go get some barbecue, it's on me. Anyone want some barbecue? I want some steamed cornbread. Old Ming cursed inwardly, but could only politely say aloud, Hey, let's go back later. I have some small matters to attend to today. Upon seeing this, Xiang Zhong was slightly taken aback, and then turned his gaze to the other police officers. However, the other officers also looked troubled and said, Captain, let's turn back. I do have something to do today. I also have something to do, and I really can't get away. What bad timing, Captain. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. After being rejected by everyone, Xiang Zhong's smile instantly vanished. No, what's going on? Am I really doing that badly in the team now? Why is it that no one is willing to go even when I invite everyone to dinner? When Lao Ming saw Zhong's expression, he thought to himself, this is really bad. This is a real slap in the face. If we don't quickly come up with a way to smooth things over, we'll probably offend the captain. He hurriedly said, Captain, please don't worry about it. We're in a hurry to get to the police training ground to eat. Can't we eat tomorrow? Old Ming proposed a compromise. Xiang Zhong was slightly taken aback, his expression softening a bit, but then he asked with a puzzled look, Go to the police dog training ground to eat? What kind of food is there? I don't know what good food there is at the police dog training ground. Oh, I see. You guys aren't planning to freeload off the dog food that's been brought along, are you? Huh. Xiang Zhong made a joke in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. Old Ming and the others stood there, unable to laugh anymore. Chapter 545 It's Not What You Think. Old Ming and the others were completely dumbfounded. In a way, they really did go to eat dog food, since these steamed buns and rice balls were originally prepared food for pets. Although these foods are perfectly safe for humans to eat and taste excellent, explaining the ins and outs of them to Xiang Zhong would be a bit difficult. After all, this sounds too outrageous. Who could have imagined it before trying cornbread? Xiang Zhong chuckled twice, hoping to ease the awkward atmosphere, but found that no one echoed him at all. He looked at Lao Ming and the others with suspicion, noticing that they all had strange expressions and shifty eyes. Looking at the strange expressions on Lao Ming's and the others' faces, his expression gradually changed from hesitation to shock. Xiang Zhong also rose through the ranks from the grassroots level and has extensive experience in handling cases. During countless interrogations, He had seen this silence on the faces of prisoners, a silence that implied some unspeakable truth. No, what does your silence mean? You guys aren't really going to eat dog food, are you? Are you guys crazy? At this moment, Xiang Zhong even began to consider whether to apply to his superiors to establish a psychological counseling clinic within the bureau. Could it be that the recent overtime work intensity has been too high and the workload too heavy, forcing everyone to develop serious psychological problems? I'll go with you. Xiang Zhong immediately made a decision. He wanted to see for himself what these people were up to at the police dog training ground. Even if you really want to apply for a psychological counseling room, you need to have solid evidence, right? Without proof, how could the bureau possibly approve his application? Old Meng and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. We can't refuse the captain again, or we'll really offend Xiang Zhong completely. The group of people marched in a grand procession toward the police dog training ground. Xiao Chun was at the police dog training ground when he saw a group of people walking towards him in the distance, and he immediately perked up. She assumed the police officers had come to collect the steamed buns, so she prepared to portion them out for everyone. Xiang Zhong took the lead and walked at the very front. When he saw the insulated box placed at the office door and the QR code for payment next to it, he was completely stunned. Xiao Chun, what are you doing? Xiang Zhong frowned. Good grief. Are they openly running a side business in the police station? That's a bit inappropriate. This isn't a place where you can just do business anywhere. When Xiao Chun looked up, he found that it was actually Captain Xiang Zhong standing in front of him. His heart skipped a beat, and he knew something was wrong. She looked at the things placed next to her, and a feeling of being unable to express her bitterness welled up in her heart. Captain Ho, it's not what you think. I'm helping out, not selling myself out. Seeing that things were not going well, Xiao Chun hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Even if you're trying to help, you can't help the police station. You could at least set up a stall outside. Xiang Zhong stared intently at Xiao Chun, his face grim. He turned to look at the officers who were already eating, and his anger flared up even more, feeling that discipline was being disregarded. If you do things this way, the boss will see it and scold me. Xiang Zhong's voice rose a few decibels. Put them all away. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Meng and the others became anxious and stared longingly at the insulated box. No. Captain Ho, please wait until we've finished buying before you collect it. I've been in line for ages. I've been wanting to try this for a long time. They were fine until they spoke. Then Xiang Zhong immediately turned his guns on them and yelled, I haven't even done anything to you yet. I said you guys were running this way for no reason. Were you all in cahoots to lie to me? I really thought you guys had some kind of mental problem and came here to eat dog food. As he spoke, Xiang Zhong walked to the insulated box, lifted the lid, and peeked inside. This sight stunned him. The steamed buns and rice balls were neatly arranged and looked very appealing, almost like those delicate and high-end pastries. The aroma emanating from the incubator was incredibly enticing. The aromas of beef, pumpkin, duck fat, and other fragrances mingled together, almost overwhelming Xiang Zhong and causing his initial anger to become disjointed. It smells so good. Xiang Zhong subconsciously swallowed, and the remaining anger seemed to be dispelled by the aroma, and he couldn't muster it again. Xiao Chen glanced at Zhong cautiously. There's a strange rule circulating in the bureau. Never explain yourself when Captain Ho is angry, or you'll get yelled at even more. So at this moment, she could only stand quietly to the side, not daring to breathe. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Just then, the office door opened, and Su Qin walked out, followed by a spirited Shunfeng. Shunfeng wagged its tail happily, its eyes bright, clearly enjoying the massage it had just received. Although the atmosphere at the scene seemed a bit strange, Su Qin didn't care too much. He walked over to Xiao Chun and said seriously, for the next 3 days, it's best to keep Xuanfeng's training at a low to medium intensity. After that, you can resume the previous training volume. After saying that, he glanced at the insulated box and, finding that there was still a lot of stock inside, naturally took over Xiao Chen's position. Su Qin called out to Lao Meng and the others not far away. Anyone else who hasn't bought anything yet, come and get it now. Xiang Zhong looked at Su Qin, who seemed oblivious to everyone else, and felt that the person in front of him was completely unfamiliar. Seeing that the other person came out of Xiao Chen's office, he subconsciously assumed that he was also a police officer from the bureau who was off duty. Given the large number of police officers in the department, it's normal that he doesn't recognize some of them. Seeing that Su Chun had taken over Xiao Chen's position, they thought they had found the culprit. His face immediately turned cold, and he said sternly, "Which team are you on? Write me a self-criticism tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Su Chun was taken aback and looked at Zhong with a puzzled expression, wondering who this person was. He immediately shook his head and refused, saying, "I'm not on any team. I won't write it." Xiang Zhong almost laughed out of anger. In all his years at the police station, this was the first time he had ever met someone who dared to be so defiant. His eyes widened, and he was about to explode in anger. Xiao Chun seized the opportunity and finally mustered up the courage to say, "Captain Ho, you've misunderstood. This Mr. Su isn't from our bureau. He sells cooked pet food at the flower and bird market." Huh. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhong felt a surge of anger rising in his throat, and he almost fainted. Old Ming and the others finally found an opportunity to explain, and they all spoke up to explain why Su Chun was there. As Xiang Zhong listened, his expression became increasingly awkward. But soon, his expression turned strange again, and he couldn't help but say, "Wait a minute, according to you guys, this boss is really selling dog food?" Chapter 546. I'm sorry. No, you really want to eat this stuff? Xiang Zhong had to admit that the aroma of the food emanating from the insulated box was indeed very tempting. But the idea of people eating dog food still seems way too far-fetched. "It really is delicious. You should try it if you don't believe me." As Xiao Chen spoke, he took his portion of cornbread out of the bag. She had originally planned to give Xiang Zhong the whole thing, but she couldn't bear to part with it, so she carefully broke it in half in front of him and handed it over. No, are you kidding me? I don't want to eat dog food." Xiang Zhong instinctively wanted to refuse. He was a grown man, a captain. What kind of dog food was he eating? But the aroma of the steamed buns wafting from the front of him made his stomach rumble. "Captain Ho, please try it. Just one bite. It was really delicious. You have no idea how many people lined up at the flower and bird market back then." Seeing this, Lao Meng and the others advised him, believing that as long as Xiang Zhong tasted it, he would definitely change his mind. "Ahem, you guys better not be ganging up on me." Xiang Zhong spoke with some skepticism, looking at the half-eaten cornbread handed to him. He hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't resist, reaching out to take it and stuffing it directly into his mouth. After the cornbread was slightly chewed, Xiang Zhong's eyes widened instantly. The rich texture and mellow aroma spread between the lips and teeth. Is this really cooked pet food?" Xiang Zhong couldn't help but mutter to himself. "Are people's pets these days fed so well? This tastes infinitely better than anything I usually get when I go to a restaurant." Xiang Zhong quickly swallowed the half-eaten cornbread. He licked his lips with lingering satisfaction and said to Su Chun impatiently, "Boss, give me a few more cornbreads." "Sorry, that's all." Su Chun showed his empty insulated box. While Xiang Zhong was eating, Lao Ming and the others quickly took their portions. "Oh, this is so delicious. Boss, why don't you make more?" Xiang Zhong couldn't help but complain. Then his eyes darted around, and he immediately spotted the bag in Lao Meng's hand, saying, "Lao Meng, can you give me one?" "No." Without a second thought, Lao Meng decisively shook his head and refused, then hid the bag behind his back. "Don't be so stingy. I'll treat you to barbecue tomorrow. Order as much lamb kidney as you want." Upon seeing this, Xiang Zhong immediately offered terms in an attempt to persuade Lao Meng. No. Even if you order any whip you like, I won't trade it. Whips are always available, but you can't usually get to eat such delicious cornbread." Old Meng stuck his neck out, his attitude resolute, refusing to agree no matter what. Xiang Zhong looked displeased. Although he was the captain, he couldn't use his status to intimidate people for such a small amount of food. If word got out, he would lose face. Left with no other choice, he could only sigh and look at Su Chun, asking with a hint of anticipation, What time do you set up your stall tomorrow? I'll have someone buy some." "Sorry, we're only open today this week," Su Chun said. Old Ming and the others had initially intended to make a fool of Zhong, since Zhong had just rejected them with a look of disgust, but in the blink of an eye, he had changed his mind. But upon hearing Su Chen's words, all of his schadenfreude vanished instantly. What? They're not open tomorrow. No, these 2 cornbread buns are only enough for 1 meal. I want to eat them again tomorrow. Yeah, boss, why don't you set up a stall in front of the police station tomorrow? I guarantee you'll sell out. A group of police officers tried to persuade you to stay. Xiang Zhong looked a little embarrassed. Could it be that his attitude just now had angered the boss? Anyone who is scolded for no reason will feel resentful. Boss, I was rude just now. There was indeed some misunderstanding. You run a business. You can't just quit because of something like this. Don't worry. As long as you set up your stall tomorrow, I'll buy 100 to treat my colleagues. He lowered his stance and spoke sincerely. When Lao Meng and the others heard this, they were all quite surprised. In their minds, Captain Ho wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. When he's yelling and cursing, his voice can practically be heard 10 blocks away. Xiang Zhong didn't think too much about it. After all, the boss was doing business in accordance with the law and was neither a criminal nor a subordinate who had made a mistake. On the contrary, his skill in making steamed buns amazed him. If we had these delicious steamed buns as a late-night snack, my colleagues would probably be more enthusiastic when working overtime, and their work efficiency might even improve. When Su Chen first heard Xiang Zhong's accusations, he felt somewhat confused, but he wasn't angry enough to be. He explained, I set up my stall mainly out of hobby, and my style is quite casual. There's no fixed pattern. Anyway, we definitely won't be open this week. Seeing Su Chen's resolute attitude, Xiang Zhong couldn't force him and could only compromise, saying, All right then, if you want to rest this week, that's fine, we understand. But boss, how about setting up a stall here next week? With so many of us, we'll definitely give you our full support. I don't know where we'll be going next week, but we definitely won't be selling steamed buns anymore. Su Chen remained serious, feeling that he had made his point very clearly and sincerely. However, when these words reached Xiang Zhong's ears, they sounded infuriating no matter how he listened. Good grief, this week won't work, and next week won't work either. Selling things so casually, is this really the attitude a proper businessperson should have? At that moment, a police officer nearby seemed to suddenly remember something, frowned, and muttered to himself. Could it really be true? What is real? Xiang Zhong turned his head to look at the police officer. Seeing the captain staring at him, the police officer became nervous, unconsciously shrank his neck, and said cautiously, While I was queuing up in the afternoon, I overheard people talking about this vendor. They said he was very casual about setting up his stall, not only changing locations every week, but also traveling to other provinces, selling different kinds of food each week, and he didn't even add any customer groups. Whether or not you get to eat the boss's food depends entirely on your luck. Upon hearing this, all the police officers fell silent, turning to look at Su Chen as if he were a god. Goodness, as police officers, they've seen it all, and they've encountered all sorts of bizarre people and things. But seeing Su Chen's way of setting up a stall today has truly broadened my horizons once again. How could such an unconventional street stall have cultivated so many loyal customers? Chapter 547, Is it really possible? Xiang Zhong was filled with mixed feelings and didn't know what to say. When handling cases, he has 1,000 methods and 10,000 ways to deal with even the most cunning criminals with ease. However, he felt helpless in the face of Su Chen's capricious way of setting up a stall. What can he do? I can't just use my position as the team leader to force people to set up stalls, can I? Putting aside the fact that I don't have that much power, this is also against the rules. Seeing that someone was taking the initiative to explain for him, Su Chen was happy to have some peace and quiet, and didn't want to get entangled in the matter of setting up a stall any further. He turned his gaze to Xiao Chun and asked with concern, Did you feed Shenfeng tonight? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously glanced at the unfinished cornbread in his hand, and his face turned embarrassed again. She thought Su Chen meant that since he bought specially made food for pets, why was he eating it himself, but not letting Shenfeng eat it? Mr. Su, police dogs can't just eat things bought from outside. Xiao Chun forced a smile and explained, Of course I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what you made. The cornbread you made tastes great. But this is the rule for feeding police dogs. After all, police dogs are on duty and have high physical requirements, so their diet must be strictly controlled. Of course, I understand. Su Chen nodded, realizing that Xiao Chun hadn't fed Shunfeng that evening, and offered, "Should I cook a meal for Shunfeng?" Xiao Chun was taken aback again, a hesitant expression appearing on his face. Police dogs have very special dietary requirements, which are quite different from those of ordinary pet dogs. She said with a hint of worry, "Are you really sure you can do it?" The food requirements for police dogs are completely different from those of ordinary pet dogs. Whether it tastes good or not is secondary. The key is that the protein content must be high, and the proportion of carbohydrates and fats must be just right and balanced. Moreover, vitamins and minerals must be included. Although Su Chen's steamed buns were indeed delicious, they were fine for both people and pets to eat. However, to give an example, the diet of an ordinary pet dog is like the daily diet of an average person, while the diet of a police dog is equivalent to that of a professional athlete. Therefore, Xiao Chen usually prepares the meals for Shunfeng himself. Although Xiao Chen put in a lot of effort, her cooking skills were not very good. She could only cook the food according to the ingredient ratios she had learned, ensuring that the nutritional requirements were met. As for the taste, it's not particularly good, but it's enough to meet the nutritional needs of a passenger. You can watch from the side. I think it's fine. As Su Chen spoke, he reached out and patted Shunfeng's head hard, then squatted down slightly and asked, "Shunfeng, do you want a big meal?" Woof woof woof. Shunfeng seemed to understand Su Chen's words, barking excitedly twice and wagging its tail high. "All right then, the kitchen is this way. I'll take you there." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen finally agreed. She didn't actually doubt Su Chen's cooking skills. However, since Shunfeng is a police dog, its diet is related to its condition, so she decided to stay by its side to ensure that the ingredients Su Chen used met Shunfeng's dietary standards. Seeing Su Chen follow Xiao Chun into the kitchen, the police officers who weren't in a hurry to leave work immediately became interested and gathered at the kitchen door, ready to watch the excitement. If the steamed buns made by this boss are already so delicious, is there anything special about the food he makes for the police dogs? The kitchen is a standard kitchen, with all the necessary cooking utensils. There was also a large double-door refrigerator in the corner. "Actually, I also cook my own meals here sometimes." Xiao Chen offered an explanation. As a trainer, being able to cook in the kitchen is one of the few perks she can enjoy, so she doesn't have to order takeout or eat out. Su Chen nodded, then walked to the refrigerator and opened the door. With a daily food allowance of 120 yuan, the refrigerator is naturally quite well stocked with ingredients. Xiao Chen usually buys enough ingredients for several days at once and puts them in, so the variety of ingredients stored here is much richer than that of an average household. All kinds of fresh chicken, beef, duck, vegetables, fruits, and even cooking ingredients such as butter are readily available. "Mr. Su, what are you planning to do for SF Express?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. While carefully examining the ingredients in the refrigerator, Su Chen quickly came up with ideas in his mind. Before long, he had already formed a mental image of it. The duck breast and egg yolk rice and the beef cartilage and vegetable soup are ready. Both of these dishes are rich in meat, which perfectly meets Shunfeng's protein needs. Okay. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded repeatedly. Just from the names of these two dishes, he felt they would taste delicious. I made this for Shunfeng." Seeing Xiao Chen's expectant expression, Su Chen was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist picking up her chopsticks, so he had to remind her. "It's okay, I can learn." Xiao Chen quickly explained, looking embarrassed. She really wanted to learn Su Chen's cooking skills. If she could learn something from him, she could enjoy her meals more in the future. Su Chen took her words as true. In any case, he was determined not to let anyone else take the food he made for Shunfeng. If Xiao Chen wants to learn, then let her learn. If she can really learn it, even if she only achieves 60% of the level, then she'll be lucky to have such a good meal. Su Chen washed his hands, turned around, and took out duck breast, eggs, and other ingredients from the refrigerator. Cut the duck breast into small cubes, put them in a pot with the eggs and enough water to cover them, and wait for them to cook. While cooking, he didn't stop either. He picked up carrots and broccoli and quickly chopped them. Next, in a separate pot, pour in water and bring it to. Seeing Su Chen take out another piece of unsalted butter from the refrigerator, Lao Meng, who was standing at the kitchen door watching the commotion, was dumbfounded and couldn't help but blurt out, "Wait, is cooking for dogs this fancy now? You even need this stuff?" The natural creamy aroma of butter is quite attractive to dogs. Su Chun continued working, offering an explanation. Not to mention Lao Meng. Even Xiao Chun was a little confused. To be honest, she couldn't even remember when she bought this pat of butter. When she cooks, she follows the most basic nutritional ratios and rarely considers the flavor of the food. If Su Chun hadn't found it, she wouldn't have remembered that there was such a thing in the refrigerator. Seeing how meticulously Su Chun processed the various ingredients, Xiao Chun couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, wondering if this was going to be a bit too much trouble. Chapter 548 has no other meaning. Xiao Chun stared intently at Su Chun's movements. After hesitating for a moment, I couldn't help but mention it. "Boss Su, you've gone to such great lengths. Police dogs do have different dietary standards, but you don't usually need to go to this extent, do you? Shunfeng probably can't tell the difference between good and bad, right? I usually just cook it until it's thoroughly cooked." Woof, 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 woof. He shouted a couple of times with the wind at his back. Su Chun heard Xuanfeng's call, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, but he didn't say anything. He took the beef cartilage out of the refrigerator and soaked it briefly in water to remove some of the blood. Next, I put the beef cartilage into a pressure cooker, added a few slices of ginger, poured in an appropriate amount of cold water, and then turned the heat to the highest setting to start stewing. At the same time, he quickly peeled the carrots and pumpkins, cut them into large pieces, and soaked the kelp before cutting it into strips. When the beef cartilage was almost cooked, Su Chun opened the pressure cooker lid, and a rich and mellow aroma of meat wafted out, filling the entire kitchen. He threw in all the freshly chopped vegetables and continued to stew them over high heat. The broth, which has been simmered with beef cartilage, becomes even more fragrant and layered with the sweet aroma of vegetables after vegetables are added. The aroma wafted to the doorway, causing the officers to swallow hard. "Hey boss, could you add a little more water? I'd like to try some too." Finally, one of the police officers couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Su Chun didn't raise any objections this time. The vegetable soup was indeed made in a large quantity, and everyone drinking some soup wouldn't affect Xuanfeng's meals. While the vegetable soup was simmering, Su Chun turned around and began to complete the final assembly of the duck breast and salted egg yolk rice. Mash the egg yolks into a paste, then mix them with hot rice and butter. The heat of the rice will melt the butter naturally. Su Chun patiently explained it to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stared, his eyes practically glazed over. She swears that she did indeed start with the intention of learning something. But after watching Su Chun's series of meticulous operations, she couldn't help but feel helpless. She felt that her brain seemed to have learned it, but her hands were expressing strong opposition. Su Chun just needs to teach. Even if Xiao Chun makes it roughly according to today's method, the taste will definitely be much better than simply cooking the ingredients and piling them together. Soon, the prepared duck breast and salted egg yolk rice was presented to everyone. Because it contains butter and egg yolk puree, the whole bowl of rice looks golden and seems to glow under the kitchen lights. Wow, it's the limited edition of Cooking Master Boy, dog food. One of the police officers rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I feel like I'm getting worse and worse than a dog." Another officer muttered something in response. Xuanfeng's food expenses were higher than his own, but he could comfort himself by saying that at least in terms of taste, police dogs' food couldn't be as varied and rich as human food. But under Su Chun's cooking, this last remaining advantage was instantly crushed. Looking at the freshly made duck breast and salted egg yolk rice, its golden color and the enticing aroma of butter and egg yolk made Xiao Chun unable to resist. She coughed lightly, trying to make her tone sound serious. Mr. Su, let me try it first for Shunfeng." As she spoke, as if afraid that Su Chun would misunderstand, she quickly added, "It doesn't mean anything else, it's just a checkup." Under Su Chun's slightly suspicious gaze, Xiao Chun was too embarrassed to eat too much. He simply picked up his spoon, gently scraped a little bit from the edge of the bowl, and then slowly put it into his mouth. The creamy texture of the egg yolk spreads across the tongue, accompanied by a rich, milky aroma. The duck breast is cooked to perfection, resulting in tender and juicy meat. Wow, this is so delicious. How can it be so good? Xiao Qin's eyes momentarily lost focus as he became immersed in a sense of physical and mental pleasure. The only downside is that, since it's for police dogs, and considering the dog's dietary health, virtually no salt has been added. Let me try some too, Xiao Qin. Me too. The police officers at the door watched Xiao Qin's blissful expression with longing, feeling almost drooling with envy, and one by one they couldn't wait to speak. No way. Are you police dogs too? Xiao Qin snapped out of his daze, his eyes instantly hardening, and he rejected their requests without hesitation. Out of her sense of responsibility as a trainer and her feelings for Shunfeng, she ultimately resisted the urge to continue tasting it. I didn't even dare to look at that duck breast and salted egg yolk rice a second time, for fear that I would lose control and completely succumb to its allure. The beef cartilage and vegetable soup is almost ready. A rich aroma filled the entire space. Su Chun ladled out the tender and flavorful beef cartilage and various vegetables from the soup and placed them together with the duck breast and egg yolk rice. Xiao Qin placed 2 food bowls on the ground, then squatted down, patted Shunfeng's head, and asked, "Do you want to eat?" Shunfeng sat obediently on the ground, his eyes moving back and forth between the food bowl and Xiao Qin. It is a police dog, a highly trained and meritorious dog. Even though their eyes were practically glued to the food bowl, they only drooled and didn't pounce on it to start eating. Shunfeng, be good. This is something your Uncle Su made especially for you. I don't have that skill level, so you'd better enjoy it while you can. She couldn't help but swallow again. The alluring aroma was simply irresistible. Then, she gave the order, "Eat." As soon as he finished speaking, Shunfeng banged his head on the ground, his mouth rushing straight to the food bowl and biting into the duck breast and egg yolk rice. There was still a lot of vegetable soup and some leftovers in the pot. Su Chun then added some salt to the pot for seasoning. In a way, these police officers were also benefiting from the favorable wind. Seeing this, Xiao Qin quickly took out a few small bowls and poured the remaining beef cartilage and vegetable soup into them. Come on, everyone, help yourselves. There's not much, just try it out. As she spoke, she snatched a bowl first, her movements as fast as a police dog. Seeing this, the other officers were not to be outdone and reached out to grab the bowls. As the captain, Xiang Zhong naturally got a bowl without any trouble. The bowl contained a light brown soup with some broccoli florets floating on the surface. The rising steam carries the rich aroma of meat and the sweetness of vegetables. He gently blew on the bowl and carefully slurped a mouthful along the rim. The broth is rich and smooth, with the delicious flavor of beef cartilage simmered for a long time, slowly spreading across the taste buds. Upon closer inspection, one can also taste the sweetness of the pumpkin and the salty freshness of the kelp. Chapter 549 Save Your Breath. They're not short of money. Wow, this soup is amazing. A police officer, holding a bowl of beef cartilage and vegetable soup, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yes, it tastes better than many old soup shops. Another police officer chimed in. Boss, please open a shop. Don't make me beg you. A group of police officers sipped their soup, savoring the delicious taste, but their hearts were filled with unease. For the first time as a human, I genuinely envy a dog. The food bowl in Shunfeng's bowl was overflowing with food. Just looking at it was a kind of torture. Inside the Jiang family's manor. Dinner time. Jiang Jinping looked at the lone steamed bun in front of him and immediately became dissatisfied. He turned to the nanny beside him and said, "Why is there only one steamed bun tonight? Go heat up 2 more. This one is not enough for anyone." Jiang Jinping also has a large appetite. One steamed bun is not enough to satisfy his appetite. The nanny looked helpless and explained softly, "Mr. Jiang, this is what Miss requested." Yinner said that? Why wouldn't she let me eat more? Jiang Jinping was wondering when he saw his daughter walk into the restaurant. Jiang Riyun heard her father's question as soon as she was at the door. She pouted, a hint of reproach in her voice, and said, "That's because you eat too much, Dad. You even brought it to the office. We don't have much food left at home. This is so delicious." Jiang Jinping looked completely innocent. Upon hearing his daughter say that the stock was running low, he immediately waved his hand and showed a hearty expression. Buy more when the stock is running low. If you ask me, you might as well just invite this chef to your home to make pastries. Jiang Jinping didn't take this matter seriously at all. Although money can't solve all the problems in the world, at least when it comes to satisfying one's appetite, with his wealth, he has never encountered anything he couldn't handle. It was a rare treat to find pastries that suited his taste so well that he had already planned to invite the pastry chef to his home to take charge of his meals. Jiang Jinping had a happy expression on his face, thinking that his daughter would definitely be happy to hear it. However, Jiang Ruyun remained calm and composed, simply sighing and saying, "We can't invite them. They're not short of money. Let him name his salary. Having plenty of money and making money aren't mutually exclusive. Can't we hire someone with a starting salary of $1 million?" Jiang Jinping looked confident, feeling that he had offered an irresistible high salary. Some of the lower-level managers in his company only earned this much annually. Having spent many years navigating the business world, he firmly believes in the power of money and thinks there's nothing that can't be solved with enough profit. While queuing to buy steamed buns today, Jiang Ruyun made a point of adding he Yin as a friend to learn more about Su Chun. Seeing her father's confident and self-assured expression, she decided to give him a big surprise. They really don't care about $1 million annual salary. When this Mr. Su first started his stall, someone offered to invest millions to open a restaurant for him, but he refused without hesitation. Later, even big bosses in the chain restaurant industry offered him tens of millions of yuan in investment, but he was also rejected. How could someone like that possibly come to our house to cook for a mere $1 million annual salary? Jiang Ruyun said. Impossible. Who would give up making money to set up a stall? You haven't been fooled, have you? Jiang Jinping shook his head repeatedly, full of doubt, feeling that his daughter must have been fooled. Really? I've already asked around. Jiang Ruyun was a little anxious and stomped her foot in frustration. If you don't believe me, ask someone else. The person who wants to invest tens of millions in Master Su is a restaurant owner in our city surnamed Hu. Speaking of chain restaurant owners surnamed Hu in this city, Jiang Jinping does have a memory of one, whom he has met in public on several occasions. People like them, who hold high positions in the business world and have substantial wealth, are generally familiar with the prominent figures in the local business circle. They have had dealings with them to varying degrees and exchanged contact information with them. Originally, Jiang Jinping didn't want to argue with his daughter about something that seemed absurd to him, but then he thought that this might be a good educational opportunity. So he took it seriously and decided to verify the matter himself. Wait for me to confirm. As Jiang Jinping spoke, he took out his phone from his pocket and searched for Hu Yuan's number in his contacts. He quickly found the number. Meanwhile, inside the Wutong restaurant, Hu Yuan was discussing the new menu with head chef Yang Lin. Ever since Su Chun showcased his culinary skills by cooking a meal last week, Yang Lin felt that his soul for Chinese cuisine had been unlocked. Various inspirations kept flowing into his mind, and he created several fusion dishes between Chinese and French cuisine. They also privately invited some industry professionals to try the dishes, and they all gave them extremely high praise. In the past, Yang Lin would have been full of confidence upon hearing such praise, feeling that his culinary skills had been recognized. Yang Lin's mindset is completely different now. Whenever he felt a surge of pride because of these positive reviews, the dishes Su Chun had made would involuntarily come to mind, instantly calming him down. Compared to Su Chun's culinary skills, I still have a long way to go. All I can say is that I still need to practice. This change in mindset was noticed by some industry insiders who had frequent private contact with Yang Lin. Instead, they commented that Yang Lin has now shed his superficiality and mastered his inner strength. However, Yang Lin didn't pay too much attention to these comments. I hope these dishes are really as delicious as those people say. Yang Lin looked at the new dishes on the table, a hint of anxiety on his face. Upon hearing this, Hu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how brilliant his method of using Boss Su to train Yang Lin had been. Who could have imagined that Yang Lin would undergo such a dramatic change? You don't need to compare yourself to Boss Su. In all my years in the catering industry, I haven't seen many people who can rival Boss Su in terms of culinary skills and profits. These days, most of them are veteran chefs who don't cook themselves anymore. He didn't want Yang Lin to put too much pressure on him. If Mr. Su is willing to condescend to be the head chef at Wudong, I am willing to be his apprentice for another 5 years without any complaints. Yang Lin pondered for a moment and then said sincerely, if he had the opportunity to learn from Su Chun, he would be willing to endure 5 more years of hardship. Don't even mention wanting it. I dream about it all the time. Hu Yuan and Yang Lin exchanged a glance, then sighed in unison. Just then, the phone rang. Hu Yuan glanced at his phone screen instinctively and was quite surprised to see the name, Jiang Jinping. Chapter 550. What are you grinning about? Hu Yuan and Jiang Jinping met a few times in public, but were only nodding acquaintances. They had no other in-depth contact in private. Moreover, the two companies have virtually no overlap in their business areas. In terms of company size, Jiang Jinping's business empire is extremely large, spanning several industries. In comparison, Hu Yuan's catering company seems somewhat insignificant. Countless guesses flashed through Hu Yuan's mind. Could it be that Jiang Jinping saw the potential of the catering industry and planned to enter this field? So he gave me a heads up? Or perhaps the other party is planning to bring my restaurant company under their control, and this call is some kind of hint? The business world is like a battlefield. Anything can happen. Hu Yuan didn't dwell on these speculations for long. He quickly sorted out several possible scenarios in his mind and devised some responses in a very short time. Then he took a deep breath and answered the phone. Good evening, Mr. Jiang. It's so late. I wonder what brings you here. Hu Yuan tried to make his tone sound relaxed, but he was already on high alert, ready to deal with any possible situation at any time. Mr. Hu, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Jiang Jinping's voice, tinged with laughter, came from the other end of the phone. I mainly wanted to ask you about some things. Asking some questions? Hu Yuanxin's heart tightened suddenly. Could it be that Jiang Jinping was really going to get involved in the catering industry? Was this phone call a well-intentioned reminder, or some kind of ultimatum with a threatening undertone? Hu Yuan couldn't think of anything Jiang Jinping's company, with its size and resources, would need to consult him about. Perhaps the other party has already thoroughly investigated the details of your company through various channels. Please speak. Hu Yuan's forehead was slightly sweaty, but his years of experience allowed him to maintain a polite tone. He decided to remain calm and see what the other party wanted to ask. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Hu, to confirm something. Jiang Jinping seemed oblivious to Hu Yuan's nervousness and revealed the purpose of the call. Do you know a local chef surnamed Su? A local chef surnamed Su? Hu Yuan was slightly taken aback. The surname Su was not uncommon. There were several chefs with the surname Su in his catering company. However, the image of Su Chun subconsciously flashed through Jiang Jinping's mind, prompting him to make a special call to inquire. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Jinping seemed to be asking someone next to him something, and then said, his name should be Su Chun. It really is Boss Su. Hu Yuan's feelings were somewhat complicated, feeling that it was both expected and unexpected. Even Jiang Jinping has heard of Boss Su's name. How did these two meet? Someone of Jiang Jinping's status shouldn't be patronizing a street stall. Hu Yuan learned from the fan club that Su Chun was selling cooked pet food at the entrance of the flower and bird market this week, but he couldn't imagine Jiang Jinping going to such a place to buy food. We do know each other. After a moment's thought, Hu Yuan felt there was no need to deny it. You actually know each other? Jiang Jinping couldn't help but mutter something under his breath, then pressed on. I heard you were going to invest tens of millions in this chef Su to open a restaurant, but he refused. Is that true? Yes, it's true. Hu Yuan took a deep breath, feeling a sense of helplessness. If it weren't for the other person's status and position, he probably would have been cursing right now. Everyone in the company knows that failing to sign Boss Su is his biggest pain. This is like rubbing salt into his wound. What's so special about this person that he wouldn't even consider an investment of tens of millions? Jiang Jinping never expected that things would turn out exactly as his daughter had said. I don't know how to talk to you about Mr. Su. Hu Yuan carefully chose his words and slowly said, but he does have a rather casual style of doing things, which is quite different from ordinary people. As he spoke, he asked, did you also go to Boss Su's place to buy something to eat? My daughter bought it, and it's really delicious. Jiang Jinping paused, his tone full of emotion. I was originally thinking of hiring someone to cook for me at home, but after hearing what you said, Mr. Hu, It seems like that's hopeless. To be honest, it's rare to find something that suits my taste so well. Hu Yuan immediately understood what he was saying. Jiang Jinping ended his call with Hu Yuan. He looked up and met his daughter's smug expression. See, I told you, they wouldn't even look at our $1 million annual salary. Jiang Ruyun acted as if she had won a great victory. It's rare for anything to surprise my father, but this time I successfully surprised him, and the feeling was wonderful. Seeing this, Jiang Jinping chuckled and immediately grasped the crux of the problem, getting straight to the point. Girl, there's no reason for you to be so happy. After all, if we can't invite Chef Su, you still won't be able to eat him in the future, will you? Huh. Jiang Ruyun was stunned for a moment. It seems Dad was right. He had been so focused on proving himself right to his father that he had overlooked this harsh reality. Although they won this little battle between father and daughter, the result was that they couldn't invite Master Su, which was all bad. Seeing his daughter's instantly crumbling expression, Jiang Jinping revealed a sly smile, picked up the steamed bun in front of him, and leisurely began to enjoy it. Seeing her father's expression, Jiang Ruyun couldn't help but say in a huff, "You've gone too far. I've decided not to speak to you for 3 hours." Jiang Jinping. Dinner ended with the elderly father coaxing his daughter. Jiang Ruyun got up and left the restaurant. Remembering that Su Qin's business had already closed for the week, she felt even more upset. She never imagined that she would be so upset because she couldn't buy some food. Fortunately, she remembered that Yin had told her about the existence of Boss Su's fan club. Once you join the group, you'll be able to get timely updates on Su Qin's stall schedule. But the thought of having to take an oath to join the group made Jiang Ruyun feel somewhat embarrassed. Putting everything else aside, the oath itself seemed a bit too childish and pretentious. It was simply too embarrassing for her to read it aloud. What should we do? She thought for a moment, and then a brilliant idea struck her. Jiang Ruyun quickly arrived at the room where the housekeeper, Uncle Zhao, lived and knocked on the door. The butler, Uncle Zhao, opened the door and saw Jiang Ruyun. A look of doubt appeared on his face. "Miss, is there anything else you need me to do?" However, before he could finish speaking, Jiang Ruyun suddenly smiled crookedly and said, "Uncle Zhao, you don't want him to know that my dad eats more than a dog, do you?" Chapter 551. Damn it, they actually neglected me. At 3 in the morning, all was quiet. The room was pitch black, without a single ray of light. Butler Uncle Zhao lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The young lady's devilish whispers still seemed to echo in his ears. "Uncle Zhao, you don't want yourself to be found out, do you?" Left with no other choice, he had to prepare to complete the task assigned by the young lady late at night. Join Boss Su's fan club and take an oath in the group. The light from the phone screen reflected the nasolabial folds on Butler Zhao's face. He glanced again at the oath to join the group on his phone screen and muttered to himself, "This girl has really gone astray." The housekeeper, Uncle Zhao, chose this time because he thought everyone would be asleep by then, and sending a voice message in the group wouldn't attract too much attention, nor would he feel too embarrassed. Butler Uncle Zhao took a deep breath and clicked on the link that Yin had shared with the young lady. The next second, the phone screen switched, and he successfully entered the group chat interface. A notification message immediately popped up on the chat interface, indicating that he had joined the group chat. Butler Zhao waited for 3 or 4 minutes, and when no one spoke in the group, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased with himself, thinking that his move was really clever. After all, I'm over 50 years old. To have to recite such a melodramatic oath in a group chat, like vowing to follow to the death and never backing down, is like being publicly executed. I swear, from this moment on, I will never monopolize Boss Su. Butler Uncle Zhao lowered his voice and recited the oath in one breath, then released his finger and sent the voice message out. 1 second, 2 seconds. Half a minute later, the group remained completely silent, without any movement. Butler Uncle Zhao breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking that everything should be fine now, and was about to lock his phone and go back to sleep. However, at that moment, messages suddenly started popping up on the screen. Damn it, who sends voice messages in the middle of the night? Is there any news about Boss Su? Are you still half asleep? Boss Su, didn't you just say yesterday that you'd be closed this week? You promised not to send messages in the group chat in the middle of the night. Oh, another new person joined the group? The group chat instantly became lively, with various messages flashing constantly. Butler Uncle Zhao stared at the screen, completely stunned. No, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are they a group of diners or night owls? Could I have been set up? Don't you guys sleep? The housekeeper, Uncle Zhao, felt so embarrassed that he could dig 3 bedrooms and a living room out of his toes. His hands were shaking as he typed. Of course I'm going to sleep. I was just woken up by your message. Trying to secretly recite the vows in the middle of the night when no one is watching. Huh? The newcomer is being a bit naive. Hilarious. Ask anyone in the group who dares to leave their message notifications off in the middle of the night. Boss Su has a history of setting up his stall at dawn. Everyone in the group chat was laughing and chatting away. Because Su Chin's stall location is unpredictable and the time is also unpredictable, many regular customers in the fan club not only pinned the group chat to the top, but also resolutely refused to turn on the Do Not Disturb mode, for fear of missing any message in the group and thus missing the stall's opening time. Looking at the jumbled yet informative replies in the group chat, Butler Zhao finally understood the reason. So it seems there's no way to escape it no matter when you take the oath. What's the point of staying up until 3 a.m.? Ugh, it's all my fault for having such a foul mouth. Friday, 8 a.m. Su Chin slept soundly until he naturally woke up. When I get up and wash up, I always feel like I've forgotten something important, and a vague thought keeps swirling in my mind. It wasn't until he went into the restroom and finished relieving himself that he suddenly remembered that his sales target bonus for the week hadn't arrived yet. System, where's my reward? You haven't forgotten about it, have you? Su Chin asked aloud. Congratulations, host, on completing this week's business tasks. Upon seeing this notification, Su Chin suddenly said, Wait, don't proceed to the next step yet. Let me wash my hands to get rid of the bad luck. After saying that, he turned on the tap, immersed his hands in the water, and carefully washed them. He really didn't want to draw any more skill-related rewards from this week's roulette wheel. It's not that the skill rewards are bad. After all, those skills are quite good. But if you keep getting similar items, it's like eating the same food every day. After a while, you'll inevitably feel bored and lose interest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a private jet. A private jet? This is an airplane. The reward is really generous. Su Chin stared at the private jet in his system inventory, his thoughts racing. The plane is there, but putting aside the full crew from captain to flight attendants, it doesn't even have a parking tarmac right now. How do we remove it? It seems like you have to report your route before going out. Su Chin scratched his head, feeling that the system had been somewhat negligent this time. Damn, they've already given me a private jet. Do I really need to worry about how to fly it myself? Sigh, I still don't pay attention. After all, he is not the same person he used to be. They can be picky about rewards now. Indeed, once wealth reaches a certain level, it becomes nothing more than a bunch of cold, hard numbers. I don't feel much for anything anymore. Chapter 552, Just Do It, the finale. On Saturday morning, Su Chin, like a bouncy strand of pasta, lay on the sofa playing games. Bite. Suddenly, a system notification sound came through. Su Chin instantly perked up and immediately opened the system. But then I found that the system was malfunctioning, making a constant crackling sound. It's just lagging. New mission is being issued. Next week's stall location, Yakakawa Street, Hunan City, Kimchi. Host, please sell 5,000 servings of Dragon Kingdom stir-fry within 1 week. The specific dishes are not limited. The complete guide to stir-fry has been distributed. You will receive a mysterious reward upon completing the task. After a brief system glitch, the new task was finally issued. Su Chin. Their eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap. Wait a minute, South Korea? Are you serious? He was a little incredulous and looked at it several times before he finally confirmed the fact. The new mission does indeed require going to South Korea. It's not some fancy street. It's a real trip abroad. Good heavens, this is outrageous. Where are you taking me? Is this still in China? Going abroad to set up a stall seems a bit like questioning the meaning of life. Given your current popularity, setting up a stall in China is a piece of cake for you. Therefore, This system has been upgraded to expand the scope of street vending from within China to the whole world. Please, host, promote the culinary culture of the Dragon Kingdom. A cold, emotionless electronic notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen, what do you mean by effortlessly? My achievements today are the result of steady progress, taking one step at a time, okay? His voice was firm and resounding. How can cheating not be considered hard work? Su Chen felt that he had worked particularly hard. He's perfectly entitled to a comfortable life now. The daily bank interest alone amounts to a huge sum. But they still persisted in setting up their stall, regardless of wind or rain, never stopping except for specific rest periods. Of course, the rewards from setting up a stall are the core motivation, but passion is also very important. Even if setting up a stall doesn't yield rewards now, Su Chen will still go out and set up a stall. He grew to like the feeling. At most, it just won't happen as frequently anymore. That's the absolute truth. However, Su Chen could understand the strange things the system did. His popularity is rising every day. Things will work themselves out. It's just going abroad, isn't it? Just do it. It's good if it's a little challenging. Soon, upon receiving the message from their boss, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, what? We're going abroad next week. Did you hear that right? Running that far. I've never been abroad in my entire life. The three of them, including Butler Ding, looked at each other in bewilderment. The boss did indeed like to set up stalls in various provinces and cities before, but he has been settled in Guizhou for a long time now. It was so sudden, I was caught completely off guard and suddenly had a huge problem. It's true, this cosmic thief is really lucky to have won the boss's favor. When Su Chen asked everyone if they wanted to go abroad with him, everyone unanimously said they wanted to go. Go ahead, I have a visa. Butler Ding patted his chest and declared that he would follow his boss. The two aunties wanted to go abroad with them to broaden their horizons. Traveling with the boss means you'll have a private car, no worries about food or clothing, and no need to worry about money at all. It makes me look forward to it. Let's go too. Is it still possible to get an express visa now? Everyone wanted to go, and Su Chen thought it was a good idea. Otherwise, he would feel lonely in a foreign land without anyone he knew. At this moment, 8 meters away, a certain well-behaved little chubby boy is sitting in an old-fashioned chair, his two short legs crossed. She held a large mango, already peeled, in both hands, which was as big as half her face. Wow, this is so delicious. Nuonyuo tilted her little head, opened her eagle-like mouth, and fiercely gnawed on the big mango, one bite after another. Sticky mango juice smeared all over his chin, cheeks, hands, and the front of his clothes. She looks dull and silly, like a typical foolish girl from a landlord's family. Everyone turned their attention to that direction, and it was Butler Ding who spoke first. What about Nuonyuo? If we go abroad, what will happen to Nuonyuo's schooling? Su Chen took a rather zen-like attitude towards this. At worst, she can just take a day off. The little girl isn't exactly a studious type. However, out of caution, he still called the kindergarten. Unexpectedly, this question yielded an unexpected reward. In Innan City, Korea, there is a kindergarten that is willing to conduct a cross-border exchange with Big Windmill Kindergarten. Initially, a group of exchange students from Big Windmill Kindergarten went to South Korea. Then next month, they will come to Guizhou in the Dragon Kingdom again. With things going smoothly, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." I later found out that the kindergarten principal had long admired China, and that's why she took the opportunity to visit. When the principal of Big Windmill Kindergarten found out, she couldn't stop smiling. This is an exchange between international kindergartens. If we get a TV station to report on it briefly, it will definitely boost the kindergarten's visibility significantly. Su Chen was naturally happy. After all, he owned 20% of the shares in the Big Windmill Kindergarten group, and his child would also have the opportunity to learn and interact, so why not? Monday morning, Nuonyuo was still asleep, lying peacefully in the bedroom, fast asleep while hugging her little rabbit plush toy. Her long eyelashes cast thin shadows on her chubby cheeks, and she occasionally smacked her lips, as if dreaming of some delicious treat. Get up, you little sleepyhead. Don't forget, we're going to Korea today. Su Chen leaned over the bedside and gently brushed his fingertips across his daughter's nose. Kindness. Nuonuo made a whimpering sound like a kitten, but her eyes were not actually open. Her breathing was still steady, and she was just subconsciously responding to her father. A few minutes later, the little girl followed the people to change clothes, wash up, and eat breakfast, watching the housekeeper and others check the luggage. Go, 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 let's go. The plane we're on today is Daddy's own. It has everything. Upon learning that Su Chun had bought a private jet, Butler Ding immediately arranged to hire a pilot and even booked a parking space at the airport. It would be a waste to leave it idle, so he decided to make a trip and put it to good use. The next second, a little bird happily flew into Su Chen's arms, grinned sweetly, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Yay, Daddy is so awesome. He truly deserves to be my idol. Feeling the warm body temperature coming from my arms, soft as a cloud, Su Chen suddenly felt his eyes burning. It turns out that happiness has a warmth to it. If life could continue like this forever, it would be really wonderful. The end.